Chapter 1. The Enchanting Empress Su Yueli of the Demon Clan. Infuriating. I never anticipated that such formidable beings would remain hidden among the human race. Within the dim and eerie Grand Hall of the Demon Imperial Palace, a breathtakingly beautiful maiden occupies the central throne. Her figure is resplendent, draped in a vibrant coat of maple fire, revealing her smooth shoulders and long, slender legs, accentuating her exquisite curves. Yet, it is her delicate visage that truly captivates. Her silvery tresses cascade like a luminous river of moonlight down to her waist, while her fair skin, as soft as freshly fallen snow, radiates an ethereal beauty. Her bright eyes and pearly teeth seem to epitomize natural perfection, rendering her a paragon of beauty that could topple nations. Perched atop her head are a pair of pristine, fluffy fox ears, their velvety fur distinctly visible, and behind her, several tails cascade gracefully. All these features unmistakably reveal that she is not of human descent, and the black wooden throne adorned with golden threads further signifies her extraordinary status. Indeed, she is the newly ascended empress of the Demon Clan, Su Yueli. Having quietly risen in the realm of demons, she vanquished other demon kings through ruthless means in merely a few decades, achieving a great unification within the demon territories. In just a few years since her ascension to the throne, she boldly declared war on the human race, leading the demon horde to invade the borders of the Tianzhou Dynasty with great fervor. Under her command, the demon forces advanced with remarkable swiftness, breaching dozens of border fortresses within days, poised to penetrate deep into human territory. The situation in the Tianzhou Dynasty is perilous. The prospect of the demon race unifying the world appears imminent. However, at this critical juncture, an unforeseen turn of events befalls Su Yueli. Reports from the front lines reveal that a young human warrior has emerged, single-handedly slaying numerous formidable demon generals and repelling the vast demon army of hundreds of thousands. The hard-won fortresses have been reclaimed in their entirety. With a grim expression, Su Yueli crushes the battle report in her hand. She could hardly fathom that just as she was on the verge of fulfilling her long-cherished ambition for unification, such a human powerhouse would suddenly arise. To think that a mere human could instill fear in an army of hundreds of thousands of demons is utterly humiliating. Is it truly the case that the demon race has no capable warriors? Who among you will bring me the head of that human, to bolster the spirit of our kind? Su Yueli gazes down at the demon generals kneeling submissively in the hall, her voice resonating with authority. She cannot believe that in the vast demon realm, there is not a single individual capable of standing against that human. Yet the reality proves her expectations unfounded. The hall falls into a profound silence, the generals trembling on the ground, their heads bowed as if wishing to bury themselves. Within the earth, not a single voice daring to utter a word. That a pack of useless wretches, to be intimidated by a mere human to this extent, is a disgrace to the honor of our valiant demon warriors. Observing the once mighty demon generals now reduced to quivering shadows, Su Yueli's fury ignites. These individuals, who are typically arrogant and tyrannical, now cower as if their lives depend on it at the mere thought of battle. It drives her to the brink of exasperation. Could it be that she must personally take command? As Su Yueli pondered whether to take matters in her own hands and eliminate the human, the grand gates of the imperial palace were abruptly thrust open, and a figure swaggered in, standing nearly 8 feet tall, with a robust physique and a fierce, menacing visage. He bore iron claws that glimmered with a cold light. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Yueli slightly furrowed her brows and, with her crimson lips parting, inquired, "Wang Hu, what brings you here?" The visitor was none other than Wang Hu, the leader of the Tiger Demon Clan, whose strength was second only to hers within the demon realm. Though she had ostensibly united all demon clans and achieved a grand consolidation, there remained factions that secretly opposed her, one of which was the Tiger Demon Clan. The most powerful among them that maintained stability among the demons. Su Yueli had always turned a blind eye to Wang Hu's actions, having promised him numerous benefits, yet his respect for her strength kept him from acting recklessly. Today, his sudden appearance at the Imperial Palace could only suggest he intended to exploit the recent defeat of the Demon Clan to challenge her authority. Su Yueli narrowed her eyes at the thought. Before she could utter a word, Wang Hu bowed deeply before her. "Greetings, Your Imperial Majesty." Wang Hu, are you not tasked with leading the tiger demon army in the rear? What is your purpose here? Su Yuli inquired again, her tone calm, yet firm. She had pressing matters to discuss and did not wish to squander a moment with Wang Hu. Wang Hu flashed a sly grin, revealing his sharp teeth, presenting an unmistakably sinister demeanor. I have come, of course, to relieve your majesty of your burdens. I have heard that a mere human youth repelled our demon forces, pushing them back over 100 miles, and now they have retreated to our borders. If this were to spread, it would surely render our Demon Empress a subject of ridicule. Su Yuli could detect the thinly veiled mockery in Wang Hu's words, her expression darkening slightly. Humph, so you intend to alleviate my troubles. To relieve your majesty of her troubles is, of course, the duty of a subordinate, Wang Hu replied, feigning sincerity. Su Yuli was well aware that Wang Hu's intentions were far from altruistic. He merely sought to negotiate some terms with her. Both were cognizant of each other's motives, rendering any further pretense unnecessary. Su Yuli straightforwardly asked, "Speak. What is it that you desire?" Upon hearing her question, Wang Hu's face lit up with a more pronounced sinister smile, his gaze fixating greedily on Su Yuli. "I desire your imperial majesty." At this proclamation, the hall fell into stunned silence. The assembled demons gazed in astonishment at Wang Hu. What a tremendous act of insolence! Su Yuli's countenance instantly turned frosty, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon the hall, rendering the demons breathless and causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Such an astonishing aura! It appeared that the Empress had indeed ascended to the realm of the celestial sovereign. The demons felt a mixture of admiration and fear towards Su Yuli. At such a tender age, she had reached the celestial sovereign realm. It was evident that none in the world could rival her extraordinary talents. Faced with the oppressive aura of murderous intent, Wang Hu felt a profound shock within, yet he maintained a facade of composure as he proclaimed, "Your Majesty, the Tiger Demon Clan is the most powerful among the demon races, and our entire lineage is at your service. As long as you consent to a union with me, the Tiger Demon Clan will undoubtedly mobilize all its strength to support you, to trample the human race and seize dominion over the world. Perhaps you might consider this carefully." Upon hearing this, Su Yuli momentarily withdrew her imposing presence, her expression deep in contemplation. She harbored no affection for Wang Hunwan whatsoever given the chance. She would certainly choose to eliminate him. Yet, she could not afford to act on that impulse. If she were to slay Wang Hu, the Tiger Demon Clan would inevitably revolt, and other demon lords would surely rally in response. The hard-won unification of the demon races, which had put an end to prolonged internal strife, would descend into chaos once more. This was a scenario she wished to avoid. By temporarily aligning herself through marriage to Wang Hu, she could secure the support of the Tiger Demon Clan, thereby solidifying her rule. Additionally, she could utilize him to eliminate that formidable human warrior and wage war upon the human territories. Ultimately, for the future of the demon race, she should decisively acquiesce and later seek an opportunity to dispose of Wang Hu. However, gazing upon Wang Hu's treacherous countenance, Su Yuli found herself unable to reach a resolution. Just as she lingered in indecision, the grand doors of the Imperial Hall swung open once more, and a flustered guard stumbled in, collapsing to his knees before her, panting. Heavily and in a state of panic, he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, it is dire. A human youth has come to attack." Chapter 2. Either you marry me, or I marry you. What? A human youth has invaded the Demon Empress palace? How is that conceivable? The assembly of demons in the Grand Hall was momentarily rendered speechless upon hearing this news. Su Yuli furrowed her delicate brows, her expression laden with displeasure as she reprimanded the guard. "Nonsense. This is the Demon Empress palace, situated hundreds of thousands of miles from the human border. For a millennium, not a single human has set foot here. Speak. Who sent you to sow discord among our ranks?" With that, Su Yuli, in a fit of anger, rose from her seat, an overwhelming aura emanating from her, causing the guard to collapse in terror, trembling uncontrollably. The young demon guard felt wronged, but dared not contradict the Empress. Just then, with a thunderous crash, the grand entrance of the palace was shattered, and several black-armored guards were sent flying into the hall. A youth, adorned with a hairpin and possessing a complexion as smooth as jade, sauntered into the hall with an air of nonchalance. His dark, profound eyes swept across the assembly of demons, finally resting upon Su Yueli, who stood majestically upon her elevated throne. She must be the Demon Empress, he mused. Her beauty was indeed breathtaking. Xia Changming had traversed into this world of conflict between humans and demons for 26 years. In this reincarnation, he had exhibited an extraordinary talent and understanding of swordsmanship, fortuitously acquiring the legacy of a Sword Immortal, becoming its disciple. His master had remarked upon his ethereal grace, and at the tender age of 16, he retreated into the mountains for seclusion. Unbeknownst to him, a decade passed in silence, and upon emerging, he learned of the demons' large-scale invasion of the Tianzhou Dynasty. With humanity suffering repeated defeats and the border defenses completely compromised, the situation dire. Before his descent from the mountain, his Sword Immortal mentor had posed a challenge to assess his progress during seclusion, to resolve the millennia-long grievances between humans and demons, thereby restoring peace to the realm. Upon realizing this was the ultimate trial, Xia Changming did not hesitate. He took up his sword and single-handedly repelled the invading demon army and, within a day, had arrived at the Demon Empress palace. Resolving the enmity between the two races? Simple. All he needed to do was conquer the Demon Empress. For the sake of peace, he would reluctantly sacrifice a part of himself. Seeing Xia Changming breach the Demon Empress palace, Su Yueli, with an imposing presence that enveloped the hall, pointed a delicate finger at him and exclaimed, "Who dares to intrude upon the Demon Empress palace?" Xia Changming, he replied, completely unfazed by Su Yueli's imposing aura, striding towards her step by step. The other demons in the hall, upon hearing his name, were struck with terror, their expressions shifting dramatically. It was him, the very human who had slain dozens of our elite generals. How dare he venture alone into the Demon Empress palace? Where's the Imperial Guard? Observing the demons huddled together in fear, Su Yueli's expression darkened to an extreme. A diminutive human youth has instilled such terror in the formidable generals of the demon clan. How can they ever hope to seize the world alongside her in the future? This has utterly diminished the once indomitable spirit of the demon race. Truly, the demon clan is becoming increasingly inept, ultimately requiring her own intervention. Su Yueli shifted her gaze towards Xia Changming. Humph, just in time. This saves me the trouble of seeking you out myself. With that, Su Yueli extended her arm behind her, drawing forth a sheathed long sword from the mass of her tail. Just as she prepared to personally slay Xia Changming, Wang Hu stepped forward to obstruct her path. Such a mere insect, he declared confidently. There is no need for the esteemed Empress to dirty her hands. Allow me to take his head as a congratulatory gift for my union with you. Wang Hu stood before Su Yueli, his eyes greedily roaming her figure, as if he had already claimed her as his own. Su Yueli furrowed her brow slightly, but soon her expression brightened, and she acquiesced. Very well. After General Wang dispatches this individual, I shall contemplate the matter of our union. Could it be that Su Yueli had a change of heart? The answer is, of course, negative. From the beginning, she had never entertained the thought of marrying Wang Hu. Instead, upon witnessing Xia Changming's arrival, a cunning plan unfurled within her mind. She would first allow Wang Hu to gauge Xia Changming's strength. Should Wang Hu succeed in slaying him, she would then seize the opportunity to eliminate Wang Hu, subsequently framing Xia Changming for the act. If Wang Hu were to tragically perish at the hands of the human youth, the Tiger Demon clan could voice their grievances, yet would be powerless against her. Within the Grand Hall, all were her loyal confidants, leaving no witnesses to dispute her narrative. Conversely, should the outcome be reversed, with Xia Changming defeating Wang Hu, it would be even simpler. She would merely need to strike Xia Changming down then and there, thereby incurring a debt of gratitude from the Tiger Demon clan, placing them at her service. Regardless of the outcome, it would be of immense benefit to her. With this thought in mind, a radiant smile illuminated Su Yueli's exquisite face as she gracefully reclined upon her throne, her fair, delicate skin on full display. As the clam and the heron contest, the fisherman reaps the rewards. All that remained was for her to patiently await the clash of the two titans. Ha ha ha. Human, you should not have come here, nor should you have encountered me. I shall relish in methodically carving each piece of flesh from your body with my beloved claws. And then I will skin you alive and adorn my walls with your hide, until you beg me to sever your head from your shoulders. Wang Hu stood before Xia Changming, licking the sharp claws in his hands, his gaze cruel, his imposing form nearly eclipsing Xia Changming's view. Xia Changming, however, remained calm. Fixing his gaze on Wang Hu and inquiring nonchalantly, "You intend to marry the Demon Empress?" This question momentarily stunned Wang Hu. His union with Su Yueli was for the grand design of seizing control over the Demon Empress. It was a matter internal to the demon clan. Of what concern was it to this human? And what of it? Wang Hu bent slightly, leaning closer to Xia Changming, his tone dripping with disdain. "Then I cannot allow you to live." As soon as the words fell, Xia Changming's gaze sharpened, and a long sword appeared in his hand unbeknownst to anyone. A flash of silver glided across Wang Hu's neck with such swiftness that none present had a chance to react. By the time the onlookers regained their senses, Wang Hu stood frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief. A faint line appeared on his neck, and his head tumbled to the ground, severed from his body. Silence ensued. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. All, including Su Yueli, gazed at Xia Changming with faces stricken by shock. Is he dead? Wang Hu, who ranked just below the Empress in strength within the demon race, has perished. A peak celestial realm general was slain with a single stroke. There was no resistance whatsoever. Su Yueli's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Although she had suspected that Wang Hu might fall to Xia Changming's blade, she had never anticipated such a swift execution. This was far from her expectations. She had intended for Wang Hu to probe Xia Changming's abilities, hoping for a mutually destructive encounter from which she could benefit. Instead, Xia Changming had beheaded Wang Hu. This was utterly futile. As the Empress of the demon race, Su Yueli quickly regained her composure, no longer daring to underestimate the human youth before her. When she placed her hand on the sword hilt, intending to draw her weapon, a gust of wind swept toward her, and a golden-edged silver sword was abruptly poised against her delicate neck. So swift, she realized too late. Su Yueli kept her hand still on the hilt, not daring to make a move. "I offer you two choices. Either you marry me, or I shall marry you." Su Yueli. Su Yueli was utterly bewildered by Xia Changming's words. What does this mean? This human has traversed countless miles to the demon imperial palace. Not to kill her, but to propose marriage? What a jest! As the formidable empress of the demon race, the sovereign of myriad demons, how could she ever submit to a mere human? Even if it cost her life, she would never marry a human. With a defiant gaze, Su Yueli met Xia Changming's eyes, her words resolute. Xia Changming narrowed his eyes, a peculiar smile creeping onto his lips. "Oh, is that so?" He then withdrew the sword from Su Yueli's neck, directing its blade toward the entrance of the imperial hall, as spiritual energy surged around the sword like a tidal wave. Under the watchful eyes of Su Yueli and the others, Xia Changming raised the sword high, the overwhelming spiritual energy manifesting as a blade. With a sweeping motion, the ethereal sword slashed downward, its fierce aura penetrating the entirety of the demon imperial city, leaving a bottomless scar in the ground that stretched for miles. After completing this feat, Xia Changming turned towards Su Yueli, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, "Perhaps, Empress, you might reconsider?" Chapter 3. The wedding night of the affectionate couple in the borderland between humans and demons. Within the city of Tianzhou, a vibrant celebration unfolded. Lanterns adorned every household, illuminating the streets, while the air resonated with the sounds of firecrackers and the rhythmic beating of drums. Although this city was known for its chaos and turmoil, today exuded an atmosphere of joy and festivity. This day held profound significance for both the human and demon races, for the demon empress, Su Yueli, was to wed. The fortunate groom was none other than the esteemed eldest son of the Xia family from the Tianzhou Dynasty, Xia Changming. It was a well-known fact that for centuries, humans and demons had been embroiled in a bitter feud, viewing each other as mortal enemies. Yet today marked a historic occasion, as the two races united in matrimony, a feat unprecedented in history. Perhaps this union would herald a new era of harmony, putting an end to the millennia-long animosity. How could the border citizens, who had long suffered from warfare and lived in constant fear, not rejoice? It is over, it is over. No longer shall we live in dread of demon incursions. Long live Lord Changming. May he and the Empress enjoy a harmonious union and bear many children. As the bridal sedan chair carrying Su Yueli entered the city, the onlookers erupted in jubilant congratulations. Petals rained from above, and colorful fireworks illuminated the night sky. Children danced joyfully beside the sedan chair, chanting the legendary tales recounted by the storytellers at the inns. After a decade of seclusion, the Sword Immortal appeared, repelling 1,000,000 troops with a single sword. He ascended the imperial palace alone and captured the heart of the empress with a single stroke. The words, spoken casually, struck a chord with those who listened. Inside the sedan chair, adorned in a phoenix crown and flowing crimson wedding gown, Su Yueli sat with delicate fingers clenched tightly, her beautiful visage shadowed by a stormy frown. The children's cheerful songs grated on her ears. How infuriating! The dignified Demon Empress reduced to the status of a bride. It had been 3 days since Xia Changming had stormed the Demon Imperial Palace alone. After witnessing his extraordinary swordsmanship, Su Yueli had been taken aback. Yet she refused to acquiesce immediately. Regrettably, after a fierce struggle, she succumbed to his prowess in just 3 moves. Victorious, Xia Changming sheathed his sword and demanded her hand in marriage, threatening to exterminate the entire demon race if she refused. Moreover, should she perish, even without Xia Changming's intervention, the demons would inevitably descend into chaos, leading to a land strewn with corpses and turmoil once more. With no choice but to protect her kin from slaughter and prevent disorder, Su Yueli begrudgingly consented to marry Xia Changming. Yet, she was far from resigned. As the Demon Empress, she was determined to reclaim her power. Aware of Xia Changming's might, she understood that as long as he lived, her aspirations to lead the demon army to dominance were futile. Therefore, he must be eliminated. This wedding night presented the perfect opportunity to rid herself of her greatest threat. The day when the demon race would reign supreme was within reach. Su Yueli's hand tightened around a small jade vial, a captivating smile gracing her exquisite features. Xia Changming, tonight shall mark your demise. In the ethereal city of Tianzhou, within the confines of a residence, a flickering candlelight swayed gently with the breeze. Vivid red paper cuttings adorned every door and window, while crimson curtains draped gracefully, and the exquisite pillows were embellished with delightful patterns. The room, exuding an ancient charm, was suffused with a subtle yet enchanting fragrance. A young maiden, her head adorned with a red scarf, sat gracefully at the edge of the bed, her delicate hands resting upon her thighs, her posture elegant and her fingers slender. With a soft creak, the door swung open, revealing Xia Changming, clad in the attire of a groom, as he approached Su Yueli, gently lifting her red veil. In that fleeting moment, a stunningly beautiful visage, reminiscent of an otherworldly being, unfolded before him. After a hint of makeup, this enchanting empress of the demon clan appeared even more bewitching. Xia Changming found himself momentarily lost in thought, contemplating the fortunate turn of events that led him to her. Initially, upon receiving the command from his master to descend the mountain and resolve the enmity between humans and demons, he had envisioned storming the Demon Imperial Palace to slay the Demon Empress, anticipating that the demon army would disband in disarray. Yet, upon reflection, he questioned the efficacy of such a course of action. Even if he were to vanquish the current empress, it would merely delay the inevitable resurgence of the demon forces. Instead, he conceived a more ingenious strategy: to marry the Demon Empress herself, thereby fostering a union that could naturally transform hostility into harmony. It would require a modicum of personal sacrifice on his part, yet he deemed it a noble endeavor for the sake of peace between their realms. Dear husband, Su Yueli gazed at Xia Changming with eyes brimming with affection as she softly uttered those words. Rather than feeling elated, Xia Changming's immediate reaction was one of wariness. Something felt amiss. Just days prior, this very woman had vowed to bring him to ruin, and now she was sweetly addressing him as her husband? A chill ran down his spine at the thought. Xia Changming was resolute in his disbelief that Su Yueli had genuinely reconciled her intentions toward him. Nevertheless, he decided to indulge her in this charade, curious to discern her true motives. He watched as Su Yueli rose and approached the table, pouring a glass of wine for him. With a flick of her finger, she pricked it, allowing a drop of her blood to mingle with the liquid before gracefully presenting it to him. Dearest husband, in our demon clan, there exists a tradition whereby the groom must partake of the first cup of wine offered by the bride on the wedding night. The infusion of blood into the wine symbolizes the binding of our fates, signifying that from this moment forth, our bloodlines are intertwined, and we shall never part. As she extended the cup towards Xia Changming, her voice was laced with tenderness. Though this custom was indeed rooted in the ancient traditions of the demon clan, it had long since fallen into obscurity, overshadowed by the clan's notorious debauchery. Su Yueli's actions this night were not born of genuine affection for Xia Changming. Rather, they were a cunning ruse to deceive him into drinking from the cup. Unbeknownst to him, the wine was laced with a lethal poison, crafted from a myriad of toxins found within the demon realm. Colorless and tasteless, a mere drop could corrupt one's innards, leading to a slow and agonizing demise. With no antidote to be found, she had poured an entire bottle into the wine jug. Once Xia Changming took a sip, within 5 breaths, he would surely meet a death bereft of a whole corpse. As Xia Changming received the wine cup, intending to gulp it down, he noticed Su Yueli gazing at him with an eager expression, her eyes silently urging him to drink up. In that moment, Xia Changming comprehended the truth. No wonder she had been so attentive on this night of their nuptials. It was a plot to poison him. Maintaining a facade of calm, Xia Changming subtly curled the corners of his mouth upward, lifting the cup to his lips and downing its contents, deliberately returning the empty cup to Su Yueli's hands. He had consumed it. He had succeeded. Su Yueli could hardly contain her elation, her smile radiating across her face. The tender demeanor of a loving wife had vanished, replaced by a triumphant gaze directed at Xia Changming, as if she were looking at a corpse. Ah, Xia Changming, no matter how formidable your cultivation, what does it matter? In the end, you shall fall to my hands. Su Yueli refrained from acting hastily, patiently awaiting the effects of the lethal poison. Once Xia Changming perished, she would signal to the ambush of demon forces surrounding the city, ready to seize Tianzhou City in one fell swoop. Then, she would lead her troops directly to the Tianzhou Dynasty. My dear, you seem quite pleased. Is there something joyous you would care to share with your husband? Xia Changming remarked playfully, noticing the nearly ecstatic smile gracing Su Yueli's face. It is nothing. I merely had a moment of pleasant reflection, Su Yueli retorted coldly, withdrawing her smile. This demeanor starkly contrasted her earlier warmth. Xia Changming could not help but sigh inwardly. The two sat in silence at the edge of the bed. And after an indeterminate amount of time, observing Xia Changming's calmness, Su Yueli's expression of triumph gradually morphed into confusion. Something was amiss. Why had he not yet succumbed? Was the poison ineffective? Noticing her disquiet, Xia Changming smiled faintly, rising to pour 2 more cups of wine. He approached Su Yueli, holding both cups aloft. My dear, I forgot to mention, there is a tradition among the human newlyweds known as the crossed cup. Both partners must drink from the cups while their arms are interlocked. With that, Xia Changming extended one of the cups towards Su Yueli. She stared blankly at the cup, her small eyes brimming with immense bewilderment. Did this mean she was to drink from this cup? The very cup containing the deadly poison she had prepared? What? Chapter 4. Why are you taking off your clothes? What's wrong, my dear? You appear rather unwell, Xia Changming inquired, feigning concern. Observing Su Yueli's expression, he was nearly certain that the wine jug had been poisoned by her. Su Yueli gazed into her glass, her heart filled with trepidation. What should I do? Must I truly drink this cup? It contains a lethal poison with no antidote. Yet, if I do not drink, he will surely become suspicious. After much contemplation, Su Yueli raised her gaze to Xia Changming, noticing his rosy complexion and vibrant demeanor, showing no signs of feigned behavior. Moreover, if the wine had indeed been tainted with poison, he would have succumbed long ago. Could it be that I have mistaken the vial? Perhaps I did not actually add the lethal poison? This was the only plausible explanation that came to Su Yueli's mind, perfectly accounting for why Xia Changming remained unharmed after consuming the wine. Though she felt a pang of regret, she simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. The wine must be harmless. Even if I drink it, I shall be fine. Resolute in her assumption, Su Yueli linked her arm with Xia Changming's, their arms entwined. Xia Changming smiled slightly and drank deeply from his glass. Without further hesitation, Su Yueli followed suit and downed her drink. This took Xia Changming by surprise. This little girl truly dares to drink. Could it be that he was mistaken, and the wine was indeed untainted? Just as Xia Changming pondered this, Su Yueli provided him with the answer. In an instant after drinking, her lovely face turned pale, her hands clasping her abdomen as her breath became erratic. Indeed, the wine was poisoned. At this moment, Su Yueli's eyes widened in horror, feeling a searing pain within, as if her very organs were melting away. This is bad. I have been poisoned. Quickly, Su Yueli sat cross-legged, channeling her entire spiritual energy to expel the toxin. She was all too familiar with this lethal poison. If she hesitated even for a moment, she would meet a gruesome end, her body reduced to nothingness. You have plotted against me. Su Yueli gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at Xia Changming. He must have employed some unknown means to evade the poison's effects, deceiving her into believing the wine was safe, tricking her into consuming the toxic brew. Yet, this was a grave misunderstanding on Su Yueli's part. Xia Changming had merely intended to tease her, compelling her to confess to poisoning the wine, never anticipating that she would actually dare to drink it. Wasn't it her own poison? Watching Su Yueli desperately attempt to expel the toxin, oblivious to everything else, Xia Changming reached out and playfully poked her cheek, chuckling. What are you talking about, plotting? Wasn't it you who first schemed against me? Poisoning the wine is ineffective against me. I have bathed in the celestial pool of the immortal mountains. My body is made of jade, and all poisons in this world have no effect on me. But you, my dear, how could you be foolish enough to drink your own poison? Faced with Xia Changming's mockery, Su Yueli's frustration reached its peak, wishing fervently to devour him whole. She realized she had indeed miscalculated. Unexpectedly, Xia Changming had indeed immersed himself in the legendary Tianzhou and possessed a jade-like physique. No wonder he could consume poison and appear unfazed. Even if toxins entered his body, they would transform into beneficial effects that he could absorb. Conversely, she herself had ingested this irredeemable demonic poison, which rampaged violently within her, leaving her powerless to summon her spiritual energy for protection against the toxins. Su Yueli found her surrounding spiritual energy increasingly erratic, her delicate face as pale as paper, with a trickle of fresh blood escaping the corner of her mouth. Upon witnessing this, Xia Changming felt a surge of foreboding. He had initially believed that with Su Yueli's celestial sovereign prowess, expelling the demonic toxins would pose no difficulty. To his astonishment, the ferocity of this poison was such that even those of the human realm could not suppress it. Yet, he was willing to act against it. Despite his dissatisfaction, Xia Changming still took action. With fingers as swift as lightning, he pressed against Su Yueli's delicate form, sealing her meridians to halt the poison, before delivering a palm strike to her chest. Instantly, Su Yueli expelled a mouthful of thick black blood, which fell to the ground and corroded it in an instant. My dear, it would be wise to refrain from using such demonic poison in the future. Were it not for my intervention, my beloved would have perished this very night. And I would be heartbroken, Xia Changming admonished solemnly. Such a fierce and domineering toxin, she truly dared to consume it. Su Yueli clutched her chest, her gaze still filled with indignation as she looked at Xia Changming. After expelling the poison, a hint of color returned to her face, yet her body remained severely corroded. Without months of recuperation, recovery would be arduous. Indeed, it was a case of inflicting zero damage upon the enemy, while suffering 1,000 losses oneself. Xia Changming could also discern Su Yueli's weakened state and serious injuries. He withdrew a golden elixir encased in a jade box from his spatial ring. The elixir radiated a faint glow, and its rich spiritual energy was unmistakably potent. Merely gazing upon it, Su Yueli could feel the astonishing spiritual power contained within the elixir. Here, this is the Tai Ling Golden Pill, remarkable for restoring the meridians within your body and nourishing your spiritual energy to solidify your cultivation. Xia Changming presented the golden pill to Su Yueli, saying, "You have just stepped into the celestial sovereign realm. Your foundation is unstable, making it essential for you." Tai Ling Golden Pill. Su Yueli's eyes widened in disbelief, her delicate face a portrait of incredulity. This was a pinnacle-grade 8th-tier elixir. Countless powerful beings yearned for it, yet few could ever attain even one. He intended to gift it to me for healing. Is this a ruse? Su Yueli's beautiful eyes shimmered with suspicion as she cast a wary glance at Xia Changming. She questioned whether the Tai Ling Golden Pill might be a counterfeit. Yet the emanating spiritual energy felt undeniably genuine. Moreover, given Xia Changming's strength, if he truly wished her harm, he need not go to such lengths. You don't want it? Very well, I shall keep it for myself. Observing Su Yueli's indecisive demeanor, Xia Changming wore a mischievous grin, preparing to retract his hand. In a moment of urgency, Su Yueli swiftly snatched the Tai Ling Golden Pill from his grasp, her speed remarkable. This empress never stated she did not want it. With that, fearing Xia Changming might change his mind, she promptly tossed the elixir into her mouth. A vast yet gentle spiritual energy swiftly enveloped her entire meridian system. delivering an indescribable sense of comfort that surged through her spiritual sea. In but a brief moment, her internal injuries had notably healed. The tailing golden pill truly lived up to its illustrious reputation. How foolish are these humans to have administered the tailing golden elixir to me. Once I have fully recuperated and ascended to a higher realm, I shall certainly seek retribution. A smirk of triumph graced Su Yueli's lips as she opened her eyes, only to find Xia Changming leaning against the wall, a playful smile adorning his face as he gazed at her with affectionate mischief. Their eyes locked, mere inches apart, nearly touching. "What are you doing?" Su Yueli gasped in surprise, instinctively retreating to the corner of the bed. Xia Changming remained silent, preoccupied with removing his clothing by the bedside. Why are you taking off your clothes?" Su Yueli stammered, bewildered. She had never anticipated sharing a bed with Xia Changming on this night. "My dear, how endearing you are. We are now husband and wife, and tonight marks our wedding night. What do you think I intend to do?" Xia Changming climbed onto the bed, leaning closer to Su Yueli's ear, his voice laced with temptation. Su Yueli was momentarily stunned, yet as the empress of the demon race, she was no fragile maiden. Steeling herself, she bit her lip and resolutely closed her eyes, lying back on the bed, adopting a posture of submission. For the greater good of the demon race. What harm was there in sacrificing her body? This grudge, she would settle in due time. Chapter 5, Your Hands. Do not roam. Xia Changming found himself amused by Su Yueli's fearless demeanor, clearly masking her nervousness with an air of nonchalance. His wife was unexpectedly adorable. With a gentle smile, Xia Changming ascended the bed, placing his hands on either side of Su Yueli's delicate face, leaning in to softly whisper, "My dear, I shall assist you in changing." Su Yueli tightly shut her eyes, remaining silent. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, perhaps influenced by the lingering essence of her spiritual energy. She could distinctly feel Xia Changming gently removing her bridal gown and unfastening the hairpin that held her hair in place. Her silken tresses cascaded over her shoulders, leaving her clad only in her undergarments, a tempting figure before him. Xia Changming tenderly wrapped his arm around her slender waist, gently pulling her into his embrace. However, just as Su Yueli readied herself for what was to come, she found herself waiting indefinitely for Xia Changming to take the next step. Curiosity piqued. She opened her eyes to see him with his eyes closed, appearing to drift into slumber while holding her waist. Are you planning to sleep now?" Su Yueli inquired in astonishment. She had prepared herself for the ultimate surrender, only to find him intending to sleep instead. In response to her questioning gaze, Xia Changming opened his eyes and looked at her, saying, "What is it? Do you seem a bit disappointed, my dear?" "Nonsense. I am not," Su Yueli retorted sharply, fearing that Xia Changming might genuinely believe she was anticipating an encounter with him. Xia Changming was well aware of her feelings, but merely wished to tease her. He did not expect her reaction to be so vehement. "You still bear considerable injuries. It is unwise to engage in vigorous activities. Moreover, there is a saying among humans, a forcibly picked fruit is never sweet." Leaning closer to Su Yueli, he whispered softly in her ear, "One day, I shall earn your willing heart." "Humph, dream on," Su Yueli coldly replied, asserting her position as the empress of the demon race, unwilling to submit to a mere human, much less become his wife. Given the chance, she would undoubtedly take his life. Xia Changming chose not to banter further, instead offering her a tender smile, which only served to irritate Su Yueli more. What did that mean? Did he dare to look down upon her? With a disdainful huff, she turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. After their battle 3 days prior, combined with the torment of demonic poison, she was unwittingly beginning to feel fatigued. Though her assassination plan had failed, she could not shake the feeling that something had slipped her mind, yet it eluded her grasp. Observing Su Yueli's weariness, Xia Changming snapped his fingers to extinguish the solitary candle within the room, then pulled the covers over them both. The chamber fell into a serene silence. As the gentle moonlight spilled into the courtyard, and within the darkened room, a soft protest emerged. "Remove your hands, this empress commands. Do not roam." Outside the mystical city of Tianzhou, several dozen miles from the city gates, a vast expanse of dense, dark forest harbored thousands of armored demon warriors, their gaze intensely fixed upon the city. "My lord, the hour of Een has arrived. Why has the empress not signaled the attack?" A centurion queried the leading demon general, perplexed. They had been lurking in the underbrush for nearly 3 hours without a single movement. The myriad lights within the city had all but extinguished. Yet they awaited the Empress's command in vain. The general, equally bewildered, could not respond with an admission of ignorance. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. The Empress possesses unparalleled wisdom. Her strategies are infallible. Our duty is to patiently await her guidance, so we may accompany her in flattening the human race. As dawn broke, warm sunlight streamed through the gauzy window into the room. Su Yuli groggily rose from her bed, her hair disheveled, her eyes still heavy with sleep, gazing vacantly around the room. After decades, she had finally enjoyed a peaceful slumber, but it was marred by a nightmare. In her dream, she was forced into a marriage with a human youth under duress. Upon opening her eyes and surveying her surroundings, she realized this was no dream. She had indeed married a human boy. Creaking open, the wooden door revealed Xia Changming, who entered bearing food. Noticing Su Yuli had awakened, he cheerfully announced, "You are finally awake. It's nearly noon. Do all demon folk sleep so soundly?" "Midday," Su Yuli gasped, typically one to spend sleepless nights. She was astonished to find she had slept until broad daylight. Could it be that she had truly exhausted herself the previous night? "Now that you're awake, come and have breakfast," Xia Changming urged. Dragging herself from the bed, Su Yuli's flowing silver hair cascaded behind her. As she settled at the dressing table, she stared into the copper mirror, yet she remained unmoving, hesitating to groom herself. "What's the matter?" Xia Changming inquired, curious. A hint of embarrassment colored Su Yuli's cheeks. She fidgeted, as if grappling with something difficult to express. "Could it be, my lady, you don't know how to dress yourself?" Xia Changming ventured, astonished. Feeling exposed, Su Yuli lifted her proud head defiantly and declared, "What of it? I am the Empress of the demon race, attended by personal handmaidens daily. Why would I waste time on grooming myself?" "Oh," Xia Changming responded with a tone of disdain upon hearing her justification. Su Yuli's face flushed with indignation. She felt a strong urge to strike down this insufferable human. "And where is your handmaiden?" Xia Changming pressed further. Su Yuli found herself momentarily at a loss for words. The previous night had been intended for an assassination, and she had not anticipated staying over. She had not brought her personal maid with her at all. Oh, speaking of assassination, it seemed she had forgotten something. Xia Changming, observing Su Yuli's demeanor, realized that her maid was certainly not accompanying her. With a sigh, he approached her from behind. "What are you up to?" Su Yuli inquired, her voice laced with caution. "Sit still, my dear. Allow me to style your hair," Xia Changming replied, gently pressing her down as he began to tend to her silvery strands with deft hands. Su Yuli remained quietly poised before the mirror, permitting him to caress her hair. Though she was not particularly fond of others touching her locks, she found herself with little choice at that moment. After a brief interval, adorned in a flowing silk gown and with her hair elegantly styled, Su Yuli once again embodied her former breathtaking grace as she stood before the bronze mirror. To her surprise, she found his technique rather commendable. Reluctantly, she acknowledged his skill in dressing her. Seated at the table, Su Yuli surveyed the array of dishes before her and, without a hint of hesitation, picked up her chopsticks. She harbored no fears regarding the food's integrity. If Xia Changming truly intended to harm her, she would have perished long ago. Moreover, she was aware that his marriage to her was intended to quell the strife between their two races, assuring her that he would not resort to murder. Xia Changming continued to wear his ever-constant smile as he observed Su Yuli partake in her meal. Then, as if a thought had struck him, he suddenly spoke up. "By the way, my dear, after we finish eating, we shall be departing from here." "Departing? Where to?" Su Yuli paused, her chopsticks halting midair. Filled with curiosity, Xia Changming chuckled in response. "Why, home, of course. To the Tianzhou Dynasty, to Tianzhou." Chapter 6. Meeting the Parents in the Tianzhou Dynasty. Amidst the grandeur of the Chongqing Xia family, towering pavilions and majestic palaces rose like the splendor of a rainbow. The vast expanse of the Xia family's ancestral land stretched endlessly, a realm seemingly without boundaries. The Chongqing Xia family stands as one of the four prominent clans of the Tianzhou Dynasty, boasting a legacy spanning centuries, steeped in profound heritage and formidable influence. Even among the four great families, the power of the Chongqing Xia is an unassailable presence. As Xia Changming and Su Yuli returned from the skies, they gracefully alighted within the Xia family compound. This marked Su Yuli's inaugural venture into the heartland of humanity, her curious eyes flitting about, her heart filled with awe. She had once envisioned leading countless demon legions into the Tianzhou Dynasty, reveling in the subjugation of humanity. She had dreamt of storming the imperial palace alone, standing atop the throne while thousands bowed in reverence. Yet, she never imagined returning home as a mere wife. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Come, my dear, let us pay our respects to my parents. Xia Changming gently took Su Yueli's delicate hand and proceeded toward the main hall of the Xia family. Su Yueli furrowed her brow slightly, attempting to withdraw her hand from his grasp, but finding no success, she resigned herself to his lead. Soon, figures approached swiftly from ahead. Who dares to intrude upon the Xia family grounds? A young man barked, leading the charge. It is I, Xia Changming, he replied with a hint of amusement. Recognizing him from afar, the young man, Xia Ming, who had served as his attendant in childhood, was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. He quickly knelt on one knee, placing his fist upon the ground, and joyfully proclaimed, "Young master, you have returned. We welcome you home." "Very well. I wish to introduce my wife to my parents first. You need not concern yourselves with us." Xia Changming waved his hand dismissively, guiding Su Yueli past Xia Ming and his companions. "Wife, could it be that the rumors from the front lines are true? The young master has truly wed the Demon Empress?" Xia Ming pondered, gazing in astonishment at Su Yueli beside Xia Changming. At that moment, Su Yueli, wishing to remain inconspicuous, had concealed her ears and tail, appearing as an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being. "Truly, the young master is remarkable, achieving what few can," Xia Ming exclaimed, bowing respectfully to Su Yueli. As they walked ahead, a shadow of annoyance flickered across Su Yueli's face at the unexpected attention. Before long, the news of Xia Changming's return spread throughout the Xia family estate. Countless disciples of various sects flocked to witness the legendary Sword Immortal, the young master. Is this truly the young master? Indeed, who else possesses such extraordinary grace? They whispered. And who is the enchanting woman by his side? She must be the fabled Demon Empress. It is said that upon emerging from seclusion, the young master stormed the imperial palace of the demon clan and subdued the Demon Empress with a single stroke of his sword. She is destined to be our future young mistress. The incessant chatter around Su Yueli pierced her ears, rendering her countenance even more grim. These insignificant creatures. Once she deals with Xia Changming, they shall be next. Before she realized it, they had arrived at the entrance of the Xia family's main hall. Xia Changming halted his steps, turning to draw a smiley face on Su Yueli's visage with his fingers. "We are about to meet our parents, dear wife. You cannot wear such a stern expression. Come, smile for me." Seeing Su Yueli's smile, which resembled a grimace more than a grin, Xia Changming could not suppress a chuckle. Infuriated, Su Yueli swatted his hand away. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly regained the imposing demeanor befitting the Empress. Xia Changming pushed open the grand doors of the main hall, entering alongside Su Yueli. Inside the vast and majestic hall, a man and woman sat at the front. The man was tall and distinguished, exuding an aura of authority as he occupied the position of family head. He was none other than Xia Changming's father, Xia Changlan. The woman beside him radiated grace, her expression gentle as flowing water. It was clear that she was Xia Changming's mother, Chu Qingwan, the little princess of the Chu dynasty. Upon seeing Xia Changming, Chu Qingwan eagerly rose from her seat and approached him, tenderly caressing his cheek, her eyes brimming with warmth. "Ming'er, you have finally returned. Let me have a look at you. Oh dear, you've become so thin. You used to be so plump and fair." Xia Changming found himself questioning whether every mother, after a long separation from their children, inevitably believed they had grown thin. He had been consuming spirit fruits, drinking heavenly spring water, and bathing in the sacred waters of the celestial pond on the immortal mountain. How could he possibly have lost weight? Yet, witnessing Chu Qingwan's affectionate gaze, he could muster no retort, and all his thoughts coalesced into a simple statement. "Father, mother, I have returned." "Returning is what matters," Xia Changlan said, stepping beside Xia Changming with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze shifted to the proud and commanding figure of Su Yueli standing behind him. Although he had already surmised her identity, he still inquired, "Ming'er, who is this?" Chu Qingwan followed his gaze, her eyes reflecting curiosity upon seeing Su Yueli. Xia Changming smiled gently, pulling Su Yueli forward for a formal introduction. "Father, mother, This is the current Demon Empress, Xia. She is my wife and your future daughter-in-law. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, she is truly the Demon Empress. Xia Changming regarded Xia Changming with a mix of confusion and profound understanding. He had already heard the tales from the front lines. Little did he expect that upon Xia Changming's emergence from seclusion, his first act would not be to return home, but to traverse countless miles to the demon clan's imperial palace to wed the Demon Empress. Subsequently, a simple wedding ceremony was held in the border city of Tianzhou. In just a matter of days, he returned with the female emperor of the demon clan as his daughter-in-law. This was quite unexpected indeed. Truly, he is the son of Xia Changming. Chu Qingwan, without the same reservations as Xia Changming, happily approached Xia, taking her hand and inspecting her from head to toe. Splendid, splendid. With skin as delicate as jade and beauty that rivals celestial beings, you and my Minger are a match made in heaven. Here, this is the ancestral pendant of the Xia family, passed down through generations. Allow me to adorn you with it. As she spoke, Chu Qingwan removed the jade pendant hanging from her neck and placed it around Xia. Xia instinctively stepped back, wishing to refuse. She could discern that this pendant was extraordinary, imbued with the power to nurture and protect, concealing ancient formations capable of warding off mental assaults. It was undoubtedly a divine artifact. She had never considered acknowledging herself as a daughter-in-law of the Xia family, so how could she accept such a pendant? Yet, unable to resist Chu Qingwan's enthusiasm, the pendant was fastened against Xia chest. Turning to look at Xia Changming, she saw him smiling brightly, offering no words of protest, which led her to reluctantly acquiesce. My dear, you have yet to pay your respects to your father and mother, Xia Changming said with a grin. Xia shot him a fierce glare, finding it difficult to voice her thoughts. Wouldn't that imply she was acknowledging herself as a daughter-in-law of the Xia family? Just moments ago, she had accepted the pendant from Chu Qingwan, who was now eagerly awaiting her response. How infuriating. It felt as though she had been outmaneuvered by that fellow. Noticing Xue's prolonged silence, Xia Changming leaned closer, whispering, My lady, you wouldn't want any trouble for the demon clan, would you? Xue glared at him with a murderous look, yet he remained unfazed. With no other option, Xue resigned herself and bowed slightly to Xia Changming and Chu Qingwan, saying, Father, Mother, Yue pays her respects to you. Good, good. Come, come. Let me show you around the Xia residence, Chu Qingwan exclaimed joyfully, taking Xue's hand and leading her outside. Xue cast a desperate glance back at Xia Changming, who merely smiled and waved her off. Thus, she was escorted away by Chu Qingwan. Throughout this entire episode, Xia Changming observed keenly. It appeared that my son and the female emperor of the demon clan share a bond that is anything but ordinary. Chapter 7. The first of the Xia family? It is time for a change. After Xue and Chu Qingwan departed, the grand hall stood empty, with only Xia Changming and Xia Changming remaining. The father and son exchanged a knowing smile. In the next moment, Xia Changming suddenly struck out with a powerful palm, aimed directly at Xia Changming. Yet, Xia Changming stood resolute, meeting the attack with his own hand. The two palms collided, unleashing a surge of profound spiritual energy that reverberated throughout the entire hall. Xia Changming was momentarily swept back, sliding several dozen meters before regaining his footing. In contrast, Xia Changming remained steadfast, his right hand nonchalantly resting behind him, his form unwavering. What a remarkable young man. After spending a decade in seclusion under the tutelage of that Sword Immortal, your prowess has reached such heights. A look of astonishment crossed Xia Changming's face, which soon morphed into uncontainable joy, his laughter echoing throughout the hall. It was astonishing to think that 10 years ago, Xia Changming was merely at the extraordinary realm. Now, in just a decade, he had ascended to rival his own celestial realm. In the grand scheme of the world, such talent was indeed rare and exceptional. Compared to the so-called prodigies from the prominent families, Xia Changming shone like the radiant moon against the backdrop of twinkling stars. Truly, the heavens have favored the Xia family of Chongqing. Xia Changming smiled, but refrained from disclosing his own realm. Instead, he congratulated his father, saying, Congratulations, father. Have you stepped into the celestial realm? Through their recent encounter, Xia Changming had sensed that his father's spiritual energy far surpassed his previous levels. Ha ha, I knew you wouldn't be fooled, Xia Changming declared, hands on his hips, his face lifted in pride. In my youth, I was among the few exceptional talents of the Tianzhou Dynasty. This celestial realm poses no challenge for me. Xia Changming remained silent, watching his father bask in his own glory. Everyone in the Xia family knew that he had been preparing to break through to the celestial realm for several years now, expending vast amounts of rare spiritual herbs in the process. One must still give some face to the old man. As Xia Changling's laughter gradually subsided, Xia Changming retrieved a resplendent Tai Ling golden pill from his spiritual ring. This is... Xia Changling's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized the precious item, the glowing aura of the golden pill almost causing his eyes to pop out. Father, during my seclusion on the Immortal Mountain, I crafted several Tai Ling golden pills as reserves, and I have a few left that you can make use of. Xia Changming offered, extending the golden pill to Xia Changlin. He had always been unreserved with his family. These Tai Ling golden pills held little value for him at his current level of cultivation. Absolutely not. Such a precious item should be kept for your own use. Xia Changlin adamantly refused, yet his actions belied his words, making it hard for Xia Changming to believe he was sincere. Xia Changlin firmly grasped his son's hand, attempting to push the pill back into his embrace. My dear child, I have said I do not need it, yet you insist on giving it to me. Very well, I shall temporarily keep it for you. Once the golden pill was nestled in his bosom, Xia Changlin hastily held it close, a look of mock reproach on his face. Xia Changming found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond to his father. Come now, sit. Join me for some tea tomorrow. Xia Changlin beckoned Xia Changming to take a seat. Upon learning that Xia Changming had ascended to the realm of heavenly sovereign and had obtained the legendary 8-piece Tai Ling golden pill, he could hardly contain his joy, a radiant smile perpetually illuminating his face. By the way, father, during my absence, nothing untoward has transpired at home, has it? After settling down, Xia Changming casually inquired while gently sipping the tea before him. Xia Changlin, aware of the underlying concern in Xia Changming's question, set down his teacup and, with a stern expression, disdainfully remarked, "Those old geezers have been increasingly restless of late. Just a few days ago, they convened a family meeting, plotting to unseat me from the position of head of the Xia family." Huh? Oh, is that so? Xia Changming narrowed his eyes, feigning indifference. The old geezers Xia Changlin referred to were none other than the 6 elders of the Xia family, the most powerful figures aside from the family head. The position of family head had been held by Xia Changming's lineage for nearly a century, inciting discontent among the other 6 elders. Under the leadership of the Grand Elder Xia Haiyuan, the elders had been exerting pressure on Xia Changlin at every opportunity, their ambitions for the headship glaringly evident. Xia Changming had been aware of this before leaving the Xia family, but he hadn't anticipated their impatience would manifest so swiftly. Xia Changlin poured tea into his cup, speaking in a calm tone. In 3 days, the family will hold a grand competition for the entire clan. The younger generation will participate, and the victor shall gain entry to the Xia family's trial grounds, obtaining the family legacy and succeeding the next family head. According to customary family protocols, a grand competition could only be initiated if the current family head violated clan rules or met with an untimely demise. The abrupt announcement of such a competition was clearly a violation of these rules. Xia Changming understood that this was undoubtedly instigated by Grand Elder Xia Haiyuan, who had rallied the other elders to push for an internal vote. If a majority of the 7, including the current family head, agreed, they could forcibly initiate the grand competition. The winner would then challenge the current family head and, upon victory, could take their place, entering the trial grounds to obtain the family legacy and become the new head of the Xia family. This demonstrated the power held by the elders. Originally intended to ensure fairness in overseeing the family head's authority, it had now transformed into a means of usurpation. However, it was regrettable for Xia Haiyuan that his ambitions, nurtured over decades, would ultimately dissolve into nothingness, because Xia Changming had returned. A grand competition. How fortuitous that my arrival coincides with this event. Xia Changming exclaimed with a confident smile. He radiated an air of self-assurance, believing that he could easily outmatch not only the younger generation but even the elders themselves. Xia Changlin held great faith in Xia Changming's abilities. His own expectations had been significantly exceeded during this trial to gauge Xia Changming's progress over a decade of seclusion. Within the Tianzhou Dynasty, aside from a few ancient immortals who have long secluded themselves, there are no others of the Tianzhuan realm. Even if the Tianzhou Dynasty were to fall, it is unlikely that these ancient beings would emerge. One could assert that Xia Changming is the foremost figure in the present Tianzhou Dynasty, being the youngest Tianzhuan realm powerhouse in history. However, shortly thereafter, Xia Changming seemed to recall a matter that caused him some concern. He furrowed his brow slightly and cautioned Xia Changming, "My son, during the upcoming clan competition, there is one individual you may need to pay particular attention to." Who might that be? "The only son of Xia Haoyuan, Xia Haoyan," Xia Changming stated earnestly. "Not long after you departed from the Xia family, he inexplicably acquired the secret techniques of a mysterious figure. Over the past decade, his strength has surged remarkably. Before your return, he had already ascended to the position of the foremost youth of the Xia family, hailed as a rare prodigy of the century." The foremost youth of the Xia family, a prodigy. Xia Changming's interest was piqued. It seems the time has come for a change in this position. Setting down the teacup in his hand, Xia Changming rose and strode directly towards the hall's entrance. Where are you headed, my son?" Xia Changming inquired, puzzled. Turning back, Xia Changming replied with a faint smile, "I am going to witness this prodigious talent, a rarity in 100 years. Chapter 8. Do you dare challenge me? The vast arena of the Xia family is laid out in a square formation, with stone-tiered seats above for spectators. And at its center lies a grand square stage crafted from white jade that nearly occupies the entirety of the arena. Flanking the stage are two imposing stone statues of sword-wielding guardians. It is here that the clan competition will take place in 3 days' time. At this moment, the arena is filled with Xia family disciples diligently honing their skills and engaging in friendly sparring. Naturally, there are also many onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle. On the stage, a figure is sent hurtling from the edge, crashing heavily onto the ground. "You dare challenge me?" A haughty youth, his face revealing disdain, saunters to the edge of the stage, looking down mockingly at the man he has just defeated. Impressive. In just a few exchanges, he has bested Xia Ming, who is at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. Xia Haoyan must surely be a peak transcendent. The crowd murmurs in awe, especially with the clan competition approaching. Xia Haoyan is the most favored contender, with prospects of becoming the next patriarch. Xia Ming, nursing his chest, glares at Xia Haoyan with a mix of frustration and disbelief. He had overheard Xia Haoyan's disdainful remarks directed at Xia Changming and Su Yueli while passing the arena, which provoked him to leap onto the stage for a confrontation. Unfortunately, he was outmatched and quickly fell to defeat. At that moment, Chu Qingwan arrived with Su Yueli at the arena. As they entered, the graceful figures of the two women instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. One exuded an icy demeanor, while the other radiated warmth. Their contrasting qualities made them appear as though they were sisters, shining brightly together. "Yueli, this is where the talented youth of my Xia family practice and spar," Chu Qingwan gently explained, her voice soft as she shared insights about various locations within the Xia family. Su Yueli, seizing the rare opportunity to delve deeper into the affairs of the human realm, listened intently to her every word. As they ventured further into the arena, they were met with respectful greetings. "Greetings, Madam Chu, young madam." Xia Ming, having risen to his feet, quickly bowed along with a group of disciples. Meanwhile, a faction led by Xia Haoyuan gravitated towards Xia Haoyan, neglecting to pay their respects to Chu Qingwan and Su Yueli. Upon spotting Su Yueli, Xia Haoyan's eyes flickered with a moment of astonishment, but he swiftly composed himself, his expression turning cold. "You must be the legendary empress of the demon clan, the wife of Xia Changming," he remarked, sarcasm lacing his tone. "It is said that the demon empress is ruthless and decisive in battle, leading hundreds of thousands of demon troops to invade our Tianzhou, yet now she willingly seeks to marry into our human clan. How utterly ridiculous!" With Xia Haoyan's mockery, many Xia family disciples around them glared at Su Yueli with expressions of contempt and derision. Since ancient times, the two clans of humans and demons have been at odds, and the sudden emergence of the female emperor of the demon race has evoked hostility and animosity from the majority. "Xia Haoyan, do not act disrespectfully," admonished Chu Qingwan, her voice carrying an air of authority. Rarely ruffled, even she could not mask the displeasure etched upon her face. Su Yueli, with her cold demeanor, was already contemplating how to deal with the insignificant creature before her. Unable to contend with Xia Changming, could she not crush an ant? Just as she stepped forward, preparing to strike at Xia Haoyan, a gentle breeze swept past her, and a hand rested upon her shoulder, accompanied by a voice that was both familiar and irksome. "My dear, do not be angry. Allow your husband to handle this." Xia Changming appeared with an air of elegance, his hands clasped behind his back, resembling a distinguished gentleman of unmatched grace. "Young master," exclaimed Xia Ming and others with joy. In this moment, only Xia Changming, having returned from seclusion, could rival Xia Haoyan. "You have sustained internal injuries. Take some medicine and recuperate." Xia Changming casually tossed a few healing pills into Xia Ming's hands before gracefully advancing towards Xia Haoyan. "Oh, at the pinnacle of the transcendental realm. It seems you have fared well in my absence." Xia Haoyan glared fiercely at Xia Changming. The two were of similar age, and since childhood, Xia Haoyan had regarded Xia Changming as his goal, having engaged in countless contests, all of which he had lost. The chasm between them was insurmountable. But now, the circumstances had changed. Xia Haoyan yearned for an immediate confrontation with Xia Changming. Yet his father had instructed him to wait until the clan competition to challenge him. As Xia Haoyan hesitated, a youth bearing a massive sword stepped forward. "Xia Changming, young master, with you alone, there is no need for Haoyan to intervene. I shall exchange a few blows with you. I wish to witness the prowess of the legendary Sword Immortal's legacy." The youth unsheathed the colossal sword from his back, driving it into the ground with a resounding crash that shattered the earth beneath. "It is Xia Yin, the direct disciple of the Sixth Elder. Rumor has it he has broken through to the transcendental realm after years of seclusion. This should be quite the spectacle." Recognizing the youth's identity, the crowd began to murmur in excitement. Xia Changming did not even spare him a glance and calmly replied, "You think you are worthy to challenge me? Arrogant." Xia Yin roared, swinging the massive sword towards Xia Changming. The sword sliced through the air, creating a tempest. Many were pushed back several steps by the force of the wind. Yet, Xia Changming remained unyielding, effortlessly grasping the descending sword with one hand, as if it were a mere gesture. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Xia Yan's colossal strike had been so easily caught by Xia Changming, with no effort at all. The most astonished of all was Xia Yan himself. The sword in his hand possessed immense weight, and combined with the full force of his transcendental energy, it had been thwarted with such ease. Moreover, Xia Changming remained unscathed. How could this be possible? Among the crowd, only Su Yueli displayed a remarkable calmness, showing no surprise at the outcome. After all, she had been defeated by Xia Changming in 3 moves, even in her celestial master realm. What could be expected from an insignificant creature that had merely stepped into the extraordinary realm? It was nothing short of overestimating one's capabilities. Xia Changming did not afford Xia Yan much time for astonishment. With a single hand, he seized the colossal sword, and in an instant, Xia Yan was propelled towards him. Just as Xia Yan gathered his wits and attempted to escape, it was already too late. Xia Changming struck his chest with a palm. Bang! Xia Yan flew out like a cannonball, embedding himself deep into a wall several hundred meters behind, rendered utterly motionless. With just a single strike, the onlookers could not help but gasp in astonishment. Xia Changming, wielding the massive sword with one hand, disdainfully hurled it towards Xia Haoyan, who stood nearby. The sword transformed into a shooting star, hurtling towards Xia Haoyan's face. Regaining his senses, Xia Haoyan hastily turned his head to evade. The blade sliced past him, leaving a shallow yet distinct scar upon his face, blood trickling down his cheek. Xia Changming. As Xia Haoyan touched the blood on his face, an overwhelming fury surged within him. For the first time in 10 years, someone had dared to publicly humiliate him in such a manner. As he unleashed his spiritual power, ready to draw his sword and confront Xia Changming, an aged voice resonated from the heavens. "Stop!" An elderly man with white hair and a grim expression appeared above the arena. "Greetings, great elder." The disciples bowed respectfully to the elder. It was none other than the grand elder of the Xia family, Xia Haoyan. Chapter 9. Granting him 2 resounding slaps, Xia Haoyan gently descended from midair to the ground, casting a reproachful glare at Xia Haoyan before approaching Xia Changming. His gaze was piercing as he accused, "Xia Changming, not only have you brought members of the demon clan into the Xia family, but you have also harmed your own kin. Xia Yan merely sought to engage in a friendly spar with you, yet you have rendered him utterly incapable of martial practice with a single strike. What are your true intentions?" Unfazed by Xia Haoyan's accusations, Xia Changming held his head high, maintaining an air of calmness as he replied, "Elder, Su Yuli is my wife, the young mistress of the Xia family. I trust you will be mindful of that. As for Xia Yan, you yourself acknowledged that we were merely sparring. In such exchanges, injuries are inevitable, are they not? You. Such eloquence. I shall certainly unite with the other elders to hold you accountable for your heinous actions against our kin today. Xia Haoyuan's finger trembled with indignation as he pointed at Xia Changming, his expression filled with fury. However, he had no intention of further disputing the matter with him. Turning his back, he called to Xia Haoyan, "Haoyan, let us depart." Xia Haoyan stood rooted to the spot, his fists clenched tightly. A look of discontent etched on his face. To have his own comrade incapacitated by Xia Changming's blow, only to be forced to leave like a defeated dog before the eyes of all, would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule. "Father," Xia Haoyan protested reluctantly. In response, he received Xia Haoyuan's fierce and unyielding gaze. "Silence. Are you not embarrassed enough already?" Realizing he could not challenge Xia Changming today, Xia Haoyan shot him a venomous glare. Leaving a menacing remark, "Xia Changming, I shall spare you for now. We shall see each other again at the clan competition in 3 days." With that, Xia Haoyan turned to leave alongside Xia Haoyuan, but Xia Changming's voice rang out behind them. "Stop!" Both Xia Haoyuan and Xia Haoyan halted in their tracks. Turning back to glare at Xia Changming, Xia Changming approached Xia Haoyan, his gaze sharp as arrows, and coldly stated, "You may have spared me, but I have not said I would spare you. What do you intend to do?" For reasons unknown, Xia Haoyan felt a chilling pressure emanating from Xia Changming's piercing gaze, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. This left him feeling utterly humiliated. He had been intimidated by Xia Changming. Without answering Xia Haoyan, Xia Changming's subsequent action stunned everyone present. A resounding slap echoed throughout the arena as Xia Changming struck Xia Haoyan across the face. "Wait, did I just get slapped?" Xia Haoyan turned his head, clutching his reddened and bruised cheek, disbelief written all over his face. Xia Changming's slap had left him momentarily dazed. The spectators were equally astonished that Xia Changming would dare to deliver such a bold blow to Xia Haoyan. Even Xia Haoyuan, standing closest to him, was taken aback. Xia Changming actually dared to strike his most treasured son right before his eyes. "This slap serves as retribution for your disrespect towards my mother, the matriarch of our clan." Xia Changming spoke coldly with an air of arrogance. Xia Haoyan, regaining his composure, roared furiously at Xia Changming. "Xia Changming, slap!" Xia Changming retaliated with another resounding slap to the other side of Xia Haoyan's face. "This blow was a response to your insult towards my wife, the young matriarch of our clan." After 2 slaps, Xia Haoyan's face swelled grotesquely, resembling a pig's head, marred by bruises. "I will kill you." Xia Haoyan, having never endured such humiliation, shouted maniacally at Xia Changming, his spirit power surging forth, exuding an aura of life and death. Yet, he was ultimately intercepted by Xia Haoyuan, who stood before him with an outstretched arm. Good. I, Xia Haoyuan, will remember these 2 slaps." Xia Haoyuan glared at Xia Changming, his rage turning to a twisted smile. Those slaps, though seemingly directed at Xia Haoyan, were in fact dealt squarely to him. To strike Xia Haoyan was merely a warning to them. What an audacious young master of the Xia family. Upon his return, he dared to act so recklessly, disregarding them entirely. After winning the position of clan leader in the upcoming competition 3 days hence, he would return his vengeance 1,000-fold. Xia Haoyuan thought, seizing Xia Haoyan by the collar and vanishing from the arena. Xia Changming watched their departure with a hint of surprise. They managed to endure? He had anticipated that Xia Haoyan would surely retaliate, thus sparing them the wait until the clan competition 3 days later. Unexpectedly, they chose to bide their time. It seemed those 2 slaps were indeed too gentle. Had he known, he would have concocted another excuse to strike once more. Xia Changming felt regretful. However, he was relieved that his objective had been achieved. He had established his authority and delivered a subtle warning to those old geezers and the other restless members of the Xia clan. As for Xia Haoyan, merely a foolish clown. From the beginning, Xia Changming had never regarded him as a rival. His strength was even inferior to that of the nameless little demon he had slain in the Demon Emperor's palace. "Mother." Returning to Chu Qingwan's side, Xia Changming greeted her. He had initially come merely to witness the so-called prodigy of the Xia family, but unexpectedly found Chu Qingwan and Su Yueli present as well. Chu Qingwan smiled gently and shook her head. Although she felt that Xia Changming's provocation of Xia Haoyuan and others upon his return was unwise, she refrained from saying much. She was more pleased than anything else that Xia Changming possessed such spirit. At this moment, Su Yueli stood nearby, casting a sidelong glance at Xia Changming. Her eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Xia Changming mistakenly thought he had neglected her. He swiftly appeared before her, taking her hands in his, and softly said, "My dear, I apologize for startling you. Humph, spare me your feigned concern. I alone could easily crush that insignificant ant. Why do you insist on exhausting yourself over something that could be resolved in an instant?" Su Yuli expressed her dissatisfaction. It was evident that no sword need be unsheathed. A mere flick of a finger would suffice, yet he deliberately squandered energy to humiliate his opponent. In response to Su Yuli's bewilderment, Xia Changming merely chuckled and leaned closer to her cheek, whispering, "Slapping faces can be quite enjoyable, my dear. You wouldn't understand." He had long yearned to experience the thrill of publicly discrediting someone, as depicted in novels. To his surprise, the sensation was indeed quite exhilarating. Su Yuli cast a cold sidelong glance. That detestable man. For the sake of the demon clan's ambitions and safety, she must devise a means to extricate herself from his control as swiftly as possible. She turned and walked away, her mind quietly formulating a new assassination plan. "Where are you going, my dear? I happen to have some free time to accompany you." "Absolutely not. Keep your distance from me." Xia Changming closely followed her, and their playful banter did not escape the notice of Chu Qingwan, who stifled a laugh at the sight of the two youngsters engaging in their flirtatious antics. In the Xia residence, within a certain mansion, "Dad, why do you hinder me?" Xia Haotian roared, his face swollen with indignation. He felt a deep sense of humiliation as he departed. Had it not been for Xia Haoyuan's intervention, he would have sought to settle matters with Xia Changming in a life-or-death confrontation. Humph, even if you were to defeat him on the spot, what difference would it make? Do not forget that our goal is the position of the head of the Xia family. You must slay that young man before the entire clan in 3 days and seize the title. That is of utmost urgency. Xia Haoyuan admonished Xia Haotian, his expression filled with disappointment. He had waited decades for this moment, placing all his hopes on Xia Haotian. He could not allow a momentary impulse to ruin everything. Remember, the secret technique you practice is exceptionally unique. It must not be revealed prematurely. Xia Haoyuan earnestly reiterated. Xia Haotian, understanding the importance of the larger picture, reluctantly responded, "Yes." A glimmer of determination flashed in Xia Haoyuan's eyes as he patted Xia Haotian's shoulder, offering reassurance, "Fear not. Their family will not rejoice for long." Chapter 10. Su Yueli's Night Raid. Losing both a lady and soldiers, the night was adorned with twinkling stars and a luminous full moon. Beneath Changming Peak lay a secluded and tranquil residence. Within the chamber, Su Yueli sat gracefully before her vanity, shedding her garments. Her delicate fingers removed the hairpin from her head, allowing her silken tresses to cascade down like a waterfall, exuding an enchanting elegance beneath the imposing demeanor of the Empress. Xia Changming reclined on the bed, propping his chin upon one hand, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Su Yueli's gentle silhouette. Su Yueli could undoubtedly perceive his unabashed scrutiny and cast him a sidelong glance, expressing her disapproval. "My lady, the hour grows late. It is time to retire," Xia Changming said with a smile, gesturing to the empty space beside him on the bed. Su Yueli furrowed her brow, extinguished the candlelight, and gracefully approached the bed, lying down beside him. "If you dare to move again, I will not spare you," she warned in a soft yet firm tone amidst the darkness. This time, she chose to sleep facing Xia Changming. "My lady, you misunderstand. Am I truly such a person?" "The last time was merely an accident," Xia Changming protested, feeling unjustly accused. However, his playful tone rendered his defense difficult to believe. Su Yueli snorted disdainfully, choosing not to engage in further debate, and closed her beautiful eyes in slumber. Whether to argue or not was irrelevant. She was about to make Xia Changming pay for his recent transgressions against her. Seeing Su Yueli succumb to sleep, Xia Changming ceased his chatter, covering them both with blankets before closing his eyes as well. The pitch-black room was enveloped in profound silence, with a faint sliver of moonlight slipping through the window. After an unknown duration, Su Yueli, seemingly asleep, suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze fixed intently on Xia Changming, who lay just an inch away. Noticing his steady breathing, indicating he was in deep slumber, a smile graced her delicate features. Excellent. He has fallen asleep. Su Yueli slowly extended her hand towards the pillow beneath her head. Her movements deliberate and subtle, fearful of awakening Xia Changming. With her eyes still locked on him, she gradually retrieved a serrated dagger from beneath the pillow. The silver blade, adorned with intricate demonic patterns, glinted menacingly in the moonlight, radiating a chilling brilliance. This dagger, named Tyr, was capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud and could sever spiritual energy, rendering all protective enchantments useless. It was one of her few high-quality artifacts. Long before Xia Changming returned to the room, she had discreetly concealed the dagger beneath her pillow, intending to strike when he was wholly unguarded in his slumber. As she fully extracted the dagger, a smile flickered across Su Yueli's face. But in the next moment, she heard Xia Changming's voice calling her name. "My lady." Su Yueli's smile froze instantly, her body stiffening as cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Had she been discovered? Gripping the dagger tightly, she cautiously shifted her gaze to Xia Changming. To her relief, he remained with his eyes closed, a faint smile still playing on his lips. Hadn't he awakened? Was he merely speaking in his dreams? Su Yueli gazed intently at Xia Changming, repeatedly confirming that he seemed truly unaware. A sigh of relief escaped her, yet she could not refrain from cursing him silently. How dare he frighten me? Prepare to meet your doom. Su Yueli brandished her dagger, her eyes revealing a hint of murderous intent. However, before she could strike, she was unexpectedly yanked forward by a sudden force, landing in Xia Changming's embrace. What? Su Yueli gasped in astonishment. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Xia Changming who had wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her in. He still had not opened his eyes, a foolish grin adorning his face, one arm encircling her waist while the other rested upon her soft curves, murmuring, "Hee, my dear. So fragrant and soft." Su Yueli. A dark line appeared on her face. This infuriating human, even in slumber. He could not behave. Enraged, Su Yueli felt his hands squeeze her waist. Unable to endure any longer, she decisively thrust her dagger towards Xia Changming's neck. To her astonishment, what seemed a certain strike missed entirely. Xia Changming had merely turned his head, causing the dagger to plunge harmlessly into the cushion beneath, leaving only the hilt exposed. How could this be? The sleeping Xia Changming had fortuitously evaded her lethal blow? Su Yueli was perplexed. She refused to believe such coincidence was possible. Indeed, Xia Changming leisurely opened his eyes, a playful glint in his gaze as he feigned confusion, asking, "My dear, what are you up to?" In truth, Xia Changming had sensed her reaching for the cushion long before, pretending to be asleep to ascertain her intentions. To his surprise, she had hidden a dagger beneath the pillow. Attempting a night raid, Su Yueli gritted her teeth, her face flushed with indignation as she realized she had been outmaneuvered once more. He feigned slumber to deceive her while his hands roamed inappropriately, and he showed no intention of releasing her. Infuriated, Su Yueli smiled coldly. "What am I doing? Why, I am here to assassinate you." With that, she drew her dagger once more, preparing to launch another attack against Xia Changming. Since her stealthy approach had been uncovered, she would no longer pretend. She would confront him directly. However, how could Su Yueli, who had previously been bested in 3 direct encounters, possibly stand against Xia Changming? In mere moments, he had subdued her, pinning her hands down upon the bed, rendering her immobile. Leaning closer to her cheek, Xia Changming softly remarked, "My dear, this is your second assassination attempt against me. You may try as many times as you wish. I shall endure them all. But remember, from this point forward, for every assassination attempt you make, should I catch you, I shall punish you accordingly." With that, he released Su Yueli and casually confiscated her dagger. "This weapon is far too perilous. I shall take it away." Failing in her assassination, Su Yueli found herself at a disadvantage, having even surrendered a formidable tool in the process. Su Yueli was consumed by a profound anger. The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became. After Xia Changming released her, she rose from the bed, her spiritual energy rippling. Fox ears sprouted atop her head, and several tails unfurled behind her, swaying gracefully. It appeared that she was not inclined to concede. It seemed that her husband needed to impart a lesson regarding the Xia family rules. Xia Changming smiled and beckoned her over. Fueled by rage, Su Yueli decisively lunged at him. In an instant, the two were entangled in a fierce struggle upon the bed, causing the sturdy spiritual wood bed to tremble violently until it splintered into fragments. The room was filled solely with the sounds of their scuffle. The following morning, at the dining table, Chu Xingwan, Xia Changming, Xia Changming, and Su Yueli sat together. Su Yueli, appearing fatigued, glared fiercely at Xia Changming while discreetly nursing her aching backside. Chu Xingwan, noticing Su Yueli's intense focus on her son, felt quite pleased and kept serving her dishes. Come, Yueli, sample your mother's cooking. If anything is to your disliking, do not hesitate to let me know. Thank you, mother. I'm not particularly hungry today, I apologize. Su Yueli replied awkwardly before standing and departing from the table, casting one last glare at Xia Changming. Unfazed, he responded with a radiant smile, which only further fueled her irritation as she strode away. What has happened to Yueli? Chu Xingwan inquired, puzzled. Xia Changming merely smiled lightly. It's nothing, mother. I will attend to it later. As if recalling something, he turned to Xia Changlin and said, by the way, father, my bed has been damaged. Could you please arrange for a sturdier one next time? Upon hearing this, both Xia Changlin and Chu Xingwan froze, their chopsticks suspended in midair. Expressions of astonishment etched on their faces. What is it? Xia Changming asked, puzzled. Xia Changlin and Chu Xingwan exchanged glances, shook their heads, and resumed eating. It seemed they understood why Su Yueli had left in discomfort. After a moment, Xia Changlin could not contain himself any longer and remarked, my son, you are still young. Such matters require moderation. Furthermore, treat your wife with care. Do not be overly forceful. Xia Changming responded, huh? Chapter 11. The flatulence in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed, and the clan assembly was convened. Members from both the collateral and direct lines of descent gathered at the ancestral grounds of the Xia family, including many who had been training abroad. The Xia family estate was bustling with extraordinary talents, a lively spectacle to behold. The arena, designated for the competition, was filled to capacity, resounding with voices of excitement. After several centuries, the clan grand competition had not been held, and its significance, concerning the position of the next family head, was of utmost importance, leading to fervent discussions among the attendees. Who do you believe will emerge victorious in this clan competition? One disciple confidently proclaimed, it should be Xia Haoyan, the eldest elder's son. I have heard he possesses a mysterious technique, and he has already reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. This assertion sparked a wave of astonishment among the crowd. Is it possible? In just a decade, he has risen from the innate realm to the peak of the extraordinary realm. Such talent is indeed terrifying. Upon hearing this, another disciple furrowed his brow and retorted dismissively, Humph, are you not aware that Xia Changming, the young master, has returned? It is said that just a few days ago, he incapacitated the extraordinary Xia Yan with a single blow. Furthermore, he publicly slapped Xia Haoyan twice in the arena, and Xia Haoyan left in disgrace without even putting up a fight. Is it true? Could it be that during his 10 years of seclusion, the young master has attained the celestial realm? Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one has ever achieved such a feat in merely 10 years. Advancing from the master realm to the celestial realm. The crowd gasped in disbelief, voicing their skepticism. They were somewhat familiar with Xia Changming's exploits since his return. One man had repelled an army of over 100,000 demon creatures single-handedly, stormed the Demon Emperor's palace, and captured the Demon Empress with a single sword strike, effortlessly resolving the conflict between humans and demons. Yet, such tales were mere rumors, inevitably embellished. The demon realm was home to countless powerful beings, and the Demon Empress was reputed to possess extraordinary strength. How could she be so easily defeated and captured, willingly marrying into the human clan? In contrast to the rumors of Xia Changming capturing the Demon Empress, many preferred to believe that the Demon Empress had chosen him, willingly returning to his family as a bride. Just as the crowd engaged in fervent debate, the focal point of their discussion, Xia Changming, appeared on the expansive platform alongside Su Yueli. His ethereal presence and handsome features conveyed a hint of nonchalance and leisure, as if he had come merely to witness a performance. However, Su Yuli's entrance commanded even greater attention. As she emerged, the boisterous arena fell into a hushed reverence. Was she truly the infamous and bloodthirsty Demon Empress? Her regal aura was unparalleled, exuding an icy elegance. Yet, she appeared far less terrifying than the rumors suggested. As the onlookers beheld the strikingly beautiful and aloof Su Yueli on the platform, they could not help but marvel. Simultaneously, they felt a profound admiration for Xia Changming. Regardless of the veracity of the rumors, The undeniable reality stood before them, compelling them to acknowledge it. Xia Changming has truly captured the Demon Empress, bringing her back to the Xia family. At the center of the high platform sat Xia Changlin and Chu Qingwan, who had arrived earlier. Upon the arrival of Su Yueli, Chu Qingwan joyfully pulled her to sit beside her. Xia Changming took his place on the other side of Su Yueli, affectionately holding her hand. This scene astonished the onlookers. The fierce Demon Empress appeared so docile beside Xia Changming. Su Yueli felt a surge of hatred within her, yet she found herself utterly powerless against Xia Changming. Over the past 3 days, she had attempted numerous assassination methods, all of which had failed, resulting in her receiving punishment from the family. Until she devised a new assassination plan, she had no choice but to temporarily submit to Xia Changming's will. At that moment, 6 elders descended from the sky and took their seats on the high platform. Xia Changming lounged in his chair, immediately sensing a wave of deep hostility directed at him. Xia Haoyuan cast a cold glance at Xia Changming before turning away to sit, while Xia Haoyan beside him glared fiercely at him. Among the 6 elders, a robust old man with a face full of resentment was fixated on Xia Changming. This was the 6th elder, Xia Jun, who was also Xia Yan's master. Xia Changming understood all too well why Xia Jun regarded him with such bitterness. Xia Yan was the only disciple Xia Jun had painstakingly nurtured, and after Xia Changming had incapacitated her, it was only natural for him to harbor intense animosity. However, Xia Changming remained unfazed, playfully dangling a string of crystalline grapes before Su Yueli. "Come, my dear," he said. Su Yueli cast him a cold glance, choosing to ignore him. Unperturbed by her indifference, Xia Changming continued with a feigned look of regret. "You don't want any? These are special spirit fruits I picked from the fairy mountain, each one infused with the essence of the sun and moon, nourishing both body and spirit." Su Yueli remained silent for a moment, but ultimately leaned forward, parting her lips to taste the shimmering grapes he offered. It was a rare delicacy, and she thought it foolish not to indulge, especially since it belonged to this detestable man. Having stolen her treasured artifact, she felt justified in reclaiming some of her losses. If she could consume enough of his precious resources, it would effectively weaken his power. It was not that she willingly accepted Xia Changming's feeding. Coughing awkwardly, Xia Changlin, seated nearby, cleared his throat, offering a subtle reminder of their surroundings. This boy seemed oblivious to the current setting, publicly displaying affection in front of thousands of clan members, which was rather excessive. He didn't consider the impact it might have on those disciples who had been single for so long. Most importantly, he acted as if nothing was amiss in front of Xia Haoyuan and Xia Jun, despite having recently humiliated Xia Haoyan and incapacitated Xia Yan. This situation had nearly driven him mad in recent days. "You, young man, seem to indulge in daily frivolities with your wife." Below, Xia Jun, witnessing Xia Changming's disdain, felt his forehead pulsate with anger, wishing to confront him for an explanation, yet he was restrained by Xia Haoyuan. Coldly gazing at the Xia Changming family, Xia Haoyuan slowly rose and addressed the entire arena. Silence. His deep, resonant voice reverberated throughout the venue, instantly rendering it silent, as if a pin could be heard falling. This clan competition was conducted based on a vote from the family elder council, with the responsibility of presiding naturally falling to the esteemed elder, Xia Haoyuan. He then spoke to those present. "Esteemed guests, the current clan leader, Xia Changlin, has acted with autocracy, repeatedly disregarding the opinions of the elder council, and has even sheltered his son, Xia Changming, in his reckless behavior, allowing him to harm his own kin. Therefore, the elder council has resolved to question Xia Changling's position as the head of the Xia family. And we hereby commence the clan competition to select the next outstanding leader of the Changxing Xia family." The arena was enveloped in profound silence, as all ears were attuned to Xia Haoyuan's declaration. Those present were fully aware of the underlying truth. During Xia Changling's tenure as clan leader, he had worked tirelessly, handling matters both large and small personally, resulting in a period of relative peace within the family, with significantly reduced strife between the direct and collateral branches. This clan competition was merely a guise for Xia Haoyuan's ambition to usurp the position of clan leader for Xia Haoyan. Everyone knew this, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. The Six Elder Alliance, led by Xia Haoyuan, commanded the support of at least 70% of the family's youth, surpassing Xia Changling's faction and influence. No one wished to incur Xia Haoyuan's wrath. Observing the silence, Xia Haoyuan savored his moment, preparing to announce the commencement of the clan competition, when he was abruptly interrupted by a shout. "You speak nonsense." Chapter 12. All of you together. Who dares to interrupt Xia Haoyuan? The crowd gasped, turning in the direction of the voice, only to find that it was none other than Xia Changming, seated comfortably in his chair. Ah, it is Xia Changming. Then there is nothing to worry about. In this moment, he stands as the sole individual audacious enough to confront Xia Haoyuan directly. Xia Haoyuan's expression darkened as he turned to Xia Changming with a cold, questioning tone. "What is it? Does young Master Xia harbor objections regarding the Elder Council's decisions?" "Indeed," Xia Changming replied, rising from his seat and gracefully descending the steps to halt before the 6 esteemed elders. He continued, his voice steady. "The actions of my father over the years are evident to all within our clan. A clear conscience needs no accusation from an old fool like you." At this proclamation, many in attendance lowered their heads in shame, yet none dared to speak. Before Xia Haoyuan could respond, Xia Jun, unable to contain himself, stood up and chastised. "Xia Changming, not only have you harmed your kin, but now you dare to speak disrespectfully to the elders. Do you not know your crimes?" "Know my crimes? What crimes have I committed?" Xia Changming retorted, his gaze fierce as he directed it towards Xia Jun. "It was Xia Yin who struck first against me, intending to do me harm. In my moment of fright and fear, I had no choice but to retaliate in self-defense, inadvertently injuring him. What, then, is the crime of Xia Yin, who assaulted me, the young master, in broad daylight?" Elder 6. Xia Changming's argument rendered Xia Jun speechless, his finger trembling as he pointed an accusation. You. If Xia Changming's words were to be taken at face value, then attacking the young master would indeed constitute treason against the clan. Not only would Xia Yin be stripped of his status, but Xia Jun, as Elder 6, would also face consequences for his failure to instruct properly, leading to his removal from the council. Meanwhile, Su Yueli quietly observed Xia Changming's performance while nibbling on crystal grapes. One must admit, this fellow has become increasingly brazen. Seeing Xia Changming's eloquence, Xia Haoyuan chose to forego a battle of wits and declared with a hint of triumph, "Humph. The matter of Xia Yin shall be discussed later. For now, the clan competition has commenced, and there is no room for debate. Our immediate priority is to select the next head of the Xia family. All other matters can wait until the competition concludes and the new head has assumed their position. If you wish to abstain, you are free to withdraw." With this, Xia Haoyuan narrowed his eyes at Xia Changming. He had meticulously prepared for this clan competition for decades. The majority of participants had been arranged by him, supplemented by those coerced through threats and inducements. Almost all were his puppets. The competition structure had also been manipulated, ensuring that Xia Changming faced only formidable opponents, while Xia Haoyuan would effortlessly glide into the finals. What chance did Xia Changming have against him? In response to Xia Haoyuan's provocation, Xia Changming simply smiled and remarked, "I apologize, but my time is precious. I must accompany my wife." At this statement, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What could this possibly mean? Did young Master Xia truly intend to forfeit the clan competition? Surely not. Would he so easily relinquish the position of the Xia family leader? To be fearful of withdrawal even before the contest begins seems rather trivial. The rumors surrounding him appear to have been greatly exaggerated. Many who had harbored high hopes for Xia Changming expressed their disappointment, believing they would witness a fierce contest among the exceptional talents. Yet, it appears Xia Changming has seemingly surrendered before the battle even commences. Xia Changlin and Chu Qingwan could not conceal their anxious expressions. What mischief is this lad up to now? Xia Haoyuan was equally taken aback, struggling to accept the situation. However, a smile soon crept across his aged visage. "Humph, Xia Changming is not as formidable as he seemed." It is amusing to think he had previously regarded him with such trepidation. Clearly, the earlier display of bravado was nothing more than a fade, devoid of substance. Yet, his voluntary withdrawal has spared Xia Haoyuan considerable trouble. The thought alone brought an uncontrollable smile to his face. In stark contrast, Su Yueli remained remarkably composed. She understood that given Xia Changming's character, he would never simply concede. As anticipated, after expressing his earlier sentiments, Xia Changming elegantly descended into the center of the arena, hands clasped behind his back. Xia Haoyuan, perplexed, inquired, "Xia Changming, what is the meaning of this? Did you not intend to withdraw from the clan competition?" "Withdraw? Elder, are your ears deceiving you?" When did I ever state my intention to forfeit? Xia Changming stood proudly at the center of the stage, mocking Xia Haoyuan. His gaze swept across the throngs of spectators, and with an air of arrogance, he declared, I am pressed for time. Anyone wishing to contend for the position of family leader, step forward. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated deeply within the hearts of all present. How audacious! What sheer hubris! He dares to challenge all participants of the clan competition at once? It is worth noting that nearly 100 individuals are involved, each a paragon of their respective factions, renowned for their extraordinary abilities. To proclaim a one-man challenge against them all can only be attributed to either blind arrogance or immense confidence in his own strength. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, leaving the arena in a state of stunned silence. What is this? Are you all too afraid to face me? Xia Changming continued to taunt, his demeanor dripping with disdain and nonchalance. Xia Haoyuan's eyes widened in fury, his teeth clenched. How dare Xia Changming utter such brazen words? This could work in his favor, eliminating the need to strategize against him individually. If he wishes to court danger, then so be it. Several elders exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before nodding in agreement. Very well. If that is your desire, we shall oblige. Xia Haoyuan proclaimed loudly. Amidst the gathering, numerous prodigious youths received a signal from Xia Haoyuan and the other elders, swiftly leaping onto the pristine, white jade arena. Xia Zhengqing, I seek your guidance. Xia Haoran, I seek your guidance. Xia Meng, I seek your guidance. Xia Ruobing, I seek your guidance. Nearly 100 disciples of the Xia family encircled the central figure of Xia Changming upon the elevated platform. Most of those who ascended were renowned scions of the clan, and aside from Xia Yan, the direct disciples of the other elders also drew their swords and took to the stage. Xia Haoyan also intended to join the fray but was halted by Xia Haoyuan. He planned to wait until others had sufficiently exhausted Xia Changming's strength before entering the arena to eliminate him decisively. In contests such as these, casualties were inevitable. Even if Xia Changming were to perish on the platform, Xia Chonglin would be unable to voice any grievances. At that moment, the Xia family would be firmly within Xia Haoyuan's grasp. Xia Haoyuan had meticulously orchestrated every detail. Xia Changming's audacious challenges only served to fortify his position further. Xia Chonglin and Chu Qingwan exchanged glances of concern, although they were somewhat aware of Xia Changming's capabilities. Facing such a multitude of formidable opponents simultaneously posed a significant risk of injury. Moreover, the crucial factor remained. Xia Haoyan had yet to enter the fray. Su Yueli cast a cursory glance at the multitude. Though they were plentiful, they were merely figures of the extraordinary realm, with a fair number even belonging to the master realm. Such individuals were utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon Xia Changming. How dull! Su Yueli felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Deep within, she yearned to witness Xia Changming transformed into the one being struck, preferably to the point of death, thereby relieving her of any necessity to intervene. On the white jade arena, Xia Changming surveyed the encircling wolves with an air of serene indifference. He extended his palm, beckoning lightly to the throng. Come forth, all of you, and take me on together. Chapter 13. Your turn. Come down. After exchanging glances, the crowd nodded gently, and dozens of disciples swiftly summoned their spiritual energy, launching an attack on Xia Changming. To everyone's astonishment, rather than opting for defense against the onslaught of numerous assailants, Xia Changming moved with intention, soaring toward one of the disciples. The disciple, taken aback, barely had time to react before Xia Changming, with a smile on his face, appeared before him. In a frantic attempt, the disciple thrust his sword forward. Xia Changming slightly tilted his body, seized the sword from the disciple's grasp with one hand, and gently patted his chest with the other. In an instant, the disciple was sent flying onto his back, landing beyond the edge of the arena. The sword he wielded fell into Xia Changming's possession. In just one encounter, he had defeated a disciple of extraordinary caliber. The rumor that one strike could vanquish Xia Yan was indeed true. The expressions of the other disciples grew solemn, as if they were facing a formidable adversary, and they dared not hold back any longer. They channeled all their spiritual energy, employing their skills to press towards Xia Changming. The head of the Chongqing Xia clan practiced the Chongqing technique, a remarkable method that nurtured spiritual energy and elevated one's spiritual potential rather than advocating for violence. Thus, Those who primarily practiced the Changxing technique typically chose to supplement it with one or more other techniques for self-defense, with nearly 100 disciples simultaneously unleashing diverse techniques. A dazzling spectrum of spiritual energy intertwined in a brilliant display. The vivid hues of various techniques and sword arts released above the arena created a breathtaking spectacle, leaving spectators in awe. Despite being besieged by such a multitude, Xia Changming appeared unfazed, gracefully weaving through the throng. Wherever he went, it was as though a silver arc of light had swept by, sending those it touched tumbling from the arena. Realizing they could not allow Xia Changming to eliminate them one by one, others understood the urgency. All extraordinary realm practitioners, join me in the assault. The rest provide support from behind, commanded a strikingly poised young woman. Xia Changming recognized her as Xia Ruobing, the granddaughter of the second elder, Xia Ruoguang. Though still young, she possessed remarkable talent and had recently ascended to the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. Under her command, a dozen extraordinary disciples coordinated their efforts to mount a comprehensive offensive against Xia Changming. While he concentrated on evading the attacks of Xia Ruobing and others, he was frequently beset by waves of sword energy and various concealed weapons from multiple angles. The moment Xia Changming slightly diverted his focus, those lingering nearby seized the opportunity to strike. In no time, Xia Changming found himself in a precarious position, cornered at the edge of the arena. On the high platform, Xia Chonglin and Chu Qingwan watched intently, their palms clenched tightly. Su Yueli observed with keen interest, fully aware that Xia Changming would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Yet, she could not help but hope fervently. Come on! It was not that she was rooting for Xia Changming, but rather for the remaining disciples of the Xia clan. Even if they could not claim victory, she wished for them to deliver a thorough lesson to Xia Changming. At that moment, all she desired was to witness Xia Changming's downfall. Xia Changming noticed the expectant gaze of Su Yueli and responded with a charming smile and a playful wink. This only served to infuriate Su Yueli, who sat silently with a stern expression. Meanwhile, Chu Qingwan stifled a laugh, while Xia Chonglin wore a look of helplessness. In such a critical moment, this young man still had the audacity to indulge in flirtation. How reminiscent of my own youthful charm. Apologies. It appears my wife is rather anxious. Xia Changming calmly raised his sword before him and spoke coolly to the assembled crowd. Everyone wore expressions of confusion and bewilderment. What does he mean by his wife being anxious while we are in the midst of a battle? However, it soon became clear to all what Xia Changming's words implied. Suddenly, his spiritual energy surged dramatically, transforming his aura into an overwhelming force that swept through the entire arena. Unlike the others, his spiritual power was an ethereal, invisible hue. What a terrifying spiritual pressure. I can barely keep my eyes open. The barrier is beginning to crack. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the barrier enveloping the white jade arena began to show fine fissures. That barrier was capable of withstanding a full-force blow from the celestial realm. To think that mere, fierce spiritual energy could cause such cracks. Those on the arena were also frightened into activating their protective artifacts. Xia Ruobing's expression grew grave. So he had not shown his full strength until just now. In no time, Xia Changming moved, sword in hand, and with a swift stride, he shot forward. Before Xia Ruobing and the others could comprehend the situation, he brushed past them, heading straight for the rear where the group responsible for disrupting him was positioned. What? He isn't targeting us? Xia Ruobing exclaimed in shock as he watched Xia Changming disregard them and advance towards the back. Suddenly alarmed, he shouted, "Not good." Xia Changming had no intention of dealing with them first. His priority was to eliminate those who were providing support from behind. No sooner had Xia Ruobing's words left his mouth than Xia Changming appeared at the center of the rear group, who remained oblivious, staring blankly ahead. By the time they realized what was happening, it was already too late. Xia Changming raised his long sword and struck down at the ground. An explosive wave of spiritual energy accompanied by fierce sword intent sent everyone around him flying from the arena, clutching their wounds as they collapsed in agony. Only Xia Ruobing and the other senior disciples remained, and the white jade arena suddenly felt much emptier. Xia Changming stood tall, gripping his long sword, which was now riddled with cracks, exuding an air of pride. With just a single concentrated strike, he had cleared more than half the arena. Although it was anticipated that Xia Changming possessed exceptional strength, no one could have imagined it would reach such heights. The remaining few were gripped by fear. tightly clutching their swords, yet none dared to advance. Xia Ruobing's gaze sharpened as he solemnly addressed the others. Jingqing, Haoran, Xiaoming, buy me some time. Understood. Xia Jingqing, Xia Haoran, and Xiaoming stepped forward, leaping to intercept Xia Changming. Xia Ruobing suspended his sword in the air, hands forming a complex seal. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted, and frost began to gather upon the jade platform, with the suspended flying sword enveloped in icy cold. In an instant, a 3-zhang-long ice sword took shape, hovering ominously above Xia Ruobing's head, exuding a chilling aura. Meanwhile, on the other side, the trio tasked with stalling were swiftly thrown off the platform by Xia Changming at their first encounter. Only Xia Ruobing remained on the platform, confronting Xia Changming. Xia Changming did not rush to strike. He sensed the chilling energy surrounding the ice sword, understanding that this was Xia Ruobing's final trump card, patiently awaiting her to execute it. Young Master Changming, this is a divine tier technique, the extreme ice divine sword. You should be cautious. Xia Ruobing warned him deliberately. It was her first time wielding this power, and she was still unpracticed. Once unleashed, she could not retract it. Even if it's unleashed, it is what it is. Xia Changming replied with a faint smile. Xia Ruobing furrowed her brow slightly, choosing not to say more. She performed the incantation, uttering, "Go." The ice sword surged toward Xia Changming, leaving a trail of ice spikes in its wake. Xia Changming raised 2 fingers, summoning the shattered long sword to float in the air and spin rapidly. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the spinning sword formed a violent vortex that collided directly with the ice sword. At the moment the sword tips met, 2 streams of spiritual energy converged and unleashed a powerful wave of force. The icy spiritual energy rose from the platform, enveloping it in a thick white mist, and the ground was strewn with frost-covered ice spikes. As the mist gradually dissipated, 2 figures emerged before the spectators. Xia Changming held the broken long sword poised against Xia Ruobing's neck, while her ice sword lay beside the platform. Xia Ruobing paused, sighed, and with a sense of resignation, clasped her hands in salute, saying, "I concede. The Sword Immortal legacy of the Xia family is indeed as renowned as they say." Xia Changming smiled slightly, and at that moment, the long sword in his hand crumbled to dust. It could no longer withstand the infusion of his spiritual energy. Upon hearing Xia Ruobing's concession, the arena fell momentarily silent before erupting into a thunderous cheer. Leading the charge was Xiaoming, shouting loudly, "Young Master, magnificent! To face 100 with such ease. Young Master is so handsome. I want to bear your children." On the high platform, Xia Chonglin and Chu Qingwan both breathed a sigh of relief, their faces adorned with smiles of satisfaction. Where there were cheers, there were also frowns. Su Yueli's pretty face displayed a lack of enthusiasm, revealing her deep disappointment. In the end, it had merely turned into a performance by that individual. Xia Haoyuan wore an expression of utmost discomfort, his countenance reflecting his embarrassment. Xia Changming had truly triumphed against 100 without a scratch. This was entirely beyond his expectations. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. After relishing the applause of the crowd, Xia Changming turned and pointed at Xia Haoyan seated on the high platform, stating coolly, "It's your turn, come down." Chapter 14, Let me draw my sword. You shall not regret it. Upon hearing those words, Xia Haoyan was consumed by rage. Previously, Xia Changming had publicly humiliated him with 2 slaps. Now, he dared to taunt him before the entire clan's disciples. Never in his life had anyone spoken to him in such a manner. Today, he was determined to make Xia Changming pay a heavy price. Xia Haoyan forcefully slammed his hand on the armrest of the chair and leapt onto the arena. This time, Xia Haoyuan did not intervene. Although Xia Changming's performance had indeed exceeded his expectations, and his strength likely rivaled that of a celestial realm expert, facing 100 opponents would undoubtedly deplete a considerable amount of his spiritual energy, especially after the final clash with Xia Ruobing's divine extreme ice sword. The vast spiritual force had burst forth and dissipated. After executing that move, Xia Ruobing was already drained of energy and struggled to maintain her footing. Xia Changming, too, must be in a precarious state, merely a spent force at this moment. It was the perfect opportunity for Xia Haoyan to vanquish him. A glint of determination flashed in Xia Haoyuan's eyes. Xia Changming's innate talent was astonishing. This individual must not be spared. In the arena, Xia Changming looked mockingly at Xia Haoyan, who stood across from him. You finally decided to come down. Humph. Xia Changming, do not be too pleased with yourself. Along with those 2 slaps, you shall pay dearly today. Regret standing against me. As his voice fell, Xia Haoyan's entire being erupted with spiritual energy, surging to the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. Xia Changming. Xia Haoyan roared, gripping his longsword and charging at Xia Changming. At that moment, Xia Changming was unarmed, nimble and evasive, continuously dodging Xia Haoyan's swift sword strikes. Seeing that Xia Changming did not retaliate, Xia Haoyan assumed he was out of spiritual power and feigned calmness, taunting. What is the matter? The illustrious young master of the Xia family only knows how to scurry about like a mouse? Are you afraid to draw your sword? With another fierce thrust, Xia Haoyan lunged at Xia Changming. However, this time, Xia Changming chose not to evade. He extended his index finger, lightly touching the tip of Xia Haoyan's sword, effortlessly neutralizing his full force attack. You are not worthy of my sword, Xia Changming replied coolly. Initially, he had focused solely on evasion to gauge Xia Haoyan's level of strength. Discovering that he was merely at the peak of the extraordinary realm left him feeling profoundly disappointed. To think he was so confident, claiming to be the best of the Xia family. Before Xia Haoyan could recover from his shock, Xia Changming had somehow appeared before him. With a resounding slap, Xia Changming struck Xia Haoyan's face. In an instant, Xia Haoyan spun through the air for 3.5 rotations, eventually coming to a halt by bracing against his embedded sword at the edge of the arena. This slap was evidently far more powerful than the previous 2, nearly sending him tumbling out of the arena. The scene left everyone present in stunned silence. Many believed that Xia Changming would be unable to continue facing Xia Haoyan. Yet, to their astonishment, with a mere gesture, he had effortlessly sent Xia Haoyan flying once again. What an extraordinary peak powerhouse. With a mere slap, he was sent flying, exhibiting an unreasonable strength. However, the expression on Xia Haoyan's face, perched confidently upon the high platform, revealed no trace of panic. Instead, it bore a peculiar smile. Gradually, Xia Haoyan rose from the ground, emanating a haunting and dark spiritual energy, his gaze filled with hatred as it fixated on Xia Changming. The murky and ominous dark power was eerie and sinister. Xia Haoyan's strength surged abruptly, ascending to the early stage of the celestial realm, then to the mid-stage of the celestial realm. The frenzied dark energy gradually subsided, halting Xia Haoyan's power at the mid-stage of the celestial realm. His strength had already surpassed that of Xia Changming, who was at the early stage of the celestial realm, which explained the confidence he displayed during this clan competition. Xia Haoyan had no intention of employing secret techniques, yet the repeated slaps to his face by Xia Changming left him with no choice but to retaliate. Xia Changming observed the bizarre Xia Haoyan with curiosity. It was as if he had ascended directly from the peak of the extraordinary realm to the mid-stage of the celestial realm without encountering any obstacles. This must be the secret inheritance that Xia Haoyan had been deliberately concealing. How utterly strange. This dark power seemed to have long been lurking within him, damaging his spiritual source, sacrificing his own vitality to awaken and gain a fleeting boost in strength, a truly self-destructive secret technique. With the spiritual source compromised, even if he learned the longevity art that could repair it, recovery would take decades, making future advancements nearly impossible. It appeared that Xia Haoyan was indeed willing to go to any lengths to confront him. Who could be the master behind this peculiar secret technique? And what were their intentions? This was what truly concerned Xia Changming. Nevertheless, the current situation left no room for contemplation, as Xia Haoyan had already swung his longsword in a fierce strike. Xia Changming sidestepped, delivering a palm strike to Xia Haoyan's chest, sending him flying several dozen meters. Xia Haoyan, as if unscathed, steadied himself, his eyes now shrouded in darkness, raising the longsword once more to cleave at Xia Changming, his expression frenzied and mad. Xia Changming, I shall kill you. Xia Changming unleashed a flurry of palm strikes upon Xia Haoyan, yet each blow seemed to strike an invisible shield. Though each strike sent Xia Haoyan retreating several dozen meters, he remained utterly unscathed. On the contrary, Xia Changming's palms bore the marks of the encroaching dark energy, revealing ominous black patterns. This sinister dark power possessed an uncanny ability to erode and devour spiritual energy. Seeing Xia Changming unable to subdue Xia Haoyan, a smug smile crept across Xia Haoyan's face. Initially, he had intended for Xia Haoyan to conserve his strength for dealing with Xia Changming, only to find himself compelled to employ this strange secret technique sooner than anticipated due to Xia Changming's unexpected prowess. With his strength at the mid-stage of the celestial realm, it seemed that within the Xia family, he was virtually invincible. Observing the worried expressions on Xia Changlin and Chu Qingwan, his smile only broadened. However, when he turned to glance at Su Yueli, he was taken aback to find her expression not only calm, but also tinged with a hint of intrigue. This caused Xia Haoyuan to furrow his brow. Why did Su Yueli appear completely unconcerned for Xia Changming? Is she not his wife? Has she sacrificed the assault on the human race for him? On the arena, Xia Haoyan recklessly swung his sword at Xia Changming, laughing maniacally. Huh? How about that? This is my true strength. Is this all you've got? Xia Changming had lost interest in playing with Xia Haoyan. Engaging with him was far less entertaining than sparring with his own wife. Did you not say you wished to see me draw my sword? I shall grant your wish, but do not regret it. With a graceful lean back, Xia Changming distanced himself from Xia Haoyan. His gaze sharpened, and a long sword with golden edges and silver patterns materialized in his hand. The blade was slender, measuring over 3 feet, with a body adorned in intricate silver filigree and golden engravings on both sides. At the end of the hilt, a single white feather hung, elegant and resplendent. The moment the sword appeared, an inexplicable pressure enveloped the arena. Xia Changming gently swung the hilt, and with just a slight motion, the sword emitted a resonant hum, its fierce spiritual energy piercing the air like a razor's edge, making it difficult for anyone to keep their eyes open. This was his master's personal sword, the Imperial Immortal Sword, a legendary artifact. It had been bestowed upon him as a parting gift when he descended the mountain. Upon witnessing Xia Changming draw the Imperial Immortal Sword, Su Yueli understood that it was over. It was this very sword that had slain Wang Hu, and she herself had been defeated by Xia Changming wielding it in merely 3 moves, let alone Xia Haoyan. Xia Haoyan felt a profound fear towards the sword in Xia Changming's hand, yet his unwillingness to concede drove him to irrationally charge at Xia Changming. What a pretense! I refuse to believe it. As Xia Haoyan rushed forward, Xia Changming regarded him with disdain, effortlessly swinging the Imperial Immortal Sword. Unleashing a torrent of sharp sword energy like a tempest, Xia Haoyan thrust his sword at Xia Changming, but upon contact with the sword energy, it shattered instantly, the energy spiraling up the blade and tearing through half of his body. Xia Haoyan howled in despair as he plummeted to the ground, clutching his bleeding torso. Despite being in the mid-stage of the celestial realm, he could not withstand even a single strike from Xia Changming. In that moment, fear finally gripped him. The chasm between him and Xia Changming was as unfathomable as the heavens themselves. Chapter 15. The celestial being descends. Xia Changming, wielding the Emperor Immortal Sword, floated gracefully in mid-air, his presence ethereal like that of a transcendent being, exuding an aura as vibrant as a rainbow, reminiscent of a celestial deity descending to the mortal realm. Could this truly be the realm of the celestial being? The overwhelming pressure sent a shockwave through the hearts of the thousands present. It was hard for everyone to fathom that in a mere decade, Xia Changming had ascended to the realm of the celestial being, a level unattainable by countless formidable warriors. What was anticipated to be a closely matched confrontation between Xia Changming and Xia Haoyan was destined for an entirely different conclusion from the outset. Xia Haoyan was utterly unworthy of standing against Xia Changming. All was merely a figment of the crowd's imagination. Xia Changming raised the Emperor Immortal Sword before him, channeling his spirit, the sword intent soaring toward the heavens. The barrier above the arena shattered instantly. The unrivaled sword technique, an echo of brilliance. As Xia Changming murmured, the Emperor Immortal Sword trembled, resonating with a melodious chime that reverberated through the sky. Those seated on the stone steps could hardly believe their eyes as their own swords began to tremble and hum in unison. A symphony of swords, the sound of blades dancing in the wind. This was the legendary inheritance of the Sword Immortal, the unrivaled sword technique. In addition to the fundamental sword techniques, the unrivaled sword technique boasted 6 extraordinary forms, each capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, shattering the very laws of existence. Xia Haoyan was not a fool. He could certainly sense that the overwhelming sword energy was far beyond his capacity to withstand. The dread of death loomed over him, extinguishing his previous arrogance. leaving only profound terror in his eyes. "Father! Father! Save me!" Xia Haoyan cried out desperately to Xia Haoyuan atop the high platform, abandoning all semblance of dignity in his struggle for survival. A glint of coldness flickered in Xia Changming's eyes as he moved, merging with his sword, appearing as a swift arrow. At the moment he unleashed his strike, the sound of the sword ceased abruptly, as if the air itself had solidified, rendering all sound non-existent. Every spectator's sword ceased its trembling at that instant, as Xia Haoyan instinctively hurled his protective mystic shield before him. The Emperor Immortal sword pierced through it as effortlessly as if it were tofu, the blade hurtling towards Xia Haoyan's chest. Xia Haoyuan, taken aback, sprang to his feet, shouting in alarm at the arena, "You insolent wretch! How dare you!" However, Xia Changming disregarded him entirely, thrusting the Emperor Immortal sword straight through Xia Haoyan's chest. The fierce sword energy surged into Xia Haoyan's body in the blink of an eye, before he could utter a sound or even comprehend the sensation. He was reduced to mere dust by the countless sword energies. This was the essence of the unrivaled sword technique. When the sword was unleashed, the sound of blades echoed. Yet in death, not a single sound escaped him. Xia Haoyan could hardly believe that Xia Changming had truly dared to kill him. Not only Xia Haoyan, but also the spectators were utterly astonished by Xia Changming's audacity to slay Xia Haoyan on the spot. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. "Xia Changming, you dare to slaughter a fellow disciple." A voice erupted in the stillness of the arena. Xia Haoyuan stood, his fury palpable as he pointed an accusatory finger at Xia Changming. Xia Changming slowly lifted his head to gaze at him, speaking with an air of calm indifference. "What does the Grand Elder mean by this? Contests and sparring rarely result in fatalities, and the clan competition explicitly disregards matters of life and death. Has the Grand Elder forgotten?" Upon learning that life and death were not to be considered in the clan competition, Xia Changming had resolved to eliminate Xia Haoyan. He had refrained from delivering lethal blows to the others who initially took the stage, merely imparting minor lessons. After all, a sudden purge of all the more talented disciples within the clan would deal an unbearable blow to the Xia family. Yet, there was one exception, Xia Haoyan. He must die? His unabashed murderous intent could not be allowed to persist. Furthermore, it was also to sever Xia Haoyuan's wings, instilling a sense of trepidation in the others. Xia Changming need not wield the imperial celestial sword against Xia Haoyan. He could easily eliminate him with a mere gesture. The invocation of the imperial celestial sword and the unparalleled sword technique was merely to better intimidate the crowd, quelling their anxiety. "You!" Xia Haoyuan was choked with rage, unable to utter a single retort. As the Grand Elder, he was acutely aware of the rules governing the clan competition. His initial plan had been to use the contest as a means for Xia Haoyan to eliminate Xia Changming. Yet, he never anticipated that the roles would be reversed. His cherished son perished at the hands of Xia Changming. Indeed, the clan competition was designed to select the next head of the Xia family, and even if casualties arose, they were not to be held accountable. This was a rule established by the ancestors of the Xia clan through the ages. Xia Chonglin rose in agreement, a mocking smile gracing his face. Enraged, Xia Haoyuan clenched his fists, his eyes bulging with fury. "Very well. This matter is far from over." With a face aflame with rage, Xia Haoyuan flung his sleeve and stomped away from the arena. It was not that he did not desire revenge. Rather, he understood that his strength was no match for Xia Changming. He was left with no choice but to swallow his grievances. Xia Jun, unwilling to accept the situation, shot a glare at Xia Changming before following suit and departing. The remaining elders exchanged glances, indecisive. With Xia Changming's astonishing display of power, he was undoubtedly the next head of the family. To choose to leave now would be akin to aligning themselves with Xia Haoyuan. Yet, with Xia Haoyuan now in decline, to side with him would be tantamount to courting death. Nevertheless, they had received numerous promises from Xia Haoyuan. The other three elders turned their gaze towards the frail, yet steadfast figure of the second elder, Xia Ruoguang. Although Xia Haoyuan held the title of Grand Elder, in terms of prestige, the venerable Xia Ruoguang commanded greater respect. He wielded significant influence within the Xia family. However, it remained unclear why he had chosen to support Xia Haoyuan. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Xia Ruoguang's fellow elders awaited his decision. Should Xia Ruoguang opt to depart, they too would follow suit. At that moment, Xia Ruobing approached Xia Ruoguang's side, whispering something discreetly into his ear. Upon hearing this, Xia Ruoguang fell into silence for a moment before finally nodding. Slowly rising, he stepped to the edge of the high platform and spoke in a solemn tone. Xia Changming possesses exceptional talents, and during the Grand Sect competition, he showcased his brilliance. A testament to the blessings of our ancestors, revitalizing the Xia clan. I hereby declare that, despite his youth, Xia Changming is qualified to inherit the position of the clan leader. Xia Ruoguang's endorsement of Xia Changming's succession indirectly indicated his allegiance to him. Following a moment of silence, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers once more. Xia Changming, immensely satisfied, politely clasped his hands in acknowledgement towards Xia Ruoguang. Thus, his objective was achieved. With the four elders, led by Xia Ruoguang, now supporting him, the overwhelming majority of the Xia clan's influence had aligned with his cause. The remaining factions of Xia Haoyuan and Xia Jun posed little threat, unable to stir any significant turmoil. From this moment onward, the tides of power had shifted. With the conclusion of the clan competition, only one final step remained before Xia Changming could ascend as the leader of the Xia clan. He must first defeat the current clan leader, his father, Xia Chonglin, to truly claim the title and access the trial grounds to inherit the Xia family's legacy. Xia Chonglin leapt onto the arena, cheerfully addressing Xia Changming. Come forth, young one. Chapter 16, Succession of the Family Head. A night visit to Xia Ruoguang. Xia Changming sheathed the imperial sword and fixed his gaze upon Xia Chonglin. In truth, he held no interest in the position of the Xia family's head and had never contemplated vying for it. His participation in the clan competition was merely a means to thwart Xia Haoyuan's nefarious schemes, providing a modicum of deterrence to others and stabilizing the Xia clan. The management of the family was best left to his father, Xia Chonglin. Thus, his plan was to perform adequately and subsequently concede to Xia Chonglin. Xia Changming exchanged knowing glances with Xia Chonglin, conveying silent signals. Xia Chonglin understood and responded with an expression that said, "Rest assured, I comprehend." Following their exchange of looks, the battle officially commenced. Xia Changming bent forward and charged at Xia Chonglin, delivering a palm strike upon closing the distance. Xia Chonglin joined his hands to block the attack, hesitating momentarily before seemingly recalling something. Suddenly, he took flight, reversing and soaring backward for 100 meters, ultimately tumbling off the stage. Truly remarkable, my son. What an impressive strike. He managed to defeat me in a single blow. Xia Chonglin sat on the ground, clutching his chest, which bore no pain, forcing himself to simulate internal injury, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. The onlookers were left speechless. Xia Changming was taken aback. This was not the script they had agreed upon. He was supposed to feign exhaustion and, after a brief exchange, inadvertently fall from the stage. Why did he go down first? Why didn't he even exert much spiritual energy? Why are you clutching your chest? Moreover, your acting is excessively theatrical and utterly lacking. At least maintain a degree of professionalism with so many witnesses present, Xia Changming thought, suppressing his inner monologue. As he anticipated, the audience was left in stunned silence. Although they speculated that Xia Chonglin might choose to forfeit to allow Xia Changming to enter the Xia family's trial grounds and formally inherit the title of family head, they hadn't expected his performance to be so casual and insincere. Regardless, Xia Chonglin's fall from the stage meant he had lost. By the rules, Xia Changming was now deemed the head of the Xia family. The remaining trial grounds would merely be a formality. Xia Ruoguang stepped forward, her voice steady and resonant. Xia Changming has defeated the current family head. According to the ancestral teachings of the Xia family, Xia Changming shall henceforth be the new head of the Xia family. All hail the family head, echoed the voices of thousands as they knelt in unison, bowing their heads in homage. The sound reverberated throughout the Xia family estate, reaching the ears of all present. Xia Changming was officially proclaimed the head of the Xia family. As evening descended and silence enveloped the night, the Xia family's secluded annex was brightly lit, its doors wide open, as if awaiting someone's arrival. Inside, Xia Ruoguang reclined in her chair, perusing a book by candlelight, her weary eyes reflecting the flickering flame. Moments later, a figure stepped into the room. Upon entering, he inquired, "Elder, why are you still awake at this hour? Are you perhaps waiting for me?" Upon the arrival of the guest, Xia Ruoguang appeared unsurprised. He set aside his book, rose, and respectfully bowed, saying, "I have met the family head. The second elder is too courteous. There is no need for such formalities." Xia Changming waved his hand, gesturing for him to take a seat. His gaze swept across the modest and unadorned room, leaving nothing concealed. He found it perplexing that the esteemed Xia Ruoguang would assist Xia Haoyuan in attempting to oust his father from the position of family head. He did not strike him as a man of greed or corruption. To comprehend the situation, he had sacrificed precious time that could have been spent in the company of his beloved wife. "I have a matter of uncertainty that I wish to consult with the second elder," Xia Changming stated directly, without preamble. "You seek to inquire why I have aided Xia Haoyuan, do you not?" Xia Ruoguang retorted. Xia Changming nodded in affirmation. A trace of sorrow and guilt crossed Xia Ruoguang's aged visage, followed by a deep sigh. Just as he was about to respond, he was interrupted by the crisp voice of a young girl. "Please do not blame my grandfather, esteemed family head." Xia Ruobing entered the room holding a bowl of medicine, placing it before Xia Ruoguang with an apologetic tone. "Grandfather's assistance to Xia Haoyuan was all for my sake." Noticing the look of confusion on Xia Changming's face, Xia Ruobing slightly loosened her clothing, revealing a patch of her shoulder. What should have been smooth, delicate skin bore an unsettling purplish-black hue, with dark spots emanating an eerie, shadowy energy. Xia Ruobing continued, "Years ago, I was suddenly afflicted by a strange illness, which manifested as these black markings that spread relentlessly. When the affliction struck, my entire body would be engulfed in dark energy, causing excruciating suffering. My grandfather sought the finest physicians in vain. Eventually, Xia Haoyuan approached my grandfather, claiming he could cure my ailment, but at the cost of his assistance in seizing the position of family head." Xia Ruoguang sighed heavily, his heart pained. "As you can see, I am in the twilight of my years, with little time remaining. Ruobing's parents perished for the sake of the Xia family, and now I am left with only my beloved granddaughter. I cannot bear to see her suffer in this manner." "Then why did you change your mind?" Xia Changming inquired once more. He sensed that Xia Ruoguang had intended to leave, but something Xia Ruobing said had altered his resolve. Regarding this, Xia Ruoguang elaborated. "Had you not shown mercy, this girl would have perished long ago. I owe you a debt of gratitude." Moreover, Ruobing declared that she would rather endure this dreadful illness unto death than lend her aid to Xia Haoyuan again. "To conspire with Xia Haoyuan was never my intention. I beseech the family head to punish me." With that, Xia Ruoguang immediately knelt before Xia Changming in contrition. In truth, Xia Ruoguang had never wished to assist Xia Haoyuan. He had lost his reason solely for the sake of Xia Ruobing. Ultimately, it was her words that roused him from his folly. With Xia Changming's return, he had ascended to the celestial sovereign realm, overpowering hundreds of prodigies and instilling awe in the masses. He was destined to lead the Xia family towards revival and prosperity once more. Xia Haoyuan could never contend with him again. To ally with him would inevitably lead to ruin. This realization struck Xia Ruoguang like a bolt of lightning. He could not allow his selfish desires to bring destruction upon the entire Xia family. "Grandfather's health is failing. I implore the family head to punish me instead. I am willing to bear the consequences." Xia Ruobing, unwilling to see her brother suffer, knelt beside him, pleading on his behalf. This left Xia Changming at a loss for words. He had never intended to punish them. "Rise, then. Given the circumstances, I shall not hold it against you," Xia Changming declared, subsequently retrieving a glowing medicinal pill and placing it upon the table. It was an elixir of longevity, capable of extending life by a decade. "Second elder, the Xia family still needs you. You must take care of your health." Xia Ruoguang stared at the elixir of longevity on the table in disbelief, unable to fathom that Xia Changming would offer him such a precious pill for his use. While an additional 10 years may not seem significant for Xia Ruoguang, whose vitality was waning, it represented a rare glimmer of hope. "Thank you, family head." Both Xia Ruoguang and Xia Ruobing expressed their gratitude once more, bowing deeply. Xia Changming waved his hand dismissively, saying lightly, "Do not be hasty in your thanks. Wait until I have resolved Ruobing's peculiar ailment before expressing your gratitude." Chapter 17. Exorcising the Malevolent Spirit. Xia Haoyan's ambition. "What did you say? Can you cure the strange ailment afflicting Ruobing?" Upon hearing this, Xia Ruoguang's eyes widened in astonishment as he fervently grasped Xia Changming's hand. Xia Ruobing also gazed at him with eager anticipation. She had suffered from this dark blemish for far too long, tormented day and night. At this moment, hearing that Xia Changming could remedy her affliction filled her heart with hope. "Do not rush, elder," Xia Changming cautioned. "I must examine her condition more closely." Approaching Xia Ruobing, he placed his hand gently on her shoulder, closing his eyes to allow his pure and potent spiritual energy to seep into her body. As the dark aura within her sensed an impending threat, it began to accelerate its corrosive assault. Upon contact with Xia Changming's spiritual energy, the dark force surged wildly, as if intent on devouring his essence. This dark energy seemed almost alive. While it bore a resemblance to the malevolent power residing within Xia Haoyan, there existed notable differences. Xia Haoyan's black energy could be harnessed at the cost of his own spiritual source, whereas Xia Ruobing had merely been poisoned by the malevolent spirit. Those afflicted by this poison would endure relentless torment until the dark energy spread throughout their being, ultimately leading to their demise. Who could be so malicious? Xia Changming furrowed his brow, and with a mere thought, he deftly manipulated every strand of his spiritual energy, wielding it like a sword to eradicate the dark aura. Xia Ruobing grimaced, gritting her teeth as perspiration beaded on her forehead. At that moment, she was caught in the fierce clash between the malevolent energy and Xia Changming's spiritual force. Upon witnessing the gradual fading of the dark blemish on her shoulder, Xia Ruobing was overwhelmed with joy. It truly has been eliminated. In an instant, she felt a significant alleviation of her discomfort. Xia Ruoguang, delighted at his sister's recovery, expressed a hint of concern to Xia Changming. "You must partake in the clan's trial of strength tomorrow. Such a depletion of your spiritual energy may prove unwise. Perhaps it would be best to continue this at a later date." Xia Ruoguang could discern that Xia Changming was meticulously infusing Xia Ruobing with his exceptionally pure spiritual energy to purify the encroaching darkness. This was no ordinary feat. It required an extraordinary expenditure of spiritual energy and an exceptional talent for manipulation, allowing for precise control. A moment's lapse could lead to catastrophic consequences if the energy spiraled out of control within her. While Xia Ruoguang admired Xia Changming's prowess, a sense of unease lingered within him. He worried that Xia Changming might exhaust too much of his energy, especially after the fierce battle they had just endured, which could jeopardize his performance in the trial the following day. Nevertheless, Xia Changming responded with an air of calm assurance. "It is of no consequence. I must eradicate the lingering malevolent energy within Ruobing today. If I cease my efforts, the dark energy will retaliate, and delay is not an option." This was only one of his reasons. The more pressing concern that Xia Changming did not voice was his fear that the perpetrator might become frantic and directly incite the malevolent spirit within Xia Ruobing. To err on the side of caution, he must rid Xia Ruobing of all lingering malevolent spirits tonight. Upon hearing this, Xia Ruoguang felt a shiver of trepidation and refrained from further disturbing him. Xia Changming's spiritual energy flowed like a dragon across Xia Ruobing's entire being, sweeping away the impurities with relentless force. After half an hour, Xia Changming opened his eyes and slowly retracted his hand. Xia Ruobing exhaled a breath of foul air and was overjoyed as she examined her body. It was gone. The dark spots had truly vanished. Freed from the corruption of malevolent spirits, she felt an immediate sense of lightness and exhilaration. As she meticulously inspected her body, she discovered an unexpected surprise. The malevolent spirits that had been expelled transformed into pure spiritual energy, and combined with the residual energy Xia Changming had infused into her, she inadvertently broke through to the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. "Thank you, Master." Xia Ruobing was immensely grateful and immediately knelt on the ground. Xia Ruoguang, in a more exaggerated manner, bowed his head and prostrated, solemnly declaring, "Thank you, Master. The grace you have shown today, I am unable to repay. Henceforth, I shall serve the Xia family with utmost dedication, willing to face any peril." If the longevity elixir Xia Changming had bestowed upon him had merely evoked gratitude, then his act of healing Xia Ruobing had instilled in him profound appreciation, leaving no room for distractions. This was precisely the outcome Xia Changming desired, and his efforts that night were not in vain. Later that night, in a tranquil and eerie forest, a solitary figure stood amidst the trees, howling in despair towards the impenetrable darkness ahead. "It is all your fault. You urged me to instigate that damned clan competition, and now my only son is dead. I even allowed Hao Yin to pay respects to your esteemed ancestor as his master." The figure was none other than Xia Haoyuan, who had stealthily slipped away from the Xia family estate. He had high hopes for his only son, born to him late in life. Yet now, he found himself powerless against the vendetta for his son's death. Emerging from the shadowy woods before Xia Haoyuan was a figure whose face could not be discerned. Cloaked in darkness, who slowly spoke. Is it merely the death of a son? Why the commotion? You. Xia Haoyuan was rendered speechless with rage. His eyes wide and fists clenched, yet he refrained from striking. It was easy to speak so nonchalantly when it was not his son who had perished. The figure paid no heed to Xia Haoyuan's fury, waved a hand dismissively, and continued. Xia Changming has likely reached the celestial sovereign realm, indeed an unforeseen development. With the death of Xia Haoyuan, the plans to seize control of the Xia family have been thwarted. Alas, what a pity for a scheme years in the making. What shall we do now? Xia Haoyuan asked, tempering his anger. No matter. Continue to act as the grand elder of the Xia family and retain as much control as possible. When my ancestor emerges, Xia Changming will pose no threat. Not only this small Xia family, but the very realm itself shall fall within our grasp. The figure spoke with arrogance, not forgetting to promise Xia Haoyuan, at that time, the Xia family will belong to you. When the time comes, I shall instruct the ancestral lineage to bestow upon you a secret technique, granting you a new, youthful corporeal form. You need not fret over progeny. Once you take command of the Xia family, what manner of woman could you not possess? It is said that Chu Qingwan is gentle and enchanting, while the Demon Empress is stunningly beautiful and radiates an icy allure. Upon hearing these words, Xia Haoyuan felt a stir within his heart. He had consented to seize control of the Xia family. Part of his motivation lay in the pursuit of power. Yet an even more compelling reason was the promise of the body transformation technique. After centuries of cultivation, he had reached a bottleneck in his realm, with no possibility for further advancement. As his lifespan drew to a close, he could not bear the thought of departing this world with such lingering regrets. If he could transfer his soul and memories into a new body, he would be granted limitless longevity, while further ascension would merely become a matter of time. Moreover, his aged and decrepit body, once wounded, could no longer reclaim its former vigor. Only by assuming a new form could he continue the legacy of his descendants. He could also exact revenge on Chu Qingwan and the Demon Empress. He would avenge the anguish inflicted by Xia Changming and Xia Changming in their bid to usurp his progeny. Contemplating this, a sinister smile crept across Xia Haoyuan's face as he clasped his hands toward the shadowy figure and said, I shall rely on you then. I await the auspicious news from the ancestral lineage. Chapter 18. What the hell? She's our mother in the early morning. At the solemn black gate of the Xia family ancestral land, countless disciples gathered, eagerly awaiting the moment when the new generation of the family head would receive the inheritance. Under the watchful eyes of many hopeful disciples, Xia Changming leisurely appeared in their midst. As he passed by, the disciples bowed respectfully, all exclaiming in unison, We greet the esteemed family head. Following the Grand Clan competition, the majority of disciples had been thoroughly convinced, acknowledging Xia Changming's position as the family leader. Earlier that day, some had even witnessed the second elder bidding farewell to Xia Changming, and the other elders and their disciples naturally understood the significance, offering their congratulations. Before departing, Xia Changming spotted a graceful figure waiting at a distance. Just by observing her demeanor, he recognized that it was Su Yueli, patiently awaiting him. My dear, you've specifically come here to wait for me. It brings me great joy, he said, approaching her with a contented smile. Su Yueli, however, was not inclined to indulge him. Rolling her eyes, she replied coldly, Don't get the wrong idea. I couldn't care less about waiting for you. It was your mother who insisted I come here. What do you mean your mother? She is our mother, Xia Changming retorted, his expression earnest. My dear, you have called her mother before, he added. Su Yueli's eyes flashed with irritation as she bit her silver teeth, her lips slightly parting as if to retort. Yet ultimately she remained silent. During these past few days at the Xia residence, Chu Qingwan had been exceedingly warm, constantly inquiring after her well-being, concerned that she might feel out of place. Deep down, Su Yueli found the woman excessively gentle and rather foolish, yet she could not bring herself to dislike her. After all, she indeed brought her a feeling she had never experienced before. Lost in thought, Su Yueli was suddenly embraced by a strong arm around her waist, pulling her into an embrace unexpectedly. With a frown and a hint of anger, she attempted to break free, only to find Xia Changming holding her tighter. With a resigned sigh, she allowed him to lead her forward. She knew that even if she managed to escape, he would threaten her into submission, just as he had done before. The two of them stood closely together, resembling a pair of celestial lovers, eliciting envy from passers-by. The enchanting beauty of the Demon Empress was unparalleled throughout the ages, and only our family head was worthy of her. What Demon Empress? She is our mother. It was rumored that our family head, in his determination to marry the Empress, had rushed into the demon realm, directly proposing to her. I also heard that the Empress attacked the human race in search of our esteemed family head. Ah, how romantic. Truly a breathtaking tale of love. As Su Yueli pressed against Xia Changming, listening to the murmurs around her, her delicate face twitched slightly with suppressed fury. She could scarcely contain her murderous intent towards this group of ignorant gossips. Utter nonsense. Ridiculous. Before Xia Changming stormed into the imperial palace of the demon clan, she had never laid eyes upon that detestable man. How could there be any reason to act for him? It was all this fellow's fault, as he constantly engaged in peculiar antics in public, leading the world to misunderstand him. Su Yueli glared fiercely at Xia Changming, gritting her teeth, wishing she could dismember him and reduce him to minced meat. Especially upon seeing Xia Changming's unchanging gentle smile, her fury intensified. My dear, why does your countenance appear so grim early in the morning? Is it because your husband did not accompany you to bed last night? It is entirely my fault. I should not have left you to guard the empty chamber alone. Xia Changming teased with a bright smile. Humph, no one has laid a hand on me. I slept even better, Su Yueli scoffed, showing no mercy towards Xia Changming and exposing his shameless behavior every night. To this, Xia Changming had no retort, for she spoke nothing but the truth, though it was due to some irresistible force and not his intention. As they chatted idly, they unknowingly approached the black door. Only upon nearing did they sense the door's extraordinary nature. The wooden door bore the marks of the passage of time. Devoid of any extravagant embellishments, its simple black hue emanating a profound and chilling aura. Xia Changming reached out to touch the black wooden door, feeling its rough and cold texture beneath her fingertips. This seemed to be the Xianling Yinmu, a relic from thousands of years ago, from ancient times. Xia Changming was quite astonished. To think that within the Xia family, there existed treasures from such an ancient epoch. Xianling Yinmu is an exceedingly rare and supremely Yin material, requiring at least a millennium of growth in a cold and shadowy place to mature. It possesses the ability to preserve spiritual energy, preventing its dissipation. Moreover, it can serve as a material for formations or as a rare medicinal catalyst needed to dispel various inflammations. Carrying it regularly also helps to invigorate the mind and slow the loss of internal spiritual energy. The older the wood, the higher its grade, and the more pronounced its effects become. Nowadays, few individuals recognize this material. Xia Changming had learned about it only through the texts of her inexpensive master. The black wooden door, made from Xianling Yinmu, was at least several thousand years old. In contemporary times, this would be considered a priceless treasure. Su Yueli could also perceive the door's uniqueness, though she was unaware of its true purpose. Just then, Xia Chonglin approached Xia Changming's side. Noticing him lost in thought while gazing at the black door, he proudly remarked, "Young man, you can discern the door's exceptional nature? This is a relic passed down from our ancestors of the Xia family." Seemingly sensing the hope in Xia Changming's eyes, Xia Chonglin hastily continued. "This was specifically used by our ancestors to guard the Xia family cemetery, so do not entertain any ill intentions." Upon hearing this, Xia Changming could not help but shake her head in disappointment. It was true that she had briefly entertained the thought of dismantling this door. Such a magnificent object should not merely serve as a door. It would be a shame to waste it. It is a sheer waste of talent. As he was about to enter the trial ground, Xia Chonglin cheerfully advised Xia Changming, "My boy, the trial ground is merely a formality, quite simple indeed, and poses no challenge for you. When I entered back in my day, I emerged in just half a day. It was nothing difficult. All you need to do is proceed to the deepest part and kneel before the statue of our ancestors to receive the impartation of their legacy." Xia Changming nodded, committing his father's words to memory. Back then, Xia Chonglin had entered the trial ground with only extraordinary strength and emerged in half a day. Now, with his current prowess, wouldn't he be able to exit in mere moments? A swift resolution it shall be. My dear, wait for a moment. I shall return shortly. Once I emerge, I will take you to explore this magnificent realm, Xia Changming said, grasping Su Yueli's hand. I have no interest, Su Yueli replied with a cool demeanor, offering him no favor. Xia Changming, undeterred, smiled gently and turned to push open the dark wooden door, his figure gradually fading into the depths. Su Yueli furrowed her brows as she watched Xia Changming enter the trial ground. Was it her imagination? Or had she just caught a hint of a delicate fragrance lingering on his hand? Chapter 19. The Trials of the Xia Family Cemetery. The Xia family trials take place in a realm shrouded in an eerie wind, with a chill that pierces the bones. This so-called trial ground is, in truth, the ancestral tombs of the Xia family's successive heads, nestled within the mountains behind the Xia estate. The tombs are constructed within the mountain itself, specifically designated for the interment and veneration of the lineage's patriarchs, housing the remains of generations past. And access is strictly forbidden except for the rightful head of the family. Xia Changming strolled leisurely along the dimly lit corridor, which was both extensive and spacious, flanked by majestic statues of the family heads from various eras. According to Xia Changming, one merely needed to reach the deepest point to receive the Xia family's legacy. Thus, Xia Changming hesitated not for a moment, advancing directly towards the depths, his pace unhurried, yet his form moved with the swiftness of a gale. Soon, Xia Changming halted, not because he had reached the terminus, but rather due to an unsettling discovery. Several spirit beasts, coalesced from ethereal energy, emerged from the crevices of the rocks ahead, baring their fangs and glaring menacingly at him. He mused that the journey had been rather too effortless. It appeared they had been lying in wait for him. However, such a modest challenge held little allure for him. A cursory glance revealed them to be mostly of innate caliber, with only a scant few possessing master-level prowess. No wonder Xia Changming had remarked on the lack of difficulty. It truly was a mere formality. Before Xia Changming could make a move, a wolf-like spirit beast lunged at him, claws outstretched, charging forward. In an instant, the wolf spirit was suspended in midair, thrashing helplessly. Xia Changming, with an indifferent expression, grasped its neck with one hand. A slight increase in pressure caused the spirit beast to dissipate into a wisp of ethereal energy, vanishing into the air. Rather than retreating in fear, the remaining spirit beasts surged towards him en masse. Ultimately, they were mere mindless entities. Xia Changming's hand transformed into a blade, and with a swift motion, he dispatched the approaching beasts in a flash. A horizontal swipe released a fierce wave of sword energy, cleaving through the throng of spirit beasts that dared to obstruct his path. With a newfound tranquility, Xia Changming continued onward. Despite the numerous spirit attacks he encountered along the way, they were swiftly eradicated. Before long, he beheld a formidable iron door looming ahead. This must be the threshold to the innermost sanctum. Just as he believed the challenges had concluded and prepared to advance and unveil the door, a hand emerged from the ground before him, followed by the emergence of a towering armored general, revealing itself from the earth. A being of peak extraordinary caliber, much like the spirit beasts. This entity was also a manifestation of condensed spiritual energy. Naturally formed spirit bodies typically require an extensive passage of time to coalesce, and those that come to existence are exceedingly rare. The sheer abundance of spirit beasts and spirit generals within the Xia family cemetery is indeed astonishing. Last time, Xia Changming must have battled these spirit entities as well. It is implausible for such a multitude of spirits to have formed in less than a century. Thus, there can only be one explanation. Someone is creating these spiritual beasts and generals. The ability to ingeniously condense spiritual energy into these entities is not something an ordinary person can achieve. Even Xia Changming himself cannot accomplish this at present. His curiosity about the Xia family cemetery deepened. Striding forward, as he approached the gatekeeper's spirit general, the general raised his long blade, poised to strike. Xia Changming pressed his fingers together, resembling a sword's edge, swiftly slicing through the air before him. In the next instant, the gatekeeper's spirit general was cleaved in two, dissipating into the ether. Xia Changming stood at the entrance and gently pushed open the heavy doors. As the doors creaked under the weight of their movement, the scene within unfolded before his eyes. It was a spacious ancestral hall, akin to a grand palace, with statues of past family heads standing solemnly on either side. Dominating the center was a remarkably lifelike statue of the first family head of the Xia clan. This was surely the final step, kneeling before the statue to receive the baptism of inheritance. Just as Xia Changming took a step forward, the iron doors slammed shut behind him with a resounding boom. It appeared that the trial was about to officially commence. Xia Changming stood resolute and unmoving. Suddenly, the statues of the family heads on either side seemed to come to life, their spirits emerging from the stone. In an instant, dozens of spirit entities wielding weapons fixed their piercing gazes upon Xia Changming. Each of the Xia family head spirits possessed the strength of a celestial being. This was not what had been promised at the outset. What a predicament! Xia Changming silently complained to himself. Nevertheless, this posed little challenge for him. It would merely require some additional time. Yet, a new question arose within him. How had his father, Xia Changming, passed this trial? Was he the only one granted such a special privilege? Not dwelling on this thought, Xia Changming's intuition urged him forward. Defeating these spirit heads would surely yield the answers he sought. The family heads were indeed quite enthusiastic. I shall not decline your warm invitation. Xia Changming's gaze sharpened as he summoned the imperial sword, gripping it firmly in hand, the sharp sword energy swirling like a tempest. He had no intention of wasting time. After all, he planned to take his wife out to explore the festive market later. With the imperial sword in hand, Xia Changming leaped into the throng of spirit entities. Turning, he unleashed a single, powerful slash, severing several spirits with one stroke. The remaining entities, undeterred, charged toward him with haste. Xia Changming planted the sword's tip on the ground, his arm vibrating with energy, leaving a deep, radiant scar on the earth as a towering wave of sword energy cleaved through all spirits in its path. These entities were not remnants of souls, but mere condensations of spiritual energy, allowing Xia Changming to strike without reservation. With fingers raised before him, he softly uttered, "Depart." The Emperor's sword soared from his grasp. Several blades formed from sword energy separating from the main body, each one akin to a meteor pursuing its target, precisely pierced through the ethereal entities. In an instant, the sword energy surged forth, and the immense spiritual power converged, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble and sway. At times, beams of sword light erupted from within, shining with a fierce brilliance. The disciples waiting outside the mausoleum were left utterly speechless. It was unlike any previous family head's entrance, which had not caused such a commotion. Xia Changming covered his face, terror etched upon his features. Beads of cold sweat streaming down as he trembled uncontrollably. What on earth is that brat doing in there? Is it merely a matter of dealing with a few spirit beasts of the Master Realm? Why does it seem as if he intends to dismantle the Xia family's mausoleum? Su Yuli maintained her composure, yet internally, she was not as serene as she appeared. The fact that Xia Changming drew his sword within suggests that the trials of the Xia family mausoleum are far more formidable than they have been described. Chapter 20. The second patriarch of the Xia family, Xia Lan. With a swift flash of sword light, the last spirit was vanquished by Xia Changming. At this moment, dozens of celestial spirits had been completely eradicated. The hall returned to a serene silence. Holding the imperial immortal sword, Xia Changming emanated a grand aura, showing no signs of fatigue despite the fierce battle he had just endured. Have you been watching for so long, without any intention of revealing yourself? Xia Changming's gaze sharpened, his piercing focus directed at the statue of the first patriarch standing in the center. During his encounter with the spirits, he had sensed faint fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from that direction, as if someone were manipulating the spirits. As he had anticipated, silence enveloped the statue for a moment before a vague, ethereal figure stepped forth. It was a remnant soul with consciousness. Dressed in a flowing dark robe and possessing long hair, this figure exuded an elegant demeanor. At first glance, he bore some resemblance to the statue of the first patriarch. Yet there was a distinct difference. To think you discovered this, you truly are someone I admire, the figure remarked with a smile. His eyes appraising Xia Changming from head to toe, growing increasingly pleased and nodding in approval. What a magnificent presence. Such a striking visage, indeed, a son of the Xia family. And look at that strong and well-proportioned physique, splendid. Xia Changming remained silent for a moment before politely clasping his hands and inquiring, "May I ask if you are the first patriarch of the Xia family, Xia Feng?" To his surprise, the man shook his head with a smile and gestured towards another statue, which closely resembled him, standing to the left of the first patriarch statue. "I am Xia Lan, the second patriarch of the Xia family." Xia Lan, the the second patriarch of the Xia family, the brother of Xia Feng. If Xia Feng was the founder of the Xia family, then Xia Lan was the one who elevated and perpetuated the legacy of their ancestors. Although taken aback, Xia Changming respectfully acknowledged, "I am honored to meet you, Ancestor Xia Lan." Indeed, a proud and noble spirit, yet not lacking in humility. Xia Lan observed Xia Changming with a subtle smile. "At such a young age, you possess the strength of a celestial sovereign. After hundreds of years, our Xia family has finally produced another extraordinary talent." However, as he spoke, Xia Lan's expression soured, revealing disdain and anger as he pointed towards the statues of the former patriarchs. What on earth were those wretched beings? With such meager strength, how could they ever claim the title of patriarch? Each generation worse than the last. It infuriates me. I fear that merely summoning a celestial spirit would lead them to be buried right here in this cemetery. As Xia Lan's ire grew, it was evident he longed to personally admonish these wayward descendants. Xia Changming stood silently by, refraining from comment. Once Xia Lan's rage had subsided, he turned his attention back to Xia Changming. "By the way, I recall that the Xia family tomb was last opened over 60 years ago. Why has it been reopened so soon? Could it be that the previous head of the family has passed away?" At this thought, Xia Lan's gaze sharpened, and a formidable killing intent surged within him. He instinctively feared that the Xia family might have encountered a catastrophic disaster, leading to the unfortunate demise of the former head. In response, Xia Changming could only awkwardly clarify, "No, my father is alive." The Xia family remains unscathed. Upon hearing that the Xia family was unharmed, the chilling killing intent abruptly dissipated, and Xia Lan casually remarked, "Is that so? Then it is well." Surely he must have mismanaged the Xia family and been stripped of his position by the Elder Council. Truly useless. I had even planted a spiritual source within him to assist him in reaching the celestial realm. Xia Lan's expression reflected his frustration. He vaguely guessed that Xia Changming was likely the newly appointed head of the family following the Grand Clan competition, which had not been held for quite some time. Alas, how far the Xia family has fallen. Xia Lan sighed, shaking his head. Xia Changming fell silent. The clan competition had indeed commenced, but the truth was not as he had insinuated. However, to prevent this ancestor from discovering the Elder Council's private collusion and harboring unease, Xia Changming opted not to elaborate further. Let his father silently bear this burden. Fortunately, after several centuries of waiting, I have finally encountered a worthy heir. Xia Lan halted before Xia Changming and inquired, "Young man, what is your name?" "I am Xia Changming, the 48th heir to the head of the Xia family." Xia Changming replied solemnly with a cupped fist. "Xia, if Changming, shall surely illuminate our Xia family for generations to come." A splendid name indeed. "I like it," Xia Lan exclaimed. "Earlier, I noticed your sword's ethereal grace and your exquisite swordsmanship, which do not resemble our Xia family's lineage. Whom did you learn from?" Xia Lan curiously inquired. Since Xia Changming had entered the mausoleum, he had been observing from the shadows. Witnessing the sword energy entwining around him and his transformation of palm into blade was astonishing. This prompted his desire to test him, leading to the subsequent guardian spirit and the spirits of past heads of the family that had endured for centuries. Yet, to his astonishment, within less than a stick of incense's time, all the spirits had been vanquished. From Xia Changming's unparalleled swordplay and that celestial sword, Xia Lan seemed to glimpse a figure that evoked both an uncanny familiarity and a deep-seated terror within him. It couldn't possibly be her. Xia Changming did not conceal the truth. His lineage as a disciple of the legendary Sword Immortal was well known, so he spoke candidly. "My master is nameless, known to the world as the peerless Sword Immortal." The peerless Sword Immortal, nameless? At this revelation, Xia Lan's expression turned pale with fear. Once he regained his composure, he asked Xia Changming in a pleading tone, "May I see your life-bound flying sword?" Xia Changming paused momentarily before summoning the imperial immortal sword and offering it to Xia Lan. Xia Lan cradled it delicately in his hands, examining it closely. It was indeed the very flying sword she had once possessed, the imperial immortal sword. She is still alive. Moreover, the flying sword was bestowed upon another. No wonder this lad possesses such formidable strength. It turns out he is her disciple. Everything suddenly makes sense. After a prolonged contemplation, Xia Lan silently returned the emperor's celestial sword to Xia Changming. Upon receiving the sword, Xia Changming inquired with confusion, "Did our ancestor happen to know my master?" From Xia Lan's expression and tone, Xia Changming discerned that she must indeed be acquainted with his mentor. As the second-generation head of the family from nearly a millennium ago, it follows that his master must have lived for over 1,000 years. He had previously speculated that his master had existed for at least several hundred years, but he had underestimated. One could say they are acquainted. Xia Lan offered no further explanation. After the initial astonishment, her countenance transformed into one of joy. Your being favored by her and receiving the legacy of the Sword Immortal is ample proof of your extraordinary nature. After centuries, we have finally awaited your arrival. With your innate talent and strength, combined with her legacy of the Sword Immortal, the Xia family's 1,000-year glory shall surely be resurrected. Xia Lan could hardly contain her excitement, her expression vibrant and her words soaring. Young man, I, Xia Lan, the second-generation head of the Xia family, shall bestow upon you the true legacy of the Xia clan. Chapter 21. The true inheritance of the Xia family. The Changming art the genuine legacy of the Xia clan? A sense of doubt arose within Xia Changming. To his knowledge, the inheritances acquired by each generation's clan leader upon entering the trial grounds merely consisted of absorbing a single source of spiritual energy. Could it be otherwise? Xia Lan, perceiving Xia Changming's uncertainty, refrained from rushing to clarify, instead playfully placing her finger upon his forehead. Instantly, a warm current embodying the essence of inheritance flowed into Xia Changming's spiritual sea like a gentle stream. Above the vast expanse of his spiritual sea, the radiant imperial immortal sword floated, and as this verdant luminescent energy merged, an ancient tome materialized in the air above him. The Changming art. Xia Changming's consciousness continuously explored within the spiritual sea, discovering the words Changling art prominently inscribed on the cover of the ancient book. Yet, the Xia family's secret technique had always been the longevity art. What, then, was this Changling art? At that moment, after imparting the inheritance, Xia Lan slowly spoke. Are you perplexed as to why the Xia family's inheritance is the Changling art and not the longevity art? Without waiting for Xia Changming's response, she sighed and continued. The longevity art practiced by our family today is merely a derivative foundational version of the Changling art. A millennium ago, during the cataclysmic battle between immortals, demons, and monsters, the world was irrevocably shattered, with mountains crumbling and the sun and moon losing their luster. Most immortal sects were obliterated in that conflict. Fortunately, the Xia family of longevity endured, yet we have since descended into decline, no longer basking in our former glory. As she spoke, Xia Lan seemed to drift into a deep reverie, her expression complex. But she quickly regained her focus to continue. People generally believe that our Xia family's secret technique primarily cultivates spiritual energy and expands the spiritual sea. But this is not the case. Were it so, our family would have long since faded into the annals of history during the battle of the immortals and demons. Upon hearing this, Xia Changming suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. He possessed some knowledge of the ancient battle involving the immortals, demons, and monsters. In that ancient era, when the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth flourished, nurturing all living beings, countless formidable beings emerged, and conflicts were incessant. Relying solely on auxiliary secret techniques for survival was exceedingly challenging, let alone establishing the Xia family of longevity and achieving such remarkable feats. Xia Lan smiled knowingly. The notion of nurturing spiritual energy and expanding the spiritual sea is merely the foundation of the Changling art. The true Changling art encompasses far more than that. To perceive the spirits of heaven and earth, to transform them for one's own use, to solidify them into form, and to integrate them with oneself. That is the true legacy of the Xia family. As she spoke, Xia Lan demonstrated the technique herself, slowly lifting her finger. The almost imperceptible spiritual energy in the air began to coalesce, forming a delicate spiritual sword at her fingertips. Xia Changming's gaze sharpened, and a rare look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. To gather energy and manifest spirit. What a remarkable technique. The perception of spiritual energy was nearly at the level of unity with the cosmos, and the mastery over it was exquisite. And this was not the end. In a fleeting moment, Xia Lan made the spiritual sword dissipate with a snap of his fingers. With a deft motion, he conjured a lifelike spiritual rabbit that appeared in his palm as if by magic. What do you think? Xia Lan asked, his nose held high, brimming with pride. It was as if he were begging for praise. Xia Changming, not one to withhold compliments, exclaimed, "Your ancestors' technique is exquisite, truly astonishing. The ability to wield spiritual energy to such an extent is indeed remarkable. Surely, the spiritual beasts and spirits within the mausoleum are also a product of this ancestor's craftsmanship. No wonder the entrance is guarded by the Xianling Yinmu, specifically to prevent the dissipation of condensed spiritual entities. The fact that this ancestor could manipulate dozens of celestial realm spiritual bodies is utterly terrifying." Xiaolon reveled in Xia Changming's exaggerated praise, his pride swelling. Yet he feigned modesty, saying, "Oh, this is nothing. I once blew air into soldiers and battled the demon clan for 3 days and nights. I have bestowed upon you the legacy of the Changling technique. A mere rabbit and a spiritual sword will be within your capabilities once you master it." "Thank you, ancestor." Xia Changming expressed his gratitude, though a new doubt began to stir within him. Why was such a powerful secret technique deliberately concealed and not shared with the entire clan? However, Xia Changming soon grasped the underlying reason. He understood why Xiaolon chose to hide the Xia family's secret techniques for centuries, even from previous heads of the family. Once the Changling technique became known to formidable beings, it would inevitably attract covetous eyes. Realizing the Xia family's gradual decline, Xiaolon resolutely chose to seal the Changling technique, preserving only the most fundamental Changxing technique to prevent the family legacy from falling into the hands of others. Indeed, as Xia Changming suspected, Xiaolon had acted thus to avert the possibility of the Xia family being targeted and annihilated by powerful adversaries. He opted to keep the Changling technique hidden until the emergence of a new generation capable of leading the Xia family back to glory. Fortunately, diligence bore fruit. After hundreds of years of waiting, he had finally encountered Xia Changming. Now that the family's legacy was entrusted to him, Xiaolon gazed deeply and calmly at Xia Changming. At this moment, he had placed the future fate of the Xia family in his hands. Xia Changming bowed respectfully and declared solemnly, "I will not disappoint you, ancestor. You are her disciple. I believe you will not let me down," Xiaolon said assuredly. Yet, his expression shifted as he added, "There is one more matter. The Changling technique I have granted you is incomplete. It only includes the first volume." "And where is the second volume?" Xia Changming inquired. Xiaolan's face revealed a trace of guilt as he slowly shook his head, saying, "I do not know. This is another matter I must entrust to you. The second volume of the Changling technique is in the hands of my brother, Xiaofeng, who perished on the battlefield of immortals and demons, and neither his body nor his soul has been recovered. Therefore, I beseech you, should an opportunity arise in the future, to welcome back the founding patriarch of the Xia family, Xiaofeng. This has been a lingering pain in Xiaolon's heart for centuries. The Xia family cemetery houses the remains of the successive heads of the Xia family, yet the founder, Xiaofeng, remains absent. To retrieve Xiaofeng and bring him back to the Xia family, along with recovering the lost second volume of the Changling Sutra, is Xiaolan's lifelong aspiration. As a descendant of the Xia family and the current head, Xia Changming would certainly not allow the remains of their ancestor and the family's secret techniques to be lost to the world. He promptly assured Xiaolon, "Rest assured, ancestor, I will certainly bring back our first ancestor and the lost second volume of the Changling Sutra." "Indeed. Excellent. You are truly someone I admire," Xiaolon exclaimed with delight upon hearing Xia Changming's resolute words. Seizing the moment of Xiaolan's joy, Xia Changming pondered something and tentatively inquired, "May I ask, ancestor, can the Changling Sutra be practiced by outsiders?" "Outsiders? Who?" Upon hearing this, Xiaolon's expression darkened, the joy fading from her face as her eyes narrowed. The Changling Sutra is a closely guarded secret of the Xia family, one that must never be disclosed. "The demon tribe," Xia Changming replied calmly, undeterred by Xiaolan's reaction. "You intend to pass it to the demon tribe?" Upon hearing the mention of the demon tribe, Xiaolon's countenance grew even darker, a palpable aura of killing intent suddenly emanating from her. Chapter 22. She voluntarily married me. Xiaolon felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be that he had misjudged this young man? Was he, perhaps, a spy from the demon race? Yet, he indeed possessed the authentic secrets of the eternal life technique. At that moment, Xia Changming smiled and explained, "Indeed, that demon is my wife, who has now joined the Xia family." "Huh, a demon? Joined the Xia family?" Upon hearing this, Xiaolon was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Had the relationship between humans and demons become so harmonious? Were demons marrying into the human race? Are you saying you have taken a demon woman as your wife? Xiao Lan inquired, his surprise palpable. Xia Changming replied without hesitation, yes. She agreed to it? Xiao Lan asked again. Of course, she voluntarily married me. Xia Changming chuckled. This was not a falsehood. Su Yueli had indeed chosen to marry him, as he had offered her a choice. Observing Xia Changming's joyful demeanor, which bore no hint of deceit, Xiao Lan, though astonished, accepted the reality. He could hardly believe that in just a few centuries, the relationship between humans and demons had transformed so amicably. It was well known that a millennium ago, they were sworn enemies, embroiled in countless conflicts. The current peaceful coexistence was indeed beyond his expectations, yet it was a rare and joyous development. Isn't the Xia family's eternal life technique supposed to be kept secret from outsiders? Noticing Xia Lan's momentary silence, Xia Changming couldn't help but ask again. After regaining his composure, Xiao Lan pondered for a moment, then replied, well, since she is married into the Xia family, she is one of us and should not be considered an outsider. Teaching her the eternal life technique would not violate the ancestral teachings of the Xia family, though her ability to grasp it will depend on her understanding of spiritual energy. Xiao Lan was clear in his intent, effectively granting permission to pass on the eternal life technique to Su Yueli. Grateful for the affirmation, Xia Changming expressed his thanks. Thank you, ancestor. Xiao Lan waved his hand casually, signaling that there was no need for such formality. All right, I have already bestowed upon you the family's legacy. The rest is up to you. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. He had given all that was necessary and conveyed all his instructions. His mission spanning centuries had finally reached its conclusion. Xia Changming nodded gently and was about to turn to leave when suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned back. By the way, ancestor, I have one more request. May I take the mystical wood from the town gate outside the mausoleum? Consider it a gift from you to my wife. Xiao Lan paused, recognizing the young man's discernment and boldness. Very well. Take it as a gift from me to you both. After a moment's reflection, he readily agreed. Initially, the purpose of the Xianling Yinmu at the entrance was to prevent the spiritual entities within the cemetery from dissipating. Now that all the spirits have been eradicated by Xia Changming, there is no longer a need to retain the Xianling Yinmu. It would be more beneficial to bestow it upon my disciples. I have expressed my gratitude to my ancestors on behalf of my wife, and thus, I shall not impose further upon you. Xia Changming solemnly bowed before departing the hall. Xiao Lan gazed at Xia Changming's retreating figure, a gentle smile gracing her lips, and then turned her gaze toward the statue of the first family head, Xia Feng, murmuring to herself, Brother, I have finally found a worthy heir for the Xia family, a young one deserving of our trust, whose strength surpasses even your youthful days, and he is also her disciple. You would surely take a liking to him. After centuries, my mission is finally complete. As she spoke, a wisp of lingering soul began to fade, becoming insubstantial, as if a mere breeze could disperse it. To ascertain Xia Changming's worthiness, she had expended an excessive amount of spiritual energy to summon the spirits, coupled with the infusion of spiritual essence from generations of family heads, leaving her own power completely depleted. This fragment of soul could no longer be sustained. Fortunately, he did not disappoint in the end. Oh, and he even married a woman from the demon clan. Truly impressive. Times have changed. Indeed, the youth of today know how to enjoy life. Xiao Lan remained seated at the foot of the Xia Feng statue, recounting everything that had transpired that day, seemingly with an inexhaustible tale to tell, until her voice gradually diminished, ultimately fading into silence. The hall returned to tranquility once more. Upon exiting the passage, Xia Changming discovered that the bright moon hung high in the sky, and night had fallen. He had been inside from morning until evening. Soon, a figure approached, throwing a punch in his direction. You little rascal, what have you been doing in there? Xia Changming exclaimed angrily, his fist poised to strike. Having spent an entire day inside, he couldn't help but wonder if Xia Changming had dismantled the entire cemetery in his absence. Xia Changming stood firm and slowly replied, I met with our ancestor, Xiao Lan. At that moment, Xia Changming's fist halted just before Xia Changming's face. Well, what? You met with our ancestor, Xiao Lan? He exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. That was none other than the renowned second family head, the one who had elevated the Xia family to great heights. He had never heard of any family head encountering her spirit within the cemetery. Even during his last visit, he had seen no trace of her presence. Entirely unaware of the ancestral soul residing within, Xia Changming nodded. Xia Changming quickly retracted his fist and leaned closer, eagerly inquiring, "What did the ancestor say? Did she mention me?" She did," Xia Changming replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "What did she say?" Xia Changming asked, filled with anticipation. Xia Changming could only cough twice and say, "Ahem, our ancestors have proclaimed that you, father, are astute and capable, a paragon of the Xia family and a pillar for our generation. Truly, I must pay a visit to the venerable one." Such high praise instantly filled Xia Changming with joy, and he prepared to enter the mausoleum. However, Xia Chonglin hurriedly stopped him, casting his gaze towards the depths of the mausoleum and gently stated, "Father, our ancestor is weary. Let us not disturb him." Indeed, he thought, very well. Xia Chonglin reluctantly conceded. Just as he was immersed in the regret of not meeting their ancestor, he suddenly heard two sharp sounds nearby. Two beams of light flashed, and the heavy black wooden doors of the Xia family mausoleum were severed by Xia Changming. "What are you doing, you rascal?" Xia Chonglin exclaimed in terror, covering his cheeks, resembling a renowned painting as he cried out. In a moment of distraction, Xia Changming had dismantled the entrance of the Xia family mausoleum. "Oh, ancestors, I, your unfilial descendant, humbly apologize. My son did not mean to act thus. Please do not hold it against him." Xia Chonglin hurriedly knelt on the ground, clasping his hands in prayer for forgiveness. Xia Changming, however, calmly stored the Xianling Yin wood into his spiritual ring and, without turning back, said, "Father, our ancestor has already consented to give me these two doors. I trouble you to send someone to craft another door and also to repair the mausoleum." "You little rascal." Xia Chonglin was left speechless with frustration. Since it was the ancestor's promise, he found himself powerless to object. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of joy for Xia Changming's encounter with their ancestor and the favor he had received. After assuring Chu Qingwan of his safety, Xia Changming proceeded directly to Su Yueli. "My dear, I did not expect you to be waiting here for me. I am truly touched." "Humph, do not misunderstand. I merely happened to have nothing to do and stayed to observe," Su Yueli retorted coldly. In truth, she had lingered out of curiosity after witnessing the sword energy emanating from the mountain, eager to learn what could compel him to draw his sword. She had been secretly hoping to see Xia Changming emerge in a rather disheveled state. Now that Xia Changming appeared unscathed and maintained his composed demeanor, her expectations were dashed. Noticing her displeasure, Xia Changming immediately took her hand and led her towards the gates of the sect. "Since there is nothing pressing, allow me to take you to explore the festive atmosphere of Tianzhou. It has been several days, and I have yet to show you around. Today is a day of celebration, and the outside is quite lively." Su Yueli allowed him to lead her, but frowned and said, "Let go. I have no interest in your human celebrations." Chapter 23. My wife is truly adorable. In the Tianzhou Dynasty, the capital city is currently celebrating its annual summer festival, coinciding with the cessation of disputes along the borders, marking a time of double blessings. The streets are aglow with lanterns, bustling with throngs of people, and the sounds of joyful laughter resonate in the air, creating an atmosphere of peace and merriment. Xia Changming strolled through the lively marketplace, hand in hand with Su Yueli. The moment their figures appeared, they attracted countless gasps and glances from the young men and women around. "Wow, look at that young man. He's exceptionally handsome. What's so appealing about him? In my opinion, that lady beside him is a celestial being descended to earth, truly stunning." Even the foremost courtesan of the capital, the renowned singer Xia Hualing, pales in comparison. The man is dashing, and the woman is breathtaking. They are indeed a perfect match. A blessing from the heavens. I disagree. The heavens are unfair. Why am I still single when I am so charming? The crowd turned to see a uniquely striking man, quite abstract in appearance, indignantly voicing his discontent. Even seasoned practitioners accustomed to myriad mystical beasts could not help but exclaim, "The world is vast, and indeed full of wonders." Xia Changming paid no heed to the murmurs of admiration around them, instead leaning closer to Su Yueli and softly inquiring, "My dear, is there anything you desire? This evening, I shall treat you." "Humph, all of these are dull and uninteresting trinkets. I have no interest whatsoever," Su Yueli replied, her rosy lips parting as she popped a candied hawthorn into her mouth. Her bright eyes occasionally darted to the stalls and vibrant carts lining the street. Although she feigned indifference, her curiosity was palpable. "My wife is truly adorable," Xia Changming chuckled, choosing silence in the face of her playful demeanor. Observing Xia Changming's expression, a blend of affection and amusement, Su Yueli felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. What did that smile mean? Was he looking down on her? Her delicate face displayed a hint of vexation, silently vowing that if given the chance, she would repay him in kind. At that moment, a loud vendor's call rang out. "Come and see exquisite magical artifacts at reasonable prices, honest dealings for all ages." Following the sound, they spotted a stall thronged with affluent ladies and young maidens, seemingly selecting something of interest. Noticing Su Yueli's curiosity piqued, Xia Changming guided her into the crowd. Su Yueli obediently followed, as her interest had indeed been sparked. Upon closer inspection, however, they discovered that the offerings were merely dazzling jewelry crafted from radiant gemstones, nothing more than mere baubles, devoid of any genuine power. Merely tricks to deceive the naive and beauty-seeking ladies. Bending down, Su Yueli casually picked up a gem, her expression one of disdain. Such trifles, if cast to the ground, even I would not spare them a glance. The realm of the demon clan is vast, yet its lands are barren. However, it is replete with a myriad of rare minerals. In the eyes of Su Yueli, these jewels and ornaments, even if they were not magical artifacts, would scarcely warrant a glance from the denizens of the demon realm due to their purity. The stall owner, a middle-aged man, was momentarily entranced by Su Yueli's beauty, and upon regaining his composure, he realized he was in the presence of someone discerning. Such unparalleled beauty could only belong to a noble lady. He hastily rubbed his hands together and smiled apologetically, saying, "Fairy, what you say is true. Such goods could hardly catch your eye. How about this?" He then produced a delicate wooden box from behind him and presented it to Su Yueli. From within the box, Su Yueli sensed a faint ripple of spiritual energy. With a gentle flick of her finger, the box opened effortlessly, revealing 2 emerald green orbs nestled inside. With a subtle gesture, the orbs flew directly into her palm. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were merely 2 spiritual artifacts designed to nurture and stabilize one's mind. While they held some utility for ordinary individuals, they were utterly devoid of value for someone of her caliber. The stall owner, believing he had captivated her interest, eagerly extolled, "These orbs are known as the twin-born pearls. Crafted by a master of the highest order, they symbolize dual birth, a harbinger of auspicious fortune. You and this gentleman shall each hold one, destined to share a bond of duality, and soon it shall herald the arrival of a prosperous future." Earlier, he had noted the presence of Xia Changming beside Su Yueli. As a seasoned merchant, his keen observation and intuition led him to surmise their extraordinary relationship. On the day of the festival, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, hand in hand, the answer was all too evident. Surely, they were a pair of devoted partners from some esteemed lineage. With such persuasive words, he was certain of success. Yet, just as the stall owner reveled in his prospects of fortune, a sudden, chilling wave of murderous intent washed over him, rendering him paralyzed with fear. Su Yueli had crushed the 2 orbs in her hand, her exquisite visage radiating an icy glare directed at him, as if she were poised to take his life in the next breath. The stall owner trembled uncontrollably, sweat soaking through his shirt, unable to utter a word. He was bewildered, pondering what offense he had committed, having only spoken words of good fortune. At that moment, a hand rested gently on Su Yueli's head. "All right, my dear. You're scaring the man away," Xia Changming said, playfully patting her head. The sight of her cold demeanor juxtaposed with the gentle pat was almost comical. Yet no one remained to witness it. The once crowded stall was now deserted, with a wide berth cleared around them. Su Yueli, with a huff of indignation, glared at Xia Changming and rose to leave. Xia Changming, with a cheerful smile, retrieved a handful of gold coins from his pocket and tossed them to the stall owner. The coins soared gracefully through the air, landing in a neat stack without a single one amiss. "Apologies, my dear wife is rather shy. However, I truly appreciate your words. These are the compensation for those 2 orbs." With that, Xia Changming turned and chased after Su Yueli. "My dear, won't you wait for me? Keep your distance from me." Su Yueli replied coldly, filled with disdain. One stubbornly drew near, while the other resolutely retreated, and the 2 appeared to be a playful couple engaged in affectionate banter. The stall owner stared blankly at the gold coins before him and the scattered fragments of orbs, unable to comprehend. Was it truly so terrifying for a woman to be shy? Meanwhile, having quelled her anger, Su Yueli had reverted to her usual indifferent demeanor, clutching a variety of snacks such as spun sugar and rice cakes. It wasn't that she genuinely desired to eat. She was merely curious about the differences between human and demon cuisine. Along the way, Xia Changming had purchased an assortment, even holding quite a few himself. She was not difficult to please, though not exceedingly easy either. However, after this experience, Xia Changming had a better understanding of Su Yueli's preferences. Aside from food, she seemed to have a particular interest in magical artifacts. My dear, it appears you wish to acquire a magical artifact? Su Yueli did not deny it, tacitly acknowledging his observation. What do you intend to do with a magical artifact? Xia Changming inquired with curiosity. This time, Su Yueli chose not to respond, silently licking the sugar in her hand. It wasn't that she was unwilling to answer. She simply did not know how to articulate her thoughts. After all, she couldn't very well say that her intention in purchasing a magical artifact was to contend with him. Seeing that Su Yueli remained silent, Xia Changming refrained from pressing further, assuming that it was a common hobby among practitioners to collect magical artifacts. Now, he knew precisely where to take her, as there was indeed a place he needed to visit himself. Chapter 24. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is a merchant guild exclusively catering to practitioners, offering bespoke magical artifacts, rare and exquisite elixirs, and various treasures of the world. Anything related to the needs of cultivators can be found within its walls. Its reputation is widely known, and every practitioner is familiar with its name. Although it is termed a guild, it resembles an enigmatic sect in its operations. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is established across the 9 provinces and 10 territories. Its presence felt wherever practitioners gather. They seem solely focused on the trade of magical artifacts and elixirs, deliberately staying out of all disputes. Xia Changming led Su Yueli, indulging in delightful refreshments, until they arrived before a towering and magnificent pavilion. The exterior of the pavilion is exceptionally grand, adorned with vermilion towers and ornate windows, and a large jade plaque prominently displays the characters Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Su Yueli stood before the opulent structure, her beautiful eyes gazing in awe at the lavishness of the pavilion, which could rival her own palace. The only territory where the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has yet to establish itself is within the domain of the Demon Clan. Given the long-standing enmity between humans and demons, it is unlikely that the demon race would permit the human race to open a shop in their territory. Any attempt would likely result in a catastrophic outcome. Thus, Su Yueli was unfamiliar with the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. However, after a thorough explanation from Xia Changming, a hint of anticipation flickered in her eyes. Let us proceed, my dear, Xia Changming urged, and they stepped into the pavilion. Upon entering, they were enveloped by the faint spiritual energy and the fragrant aroma of herbs and elixirs that permeated the air. A dazzling array of magical artifacts and elixirs adorned the displays, with disciples from various sects and independent cultivators diligently selecting their desired items. A poised and graceful attendant approached the couple with a smile, inquiring, "Esteemed cultivators, how may I assist you today? Bring forth your finest magical artifacts to this emperor." Su Yueli interjected before Xia Changming could respond, her tone imbued with an air of nonchalance and pride. This declaration instantly drew the attention of all present, expressions of bewilderment adorning their faces. Which young lady dares to proclaim herself as this emperor? Few would have the audacity to do so, they murmured amongst themselves. Such youthful arrogance. High-tier magical artifacts are not meant for just anyone to wield. The attendant momentarily paused, taken aback. However, her excellent training allowed her to swiftly regain her composure. With a beaming smile, she replied respectfully, "Certainly, the high-tier magical artifacts are located on the top floor. Please, follow me." With that, the attendant led Su Yueli toward the upper levels of the pavilion. After a few steps, Su Yueli realized that her companion had not followed. She turned her head in confusion to look back at Xia Changming. With a smile, Xia Changming waved his hand, saying, "My dear, you go ahead and choose whatever you desire. I have a few matters to attend to and will join you shortly." Upon hearing this, Su Yueli narrowed her eyes. Though he claimed to be taking her to enjoy the festival, it seemed he had his own business to attend to. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Su Yueli's immediate reaction was that Xia Changming must be up to some nefarious scheme once again. However, this was fortuitous, with Xia Changming absent. She could select the most suitable magical artifact to confront him. Without uttering much, Su Yueli followed the maid up to the loft. Meanwhile, Xia Changming turned to another maid, his words shocking everyone present. "Please summon your superior." The once bustling loft fell into an eerie silence, as the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. They had thought the stunning woman from earlier was audacious enough, only to find this young man even more brazen. This was the renowned Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion. The last person to act so arrogantly within these walls had long since become a memory, buried beneath 8 feet of earth. Yet here stood someone oblivious to that history. From their earlier exchange, it appeared they were a couple. Truly a perfect match. The maid stood in stunned silence for a moment, then nodded gently before hastening into the inner room. Soon after, a resonant voice thundered from within. "Who dares to cause trouble in the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion?" A burly man, his face marred by scars, emerged with an impatient demeanor, bellowing at the crowd. "Who called for me?" The onlookers were drenched in cold sweat, instinctively retreating from Xia Changming, as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. An empty space formed around him, placing Xia Changming in stark relief at the center of the gathering. Chun Lianxiong immediately focused his gaze on Xia Changming, his robust yellow-brown spiritual energy surging forth. "So it's you, brat, who has come to stir trouble at the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion." Xia Changming felt quite helpless. He had no intention of instigating conflict. How had it escalated to the point where he was perceived as a troublemaker? It was hardly surprising that the crowd misunderstood him. His calm demeanor and the haughty expression on his face led them to instinctively believe he was there to disrupt the establishment. At this juncture, he could hardly bother with explanations. A straightforward approach would suffice. Xia Changming narrowed his eyes, unleashing an intangible spiritual force, a terrifying pressure descending upon all present like a towering mountain. Those with slightly higher cultivation could barely bend their bodies, while lesser cultivators found themselves flat on the ground, unable to move. This spiritual pressure? A celestial sovereign. When did such a youthful celestial sovereign emerge within the heavenly capital? Could it be that an ancient ancestor had regained their youth and wandered out for a stroll? Even Chun Lianxiong, at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, felt the extraordinary weight of this pressure. Amidst the heavy burden lay an underlying sharpness. The only beings capable of instilling such trepidation and threat were those above the celestial sovereign level. "Esteemed elder, if the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion has inadvertently offended you, please forgive us." At this moment, Chun Lianxiong had shed his previous aggressive demeanor, now appearing as docile as a kitten, adorned with a smile as he said, "I am Chun Lianxiong, the overseer of this Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion. I understand you have matters to discuss with me. As long as the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is capable, I implore you to feel free to issue any commands." Although the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion does not fear a formidable being of the celestial sovereign realm, we have always adhered to the principle of fostering friendships rather than creating enmities. If we can avoid conflict, we shall, and if we can cultivate alliances, all the better. Xia Changming nodded in satisfaction, his hands clasped behind him as he spoke softly. "I indeed have matters to discuss with Manager Chun. Please, there is no need for such formality. You may call me Xiao Chun," came the reply. "Let us move to the inner room for our discussion." Chun Lianxiong stepped aside with a welcoming smile, gesturing for him to enter. Indeed, with just a slight display of prowess, matters became considerably more manageable. As Xia Changming made his way to the inner room, he paused deliberately in front of Chun Lianxiong and said, "Manager Chun, please refrain from calling me senior. It makes me sound old. I am merely 26 years of age and have only recently married." With that, Xia Changming entered the inner room, leaving Chun Lianxiong standing there, momentarily bewildered. It seemed his ears were playing tricks on him. Did he truly hear that celestial sovereign figure proclaim himself to be only 26? The astonishment was not felt by Chun Lianxiong alone. After Xia Changming departed, everyone present felt the invisible weight that had pressed upon them dissipate. They could scarcely believe that the young man had managed to tame the notoriously irascible Chun Lianxiong, rendering him as docile as a kitten. This indicated the young man's extraordinary strength. Yet, he claimed to be merely 26 years old. What an astonishing prodigy he must be. Chapter 25. The ruthless and the inhumane within the confines of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Chun Lianxiong and Xia Changming sat opposite each other at a mahogany table. A maid delicately placed 2 cups of tea beside them before silently closing the door behind her. Once they were alone, Chun Lianxiong inquired, "May I ask the esteemed name of this venerable person?" "Merely Xia," styled Changming. Xia Changming replied, taking a sip of tea with an air of nonchalance. Xia Changming. Chun Lianxiong murmured, echoing the name as if struck by a sudden realization. His mouth fell agape, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Xia Changming. The youth before him was none other than the young master of the Xia family, the very same who had retreated into the mountains with a mysterious Sword Immortal a decade prior. His emergence from seclusion had indeed caused a stir throughout the realm. Chen had heard whispers of the battles at the demon-human border and had learned of the Xia family's affairs. The clan competition had seen him single-handedly vanquish 100 foes, slaying the contemporary prodigy, Xia Haoyan, thus becoming the youngest patriarch in the family's storied history. It appeared the rumors were true. Xia Changming had ascended to the celestial sovereign rank. Ordinary cultivators often toil for over a century without attaining the celestial sovereign status. Yet he had achieved it at the tender age of 26, marking him as the youngest celestial sovereign in history. "What business does the Xia patriarch have with me?" Chun Lianxiong inquired, his tone imbued with newfound respect. Without further ado, Xia Changming waved his hand, retrieving the Xianling Yinmu from his spatial ring. 2 immense, heavy black wooden doors instantly filled the room, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to coalesce around them. Though Chun Lianxiong was unaware of the nature of this object, his familiarity with rare treasures allowed him to sense its extraordinary essence. Such a treasure, capable of gathering spiritual energy and maintaining its concentration, was indeed a rarity. Unable to resist, Chun Lianxiong reached out to touch the black wooden doors, feeling their chill while distinctly perceiving the potent spiritual energy they harbored. Remarkable. Is the Xia patriarch intending to use this treasure to forge a magical artifact? He exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. Besides being the overseer of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, he was also a master-level artifact smith, adept at crafting various high-tier magical items. The sight of such a treasure stirred his creative instincts. However, Xia Changming remained unhurried, stating, "There is no rush for the magical artifact. I would like you to first assist me in crafting some jewelry." "Jewelry?" Chun Lianxiong responded, perplexed. This was the first time someone had requested him to create jewelry. Xia Changming nodded. Chun Lianxiong pointed at the 2 pieces of Xianling Yinmu, seeking confirmation. "You wish to use this?" Xia Changming affirmed. "Indeed, this is precisely what I want. Please craft a pair of hairpins and 2 pairs of bracelets, ensuring they are as aesthetically pleasing as possible." Chun Lianxiong fell silent, his expression one of disbelief, gazing at Xia Changming with a mixture of disdain for the perceived waste and frustration at his lack of ambition. This was a rare and exquisite material. It is a shame to squander such materials on mere adornments instead of forging them into magical artifacts. What a waste. "May I inquire, Master Xia, what compels you to craft jewelry from this precious item?" Chun Lianxiong could not restrain his curiosity, pondering whether it was for a woman's sake. The very next moment, Xia Changming's response rendered him speechless. "Of course, it is for my wife and mother. Do you think I would wear it myself?" Xia Changming asserted with righteous indignation. Chun Lianxiong found himself at a loss for words. He secretly hoped that Xia Changming had undertaken this task for his own adornment. Yet what could he say? After all, the other party was the employer, and the employer's word was final. Although crafting jewelry lacks the value of magical artifacts, the inherent properties of the Xianling Yin wood, known for its ability to gather spiritual energy, render it a worthwhile choice for personal adornment. Chun Lianxiong estimated that producing just a few pairs of jewelry would not require such an abundance of Xianling Yin wood, leaving a significant surplus. Thus, he inquired of Xia Changming, "What shall we do with the remaining materials?" "Please transform the excess into 24 short flags of this kind. The rest shall be yours." Xia Changming replied, producing a blueprint from his spiritual ring and tossing it to Chun Lianxiong. Chun Lianxiong received the blueprint, his attention riveted to its intricate details. The depicted short flags were quite familiar. They served as gathering flags, commonly utilized in formations or for absorbing spiritual energy during cultivation. However, unlike other gathering flags, the ones illustrated in Xia Changming's blueprint were adorned with peculiar magical patterns, suggesting the presence of a unique gathering formation. Such gathering patterns had been lost to time. Should the magical patterns be successfully inscribed upon these flags, they would form a gathering formation, amplifying the efficacy of these gathering flags manifold. Chun Lianxiong's expression grew grave as he turned his gaze toward Xia Changming and spoke. Master Xia, if I am not mistaken, the patterns depicted on these flags are indeed gathering magical patterns? Xia Changming nodded gently. You overestimate my abilities. While fabricating 24 gathering flags poses no challenge, inscribing the gathering formation is beyond my skill. The art of carving gathering magical patterns has been lost for a millennium, and likely no one remains who can master it. Fear not. Simply create the 24 gathering flags for me, and the rest will be my concern, Xia Changming replied with remarkable composure. His words stirred a tempest within Chun Lianxiong's heart. What did this imply? If he understood correctly, Xia Changming intended to inscribe the gathering magical patterns himself? No, that couldn't be. Inscribing magical patterns is not a feat achievable by just anyone. There are but a handful of masters capable of such artistry. And even with the legacy of a Sword Immortal, one should not possess such extraordinary prowess. Having seemingly reassured himself, Chun Lianxiong felt a measure of comfort and clasped his hands in a bow, promising Xia Changming, I shall expedite the crafting of the 24 gathering flags and those pairs of jewelry. It will be completed within a matter of days. I appreciate your assistance. With a gentle wave of his arm, Xia Changming summoned forth an abundance of rare materials, filling the room with treasures. Their spiritual energy far exceeding that found within the renowned treasure pavilion. The transactions among practitioners are far from ordinary monetary exchanges. For the vast majority of cultivators, money is a trivial and insignificant commodity. Instead, they commonly rely on spirit stones as their circulating currency, a prevalent method of trade. Moreover, bartering goods or offering items as compensation is not uncommon either. The Xia family is currently facing a shortage of spirit stones, and Xia Changming possesses only a limited supply. Supplemented by the treasures he has gathered from the celestial mountains, nearly overflowing his spatial ring. The Millennium Snow Lotus. The solidified celestial essence stalactite. And this is the Phoenix Fire Ganoderma. Chun Lianxiong gingerly cradled a vibrant red Ganoderma, marveling at the array of legendary herbs he had only heard of but never encountered. Involuntarily gasping in astonishment. Truly, it is a display of unparalleled extravagance. Xia family head, this is far too much, Chun Lianxiong remarked, unable to contain his surprise at the abundance of these rare and precious herbs. The excess of profound spiritual dark wood as compensation would sufficiently offset a significant portion of the remuneration. Such an abundance of extraordinary treasures could practically purchase the entire celestial treasure pavilion. Xia Changming, however, merely smiled lightly, stating, The remaining herbs are a gift from me to you. Chun Lianxiong narrowed his eyes, observing Xia Changming, anticipating further discourse. The unilateral bestowal of so many precious herbs undoubtedly signified ulterior motives. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed when Xia Changming slowly continued, I have another matter to discuss with you. Chief Chun, what is it? Please do not hesitate to speak, Xia family head. I hope that the Celestial Treasure Pavilion can form an alliance with the Xia family. Chapter 26. What a coincidence. Are we united with the Xia family? Chun Lian furrowed his brow and inquired. Xia Changming elucidated, it is merely a private alliance. Hoping that Tiandi Baoga can lend a helping hand to the Xia family when assistance is needed. Pondering deeply while stroking his chin, Chun Lian's gaze wandered to the rare spiritual herbs strewn across the ground. Though reluctant, he solemnly declined Xia Changming's proposition. I apologize, head of the Xia family. If it is merely a business transaction, Tiandi Baoga would be more than willing to collaborate with the Xia family. However, should you seek assistance from Tiandi Baoga, I fear I must disappoint you. Tiandi Baoga has never engaged in any disputes and will not take sides. Upon hearing the refusal, Xia Changming did not exhibit a hint of disappointment. He was well aware that aligning with Tiandi Baoga would not be an easy endeavor, and thus had prepared himself. From his spatial ring, Xia Changming retrieved a jade vial and tossed it directly into Chun Lian's hands. Cradling the jade vial, Chun Lian observed Xia Changming offering him more elixirs and could not help but reiterate his stance with utmost seriousness. Head of the Xia family, you seem to underestimate me. No matter how many spiritual herbs you bestow upon me, my position shall remain unchanged. Do not be so hasty in your refusal, Chief Chun. Open it and take a look before making a decision, Xia Changming replied, raising his teacup and taking a sip with a faint smile. Chen Lian's brow furrowed slightly. He had already declared he would not ally with the Xia family, yet Xia Changming still attempted to bribe him. This was rather insulting to his character. What kind of person did he think Chen Lian was? What kind of miraculous elixirs had he not encountered? With such thoughts, Chen Lian disdainfully uncorked the jade vial, eager to discover its contents. Upon opening the vial, a verdant elixir, radiant and swirling with spiritual energy, floated forth, suspended before Chen Lian's eyes. Staring in astonishment at the elixir, he muttered in disbelief. Could this be an 8th-rank celestial elixir? The celestial elixir, as its name implies, is an exceptional potion specifically designed to assist one in breaking through to the celestial realm. It contains immense spiritual energy, which can continuously nourish the body during the breakthrough, transforming into a surge of spiritual power to shatter limitations and ascend to the celestial realm. This is a coveted treasure that countless peak practitioners in the human realm would yearn for throughout their lives. Chen Lian was indeed one of those who remained at the pinnacle of the human realm, now witnessing such a remarkable elixir with his own eyes. His gaze burned with intensity, and his hands trembled with excitement, instinctively reaching for the elixir. Just as his fingers were about to touch it, with a swift motion, the elixir suddenly soared away, vanishing from view. A flicker of panic crossed Chen Lian's eyes as he instinctively looked in the direction of the elixir's departure. There stood Xia Changming, holding the celestial elixir with a beaming smile, observing him intently. Well, Chief Chen, perhaps you should reconsider what I just mentioned? Conflicted emotions flickered across Chen Lian's face as he gazed at the elixir in Xia Changming's hand, filled with longing and reluctance. It seems that at this very moment, his beloved is being held captive by Xia Changming, compelling him to submit. If he were to obtain that celestial sovereign elixir, his hopes of ascending to the celestial sovereign realm would increase by a fraction. Do not underestimate this fraction. Even many peak celestial beings would take decades to amass such fortuitous luck. Once this celestial sovereign elixir is revealed for auction, it is certain that countless celestial beings would spare no effort to compete for this precious elixir. Seeing Chen Lianxiong's prolonged indecision, Xia Changming felt a flicker of confusion. Was he truly unmoved? The value of this celestial sovereign elixir is equivalent to that of some prestigious clans. It was also a rare success in Xia Changming's alchemical endeavors. How could he hesitate? Could it be that Chen Lianxiong genuinely did not desire it? Even he found it hard to believe. Under normal circumstances, he would undoubtedly accept the elixir without hesitation, ready to engage in detailed discussions. Yet, now was not the time. After much internal conflict, Chen Lianxiong finally sighed in resignation and spoke to Xia Changming. Master Xia, it is not that I am unwilling. Rather, I lack the authority to make such decisions. Please, follow me. With that, Chen Lianxiong led Xia Changming deeper into another room. As they walked, Xia Changming's mind was filled with questions. Typically, every heavenly treasure pavilion is overseen by a manager responsible for all its affairs. Yet Chen Lianxiong claimed he could not make decisions here. This could only imply one thing. There exists a higher authority within this heavenly treasure pavilion. As Xia Changming surmised, upon reaching the innermost chamber, Chen Lianxiong respectfully knocked on the door. Young master, the head of the Xia family wishes to see you. Come in, came a frail and feeble voice from within. Chen Lianxiong opened the door, and Xia Changming stepped inside. What met his eyes was a pale, sickly handsome young man reclining against the headboard, his delicate form resembling that of a young maiden. From the titles used by Chen Lianxiong, it became evident that this individual was none other than the young master of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Ling Ling. Beside Ling Ling stood a graceful young woman, wielding a sword with an air of icy elegance. Her face was concealed behind a pure white mask, rendering her features unknown, yet her presence exuded an extraordinary aura, standing poised without any apparent flaws. Upon Xia Changming's arrival, Ling Ling inquired in a voice that was almost a whisper, "May I ask what brings the head of the Xia family to seek me? I wish to discuss the matter of forging an alliance with young Master Ling." Xia Changming replied straightforwardly, not wasting words. Now that he stood before the young master of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, his intentions had shifted. Initially, he merely sought the pavilion's assistance for the Xia family when necessary, but now, if he could persuade Ling Ling, it would signify a genuine alliance with the entire Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Upon hearing Xia Changming's request, Ling Ling managed a strained smile. "I apologize. but the heavenly treasure pavilion does not. Young Master Ling, it seems the nine nether chill within you is becoming increasingly difficult to suppress, is it not? Before Ling Ling could finish speaking, Xia Changming interrupted him. Upon hearing his words, Ling Ling's gaze instantly sharpened, and an overwhelming chill suddenly erupted around him. The room was immediately enveloped in frost, transforming all decorations into exquisite ice sculptures. Ling Ling was taken aback that Xia Changming could discern his physical predicament at a glance. But upon reflection, it was not surprising. Rumors had it that Xia Changming had reached the realm of the celestial sovereign, capable of perceiving the suppressed Jiuyou cold energy within him. Truly, the head of the Xia family could not be deceived. Yet, even if you have seen through the Jiuyou cold energy within me, what of it? The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has always maintained a neutral stance, never aligning with anyone. Is that so? Then what if I were to say that I can cure the Jiuyou cold energy afflicting you? Xia Changming asserted confidently. Ling Ling and Chun Lianxiong both displayed astonishment, their shock tinged with uncontainable joy. Even the woman in the white mask beside Ling Ling could not suppress her excitement as she inquired, "Is it true? Can you truly save young Master Ling Ling?" There was once a celestial physician who claimed that to eradicate the Jiuyou cold energy within the young master, one would need a feather from the legendary phoenix of heavenly fire and the blood of the nine-young true dragon to neutralize it. However, both divine beasts have not been seen for millennia. How can you possibly heal our young master? The fleeting joy clouded their judgment, and once calm, Chun Lianxiong could not help but voice his doubts to Xia Changming. The woman's expression also shifted, her joy evaporating as she too felt that Xia Changming could not possibly possess such items. It seemed mere empty talk, or perhaps an endeavor to explore other unreliable methods. Countless renowned physicians had previously sought to curry favor with the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, all to no avail. Only Ling Ling gazed steadfastly at Xia Changming. Xia Changming did not disappoint him, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "What a coincidence! I happen to possess exactly what you seek." Chapter 27. Alchemy without a cauldron. Do you possess the fiery feathers of the celestial fire phoenix and the blood of the nine-young true dragon? The white-faced woman, visibly agitated, leaned closer to Xia Changming, seemingly eager for him to produce the items. Ling Xian, do not be disrespectful, Ling Ling admonished the white-faced woman, then turned apologetically to Xia Changming. I apologize. Ling Xian has acted impulsively. I hope the head of the Xia family will not take offense. Not at all. Xia Changming waved his hand dismissively. With a mere thought, a strand of crimson fiery feather emerged from his spatial ring. The feather, surrounded by blazing flames and sparkling embers, remained unscathed, radiating a brilliant scarlet light. The room, which had been encased in frost, suddenly warmed upon the appearance of the celestial fire phoenix's feather, causing the frost to dissipate and the ice sculptures to melt away. Is this truly the feather of the celestial fire phoenix? Chun Lianxiong rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The temperature, the intense spiritual essence. There was no doubt. This was the long-lost feather of the celestial fire phoenix, vanished for a millennium. Before anyone could regain their composure, a jade vial floated out from the spatial ring, suspended gracefully in midair. Inside the vial, a drop of pure golden blood rested, emanating a golden light from the vast nine-yang, illuminating the vial with a crystalline clarity. The blood of the nine-yang true dragon. This time, it was Ling Ling's turn to widen her eyes, her pale cheeks gaining a hint of color in the presence of these two treasures, and a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. To obtain the rumored inheritance of the nine nether ice bird, she had endured the torment of the nine nether coldness for decades, trying countless methods to eradicate it completely. She had been forced to rely on an abundance of protective artifacts and consume numerous elixirs daily to maintain her condition. Otherwise, the cold would invade her body, subjecting her to excruciating, bone-piercing pain. She had nearly become a mere vessel for medicine. At last, hope had appeared before her. I implore you, noble one, to lend your aid in healing our young master. Ling Xian and Chun Lianxiong clasped their hands in unison, their tone more respectful than before. Xia Changming smiled slightly, taken aback by how smoothly matters had progressed. Yet, a sense of doubt began to stir within him. He had not originally possessed the celestial fire phoenix's feather or the blood of the nine-young true dragon. They had been bestowed upon him by his master when he descended the mountain, who had unexpectedly instructed him to pluck a chicken feather and extract a drop of blood from the fish in the pond, all to be taken along. When he had inquired about the purpose of obtaining the feather and blood, his master had merely stated that he would find use for them in due time, offering no further explanation. He had not anticipated their necessity would arise at this moment. Could she have foreseen today's events? His master, who lived in seclusion on the immortal mountain, was typically languid and unassuming, not one to exhibit such astuteness. Head of the Xia family? Seeing Xia Changming lost in thought and unresponsive, Ling Xian, filled with trepidation, ventured to inquire. Seemingly fearing a refusal, she added earnestly, "Should the head of the Xia family be willing to extend his hand to heal our young master, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion shall forever remember this kindness." This was precisely what Xia Changming desired. To have the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion indebted to him would pave the way for future negotiations. Xia Changming raised his finger, and several extraordinary fire attribute spiritual herbs soared into the air, circling above his head. His palm gradually opened, as spiritual energy surged from his palm, coalescing into an ethereal cauldron. Within the cauldron, the flames of spiritual energy roared, and the herbs were sequentially cast into it, merging into essence. As the fiery feathers were gradually refined and incorporated, the elixir began to take shape, and the final drop of the true blood of the nine-yang dragon seamlessly merged into the core of the pill. The golden elixir was formed, releasing its fragrant aroma. The rich and fervent scent of the pill wafted throughout the room. Xia Changming applied a slight force from his palm, and a dark red golden elixir, enveloped in heavenly fire, shot forth from the cauldron. The task was accomplished. This method of alchemy, transforming the palm into a cauldron, left Ling Ling and the others utterly astonished. Such mastery in alchemical techniques could only be achieved by someone who had reached an extraordinary level. A moment's inattention could lead to the waste of those precious herbs. His audacity and confidence were remarkable. Moreover, he had indeed succeeded. The onlookers could not help but feel a sense of relief for Xia Changming. After the tension lifted, only admiration for his alchemical prowess remained. Throughout the process, Xia Changming remained remarkably calm and composed, displaying no hint of turmoil. On the celestial mountain, aside from cultivating sword techniques, his few remaining pleasures were alchemy. In his leisure time, he perused the alchemical recipes and celestial texts preserved by his master, teaching himself. Nearly all the elixirs he crafted were made by his own hands. With countless spiritual herbs available on the celestial mountain, he had honed his skills to perfection. Thus, alchemy had become as effortless to him as drinking water. Therefore, he found it perplexing to see Ling Ling and the others appearing so anxious. He was the one performing the alchemy, not them. Why did they seem more fatigued than he? "Is this pill usable?" Ling Xian asked, staring at the floating elixir, instinctively reaching out for the heavenly fire golden elixir. "If you wish for your young master to be engulfed in heavenly fire and turned to ash, then by all means," Xia Changming teased. Startled, Ling Xian hastily withdrew her hand, obediently stepping back. Xia Changming then retrieved a slender bamboo tube from his spiritual ring, his gaze fixed intently on its opening, carefully pouring a drop of celestial dew from within. The heavenly fire cleansing elixir, infused with heavenly fire and containing the ferocious power of true yang, could lead to calamity if consumed recklessly. One could be scorched by heavenly fire or, worse, perish on the spot. Only the celestial dew, naturally condensed by the spirits of heaven and earth, could neutralize and regulate it. As a drop of celestial dew landed on the heavenly fire cleansing elixir, the scorching heavenly flames vanished in an instant, and the dark red surface transformed into a vibrant crimson glow. The dark red had metamorphosed into a radiant golden hue. The heavenly fire cleansing elixir was truly completed. Xia Changming flicked a finger, and the elixir floated straight to Ling Ling's front. Ling Ling's eyes remained wide with disbelief as she gently cradled the descending pill in her hands, as if afraid to hurt it. Once you consume it and nurture your body for several days, the chilling energy within you will surely be dispelled. Xia Changming spoke to him in a leisurely manner. Ling Ling, disregarding his frail condition, struggled to rise from the bed and, with a respectful gesture, expressed his gratitude to Xia Changming. "Thank you. This kindness will forever be etched in my heart. Should the Xia family ever require assistance in the future, the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion will undoubtedly lend its full support." "Your words suffice," Xia Changming replied with a smile, for he had been awaiting this very acknowledgement from Ling Ling. As the sole heir of the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion, Ling Ling's endorsement held far more weight than that of Chun Lianxiong. Just then, a commotion resonated from the top of the pavilion, and Xia Changming sensed a familiar spiritual energy emanating from above, indicating that something was amiss with Su Yueli. It appears my wife is growing somewhat impatient for my return. Thus, I shall take my leave, Xia Changming stated, gesturing towards the upper levels of the pavilion. Ling Ling and the others also sensed the disturbance above and smiled, saying, "Very well, we shall not keep the head of the Xia family any longer. Chun, please escort the Xia family head." "Certainly," Chun Lianxiong replied, leading Xia Changming towards the upper levels with utmost deference and an ingratiating demeanor. "Please, esteemed head of the Xia family, this way to the exclusive passage for honored guests." Xia Changming was well aware of Chen's ulterior motives and casually tossed the celestial spirit pill into his arms. "Head of the Xia family, or rather, my lord, should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Chun Lianxiong clutched the jade vial as if it were more precious than a woman, his face adorned with a smile as radiant as a blooming chrysanthemum. In that moment, Xia Changming was akin to a reborn father in his eyes. If Xia Changming were to request him to bend over right then and there, he would not hesitate to comply without a second thought. Chapter 28. A final opportunity to depart. After Xia Changming left the room, Ling Xian, filled with concern, inquired of Ling Ling, "Young master, will our unilateral alliance with the Xia family not provoke the ire of the family head?" Though Ling Xian felt a sense of relief that Ling Ling would no longer suffer the corrosive influence of the Nine Nether Chill, she remained apprehensive about the hasty agreement made without familial consultation. This action implied that the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion had abandoned its neutral stance, upheld for centuries, which would inevitably incite dissatisfaction and accountability among many within the clan. Ling Ling stared blankly at the heavenly fire-cleansing pill resting in his palm, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Ling Xian, have you ever encountered a 26-year-old in the celestial sovereign realm?" Ling Xian, taken aback by the question, shook her head. "Young master, you are the most gifted prodigy I have ever encountered." Ling Ling offered a self-deprecating smile. Compared to Xia Changming, he could hardly claim such a title. He continued, "Have you seen anyone with alchemical talent that can rival his?" Ling Xian fell into silence once more, pondering the renowned alchemists within their clan, yet she found none who could compare to Xia Changming. The mastery he displayed in alchemical techniques was indeed at the pinnacle of the craft. It soon dawned on Ling Xian what Ling Ling was implying. With a solemn tone, she asked, "Are you suggesting that he is worthy of our favor and alliance?" Ling Ling nodded gently. At such a young age, achieving this level of prowess, he may well become another celestial sovereign in the wake of the battles between the celestial, demon, and beast tribes a millennium ago. It is imperative for our Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Celestial sovereign, Ling Xian murmured, captivated by the term. Since the cataclysmic conflict among the celestial, demon, and beast tribes 1,000 years ago, the ranks of celestial sovereigns had been nearly obliterated, and the depletion of spiritual energy had robbed the skies of their former grandeur, where spiritual power once surged like a vast ocean. This calamity had led to the near extinction of potential celestial sovereigns, leaving only a scant few, mostly ancient hermits who had secluded themselves for decades, if not centuries. To attain the celestial sovereign realm at such a tender age in this desolate world was indeed a testament to his extraordinary talent, rivaling the illustrious prodigies of a millennium past. "You have clearly contemplated the ramifications for our family," Ling Xian remarked with admiration. Ling Ling responded with a faint smile, pointing towards the ceiling as he posed another question. "Do you know who his wife is?" Ling Xian pondered briefly before her eyes sparkled with realization. "Ah, the Empress of the Beast race. Indeed, his wife is the current Empress of the Beast race. Our alliance is not merely with the Xia family. It extends to the Beast race as well. Should we cultivate a favorable relationship with the Beast Empress in due time, the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion may find a foothold within their domain. In that eventuality, those within our family will have little to argue against." Ling Ling carefully elucidated to Ling Xian. This is precisely why he so readily agreed to forge an alliance with the Xia family. Gratitude is merely one of the reasons. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has always been a merchant within the cultivation realm, where every transaction necessitates meticulous calculation. Upon hearing this, Ling Xian felt a surge of admiration and praised, You truly are the young master. Everything is under your control. Is everything truly under my control? In response to Ling Xian's compliment, Ling Ling feigned a smile, yet within his heart lay a profound stillness, as cold and deep as the ocean. There exists a far more significant reason that he had not disclosed to Ling Xian. It is precisely this reason that reassured him that his father would never reproach him for making an independent decision. Rather, he might even commend him. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's main headquarters does not reside in the Eastern continent, and his journey to the Tianzhou Dynasty was not a mere whim. Nor was it his original intention. Just days prior, his father summoned him to this location for recuperation, providing no explanation, only suggesting that perhaps the chilling aura of the Nine Hells could be alleviated here. After waiting for 2 days, he encountered Xia Changming, who fortuitously concocted the Heavenly Fire Cleansing Pill, curing his 9 Hells chill. Such coincidences seem too remarkable to be mere happenstance. If he returns, he must uncover the truth from his father. Ling Ling pondered deeply. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Xia Changming, Su Yueli was led by her maid directly to the top floor of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. The majority of items here were extraordinary spiritual tools, and occasionally one could spot some divine artifacts or remnants of shattered divine relics. In contrast to the lower levels, the individuals permitted here were exceedingly few. Those wandering the loft were either young scions of prestigious families clad in luxurious garments or renowned disciples of formidable sections, dressed in a flowing, ethereal gown. With silver threads cascading around her, Su Yueli's enchanting figure stood out even amidst the throng of elegantly attired youths, drawing the attention of many. Although she felt quite uncomfortable under the gaze of these admirers, she refrained from showing her displeasure. Gracefully gliding through the hall, her eyes flitted over the spiritual tools displayed on either side, yet she did not pause even for a moment. Despite the presence of numerous divine artifacts, none captured her interest. Su Yueli was acutely aware that ordinary divine artifacts could not possibly contend with Xia Changming. She was all too familiar with this truth. She believed that the only thing separating her from Xia Changming was a suitable celestial weapon. If only she could wield a celestial weapon, she might not be defeated by that insufferable fellow. Regrettably, she had nearly traversed the entirety of the top floor without discovering a single celestial weapon, not even a shard of one, leaving her utterly disheartened. It seemed that the famed Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was not as remarkable as rumored. Just as Su Yueli paused before a particular spiritual tool, preparing to scrutinize it closely, a frivolous voice unexpectedly broke her concentration. "Oh, little beauty, are you here alone?" A man clad in resplendent attire approached her, his face adorned with a teasing smile, and his eyes revealing unmasked greed as he appraised her from head to toe. Su Yueli furrowed her brows, her delicate face darkening as she uttered a single word, "Leave." To her surprise, the man not only disregarded her warning, but leaned in closer, a smile widening on his face as he inhaled the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her. "Oh, you're quite fierce. I find that appealing," he exclaimed. "My little beauty, you are truly enchanting. Have you considered following me? I promise you a future filled with wealth and luxury, everything you could desire." Kai Kuan declared with excitement directed at Su Yueli. From the moment she arrived, his gaze had been fixated upon her. He sighed, marveling at the existence of such a stunningly beautiful woman. In comparison, the 18 wives and concubines he had previously acquired seemed mere frivolous adornments, utterly unworthy. At that moment, he resolved, if he could possess this woman, he would die beneath the peony blossoms, reveling in a ghostly charm. He secretly vowed to make her his 19th concubine. After observing her for a while, he noted that Su Yueli was alone, constantly circling various magical artifacts without purchasing even a single one, not even daring to touch them. Kai Kuan surmised that she must have a fondness for magical items, but lacked the means to acquire them, leading him to believe she was no noble lady. Yet, even if she were a princess of the celestial realm, it would not deter him. He was Kai's second son, and throughout his life, he had never encountered anything he desired that he could not obtain. With that thought, he no longer hesitated and resolutely approached Su Yueli. Upon catching a whiff of her delicate fragrance, his heart raced with desire and his eyes gleamed with greed. Su Yueli, utterly repulsed, coldly declared once more, "This is your final chance. Leave." Chapter 29. He is the Emperor's consort. Ah, such a temper. If I refuse, what will you do to me? I suggest, dear beauty, that you yield to me willingly, lest you regret it in the future. Kai Kuan spoke to Su Yuli in a tone that was both persuasive and threatening, unable to contain the fervent desires within him. His lips curled with a greedy lust as he slowly extended his hand towards her bosom. The others in the loft had been drawn in by Su Yuli's cold rebuke, and upon seeing Kai Kuan, they couldn't help but express their indignation, simultaneously feeling sympathy for the exquisite woman. It was a misfortune to encounter someone like Kai Kuan. He was the second son of the Kai family, one of the 4 great clans of the Tianzhou Dynasty, and he wielded his family's power with arrogance, bullying both men and women alike. His notorious reputation for greed and lechery was well known. Every woman he desired fell victim to his various schemes to make them his wives or concubines. To date, he had taken 18 wives and concubines, many of whom were forcibly taken from others. Countless women had suffered under his cruel grasp. Any woman with even a hint of beauty would flee from him as if encountering a malevolent spirit. Now, in broad daylight, he dared to entertain vile intentions towards a young maiden, laying his lecherous hands upon her. Despite the fury brewing in their hearts, none dared to intervene due to Kai Kuan's esteemed status, which only emboldened his brazen demeanor. Within the realm of Tianzhou, who would dare to oppose him? Just as Kai Kuan's hand was about to make contact with the resplendent peaks of her form, drool began to escape from his lips in anticipation. Su Yuli regarded him with an icy indifference, not flinching, and even allowing a stunningly cold smile to grace her lips. In an instant, a flash of silver cut through the air, an arm flew off, plummeting to the ground, blood spraying in a crimson arc. Kai Kuan's expression froze. For the arm that had aimed to strike, Su Yuli had vanished without a trace. He was momentarily dazed, completely unable to comprehend what had transpired. How had his hand suddenly disappeared? The searing pain from his severed limb jolted him back to reality, flooding his mind with agony. My hand! My hand! Kai Kuan clutched his bleeding stump, wailing in despair, the pain tearing him apart. You vile woman! How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am? I will not let this go. When I catch you, I will make you regret it. Bit by bit, I shall humiliate you. Once I tire of you, I will sell you to the Yihua Pavilion for the amusement of all. Noise. Before Kai Kuan could finish his threats, a delicate jade hand grasped his forehead, a chilling wave of murderous intent enveloping him, silencing his throat and leaving only boundless dread in his eyes. Su Yuli coldly regarded him, her delicate nose wrinkling slightly as she detected the stench of Kai Kuan's tainted blood upon her gown. With a frown of disdain, she icily remarked, "Putrid, inferior blood." In recent days, she has repeatedly faced humiliation by Xia Changming, nearly forgetting her true essence. She is the empress of the demon clan, the sovereign of myriad demons. This is her authentic self. Having refrained from action for so long, even this insignificant ant dares to challenge her audacity. Fortunately, with the assistance of Kai Kuan, Su Yuli has finally rekindled the long-lost feeling of being an empress. Gazing at Kai Kuan, Su Yuli contemplated how to deal with this audacious insect before her. Should she crush it? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a figure suddenly rushed towards her, striking with a powerful hand. How audacious! Who dares to harm the second son of the Kai family? Kai Su, while launching his attack, bellowed loudly. Upon seeing Kai Kuan grievously injured, blood pouring from his wound, his face contorted with urgency and fury. He realized that he had only stepped away for a brief moment, and such calamity had befallen them. If the family head were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. The immediate priority was to rescue the second son and eliminate this woman. Su Yuli cast a cold glance at the approaching figure, inwardly dismissing him as yet another ignorant insect. With a gentle flick of her sleeve, an overwhelming force sent Kai Su hurtling through the air, crashing hard against the wall of the pavilion. Were it not for the protective barrier of this heavenly treasure pavilion, he might have been sent flying for miles. Kai Su, struggling to rise from the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, looked on in horror. This seemingly 20-year-old maiden possessed such immense strength. With a mere sweep of her sleeve, she had sent him, a practitioner at the initial stage of the celestial realm, flying. Seeing the newcomer, Kai Kuan appeared to have found a glimmer of hope, regaining some composure as he shouted frantically towards Kai Su. "Su Lao, where have you been? This woman dares to sever my arm. Quickly, subdue her for me. I want her to wish for life, yet find none, and to seek death, yet be unable to attain it." Kai Su, filled with indignation, glared at the incompetent and frantic Kai Kun. He was infuriated by his weakness, his greed, and lust, and now, even more so by his inability to grasp the situation at hand. Did he not just witness how he was repelled by that woman's strike? If he could have subdued her, he would have done so already. There was no need for him to say anything further. He had long known that Kai Kun's greed and lust would lead to trouble, but he had not anticipated such a significant predicament. Yet, as the second son of the Kai family, Kai Kun's peril could not be disregarded by Kai Su, who held the position of an elder. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? This individual is the second son of the Kai family. If there has been any offense, I kindly ask for your mercy. The Kai family shall surely treat you with great honor. Kai Su, seeing that she showed no hostility, could only respond respectfully with a cupped fist. The Kai family, I have indeed heard of them. They are one of the 4 great families that stand alongside the Xia family. Su Yuli's cold gaze remained fixed on Kai Su, yet she showed no intention of releasing Kai Kun. Just as she was about to proclaim her identity as the Empress of the Demon Clan, a sudden thought crossed her mind, and with a smile, she continued, "Listen well, I am of the Xia family. You are of the Xia family." Kai Su gazed in astonishment at the remarkable beauty before him, a woman of formidable strength. The Kai and Xia families had long been at odds, with frequent conflicts and disputes arising between them. Once, the Xia family had been at the forefront among the 4 great families, yet over the past few decades, the Kai family had rapidly ascended, gaining the upper hand. The Xia family's influence had waned, showing signs of decline, and rumors circulated that the position of the foremost family among the 4 might soon change hands. He never imagined that a member of the Xia family would dare to confront the second son of the Kai family. Although this individual claimed to be from the Xia family, Kai Su had no recollection of her. If she possessed such strength and beauty, he would certainly have remembered. "May I inquire as to your esteemed name?" Kai Su asked, having never encountered anyone of such caliber within the Xia family. "You are not worthy of knowing my title." Su Yueli replied coolly, her lofty demeanor reminiscent of an emperor who looked down upon the world. Kai Su scrutinized Su Yueli closely when a sudden realization struck him, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. He had heard that the young master of the Xia family, Xia Changming, had returned to the Xia residence 4 days prior, accompanied by the Empress of the Demon Clan. He had wed the Demon Empress in the border town of Tianzhou and brought her back to the Xia family. It was said that the Demon Empress was extraordinarily beautiful, possessing a captivating appearance and extraordinary power, strikingly similar to the young woman before him. "May I ask what your relationship is with Xia Changming?" Kai Su inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Su Yueli was momentarily taken aback by the question, her expression revealing a hint of complexity. Reluctant to acknowledge the truth, yet wishing to create some trouble for Xia Changming, she reluctantly replied, He is my husband." Chapter 30. The Emerald Flame, consuming the soul indeed. The enchanting woman before me is none other than the Empress of the Demon Clan. Humph. Surely, you are that Demon Empress, are you not? Kai Su's expression was grave as he tightened his grip on the iron whip and inquired with a resonant voice. The practitioners within this level of the pavilion could hardly miss his words, casting glances towards Su Yueli. This woman is truly the Demon Empress? It is said that she is a bloodthirsty fiend, her methods exceedingly cruel. Her ambitions are boundless, repeatedly invading our Tianzhou kingdom, leaving a path of slaughter in her wake. I have also heard that this Demon Empress indulges in debauchery, wantonly pillaging our humankind as playthings, extracting their essence. Such acts defy the natural order. Indeed, we cannot allow her to escape. I shall be the first to confront her. Even if I am defeated and captured as a plaything, I bear no grievances. In an instant, the crowd was stirred with righteous indignation, the tide of sentiment having drastically shifted. Just moments ago, they had sympathized with Su Yueli, but now, each grasped their weapons, exuding a palpable aura of menace, their incantations coalescing in their hands. Su Yueli's delicate face turned ashen, not because of the hostility directed toward her, but due to the baseless slanders uttered by them. While she admitted to having taken lives for the unification of the Demon Clan, the accusations of pillaging playthings and extracting essence were utterly fabricated. She was preoccupied with the internal matters of her clan. How could one speak of debauchery? It was infuriating. Seeing the fervor among the crowd, Kai Su secretly smirked. He had deliberately amplified his voice so that all could hear, making the Demon Empress a target of collective ire. Regardless of her formidable strength, this was Tianzhou. If she dared to act, she would undoubtedly face a multitude of powerful adversaries. Su Yueli felt a chill within, lamenting the trouble brewing around her. She initially intended to ensnare Xia Changming, yet found herself ensnared in a greater predicament. No matter how many ants there were, they remained ants. Eliminating these pests would not pose a challenge for Su Yueli, but it would certainly attract the attention of other formidable beings in the city. What a nuisance. The most vexing part was her inability to explain herself to Xia Changming. He had repeatedly admonished her not to act against others at will. Otherwise, Kai Kuan would have long since met his end at her hands. How could she allow him to live until now? Demoness, release my family's second son at once. Do not force us to act against you, lest you regret it. Kai Su seized the opportunity to threaten Su Yueli. Little did he know, being threatened was what Su Yueli loathed most. Especially after being threatened several times in recent days, she had no outlet for her frustration. Without heeding his menacing words, Su Yueli exerted a bit more pressure, causing Kai Kuan to wail in agony. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. It seemed that with just a little more force, his skull would be crushed. You dare, the crowd exclaimed, join me in capturing the Demoness. If we can rescue the second son of the Kai family, each of you shall be esteemed guests of my family. Kai Su, in a fit of rage, could no longer hesitate and grasped the iron whip, ready to rally the others to action. Some were driven by the promises made by the Kai family, others by the noble duty of humanity to eradicate the demon race, while some sought the prestigious title of vanquishing the Demon Empress. In any case, all present surged forward to attack. Just as they were about to engage, a figure gradually approached from a distance, and with a single utterance, he caused all to retreat in disarray. Who dares to seize my wife? His voice, though not loud, resonated with an immense spiritual force that transformed into an invisible pressure, rendering everyone motionless. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Xia Changming of the Xia family. Accompanying him was Chun Lianxiong, the overseer of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Who dares to cause trouble in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? Chun Lianxiong arrived and, upon seeing the blood-soaked ground and the intent of those present to engage in a brawl, his expression turned cold as he admonished. Have you all forgotten the rules against disturbances within the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? Intimidated, the crowd hastily sheathed their weapons and offered apologies to Chun Lianxiong. The influence of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was not something to be trifled with. Even the four great families of the Tianzhou Dynasty, including the Kai family, would not dare to act rashly. Kai Su quickly clasped his hands and addressed Chun Lianxiong. Chief Chun, my Kai family will compensate for all losses incurred today in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. But please, I implore you to advocate for my second son. After all, the second son of the Kai family still held some weight within the Tianzhou Dynasty, and under normal circumstances. Chun Lianxiong turned to see that the woman holding Kai Kuan was none other than the Demon Empress, Su Yueli. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chun Lianxiong turned back and berated Kai Su. What nonsense! It must be that your unlearned second son, driven by lust, provoked her. Otherwise, he would not have met such a fate. Today's outcome is entirely of his own making. Chun Lianxiong's words left Kai Su stunned, his hands frozen in the gesture of respect, his face a mask of disbelief. Chun Lianxiong was willing to offend the Kai family to protect the Xia family, and he did so without a hint of mercy in public. Su Yueli found the situation peculiar as well. Why was the overseer of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion defending her? A glance at Xia Changming's composed visage led her to suspect he had recently struck some clandestine deal with the pavilion. With a darkened expression, Kai Su realized he could not recklessly act against the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and retreated, stating, "We, the Kai family, acknowledge what has transpired today. But I must insist that you return my second son." Chun Lianxiong looked towards Su Yueli, noticing her apparent reluctance to relinquish her hold. He found himself in a rather awkward position. He could scold the Kai family without reservation. Yet allowing Kai Kuan to die publicly within the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion would severely tarnish its reputation. The public would condemn the pavilion for undermining its own rules. However, Xia Changming had bestowed upon the pavilion a significant favor, granting him an unparalleled opportunity to ascend to the status of a celestial master. This was indeed a complex predicament. Chun Lianxiong turned his gaze to Xia Changming, seeking his counsel. Su Yueli turned her beautiful gaze towards Xia Changming, her eyes seemingly inquiring. May I eliminate him? Xia Changming responded with a calm smile, addressing Su Yueli. Today is a day of celebration, a rare occasion of joy. Let us refrain from shedding blood. It is strictly prohibited to create disturbances within the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, and even more so to take a life. Xia Changming was merely extending a courtesy to the establishment. However, the prohibition against killing was all that was stipulated. Chun Lianxiong and Kai Su both exhaled in relief. As long as Kai Kun remained alive, the situation had not escalated too far, and matters could still be managed. Su Yueli pouted in dissatisfaction, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Yet she seemed to grasp something suddenly, the corners of her lips curving into a captivating smile. He only mentioned not to see blood, but he never stated that he would spare him. Upon hearing that he was saved, Kai Kuen's expression turned triumphant. His gaze filled with malice as he fixed his eyes on Su Yueli. Once he returned, he would surely gather men to capture this woman and subject her to severe humiliation. Su Yueli's demeanor turned frigid as she harbored a deep disdain for this insect. With a gentle tap of her finger upon Kai Kuen's forehead, his malevolent gaze transformed into one of astonishment and unease. Burn, Su Yueli uttered coldly. In the next moment, a wisp of eerie green flames erupted. Kai Kun clasped his head, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail that pierced the heavens. Surrounding him, a fierce blaze of ghostly green fire engulfed him, yet strangely, his flesh and garments remained unscathed, while his soul began to detach, slowly being consumed by the ethereal flames. In an instant, Kai Kuen's spirit was utterly obliterated, his eyes hollow and devoid of life as he collapsed helplessly to the ground. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 31. The overbearing couple. Yuval Enchantress, what have you done to the second young master? Kai Su's eyes were wide with fury, his body trembling as he pointed a finger at Su Yueli, his voice laced with anger. Su Yueli, however, paid him no mind, her charming face adorned with a seductive smile. She could no longer endure the filthy gaze of the wretched insect before her, prompting her to unleash the ghostly flames that consumed his soul. Though Kai Kun still possessed a faint pulse, his spirit had been obliterated, leaving him in a catatonic state, akin to a soulless husk. Chun Lianxiong was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Yueli would resort to such ruthless measures. The agony of a seared soul was far more excruciating than that of charred flesh. It was a torment that penetrated to the marrow, akin to the slow, agonizing process of skinning and dismemberment. Even a minor injury to the soul could render a person spiritually deficient, impairing their intellect. Yet, Su Yueli had entirely incinerated Kai Kuen's spirit, leaving behind only a wisp of life within his body to sustain his half-alive form. At this moment, as Chun Lianxiong gazed once more at Su Yueli, a flicker of dread crossed his eyes. Truly, she was deserving of her reputation as the bloodthirsty empress of the demon clan. Kai Su's expression was one of utter despair as he sorrowfully lifted Kai Kun from the ground, his gaze filled with malice and resentment. What a fine family the Xia family is. What a fearsome demon empress. The Kai family shall remember this day. Enough of your rambling, leave. Xia Changming was not inclined to tolerate Kai Su's outburst. With a swift motion, his arm transformed into a blade, unleashing a fierce wind blade that surged towards Kai Su. Startled, Kai Su hastily summoned his defensive artifact, raising a tortoise shell to shield himself. The wind blade effortlessly sliced through the shell, and the residual force slammed into Kai Su's chest. He and Kai Kun were sent crashing through the upper floor, bursting out of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. My golden jade bricks. My sandalwood. Chun Lianxiong looked at the gaping hole in the loft, his face contorted with pain. Each brick and tile of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was of great value. Such a substantial breach would require a significant expenditure to repair. The Xia couple truly surpassed all expectations. One wielded ghostly flames to burn souls, while the other unleashed gale force sword chi aimed at vital points. Had it not been for Kai Su's tortoise shell, he might have been cleaved in two on the spot. They were indeed a match made in heaven, displaying unparalleled dominance. Apologies, Manager Chun, for inadvertently damaging the wall of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Xia Changming remarked with a hint of contrition, though his expression betrayed no genuine remorse. This individual was a key figure that Ling Ling sought to cultivate, and also a benefactor of his rebirth. What could Chun Lianxiong possibly say in response? He quickly adorned his face with a grin, saying graciously, "No worries, no worries. This dilapidated place was already fragile and in need of repairs. So this saves us the trouble of tearing it down. Indeed, what a fortunate coincidence, Xia Changming replied with a smile. Yes, yes indeed. Chun Lianxiong forced a smile, his heart heavy with unspoken grievances. The remaining onlookers, witnessing Kai Su and Kai Kuan being unceremoniously expelled from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, dared not provoke further trouble. Especially recalling the soul-wrenching wails of Kai Kuan, a profound tremor coursed through her as she gazed at Su Yueli. In her heart, she was merely grateful that she had refrained from intervening moments earlier. One by one, they shuffled away, heads bowed in defeat. The Xia family, the Demon Clan, and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. None of these were adversaries they could afford to provoke. Their earlier bravado had merely been a fade, bolstered by the prestige of the Kai family. Once the crowd dispersed, Xia Changming sent Chun Lianxiong away and slowly approached Su Yueli. My dear, I hope I haven't arrived too late. It would have been better had you not come at all, Su Yueli retorted coldly. Xia Changming smiled faintly, a teasing glint in his eyes as he remarked, Is that so? I seem to recall someone just claimed I was her husband. Could it possibly have been you? Have you finally acknowledged me as your husband? You misheard. This empress never uttered such words. Su Yueli exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Feeling as if her throat were constricted, she shot him a fierce glare, infuriated that he had overheard her. She would never admit to having said such a thing. What irked her further was that he had been present all along, merely choosing to observe. Without uttering another word, Su Yueli turned on her heel and descended the spiral staircase of the pavilion, her face a mask of frost. Xia Changming kept pace beside her, leaning closer to whisper, My dear, I must confess, it brings me joy to hear you say that. However, it would be even better if you refrained from invoking my name only after causing trouble. Ideally, you could say it in my presence, which would delight me even more. Dream on. Su Yueli quickened her pace, distancing herself from Xia Changming with evident disdain, regretting her earlier words. If given a chance to redo the moment, she would rather eliminate everyone present than utter that statement again. Noticing her agitation, Xia Changming matched her speed. Are we heading back already? Aren't you interested in any magical artifacts? If there's anything you fancy, just tell me, and I shall procure it for you. There's no need. They are all trivial items, far beneath my interest, Su Yueli replied coldly without looking back. After the commotion, she had lost the desire to continue her search for artifacts. Celestial treasures were exceedingly rare in the world, not easily found, and heavily reliant on fate. Even the mighty Heavenly Treasure Pavilion had not displayed a single celestial artifact. One could only imagine the scarcity elsewhere. Xia Changming was taken aback by Su Yueli's discerning taste. It seemed that even among the pavilion's numerous treasures, not a single one had captured her attention. Was she perhaps in search of something even more extraordinary? As they bantered, they departed the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, merging into the bustling throng of the streets. Ling Ling stood by the window, gazing at the receding figure of Xia Changming, murmuring to herself, Xia Changming of the Xia family, a being of the celestial sovereign realm, inheritor of the Sword Immortal legacy. It seems the Tianzhou Dynasty is on the brink of transformation. Scoundrel! Useless fool! Within the residence of the Kai family, a figure suddenly burst through the hall, shattering the door and crashing into the courtyard. Kai Su, with one hand braced against the ground and the other clutching his chest, bled profusely from the corner of his mouth. Having already sustained injuries from a sword strike by Xia Changming, he was now further wounded by a forceful blow, exacerbating his condition. Yet, despite his plight, he mustered the strength to kneel outside in supplication. Please, master of the house, temper your wrath. Inside the dimly lit hall, a silhouette stood shrouded in darkness, its piercing gaze fixed upon Kai Su. It pointed towards the lifeless form of Kai Kuan sprawled on the ground and demanded in a fierce tone, Who did this to my son? Trembling, Kai Su responded in a hushed voice, It was the Xia family. Xia Changming's wife is the Demon Empress. She severed the second young master's arm and incinerated his soul with ghostly flames. Ah, the audacity of the Xia family. The shadow's eyes darkened with increasing malice. To sever my son's arm and burn his soul, rendering him as one dead. The Kai family shall flay the Xia clan and extract their essence to honor my son. Just as the shadow unleashed its wrath upon the surroundings, a soft yet sinister voice emerged from behind. Do not act out of impulse. Given that Xia Changming has inherited the legacy of the Sword Immortal and ascended to the rank of Celestial Sovereign, It is understandable that Kai Su could not protect Kai Kuan. You need not lay excessive blame upon him. Soon, I shall personally see to the demise of this child. Yes. Upon hearing this voice, the shadow's fury quelled significantly, responding with deference. It then turned its gaze towards the direction of the Xia family's ancestral grounds. Xia family, await your fate. I shall ensure your complete eradication from this world, leaving not a single soul behind. Chapter 32. The Three Secrets of Linglong. In the early morning, a delicate mist enveloped the mountain, and verdant foliage concealed the sky. Xia Changming sat cross-legged on a rocky peak of Changming Mountain, his eyes tightly shut, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, akin to gentle streams flowing in midair. It seemed as if an inexplicable allure emanated from him, drawing the ambient spiritual power of the mountains to converge here, forming a spiritual brook. Upon opening his eyes, Xia Changming gazed in mild astonishment at the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him and extended his hand to caress the ethereal stream. This was the first principle of the Chongling technique, the gathering of qi into spirit. In this moment, he finally comprehended why Xia Lan had chosen to seal the Chongling technique for centuries, preferring to keep it hidden from the disciples of the Xia family. The speed at which he was gathering spiritual energy rivaled the spirit-gathering array taught by his master. It is imperative to understand that all secret arts and techniques, as well as the operation of magical artifacts, require spiritual energy. The more formidable the practitioner, the more they unleash their extraordinary powers, necessitating an immense consumption of both their own and the surrounding spiritual energy. One could say that spiritual energy serves as the very lifeblood of every cultivator. When two practitioners of equivalent strength engage, the ultimate contest becomes which side depletes their spiritual energy first. The Chongling technique, capable of autonomously gathering qi into spirit and attracting the essence of heaven and earth, ensures an unceasing flow of spiritual energy, saturating his being. Should some reclusive masters discover this, it would undoubtedly incite covetousness, bringing calamity upon their clan. However, with him at the helm, such concerns were now unfounded. This was also the primary reason Xia Lan entrusted the Chongling technique to Xia Changming without hesitation. With a sweeping motion of his arm, the spiritual streams surrounding him flowed in tandem, wrapping around him like silken ribbons. In scarcely an hour, he had proficiently grasped the first principle of the Chongling technique. When his master had accepted him as a disciple, he had remarked on his celestial bearing and exceptional comprehension, noting how swiftly he learned. Thus, he underwent relentless, grueling training on the celestial mountain for an entire decade. He had little recollection of how he endured those 10 years. Yet, it was precisely this that elevated his understanding and learning speed to a remarkable level. Mastering secret arts felt as effortless to him as turning the pages of a book. Once more, Xia Changming closed his eyes, immersing himself in the vast sea of spiritual energy above, as the Chongling technique floated before him, its pages elegantly unfurling. The second principle of the Chongling technique, the condensation of spiritual energy. Only after mastering the gathering of qi into spirit and being able to freely manipulate the spiritual essence of heaven and earth could one pursue the second principle, condensing spiritual energy to adhere to the surfaces of objects, thereby enhancing them. Understanding the profound meaning behind this, Xia Changming opened his eyes and deftly caught a falling leaf with his fingers. Under his meticulous control, a faint, luminous green spiritual energy enveloped the leaf without causing any harm. Xia Changming then attempted to hurl the floating leaf towards a distant stone wall. The leaf shot forth swiftly, transforming into a green arc, silently embedding itself into the wall. Upon the stone wall, only a trace as delicate as a cicada's wing remained, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, while the flying leaf had long since penetrated the wall, leaving no trace behind. Impressive. Xia Changming couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. Ordinary practitioners could merely condense their spiritual energy into weapons to enhance their strength. This method of infusion was often forceful, consuming significant amounts of spiritual energy. And if the weapon could not withstand the influx, it would suffer fractures and damage. This was precisely why practitioners could only infuse spiritual energy into various weapons or magical artifacts, as other materials simply could not endure the might of spiritual energy. Yet just moments ago, Xia Changming had accomplished this. By employing the secret technique of the Long Ling Ju, he had adeptly attached spiritual energy to other objects, forming a thin protective membrane. If he could concentrate spiritual energy upon a weapon, the power it could unleash would be exponentially terrifying. The more Summer Changming speculated, the more delighted he became with the Long Lingju. The Summer family's emergence during the millennium-long battle against celestial beings and demons was no mere coincidence. This unique secret technique was unparalleled in the world. Summer Changming eagerly delved into the next key principle of the Long Lingju. The third principle, transforming spirit into form. This transformation required the practitioner to possess an exceptional affinity with spiritual energy and the ability to manipulate it with finesse, allowing the gathering of spiritual energy into tangible forms, shaping the spirit from its essence. This principle demanded a high level of proficiency, requiring the practitioner to be exceedingly adept, almost instinctual, to hope to master it. For Summer Changming, this was not a challenge. He could already gather spiritual energy, as if playing with a jump rope. He spread his palm, envisioning a branch in his mind. Soon, the surrounding spiritual energy began to coalesce in his palm, forming a perfect replica of the branch he had imagined. This was indeed the transformation of spirit into form. The success of his initial attempt at transformation left Summer Changming somewhat unsatisfied. He felt that the branch was too simplistic, lacking challenge. If Summer Lan were to learn of this thought, she would likely be consumed by envy. Long ago, Summer Lan had been one of the Summer family's twin prodigies, excelling in this very art of transformation, having taken an entire week to conjure a mere wooden stick. Summer Changming had succeeded in transforming a branch on his very first attempt, far surpassing the achievements of the former Summer Lan by leaps and bounds. His talent eclipsed hers. Following this, Summer Changming repeatedly endeavored to transform many objects, practicing diligently until he became increasingly skilled. Tables, chairs, swords, spears, and even various spiritual beasts were all subjects of his transformation attempts. A wolf spirit stood calmly before him, a creature he had modeled after those he encountered in the Summer family's cemetery. Without his command, the wolf spirit would remain motionless, standing still until its spiritual energy naturally dissipated. Through these numerous practice sessions, Summer Changming had begun to grasp the nuances of the ability to transform spirit into form. The more spiritual energy he infused, the stronger and more enduring the manifestation would become, and the transformed beasts and spiritual generals would lack consciousness, obediently following commands. Furthermore, he could delve into the essence of these entities, sharing their sight and sound, thus exercising control as if they were one. Having mastered the art of transformation, he had effectively grasped the first three crucial tenets of the long spirit technique. The processes of gathering energy into spirit, attachment of spiritual power, and transformation into form were intricately interconnected, each dependent on the previous one. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Xia Changming. If he could transform spirit and infuse spiritual energy into any object, could he not combine the two to form a suit of spiritual armor upon his body? With this thought, he hastily seated himself to experiment. Yet, the results were disappointing. No matter how many attempts he made, only a thin layer of spiritual energy clung to his body's surface, failing to form a protective armor. He felt that something vital was missing. His intuition suggested that this missing element likely resided within the lost latter three tenets. With no other option, he would have to seek out the lost scrolls in the future. Xia Changming looked up at the sun and realized it was nearly noon. He stood up, preparing to visit Su Yueli. Early that morning, she had been taken away by her mother, Chu Qingwan, and he had a good idea of their destination. Recently, Chu Qingwan had been teaching her various etiquette skills pertinent to human women, ranging from grooming to the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It was said that upon discovering her daughter-in-law's fondness for snacks, particularly sweets, Chu Qingwan had whisked Su Yueli away from her meditative practice, claiming, "With my son Ming's protection, what need is there for cultivation?" This left Su Yueli in a mix of exasperation and helplessness, reluctantly following along. He wondered if she had returned yet. Just as Xia Changming rose, he noticed Xia Ming rushing towards him, breathless. "Master, I've finally found you. Take your time. Why the haste?" Xia Changming inquired, puzzled. After regaining some composure, Xia Ming replied, "Xia Haoyuan wishes to convene a family meeting under the auspices of the Grand Elder. It seems he intends to condemn your actions." Chapter 33. All present are his people in the conference hall. A square table was centrally positioned, with 6 elders, including Xia Haoyuan, seated calmly on either side. They awaited the arrival of one individual, one deserving of the foremost seat at the table. Shortly thereafter, the imposing figure of Xia Changming appeared outside the hall, striding confidently towards his designated position. Upon taking his seat, it was customary for the 6 elders to rise and pay their respects to the family head. The 4 elders led by Xia Ruoguang stood, bowing respectfully to Xia Changming. We pay our respects to the family head. Only Xia Haoyuan and Xia Jun remained seated, unmoved. Why do the 1st elder and the 6th elder not rise upon seeing the family head? Xia Changming inquired coldly, narrowing his eyes, an intangible pressure emanating from him. Xia Jun, having witnessed Xia Changming's formidable prowess in the arena, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead under this unseen weight, and apprehensive, rose to clasp his hands in greeting. We pay our respects to the family head. Xia Changming nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards the still-seated Xia Haoyuan. 1st elder, might it be that your waist is ailing? If so, I can certainly understand and permit your remaining seated. Xia Haoyuan discerned the ridicule in Xia Changming's words and, with a sullen expression, retorted, I shall never recognize one who drives the Xia family towards the abyss as the family head. Oh, what do you mean by that, 1st elder? Xia Changming feigned ignorance, though he was well aware of the true purpose behind this sudden family meeting. As expected, Xia Haoyuan slammed his hand on the table, rising to point at Xia Changming with a voice laden with indignation. Do you know what you did last night? You brazenly caused trouble with a demoness at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, provoking none other than the Kai family, the most powerful of the 4 great families. You have only just assumed the role of head of the Xia family and have already stirred up disaster, inciting the ire of both the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and the Kai family. You are effectively seeking to obliterate the Xia family's centuries of foundation, plunging us into an irretrievable abyss. Upon hearing Xia Haoyuan's furious reprimand, the other elders exchanged glances, their expressions grave with concern. Not to mention that the Kai family had grown formidable in recent years, surpassing the Xia family. The influence of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was vast, spanning across the realms, far beyond what the current Xia family could contend with. Xia Changming's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Xia Haoyuan. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping the room, causing Xia Haoyuan to feel as though he were pierced by countless blades, his body involuntarily trembling. Though he dared not speak further, he clenched his teeth defiantly. After a moment, Xia Changming withdrew his oppressive aura and addressed the elders in a solemn tone. In recent years, our Xia family has repeatedly suffered blows from the Kai family, with dozens of our clan's youths perishing and countless others injured. I must ask, what have you all been doing? In the esteemed lineage of the illustrious Xia family, why do we merely cower in silence, allowing others to dictate our fate? With a thunderous voice, Xia Changming's exclamation reverberated through the chamber, causing the elders to tremble with shame, their heads bowed in silence. Observing their reluctance to respond, Xia Changming pressed on. Last night, the 2nd son of the Kai family, Kai Kuan, had the audacity to harbor nefarious intentions towards my wife and showed utter disrespect towards the matriarch of the Xia family. This is an affront, suggesting that the Xia family is without defenders. The actions of the Kai family represent a direct provocation against us. Taking advantage of this family assembly, I, as the head of the clan, declare to the thousands of Xia descendants, regardless of who dares to provoke or harm our family, we shall retaliate. The Kai family is no exception. If we cannot confront them one-on-one, we shall gather our forces and strike as a group. If that fails, we shall resort to ambush. I permit all of this. His declaration left the assembly in shock. Xia Haoyuan hastily interjected, refuting him. Absurd. The Kai family's power is formidable, with dozens of celestial disciples, and they are about to forge an alliance with the Wang family. Together, their strength far surpasses that of the Xia family. We would be courting our own destruction. Xia Changming listened quietly to Xia Haoyuan's words, casting a glance around the room. Except for Xia Ruoguang, who remained unfazed, the other elders exhibited expressions of concern and trepidation. He could not help but lament the current state of the Xia family, so weak and desperate for stability. If our ancestor Xia Lan were to witness this, he would undoubtedly be incensed. Turning to Xia Haoyuan, Xia Changming inquired calmly, then, according to the esteemed elder's wisdom, how can we ensure the prosperity and flourishing of the Xia family? Xia Haoyuan seemed to have anticipated this question for some time, responding without hesitation. In my opinion, we must immediately prepare gifts and extend an apology to the Kai family to mend our relationship. Furthermore, we should punish that demoness, both to appease the Kai family's anger and to send a warning to the other Xia descendants against causing trouble. Hearing this, Xia Changming could not suppress a laugh. What is so amusing? Xia Haoyuan inquired, his expression marred by anger. Apologies, esteemed elder, I mean no disrespect. It is simply that your words are utterly entertaining. Xia Changming replied with a broad smile, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It seems to me that your every word favors the Kai family, bolstering their ambitions while diminishing the stature of the Xia family. For a moment, I almost thought you were not of the Xia lineage, but rather a member of the Kai family. As soon as the words left his lips, Xia Haoyuan's pupils constricted in shock, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Xia Changming, shouting, "Preposterous! As the elder of the Xia family, I have devoted over a century to serving and safeguarding our clan. And yet you, a mere youth, dare to tarnish my reputation." Observing Xia Haoyuan's furious outburst, disregarding his dignity as he raged, Xia Changming regarded him with a knowing expression and casually waved his hand. "I never claimed that the esteemed elder is of the Kai lineage. I wonder why you are so agitated? You dare to tarnish my esteemed reputation, attempting to obliterate the century-old legacy of the Xia family, rendering yourself unworthy of inheriting the position of the family head. In my capacity as the Grand Elder, I, along with my fellow elders, hereby suspend your authority as the head of the Xia family. This, I suspect, is the primary reason for convening the family meeting, seeking to leverage the incident with the Kai family to castigate him." Xia Changming leaned languidly, resting his face in his hand, and casually remarked, "Grand Elder, please proceed." "Esteemed elders, what are you all waiting for?" Xia Haoyuan inquired, directing his gaze towards the others. The only response came from Xia Jun, while the rest fixed their attention on the composed and unyielding figure of Elder Xia Ruoguang. "Elder Ruoguang?" Xia Haoyuan addressed him, his eyes subtly tinged with a hint of menace. Xia Ruoguang slowly rose to his feet. Observing this, a triumphant expression spread across Xia Haoyuan's face. He believed a mere fledgling could challenge him. It would take eons for that to happen. All present were aligned with him. However, what transpired next rendered Xia Haoyuan's smug countenance utterly frozen in place. Xia Ruoguang turned to Xia Changming, bowing respectfully and stating, "Family head, I hereby accuse Grand Elder Xia Haoyuan. For decades, he has indulged himself in the Xia family's spirit stone treasury, forming clandestine alliances and defaming the previous family head." Chapter 34. Do you deserve the position of the Grand Elder? Xia Haoyuan was taken aback. He sternly questioned Xia Ruoguang. "Xia Ruoguang, what do you mean by this? Are you slandering me?" Ignoring Xia Haoyuan, Xia Ruoguang produced a ledger he had meticulously prepared and handed it to Xia Changming. This ledger contains a detailed account of the spirit stones embezzled by the Grand Elder Xia Haoyuan over the years. The quantities that should have been deposited in the treasury are all recorded here. A simple verification with the spirit stone treasury will reveal the truth. Xia Changming took the ledger, flipping through its pages, his expression gradually growing more severe. In merely a few years, Xia Haoyuan had pilfered over 100,000 spirit stones from the treasury. No wonder the Xia family's cultivation resources were so scarce, gradually being surpassed by the Kai family. What a splendid Grand Elder of the Xia family, truly devoted to the cause. Do you even have the right to the position of Grand Elder? Xia Haoyuan's face shifted between shades of green and white, his fists clenched tightly. Although he had long known that Xia Ruoguang was aware of his embezzlement, he had foolishly believed he held the upper hand, and thus had never taken it to heart. He never imagined that he would be publicly exposed today. Given the circumstances, Xia Haoyuan could do nothing but stubbornly deny the allegations. "Slander. I have never taken a single spirit stone from the Xia family. This ledger could easily be forged. It cannot be taken as genuine." "Humph, slander? The truth will be revealed upon verification." Xia Changming tossed the ledger onto the table for the other elders to peruse, then coldly declared, "The Grand Elder is suspected of embezzling nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones and forming cliques within the Xia family. According to family regulations, all powers and duties of the Grand Elder are hereby revoked. Once the truth is established, further actions will be taken. It is time to remove this old fool from the position of Grand Elder." Xia Changming displayed a mocking smile, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Xia Haoyuan bellowed, "You think you can strip me of my Grand Elder title just like that? Without the consent of half the elders, you have no authority to deprive me of my position." "Half?" Xia Changming scoffed disdainfully, looking at Xia Haoyuan as if he were a fool. Xia Ruoguang was the first to speak up. "The Grand Elder's crimes have harmed the very foundation of the Xia family. His moral character is lacking. I believe he can no longer serve in the position of Grand Elder. I request that he be stripped of his title." With Xia Ruoguang's statement, several other elders rose to echo his sentiments. Embezzling spirit stones in such vast quantities, resulting in a severe lack of cultivation resources for the Xia family's disciples, is utterly unforgivable. We request the removal of the Grand Elder. This behavior is a disgrace for the Grand Elder. He must be dismissed. I too agree. Please revoke the Grand Elder's position. The third elder, fourth elder, and fifth elder were only now realizing the extent of Xia Haoyuan's deception regarding the spirit stones he had hoarded for himself. They had been forced into a reluctant alliance with him, either through threats or coercion, yet their true allegiance had always been with Xia Ruoguang, not Xia Haoyuan. As Xia Ruoguang took the lead in denouncing Xia Haoyuan, the crowd quickly grasped the malevolence of his actions, and none wished to associate with him any longer. With Xia Changming now presiding over the Xia family, there was no longer any need to fear Xia Haoyuan. "For votes, plus my fifth," he declared. "Elder." "Oh no, from this moment forth, you are no longer the Grand Elder of the Xia family," Xia Changming proclaimed to Xia Haoyuan with a calm demeanor. Whether it was rage or the humiliation of being publicly stripped of his title, Xia Haoyuan's face flushed with indignation, and though he seemed on the verge of a retort, words eluded him. Ultimately, he was forced to swallow his pride, grinding his teeth in silence. "Very well. Such cunning. You conspired to bring me down, did you? I shall remember this." Xia Haoyuan glared fiercely at Xia Changming, preparing to storm off, but was halted once more by Xia Changming's voice from behind. "Wait, you have yet to leave the seal of the Grand Elder." "Humph." Xia Haoyuan snatched the token from his waist and slammed it onto the table before departing without a backward glance. Xia Jun, the sixth elder, also rose to leave alongside him. As a staunch supporter of Xia Haoyuan's faction, Xia Jun's presence here had become a mere source of embarrassment following Xia Haoyuan's disgraceful exit. "Patriarch, now that Xia Haoyuan is no longer the Grand Elder, who shall succeed to this esteemed position?" Xia Ruoguang inquired. The role of Grand Elder was not merely ceremonial. It entailed overseeing all family matters and maintaining the family's growth. In the absence of the Patriarch, the Grand Elder would assume the latter's authority, making it a position of great significance. Xia Changming, having resolved to oust Xia Haoyuan, had already contemplated a successor. "The role of Grand Elder shall be temporarily assumed by my father, Xia Changming. During my absence, he shall have full authority to manage all affairs," Xia Changming stated, unhesitatingly. After all, his father had been idle since relinquishing the title of Patriarch. It was prudent to assign him some responsibilities. As the former head of the family, he possessed a deeper understanding of its affairs, making him the perfect choice. The other elders voiced no objections to Xia Changming's decision. With matters settled, and before the assembly could disperse, Xia Changming asked, "Are there any other issues to address?" Xia Ruoguang produced an unopened letter from his robe and presented it to Xia Changming. "The Xia family has entrusted me to deliver this letter to you, seemingly inviting you for a meeting." "The Xia family?" Xia Changming responded, puzzled. The Xia family, one of the four great clans, was the weakest among them. Having no prior enmity or affinity with the Xia family, their sudden cordial invitation perplexed him. He speculated that it might be connected to the alliance with the Kai and Wang families and decided to set the letter aside for the moment. With time on his hands, he resolved to pay them a visit. He had heard that the Xia family songstress was reputed to be the most beautiful woman in the Tianzhou Dynasty. Do not misunderstand. It is merely curiosity. I wonder how she compares to my wife. After Xia Changming carefully stored away the letter, Xia Ruoguang continued, "There is another matter. Recently, an abundance of demonic beasts has suddenly emerged from a peak in the southwestern outskirts of Tianzhou, and the spiritual energy in that area is remarkably dense. Just months ago, the peak was devoid of spiritual energy, and demonic beasts were a rarity. The current situation is indeed peculiar and quite alarming. The Emperor of Tianzhou has dispatched personnel to investigate, but the cause remains unknown." "Is that so?" Xia Changming inquired. A peak that was once barren of spiritual energy has suddenly become rich in it, giving rise to a horde of demonic beasts. This is indeed most unusual. It bears a striking resemblance to a scenario my master once described. However, I am not yet entirely certain. If it truly aligns with what my master spoke of, then this could potentially herald a significant opportunity for transcendence. If the family head has no further matters to discuss, we shall take our leave, Xia Ruoguang said. Observing Xia Changming deep in thought, preparing to excuse himself along with the others. Wait, Xia Changming called out, gesturing for Xia Ruoguang to come closer. He leaned in and whispered, "Please have the second elder mobilize the family's covert guards to investigate Xia Haoyuan." A look of astonishment crossed Xia Ruoguang's eyes. To mobilize the family's covert guards for an investigation implied a suspicion of betrayal, waiting only for irrefutable evidence to carry out a purge. Although he was aware of Xia Haoyuan's avarice for spirit stones and his aspirations for the family head position, he had never considered that he might betray the clan. After all, Xia Haoyuan had served as an elder during the same period as him, having loyally served 3 generations of family heads and dedicated over a century to the Xia family. Hence, he had never entertained such a thought. In light of Xia Changming's suggestion, Xia Ruoguang solemnly replied, "Understood. I shall attend to this matter immediately." Chapter 35. The unique charm of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion stands as one of the most renowned landmarks of the Tianzhou Dynasty, its popularity and acclaim rivaling even that of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Within the capital, it is fair to say that no one is oblivious to the illustrious reputation of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. To inquire how to alleviate 1,000 sorrows, one need only reference the Drunken Immortal Pavilion of Tianzhou, a phrase that encapsulates the high esteem in which it is held. Xia Changming, dressed in light yet striking attire, exhibited his elegant and slender figure to perfection. His hair was tied back in a ponytail, and his strikingly handsome face bore an air of youthful vigor, reminiscent of a jade-faced gentleman newly exposed to the world. Yet, in a rather awkward twist, this exquisite young man found himself hesitating at the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, rooted in place. Passers-by, both men and women, cast curious glances and bemused smiles in his direction. "Look at that young master. He is simply charming, my type indeed." "Hush, do not judge by appearances. Have you not seen him standing before the Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Who would have thought that such a dashing youth would be captivated by it? Indeed, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is reputed to enchant even the divine." Listening to the murmurs around him filled Xia Changming with a sense of embarrassment. The pavilion not only offered enchanting melodies and captivating performances, but also served as a venue for entertainment and intimate exchanges between men and women. To put it plainly, it was an upscale brothel. This was precisely why he lingered at the entrance. As a young man in the bloom of youth, at just over 300 months old, would it be inappropriate for him to enter? Yet, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion belonged to the Xia family, and it was the designated meeting place for today's invitation. In the past, he would have strode in confidently, but now he was a man of standing. If his wife were to discover this, it would be akin to a cat caught in the act of infidelity. The mere thought sent a shiver of excitement through him. After a fierce internal struggle, Xia Changming finally stepped into the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. His purpose was solely to converse with the Xia family, with no ulterior motives. Upon entering, he was greeted by the gentle fragrance of incense mingled with the heady aroma of blooming flowers, while the eye was met with a scene of opulence, awash in vibrant lights and the intoxicating allure of revelry. The interior of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion was vast and spacious. In addition to the central main hall, it boasted east and west wings, with levels upon levels of private rooms, where shadows flitted about in a complex dance. The east wing served as a space for entertainment and merriment, while the west wing was dedicated to musical performances. At this moment, Xia Changming found himself in the east wing, where the sun's rays first graced the world. If one were to ask why he did not enter through the west wing, let it be said that it was simply a misstep. Standing at the threshold, Xia Changming felt a moment of uncertainty as he beheld the breathtaking scene before him. Some men were flanked by women clad in revealing attire, their figures alluringly graceful, while others reclined upon the knees of their companions, puffing opulent smoke from their lips, eyes glazed and dreamy, as they exhaled thick clouds of white mist. A woman, with an air of defiance, stood over a man. one hand cradling the chin of another man whose attire was provocatively open, revealing his fair chest. It became evident that the drunken immortal pavilion catered not only to men but also to women, offering a plethora of handsome men and beautiful women, all at the right price. Whatever one desires, it is available here. Regardless of the outcome of his forthcoming discussions with the Xia family, this journey would not be in vain. He had gained both insight and knowledge. Xia Changming wandered through the drunken immortal pavilion as if on an enlightening excursion, his gaze flitting curiously around the premises. It was clear that the establishment lived up to its name. Many within were practitioners engrossed in their revelry, seemingly oblivious to the world outside. Before long, the solitary and strikingly handsome Xia Changming attracted the attention of numerous women. Upon seeing such an extraordinary gentleman enter the pavilion, many ladies' eyes brightened, and they swayed their hips, eagerly approaching him. "Come, sir, come play. Oh, this young master seems unfamiliar. Is it your first visit? Would you like me to show you a good time? Sir, why not spend time with me? I have much to offer. Such a handsome lad. I like you. Would you allow me the pleasure of serving you for free?" In an instant, he found himself surrounded by a throng of eager admirers, their delicate forms quivering enticingly, the heavy scent of perfume wafting through the air. It was overwhelming. This was a spectacle he had never encountered before. With an agile movement, Xia Changming deftly maneuvered through the throng of women, avoiding any contact with their garments. He had never felt so flustered, even when facing 100 opponents in the Xia family's arena. After escaping the floral ambush, a mature and graceful woman approached him, smiling brightly. "Are you Lord Xia?" Although the guide had arrived somewhat late, it was not too tardy, as he no longer needed to evade the women. The same ladies who had seemed intent on stripping him bare now respectfully bowed and greeted her. "We greet you, Madame Xia." This woman was indeed Xia Yun, the manager of the drunken immortal pavilion. She had anticipated Xia Changming's arrival through the west gate and was surprised to see him enter through the east. As they walked together, Xia Yun glanced at Xia Changming and inquired, "What do you think of my drunken immortal pavilion?" Xia Changming paused in contemplation and, after a moment's thought, replied, "Quite impressive. To receive your praise is truly an honor for the drunken immortal pavilion." Xia Yun responded with a delicate laugh. Following her lead, Xia Changming traversed a corridor lined with private rooms, where gauzy curtains revealed enticing silhouettes, accompanied by the occasional sound of pipes and flutes. It seemed the intoxication here was not solely from the wine. Even celestial beings might find themselves crawling out. Xia Changming couldn't help but marvel inwardly. "Do you find the unique charm of the drunken immortal pavilion to your liking, Lord Xia?" Xia Yun gazed at the somewhat awkward demeanor of Xia Changming and inquired with a smile. "Indeed, it is quite distinctive." Xia Changming replied with a hint of detachment. Observing this, Xia Yun couldn't help but chuckle softly, interpreting it as a compliment, and continued to jest. "Does Master Xia have anyone in mind? Today, you are a distinguished guest of the Xia family, and your meal is on the house, just for today." "Not at all. I appreciate the kind offer, but I have no interest in women," Xia Changming promptly declined. Although the allure was significant, his heart remained steadfastly devoted to his own wife. He bore the weighty responsibility of fostering harmony between the human and demon races in the future. His presence here was merely out of pure curiosity. Having long heard of the illustrious Zui Xianlu, it was only natural for him to seize the opportunity to witness it firsthand. However, Xia Changming's words were interpreted differently by Xia Yun. She widened her eyes in surprise and covered her mouth, but quickly regained her composure, her expression turning oddly inquisitive as she remarked, "So, Master Xia has such preferences. I happen to have quite a few handsome young men available for selection here. Though they may not match your excellence, their appearances are still quite decent. Whether gentle, domineering, adorable, or..." Before Xia Yun could finish her introduction, Xia Changming hastily interrupted, "Madam Xia, you misunderstand me. What I meant is that I am already married and have no interest in other women." "Is that so? What a pity," Xia Yun replied, her face reflecting a sense of regret. "I didn't realize that Master Xia was so devoted." This left Xia Changming feeling rather perplexed. What exactly was she lamenting? The rumors depicted Master Xia as domineering and ruthless, yet what he witnessed today seemed to contradict those claims. After a thoughtful exchange, Xia Yun couldn't help but commend Xia Changming. She had noticed that despite being surrounded by women, he had never once touched any of her subordinates, exhibiting a gentlemanly demeanor. Their conversation, filled with gentle probing, was characterized by humility and ease, far removed from the arrogant and overbearing persona suggested by the rumors. Xia Changming chose not to comment on this, merely smiling in response. His attitude had always been directed towards others. Chapter 36. A proposal from the Xia family. After several twists and turns, Xie Yun led Xia Changming to a door connecting the east and west wings. Standing before the door were two disciples clad in the attire of the Xia family, who respectfully greeted, "We have the honor of meeting Madame Xia." Subsequently, they opened the grand door, one on the left and one on the right. As the door creaked open, a wave of enthusiastic shouts and cheers flooded the air, accompanied by the sight of graceful young figures dancing elegantly upon the stage, their flowing garments captivating in their beauty. At the center of the stage, a delicate woman adorned in light gauze sat cross-legged, a greenish-blue guqin suspended in the air before her. Her slender fingers caressed the strings, producing enchanting melodies that floated like gentle breezes throughout the venue. The seats below were filled to capacity, silence reigning as everyone leaned in to listen, enraptured by the ethereal music. The woman veiled in gossamer, skillfully playing the guqin, was none other than Xia Hualing, the second daughter of the Xia family. Renowned as the foremost songstress in Tianzhou, she was also celebrated as the epitome of beauty. However, few had ever glimpsed her true visage. Many cultivators had willingly sacrificed everything just for a fleeting glance at her countenance, yet all were turned away at her door. Whenever she performed at the Zuaxian Lu, the West Wing would inevitably be overcrowded, with some traveling great distances to attend. Amidst the throng, Xia Changming unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, Xia Ming. He was seen squeezing through the crowd at the back, waving two glowing magical artifacts in rhythm with the music. What a rascal! With those pronounced brows and bright eyes, he is indeed a hidden talent. Yet, where did this lad acquire the spirit stones to indulge in such an extravagant venue? With such resources, one would expect him to devote himself to cultivation rather than frolicking at the Zuaxian Lu. How utterly lazy! Just as Xia Changming was about to stride over and reprimand Xia Ming, he halted mid-step. No, he too was at the Zuaxian Lu. It seemed rather unconvincing. Perhaps a bit of relaxation after arduous cultivation was warranted. This should embody the magnanimity expected of a family head. Lord Xia, is something amiss? Xie Yun inquired, noticing Xia Changming's peculiar behavior. Nothing, I mistook someone, he replied. Is that so? What does Lord Xia think of the music? Xie Yun, unfazed, cheerfully gestured towards Xia Hualing, who continued her performance on stage. The melodies are profound and stirring, truly exquisite. Though Xia Changming was no connoisseur of music, he could still sense the enchanting intricacies of the guqin's sound, which resonated deeply within him. In stark contrast to the lascivious atmosphere outside, this place felt like a sanctuary for the spirit. The individuals within the West Wing were all of considerable prowess or wealth, drawn here to either behold Xia Hualing's beauty or to listen to her melodious playing, a designated venue for esteemed guests of the Xia family. Upon hearing Xia Changming's generous praise, Xie Yun smiled gently and continued to lead him deeper into the establishment. After a brief walk, they soon arrived before another door. Young master, I have brought Lord Xia. Xie Yun softly knocked on the door and announced. A voice, refined and modest, resonated from the room. Thank you for your trouble, Aunt Xia. Please allow young Master Xia to enter. Certainly, replied Xie Yun as she opened the door, gesturing respectfully towards Xia Changming. Please, esteemed Sir Xia. Without hesitation, Xia Changming stepped inside. He beheld a young man clad in a white robe, with a fair countenance, seated beside a tea table, holding a flute, his demeanor exuding a gentle smile and an air of cultured elegance. 2 cups of freshly brewed tea rested on the table, wisps of steam rising gracefully. Young Master Xia, please take a seat. This is the Tianshan spirit tea personally cultivated by my younger sister. If you do not mind, I would be delighted for you to savor it. Xie Yi invited, gesturing to the seat beside him. He then lifted a teacup and gently placed it before Xia Changming. As a practitioner, it is uncommon for one to serve tea by hand, as a mere thought would suffice to lift a cup. Yet Xie Yi's gesture was indeed one of great courtesy. Xia Changming, feeling no inclination to refuse, accepted without hesitation, confident in his immunity to toxins. Ah, exquisite tea, he praised after a delicate sip. The initial bitterness gave way to a rich, lingering sweetness, imbued with strands of spiritual energy, clearly nurtured by ethereal forces. If you enjoy it, I could arrange for some to be sent to you later, Xie Yi offered graciously. I would be most grateful. However, I assume your invitation today is not solely for tea? Xia Changming inquired, setting down his cup and gazing intently at Xie Yi. Since entering the Zue Xian building and encountering Xie Yuan, the warmth of the Xie family towards him had been palpable. Xia Changming found it hard to believe that two families, previously unconnected, would suddenly display such enthusiasm, especially given the recent decline of the Xia family. In response to Xia Changming's straightforward inquiry, Xie Yi dropped any pretense, his brow furrowing as he directly proposed, "Young Master Xia, would you be willing to unite with my family?" Before Xia Changming could respond, Xie Yi continued, "You must have heard that the third daughter of the Kai family, Kai Ji, is to be wed to the eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Tian. Their combined forces will far surpass what they once were. Particularly, the Kai family has seen an inexplicable rise in power in recent years, having recruited a multitude of wandering practitioners, indicating their ulterior motives." Xie Yi spoke with fervor. Yet Xia Changming remained unperturbed, absorbed in his tea. "Young Master Xia, the equilibrium among the four great families in Tianzhou has long since vanished. Only through the alliance of our two families can we withstand the predatory ambitions of the Kai and Wang families." Xia Changming delayed his acceptance, placing the cup down deliberately before asking, "I have a question that perplexes me, and I hope you can enlighten me." "Please, go ahead," Xie Yi urged. "You mentioned that the Kai family has grown formidable, and the union with the Wang family is unprecedentedly powerful. Why then, does your family not choose to align with the Kai and Wang families as well? I have heard that the second young master of the Wang family, Wang Tong, is fervently pursuing Miss Ling. Should the head of the Xie family consent to this union, not only would the Kai and Wang families be joined, but the Xie and Wang families would also become in-laws. Ascending the social ladder through the Kai family would no longer be a daunting task, would it?" Xia Changming's words were incisive, and his gaze was piercing. He did not hold any animosity towards the Xie family. In fact, he harbored a certain fondness for them. Forming an alliance with the Xie family was not entirely unappealing, for after all, an additional ally could diminish the number of adversaries. Naturally, this alliance hinged on whether Xie Yi could satisfactorily address his concerns. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Yi slowly replied, "Who among the heavens is unaware of the second son of the Wang family's violent temperament, his penchant for bloodshed, and his indiscriminate slaughter of subordinates? How could I possibly send Hua Ling into the jaws of the tiger? Furthermore, although my Xie family is modest in power and disinclined towards conflict, we are nonetheless one of the four great families. How could we willingly submit to servitude?" Xie Yi's words rang with righteous indignation, yet Xia Changming discerned an underlying nuance. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, Xia Changming regarded Xie Yi and remarked with a subtle smile, "I fear there may be more to it than that, dear Xie." Chapter 37. I am a man with a family. In Xie Yi's eyes, a hidden murder intent simmered, and his words bore a hint of agitation, contrasting sharply with his usual genteel demeanor. It was this very shift that emboldened Xia Changming to assert that Xie Yi must have more significant reasons for not choosing to ally with the Kai and Wang families. "I have lost my composure. I apologize," Xie Yi acknowledged, recognizing Xia Changming's insight. He then candidly revealed, "Months ago, the eldest son of the Kai family, Kai Jia, approached the Xie family for a secret meeting with my father. At the time, I was not home, so I am unaware of their conversation. However, I later learned that my father, in a fit of anger, expelled Kai Jia from our household. Subsequently, upon my father's return from Tianzhou, he fell victim to a heinous ambush, along with dozens of guards who were ruthlessly slaughtered, their souls torn from them." At this juncture, Xie Yi could no longer mask his fury, crushing the teacup in his hand. "The head of the Xie family is dead?" Xia Changming queried in astonishment. Since his return, he had been gathering intelligence on various families within Tianzhou, and as far as he knew, the head of the Xie family had been bedridden due to illness and had seldom made an appearance. He had no inkling that a tragic fate had befallen him. Faced with the grim reality, Xie Yi nodded in acknowledgement. "To spare the family from undue worry and panic, we decided to conceal my father's death and publicly claimed he was incapacitated by illness. Only the elders within the family are privy to this matter. I have now inherited the responsibilities of the Xie family. Now it makes sense," Xia Changming realized, understanding why the name on the envelope was Xie Yi's rather than his father's. Xie Yi was now conversing with him in the capacity of the head of the Xie family, albeit reluctantly, assuming a role he had never desired. Xia Yi had always shown little interest in the position of family head, preferring instead to immerse himself in musical pursuits, much like his younger sister, Xia Hualing, finding solace in the mountains, untouched by worldly affairs. Yet, with the sudden and violent demise of Xia Pingsheng, he found himself compelled to bear the family banner, driven by a singular purpose, to seek vengeance for his father. Does this imply that you have some leads on the culprit, Brother Xia? Could it possibly be the Kai or Wang families? Xia Changming boldly speculated, considering Xia Yi's earlier demeanor, which suggested a preference for an alliance with the Xia family over the Kai or Wang families. Xia Yi, with a grave expression, nodded affirmatively. Though I lack conclusive evidence, I am convinced that either the Kai or Wang family, if not both, had a hand in the attack on my father. Oh, are you so certain it is not the Xia family? Xia Changming feigned an enigmatic tone. However, Xia Yi was not easily deceived. He shook his head slowly, asserting, I am certain it is not the Xia family. Firstly, months ago, when you were still away, the head of the Xia family was your father, Xia Changming. I have had discussions with him, and I can discern that he is a good man, devoid of any ambition. From what I gather from your words, do you truly believe I would harbor ambitions to partake in this familial conflict? He chuckled, gesturing to himself. He proclaims himself harmless. How can one perceive him in such a manner? Xia Yi smiled as he gazed at Xia Changming, refraining from an immediate response. After a moment of mutual contemplation, he began to speak slowly. I have long heard of your illustrious reputation, Brother Xia. Upon returning to the Xia family, you decisively outshone all rivals, vanquishing Xia Haoyan, the foremost member of your clan, to seize the position of family head. Subsequently, you publicly incapacitated the second son of the Kai family, Kai Kuan, at the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion. In my view, all these actions must surely be part of your grand design, aimed at restoring the Xia family to the pinnacle of the four great clans. If that is the case, then the Kai and Wang families are your adversaries, and it would be prudent for us to unite in our resistance against them. In Xia Yi's eyes, regardless of whether it was overpowering the Xia family's elite or incapacitating Kai Kuan, all these were deliberate maneuvers by Xia Changming. Following the incident at the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion, he discerned Xia Changming's intention to oppose the Kai family. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Thus, Xia Yi took the initiative to extend an invitation for cooperation. In truth, he even suspected that Xia Changming might have sought an alliance with the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion, especially since there were accounts of him requesting a meeting with the pavilion's overseers. However, given the pavilion's established principle of non-involvement in disputes, such a request was likely denied. Indeed, Xia Changming harbored aspirations of elevating the Xia family back to greatness, yet the incapacitation of Kai Kuan was merely a fortuitous occurrence. He happened upon Kai Kuan, who, in his audacity, dared to approach Xia Changming's wife, thus presenting an opportunity to teach the Kai family a lesson. The blood feud between the Xia and Kai families over the years was one he was determined to avenge. Although he could accomplish this without Xia Yi's assistance, having an ally might alleviate some difficulties. Since Brother Xia understands my intentions, an alliance seems feasible, Xia Changming stated. But what are the terms of this alliance? The Xia family will exert every effort to assist the Xia family, Xia Yi replied. The condition is that the Xia family, in addition to aiding the Xia family in apprehending the murderer, must pledge to maintain a peaceful relationship for a century, refraining from infringing upon our territory. Xia Changming nodded in agreement, finding no issue with this stipulation. His conflict with the Kai family was purely personal, having no quarrel with the Xia family. Thus he had no intention of acting against them. However, the subsequent request from Xia Yi left Xia Changming momentarily unsettled. Moreover, Brother Xia, you must marry my sister, serving as a bond of eternal friendship between our families. That is out of the question, Brother Xia. I am already a married man, Xia Changming firmly rejected. He had already wed Su Yueli for the sake of peace between their clans, and was now faced with another proposition for a marital alliance. One matter had yet to be resolved, and now another was being presented. Furthermore, he held a deep affection for his proud and spirited wife, harboring no desire to take another. Xia Changming could surmise Xia Yi's underlying motives regarding this request. Marriages between noble families to solidify alliances were not uncommon. Should Xia Hualing marry into the Xia family, the bond between the two clans would be further strengthened, creating a more reliable kinship in their alliance. No matter how formidable the Xia family becomes, there is no need to fear any hostility towards the Xia family. On the contrary, as the Xia family grows stronger, the Xia family will thrive under their alliance, enjoying generations of stability and prosperity. In essence, Xia Yi has recognized the potential of Xia Changming, a young prodigy in the realm of celestial beings. For Xia Yi, such a remarkable talent, so young and promising, holds limitless prospects for the future. Given some time, the Kai family will pose no threat whatsoever. At this moment, the Xia family actively seeks to ally with the Xia family, even if it requires great sacrifice. It is undoubtedly worthwhile. Therefore, upon hearing Xia Changming's refusal, Xia Yi remained undeterred and confidently remarked, "Brother Xia, do not be too hasty in your rejection. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until you have met my sister before making a decision. She should be arriving shortly." Just as Xia Yi finished speaking, a graceful figure entered, cradling a guqin. It was none other than Xia Hualing, who had just concluded her performance. "Little sister, this is Brother Xia." The current head of the Xia family, Xia Yi introduced, extending his hand towards Xia Hualing. With a serene gaze, Xia Hualing looked at Xia Changming with a hint of surprise, then gracefully bowed and greeted, "Greetings, head of the Xia family." Xia Changming responded with a simple nod. Standing in close proximity to Xia Hualing, one could further appreciate her innate, ethereal elegance, resembling an immortal descending from the mountains to play music, untouched by the dust of the world. She is a vision to behold, yet one should not dare to intrude upon her grace. It is no wonder she is celebrated as the foremost songstress of Tianzhou. Chapter 38. My wife understands tenderness best. Xia Yi noticed Xia Changming's gaze upon his younger sister, Xia Hualing, and felt a surge of joy in his heart. Indeed, no one could remain impervious to the allure of his sister's beauty. "Sister, Xia brother is not an outsider. Do remove your veil," Xia Yi urged Xia Hualing. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly lifted the veil, revealing a flawlessly sculpted young maiden. Her willow-like brows, ruby lips, and bright eyes radiated a youthful charm, tinged with a hint of innocence. "What do you think, Xia brother? My sister enjoys a splendid reputation in Tianzhou, often lauded as the foremost beauty, indeed the most exquisite maiden of Tianzhou." Xia Yi praised her profusely. He held unwavering confidence in his sister's looks. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Xia Changming to behold her before making any decisions. Few had glimpsed Xia Hualing's true visage within the confines of Tianzhou. Those who had were unanimous in their acclaim, likening her to a celestial fairy. He was certain that Xia Changming would not be an exception. Xia Changming scrutinized Xia Hualing, silently comparing her to his own wife. Her face is fair enough, yet it bears an overly frosty demeanor, lacking the vivacious charm of Su Yueli. As for her figure, it is incomparable, far too youthful. In terms of presence, she neither possesses Su Yueli's aloof indifference nor her regal authority, and certainly lacks the endearing playfulness that occasionally graces her demeanor. The only commendable trait is her ethereal purity, untouched by worldly affairs. In summary, she fell short of his wife. While Xia Hualing undoubtedly deserved her title as a beauty, when juxtaposed with the unparalleled Su Yueli, whose beauty could topple kingdoms, the disparity was significant. Compared to Su Yueli, Xia Hualing could only be deemed delicately charming. Nevertheless, among the few women Xia Changming had encountered, she could claim a respectable third place. Xia Hualing noticed the unabashed scrutiny in Xia Changming's gaze and, feeling a wave of shyness, lowered her head. She had always preferred the seclusion of the mountains, seldom interacting with men. Although she had endured many lewd stares during her performances, she felt no such distasteful sensation from Xia Changming's eyes. Instead, they seemed to reflect appreciation. She could not quite articulate this peculiar feeling. She had long been informed by Xia Yi about today's matter. The young man before her was likely to become her future husband. For the sake of their family's legacy and to avenge her deceased father, she could not afford any missteps today. This had been Xia Yi's repeated admonition. He had even arranged for her to perform, intending to leave a profound impression on Xia Changming. As this thought crossed her mind, a flicker of sorrow passed through her eyes. Like Xia Yi, she cherished her retreat into the mountains, relishing in the melodies of music, and had no desire to entangle herself in the strife of noble families, nor to wed a man she had never met. Yet, she found herself with no other choice. With the passing of their father, Xia Changming, it was solely upon her and Xia Yi to seek vengeance for their father's death. Moreover, The eldest brother is akin to a father. The Xia family is in dire need of her dedication at this moment. How could she refuse and disregard her family? Xia Hualing's demeanor was entirely captured by Xia Changming. It appeared that he, like her, harbored no such intentions. This rendered matters considerably simpler. After retracting his gaze, Xia Changming shook his head and feigned disinterest, stating, Xia brother, do not take offense at my frankness. Your sister can only be described as passable at best. Compared to my wife, she is merely a contrast of clouds and mud. Upon hearing this, not only Xia Yi but also Xia Yun and Xia Hualing were left in a state of astonishment. After all, Xia Hualing was renowned as the first beauty, with countless suitors willing to spend lavishly just for a glimpse of her. Yet, to Xia Changming's lips, she was merely deemed acceptable. Moreover, he had added the word passable. Xia brother, do you perhaps suffer from poor eyesight? Xia Yi could not help but inquire. His words were devoid of malice. He simply found it hard to believe that his sister would receive such a lukewarm assessment from Xia Changming. Such a stunningly beautiful girl, with a celestial grace, merely passable? Xia Yi found it implausible that he did not have poor eyesight. Xia Changming shot him a look of disbelief, as if to say, do I appear to be someone who suffers from such affliction? Xia Yi quickly apologized. I beg your pardon, I was rude. Upon further reflection, it is indeed unlikely that a being of the celestial realm would possess such a flaw. Yet, this made no sense. Could it be that the demon queen truly possessed such unparalleled beauty? Xia Yi was left utterly perplexed. Xia Hualing felt a pang of disappointment and dissatisfaction. Although she was not vain and had never claimed the title of the first beauty, she believed she was not so lacking as to be likened to mere dirt. Especially to be spoken of so in front of the very person involved was exceedingly disrespectful. Just moments ago, she had thought this young man quite agreeable. It must have been an illusion. Xia Hualing's burgeoning fondness for Xia Changming evaporated entirely as she furrowed her brows at him, only to find his gaze seemingly directed towards her, either intentionally or otherwise. Xia Hualing began to grasp a realization. Could he be aiding me? Was his prior speech deliberately crafted? Understanding Xia Changming's true intentions, she promptly turned to Xia Yi with a resigned expression and said, brother, Lord Xia is already married and harbors no interest in me. Perhaps we ought to abandon this proposed union. That cannot be. Xia Yi remained skeptical. He could not believe that his sister would appear so devoid of charm in Xia Changming's eyes. Xia brother, my sister excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She has adored singing and dancing since childhood, is well-versed and amiable, and possesses a gentle and virtuous nature. Surely, you cannot dismiss her without reconsideration? In that fleeting moment, Xia Changming felt a wavering in his resolve. How vexing. It seemed his wife did not possess any of those skills. Fortunately, within a mere heartbeat, he regained his steadfast determination and resolutely declined, stating, what you say, Xia brother, is true, my wife. Will indeed, in the future. The final three words were a silent addition in Xia Changming's mind. As for being well-read and understanding, gentle and virtuous, there exists no woman in this world more embodying tenderness than my wife. So it is. Upon witnessing Xia Changming's unwavering determination, a sense of helpless defeat abruptly surged within Xia Yi. A miscalculation. He had not anticipated that the female emperor of the demon race would not only possess extraordinary beauty, but also exhibit remarkable talents in song, chess, dance, and music. Aware that Xia Changming held no affection for his younger sister, Xia Yi reluctantly sought a compromise, suggesting, then, why not allow my sister to serve as a concubine for brother Xia? Throughout history, it has been commonplace for the strong to take multiple wives to expand their lineage. Even being a concubine would not be too objectionable. Xia Changming, taken aback by Xia Yi's insistence, solemnly replied, to speak candidly, brother Xia, my family adheres to a tradition of monogamy. As the head of the Xia family, I cannot contravene our ancestral teachings, nor can I take another wife. Seeing the earnestness in Xia Changming's demeanor, Xia Yi was instantly convinced. He had not realized that the Xia family held such sincerity. It was indeed my own ignorance that led me here. I beg your pardon. Brother Xia, you ought to have informed me sooner. Xia Yi spoke with a blend of regret and resentment. Had Xia Changming clarified this earlier, he would not have squandered so much effort. Little did Xia Yi know, this was merely a spur-of-the-moment excuse concocted by Xia Changming. The Xia family had no such ancestral decree. This was simply a rule established by the Xia family from Xia Changming's previous life. Aside from him and his father, Xia Changming, every head of the Xia family throughout the generations had taken multiple wives and had countless paramours. The alliance between the Xia and Xia families could be forged, but a marital union would not be accepted, Xia Changming emphasized. With matters having reached this point, the prospect of a marriage alliance had become futile, and Xia Yi had no choice but to concede, responding, "Very well. May the Xia and Xia families forge an everlasting brotherhood." As his words fell, the alliance was sealed. Just as Xia Yi was about to raise a toast in celebration, a sudden cacophony of fierce combat erupted from outside. Chapter 39. Today, Xia family is resolute beneath the stage of the drunken immortal pavilion's west wing. The scene was one of chaos. With shattered tables and chairs strewn about, the stage itself in disarray. Two factions, clad in the distinctive garb of their respective noble families, stood confrontationally on either side. One group, dressed in elegant black and white attire, comprised Xia Ming and several other disciples of the Xia family who had accompanied him. Opposite them stood a man in a flowing yellow robe, a representative of the Wang family, one of the four great clans. The leader of the Wang faction, brimming with arrogance, mocked Xia Ming and his companions. Who dares to be so audacious? Ah, it is merely the rodents of the Xia family. Why aren't you hiding safely within your ancestral grounds? What if I were to inadvertently crush you? Ha ha ha. His derisive words provoked raucous laughter from those around. Xia Ming's expression darkened, his fists clenched as he shouted in fury, "Wang Huan, how dare you insult the Xia family? Insult the Xia family? I merely speak the truth. What will you do about it? Dare you strike me?" Wang Huan taunted, leaning his face closer to Xia Ming and gesturing for him to take action, assured that Xia Ming would not dare retaliate. This situation had played out countless times before, with the Xia family consistently retreating like turtles, too timid to confront the Wang family. However, this time, his confidence was misplaced. In an instant, a fist, charged with the winds of resolve, struck him squarely in the face, sending him hurtling several meters away, sliding along the ground. Xia Ming, his fist still clenched, wore a radiant smile and declared, "Everyone heard that. He urged me to hit him. I have awaited this moment for too long." Previously, under the oppressive influence of Xia Haoyuan, any act of aggression against disciples of other families would incur severe familial penalties, leaving them no choice but to endure humiliation in silence. Yet, having received the latest directive from Xia Changming, it was now decreed that any who defiled or insulted the Xia family would be met with retribution. The Xia family had long endured such indignities. Onlookers, along with the Wang faction, stood momentarily in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. What had caused the Xia family to display such audacity today? Wang Huan, nursing his swollen and bruised face, glared at Xia Ming with venomous rage, shouting, "Xia Ming, you dare to strike me. You have sealed your own fate. Do not blame me for what happens next. Attack. Kill that brat." With Wang Huan's furious command, the members of the Wang family regained their composure and unleashed their spiritual powers in a frenzied assault on Xia Ming. Having been publicly humiliated, the Wang family was determined to reclaim their honor. As dozens of Wang disciples surged forward, Xia Ming stood resolutely, his expression unwavering as he raised his hand and bellowed, "The clan leader has decreed, any who insult the Xia family shall be slain." As soon as his words fell, several Xia disciples surged forth from behind him, quickly clashing with the Wang faction in a fierce melee. "The Xia family and the Wang family are at war. Quickly inform Madame Xia." This was a far cry from the timidity previously displayed by the Xia family. Today, they stood resolute. Who knows, but having provoked the Wang family, a deep-seated enmity has undoubtedly been established. It is said that yesterday the Xia family also angered the Kai family, which will certainly bring them trouble. The onlookers, witnessing the escalating situation, hurriedly retreated to a safe distance to observe the unfolding drama. Xia Ming, accompanied by several members of the Xia family, engaged in a fierce exchange with a dozen members of the Wang family, even managing to gain the upper hand. Several members of the Wang family had already fallen, incapacitated, while some of the Xia family, though battered and bruised, fought with increasing ferocity, maintaining their dignity. Xia Changming stood atop the pavilion, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. Occasionally glancing at the skirmish, he found some amusement in the chaotic clash. It seemed there was no longer a need for him to intervene. Beside Xia Changming stood Xia Yi and others who had also come to witness the confrontation. Amidst the turmoil, after knocking one adversary to the ground with a powerful strike, Xia Ming's gaze locked onto Wang Huan, and he charged forward, gathering strength for a decisive punch. Wang Huan, startled, hastily raised a magical shield to protect himself. Seizing the opportunity that the shield provided to obscure Xia Ming's vision, he drew a short dagger and lunged at him. Xia Ming's pupils constricted, his body instinctively recoiling as the blade narrowly missed him. This unexpected attack caught Xia Ming off guard. He had merely intended to teach his opponent a harsh lesson and had not employed any lethal techniques. In contrast, Wang Huan's every move was laced with lethal intent, genuinely seeking to eliminate him. Xia Ming's expression hardened, and he no longer held back. He leaped into the air, drawing a flying sword from his spirit ring and aimed it at Wang Huan. Under the relentless assault of Xia Ming's swift and sharp sword strikes, Wang Huan could only barely defend himself using his shield. Ultimately, Wang Huan was merely at the mid-level of the master realm, while Xia Ming had diligently cultivated himself to the pinnacle of that realm. Unaware of the disparity, Wang Huan was caught completely off guard by Xia Ming's prowess. Truly, the Xia family is replete with prodigious talent, Xia Yi remarked approvingly as he observed Xia Ming's combat style. Brother Xia, do you not intend to intervene? If this continues, your drunken immortal pavilion may find it difficult to conduct business, Xia Changming chuckled. Xia Yi casually shook his head. No worries. The Wang family has always been a thorn in the side of my Xia family, instigating trouble. Today, with Brother Xia's assistance, it is fitting that they receive a lesson. Moreover, it seems this clash is far more captivating than the melodies of song and dance. Xia Yi's gaze drifted to the increasing throng of spectators gathering on the opposite side of the pavilion, feeling both amused and exasperated. Even those in the East Wing had come to witness the commotion. He mused that even when he performed, he had never drawn such a lively crowd. Meanwhile, Xie Yun perceived a business opportunity amidst the chaos, her eyes sparkling with inspiration. Perhaps the drunken immortal pavilion could introduce a fighting stage for spectators to enjoy, ideally featuring battles between male and female cultivators. It would surely be a thrilling spectacle. As Xie Yun contemplated this idea, the battle reached its climax. With a resounding clang, Wang Huan's shield fell to the ground, and he found himself in a disheveled heap, seated on the ground with a sword pressed against his throat. You cannot kill me. If you do, the Wang family will never forgive you. You will bring ruin upon your own Xia family, Wang Huan threatened in fear, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Xia Ming, filled with apprehension, hesitated for a moment before slowly lowering the long sword in his grasp. I shall spare you this time. However, if you dare to insult the Xia family again, I will take your head. With that, Xia Ming sheathed his sword and turned to check on the others. Xia Changming watched from above, shaking his head. Youth, indeed. As Xia Ming turned away, a glint of malice flickered in Wang Huan's eyes. He swiftly produced a sharp, pointed artifact and lunged at Xia Ming. Sensing danger, Xia Ming turned just in time to find a sharp point nearly at his chest, leaving him no room to evade. This is bad. At that critical moment, a figure appeared beside Xia Ming in an instant, merely using a finger to halt the spinning attack of the sharp object. The Patriarch, Xia Ming exclaimed in surprise. The other Xia disciples, lying on the ground, saw Xia Changming and, despite their pain, struggled to kneel on one knee, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the esteemed Patriarch." Chapter 40. I am different from you. You pervert. Xia Changming turned to Xia Ming, slowly extending his palm towards the top of his head. Xia Ming, believing that Xia Changming was about to commend him for his recent valiant battle, quickly assumed a posture of receiving accolades. Unfortunately, what awaited him was a sharp rap on the crown of his head. Xia Ming clutched his head, looking at Xia Changming in confusion. Only then did Xia Changming speak in a calm tone. Do you realize how many mistakes you made during the fight? Xia Ming, bewildered, shook his head. First, when faced with someone who openly seeks to end your life, you should not hold back. Especially when the opponent is of equal strength, you must give your all, Xia Changming admonished sternly. Second, one must not harbor compassion towards an enemy. Your leniency could very well lead to your own demise. Have you considered that by sparing him this time, he may not spare you next time? Xia Changming's words struck Xia Ming with the clarity of enlightenment. He gazed at Wang Huan, who had just betrayed him and nearly brought about his end, realizing how naive he had been. He had allowed fear from Wang Huan's threats to sway him into sparing an adversary who could potentially endanger himself and others. I have learned my lesson, esteemed master. It was my oversight, Xia Ming admitted, shame coloring his cheeks. Xia Changming nodded in satisfaction, his gaze turning cold as he fixed it upon Wang Huan. He continued, "Third, never turn your back on an enemy, unless they are dead." Upon hearing the final statement, Wang Huan trembled in terror, cold sweat soaking his back. He wished to flee, but found his feet seemingly bound, unable to move. You cannot kill." Wang Huan attempted to invoke the Wang family's name once more to intimidate Xia Changming, but before he could finish, Xia Changming flicked a sharp dart, which instantly pierced through Wang Huan's chest. Wang Huan's eyes widened, filled with fear and disbelief, as he looked down at the hollow wound in his chest before collapsing silently to the ground. Xia Yi gazed in astonishment at Xia Changming, who stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of proud fearlessness. His heart ached with regret for not having facilitated that marriage proposal. At that moment, Xia Changming was no longer the easygoing and gentle person he had conversed with earlier. He resembled a sword poised to strike, exuding a formidable aura that commanded respect and fear. He had executed Wang Huan without even a blink, showing no regard for the Wang family's dignity. How utterly domineering. Clap, clap, clap. After Xia Changming had slain Wang Huan, a sudden burst of applause resonated through the previously silent arena. Everyone instinctively turned toward the sound. A man clad in a golden robe, whose expression seemed merciless, strode forward with his arms crossed, accompanied by a frail old man with a goatee. Upon seeing the newcomer, the crowd's faces immediately reflected apprehension. Oh no, Wang Tung has come as well. It was clear he had arrived, presumably in pursuit of Xie Hualing. This murderous fiend, quick to take a life at the slightest provocation, remains oblivious to the countless women he has toyed with and discarded. Who would dare to marry such a man? Hush! Keep your voice down. Do you seek death? Wang Ting paid no heed to the murmurs surrounding him. Casting a glance at the lifeless body of Wang Huan on the ground, he felt no anger. Rather, he applauded and praised Xia Changming, exclaiming, "Excellent. Well executed. You are the new head of the Xia family?" "Indeed, I am," Xia Changming replied with a cold indifference. Wang Ting narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening and his expression growing fervent. At that moment, two disciples of the Wang family, close allies of Wang Huan, rushed to Wang Ting's feet, weeping and wailing. "Second young master, you must avenge Wang Huan and us. The Xia family is utterly oppressive, disregarding both our family and you. You must champion our cause." Veins bulged on Wang Tung's forehead, his entire being radiating murderous intent. Yet this wrath was not directed at Xia Changming. It was aimed at the two Wang family members at his feet. Without a word, Wang Tung transformed his arm into a blade, mercilessly beheading them on the spot. Silence enveloped the scene as two headless corpses collapsed at his feet, which he callously trampled upon like refuse. How bothersome. Can't you see I am in high spirits? Fools, you have brought disgrace upon the Wang family. Those who are defeated deserve no further existence. The weak have no right to dwell in this world. As he uttered these final words, Wang Tung's gaze deliberately shifted back to Xia Changming, the implication unmistakable. A provocation? Xia Changming smiled. Seeing Xia Changming smile, Wang Ting could not help but reciprocate. A fierce battle spirit surged within him, a thirst for bloodshed rising to new heights. It had been far too long since he felt such exhilaration. "I can sense it. You are akin to me, a fellow seeker of blood and slaughter." In this moment, Wang Tung recognized Xia Changming, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Xia Changming's casual execution of Wang Huan, his demeanor as indifferent as one discarding trash, utterly delighted him. Strangely, being acknowledged by a bloodthirsty maniac brought Xia Changming no joy. He furrowed his brow and replied coolly, "I am nothing like you, you pervert." Wang Tung, incensed by Xia Changming's denial, seethed with rage, his tone icy. "Not alike. We shall see if that is true." With that, Wang Tung unleashed his murderous intent, the air around them turning frigid, as if the very atmosphere froze in fear. Xia Changming was taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a chilling aura of death, seemingly coalescing into form. Just as Wang Tung was poised to strike, the elderly man with a goat beard beside him promptly intervened, saying, "Second young master, have you forgotten what you promised the family head before coming out? Wang Steward, mind your own business. Do you dare to believe I won't eliminate you as well?" Wang Tung threatened, raising an eyebrow in displeasure. In response to Wang Tung's threats, Wang Yun remained unfazed, calmly stating, "As an old servant, I naturally believe in you. My insignificant life is of no concern. However, should you defy the master's words, I fear you may find yourself confined once more upon your return. I implore you, second young master, to reconsider. Do not use that wretched old man to intimidate me." Wang Tung bellowed in fury, yet he reluctantly reined in his overwhelming murderous intent. "How disappointing. The next time we meet, I shall surely kill you." "I await your arrival with open arms," Xia Changming replied, his demeanor indifferent as he gazed directly at Wang Tung. Although he could easily dispose of Wang Tung at that moment, he deemed it unnecessary. After all, the Wang family had yet to truly engage the Xia family. Their interactions had merely consisted of trivial skirmishes. Moreover, should he take action, it would play directly into someone's hands. Of course, if Wang Tung sought his own demise, that would be another matter entirely. It had been a long time since anyone dared to meet his gaze so boldly, which only deepened Wang Tung's admiration for Xia Changming. However, he understood the necessity of patience, savoring the anticipation like a rare delicacy, saving the finest for last. Once he had quelled the fervor of his battle spirit, Wang Tung turned his attention to the true objective of his visit. "Xia Hualing, what are your thoughts? Will you marry me? Or shall you and the Xia family vanish from Tianzhou?" he declared arrogantly, disregarding the fact that he stood on Xia territory. Xia Yi and Xia Yun exchanged grave glances, while the numerous Xia family members seethed with anger, some even brandishing weapons, ready to confront him. "Wang Tung, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe the Xia family is without defenders?" One of the Xia family guards implored Xia Yi. "Let me lead a group to teach him a lesson. Yes, even if it costs us our lives, we must defend the honor of the Xia family," another guard insisted. Xia Yi raised a hand to stop them, slowly shaking his head. The Xia family was already the weakest. It was not yet the time to sever ties with the Wang family before identifying the true enemy responsible for his father's death. They could not afford to incur needless casualties. Xia Hualing took a step forward, her gaze shifting between Wang Tung and Xia Changming, as if contemplating something profound. After a brief moment, she parted her lips and, before the gathered crowd, declared, "I, Xia Hualing, already have someone in mind." Chapter 41. The schemes of the Xia family. Everyone followed Xia Hualing's gaze towards Xia Changming, who suddenly became the focal point of the gathering. Xia Changming felt utterly innocent. "Why is everyone staring at me? It's not my fault. I am a married man." It became clear why Miss Hualing had never acknowledged any suitor. Her heart had long been captivated in silence. But how could it be that Xia Changming, having returned only recently, was already involved? The Xia family was not only distinguished by their appearance, but also by their formidable strength, being one of the four great families. If I were a woman, I would be enamored too. Upon learning that Xia Hualing was already taken, the crowd couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow, as if they were experiencing an unvoiced but profound heartbreak. They lamented, "Hualing, my Hualing, how can I live without you?" One man, filled with indignation, declared, "I do not accept this. I will not allow it. I shall duel him." This speaker, a sect leader mourning the recent loss of his wife, had become infatuated with Xia Hualing. He attended every one of her performances, spending lavishly, yet he had never even laid eyes on her. A companion quickly cautioned him, "Brother Tang, do not blame me for not warning you. That man is the head of the Xia family, rumored to be at the celestial master level. Do you understand?" "Oh, in that case, it's a misunderstanding," the man replied, his demeanor instantly regaining its calm, as if nothing had occurred moments before. Meanwhile, Wang Tung, overhearing Xia Hualing publicly declare her affections, redirected his fury toward the object of her affection. Upon realizing it was Xia Changming, the bloodlust and battle fervor he had just managed to suppress surged anew. Yet, instead of anger, a cruel smile crept across Wang Tung's face. "Good, very good. Now this is interesting. Throughout history, beauty has always been paired with heroes. Only the strong deserve dominion. Once I vanquish you, I shall claim her for myself. How delightful." With this thought, Wang Tung chuckled heartily before turning on his heel and departing. Wang Guan, standing nearby, cast a grave glance at Xia Changming before hastening to follow Wang Tung. The sudden departure of the formidable Wang Tung left the onlookers in astonishment. What was happening? The harbinger of death was leaving so willingly? Many had gathered to witness whether Xia Changming's strength was indeed as formidable as the rumors suggested. With Wang Tung gone, the crowd, disappointed at the lack of spectacle, gradually dispersed from the Zui Xian building, some seeking merriment in the eastern wing. The chaotic brawl involving Xia Ming and Wang Huan had certainly stirred the excitement of many. Xie Yi, frowning as he stood on the staircase, watched Wang Teng swagger away, a sense of regret swelling within him. If only Wang Teng had acted, he could have used Xia Changming to cripple the Wang family significantly. Thus, the relationship between the Xie and Xia families would become even more solidified. Once the guests had mostly departed, Xia Hualing gracefully descended the stairs and came to stand before Xia Changming, bowing slightly in apology. "I apologize, Lord Xia. My words earlier were spoken in haste." Xia Changming regarded Xia Hualing with a profound gaze, remaining silent. He could not shake the feeling that her words had been intentionally crafted. First, she had deftly shifted Wang Teng's attention from herself to him. As long as he remained unharmed, Wang Teng would likely cease to trouble her, allowing her to withdraw unscathed. Second, the patrons of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion had all heard her announcement, and it was inevitable that they would speculate about the nature of her relationship with him. Should they conclude that their bond was extraordinary, henceforth, no one would dare to disrupt her. It was as if he had been employed as a shield against all her suitors. Such a conclusion was difficult for Xia Changming to dismiss as mere coincidence. Believing that Xia Changming might be upset, Xia Hualing hastily added, "If it troubles you, I can immediately clarify everything to the others." "No need. The die is cast. Let it be as it is," Xia Changming replied, shaking his head. Once spoken, further explanations would be futile, likely leading to even greater confusion. "Brother Xia, I take my leave now. Thank you for your timely intervention today," Xie Yi said, cupping his hands in farewell. As Xia Changming turned to depart, he noticed Xia Ming still standing in place, prompting him to call out, "Why are you still standing there? Let us go." Oh. Xia Ming, who had been lost in astonishment, was jolted back to reality by Xia Changming's voice, hastily following his lead. After Xia Changming and his party left, the venue was left in disarray, littered with debris. Xie Yun sighed at the sight. It seems the musical performances at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion will have to be suspended for the time being. My star performer has boldly declared her heart belongs to another, which will undoubtedly diminish our revenue, she lamented. "I'm sorry, Annie," Xie Yi and Xia Hualing offered their apologies in unison. "I'm merely venting my frustrations. You are no longer a mere junior, but the head of the Xia family. I shall abide by any decision you make," Xie Yun asserted firmly, her demeanor stripped of flirtation and frivolity, replaced instead with a composed seriousness. Despite knowing that Wang Teng would surely come today, Xie Yi still chose to invite Xia Changming to meet at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, even sending several complimentary tickets to Xia Ming, inviting the Xia family to attend. Xie Yun understood that a confrontation was now unavoidable. Even if Xia Changming refused to collaborate with the Xia family today, the ensuing conflict would compel him to act, leading to his presence in the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. At that point, the Wang and Kai families would naturally misconstrue the alliance between the Xia and Xie families. This was all part of Xie Ye's meticulously crafted plan. For the sake of the Xie family, such minor sacrifices were inconsequential. On the way home, Xia Ming trailed beside Xia Changming, appearing as though he had much to say yet hesitated to voice it. Seeing Xia Ming hesitating to speak, Xia Changming directly inquired, "What is it? Why do you seem so hesitant? Speak your mind." "Master, may I go ahead and say it?" Xia Ming cautiously replied. Xia Changming found the situation rather amusing and remarked, "Go ahead. Do you think I would strike you?" Upon hearing this, Xia Ming mustered his courage and exclaimed, "Master, how could you engage in such actions?" Xia Changming was momentarily taken aback by this accusation. "What have I done?" Xia Ming leaned closer, covering his mouth, and continued with a teasing tone, "You have only recently married the lady, yet you are meeting the songstress of the Xie family at Zui Xianlu. This is unacceptable. If the lady and the matriarch find out, they will surely be furious." Xia Changming remained silent for a moment before, without further ado, delivering a light slap to the back of Xia Ming's head. "What nonsense are you conjuring? I came to Zui Xianlu solely to discuss important matters with Xie Yi. My relationship with Xia Hualing is one of honorable friendship." Rubbing his aching head, Xia Ming internally grumbled. They had clearly agreed not to resort to violence against him. He had distinctly seen Xia Hualing enter the inner room. Xia Ming's expression fluctuated as he pondered Xia Changming's explanation. He desperately wanted to trust his master. But who would visit Zui Xian Lu merely to discuss lofty ideals and poetry. Thus, Xia Ming suspected that Xia Changming was concealing the truth. Should he inform the lady and the matriarch about this matter? Xia Ming was torn in his thoughts. However, the news of Xia Changming's visit to Zue Xian Lu and his entanglement with the renowned songstress had already spread throughout the city and reached Su Yueli's ears. Chapter 42. My lady, do not cause a ruckus. As night fell upon Changming Peak, Xia Changming gracefully descended, only to find the courtyard enveloped in a profound silence. Devoid of light or flickering candles. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Had the young lady retired so early today? To avoid disturbing her, he approached the door with utmost stealth, gently pushing it open. With a creak, as the door revealed a narrow opening, Xia Changming sensed an anomaly. Suddenly, a magical array emerged beneath his feet, ensnaring him within its confines. Several violet iron chains ascended from the ground, wrapping tightly around his limbs and rendering him immobile. Even his hands were bound, unable to move. At that very moment, concealing her presence within the room, Su Yueli darted out. A flash of silver aimed directly at Xia Changming's brow. Even in this perilous moment, Xia Changming maintained a serene demeanor, calmly tilting his head aside as the blade of her sword grazed his forehead, severing a few strands of his inky hair. My dear, are you attempting to commit fratricide? Xia Changming remarked, unyielding, with a teasing glint in his eyes. Is it truly a grave offense for a husband to return a tad late? Ever since he had previously enforced familial discipline upon her, Su Yueli had been considerably more docile, refraining from any further attacks. The few days without assassination attempts had made him somewhat complacent, nearly forgetting that his wife was an empress of the demon clan. Su Yueli had initially intended to ensnare Xia Changming with her trap for a fleeting moment to launch a surprise attack, but she had not anticipated his swift reflexes, which allowed him to evade her swiftest strike unprepared. Witnessing her failed ambush, Su Yueli steadied herself, her delicate features aflame with anger. Seizing the opportunity while Xia Changming was still ensnared, she lashed out with her tail, exclaiming, "Indeed, this empress intends to murder you." Xia Changming stamped his foot lightly, causing the magical array to shatter and the iron chains to disintegrate. From the moment Su Yueli's initial assassination attempt faltered, it was destined that she would not succeed again. Seeing Xia Changming effortlessly dismantle her meticulously crafted beast trap, Su Yueli's expression shifted to one of astonishment, prompting her to retract her tail in haste. Yet, Xia Changming was not one to grant her such an opportunity. Grasping her fox tail in his hand, he found its texture to be soft and silky, almost irresistible. If wrapped around the neck, it would surely provide warmth. Xia Changming instinctively caressed it a couple of times, despite possessing the strength to topple mountains. Her tail felt no different from a common fox's in his grasp. Upon realizing her tail was ensnared in his hold, Su Yueli's face flickered with a hint of panic, the unusual sensation sending waves of anxiety through her. The fox demon's tail was traditionally regarded as taboo, never to be touched by outsiders. Having her untouched tail so brazenly handled left her blushing, uncertain whether she felt shame or anger. With a delicate tone, she scolded, "You release this empress at once." Xia Changming, however, showed no intention of relinquishing his grip. Instead, a smile graced his lips as he gently tugged, drawing Su Yueli into his embrace. "My dear, you linger awake this night, your countenance clouded with resentment. Are you perhaps anticipating an ambush against me? I do relish a midnight raid. Yet I implore you to adopt a different approach," murmured Xia Changming, encircling Su Yueli's slender waist, his voice tenderly caressing her ear. Su Yueli's delicate visage flushed with indignation. Her silver teeth clenched as she retorted fiercely, "Begone, you scoundrel! Do not dare to let your body, laden with inferior rouge, come near me." Xia Changming, suddenly enlightened, realized the source of her ire. Was it jealousy that festered within her? Had his visit to the drunken immortal house incited her fury? He jestingly inquired. Su Yueli's expression darkened, and she countered with stern resolve, "Nonsense. Your whereabouts and the company you keep bear no significance to me. My intent to eliminate you is solely for the prosperity of our kind. Do not mistake my intentions for affection." The moment she caught a whiff of the heavy scent of makeup lingering on Xia Changming, her fury intensified inexplicably. Initially, she had no intention of daring to set a trap for him, fully aware of her slim chances of success. Yet, recalling the humiliations she had endured recently, and hearing of his clandestine rendezvous with the most celebrated courtesan in Tianzhou. She resolved to execute her assassination attempt that very night. Her indifference towards whom he consorted with was palpable. After all, Xia Changming had wed her merely to stabilize the fragile relations between humans and demons, and her own marriage was a sacrifice for the safety of her kin. The rampant rumors surrounding him had tarnished her reputation, and she could scarcely contain her vexation. In truth, she remained uncertain of when she might acquire the divine artifacts necessary to confront him. Thus, it seemed more prudent to make another desperate bid for victory. This time, unlike her previous stealthy strike while he slumbered, she had fully recovered from the deadly poison that had once ravaged her body, reinforced now by the tailing elixir, rendering her in peak condition. From behind her, several tails erupted, launching a swift assault towards Xia Changming. His hands were insufficient to fend off the multiple strikes, compelling him to release her waist and tails, his toes lightly touching the ground as he deftly evaded the attack. "My dear, your temper is quite formidable tonight. Allow me to prepare a warm ginger syrup for you," he offered. Seizing the moment, Su Yueli extricated herself from his embrace, executing a graceful spin as she swung her sword towards him once more. Xia Changming leaned back, narrowly escaping her fierce strike, the force of her sword slicing through half the room. "Ah, it seems my dear has no intention of allowing me to rest tonight," he quipped, his hands clasped behind his back, a gleeful expression adorning his face. Seeing this, Su Yueli's face reddened with fury, her teeth grinding as she unleashed her spiritual energy. Charging forward with her sword, "I shall ensure you never awaken again." Xia Changming deftly maneuvered, evading her relentless attacks that rained down upon him like a tempest. No matter her fervent efforts, she could not lay a finger on him. Seizing the fleeting moment when her assault faltered, he grasped her wrist and leaned closer, whispering softly in her ear, "Enough now, my dear, cease this tumult. Allow me to explain. Be good, put down the sword first." Hearing these words, which resembled coaxing a child, Su Yueli felt her face flush with anger. Her delicate figure trembled, and her chest rose and fell with each breath as she glared fiercely at Xia Changming, gritting her silver teeth. What does he mean by this? Is her fury merely a source of amusement for him? In this moment, Su Yueli felt as though she had endured the greatest humiliation of her life. Does he truly believe that this empress fears him? Summoning her nine-tailed fox demon form, her tail spread wide like a peacock displaying its plumage, obscuring the night sky. Each tail was as sharp as a sword, capable of piercing through rocky barriers and cleaving gold and stone, yet as heavy as a mountain, ready to strike down with tremendous force. The serene grounds of the Xia family were suddenly filled with a resounding tumult, the earth trembling beneath the force of her display. The entire Xia clan was stirred awake by this commotion, their gazes drawn towards the particularly intense vibrations emanating from Changming Peak. What on earth is happening? Domestic violence? Meanwhile, on another mountain peak, Chu Qingwan stood by the window, gazing anxiously towards Changming Peak. "Really, Mu, you could have simply explained things to Yueli. Why has it escalated to fighting?" She resolved to intervene. After donning a light garment, she prepared to leave. Initially, she had been quite upset upon hearing that Xia Changming had gone to the Zuixian Tower to meet with the Xia family's songstress, Xia Hualing. However, after learning from Xia Rogwang that it was a matter of business invited by the Xia family, she realized there had been a misunderstanding. From what she knew of Ming'er, he was not the type to engage with mere wildflowers when he had such a gem as Su Yueli at home. Thus, she believed that as long as Xia Changming properly explained the situation to Su Yueli, everything would be resolved, never anticipating that it would escalate to such physical confrontations. Standing beside her, Xia Chonglin grasped her arm gently and remarked with a calm smile, "My dear, where are you off to? The young couple is merely having a playful quarrel, a little tussle at the head of the bed, a reconciliation at the foot. By tomorrow, it will all be forgotten, so you need not worry." But Chu Qingwan wished to protest, yet Xia Chonglin had already wrapped his arm around her slender waist, whispering soothingly in her ear, "It's nothing to fret about, my dear. We ought to return to our room and rest." Chapter 43. Chun Lianxiong's visit on the following dawn. The morning sun cascaded through the thin mist, casting its glow upon Changming Peak. At this moment, the peak was strewn with shattered walls and broken bricks. The once grand estate now exposed to the elements, its eaves riddled with gaping holes, and much of its structure missing. After a fierce night of combat between Xia Changming and Su Yueli, The place lay in utter disarray. As Xia Ming reached the summit, he was taken aback by the devastation. How could the lady be so enraged upon learning that the master had gone to Zui Xianlu? Surely, nothing ill has befallen him. With a pang of concern, Xia Ming hastily sought the whereabouts of Xia Changming. Upon entering the courtyard, he beheld a scene of stark contrast. Xia Changming sat leisurely on a stone bench, propping his chin on one hand. Though his attire bore signs of wear, his demeanor remained composed and serene, devoid of any visible wounds. In stark contrast, Su Yueli, seated opposite him, maintained her icy allure. Yet her visage was marred with dust and disarray, presenting an image of utter dishevelment. Without Xia Changming's presence, one might have mistaken her for the victor of their previous duel. The two sat across from one another, their earlier hostilities seemingly forgotten. A bowl of steaming ginger syrup rested on the stone table, and Xia Changming raised a spoonful to Su Yueli's crimson lips. She brushed a few strands of hair from her face and delicately sipped the syrup. This scene was so harmonious and affectionate that Xia Ming was momentarily entranced. What could have transpired? After such a fierce battle the night before, how was it that they now coexisted peacefully? Had the master successfully persuaded his wife? In truth, just moments before Xia Ming's arrival, Xia Changming had been in a dominant position over Su Yueli. Both had halted their struggle upon hearing the sound of footsteps approaching. Exhausted from a night of fierce combat, Su Yueli's internal energy had been nearly depleted, leaving her incapable of further resistance. Xia Changming, though he had not drawn his sword, had employed an unknown technique to gather energy, continuously depleting her reserves and keeping her immobilized beneath him. To avoid exposing her predicament to others, Su Yueli had reluctantly chosen to cease hostilities and listen to Xia Changming's explanations. Whether it was due to sheer exhaustion or being chastened, her anger had subsided somewhat after hearing his words. During this time, Xia Changming had even taken the liberty to prepare a bowl of ginger syrup for her. As Su Yueli savored the sweet concoction, her thoughts swirled. She had initially believed that Xia Changming's prowess stemmed from the imperial weapon, the emperor's sword, yet last night's battle had shaken her resolve. He had triumphed without drawing his sword. She pondered when she would have the opportunity to assassinate the man before her and reclaim her position as the empress of the demon clan, rather than leading this comfortable life of domesticity. Each day was consumed by eating and sleeping, interspersed with lessons on human etiquette, leaving her little time for cultivation. The thought of it rendered the once sweet ginger syrup bland in her mouth, prompting her to utter a single word: bitter. Surprised, Xia Changming noted that Su Yueli had a penchant for sweetness, and he had deliberately added extra sugar. So how could it taste bitter? She scooped a spoonful and brought it to her lips, savoring the sweet and fragrant essence that was quite nourishing. "My lady, is it not rather sweet?" Xia Changming inquired, puzzled. Su Yueli, however, paid him no heed and lifted the entire bowl, drinking it down in one go. Xia Changming smiled with delight and turned to Xia Ming, who stood by, asking, "Xia Ming, did you come over for a reason?" Hearing Xia Changming's words, Xia Ming snapped out of his stupor, recalling the matter at hand, and clasped his hands respectfully, saying, "Patriarch, Master Chun from the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion has come to visit, stating he has business with you. He is currently awaiting you in the main hall, and Elder Xia Changlin has already gone ahead." "Oh, he has arrived," Xia Changming remarked, slightly surprised. "It has only been 2 days. Has he already completed the commission he required?" Truly, the speed of the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion's master artisan is remarkable. "Come, my lady, I wish to present you with a gift, one I had intended to give you on the day of the festival, though I am a bit late." Xia Changming stood and invited Su Yueli. With a disdainful glance, Su Yueli retorted coldly, "Humph, what do you take me for? This empress has no need for your gifts." In the main hall, Xia Changlin was warmly entertaining Chun Lianxiong, personally ushering him to his seat. The influence and authority of the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion in the world far surpassed that of the so-called 4 great families of the Tianzhou Dynasty. It was known that a couple of days prior, during the festival, Xia Changming had taken Su Yueli to the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion, where he had nearly beaten the Kai family's second son, Kai Kuan, to death. Everyone was aware of the strict rules of the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion, which forbade any disorderly conduct within its premises. Thus, Xia Changlin, upon learning of Chun Lianxiong's personal visit, initially assumed it was a summons for retribution and extended his utmost courtesy, his words laced with politeness. "Master Chun, your early arrival is truly commendable. I have a century-aged spirit wine, fragrant and intoxicating. Please have a taste. Xia Changming conjured a round-bottomed vial from thin air and poured a full cup of spirit wine for Chen Lianxiong. Having heard that apart from crafting, he had a profound appreciation for fine wines. This spirit wine had long been a treasure he had cherished, but in order to resolve matters for Xia Changming, he was willing to part with it. As the aroma of the wine wafted to his nose, Chen Lianxiong raised the cup and drank it in one gulp. Slamming the cup down, he exclaimed, "Ah, what a splendid wine! Master Xia truly possesses exquisite taste. If Master Chen enjoys it, I shall gift you this vial of fragrant intoxication," Xia Changming proclaimed generously, waving his arm to send the vial flying onto the table beside Chen Lianxiong. "That cannot be. This is your treasured collection," Chen Lianxiong replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed, his gaze fixated on the vial. "Master Chen rarely visits my Xia family. This modest gift is nothing of significance. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Then, I shall graciously accept." Since the offer had been made so earnestly, to decline further would be to disregard good intentions. Chen Lianxiong cautiously tucked the wine bottle into his bosom and once again expressed his gratitude to Xia Changming, saying, "Thank you, Lord Xia, for your generosity." Observing Chen Lianxiong's cheerful demeanor, Xia Changming felt a sense of relief and decided to dispense with formalities, inquiring, "Might I ask if your visit to the Xia family today is concerning my son?" Initially, Chen Lianxiong had merely intended to fulfill a commission and deliver an item, but he had unexpectedly received a fine wine, which filled him with joy. With a beaming smile, he replied, "Indeed. I have come specifically to see the head of the Xia family." Chen Lianxiong's response confirmed Xia Changming's suspicions. His visit was undoubtedly to confront them. Xia Changming quickly rose, clasping his hands in apology, exclaiming, "Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. My son has only just returned and is unfamiliar with the rules of the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion. I hope you will not hold it against him." The unexpected apology left Chen Lianxiong momentarily bewildered, his wine glass trembling in his hand. What was happening? Just as Chen Lianxiong sat there in confusion, the figures of Xia Changming and Su Yueli slowly appeared outside the main hall. Upon entering, Xia Changming curiously asked his father, "Father, what are you doing?" Chapter 44. The courtesies of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Before entering the main hall, Xia Changming and Su Yueli took a moment to refresh themselves. Xia Changming donned a pristine white robe, his demeanor light and ethereal, while Su Yueli adorned herself in a flowing violet celestial gown, her delicate face pale, yet striking, revealing a hint of fatigue devoid of dust. Upon seeing Xia Changming's arrival, Xia Changming eagerly gestured with his brows, seemingly attempting to convey some message. However, due to the unspoken understanding between father and son, Xia Changming remained oblivious to Xia Changming's intentions. Chen Lianxiong, seated among the esteemed guests, promptly rose and greeted Xia Changming with a respectful clasp of hands, addressing him as Master Xia. This unexpected salutation left Xia Changming momentarily bewildered, maintaining his bowing posture. Confusion arose within him. Why was Chen Lianxiong displaying greater courtesy to his son than to him, adorned with a smile of deference? Xia Changming gestured invitingly for him to take a seat, casually remarking, "Master Chen, please sit." Chen Lianxiong, beaming, returned to his seat, while Xia Changming and Su Yueli took their places at the head of the hall. "Father, what are you doing?" Noticing that Xia Changming remained frozen in his bowing stance, and recalling his earlier peculiar behavior, Xia Changming could not help but voice his curiosity once more. "Ahem, nothing of consequence." Xia Changming cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Once seated, he could not suppress his intrigue and directed a question towards Chen Lianxiong. "What were we discussing?" Yes. May I ask what business Master Chen has with my son?" I was just about to mention that. Since Master Xia has arrived, I can conveniently present your entrusted items to you in person," Chen Lianxiong replied, retrieving a spirit ring from his robe and tossing it lightly, allowing it to gracefully land in Xia Changming's hand. Typically, when delivering valuable elixirs or artifacts, they are not handed over directly, but rather enclosed within a compact spirit ring to ensure discretion and prevent prying eyes from discovering them. As Xia Changming accepted the spirit ring, he probed its contents with his consciousness. Inside, he found several exquisitely crafted wooden ornaments, along with 24 specially made spirit gathering flags crafted from Xinlingyin wood, all gently floating within. With a subtle wave of his hand, the jade bracelets, wooden hairpins, and the 24 spirit-gathering flags soared from the spirit ring, swirling and hovering above the main hall. Each piece was lustrous and dark, possessing a texture akin to jade. Their appearance seemed to draw together the spiritual energy within the hall. These are the wooden bracelets made from the black wooden doors at the Xia family cemetery. Xia Changming recognized the origin of the bracelets. Understanding the extraordinary nature of the black doors, he marveled at the efficacy of these wooden ornaments. Though they appeared to be mere accessories, they rivaled the quality of ordinary spiritual artifacts. Truly, Master Qin's accomplishment in such a short time is remarkable. Xia Changming praised sincerely after ensuring that everything was in order and safely returned to the spirit ring. Generally, he dismissed flattery from others, but this occasion was distinctly different. Since the departure of Xia Changming from the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion, Ling Ling had communicated with her father to explain everything. To her astonishment, not only was there no punishment, but instead, he expressed great admiration and directly consented to the alliance between the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion and the Xia family. Furthermore, he proclaimed that all requests from the Xia family would be granted without the need for any report to him. The Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion, which had always maintained neutrality and refrained from meddling in affairs, had unexpectedly formed a clandestine alliance with Xia Changming and the Xia family. This revelation further convinced Chun Lianxiong of Xia Changming's extraordinary identity, naturally leading him to exhibit even greater respect. In fulfilling Xia Changming's commission, he had declined all other matters, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the task at hand, pouring every ounce of effort into each detail. At this moment, receiving praise from Xia Changming brought Chun Lianxiong immense joy, and he politely clasped his hands and said, "How could I ever neglect the requests of the head of the Xia family? Should you require anything further, do not hesitate to command." With a cheerful demeanor, Chun Lianxiong then seemed to recall something, gesturing with his hand as countless spiritual elixirs were placed at his feet, returning the precious items previously gifted by Xia Changming to the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion. "Our pavilion master has stated that the head of the Xia family saved my son's life and has rendered immense kindness to the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion. Thus, it would be unreasonable to accept gifts." As he spoke, Chun Lianxiong retrieved a pitch-black card radiating a dark golden glow from his bosom and presented it to Xia Changming with both hands. Additionally, this is the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion's most treasured black gold card. Only one person in the world possesses this card. You are the second. With this card, you may visit any Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion and be honored as our esteemed guest. Xia Changming was left utterly astonished, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, momentarily questioning whether he was dreaming. How could the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion extend such courtesy to him? Even he had never heard of this black gold card. To be regarded as an esteemed guest by the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion was an extraordinary honor. Xia Changming had not anticipated such gratitude from the pavilion, merely due to his act of saving Ling Ling. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided to accept the black gold card. After all, there was no disadvantage to him. Upon seeing Xia Changming accept the card, Chun Lianxiong clasped his hands once more and said, "If the head of the Xia family has any other matters, please feel free to send someone to contact me at the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion. I shall take my leave now." "Master Chun, please walk safely," Xia Changming courteously replied, preparing to escort him outside the Xia family's ancestral grounds. However, to his surprise, Chun Lianxiong insisted even more politely, "There is no need for the head of the Xia family to see me off personally. Also, you may simply call me Xiao Chun. Titles such as Master Chun feel too distant. From now on, we are like family. PFF. Family." Xia Changming, having just calmed slightly from his astonishment, suddenly spewed the tea he had just sipped, choking and expressing sheer disbelief. The relationship between the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion and the Xia family had developed far too rapidly. How had they inexplicably become family? Moreover, was it not rumored that the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion never showed favoritism towards any faction? How did A.S. various displays continually reshape his understanding? Not to mention Xia Changming. Even Xia Changming himself is filled with bewilderment. His instincts suggest that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is not merely expressing such cordiality due to his rescue of Ling Ling. Although he cannot discern the reason, he is nonetheless pleased that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is actively seeking to cultivate a relationship with the Xia family. He reluctantly managed to squeeze out a few words of farewell. "Well, little Chun, I shall not see you off. To address a man many years his senior in such a manner feels rather awkward in his heart. He, then I shall take my leave. Chun Lianxiong beamed with delight, instantly feeling that the bond between him and Xia Changming had deepened. After slightly bowing as he exited the hall, he soared away. Tomorrow, Chief Chun. You. Xia Chonglin stared blankly at Chun Lianxiong's departing figure, finally unable to contain his curiosity. Xia Changming briefly explained that he had coincidentally saved Ling Ling's life at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Xia Chonglin nodded, somewhat understanding, and assumed that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's courtesy was a result of Xia Changming's timely intervention. To receive such favor from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is indeed a rare opportunity for the Xia family. However, Xia Changming did not place much importance on the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Now that he had acquired what he needed, it was time to commence the engraving of the Spirit Gathering Array. Chapter 45. The terrifying thoughts of Su Yueli after acquiring the ornaments and magical artifacts crafted from the mysterious Yin wood. Xia Changming once again ventured into a secluded forest atop Changming Peak, preparing to inscribe the Gathering Spirit runes. Unlike his previous solitary practice of the Long Spirit technique, this time he was accompanied by Su Yueli. My dear, I kindly ask for your protection during this process, Xia Changming said, kneeling on the ground in a meditative posture. Addressing Su Yueli, who stood nearby with her arms crossed. Regardless of her agreement, he proceeded to take out the ornaments and banners, surrounding himself with them, his expression turning grave and earnest. The art of rune inscription required the harnessing of spiritual energy as a chisel, gradually infusing it into the symbols. Multiple unique runes must resonate and harmonize to form various magical formations. The precision demanded in controlling spiritual energy was exceedingly stringent. The runes had to be 100% accurate, with no room for error. Otherwise, not only would the magical formation fail to activate, but the Gathering Spirit banner, subjected to chaotic spiritual energy, would also be destroyed. Although Xia Changming had learned rune inscription from his master, it had only involved simple patterns. Attempting to carve a high-level Gathering Spirit formation was a first for him, necessitating utmost concentration. Thus, he had called upon Su Yueli to stand by his side and safeguard him from any disturbances. Su Yueli stood there, visibly reluctant. She could not comprehend why she was the one required to protect this individual. After all, the Xia family had many members. Why must it be her? The promised gift was still nowhere to be seen. Though unwilling, the thought of being dragged off to learn mundane skills for human women made her prefer remaining beside Xia Changming. At least she could seize some moments to cultivate her own skills. As Xia Changming's consciousness settled, immersing himself in focus, Su Yueli positioned herself 100 meters away, kneeling on one knee to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, replenishing her spiritual energy expended the night before. Meanwhile, Xia Changming concentrated spiritual energy at his fingertips, which elongated and transformed under his delicate manipulation, resembling an exquisitely fine blade poised at his tip. He gently maneuvered this spiritual blade to inscribe peculiar and intricate runes upon the Gathering Spirit banner's pole, his movements exceedingly subtle and careful. Each stroke infused with his potent spiritual energy, the runes emerged as his fingertips glided across the surface, taking shape. Upon successfully etching the pole of the Gathering Spirit banner with the bizarre runes, a radiant light erupted from the inscriptions, illuminating the surroundings. It was a phenomenon that occurred only when all the runes resonated, signifying the completion of the inscription, with an implicit Gathering Spirit formation now embedded within the pole. Naturally, Su Yueli, seated nearby to recuperate her spiritual energy, was drawn to the dazzling brilliance, her beautiful eyes involuntarily drifting towards the Gathering Spirit banner floating before Xia Changming. Her delicate face fell into astonishment. Xia Changming had truly succeeded in inscribing the long-lost runes upon the Gathering Spirit banner. Originally endowed with remarkable gathering properties, the banner, now enhanced by the Gathering Spirit formation, would yield results far exceeding its previous capabilities by several dozens of times. The ordinary methods of restoring one's spiritual power involve consuming elixirs or relying on meditation and cultivation. Although elixirs provide a swift recovery of spiritual energy, they are rare and precious, making practitioners hesitant to expend them unless in dire circumstances. In contrast, relying on meditation to absorb the essence of heaven and earth requires a considerable investment of time. However, Possessing a spirit-gathering artifact can undoubtedly yield remarkable results in both cultivation and the restoration of spiritual energy. Su Yueli fixed her radiant gaze upon Xia Changming, only to quickly divert her attention. As an esteemed empress of the demon race, she had no need to covet a mere spirit-gathering banner, which was merely a small artifact adorned with a spirit-gathering array. Such artifacts typically required multiple banners arranged in a formation to be effective. A solitary banner could hardly conjure the array. Moreover, inscribing the runes of the array was immensely taxing on one's spiritual energy and mental focus. Even for that individual, successfully carving a single spirit-gathering banner was a rare feat, making the possibility of creating a second one utterly implausible. Su Yueli consoled herself with this thought, and her spirits lifted accordingly. Closing her eyes, she resumed her meditation, but soon after, a fleeting brilliance flickered before her closed eyelids. The dazzling light was so intense that she could feel it even with her eyes shut. Su Yueli widened her beautiful eyes, her lips parting involuntarily in disbelief. In a mere moment, another completed spirit-gathering banner materialized before Xia Changming. He had successfully inscribed another one. How could this be possible? Dumbfounded by the astonishing reality unfolding before her, Su Yueli found herself unable to continue her meditation, instead observing Xia Changming as he meticulously inscribed the runes. Surrounding him, the spiritual energy coalesced like a whirlpool, continuously flowing forth, while he remained at the center, seemingly unaffected, attuning himself to the essence of heaven and earth. As Su Yueli watched, her heart raced, her mouth agape, and turmoil surged within her. This fellow's comprehension of spiritual energy had likely reached a level of unity with the heavens. Before her trembling gaze, Xia Changming steadily inscribed the spirit-gathering arrays upon the poles of the banners. His technique was remarkably fluid, and with each stroke, his speed increased, completing all 24 spirit-gathering banners in a remarkably short time. All 24 were successful, without a single flaw. Su Yueli was left utterly astounded, her mind reeling in shock. Unable to regain her composure, Xia Changming's prowess already surpassed hers. He appeared to possess an innate talent for alchemy, and now he effortlessly inscribed long-lost runes. It was truly unfathomable. Such an extraordinary talent existed in this world, yet he was of the human race. If he were of the demon race, what would be wrong with me becoming his wife? This thought surged unbidden into Su Yueli's mind, prompting her to shake her head vigorously, dispelling the notion and steadfastly maintaining her composure. This idea was too terrifying. How could I ever consider becoming the wife of this insufferable fellow? Impossible, absolutely impossible. On the other side, Xia Changming was meticulously inspecting the completed spirit-gathering flags. He had not anticipated that the task would be this effortless. As he carved, he gradually realized that the more he worked, the easier it became. His fingertips danced with the spirit blade, gliding freely and effortlessly. Initially, he had been concerned about potential failures, which prompted him to have Chun Lianxiong forge 24 spirit-gathering flags as a precautionary measure. Yet to his surprise, he succeeded in all of them. This remarkable achievement seemed to be attributed to the recently acquired Chongling technique. After mastering the Chongling technique, Xia Changming's understanding and perception of spiritual power had significantly improved, allowing him to manipulate the spirit blade with unparalleled ease. In stark contrast to the cautiousness he had previously exhibited, this greatly minimized unnecessary consumption of spiritual energy, preserving the majority of his power. Coupled with the Chongling technique's ability to concentrate and transform energy, the carving process became remarkably effortless and pleasing. With the protective layer of the Chongling technique, Xia Changming felt a surge of confidence and, without hesitation, commenced the intricate carvings on the wooden bracelets and hairpins. His skills in rune engraving had reached a level that could rival the finest artisans, leaving few to compare. The wooden bracelet, being slightly broader than the slender flagpole, proved easier to carve. In just a few swift strokes, he completed the engraving for the bracelets intended for Xia Chonglin and Chu Qingwan. With only a pair of wooden hairpins remaining, Xia Changming deliberately slowed his pace, immersing himself with even greater focus and dedication. Observing Xia Changming's deep concentration, Su Yueli was struck by a bold idea. At this moment, with him wholly absorbed and undistracted, why not seize the opportunity for a surprise attack? However, as soon as this thought crossed her mind, Su Yueli quickly dismissed it. Her spiritual power had yet to fully recover. Should she attempt an attack, success was not guaranteed, and it might very well provoke his ire. It was unwise. Until she acquired a celestial artifact capable of matching him in battle, it would be prudent to remain patient. While Su Yueli was lost in thought, Xia Changming had already completed the carving of the hairpin in his hand and called out to her with a smile. "My dear, come here." Chapter 46. The Hairpin. A first gift him? What does he want from me? Has he uncovered my earlier intention to launch a surprise attack? Su Yueli pondered with a guilty conscience. Nevertheless, her body obediently approached Xia Changming, maintaining a vigilant stance. "What is it that you require of me?" "I am quite busy," she inquired as she neared him. Xia Changming smiled, offering no elaborate explanation, merely instructing her to turn around. Su Yueli frowned lightly, hesitating for a moment before complying. Casting a sidelong glance at him, what could he possibly be up to? His actions were shrouded in mystery. Fortunately, it seemed he had not discovered her ulterior motives. As she contemplated this, the hairpin atop her head was suddenly removed, allowing her silvery strands to cascade down to her waist. Since Su Yuli's arrival at the Xia household, Xia Changming had taken charge of her daily grooming. Regardless of how many times he had touched her hair or seen its beauty, he was still awestruck by the delicate sheen and captivating luster of her silvery locks. The strands danced gently in his fingers, threatening to slip away if not held tightly. Su Yueli glanced over to see Xia Changming, carefully untangling her hair before securing it with a new hairpin. She silently allowed him to style her hair, having grown accustomed to his ministrations since leaving the realm of the demon tribe. However, she could not fathom why he felt the need to replace her hairpin. "All right, my dear." Once the hairpin was affixed, Xia Changming produced a mirror and held it before Su Yueli, smiling as he said, "Here is the gift I promised you." After being groomed anew, her silvery hair appeared even more lustrous, elegantly styled into an intricate updo, with a few strands cascading softly down her back, accentuating her exquisitely striking features with an added allure. Yet the most noticeable aspect was undoubtedly the two wooden hairpins adorning the top of her head, positioned one above the other. They pierced through her silvery tresses like two slender boats traversing a river of stars, their dark sheen contrasting beautifully with her hair. The ends of the hairpins were intricately carved into the forms of two vividly lifelike foxes, their gazes directed outward, perfectly complementing each other. Su Yuli's attention was immediately captured by these hairpins, her beautiful eyes drawn to their exquisite craftsmanship. It was not merely their beauty that captivated her. She also noticed the enchanting runes inscribed upon them, shimmering with spiritual energy. These hairpins were etched with a formation to gather spiritual essence. No wonder the moment she donned them, she felt a wave of tranquility as subtle currents of spiritual energy flowed effortlessly into her being. This was his gift to her. His earlier seriousness was all for the sake of crafting these exquisite hairpins? For reasons unknown, Su Yueli, who had never received a gift before, felt a flutter of emotion within her heart. "My dear, do you like it?" Xia Changming leaned in close, playfully inquiring at her neck. Su Yueli's delicate face flushed with embarrassment, fearing that her inner thoughts were laid bare. In a fit of pique, she turned her head away, coldly huffing, "Humph. I don't like it. It's merely two hairpins. My imperial demon palace possesses countless such trinkets." "Is that so? Since my dear consort has no fondness for them and lacks need, then so be it," Xia Changming replied, his expression one of regret. He reached to remove the hairpins from Su Yueli's silver hair. Instinctively, she shielded the hairpins and stepped away from him. Upon catching sight of Xia Changming's ambiguous smile, Su Yueli belatedly realized she had been played, her enchanting face now filled with indignation. "This rascal, he said that on purpose." Biting her silver teeth, she regained her icy demeanor and, without a hint of blush, proclaimed with righteous indignation, "Though this imperial body does not fancy them, I do not despise them either. Moreover, are you not humans most attentive to propriety? Since you have gifted them to me, they rightfully belong to me. When I grow weary of them, I shall find a place to discard them." Xia Changming smiled indulgently, choosing silence. His wife's stubbornness and unyielding spirit were truly endearing. Observing Xia Changming's affectionate smile, the anger that Su Yueli had struggled to suppress surged once more. How vexing! Xia Changming completely disregarded Su Yueli's sulking. Retrieving the 12 spirit-gathering flags he had crafted, using the Xia family's ancestral grounds as a boundary, he arranged the 12 flags in alignment with the positions of the constellations, constructing a spirit-gathering protective formation. The 12 flags transformed into shooting comets, scattering across the Xia family's territory. As the spirit-gathering flags were planted into the earth, the engraved patterns shimmered with spiritual light, connecting the 12 flags. And a celestial barrier rose, enveloping the entire Xia residence. Spiritual energy flowed in from the outside, while the internal energy within the Xia family remained dense and undispersed. The many disciples within the Xia ancestral grounds looked up in awe, eagerly anticipating this sudden miracle. What is this? A barrier? It seems to be a formation. A spirit-gathering formation. I can feel the spiritual energy within the ancestral grounds growing increasingly potent. Incredible. Even without spirit stones, cultivation can be expedited. Who is responsible for this? I believe I just saw a glow emanating from Changming Peak. It must be the work of our esteemed patriarch. The disciples of the Xia family rejoiced, filled with exhilaration. With this spirit-gathering formation, how could the Xia family not rise again? On Changming Peak, Xia Changming stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing at the completed spirit-gathering formation, nodding in satisfaction as he listened to the cheers echoing from within the ancestral grounds. This formation, arranged according to the 12 constellations, could absorb the essence of the sun and moon, ensuring a continuous supply of spiritual energy, while also providing sustenance for the protective formation of the Xia family. Even in his absence, it would be difficult for ordinary individuals to breach the defenses bolstered by the spirit-gathering formation. Su Yueli followed Xia Changming, her beautiful eyes glancing sideways. Through their time spent together, she had observed that this fellow was never stingy when it came to his relatives and family. When it comes to enemies, one must show no mercy. But what could be the reason behind his kindness towards her? Is it in the hope of fostering harmony between their two races? Or is it merely a facade, an attempt to buy her trust and lull her into complacency? Or perhaps, Su Yueli found herself perplexed. At this moment, her thoughts were like a tangled mass of threads, impossible to unravel. Xia Changming noticed the gaze that Su Yueli directed elsewhere and chuckled softly, asking, "What troubles you, my dear?" Su Yueli turned her head slightly and replied gently, "It's nothing." The two stood together in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Just then, a sound echoed from outside Changming Peak, suggesting that someone was approaching. Chapter 47. The Revelation of the Secret Realm. The king's invitation. At the foot of Changming Peak, a man clad in dark armor, with sharp features resembling a blade, stood tall and unwavering. Beside him was a robust, snow-white steed, its hooves striking the ground with the swiftness of the wind. Xia Ming was earnestly persuading the man. "Commander Yu, the head of the family is preoccupied and it is uncertain when he will emerge. Perhaps you could wait in the main hall until he is available, and I will notify him upon your arrival." "That is of no consequence. I shall await the head of the Xia family here." Yu Zhuotian replied with a calm demeanor, driving his spear into the ground, folding his arms across his chest, and leaning against the shaft of the weapon. He closed his eyes, entering a state of tranquil anticipation. Xia Ming, left with no choice, resigned himself to accompany him in waiting. Shortly after Chun Lianxiong had departed, Yu Zhuotian descended from the skies on his noble steed, declaring he had urgent matters to discuss with Xia Changming. Xia Ming, responsible for overseeing the area, pointed towards Changming Peak, explaining that Xia Changming was in seclusion and suggested he wait in the main hall. To Xia Ming's astonishment, Yu Zhuotian urged his horse forward, making his way directly to Changming Peak. This startled Xia Ming. Xia Changming and Su Yueli had expressly forbidden any disturbances during their seclusion. He could not allow Yu Zhuotian to intrude upon the head of the family's important affairs. What if he was engaged in crucial matters? "Commander Yu, what exactly do you wish to discuss with my family head? Perhaps you could share the details with me, and I can relay your message." Xia Ming broke the silence. Gesturing towards himself, Yu Zhuotian opened his eyes to regard Xia Ming, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. "There is no need. The matter is of great importance, and it is best that I convey it directly to the head of the Xia family." "Is it truly so urgent?" Xia Ming inquired. Yu Zhuotian nodded solemnly. This presented a dilemma for Xia Ming. He recalled Xia Changming's admonition against disturbances, yet Yu Zhuotian had hurried here, claiming he bore pressing news. Should he ascend Changming Peak to inform the family head? Just as Xia Ming wrestled with his uncertainty, 12 beams of radiant light erupted from the summit of Changming Peak, dispersing in various directions across the Xia family ancestral grounds. Upon closer inspection, He recognized them as 12 banners. As the banners descended, their luminous glow illuminated the surroundings, and a celestial canopy materialized overhead, enveloping the entire Xia family estate. Yu Zhuotian gazed in astonishment at the breathtaking spectacle before him, extending his hand to catch the falling motes of spiritual energy that cascaded from the canopy. It soon became clear to him that this was an immense spirit-gathering formation. Yu Zhuotian was profoundly astonished. Such a grand spirit-gathering formation was a sight he had never witnessed before. Typically, spirit-gathering formations had only 2 or 3 successful effects, but in this case, the spiritual energy coalesced into shimmering particles, far surpassing the ordinary. The vast scope and remarkable efficacy were astonishing. Could this truly be the work of the new head of the Xia family? Seeing that the banners emanated from the peak, Yu Zhuotian couldn't help but speculate. He had yet to meet Xia Changming, but ever since Xia's return to Tianzhou, he had heard numerous accounts of his remarkable deeds. It seemed that the rumors were not unfounded. The head of the Xia family possessed extraordinary abilities, and it was no wonder that His Majesty had summoned him personally. Yu Zhuotian mused to himself. At that moment, Xia Changming and Su Yueli descended the steps of Changming Peak, appearing before the two men. Master Xia. Xia Ming called out as he stepped forward. Yu Zhuotian also offered a respectful greeting. I pay my respects to the head of the Xia family. And you are? Xia Changming inquired, his gaze fixed on Yu Zhuotian. Noticing his attire of the Tianzhou Xuanjia and his imposing stature, as well as the rare and untamed steed by his side, it was clear that he was a renowned general from the royal palace. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Zhuotian introduced himself. I am Yu Zhuotian, commander of the royal guard. Yu Zhuotian's scrutinizing gaze met Xia Changming's, who exuded an air of elegance and nonchalance, yet harbored an enigmatic aura that was difficult to fathom. He could not discern Xia Changming's realm. Equally captivating was Su Yueli, standing behind him. In Yu Zhuotian's keen eyes, there was a blend of astonishment and wariness. The two races, humans and demons, had been embroiled in conflict for years, fostering deep-seated animosity. It was challenging for an ordinary person to harbor goodwill toward the demon race, and Yu Zhuotian, as the commander of the Tianzhou Royal Guard, was no exception. However, given that Su Yueli now held the esteemed title of the head of the Xia family, and he was visiting on behalf of the king, Yu Zhuotian concealed any animosity, merely exhibiting the surprise shared by many that a Demon Empress had indeed wed into the Xia family. At this moment, Su Yueli stood gracefully beside Xia Changming, her ethereal gown trailing elegantly, her hair styled in a traditional updo, exuding an aura of dignity and beauty that resembled that of a devoted wife. This was a stark contrast to the rumors circulating about her. May I inquire why, Commander, you sought me? Xia Changming asked. Brought back to the present, Yu Zhuotian respectfully clasped his hands together and replied, I come bearing urgent news from His Majesty. What news? Xia Changming pressed further. Yu Zhuotian's expression turned grave, and he furrowed his brow. Not long ago, there was an incident at a mountain peak in the southwestern region of Tianzhou, known for its exceptionally dense spiritual energy. I trust you have heard of it. Xia Changming nodded slightly. Yu Zhuotian continued, His Majesty ordered me to send numerous scouts to investigate, but they suffered catastrophic losses, with only one returning alive. Among them were several skilled masters. At this revelation, Xia Changming's brow twitched slightly. The fact that scouts of Master Realm had gone and not returned suggested that the richness of the spiritual energy there had likely drawn formidable beasts to the area. What intelligence did the surviving scout bring back? Indeed, that is the very purpose of my visit, Yu Zhuotian replied. According to the scout's report, that mountain peak is now overrun with demon beasts, and the spiritual energy is not diminishing but rather increasing, as if it were emanating from a shattered vortex of spiritual power. It is highly probable that this is the fabled secret realm, just as I suspected. Upon hearing the term secret realm, Xia Changming displayed little astonishment. From the moment he received the news from Xia Ruoguang, he had already surmised that a fissure in the mountain peak might have manifested, resulting in such an abundance of spiritual energy. His master had once informed him that the emergence of a fissure in the secret realm would invariably lead to an extraordinary accumulation of ethereal power, drawing fierce beasts from dozens of miles around to the rich aura of spiritual essence. Noticing Xia Changming's seemingly indifferent demeanor, as if he had anticipated this outcome, Yu Zhuotian expressed a hint of surprise. The secret realm is an entity that drives countless cultivators to frenzy. potentially harboring ancient legacies of celestial fortunes that have persisted for millennia. Even Su Yueli, who stood nearby, could not help but display a change in her expression, while Xia Changming remained remarkably composed. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Changming inquired of Yu Zhuotian, "Therefore, how does your majesty intend to address this secret realm?" Yu Zhuotian, with a serious countenance, continued, "Now that the secret realm has emerged, it is likely to attract numerous cultivators and beasts, which could inevitably threaten the stability of Tianzhou. His Majesty has instructed me to convey this message to you and the other 3 prominent families, requesting an immediate gathering at the royal palace for discussion." Chapter 48. The 4 great families gather in the resplendent palace of the Tianzhou Dynasty. The grand hall exuded opulence, yet it was dimly lit by only a few scattered oil lamps on either side, casting an air of somber darkness over the vast space. As Yu Zhuotian entered the hall accompanied by Xia Changming and Su Yueli, dozens of curious gazes immediately converged upon them. Upon receiving the invitation to the palace, Xia Changming hastily brought Su Yueli along. However, Yu Zhuotian had lingered at the Xia residence for a brief moment, resulting in a slight delay. The representatives of the other 4 great families had already gathered in the hall, awaiting their arrival. "Please wait here for a moment, Master Xia, while I inform His Majesty," Yu Zhuotian said with a respectful gesture before turning to depart. Having seldom visited the royal palace, Xia Changming felt no need for formality and began to survey the surroundings. "Brother Xia, I did not expect to see you again so soon." Xia Yi approached warmly upon noticing Xia Changming's presence. However, upon catching sight of Su Yueli beside him, his expression turned momentarily stunned. With features as delicate as a painting and skin as flawless as jade, she radiated an ethereal beauty, akin to a celestial being detached from the mortal realm. Such extraordinary beauty existed here. Frequenting the Zuaxian Lu, he had encountered numerous stunning women, yet none could compare to his younger sister. Just a single glance at the young lady before him left him entranced, almost lost in her allure. Ahem. Xia Changming cleared his throat, slightly displeased by Xia Yi's days. "While I am aware of my wife's beauty, it would be excessive to gaze at her so intensely." Realizing his lapse in manners, Xia Yi quickly regained his composure and apologized. "I beg your pardon, Brother Xia. May I inquire who this is?" "This is my wife, Su Yueli," Xia Changming introduced proudly. Su Yueli cast a cold glance at Xia Yi, clearly uninterested in engaging with him. Yet Xia Yi's astonishment deepened upon recognizing her as the legendary empress of the demon clan. He felt a mix of respect and trepidation. The tales of her unparalleled beauty paled in comparison to the reality he witnessed today. Xia Yi finally understood why Xia Changming had disregarded his sister, Xia Hualing, at the Zuaxian Lu. If Su Yueli was the bright moon in the night sky, then his sister was merely a flickering spark. He was relieved that he had not brought her along today. As Xia Changming and Xia Yi exchanged pleasantries, an unfriendly voice called out from behind them. "Since when did the palace of the Tianzhou Dynasty allow the likes of the demon clan to step foot here?" Turning to face the source of the voice, they beheld a middle-aged man with a defiant demeanor and hawk-like eyes striding toward them. Beside him was a tall, pallid man with an air of malevolence. The latter scrutinized Xia Changming with narrowed eyes, his gaze unsettlingly intrusive. These 2 were none other than Kai Ying, the head of the Kai family, and his eldest son, Kai Jia. Xia Changming, undeterred by their presence, smiled faintly and inquired, "Isn't this the head of the Kai family? I trust the second young Master Kai is faring well?" Upon hearing this, Kai Ying's teeth clenched in fury, the defiant mockery that once adorned his face dissipating instantly. Kai Kuan now lay in bed, indistinguishable from a lifeless corpse, and the mere mention of this matter was his greatest taboo. How audacious of Xia Changming, the instigator, to openly expose his wounds. "Xia Changming, remember this. The vengeance for my son will inevitably be exacted upon your Xia family. Your family no longer holds the esteemed position of the 4 great clans. It is now my Kai family that reigns supreme," Kai Ying declared, his expression dark and terrifying. Xia Changming, however, responded with a calm smile, "I await your move at any moment. Should the head of the Kai family possess the courage to act, perhaps it will not be long before the Kai family is removed from the ranks of the 4 great clans." With that, Xia Changming's smile faltered, his eyes gleaming with a chilling murderous intent. The frigid malice pierced Kai Ying's spirit like a myriad of sharp blades, leaving him unsettled. Kai Ying's heart quaked, and he clenched his fists tightly. A threat. A brazen, unabashed threat. Beside him, Xia Yi watched in admiration, astonished by Xia Changming's audacity towards Kai Ying. It seemed that the recent aggressive conduct of the Xia family's disciples against the Kai and Wang families was indeed sanctioned by him. At that moment, a deep voice interjected. What an impudent young lad. So brazen at such a tender age, relying on a modicum of talent and cultivation. Have your elders not taught you the importance of respecting your seniors? The speaker was a robust man, his physique resembling that of a tiger, his footsteps heavy and resonant, emanating an imposing aura. Brother Wang, Kai Ying greeted upon recognizing the newcomer. Indeed, this was Wang Meng, the head of the Wang family. The Wang family was set to forge a matrimonial alliance with the Kai family, a union of convenience. Otherwise, they would not have condoned the murderous tendencies of Wang Tung. Xia Changming offered no courtesy, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The second son of the Wang family, a slayer by nature, kills at will, showing utter disregard for law and decorum. I wonder how your elders have instructed you? Oh, my oversight. I forgot that the Wang family lacks parental guidance. You. Wang Meng's eyes flared with rage, his anger palpable as he reached for the tiger-headed golden dagger at his waist. Father, do not act impulsively. This is the royal palace. We must not engage in violence here, a man standing beside Wang Meng urged, restraining his arm. This man, with brown tiger-like eyes and long hair interspersed with strands of gold, was strikingly handsome, his appearance a stark contrast to Wang Meng's robust build, lean and elongated. Together, they appeared an unlikely pair, yet he was indeed Wang Meng's eldest son, Wang Tian. Wang Tian's demeanor was the antithesis of Wang Tung's, characterized by composure and poise. It was said that the Wang family was fortunate to have two sons of such formidable prowess. Both Wang Tung and Wang Tian possessed exceptional talents. With few rivals capable of contending with them, given time, they could ascend to the esteemed ranks of the celestial. Wang Tian, in particular, with his naturally golden-threaded dark hair, was rumored to have awakened a bloodline linked to the legendary dragon and tiger beasts once consumed by their ancestors. The veracity of the situation remains uncertain. Master Wang, to act within the palace is a profound disrespect towards His Majesty. At this moment, Xia Yi stepped forward to caution Wang Meng. Once Wang Meng regained his composure, he released his grip on the hilt of his sword and disdainfully remarked, "Another impetuous youth. Why does your father not accompany you, allowing you to come alone?" "My father is bedridden and entrusted me to participate in the discussions," Xia Yi replied coolly, his eyes sparkling with contemplation. Just then, a piercing announcement echoed from the side of the palace. "His Majesty has arrived." Wang Meng snorted dismissively, choosing not to elaborate further as he turned to stride towards the main hall. Wang Tian cast a glance at Xia Changming before following in Wang Meng's footsteps. Kai Ying contemplated confronting Xia Changming, but was halted by Kai Jia, who raised a hand to intervene. Engaging in verbal disputes is ultimately futile. "Let us depart." Kai Ying responded, resolutely disregarding Xia Changming as he turned to leave. This left Xia Changming in a state of bewilderment. It was evident that Kai Ying was the head of the Kai family, yet he exhibited remarkable deference to Kai Jia, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. After all, he was his eldest son. Surely, there must be no mistake regarding their familial hierarchy? Chapter 49. The Secret Realm of the Immortal Tomb. Let us proceed, Brother Xia. Xia Yi said to Xia Changming. Xia Changming and Su Yueli followed Xia Yi to the front of the hall to welcome the royal presence. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man, stooped and lined with wrinkles, appeared, slowly leaning on his cane. Beside him was a youthful boy, strikingly handsome, who was carefully assisting the old man as he ambled forward. The elder's steps were labored, each movement trembling with age. And only when he finally settled into the dragon throne in the grand hall did Xia Changming realize that this frail figure was none other than the emperor of Tianzhou, Zhou Tian. Several years prior, before retreating into the mountains, Xia Changming had encountered the old emperor, who, though aged, had been vigorous and robust, able to sprint up to the palace without a hint of fatigue. Yet, in just over a decade, he had deteriorated to such a feeble state. "Your Majesty," the elder greeted as he seated himself, prompting the representatives of the four great families to bow in respect. It was customary for them to refrain from kneeling before the emperor. The four great families were not subjects of the Tianzhou Dynasty. They possessed their own territories and wielded significant power, rendering imperial authority somewhat ineffectual in their presence. It was akin to the Tianzhou Dynasty conferring a degree of autonomy upon these families, who acted as esteemed guests, tasked with maintaining order in the capital and ensuring the prosperity and tranquility of the realm. To the four families, the Tianzhou Dynasty was barely regarded as the non-existent fifth family, positioned at the lowest tier of power. This explains why the Kai family, particularly Kai Kuan, could brazenly abduct maidens in the capital, while the Wang family, led by Wang Tong, could kill at will without consequence. The Tianzhou Dynasty dared not oppose them. Zhou Taiyan's weary gaze swept across the assembly, lingering on Xia Changming for a moment longer before shifting to Su Yueli behind him. It was uncertain whether his prolonged gaze was due to her identity as a member of the demon clan or her failure to bow. Perhaps both reasons played a part. In any case, Zhou Taiyan's attention remained fixed on Su Yueli for an extended period. Su Yueli furrowed her brow slightly. As the empress of the demon clan, she had no intention of bowing to the emperor of Tianzhou. In her view, it would be more fitting for the emperor to pay his respects to her instead. While the onlookers speculated whether Zhou Taiyan might confront Su Yueli, he withdrew his gaze and addressed the assembly with a gentle demeanor. Esteemed guests, there is no need for excessive formalities. His voice was frail and low, barely audible even to those among them who were cultivators. Kai Ying felt a pang of disappointment and confusion at Zhou Taiyan's lack of confrontation towards Su Yueli. The old emperor had said nothing to her, effectively granting her tacit approval. Should Zhou Taiyan have spoken out, they would have had the legitimacy to unite with the palace guards against Su Yueli. Dear guests, I have summoned you today due to the peril facing the capital, and I require your assistance. Zhou Taiyan coughed repeatedly, interrupting his speech. Grandfather. The youth beside him hurriedly patted his back and offered him a medicinal concoction. The crowd hesitated to speak, fearing that the elder might depart from this world at that moment. Finally, it was the impetuous Wang Ming who broke the silence, inquiring, Might I ask your majesty if something unusual has occurred at the southwestern mountain peaks? Yes, indeed. Cough, cough. The crowd fell silent. Grandfather, please refrain from speaking. Allow me to explain. The attentive young man beside him interjected with concern. Wang Taiyan nodded, entrusting the matter to the youth. The young man straightened his expression and addressed the assembly of the four prominent families, speaking with calm authority, according to reports from scouts. The southwestern mountain peaks are brimming with spiritual energy, with demonic beasts emerging. Deep within, a fissure of spiritual energy swirls, likely leading to the rumored secret realm. As soon as the words left his lips, the room erupted in astonishment, save for Xia Changming and Su Yueli. The others had merely received a summons to discuss affairs at the royal palace, unaware of the specifics. Only Xia Changming had been forewarned of the secret realm by Yu Zhuotian. Upon hearing of the secret realm, the assembly was electrified with excitement. Kai Ying stepped forward to inquire, Is it truly the secret realm that has manifested? The young man nodded lightly. There is an 80 to 90% likelihood. Haha. Who would have thought that our heavenly Zhou dynasty would also encounter the fortunes of a secret realm? Wang Ming's booming laughter filled the air, resonating powerfully. Father, what is this secret realm? Wang Tian asked, intrigued by his father's rare display of joy. It was a sight he seldom witnessed. Wang Ming clapped Wang Tian on the shoulder and explained, Listen closely, my son. The secret realm is a remnant of the ancient battle among the immortal, demonic, and beast tribes from a millennium ago. It leads to another realm, where spiritual energy has been preserved for eons, far surpassing what this world can offer. Is it truly that extraordinary? Wang Tian inquired, his expression shifting with intrigue. In the ancient era, those at the Divine Lord level were as numerous as the stars. Yet now, that level seems an insurmountable chasm, as the spiritual energy of this realm has long since been depleted. If one could harness the abundant spiritual energy and diligently cultivate, transcending into the Divine Lord rank would no longer be a mere fantasy. Noticing the spark in Wang Tian's eyes, Wang Ming continued with a smile, My son, do not underestimate the secret realm. The mere spiritual energy pales in comparison to the treasures within. Did you know that the secret realm also serves as a celestial tomb? Those interred within are the venerables of ancient times, above even the divine lords. There are even instances of celestial beings having perished there. If one could obtain a sliver of celestial fortune and inherit the legacy of the celestial beings, Wang Ming did not elaborate further. as all present understood the implication. The secret realm represented celestial fortune. Should one acquire the ancient celestial legacy and cultivate it, who could stand in their way within a century? Xia Changming listened attentively to Wang Meng's explanation, which largely mirrored what his master had conveyed to him, albeit with an emphasis on the positive aspects, while perilous details were conspicuously omitted. The celestial tombs do not merely entomb the revered of ancient times. They also serve as a resting place for those who covet the secrets of the arcane and dare to intrude. Within the secret realms, one cannot even begin to fathom what worlds they may lead to. Yet the beasts nourished by the profound energies therein possess extraordinary powers. While these secret realms are indeed desirable and the celestial fortunes they hold are precious, one must be able to enter and exit them safely. As the head of the Wang family has stated, the recent emergence of the secret realm in the southwest of Tianzhou has rendered the region vulnerable to the chaos wrought by the beasts. If word of this spreads, countless cultivators will undoubtedly be drawn to it. Today, I have summoned all families here to discuss how we might respond to this predicament. After Wang Meng had elucidated the matter, the young man continued speaking, dressed in splendid attire, standing tall and composed beside the dragon throne. His petite figure exuded a certain authority. Is there any further inquiry? Naturally, we must hasten to enter the secret realm. Delay may lead to unforeseen changes. Wang Meng replied without hesitation. The secret realm is a rare opportunity for celestial fortune. Once the news of this realm spreads, innumerable powerful figures from across the 9 provinces will flock to it. At that point, it may not only be a matter of seeking opportunities, but even entering the realm itself could become a challenge. What do the rest of you, esteemed guests, think? Zhou Tian cast his gaze towards the other attendees. The celestial fortune of the secret realm is indeed rare and can be considered a blessing for our Zhou family. It must not be missed. Kai smiled, although the pallor of his face suggested ill intentions. After pondering for a moment, Xie nodded as well. Despite the inherent dangers, the opportunity is too precious to overlook. Xia Changming had little to add. Out of pure curiosity, it would be worthwhile to witness the legendary secret realm of the celestial tombs. It could also present an opportunity for the other disciples of the Xia family. Seeing that everyone was in unanimous agreement, Zhou Tian raspingly proclaimed, "Very well, I share this sentiment. I ask that each esteemed guest return immediately to make preparations. We shall enter the secret realm in 3 days." Chapter 50. The old emperor's aspirations. We took our leave, as everyone bowed in unison and retreated from the grand hall. A sense of mirth seemed to linger on their faces. They did not linger long, leaping gracefully into the air, transforming into ethereal rainbows that vanished into the horizon. Matters concerning the secret realm could not be taken lightly. Each family needed to return and meticulously prepare, selecting suitable disciples to enter. Just as Xia Changming was about to depart, a familiar voice suddenly called out to him, "Master Xia, please hold on." Turning around, he saw that it was Commander Yu Zhuotian of the Imperial Guard, who had guided him here. "What business do you have, Commander Yu?" Xia Changming inquired. Yu Zhuotian respectfully clasped his hands in salute and replied, "His Majesty requests your presence." Xia Changming exchanged a glance with Su Yueli, who instinctively spoke, "I have been waiting for you outside." No sooner had Su Yueli finished speaking than Yu Zhuotian continued, "I presume this esteemed lady is the Empress of the Demon Clan? His Majesty has summoned you as well. Please accompany me." "Summon me as well?" Su Yueli was taken aback. A kingdom in constant strife with the demon realm, fraught with long-standing grievances, left little room for dialogue. Why would the human emperor wish to summon her? With a heart full of doubt and vigilance, Su Yueli followed Xia Changming deeper into the imperial palace, arriving at the emperor's private chamber. "Your Majesty, the guests have arrived," Yu Zhuotian announced from outside the door. "Come in," a voice, aged yet resonant, called from within, starkly contrasting the atmosphere of urgency that had filled the grand hall. Xia Changming pondered. Is the old emperor truly ill, or is it a ruse? Yu Zhuotian opened the door, and as Xia Changming and Su Yueli stepped inside, he quietly closed it behind them, standing guard with his spear at the ready. Upon entering, they were greeted by a pungent aroma of medicinal herbs that assailed their senses. Su Yueli, particularly sensitive to the scent, wrinkled her nose slightly, her delicate brows knitting together. Amidst the overpowering medicinal fragrance, she detected a faint whiff of decay, an indication of the approaching end of life. Zhou Tian lay upon a soft couch, his breath faint yet steady, markedly improved from the pallor he displayed in the grand hall. His half-closed, weary eyes regarded Xia Changming and Su Yueli with keen interest. A young boy sat attentively at the edge of the bed, providing care. With the boy's assistance, Zhou Tian propped himself up against the headboard, his gaze slowly shifting to Su Yueli, as he complimented, "This must be the Empress of the Demon Clan. As they say, seeing is believing. One is indeed more striking in person than in rumor." Surprised by Zhou Tian's praise, Su Yueli paused in bewilderment. Zhou Tian gestured for them to approach. The boy gently stepped aside, allowing Xia Changming to take Su Yueli's hand as they drew closer to the bed. Though Zhou Tian's eyes had dimmed with age, they still sparkled with a glimmer of vitality, darting between Xia Changming and Su Yueli. Upon observing their intertwined hands, resembling a pair of celestial lovers, Zhou Tian could not help but let out a hearty laugh. Amidst laughter and coughs, Xia Changming and Su Yueli exchanged puzzled glances. Despite the severity of the cough, the elderly gentleman could not suppress his mirth. The intermingling of his laughter and coughs raised concern. One feared he might laugh himself to death, rendering oneself a historical villain for causing the demise of the old emperor through mere amusement. "Your Majesty, please take care," Xia Changming expressed his concern. The young lad beside him echoed the worry. "Grandfather, please cease your laughter and rest." "It's of no consequence. I am simply overwhelmed with joy," replied Zhou Tian, who halted the youth intending to assist him, and turned to Xia Changming with a warm smile. "I never imagined I would witness such harmony and affection between the two realms before my departure. My life has not been in vain, not in vain indeed." Ha! In that moment, Zhou Tian appeared unburdened by the shackles of kingship, laughing like a benevolent elder. Upon hearing his words, Su Yueli suddenly realized that her hand had once again been taken by Xia Changming, a habit she had grown accustomed to. "This fellow has made me reliant on his grasp." She attempted to break free, but Xia Changming tightened his hold, denying her any chance of escape. A smirk graced his lips, filled with self-satisfaction. Su Yueli shot him a playful glare, ceasing her struggles, their hands entwined in a private contest of wills. This scene elicited further hearty laughter from Zhou Tian. "Ah, splendid, splendid. A union between our races has never before been witnessed. Were it not for this frail body, I would have long since visited to extend my congratulations to you both. Your Majesty's sentiments are well understood, and that suffices." Xia Changming replied with a smile. Zhou Tian cast another glance at the pair before gazing upward at the ceiling, his expression tranquil and profound. His thoughts wandered beyond the confines of the dim chamber, reaching towards the expansive azure sky outside, envisioning a bustling and harmonious world filled with life. He then murmured to himself, "Many claim that I am timid, that the demon race repeatedly invades our borders while I hesitate to retaliate with the might of the nation, content merely to defend our territory. My eldest son has scolded me before the court for my perceived cowardice. Yet, the truth remains, my sole desire is to safeguard our splendid land, ensuring that the populace can live in peace and prosperity, free from conflict between our races. One day, may there be no barriers between humans and demons, transforming swords into plowshares, fostering trade and mutual prosperity. What say you, Empress of the demon race?" Zhou Tian's steady gaze turned towards Su Yueli. Her expression grew serious, her words caught in her throat. She longed to refute Zhou Tian's assertions, yet for reasons unknown, she found herself unable to voice her thoughts. The demon race, with its ancient bloodline and vast territories, had always adhered to the law of the jungle. The strong governed the weak, who were subject to invasion, domination, and subjugation, a truth as old as time. Yet, the scenes of prosperity she had witnessed during her time in the capital were precisely the future she envisioned for her people. If the demon clan were as prosperous and harmonious as Tianzhou, she might share the same sentiments as Zhou Tian. Thus, she finds herself in a state of conflict, unable to refute the notion. "Your words. I shall ponder them," Su Yueli finally replied after a lengthy pause. Zhou Tian smiled with delight. Her affirmation sufficed. Observing the figures of Xia Changming and Su Yueli standing closely together, he envisioned the harmonious era he longed for between humans and demons. Though he could not witness it, he firmly believed that such a day would inevitably arrive. "Changming, I share a close relationship with your father. May I address you in this manner?" Zhou Tian inquired, looking at Xia Changming. "Certainly, that would be quite acceptable. However, If I continue to address your majesty, it may feel somewhat unfamiliar. Perhaps I should simply call you Zhou Lao instead? Xia Changming responded with a smile. He genuinely admired and respected this kind-hearted elder, rich in ideals. Zhou Tian was equally pleased, his smile unwavering. It had been a long time since he felt such joy. And Ning, come here. Zhou Tian beckoned the young boy who stood nearby. The boy approached slowly, and Zhou Tian took his hand, turning to Xia Changming with a serious expression. Changming, I have a matter I wish to entrust to you. Chapter 51 The Old Emperor's Entrustment. Anning, come quickly and pay your respects to your uncle Xia. Zhou Tian gently took the boy's hand, directing him to face Xia Changming. Zhou Anning gazed up at Xia Changming, bowing gracefully and respectfully. I have come to pay my respects to Uncle Xia. Xia Changming regarded Zhou Anning with an appreciative expression. Having not paid much attention to him in the grand hall, he now noticed the boy's remarkable features up close. The youth possessed an exquisite countenance, with delicate and refined features, resembling a finely crafted porcelain doll. His striking phoenix eyes sparkled with curiosity, and his fair complexion radiated a beauty that was truly captivating. What impressed Xia Changming most, however, was not merely the boy's appearance, but rather his maturity and composure, which belied his tender age of merely 14 or 15. In the grand hall, he had faced the four great families with dignified poise. And now, standing before Xia, he maintained an air of respect without losing his sense of self. Even at such a young age, he subtly exuded the aura of nobility, an extraordinary presence indeed. It was a pity, however, that his innate talents and training were rather ordinary, lacking in depth. Xia Changming sighed inwardly. The Tianzhou royal family had not seen a prodigy in quite some time. Otherwise, they would not have fallen to such a low state. Changming, my dear nephew, Anning is my only grandson. My time is limited, and I implore you for a favor. Zhou Tian grasped Xia Changming's hand, his eyes filled with hope. Speak freely, old friend. I wish to temporarily entrust Anning to you, to the Xia family. Entrust him to me? Xia Changming was taken aback. After careful consideration, he quickly grasped Zhou Tian's intentions. He understood that Zhou Tian had yet to name an heir. In this generation of Tianzhou, there were only 3 princes. The eldest, Zhou Zhiga, was exceedingly ambitious, yet notoriously brutal, advocating for aggressive expansion and repeatedly demanding campaigns against the demon tribes, which made him unpopular among the people. The second prince, Zhou Minan, was his polar opposite, weak-willed and indulging in a life of decadence, lacking any scholarly pursuits, and notorious for his indulgence in pleasures of the flesh. Rumors suggested that his bed could accommodate 100 women, and there were days when he did not even rise from it. Only the third prince, Zhou Taiping, was regarded as possessing both virtue and talent, excelling in both civil and military affairs, earning the admiration and praise of ministers from both the civil and military spheres. He was once considered the most likely candidate for the throne, and yet Zhou Taiping had perished. Years ago, he was assassinated within the confines of his residence. His entire household slaughtered, leaving only Zhou Anning, who had hidden in a water tank throughout the night. She was the sole heir of Zhou Taiping and, at present, the only grandson of Zhou Tian. The capital had deployed all its guards and elite forces in search of her, but no trace was found. Only days later, the bodies of the assailants were discovered in the mountains outside the city. The matter was left unresolved. Since then, Zhou Tian had kept Zhou Anning close at all times, fearing for her safety. Now, his desire to entrust her to Xia Changming was clear and unambiguous. This is an attempt to separate Zhou Anning from the imperial family for the time being. Before Xia Changming could respond, Zhou Anning had already thrown herself into Zhou Tian's embrace, disregarding her appearance. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed. Grandfather, what are you saying? Anning will not leave you. Anning will stay by your side. Zhou Tian gazed at the weeping Zhou Anning with a tender expression, wanting to reach out his frail hand to caress her head. However, after a moment's hesitation, he resolutely withdrew his arm. His demeanor shifted to one of sternness as he admonished her sharply. How have I taught you? As a descendant of the emperor, how could you easily shed tears? This pitiful display is unbecoming of my lineage. What would others think if they saw you? No, please, Anning can listen to everything you say. Anning can stop crying. But I beg you, grandfather, please don't make me leave. Anning has only you left, and I cannot bear to part with you. Zhou Anning clutched tightly at Zhou Tian's garment, her eyes brimming with tears, her cries resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, her voice hoarse from the anguish. Even Xia Changming and Su Yueli, standing nearby, could not help but be moved. "Old Zhou, have you truly reached such a state?" Xia Changming inquired, his voice tinged with concern. Zhou Tian's expression grew somber as he slowly rolled up his sleeve, revealing an arm that was nearly blackened and marred with dark patterns, the eerie markings seeming to devour him like a living entity. Upon witnessing this, Xia Changming's expression tightened, his brows furrowing deeply. He recognized this dark substance. It was the same corrupting spirit that had afflicted Xia Ruobing. Zhou Tian had also fallen prey to the taint. Moreover, the extent of the corruption was far greater than what Xia Ruobing had suffered. "Old Zhou, may I examine you?" Xia Changming asked gravely. Zhou Tian nodded and extended his arm. Xia Changming pinched the pulse at Zhou Tian's wrist with 2 fingers, his consciousness intertwining with his spiritual energy as he delved into Zhou Tian's body. As soon as the spiritual energy entered the meridians, the corrupting spirit surged forth like a ravenous wolf, scenting fresh blood. Despite Xia Changming's mastery over his spiritual energy, he found himself unable to contain the relentless tide of the taint. Regretfully, he withdrew his hand. It was too late. Had he discovered it earlier, like with Xia Ruobing, it might have been possible to invest time and effort for a remedy. At this moment, the corrupting spirit had already infiltrated Zhou Tian's entire network of veins, rendering even him powerless to reverse the situation. Xia Changming contemplated administering a miraculous elixir to Zhou Tian. However, that idea was swiftly dismissed. Regardless of the elixir's efficacy, any spiritual energy released would be devoured by the taint within. Even if, by some chance, the elixir were effective, Zhou Tian's body could not withstand such a massive influx of spiritual energy. It was likely that before the taint could claim his life, the spiritual energy would cause him to explode from within. A deadlock. Zhou Tian could only resign himself to the insidious encroachment of the malevolent spirit. "Elder Zhou, when did you first notice these dark spots on your body?" asked Xia Changming earnestly. It was astonishing that a monarch could fall prey to such a vile affliction, akin to a slow poison gradually siphoning away his life. Who could be behind this? What nefarious intentions did they harbor? Xia Changming increasingly sensed that the situation was far from simple, as if someone were clandestinely plotting a scheme shrouded in secrecy. Zhou Tian endeavored to recall, yet ultimately shook his head in resignation. "I cannot remember. I know not when this strange ailment began to afflict me. Initially, there was no sensation, and thus I paid it no mind. By the time I became aware, it had already spread throughout my body." From the look in Xia Changming's eyes, Zhou Tian discerned despair. He had long anticipated this, and therefore felt no sorrow, his countenance still adorned with a smile. He had long accepted his fate. Moreover, he was not on the brink of death. His earlier display of weakness in the palace was merely a ruse to deceive certain onlookers, creating a fade to assuage their concerns. He still had matters to attend to, with his heart burdened solely by thoughts of Zhou Anning. "Changming, my nephew, I implore you once more, could you please take care of Anning for me?" Zhou Tian earnestly beseeched. Xia Changming pondered for a moment before voicing his lingering curiosity. "Elder Zhou, there is one matter I find perplexing. Why have you specifically chosen me, the Xia family?" Chapter 52. The origins of the Xia family and the Tianzhou Dynasty. This was the question that had long lingered in Xia Changming's mind. Currently, the Xia family's influence in Tianzhou was eclipsed by the Kai and Wang families, so it was perplexing why Zhou Tian had chosen him. Choosing the Xia family. Was it an excess of trust in the Xia family? In response to Xia Changming's inquiry, Zhou Tian smiled faintly, and then, as if transformed, his expression grew calm, his deep-set eyes gleaming with insight. In recent years, the Kai family had ascended in power, continuously recruiting cultivators to expand their influence, brazenly stretching their reach. Their ambitions clear to all. The Wang family, through marriage with the Kai family, had covertly maintained close ties with my good son, harboring their own schemes. Do they truly believe that I am nearing death and know nothing? If peace were to be handed over to the Kai family, would it not be akin to sending sheep into the lion's den? Unexpectedly, Zhou Tian, appearing aged and frail, had meticulously surveyed the broader situation. And what of the Xia family? The Xia family had neither engaged with the Kai and Wang families nor accepted multiple invitations from the Crown Prince and the Second Prince, embodying a disinterest in conflict, devoid of ulterior motives. Xia Changming inquired further. Zhou Tian merely shook his head slowly, sighing. The Xia family pursues a life free of desire and conflict, content with their corner. Before your return, I had met with Xia Changming and conversed with him. But he did not acquiesce, and shortly thereafter, he met with misfortune. If it were merely to allow Ning to retreat into seclusion, that would be acceptable. However, with the tempest brewing in Tianzhou, the Xia family's fragile vessel cannot safeguard Ning's safety. Xia Changming felt a flicker of surprise. It seemed Zhou Tian was aware of the demise of the previous head of the Xia family, Xia Changming. Did Zhou choose the Xia family believing they could ensure Ning's safety? Xia Changming inquired with a smile. Zhou Tian returned the smile and replied slowly, "This is but one of the reasons. More importantly, I have faith in the Xia family. Should the Xia family be compelled to compromise in the future, the Xia family will never yield." Zhou Tian spoke with unwavering conviction, his eyes brimming with belief. Was the emperor of Tianzhou truly so trusting of the Xia family? From the outset, Xia Changming found this notion rather peculiar. Zhou Tian was not only exceedingly cordial towards him, but also exuded an inexplicable trust. Sensing the confusion in Xia Changming's heart, Zhou Tian continued before he could speak, "Nephew Changming, do you know how the Tianzhou Dynasty was established?" Xia Changming shook his head, for he had not delved into that history. After all, in this world, he was not attending history lessons. "Then allow me to recount," Zhou Tian began. "And Ning, pay close attention to your grandfather's words. Not a single word should be forgotten." Zhou Tian suddenly admonished the nearby Zhou and Ning sternly. Zhou and Ning nodded earnestly, replying yes. Zhou Tian then gradually narrated the establishment of the Tianzhou Dynasty and its connection to the Xia family. Over 1,000 years ago, before the Tianzhou Dynasty was founded, the borders between humans and demons were plagued with famine, and demonic beasts roamed freely, leaving the populace in dire straits, living in constant fear. At that time, a man proclaimed his intent to repel all monstrous beasts and safeguard the tranquility of this realm, aspiring to establish an ideal haven that would protect generations to come. His words resonated with countless souls, drawing them together in the noble cause of combating these vile creatures. Yet, as days passed, the ranks of his followers dwindled, while the number of beasts only grew. Eventually, a group of individuals arrived, among whom were two exceptionally powerful beings who took it upon themselves to defend humanity, akin to celestial saviors descending from the heavens. They assisted the man in vanquishing numerous fiends, securing the borders between humans and monsters, ultimately founding the Tianzhou Dynasty. The man became the inaugural sovereign of the Tianzhou Dynasty, while this group established the Xia family in their newfound home. Upon concluding his tale, Zhou Tian was seized by a violent fit of coughing, struggling to recount this story passed down through generations of rulers. "Grandfather, quickly, take your medicine," Zhou Anning urged, pouring a bowl of medicinal broth and offering it to Zhou Tian. He raised a hand to halt her, his expression grave. "Anning, do you remember everything I just said? I passed this story to you so that in the future you may carry it forth. Do not let it fade from memory." Anning nodded solemnly, committing his words to heart. With a satisfied smile, Zhou Tian turned his gaze towards Xia Changming. "Nephew Changming, do you now understand why I chose the Xia family? Why I chose you? I believe the Xia family will always remain true to itself." His words were not merely expressions of trust, but were grounded in evidence. Since Xia Changming's return, he had been privy to all the tales and events surrounding him. Whether it was the marriage to the Empress of the Monster Clan that ended the border conflict, the dismantling of Kai Kuan by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, or the strategic withdrawal of Wang Tung from the drunken Immortal Tower, the Xia family had emerged revitalized and more formidable than ever. In this, Zhou Tian saw in Xia Changming a reflection of the celestial savior depicted in the millennia-old tales. Naturally, this was also a testament to Xia Changming's remarkable prowess. All of this reassured him that he could entrust Anning to the Xia family. Xia Changming discerned the gratitude and trust Zhou Tian held for the Xia family in his words. Without further hesitation, he gently placed his hand upon Zhou Anning's head and solemnly assured Zhou Tian, "I am deeply honored by your affection, old Zhou. I will take good care of Anning and ensure that she faces no hardship within the Xia household." Hearing this promise, Zhou Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Zhou Anning, reluctant to part, grasped her grandfather's withered hand. He tenderly patted the back of her hand, his voice imbued with love. "Anning, from this day forth, you must regard Uncle Changming as family. Do you understand?" Zhou Anning turned her little head to look at Xia Changming, as if etching his visage into her memory. Before responding, Anning remembers. Anning will listen to Uncle Changming. Good. My dear child. Zhou Tian smiled faintly, his heart heavy with reluctance, yet the burden that had weighed upon him finally lifted. Very well, Changming. I entrust Anning to your care. Under the cover of night, take him home. Xia Changming leaned down, gently embracing Zhou Anning's shoulders, and softly urged, let us depart. Zhou Anning, his face streaked with tears, appeared desolate, yet obediently released Zhou Tian's hand, for he had promised to heed Xia Changming's words. Grandfather, Anning is leaving. Zhou Anning turned, bidding a final farewell to Zhou Tian, imbued with the essence of parting. Before departing, Xia Changming respectfully clasped his hands before Zhou Tian and said, farewell. Elder Zhou. With that, Xia Changming, accompanied by Zhou Anning and Su Yueli, plunged into the thick night, enveloped by the myriad stars. Zhou Tian lay upon his bed, his gaze lingering on the departing figures until it gradually withdrew, and he called sternly towards the outside, Captain Yu. Yu Zhuotian entered the room, cupping his fists in salute. This subordinate is here. From this moment forth, summon all the imperial guards within the palace to prepare for defense. Command all leaders within 100 miles of Tianzhou across the 3 counties and 5 cities to mobilize their troops and come to the palace to protect the throne. Chapter 53. The night family meeting. As the night enveloped the sky, adorned with twinkling stars, 2 figures, swift as divine rainbows, streaked across the darkness like meteors. Xia Changming cradled Zhou Anning as they traversed the night sky. The youth nestled in his arms gazed vacantly at the resplendent stars, lost in thought, his eyes glistening with a hint of tears. Perhaps exhausted from weeping, Zhou Anning closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber, nestled against Xia Changming's chest. His long eyelashes fluttered gently in the breeze, his fair skin glowing softly, and his cherry-red lips graced a beauty that rivaled that of any maiden. Though the childlike roundness of his face appeared somewhat pallid, Xia Changming quietly retrieved a blanket and draped it over him, observing the serene visage of his sleeping companion. He mused that if the youth were to don feminine attire, distinguishing between the two would indeed prove challenging. Zhou Anning's slight frame was easy to carry, and from him emanated a delicate fragrance. This was hardly surprising, as the incense burned in the palace chambers would naturally leave a lingering scent over time. Su Yueli trailed closely beside Xia Changming, her expression peculiarly fixed upon the youth in his embrace. What is the matter, my dear? Xia Changming turned to her, their eyes locking in a moment of mutual inquiry. Yet, Su Yueli merely averted her gaze, responding with a nonchalant, nothing. Xia Changming felt a twinge of suspicion. Why were women's thoughts so elusive? It seemed as though Su Yueli wished to articulate something yet refrained, her countenance betraying a cold discontent. This left him to ponder introspectively. Had he unwittingly erred, inciting her displeasure? After a moment of contemplation, he glanced down at the youth in his arms and suddenly grasped the truth. Ah, I see. My dear, are you envious of my holding him? Do you wish for my embrace as well? Su Yueli merely shot him a look of incredulity, choosing to disregard him as she hastened away, leaving Xia Changming in a state of perplexity. Had he misread the situation? Before long, Xia Changming and Su Yueli descended upon the ancestral grounds of the Xia family. Upon seeing Xia Changming, Xia Ruobing, who was instructing Xia Ming in their martial practice, promptly sheathed their swords and greeted, "Greetings, esteemed head of the family and lady." The sound stirred Zhou Anning from his slumber. He lazily opened his eyes and exchanged glances with Xia Ming and the others, blinking in mutual recognition. Head of the family. Is this your child? Xia Ming inquired, pointing at Zhou Anning with a look of bewilderment. In response, Xia Changming felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment wash over him. No matter how swift he was, it was impossible for him to have such an aged child. Esteemed head of the family, who is this? Xia Ruobing asked, intrigued. Zhou Anning has long resided within the palace, seldom making an appearance, and thus few are acquainted with him. It is entirely reasonable that Xia Ming and Xia Ruobing have never encountered him. I shall introduce him shortly. For now, you must swiftly notify the esteemed elders, informing them that I am convening an urgent family meeting. Xia Changming gently set Zhou Anning down from his embrace and addressed Xia Ming and Xia Ruobing. This marks the first occasion since Xia Changming assumed the role of head of the Xia family that he has proactively called for a family assembly. Recognizing the gravity in Xia Changming's demeanor, Xia Ming and Xia Ruobing did not dare to act carelessly and promptly soared off to announce the meeting to the elders. In a brief moment, the elders hurriedly gathered at the Xia Patriarch's hall. Xia Changming arrived, adjusting his collar in haste, internally cursing. What kind of fool holds a family meeting in the dead of night? In the Patriarch's hall, Xia Changming sat resolutely in the position of head, with Su Yueli standing beside him. Zhou Anning took a seat upon Xia Changming's lap, while Xia Ming and Xia Ruobing stood by as observers. Typically, no outsiders are permitted to attend family meetings, yet Xia Changming had granted permission for the two to remain. Greetings, Patriarch. Upon the arrival of all but one elder, the assembled individuals clasped their hands in respect. Xia Changming surveyed the room and noticed the absence of Elder Lu, Xia Jun. He inquired, "Where is Elder Lu? Why has he not arrived?" Xia Ming, tasked with informing Xia Jun, stepped forward to explain, "Patriarch, Elder Lu is currently away from the clan and his whereabouts are unknown. Shall I send someone to find him?" "No need." Xia Changming waved his hand dismissively. Xia Jun and Xia Haoyuan share a bond of ill intent. His absence is rather advantageous. It spares me the trouble of finding a reason to expel him. "Patriarch, who is this young man?" Xia Ruobing asked, gazing at the youth seated on Xia Changming's lap. The boy, though youthful in appearance, possessed an otherworldly elegance, with a serene demeanor and an extraordinary aura. Everyone immediately took note of this unfamiliar young figure. Xia Changming took Zhou Anning's hand and briefly introduced him to the assembly, subsequently sharing details regarding the secret realm discussed in the royal palace that day. Of course, he refrained from mentioning the old emperor's entrustment, merely stating that Zhou Anning would temporarily reside with the Xia family and that everyone must treat him as one of their own. The assembly was astounded by Zhou Anning's identity. They had all heard tales of the third prince and knew of the last remaining heir. However, they were taken aback to discover that this striking youth was indeed that very prince. Given his status as a descendant of the Tianzhou imperial family, the attendees dared not be remiss, pledging to treat him with utmost courtesy. Upon hearing Xia Changming mention the recent anomalies on the southwestern peaks as heralding the emergence of a secret realm, the crowd collectively gasped, their expressions shifting from shock to ecstatic delight. Such an opportunity is the cherished dream of countless cultivators. "Patriarch, time is of the essence. Let us make preparations at once. Indeed, we must not allow the Kai family and the Wang family to reap the benefits. To my surprise, at this advanced age, I have encountered the legendary realm of celestial fortune. Ha ha ha." The crowd engaged in lively discussions, exchanging excited remarks. In contrast, both Xia Changming and his son Xia Changlin maintained a demeanor of tranquility. Xia Ruobing's expression, however, was one of utmost seriousness. In his youth, he had the rare opportunity to enter such a secret realm, and the experiences he endured there were indelibly etched in his memory. The dangers he faced were nothing short of life-threatening. Not only did one have to contend with ferocious beasts vying for heavenly treasures, but one also had to be perpetually vigilant against the covert attacks of others. Even those closest to you could turn adversarial, driven by greed over a magical artifact or a precious herb, striking from the shadows. That he managed to escape with his life was indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. "Master of the house, what are your intentions?" Xia Ruobing inquired solemnly. Xia Changming's decisions would likely determine the future trajectory of the Xia family's fate, necessitating the utmost caution. Each secret realm is vastly different, with divergent paths to the heavens, and given the unknown perils within, should the majority of the Xia family's gifted disciples perish, it would be a catastrophic blow to their future. Yet, the allure of celestial fortune is not without merit. The remnants of secret techniques or divine artifacts within are well worth the risk. For the Xia family, this presents an unparalleled opportunity for fortune. Gradually, the others fell silent, their gazes directed towards Xia Changming. At present, he is the head of the Xia family, and ultimately, all decisions rest in his hands. Chapter 54. I do not desire your little bird. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Changming addressed the assembly. 3 days hence, all disciples of the clan who have attained the master realm and above may voluntarily accompany me into the secret realm. As for the esteemed elders, I propose that you remain within the Xia family to safeguard it. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, their faces betraying a hint of reluctance. After all, such an opportunity to seek celestial fortune was a rare treasure for countless cultivators. With a stroke of good fortune, They might even acquire ancient celestial legacies, potentially elevating their own realms further. Observing their expressions, Xia Ruoguang stepped forward first, clasping his hands in respect to Xia Changming. At my advanced age, with time slipping away, I shall refrain from participating. I wish to remain and protect the Xia family. Having spoken, Xia Ruoguang turned to the other elders, urging, esteemed elders, you are surely aware of your own potential for further advancement. Why contend for celestial opportunities when we can bestow them upon the younger generation? The future of the Xia family relies on them, not on us, with the family head personally guiding the younger disciples. We can rest assured in our guardianship of the Xia family, cannot we? Hearing these words, the elders lowered their heads in shame. In their initial thoughts of the secret realm's celestial fortunes, they had entirely overlooked the welfare of the Xia family and its junior members. If they all departed, who would remain to protect the Xia family? Moreover, having reached the limits of their own realms in this lifetime, why not leave the opportunities for the promising youth? Understanding his intent, the elders bowed and declared, we are all willing to remain in the Xia family, to guard it on behalf of the family head. Xia Changming nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze towards Xia Chonglin, saying, during my absence, all matters pertaining to the Xia family shall be entrusted entirely to my father. Xia Chonglin. Understood. The elders responded in unison. Xia Chonglin reassured Xia Changming, tomorrow, you may take the younger disciples with you. Rest assured, for I shall safeguard the Xia family in your stead. Xia Changming nodded gently once more. If circumstances allowed, he would have preferred to have the elders accompany him into the secret realm, even if they could not acquire any celestial legacies. Merely honing their skills in that abundant realm of spiritual energy would be invaluable. However, he could not act upon such desires. After conversing with Zhou Tian, Xia Changming sensed an ominous cloud looming over Tianzhou, heralding an impending storm. The Kai family had long been covetous of the Xia family, having forged an alliance with the Wang family. Yet recently, there had been no notable movements, warranting caution. The crown prince, Zhou Zhiga, harbored aspirations for the throne, and it seemed the old emperor Zhou Tian was also scheming something. Zhou Tian had not called upon him for action. Rather, he had entrusted Zhou Anning to him, perhaps already plotting to resolve matters by his own means. While Tianzhou appeared outwardly serene and peaceful, beneath the surface, preparations for conflict were underway, with hidden dangers lurking. What troubled Xia Changming most was the unsettling feeling that some unseen force was deliberately orchestrating these events. The assassination of the sagacious third prince, Zhou Taiping, the covert elimination of the head of the Xia family, Xia Changming, and the insidious implantation of the tainted spirit poison within the bodies of the old emperor Zhou Tian and Xia Ruobing. Numerous enigmas remained unresolved. Xia Changming harbored an unsettling premonition. He sensed that significant events would undoubtedly unfold during this expedition to the secret realm. Should there be no further matters at hand, I kindly request the esteemed elders to inform the clan's disciples to prepare themselves promptly. And Father, I would appreciate it if the second elder could stay a moment longer. Xia Changming addressed the assembly. Understood, except for Xia Chonglin and Xia Ruoguang. The other elders clasped their hands in respect before promptly departing. Xia Ming joyfully followed suit. Just as Xia Ruobing was about to leave, she paused, seemingly with something to express. Is something amiss, Ruobing? Xia Changming inquired. Xia Ruobing then leaned closer to Xia Changming, whispering, reporting to the esteemed clan leader. I may be overthinking, but ever since you stripped Elder Xia Haoyuan of his position, he has frequently been absent from the Xia family. Elder Lu, Xia Jun, is also mysteriously elusive, raising suspicions. Before your return, I witnessed Elder Lu hastily departing the Xia residence, heading towards an unknown destination. I believe we should keep a vigilant eye on the two of them. Upon hearing this, Xia Changming expressed his gratitude. Very well, I appreciate your diligence. He felt a sense of joy that Xia Ruobing had taken the initiative to report these matters to him. Not only was she perceptive of the larger situation, but she also demonstrated a profound sense of responsibility, with the welfare of the Xia family weighing heavily on her mind. Standing nearby, Su Yueli furrowed her brows, discreetly observing Xia Ruobing. Just moments ago, as Xia Ruobing passed by her, she caught a whiff of the same fragrance that lingered on Xia Changming's hands during their last encounter. Once Xia Ruobing had departed, Xia Changming turned to Xia Chonglin with a serious demeanor. Father, upon my departure, Ensure that all the clan's disciples return to the Xia residence and activate the protective array of our ancestral home. Xia Changming, taken aback, quickly discerned the gravity of the situation, frowning as he replied, "Very well. I shall comply." As a father, he unconditionally trusted Xia Changming's judgment. Second elder, have you made any progress on the investigation into Xia Haoyuan as I requested? Xia Changming turned to Xia Ruoguang. Xia Ruoguang bowed respectfully. Esteemed clan leader, the Shadow Guards have reported over the past few days, and there have been no unusual findings. No unusual findings? How can that be? Xia Changming's skepticism grew. Considering Xia Ruoguang's remarks, if there were truly no anomalies, then where could Xia Haoyuan be, given his frequent absences from the Xia family? It seemed he must conduct a personal investigation. Please, Second Elder, continue to have the Shadow Guards conduct their inquiries discreetly, Xia Changming instructed. He remained uncertain of the Shadow Guards' reliability and believed it prudent to maintain their covert operations to avoid alarming any potential threats. After exchanging these instructions, both Xia Changming and Xia Ruoguang departed to attend to the preparations for the Xia family's defenses, leaving only Xia Changming, Suyueli, and Zhou Anning in the Grand Hall. Listening to the recent conversation among the members of the Xia family, Zhou Anning's eyes sparkled with contemplation. Xia Changming gently clasped his hands together, and upon reopening them, a captivating spirit butterfly materialized in his palm. The butterfly, flapping its delicate wings, gracefully ascended into the air, dancing elegantly within the grand hall, swirling and gliding. It fluttered around Zhou Anning, eventually resting upon his charmingly delicate nose. Zhou Anning gazed in awe, his lips parting slightly, and his expression brightened. As he reached out to touch the butterfly perched on his nose, it suddenly took flight once more. At Xia Changming's command, the butterfly transformed into a radiant beam of light, darting out of the window and vanishing into the horizon. Zhou Anning opened his mouth in surprise, an expression of reluctance crossing his features. Xia Changming smiled gently, extending his open palm towards Zhou Anning's cheek, revealing the butterfly had reappeared in his hand, now alighting on Zhou Anning's shoulder. Do you like it? It's a gift for you. Zhou Anning looked at the beautiful butterfly with delight, as if witnessing a magical trick performed just for him. In truth, the butterfly had already been dispatched by Xia Changming to search the city for the whereabouts of Xia Haoyuan and Xia Jun. This butterfly was merely a whimsical creation to amuse Zhou Anning. Suyueli watched with disdain, silently observing everything, and scoffed, "Humph, a trick to entertain children." Yet, deep within her, she was astonished by Xia Changming's ability to condense spirit forms with such ease. Xia Changming, unaware of why Suyueli had maintained a gloomy and resentful demeanor from the start, approached her and said, "My dear, allow me to create one for you too." With a flourish, he summoned a small bird of vibrant green luminescence. Suyueli remained indifferent and replied coolly, "Do not mistake me for an ignorant girl. I have no need for your bird." Xia Changming was left bewildered. What had caused this young lady to harbor such resentment? Chapter 55. Zhou Anning's resolve. In a dilapidated courtyard on the outskirts of Tianzhou, Summer Haoyuan, with an expression darkened by fury, shattered the cup in his grasp. How can that young upstart, Summer Changming, usurp the position of the elder? This is utterly outrageous. Since Summer Changming's return to the Summer family, everything had gone awry for him, subjected to public humiliation time and again. His initial plans lay in ruins, and the mere thought of Summer Changming filled him with a desire to crush him like the shattered cup. That brat has no regard for us. Summer Jun, seated opposite Summer Haoyuan, echoed his sentiments with a scowl, raising his glass to down its contents in one gulp. As the sixth elder of the Summer family, I find myself rendered powerless, my commands disregarded. It matters not if I no longer serve as the sixth elder. Summer Jun continued, once we devoted ourselves wholeheartedly to the Summer family. Yet that impudent boy has not only eliminated your cherished disciple, but has also taken the life of my only son. The family knows you are childless and regards Summer Yen as your own, yet he has been so merciless. Summer Haoyuan nodded in agreement. It is the Summer family that has shown us no mercy, not we who have been unfaithful. Tomorrow, when Summer Changming leads the others into the secret realm, we shall join forces to seize the Summer family. I will be the head of the family, and you, the Grand Elder, ruling together. With a glint of malice in his eyes, Summer Haoyuan resolved to repay the humiliation he had endured. Excellent. I raise my glass to you, Brother Haoyuan, Summer Jun proclaimed. as though his ascension to the Grand Elder position was already within reach. After downing the wine, Summer Haoyuan derisively remarked, "Summer Changming has begun to suspect me, foolishly dispatching the family's secret guards to investigate. How laughable." His gaze drifted to the 3 lifeless bodies lying in the corner of the courtyard, a smirk playing on his lips. Behind him stood an unremarkable man, one of the secret guards dispatched by Summer Ruoguang for surveillance. This guard had long since been co-opted by Summer Haoyuan during his tenure as Grand Elder. From the very beginning of the covert operations, Summer Haoyuan was aware of their movements and had secretly eliminated the other 3 secret guards, leaving only his trusted aide to relay information. Summer Changming remains blissfully unaware of the truth, I wager. Ha ha. The 2 men shared a hearty laugh. Unbeknownst to them, a luminous butterfly perched quietly among the dense foliage of a tree outside the courtyard, observing them intently. On Changming Peak, at the edge of a precipice, Summer Changming slowly opened his eyes, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. "At last, I have found you both." 2 days had passed since the midnight family meeting. In recent days, both Xia Haoyuan and Xia Jun have refrained from returning to the Xia family. Xia Changming spent an entire 2 days scouring the vast expanse of Tianzhou. Yet he could not locate them. He nearly suspected that they had eloped. Fortunately, he eventually discovered them in a secluded courtyard on the outskirts, overhearing their conversation. He could have swiftly descended upon them to eliminate them on the spot, yet he restrained himself. Should he truly take action, it would be no trouble, but it might inadvertently alert others. With the absence of Xia Haoyuan and Xia Jun, he feared that their allies would hesitate to act. Besides Xia Changming, Su Yueli regarded him with a peculiar expression. This fellow, seated quietly, suddenly burst into an inexplicable grin, one that was rather unsettling. Unperturbed by Su Yueli's gaze, Xia Changming inscribed a message on paper and, channeling his spiritual energy, summoned a dove to carry the missive towards the base of Changming Peak. He instructed the remaining elders of the Xia family to apprehend Xia Haoyuan or Xia Jun immediately upon their return. With the newfound ability to manifest spiritual forms, communication had become exceedingly convenient for Xia Changming. He need not personally convey messages anymore, as a simple gesture could summon a dove. Su Yueli had grown accustomed to this spectacle, having witnessed Xia Changming dispatch various messages through spiritual doves amidst the Xia family's preparations for entering the secret realm. "Uncle Xia," came a youthful voice from behind, breaking the moment. Zhou Anning approached Xia Changming. "Anning, come here," Xia Changming beckoned with a smile. In recent days, Zhou Anning had maintained a somber demeanor, seemingly deep in thought, rarely speaking. It was unusual for him to seek Xia Changming out. Anning quietly settled beside him, his slender legs swinging gently at the edge of the cliff, remaining silent. Noticing the uncertainty in Anning's expression, as if he had something to say, Xia Changming inquired, "What troubles you, Anning?" Zhou Anning lightly bit his lip, resolving his thoughts, and turned to Xia Changming with a steadfast gaze. "Uncle Xia, Anning has a request." "What is it?" "I wish to join you in entering the secret realm." Upon hearing this, Xia Changming did not immediately rebuke him, but fell into contemplation. Su Yueli, however, was the first to respond. "Humph, you foolish child. If I am not mistaken, you have yet to even see what a magical beast looks like, correct? Do you comprehend what entering the secret realm entails? It is no mere child's play. No one will care about your identity there. You will be nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. You will die?" Each word from Su Yueli pierced Zhou Anning's heart like a dagger, striking deep. Left speechless by her admonition, he clenched his small hands in frustration, his nails digging into his palms. "Dear, you truly are something." Xia Changming could not help but turn to Su Yueli, expressing his exasperation. He understood that Su Yueli's words were indeed for the sake of Zhou Anning, not out of disdain for him. After all, he alone comprehended the gentle nature of his beloved. Su Yueli let out a light huff and turned her head, choosing to remain silent. Xia Changming took Zhou Anning's small hand, gently encouraging him to relax, and asked in a tender tone, "Anning, why do you wish to enter the secret realm?" Zhou Anning fixed his gaze on Xia Changming and resolutely replied, "I seek strength to protect my grandfather, my home. And Tianzhou. Grandfather has said that Tianzhou is my home." Xia Changming was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated hearing such profound words from a child so young. Indeed, he had not misjudged the boy. This child was destined for greatness. Even Su Yueli could not help but steal a few more glances at him. While Xia Changming was still immersed in his astonishment, Zhou Anning, noticing his silence, added softly, "Oh, and to protect Uncle Xia as well." Xia Changming couldn't help but chuckle. This addition was clearly meant to curry favor with him, yet it brought him great comfort. "Your answer is perfect. Come with me into the secret realm tomorrow," Xia Changming said with a smile. "Really? Thank you, Uncle Xia," Zhou Anning exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Xia Changming's embrace. Su Yueli slightly parted her lips, intending to say something, but in the end, she merely turned her head away with a composed expression. Chapter 56. She is the wife of Xia Changming. On the following morning, the day to venture into the secret realm had finally arrived. After bidding farewell to the Xia family members, Xia Changming took the hand of Zhou Anning and led dozens of Xia family disciples towards the outskirts of Tianzhou City. These disciples had been meticulously selected by the elders, each possessing strength ranging from master to extraordinary, and held exemplary character within the clan. Upon their arrival at the outskirts of Tianzhou City, the area was already teeming with people, a veritable sea of humanity surging forth. It remained unclear who had discreetly leaked the news, but besides the four great families, numerous small sects and countless wandering cultivators had gathered within a radius of several dozen miles. As Xia Changming and his entourage approached, their graceful demeanor, coupled with Su Yueli's enchanting beauty, immediately captured the attention of all present. "Look, that is Xia Changming, the newly appointed head of the Xia family. It is said that he is remarkably young, yet already holds the title of Celestial Sovereign." The lady beside him, despite her breathtaking visage, is rumored to be the Empress of the Demon clan, known for her merciless nature. Her strength is said to be extraordinary. The crowd buzzed with speculation about the implications of the four great families entering the secret realm alongside the Celestial Sovereign and the Demon Empress, emphasizing the significance of mere participation. Upon spotting Xia Changming, Xia Yi led over 100 members of the Xia family to greet him, saying, "Brother Xia." His gaze flickered towards Zhou Anning, revealing a hint of surprise, yet he refrained from further comment. Accompanying Xia Yi, Xia Hualing approached with a guqin in her arms, bowing respectfully. Upon seeing Su Yueli, her expression momentarily faltered, and her eyes dimmed. Realizing Su Yueli's extraordinary beauty and her proximity to Xia Changming, Xia Hualing could no longer conceal her understanding of the latter's identity. She had never anticipated that the Empress of the Demon clan would possess such breathtaking allure. In comparison, her own title as the most beautiful woman in Tianzhou seemed merely superficial. Reflecting on Xia Changming's previous words, she acknowledged the truth of his assertion. She indeed could not compare to Su Yueli in terms of appearance, stature, demeanor, or strength. Xia Yi noticed his sister's expression and couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. He had anticipated this moment. It was better for her to realize it sooner rather than later. There are always greater talents beyond one's own. Just as Xia Changming and Xia Yi engaged in casual conversation, two more teams descended from the distant horizon. It was the Kai family and the Wang family. "Head of the Xia family, what is the meaning of this? Last time, you allowed the demoness to enter the imperial palace, and now you intend to bring her into the secret realm?" Wang Ming immediately confronted Xia Changming upon arrival. The surrounding crowd exchanged glances, sensing the brewing drama. Su Yueli's delicate brows furrowed slightly, indicating her discontent, yet she refrained from reacting. The reason was simple. The secret realm was situated within the territory of the human race, and as a member of the Demon clan, she indeed lacked the qualifications to enter. Even she had not anticipated that Xia Changming would truly be willing to take her into the secret realm. The dangers within the secret realm were numerous, and obtaining celestial fortunes required not merely luck, but also strength to contend for them. Though her strength may not match that of Xia Changming, she is still a figure of the celestial sovereign realm, and there are but a few present who could contend with her. Does Xia Changming not fear that she might seize a celestial opportunity, thereby enhancing her power to his detriment? This perplexed Su Yueli greatly. In response to Wang Ming's stern inquiry, Xia Changming stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, standing with an air of pride as he declared, "Yes, and what of it? You." Wang Ming's fury ignited, veins throbbing upon his forehead. How audacious! He had never encountered such a brazen young man before. "Do you not realize that the demon race is our ancestral enemy? The secret realm represents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our human race. Yet you wish to share it with the demon clan. I can accept other sect disciples and wandering cultivators, for they are of our kind. But I cannot abide the presence of demons among us." Wang Ming pointed an accusatory finger at Su Yueli, his voice rising with indignation. His impassioned rhetoric immediately earned applause and support from the crowd. Well said, head of the Wang clan. We wandering cultivators stand with you in spirit. The demon race has massacred countless human cultivators. They have no right to accompany us into the secret realm. Indeed, I, Ding Ritian, am the first to object. The crowd surged with fervor, clearly intent on isolating and condemning the Xia family. In contrast, Su Yueli's expression softened, a disdainful smile gracing her lips. She did not deny the atrocities committed by the demon race against humanity. The enmity between their two races was long-standing. With countless battles fought, there was nothing to elucidate. It seems that while I am present, you are in for some trouble. I shall take my leave now, she stated with indifference. Just as she prepared to turn away, a warm grip enveloped her slender hand. Xia Changming held her palm firmly, drawing her back to his side and wrapping his arm around her delicate waist. Whispering softly in her ear with a gentle laugh, not at all troublesome. As Su Yueli gazed at him in astonishment, Xia Changming's piercing gaze swept over the gathered multitude. In an instant, those who had been chattering and agitated fell silent, as if their throats had been seized by a chokehold. Xia Changming spoke slowly. While all sects are gathered here, I wish to make it clear to everyone. She, Su Yueli, is my wife, a member of the Xia family. If she is of the Xia family, what grounds have you to deny her entry into the secret realm? Should any of you hold dissenting views, feel free to invite me for a private tea to discuss it further. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with an undercurrent of spiritual power that reached the ears of all present. The crowd exchanged wary glances, filled with trepidation, and refrained from speaking further. To oppose a celestial sovereign was to invite peril. A mere flick of his hand could spell the doom of their sections. It was not worth the risk. Su Yueli's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed up at Xia Changming's handsome profile, momentarily forgetting to extricate herself from his embrace. She had not anticipated his staunch defense of her. Did he not fear becoming an enemy of the human race? A tremor ran through her heart. Yet, as she regained her composure, her expression turned frosty. How long do you intend to hold me like this? Release me at once. My dear, as a token of gratitude for guiding you into the secret realm, would it be too much to ask for a brief embrace? Xia Changming's smile was evident as he held on, unwilling to release her so easily. It was a rare opportunity, after all. Su Yueli glared at him with a mix of indignation and fury. This shameless fellow. It was clear he harbored ulterior motives. Yet, upon reflection, allowing him to hold her in exchange for entry into the secret realm did not seem entirely unreasonable. Wang Ming, still seething with anger and contemplating a retort, was abruptly halted by Kai Ying's intervention. Brother Wang, let her join us as well. The treasures of the secret realm are not so easily obtained. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. With that, Kai Ying cast a cold glance at Xia Changming and Su Yueli. Wang Ming huffed in annoyance but ceased his argument with Xia Changming, turning away in a fit of anger. Kai Ying then addressed the crowd, esteemed guests. You have traveled far for the treasures of the secret realm. While I know not how you came to learn of it, your presence here is a sign of fate. I have heard that the secret realm is vast and filled with countless opportunities. Why not explore it together? Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed their gratitude, bowing in appreciation. Thank you, Master Kai. Your generosity is truly commendable. You are indeed a paragon for us all. Many among them offered flattery in hopes of forging connections with the Kai family. Yet, none noticed the slight smirk that crept upon Kai Ying's lips. Dear friends, the treasures of the secret realm are fleeting. We must embark at once. No sooner had he finished speaking than thousands leaped into the air, transforming into streaks of meteors racing forth. In an instant, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded across the sky, as thousands of shooting stars graced the heavens above. Chapter 57. The silent commencement of the secret realm conflict in the outskirts of Tianzhou, on the southwestern peaks. Verdant trees stretch towards the heavens, and lush grasses flourish abundantly. Everywhere one looks is a vibrant tapestry of thriving foliage, a natural beauty resplendent in emerald hues. The rich and vibrant spiritual energy wafts through the air like streams of fireflies, clearly perceptible to the naked eye. Who could have imagined that just days prior, this was but a sparse and ordinary forest? Among the throng of thousands of practitioners, including Xia Changming, they meandered through the woods, eyes glistening with wonder. seemingly captivated by the enchanting surroundings. Look, the spiritual energy here has formed a natural spiritual spring, such a torrent of spiritual power. If one could cultivate here for a day, would surpass 10 days of arduous training elsewhere. I have read in the scriptures of our ancestors that this rejuvenating, life-giving scene is undoubtedly a manifestation of the secret realm. Ha ha ha, how splendid. As the crowd eagerly pursued the source of the spiritual energy, their spirits soared in jubilant conversation. Xia Changming glanced down and was astonished to see a sprig of spiritual grass sprouting tenderly from the soil. The concentration of spiritual energy here was sufficient to nurture spiritual herbs. If he could claim this mountain for the Xia clan's disciples to cultivate and harvest spiritual grasses, it would indeed be a wise choice, he mused. His spiritual ring housed numerous seeds of rare herbs collected from the celestial mountains. Yet he had struggled to find a land rich in spiritual energy suitable for planting, having to keep them stored away for the time being. With this spiritual mountain, he would save himself considerable effort. Ahead of Xia Changming, Xia Hualing was crouched with delight, gingerly reaching out to touch the drooping, crimson petals. Miss Xia, do you have a fondness for spiritual grasses? Xia Changming approached her, leading Zhou Anning, and observed her rapt attention, prompting his curiosity. Seeing Xia Changming, Xia Hualing smiled softly and replied, "There is no need for such formality, Lord Xia. You may simply call me Hualing. Since childhood, aside from music, my greatest passion has been nurturing spiritual grasses. Each time I witness their robust growth, my heart fills with joy, and their enchanting fragrance brings a sense of tranquility to my spirit." Xia Hualing spoke with heartfelt emotion, revealing her genuine affection for cultivating spiritual grasses. Her words evoked memories in Xia Changming of the aromatic meadows of spiritual herbs on the celestial mountains, a scent both delightful and soothing. Just as everyone was immersed in the breathtaking scenery, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility, jolting everyone back to reality. Instantly, all were on high alert, braced for any threat. What has happened? I don't know. The scream seemed to have come from that direction. That direction was where two disciples of the Tang sect had just ventured. Surely, they had encountered some misfortune. Speculations arose among the crowd, and a few brave souls steeled themselves to investigate the source of the commotion. In the next moment, a gaping maw suddenly lunged from the underbrush, swallowing one unfortunate individual whole. As the onlookers regained their composure, they realized it was a massive python, several dozen feet long, robust in stature, and adorned with scales as hard as armor. The Xuanjiao python, at least at the initial stage of Master Realm. The python's mouth was its vulnerable point. They must unite to vanquish this beast. Numerous cultivators leaped into action, banding together to strike. Among the distinguished masters from various sects present, a mere Master Realm Xuanjiao python posed little challenge. Many observers crossed their arms, wagering on how long the python would endure. Just as one individual began to speak, a scythe abruptly pierced through his chest from behind. The remaining crowd was startled to discover a massive praying mantis, over 10 feet long with 4 arms. Each resembling a razor-sharp scythe, had appeared behind them. The 4-armed scythe mantis, at the pinnacle of Master Realm. Before anyone could react, more and more beasts emerged from the forest, launching a ferocious assault. The once tranquil forest erupted into chaos, filled with the sounds of fierce combat and anguished cries for help. As anticipated, the spiritual energy of this secret realm had drawn many formidable beasts. Ruo Bing, Xia Ming, you must command everyone from the Xia family to fend off the beasts. Everyone, gather around me. Xia Changming instinctively pulled Zhou Anning closer and then urged Ruo Bing and Xia Ming. Zhou Anning, with only the cultivation of the heavenly spirit realm, was 2 major realms below the Master Realm, making her vulnerable to any beast here. Fortunately, Zhou Anning was quite obedient, tightly holding on to Xia Changming's hand and staying by his side. Understood. Ruo Bing and Xia Ming swiftly organized the members of the Xia family to tighten their formation. For the Xia clan, these beasts, at most of the Master Realm, posed little threat. However, it was wise to conserve spiritual energy before entering the secret realm. Many sects shared this mindset, with some showing no intention to intervene, even as others lay before them pleading for help, remaining indifferent. After all, opportunities within the secret realm were rare. The fewer who entered, the better. Even before stepping into the secret realm, the competition had silently commenced. Xia Changming led his family forward with ease. Suddenly, A ferocious grizzly bear blocked his path, gnawing on the half of some unfortunate soul. Upon noticing Xia Changming, the bear revealed its menacing gaze, roaring and displaying its elongated fangs. "Darling, please watch over Anning for me." Xia Changming entrusted Zhou Anning to Su Yueli without waiting for her consent, stepping forward in one stride. In an instant, his form vanished, gliding past the grizzly bear, leaving behind a shimmering arc of silver light in the air. The bear continued its roar, but in the next second, its body was swiftly cleaved into pieces along the line of silver light. Thus, a pinnacle master realm grizzly bear met its demise. Though the members of the Xia family had long since developed a clear understanding of their patriarch's formidable prowess, they could not help but marvel in genuine awe each time he unleashed his abilities, silent yet resplendent. Su Yueli, however, wore a face full of resentment. She had never consented to the arrangement, yet she found herself saddled with Zhou Anning. As an esteemed empress of the demon race, she had taken on the role of a caretaker. How infuriating! Nonetheless, despite her reluctance, Su Yueli dispelled all nearby demon beasts. When several two-headed beasts resembling hyenas appeared beside her, she cast a frosty glare, her anger palpable, and commanded icily, "Leave." The beasts, instantly cowed, shrank back, tucking their tails and fleeing in panic. Zhou Anning, observing Su Yueli, could not suppress a feeling of envy and admiration. The members of the Xia family shifted their admiring gazes towards Su Yueli, thinking to themselves, "The Empress is indeed exceptional. She need not lift a finger to send the beasts scurrying away." The skirmish in the forest did not endure for long, and soon tranquility returned. However, this tranquility was no longer imbued with spiritual energy and fragrance, but rather saturated with the pungent scent of blood. The majority of the demon beasts had been slain, while the remainder had fled. The casualties among the cultivators numbered over 100, primarily from smaller sections. The four great families and larger sects suffered no losses. Yet, even so, those smaller sects chose not to abandon their quest to enter the secret realm. After a brief, yet significant exploration, they finally arrived at the place they had longed for, the rift of the secret realm. Within the valley's narrow crevice, a void lay shattered, resembling a broken mirror, from which immense spiritual energy perpetually seeped forth. At the entrance of the rift, the spiritual energy was most abundant, nurturing two towering trees that flourished with remarkable vigor, their branches lush and verdant, standing like sentinels on either side of the rift, akin to a grand doorway. "Everyone, we have arrived." The crowd gazed at the entrance of the secret realm with fervent eyes. Chapter 58. Inappropriate? Quite the contrary. Thousands of cultivators gathered at the entrance of the valley's secret realm, their gazes ablaze with anticipation, yet none dared to step forward. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather because a natural barrier of spiritual energy had formed at the entrance of this mysterious rift. Gazing upon this ethereal barrier, the crowd felt a mixture of joy and helplessness. It was said that when large secret realms manifested, they often created some form of natural spiritual barrier at the entrance to ward off the intrusion of ferocious beasts and demonic creatures. The presence of this barrier was a testament to the extraordinary nature of the secret realm. However, if they could not enter, all the celestial fortunes in the world would be of no consequence to them. This natural barrier was not insurmountable. Several sect masters could collaborate to dismantle it. Yet, the delicate state of the rift posed a risk. If not handled with care, the secret realm could very well close forever. Such a scenario would be utterly counterproductive. Hence, the multitude remained suspended above the valley, none daring to take action. Xia Changming, however, cast a fleeting glance before leaping forward to confront the spiritual barrier. "Look, someone is going down. It's the head of the Xia family, Xia Changming. Could he possess a means to breach this barrier?" The crowd gazed at him with hopeful eyes. As a being of the heavenly venerable realm, perhaps Xia Changming truly had a solution. Indeed, Xia Changming had countless methods to dismantle the spiritual barrier. Yet he opted for the simplest approach. He withdrew a gleaming, serrated dagger and, before the astonished spectators, effortlessly sliced an opening in the barrier as if it were mere tofu. The barrier did not shatter. Rather, Xia Changming had simply rent an opening wide enough for a single person to pass through. He truly did break through. What manner of dagger is this? That it possesses such remarkable efficacy? Wonderful. We can enter. The crowd erupted in exuberant cheers. Su Yueli recognized the dagger in Xia Changming's hand at once. It was the very artifact she had wielded on their wedding night during her nocturnal ambush on him. The blade of rending, capable of dismantling any spiritual barrier. This insufferable man had yet to return it to her. Xia family master, you are formidable. Truly, the Xia family is blessed with talent. The crowd lauded Xia Changming, eagerly inquiring if they might be permitted to enter the secret realm. After all, every moment spent waiting was a moment of lost opportunity. Xia Changming paid no heed to their clamoring. Instead, he instructed Xia Ruobing and Xia Ming to lead the Xia family disciples into the realm. Ruobing, Ming, once inside, ensure everyone operates in groups of 5. Do not act alone. If you encounter overwhelming odds, do not linger, retreat decisively. Should you find yourselves in peril, throw this talisman. Prior to their entrance, Xia Changming imparted his instructions to Xia Ruobing and Xia Ming, producing several talismans inscribed with defensive formations capable of safeguarding their lives in critical moments. Essentially, each group was allotted a defensive formation talisman. Xia Ruobing and Xia Ming nodded, and soon the figures of the group gradually vanished into the rift of the secret realm. The onlookers in the valley were filled with an anxious eagerness. However, the entrance torn open by Xia Changming could only accommodate one person at a time, leaving the Xia family members to enter first, much to the dismay of others. When will it be our turn? Inquired the leader of a minor sect, who had previously joined in the condemnation of Su Yueli. Xia Changming merely cast him a cold glance, ignoring him, and addressed Xie Yi instead. Brother Xia, what are you waiting for? Startled, Xie Yi quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Xia. Over 100 members of the Xia family entered the secret realm, each face alight with joy, which only served to deepen the discontent of the others. After the Xia family had passed, Xia Changming then nodded to several other sects to enter the secret realm. Those who were called upon wore beaming smiles, exclaiming with delight as they hurriedly flew into the rift. Being the first to enter was undeniably a tremendous advantage. The remaining sects gazed at Xia Changming with an intensity that could pierce through flesh, waiting with bated breath for him to call their names. In their hearts, they fervently shouted, "Choose me. Hurry." As another sect entered the secret realm, Xia Changming sheathed his dagger. The rift in the spiritual barrier quickly sealed itself once more. Master Xia, we have yet to enter. The crowd outside was thrown into a frenzy, calling out in desperation. Everyone, please find a way on your own. Xia Changming replied with a smile as he turned to leave. Those left outside the spiritual barrier were all sects that had previously condemned Su Yueli, and Xia Changming had taken note of them. Xia Changming, your actions are rather inappropriate, are they not? At this moment, Kai Ying could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to admonish Xia Changming. The crowd echoed in agreement. Yes, indeed. What Master Kai says is correct. The secret realm should be shared. Kai Ying was commended for his broad-mindedness and far-sightedness. Xia Changming scoffed and replied with a smile. Inappropriate? Quite the opposite. I do not possess the open-mindedness of Master Kai. My heart is narrow, selfish, and particularly vengeful. You all have just condemned my wife, and I remember it well. While in the secret realm, you better pray not to cross my path. With that, Xia Changming's gaze sharpened, sending a chill down the spines of those present. At that moment, the minor sects that had failed to enter the secret realm could only curse themselves for their foolishness. Why did they have to speak out? Had they refrained from uttering that one sentence, they might have already gained entry. How they regretted their actions. As the crowd stood in a state of bewilderment, Kai Jia approached the ethereal barrier with a calm demeanor, placing his pallid palm against it. From the depths of his hand, a spectral essence surged forth, gradually infiltrating the barrier, exerting a sinister force that slowly pried it open. The illustrious Kai family, renowned for their secretive arts of soul binding and spirit manipulation, practiced a form of sorcery that was both eerie and foreboding. This was the reason why the members of the Kai family appeared ghostly pale. It was evident that soon, the entire barrier would be torn asunder by the encroaching phantoms. Xia Changming understood that a mere barrier could not possibly impede the Kai and Wang families. It was merely a matter of time. Without lingering further, he decisively stepped into the rift of the secret realm. Moments later, the barrier shattered with a resounding crash. The crowd, already brimming with impatience, surged forward, flowing into the secret realm like a tide. Meanwhile, the Kai and Wang families remained outside the realm, their expressions serene and unhurried. Allowing the Xia and Xia families to enter first was a calculated move. Should there be any fortune within, they would be the first to seize it. Wang Ming, accompanied by Wang Tianwang and the twin brothers, approached Kai Ying with a hint of dissatisfaction. Kai Ying, with a chilling gaze, replied with a faint smile, "My dear brother Wang, do not be hasty. The treasures within the secret realm are not easily uncovered. Letting them enter first changes nothing. Moreover, even if they were to discover something, they must first survive to emerge." Chapter 59. The rising storm beyond the rift of the secret realm. The vast army of cultivators had largely entered the mystical domain, leaving only a few hundred from the Kai and Wang families standing outside. Kai Jia, with a composed demeanor, approached Kai Ying and Wang Ming, stating coolly, "The bait has arrived at the perfect moment, and the fish are now in the net. Wang Ming, you are to return to the Wang family immediately, leading the remaining disciples to eliminate the Xia family. Following that, rendezvous with the crown prince to storm the imperial palace and assist him in seizing the throne. Kai Ying, you must also return to the Kai family at once, coordinating with Xia Haoyuan to prepare for an immediate assault on the Xia family. I intend to eradicate both the Xia and Xia families from Tianzhou, leaving not a single trace." "Yes, I shall obey the ancestors' command," Kai Ying replied with utmost respect. The young disciples of both the Kai and Wang families were visibly astonished. Wasn't Kai Jie the eldest son of Kai Ying? Why did Kai Ying show such deference to him, even addressing him as ancestor? At this juncture, there was no longer anything to conceal. The current Kai Jie was no longer the eldest son of Kai Ying, but rather the revered ancestor, Kai Bai. The true Kai Jie had been personally offered by Kai Ying to their soon-to-pass ancestor some time ago, allowing for a soul transference. As long as the spirit remains, it can exist eternally. To date, Kai Bai had undergone countless soul transfers to maintain the Kai family's secrecy. However, each transfer required a disciple of exceptional talent and aptitude to serve as a vessel. Previous vessels had struggled to contain his spirit and cultivation level, necessitating continual replacements. At long last, he had found an almost impeccable vessel in Kai Jia. Over time, he had adapted to this new body, restoring his cultivation to its former peak. With the emergence of the secret realm, Kai Bai decided to act without delay, deliberately disseminating information about the secret realm to attract all nearby cultivators for a collective resolution. Should he refine the souls of these individuals, his cultivation might ascend even further. The Tianzhou Dynasty needed only the Kai family to reign supreme. Wang Ming, evidently already aware of Kai Jie's true identity, remained unfazed. He narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "All right, leave the Xia family to me. When the time comes, let us not forget the promise. With Crown Prince Zhou Zhiga as the new emperor, our two families shall share the spoils." "I am aware," Kai Bai replied indifferently. With this assurance, Wang Ming felt at ease as he unbuckled the tiger-headed golden knife from his waist. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to hand it to Wang Tung. "Tung, take this knife for now. Once we enter the secret realm, do as you please." Wang Ming's words effectively granted Wang Tung the freedom to unleash his fury. "Humph, I have been waiting impatiently," Wang Tung exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he grasped the tiger-headed knife, his eyes gleaming with a thirst for bloodshed. In his mind, the image of Xia Changming loomed large. Those around him instinctively recoiled, wary of his volatile excitement and the potential for him to indiscriminately strike down anyone in his path. Having made all necessary preparations, Wang Ming and Kai Ying transformed into a radiant divine rainbow, soaring back to Tianzhou. From the outset, their intention had never been to enter the secret realm. Their presence was merely a ruse. Now, with Xia Yi, Xia Hualing, and numerous highly skilled disciples of the Xia family absent, and both Xia Changming and Su Yueli having entered the secret realm, the Xia and Xia families appeared to them as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Even if they were to discover the truth within the realm, it would be too late, for they had no hope of emerging alive. The rest, follow me into the secret realm. Remember, none shall be spared who are not of the Kai or Wang families. Kill them all." A cruel and sinister smile graced Kai Bai's lips as he strode towards the fissure of the secret realm. Behind him, hundreds of disciples from the Kai and Wang families displayed fierce glints in their eyes, gripping their sharp weapons as they plunged into the depths of the realm. Above Tianzhou, ominous clouds loomed, and thunder rumbled ominously. Within a splendid and opulent mansion, A formidable man clad in battle armor sat resolutely at the center of the hall. His eyes tightly shut, hands resting upon the hilt of a 3-foot-long blade embedded in the ground, its edge gleaming coldly, with blood continuously trickling down. Beside him lay a body, pierced through the chest, blood staining the floor as the deceased man's eyes widened in terror and confusion. Zhou Taiping could not comprehend why Zhou Zhiga had chosen to end his life. Flanking the hall were dozens of similarly armored generals, loyal confidants of Zhou Zhiga, silently awaiting his command. Shortly thereafter, a guard rushed into the hall, kneeling on one knee to report, "Your Highness, the forces of the Wang and Kai families have arrived and are waiting outside the mansion." Zhou Zhiga's eyes snapped open, and as a bolt of lightning illuminated the darkened room, a glimmer of ambition flashed within his obsidian gaze. "Good. All generals, heed my command. The old emperor is frail and inept, incapable of sustaining the majesty of our Zhou dynasty. Henceforth, accompany me to the palace and request my father to abdicate." Zhou Zhiga spoke in a low voice, gripping the bloodied blade as he exited the dim hall, followed closely by his generals. Outside the hall, torrential rain poured, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, as a multitude of armored soldiers, armed with lethal weapons, stood in tight formation, a formidable mass exuding an aura of bloodlust. Within the imperial palace, Zhou Taiyan stood at the railing of the palace's pinnacle, gazing down at Tianzhou, drenched by the relentless downpour. Within the realm, everything was laid bare before him. As Zhou Taiyan raised his gaze to the sky once more, he saw it shrouded in dark clouds, obscuring the sun. "The heavens have changed," Zhou Taiyan murmured to himself. A tall, slender elder with a long beard accompanied him, bowing respectfully as he urged, "Your Majesty, the air outside is chilly. Perhaps it would be best to retire to the palace." This man was Lu Wan, Zhou Taiyan's most trusted confidant and intimate friend. Zhou Taiyan shook his head, responding coolly, "I shall go nowhere. I will await here." His words seemed laden with deeper significance. "Your Majesty." At this moment, Yu Zhuotian hurriedly called out from behind Zhou Taiyan. "What is the matter?" Zhou Taiyan inquired with a composed demeanor. "The crown prince has hosted a banquet at the residence and has slain the second prince. He is now leading several generals to attack the palace." Yu Zhuotian's heart was filled with indignation. He could not fathom that Zhou Zhiga would resort to such cruelty for the sake of the throne, even murdering his half-brother. Moreover, he was now rallying nearly 10,000 soldiers to conspire against the old emperor. What treachery this was! Upon hearing this, Zhou Taiyan's aged face revealed no signs of emotion. Yet, a tinge of sorrow welled up within him. He had long anticipated this day. Zhou Zhiga had been courting the Wang family and bribing palace generals, all for this very moment, to slay Qin and usurp the throne. How could the Tianzhou Dynasty, known for its wise emperors, produce such a beast? How would he face the ancestors of Tianzhou in the afterlife? Ultimately, all the blame lay with him. It was his inadequacy as a father. He must personally put an end to this. The Tianzhou Dynasty must not perish at his hands. The reason he had sent the 4 prominent families to the secret realm was, in fact, to prepare for an assault on Zhou Zhiga while the Kai and Wang families were absent. However, Zhou Zhiga had acted first. "Commander Yu, you must safeguard this item." Zhou Taiyan solemnly extracted a brocade box from his bosom and handed it to Yu Zhuotian. This decision had been long contemplated. Lu Wan gazed at the brocade box, a thoughtful expression crossing his face, followed by a slight smile. He had deduced its significance. Yu Zhuotian carefully cradled the box and replied with solemnity, "At your command. As long as I am here, this item is secure." "Excellent." Zhou Taiyan waved his sleeve, his gaze surveying the capital with the air of an emperor reclaiming his former majesty. "Commander Yu, heed my orders. I am here. From this moment forth, issue a decree to the palace guards. Any intruder who dares to breach the palace shall be slain without mercy." Understood. Thus, from this moment, the capital was no longer tranquil. The winds of turmoil began to stir. Chapter 60, a glimpse of skill in the secret realm. The sky stretched in a brilliant azure, with mountains cascading endlessly. Towering trees, robust and majestic, formed an expansive sea of forest, their blue-green hues intertwining, accompanied by the cries of birds and beasts. A rich essence of spiritual energy permeated the entire realm, with strands of condensed energy weaving through the air, more radiant than the forests beyond the secret realm, resembling a tapestry of spiritual threads enveloping the entire area. Standing atop the cliff, Xia Changming gazed in awe at this breathtaking celestial scene. Rather than merely a secret realm, it felt more like another world. Behind Xia Changming lay the entrance to this mystical domain. Those who had entered before him had long since vanished, seeking the fateful opportunities hidden within. Only Su Yueli remained, waiting for him alongside Zhou Anning. "My dear, have you been waiting for me?" Xia Changming said, a wave of emotion washing over him. Faced with the allure of the secret realm's fortunes, his wife had chosen to wait for him, and he was utterly moved. He had not misjudged her. She was indeed a good wife. Su Yueli shot him a disdainful glance, returning Zhou Anning to his side. "I am not waiting for you. I merely returned this little rascal to you." With that, she lightly tapped her foot, transforming into a streak of divine light that vanished into the distance. Upon entering, she had sensed a calling, a guiding presence, and Zhou Anning's presence beside her felt perilous. Xia Changming stared blankly at Su Yueli's retreating figure, a sense of discontent brewing within him. "Alas, I have been too indulgent with her. Come on, Anning." He took Zhou Anning's small hand and set off in a particular direction. Not long after Xia Changming departed, a multitude of disciples from various sects surged into the entrance of the secret realm. They lingered only briefly, scarcely pausing for a few seconds before scattering in haste, eager to seize the fortunes that awaited them. The last to enter were the Kai and Wang families, each wielding magical artifacts, exuding a chilling aura. Kai Bai stood at the cliff's edge, surveying the boundless expanse with a cruel smile. "This shall be the graveyard for all, save for the Kai family. Let the games begin." Meanwhile, Xia Changming swiftly navigated beneath the colossal tree trunks, with Zhou Anning nestled against his side. The trees loomed overhead, their thick canopies nearly obscuring the sky, allowing only beams of sunlight to filter through the leaves, casting flickering shadows on the ground. A gentle breeze rustled the branches, creating a comfortable atmosphere. He marveled at how delicate Zhou Anning felt in his arms, her waist as slender as that of a woman. He truly needs to train more. A man should not lack abs, Xia Changming mused to himself, resolved to ensure that Zhou Anning underwent proper training in the secret realm. At that moment, Zhou Anning clung to Xia Changming's arm, her curious eyes wide with wonder as she took in the sights, as if discovering a new world. Having seldom ventured beyond the palace, everything she encountered was a source of fascination. The forest enveloped in profound silence, with only the rustling of leaves whispering through the air. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from behind a tree trunk, without warning. Its velocity left merely a blurred afterimage in its wake, aimed directly at Zhou Anning, cradled in Xia Changming's arms. Xia Changming faltered for a moment, his gaze sharp, and with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to the creature's forehead. "Begone!" Instantly, the shadow was propelled like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. As the dust settled, a yellow-brown creature emerged, roughly the size of an adult. With its sword-like mouth protruding and delicate, gossamer wings sprouting from its back. It was a cicada-winged cheetah. Xia Changming regarded the cheetah with a measured tone. Cicada-winged cheetahs typically lurked atop tree branches, concealing their presence while stalking through the woods. When prey is detected, they strike with astonishing speed. Such beasts are exceedingly rare, usually measuring no more than 4 feet in length. Yet this one had reached nearly 6 feet. Its strength was at the early stages of the celestial realm, and coupled with its explosive speed, even ordinary celestial realm warriors would find it challenging to react. However, it had chosen the wrong opponent this time. From the very beginning, Xia Changming had noticed the cheetah stealthily trailing them. His slap had struck the creature squarely on the head, effectively stunning it. The cicada-winged cheetah shakily regained its footing, its limbs unsteady, clearly reeling from the impact to its brain. "Anning, remember to remain vigilant at all times, especially in areas teeming with monstrous beasts. Complacency can be fatal." Xia Changming admonished Zhou Anning. Had he not intervened, Zhou Anning would have met a dire fate without even a moment to react. Embarrassment washed over Zhou Anning's face as she softly apologized. "I'm sorry, Uncle Xia, I understand now." Determined to accompany him, she had lost herself in the beauty of the forest, neglecting the lurking dangers. Xia Changming gently tousled Zhou Anning's hair, signaling that there was no need for her to feel guilty. He was not truly reprimanding her. Her cultivation level was merely in the spirit realm, for major realms below the celestial realm, making her slow reaction entirely understandable. He sought only to guide her in becoming a competent practitioner, one who could remain alert and adapt to sudden crises. Once the cheetah had somewhat regained its composure, it cast a fearful glance at Xia Changming, who stood resolute atop the treetop before hastily taking flight, its wings unfurling in a swift escape. Xia Changming was taken aback. The creature displayed remarkable intelligence. It not only recognized his extraordinary strength and chose to ambush Zhou Anning, but also wisely retreated upon realizing it could not prevail. Anning, if someone were to attempt to harm you or your loved ones, what would you do? Xia Changming inquired, observing the retreating figure of the cicada-winged cheetah. Zhou Anning pondered for a moment, her gaze gradually firming with resolve as she decisively replied, "Kill." "Very well." Xia Changming nodded in approval, his fingers coming together as ethereal energy coalesced beside him into several flying swords. Due to the vastness of the spiritual energy in the world, these swords were remarkably resilient and possessed an otherworldly essence, indistinguishable from true blades upon closer inspection. "Go." With a delicate flick of his fingertip, the flying swords sliced through the air, hurtling towards the cicada-winged leopard several miles away. The creature, sensing imminent danger, turned in alarm as the swords approached with the swiftness of shooting stars. In a panic, it flapped its wings and ascended into the sky. "Rise." Xia Changming scoffed lightly, raising his fingertip ever so slightly. The swords immediately changed their trajectory, embedding themselves into the body of the cicada-winged leopard. With a pained roar, the creature fell from the sky like a hedgehog, struck down. Zhou Anning, witnessing the scene, was utterly captivated. In mere moments, the once formidable cicada-winged leopard was effortlessly slain, leaving him in awe of Xia Changming's prowess. The image of Xia Changming, exuding an air of aloof superiority, was indelibly imprinted in Zhou Anning's heart. "Uncle Xia, please teach me how to become a powerful practitioner like you." Chapter 61. The shape-shifting werewolf. In the serene tranquility of the forest, the waterfall cascaded with a tumultuous force, pouring down from the heavens. The midday sun illuminated the flowing water, casting it in a silvery sheen, reminiscent of a descending silk curtain. Zhou Anning sat cross-legged upon a rock above the river, his hands raised in the air, bearing the weight of two massive stones, his eyes shut tight, his mind undistracted. He was wholly engrossed in absorbing the dense spiritual energy for his cultivation, undeterred by the clamor of the roaring waterfall. Though he was unaware of the reason for lifting the stones, he complied with Xia Changming's request without question, believing it to be part of his training. Xia Changming sat beside the river, tending to a large fish, more than 2 zhang long, to keep it warm, occasionally glancing at Zhou Anning, who was immersed in meditation. Behind him lay a pile of dozens of slain demonic beasts, the rich scent of blood occasionally attracting the attention of other creatures. They could only glance, for a prolonged stare would lead them to join that gruesome heap. It had been 2 days since Zhou Anning implored him to teach her the ways of cultivation. During this time, Xia Changming patiently guided her on how to cultivate effectively, how to better sense the spiritual energy of the world, and served as her training partner. This waterfall was a location he specifically selected for her to hone her focus and perception of the world's spiritual energy. Compared to other places, the spiritual energy here was particularly abundant. Though Zhou Anning was young, her diligence in practice was commendable, and she possessed a keen intellect, grasping concepts swiftly and asking questions whenever she encountered uncertainty. By now, she had nearly mastered the art of inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy. Regrettably, her innate talent was rather ordinary. Despite the rich spiritual energy of the secret realm, after 2 days of training, she remained at the pinnacle of the heavenly spirit realm. During this time, Xia Changming had also provided her with numerous rare herbs and the flesh of demonic beasts to enhance her constitution and nourish her body. "Anning, the fish is ready. Come and eat," he called out to her from the riverbank after roasting the azure wave fish. Zhou Anning did not open her eyes, but softly replied, "Uncle Xia, you eat first. I will have mine later." Xia Changming, fully aware of her thoughts, sighed and said, "Anning, cultivation cannot be rushed. Your insistence may lead to inner demons, making progress even more challenging." Upon hearing his words, Zhou Anning slowly opened her eyes, her dark pupils reflecting a deep melancholy. She obediently rose and leaped back to Xia Changming's side. "I understand, Uncle Xia. Come, let us eat." Xia Changming handed her a piece of the roasted fish. Zhou Anning accepted it and took a small bite. Although the fish was delicious, she found herself devoid of appetite. With Uncle Xia aiding her so selflessly, yet she could not even cross the threshold of the heavenly spirit realm. Her heart was heavy with defeat. Uncle Xia, I'm sorry. Am I causing you trouble? Zhou Anning turned to him, guilt evident in her voice. After 2 days in the secret realm, Xia Changming had been preoccupied with taking care of her, inadvertently falling behind the others in their journey. Xia Changming, unfazed, gently ruffled Zhou Anning's hair and chuckled, "Fear not. Focus on your cultivation and do not dwell on unnecessary thoughts." He was aware that their pace had slowed somewhat, but he felt no urgency. As they ventured deeper, the beasts they encountered possessed a heightened awareness of their domains, with strengths typically exceeding the celestial realm. It was not a passage meant for the faint-hearted. The celestial fortunes of the secret realm were not easily acquired. Zhou Anning expressed her gratitude, nodding earnestly before devouring her meal. "Anning, your ability to harness spirit and exhale is commendable. Once you finish eating, it's time for some practical training," Xia Changming said, gazing at her. "Training? Alone?" Zhou Anning pointed to herself, disbelief and a hint of fear flickering across her features. In the past 2 days, she had witnessed Xia Changming effortlessly dispatch various beasts, an act that seemed as simple as a mere flick of his fingers. Yet, she understood that those creatures were immensely powerful, far beyond what a mere being of the heavenly spirit realm could confront. Noting the trepidation etched on Zhou Anning's face, Xia Changming squinted playfully, teasing, "What is this? Are you afraid?" Hesitant, "I am not afraid." Perhaps spurred by his playful provocation or driven by a desire to prove herself, Zhou Anning resolutely nodded in affirmation. "Excellent. Shortly, you will enter the forest alone. I shall not be by your side. You must rely solely on yourself, understood?" Xia Changming instructed. A competent cultivator must endure trials. Much like a sword requires constant forging and tempering. Only through such experiences and the trials of combat can one truly grow. Relying solely on his protection would never allow her to become a powerful practitioner. Moreover, the experience of combat and the brush with death were crucial for breaking through the constraints of her current cultivation level, an essential step for Zhou Anning at this moment. These were lessons his own master had imparted to him, often casting him directly into the midst of beasts. Yet, he could not bear to do the same to Zhou Anning. Though a flicker of fear lingered in her heart, Zhou Anning nodded with determination. "I understand." Once she finished her meal, she respectfully bowed to Xia Changming and then gracefully traversed the river, disappearing into the forest. Xia Changming observed her until her figure vanished from sight, then swiftly transformed into a streak of light, hovering above the forest, silently watching Zhou Anning's path. Though the intent was to allow her to train, the secret realm harbored no beasts weaker than the master realm. The direction she was headed was deeper into the forest, where celestial realm beasts congregated, any one of which could inadvertently end her life. He needed to find a relatively intelligent beast for her to practice against. Having cleared the nearby beasts for now, he decided it would be safe for her to proceed ahead in search of one. With that thought, Xia Changming soared swiftly ahead of Zhou Anning. As Xia Changming passed through a certain area, he became aware of a faint yet formidable aura emanating from a nearby beast. Scanning the surroundings, he noted that not a single creature could be seen within several miles, clearly intimidated by this presence. Following the trail of energy, Xia arrived at the entrance of a cave. The cave's mouth lay exposed, revealing a profound darkness within, from which gusts of icy wind emerged, carrying a potent scent of the beast. The unabashed display of power suggested that it was the dominant force in this region. Indifferent to entering the cave, Xia stood with his hands clasped behind his back and shouted toward the entrance, "Come out." His voice resonated like a tolling bell within the cavern. Shortly thereafter, a furious roar echoed from the depths, accompanied by the sound of rapid footsteps. "Who dares disturb my dreams?" A towering werewolf, standing 6 feet tall, with a muscular frame cloaked in dark fur, rose on its hind legs and bellowed in anger. Its sharp fangs and claws glinted menacingly, and its fierce gaze fixed intently on Xia, a look of astonishment crossing its face. A human? It appeared to be the first time it had encountered one. Xia, upon seeing the werewolf, also exhibited a hint of surprise. This beast not only spoke human language, but also walked upright, its expression revealing an unsettling blend of transformation, as if it had partially shifted forms, but not entirely completed the metamorphosis. Chapter 62. Do you submit or not? In the realm of beasts, should a demon desire to transform, There exist but three methods. The first relies upon the lineage of the beast. If both parents have successfully transformed, their offspring are born in a transformed state. The second involves the ingestion of a transformation elixir, utilizing the potion's power to compel the metamorphosis. The third, and most arduous, requires no reliance on bloodlines or potions. It necessitates the beast's pure mastery and comprehension to achieve transformation independently. Before him lay a werewolf, half-transformed yet evidently unsuccessful, embodying the third method. It was the first time Xia Changming had encountered such a hybrid form, piquing his interest. Unlike his wife Suyueli, who displayed her fox ears and tail, this creature retained more pronounced features of its beastly nature, rendering concealment impossible. The result appeared both incongruous and amusing. The werewolf discerned the mirth in Xia Changming's eyes, and his anger surged. Not only had this human disturbed his dreams, but he also dared to mock him. The failure of his transformation was his greatest humiliation, intolerable to witness others deriding him. He had never tasted human flesh. Perhaps it was time to indulge. Humans, may you regret disturbing me. With a gaping maw and claws poised, the werewolf lunged at Xia Changming. Although perplexed by the human's presence, he felt no aura of spiritual energy or pressure emanating from him. Surely, killing this human would be child's play. Xia Changming remained composed, sidestepping the werewolf's attack with ease. In a swift motion, he seized the creature's wrist mid-air, flipping it onto its back and forcefully embedding it into the ground. What? The werewolf lay on the ground, eyes vacantly gazing at the sky. The azure heavens appeared particularly vivid today. Wait, had he truly been crushed into the earth by such a diminutive human? This was a monumental disgrace. As the Wolf King who had ruled this territory for over a century, he had never encountered an adversary like this. How could he be bested by a mere human? The werewolf sprang to his feet, his gaze a mixture of fury and seriousness fixed upon Xia Changming. This encounter had finally made him recognize that this human was far from the weakling he initially presumed. Human, I acknowledge your strength. You are worthy of being my opponent, the werewolf proclaimed, offering an unexpected compliment. Xia Changming was taken aback. He had exerted considerable effort in his last maneuver, yet the werewolf appeared unfazed. Possessing the peak strength of the celestial realm, capable of speech, and endowed with greater intelligence than most beasts indeed, this one was remarkable. What is your name? Do you have a title? Xia Changming inquired of the werewolf. The werewolf furrowed his brow, recalling that among humans, it was customary for formidable combatants to introduce themselves as a sign of respect. Perhaps this human had been awed by his formidable presence. Thus, with an air of arrogance, he pointed to himself, declaring, "Listen well, I am the Wolf King of this land, Wolf Fong. Know your place." Upon finishing his words, the wolf, with its claws, scrawled its name upon the ground in a haphazard manner, displaying a proud expression as if to proclaim, "Behold, I can write. Isn't it impressive?" The two characters it inscribed were the only ones it had mastered, learned from a calligraphy manual discovered within this secret realm, a feat that had cost it considerable effort. After 2.5 years of practice, it finally managed to write those two characters. Xia Changming glanced at the illegible scrawl, barely deciphering the words wolf tooth, and shook his head in disbelief. With a subtle movement of his fingers, a branch on the ground soared into his grasp, and with concentrated spiritual energy, he inscribed the words langue upon the earth. The wolf scratched its head in confusion. What was this? Pointing at the neat and powerful characters on the ground, the wolf inquired. The writing was merely slightly more aesthetically pleasing than its own. Xia Changming indicated the characters, stating, "These two characters are also pronounced as Langya. This shall be your new name." My new name? Wolf Tooth gazed curiously, only to soon regain its composure. Wait a moment. On what grounds did this human presume to alter its name? It intended to slay him, after all. By what right do you change my name? Wolf Tooth bellowed in anger. Xia Changming replied with a calm smile, "Because I happen to require a diligent and obedient training partner." Training partner? Do not underestimate me. Beast, prepare to meet your demise. Upon hearing this, Wolf Tooth felt deeply insulted. Without a moment's hesitation, it crouched low, using all fours to propel itself forward, charging towards Xia Changming with astonishing speed. Wolf Tooth had never submitted to anyone since its birth. Behind Wolf Tooth, several indistinct shadows began to fade, resembling phantoms. Its true form was that of a shadowy wolf. Xia Changming twirled his fingers, and dozens of spiritual swords materialized beside him, transforming into brilliant rays of light aimed at Wolf Tooth. The wolf's form flickered as it leaped between tree trunks, moving with remarkable agility, leaving only a shadow behind. This was the first time since entering the secret realm that Xia Changming had encountered a beast whose speed was difficult to match even with his spiritual swords. "Ha ha! Is this all you've got? You can't even touch my tail." Wolf Tooth mocked while dodging, its laughter genuine. It had not conversed with another creature in a long time, as few beasts in this realm could speak. Though most beasts possessed intelligence and could understand its words, they were incapable of engaging in dialogue. Having finally met someone to converse and jest with, Wolf Tooth found itself reluctant to devour this human. Perhaps it could keep him as a companion? The thought crossed its mind. Xia Changming, amused, noted the irony. Despite being the one in pursuit, Wolf Tooth still found time to mock him, the one who had yet to make a move. It seemed that to tame this creature, he would first need to deflate its arrogant demeanor. Xia Changming concentrated his spiritual energy into a blade of sword aura, slicing through the air towards the charging Wolf Fang. A broad and fierce wave of sword energy surged forth to meet him. Sensing the imminent danger, Wolf Fang quickly leaped to evade. The razor-sharp edge of the sword aura cleaved through hundreds of towering trees behind him, severing them effortlessly. Wolf Fang stared in disbelief, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This was utterly outrageous. If he were to be struck even once, he would surely be cleaved in two. Before he could gather his wits, dozens of spiritual swords surged towards him once more. Realizing he was on the verge of being struck, Wolf Fang transformed into a shadow, allowing the spiritual swords to pass harmlessly through him. When the shadow returned to the ground, he regained his true form, only to find the spiritual swords redirecting their pursuit. No matter how fiercely Wolf Fang clawed or bit, the spiritual swords continued their relentless assault. Frustrated, he could only dodge clumsily while angrily pointing at Xia Changming, exclaiming, "Is this all you can do with your little toys? Why not face me directly?" Wolf Fang's words were merely a venting of his anger, but to his surprise, Xia Changming readily acquiesced. "Very well, I shall oblige." With a wave of his hand, the spiritual swords dissipated into ethereal energy. Wolf Fang's face lit up with exhilaration as he changed direction, racing towards Xia Changming at an even greater speed, leaving behind only a ghostly silhouette. How foolish. If he had continued to wield the spiritual swords, he might have exhausted my energy and had a chance at victory. Yet, he obediently relinquished them. That single strike of sword aura would hardly be capable of producing a second so soon. What was there to fear now? With renewed vigor, Wolf Fang charged forward. In response to his fierce demeanor, Xia Changming merely smiled slightly as he unsheathed the imperial immortal sword at his waist. The sword emitted a melodious hum, its overwhelming intent piercing through the heavens. Wolf Fang promptly skidded to a halt, his face paling in terror. Winky face, this overwhelming pressure of sword intent. It was the celestial master realm. My goodness. Today, you are fortunate. We shall battle another day. With those words, Wolf Fang turned and fled in haste. Thinking to escape now? It would not be so simple. Gripping the imperial immortal sword, Xia Changming slashed along the ground, unleashing a colossal wave of sword energy that extended endlessly, narrowly slicing past Wolf Fang. Wolf Fang lay beside the gash left by the sword, still trembling from the near brush with death. Just moments ago, he had believed he was doomed. Still shaken, he suddenly found the blade of the imperial immortal sword poised against his neck. Xia Changming's icy voice resonated from behind him. Will you yield, or will you not? Chapter 63. He is a mid-level beast of the celestial spirit realm in the heart of the forest. The petite figure of Zhou Anning traversed the thickets with a measured grace. Under the tutelage of Xia Changming over the past few days, he had learned to conceal his presence at all times, leaving no trace behind, while maintaining a vigilant watch over his surroundings. After parting ways with Xia Changming and resolutely entering the forest alone, he realized how much solace he had felt with Xia Changming by his side. At this moment, isolated and solitary, he was engulfed by a sense of helplessness and anxiety, perpetually haunted by the notion that beasts lurked in every corner of the forest, ready to pounce upon him. Even the slightest rustle of leaves sent waves of trepidation coursing through him. As a being of the celestial spirit realm, encountering a beast of master realm or above would undoubtedly spell his doom. Unbeknownst to Zhou Anning, The weakest of the beasts within this secret realm possessed powers exceeding that of the master realm. After traversing for a considerable while, he was suddenly met with an astonishing surge of sword intent emanating from a distance ahead. The chilling aura of the sword rivaled that of Xia Changming, prompting him to quickly change his course. It was likely that some formidable being was engaged in battle, and it would be prudent to keep his distance. Even the slightest collateral damage could lead to his untimely demise. Having altered his path and continued for a short while longer, Zhou Anning's initial tension gradually morphed into curiosity. How peculiar it was that, after such a lengthy trek, he had yet to encounter a single beast. When accompanied by Xia Changming, he would occasionally come across some reckless beasts that approached him. Yet now, alone, it seemed as though those beasts had vanished entirely. Not far off, a figure and a beast concealed themselves within the foliage, covertly observing Zhou Anning's every move. "Boss, why are we hiding?" Langia inquired, gazing up at Xia Changming with confusion. "Silence," Xia Changming replied curtly. Langia promptly closed his mouth, refraining from uttering another sound. After being defeated by Xia Changming, he willingly pledged his allegiance to him, rationalizing that as a peak celestial being, serving a heavenly sovereign was not a matter of shame. More importantly, Xia Changming had promised to concoct a transformation pill for him upon his submission, a treasure he yearned for incessantly. Without the ability to fully transform, he would remain trapped in his half-human, half-beast form. Thus, he begrudgingly accepted Xia Changming as his leader. Following this, they had come to this place to observe Zhou Anning in secret, an exceedingly weak human. After a moment of silence, Xia Changming turned to Langia and said, "I want you to attack him." Langia's face lit up with joy at this command, and he immediately thumped his chest in assurance. "No problem, boss. That little fellow is nothing. I could tear him apart with a single bite. He wouldn't even suffice to fill the gaps between my teeth." Langia had quickly discerned that Zhou Anning was merely at the pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm, and slaying him would be easier than slaughtering a chicken. It was also an excellent opportunity to demonstrate his prowess before Xia Changming. With that, Langia, filled with excitement, prepared to spring into action. As Xia Changming's icy words pierced through the air, they caused his steps to falter. "I instructed you to ambush him, but I did not permit you to harm him. If he loses even a single hair, I shall shatter a bone of yours." Each utterance from Xia Changming sent a chilling shiver down Langia's spine, making him involuntarily tremble. This left Langia in a state of perplexity, caught in a dilemma, standing there in a daze. How could he be told to attack the man, yet simultaneously be forbidden from injuring him? What could this possibly mean? Are humans truly this peculiar? So, should I attack him or not? Langia felt his mind momentarily blank, and could only turn to Xia Changming for clarification. Observing Langia's bewilderment, Xia Changming, with a hint of irritation, explained, "I want you to suppress your cultivation to the celestial spirit realm and confront him, instilling in him a sense of peril. Do you comprehend?" Langia's expression remained one of confusion. He still did not grasp why he was to deliberately lower his realm to confront that individual. Moreover, making the man feel a life-or-death crisis seemed exceedingly daunting. How troublesome. Wouldn't it be simpler to just swat him dead? Seeing Langia's dazed demeanor, Xia Changming chose not to respond but pressed on. "I ask you again, do you understand?" Yes, I understand." Langia quickly nodded in response, frightened. "Do not harm him. Merely frighten him, right?" "I comprehend." Xia Changming pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity in Langia's words, and then instructed, "Go." "How?" "I shall proceed," Langia exclaimed. Xia Changming felt a sudden uncertainty about whether accepting this creature was a wise decision. Meanwhile, Zhou Anning walked through the forest when he suddenly heard a wolf howl, followed by a cacophony of rustling from the thicket ahead. Something was charging towards him. A beast. Zhou Anning drew the slender sword at his waist, vigilantly focusing on the approaching threat. The target was unmistakably heading straight for him. He had been discovered. Strangely, after the initial commotion, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Zhou Anning, sword in hand, scanned the forest with heightened alertness. He had never been so acutely aware. He knew that a moment's distraction could spell his doom. He could only silently pray that the beast's power would not be too overwhelming. Suddenly, a figure leapt from the left side of the trees, 5 sharp claws lunging towards him. Zhou Anning raised his sword defensively in front of his face, narrowly blocking the perilous strike. When he lowered his sword, he beheld a creature that resembled a wolf yet stood upright, its body cloaked in a coat of jet black fur. "How?" It has been ages since I last tasted human flesh. Today, you, little brat, are most unfortunate. I shall toy with you." Langia roared ferociously at Zhou Anning. Zhou Anning was taken aback, astonished that this beast could speak. Moreover, its bizarre appearance was unlike anything he had ever seen. It was likely a formidable demon. Fear swelled within Zhou Anning as he contemplated how to escape. Enyi, no longer hesitating, lunged forward once more, its 10 sharp claws glinting ominously. Zhu Anning focused intently, skillfully maneuvering his slender sword to deflect each of Enyi's fierce strikes. After a flurry of clashes illuminated by flashing blades, Zhu Anning grew increasingly emboldened, transitioning from passive defense to proactive assault, his confidence swelling. Through their skirmish, he discerned that the werewolf before him was merely in the early stages of the celestial spirit realm, posing little threat. He could triumph. Zhu Anning's swordplay surged with the swiftness of a tempest, executing a magnificent courtly sword technique with unparalleled finesse, leaving Enyi in a state of frantic evasion. Enyi felt a deep sense of indignation. As a formidable wolf king at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, he found himself reduced to the role of a sparring partner for a mere fledgling of the celestial spirit realm. Yet, he dared not unleash his full might. For a moment of force could easily crush Zhu Anning. How unjust. At that moment, a voice echoed in Enyi's mind. Xia Changming. Elevate your power to the mid-stage of the celestial spirit realm, to ensure Enyi's obedience and prevent any escape. Xia Changming had inscribed a strand of spiritual sword intent within his spiritual consciousness. From a distance, Xia Changming now communicated through this spiritual sword intent. With Xia Changming's consent, Enyi instantly elevated his own power to the mid-stage of the celestial spirit realm, causing his claws to strike with even greater swiftness. Zhu Anning was taken aback, caught off guard, and could only raise his sword defensively, being forced back several paces. He had concealed his true strength. He was a beast of the mid-stage of the celestial spirit realm. Chapter 64. What is he afraid of? Zhou Anning swiftly adjusted his stance, sword in hand. Although he had overlooked the possibility of Langia concealing his true strength, this oversight only heightened his focus and seriousness. Uncle Xia had once advised him that battles are ever-changing. Until the very end, anything is possible, and one must prepare for every conceivable scenario. Little brat, have you come to fear my power? Soon, I shall dismember you and feast upon your remains. Langia sneered, licking his sharp claws. In his 100 years within this secret realm, he had perused numerous tomes. Yet his illiteracy rendered him unable to comprehend their contents, leaving him to browse picture books instead. The illustrations he had encountered depicted beasts in such a manner, and he had staged countless performances in his cave, long memorizing the art of the act. He had awaited this moment for far too long, confident in his theatrical skills. Langia's gaze flickered toward a distant thicket, as if seeking validation from Xia Changming. Am I not a splendid performer? Zhou Anning furrowed his brow slightly. The beast before him exuded an odd sensation. Its strength was lacking, yet it was exceedingly loquacious, almost resembling a chatterbox. Seizing the opportunity while Langia's attention wavered, Zhou Anning decisively stepped forward, aiming the sword's gleam directly at Langia's throat. Langia clasped his hands together, firmly grasping the sword's blade, the tip halting perilously close to his neck, yet unable to pierce further. I've caught you, Langia proclaimed with a sinister laugh. Undeterred, Zhou Anning leveraged Langia's grip to propel himself sideways, delivering a kick aimed at Langia's head. Langia executed a graceful backward arch, evading the strike effortlessly, and, seizing the sword, flung Zhou Anning aside. Zhou Anning landed steadily, positioning his sword before him as its blade began to shimmer with a dark purple hue, crackling with electric arcs and the resonant sound of thunder. The heavenly thunder sword technique, a secret art passed down through the Tianzhou Dynasty, transforms spiritual energy into the might of thunder to empower the blade. It is said that one must endure the baptism of thunder to grasp the mysteries of its power, making it exceedingly difficult to master. To Zhou Anning's surprise, he had achieved this at such a tender age, wielding it with remarkable finesse. Langia soon recognized the formidable purple lightning surging from Zhou Anning's sword. He instinctively prepared to counter. However, Zhou Anning had already condensed the heavenly thunder sword technique. As the blade met Langia's claws, The beast immediately felt a tingling sensation akin to an electric shock. Naturally, creatures of his kind harbor an innate fear of thunder and fire, prompting Langia to leap back reflexively. Upon discerning that Zhou Anning's lightning power was indeed formidable, yet limited by his realm, Langia sighed in relief. How vexing, you startled me. Surely, this is a remnant of my earlier skirmish with the boss. I can't help but wonder if he is merely a wolf in sheep's clothing. Langia elevated his strength to the pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm. Once again, the instructions from Xia Changming echoed in his mind. Langia couldn't help but smile broadly, swiftly elevating his spiritual power to the pinnacle of the heavenly spirit realm. Little brat, now we are of the same realm. Let us spar once more. Langia beckoned to Zhou Anning with a finger. Zhou Anning's expression turned grave, astonished that Langia had suddenly ascended in cultivation once again. Now, they were both at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. What was his true level of cultivation? Zhou Anning was perplexed and dared not hold back any longer. The sword crackled with thunder, the power of lightning raging wildly. The lightning surged along the blade, piercing into Zhou Anning's palm, causing the sword to tremble as if struggling to withstand the force. Zhou Anning bit his lip, refusing to release his grip. And only when he was near his limits did he cry out, unleashing a thunderous sword energy. The Heavenly Palace's 10,000 Thunder Sword technique. The sword like a thunder dragon. The ferocious sword energy transformed into a dazzling thunder dragon, roaring as it charged toward Langia. Langia scoffed with disdain, thrusting his hands into the dragon's maw, forcibly tearing it apart into two halves. After executing this move, Zhou Anning was already drained of spiritual energy, exhausted as he leaned against the ground, panting. Upon witnessing his proud Thunder Dragon sword energy being ruthlessly shredded by Langia, he was left in a daze. How could this be? Even a practitioner at the postnatal level would not dare to meet this head-on. Aside from some singed fur, Langia bore not a single scratch. In fact, an ordinary practitioner at the postnatal level would have been consumed by the Thunder Dragon long ago. However, Langia was no ordinary opponent. Even receiving such an attack at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm would inflict no harm upon him. The physique of a demon beast is inherently robust, and his body is unparalleled, having been nourished by spiritual energy and engaged in countless battles alongside other demon beasts. His physique was far more resilient than that of an average demon beast in the celestial realm. Little brat, is it my turn now? Langia beamed at the prostrate Zhou Anning. A sense of impending doom washed over Zhou Anning, a visceral feeling of mortality enveloping him. What to do? I could die? Zhou Anning's mind raced, and he promptly retrieved a healing elixir to consume. The immediate priority was to restore his spiritual energy. Only with restored energy would other possibilities arise. Langia, however, would not allow Zhou Anning to recover at his leisure, leaping down to deliver a strike. Zhou Anning could only raise his slender sword to shield his head, desperately holding on. What's wrong, little brat? Are you unable to continue? Ha ha ha, just wait to be devoured by me. Langia laughed heartily. Zhou Anning gasped for breath, utterly fatigued, yet clung tightly to his slender sword. Each of Langia's attacks came perilously close to claiming his life. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have perished many times over. This bizarrely behaving demon beast appeared to share the same realm as him, yet possessed immense combat experience and remarkable agility. No matter how cleverly he wielded his sword, Langia would effortlessly evade his strikes. This left Zhou Anning feeling deeply frustrated. Aside from that one Thunder Dragon strike, he had scarcely landed a blow on him. If only Uncle Xiao were here, he would surely handle him effortlessly. Zhou Anning could not help but think. But he quickly cast the thought aside. He could not always rely on Xia Changming. Xia Changming had allowed him to venture into the forest alone precisely to hone his skills. He must not give up. Ugly creature, you are not as formidable as you seem. Haven't you failed to lay a finger on me until now? After exhaling a breath, Zhou Anning retorted with a mocking laugh directed at Langia. Ugly creature. Langia's face contorted in rage. His appearance was his most sensitive vulnerability. In an instant, fury surged within him, and he stomped his foot, transforming into a shadow that darted around Zhou Anning before unexpectedly lunging at him. Zhou Anning hurriedly sidestepped to evade the attack. However, Langia's sharp claws still grazed his arm, tearing his garment and causing blood to flow. How swift! This was infinitely faster than before. Zhou Anning barely had time to react, instinctively dodging in the face of life-threatening peril. Clutching his injured arm in pain, Zhou Anning remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Langia, only to witness an exceedingly bizarre sight. Langia was covering his face with both hands, his expression one of sheer terror. It was as if he had been struck with fright, trembling uncontrollably, occasionally twisting his head towards a thicket behind him, frantically exclaiming, "I did not intend to. This was purely an accident." Observing Langia on the verge of tears, Zhou Anning felt perplexed. Why was he not only unharmed, but also terrified? What was he afraid of? Chapter 65. He will become your subordinate. Witnessing the terror-stricken countenance of Langia, Zhou Anning seized the splendid opportunity without hesitation. In a swift motion, he bent down, bringing his sword's edge directly to Langia's throat. A crisp and resonant sound reverberated through the forest. Indeed, Zhou Anning's slender sword had successfully pierced Langia's throat. However, the blade remained immovable, as if it were a solid rock. Instead, the impact left Zhou Anning's palm numb, revealing cracks in the sword, which ultimately shattered into several pieces. Zhou Anning's face turned ashen, as he finally comprehended that this beast was far beyond his ability to conquer. His sword could not even inflict harm upon Langia, let alone slay it. "Uncle Xia, I have failed your expectations." Just as Zhou Anning felt utterly exhausted and prepared to embrace death, he noticed that Langia hesitated to strike, its gaze still filled with dread as it stared into the woods. A familiar figure gradually emerged from the thicket. "Uncle Xia." Zhou Anning exclaimed in astonishment. "How do you feel, Anning?" Xia Changming inquired with a smile as he approached Zhou Anning. Zhou Anning stood in a daze, soon revealing a bitter smile. At this juncture, he understood the entire situation. The entire ordeal was merely a ploy orchestrated by Xia Changming to hone his skills. This also elucidated why Langia was so fearful of harming him. There were no other beasts in the vicinity. Everything made sense. "Uncle Xia, Anning has lost." Zhou Anning lamented with a sense of defeat. "No, you performed splendidly, far better than I had anticipated," Xia Changming reassured him, ruffling Zhou Anning's hair. He then produced a spirit-replenishing elixir and placed it into Zhou Anning's mouth, tending to the wounds on his arm and the burns on his palm. Upon receiving Xia Changming's praise, Zhou Anning's expression gradually brightened. Perhaps due to the presence of the person he trusted most, he finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing into Xia Changming's embrace and slipping into slumber. "You have worked hard," Xia Changming murmured softly as he lifted Zhou Anning. For someone of only the heavenly spirit realm, exerting himself to such an extent was indeed a considerable drain. To have persevered until this moment exceeded Xia Changming's expectations. Xia Changming carried Zhou Anning past Langia, who trembled and withdrew, daring not to face the elder's wrath. With a quavering voice, he mustered the courage to ask, "Dage, do I need to break a few bones?" "We'll discuss that later. Come with me," Xia Changming replied, casting a casual glance at Langia before striding toward the direction of Langia's den. He had no genuine intention of punishing Langia. Forcing him to lower his realm while ensuring Zhou Anning's safety and instilling a sense of urgency was indeed a tall order. Moreover, Zhou Anning was not gravely injured. In fact, he seemed to be on the brink of a breakthrough. The spirit energy flowed naturally into his body, an auspicious sign of advancement. As night fell, the secret realm's sky was devoid of stars, enveloping the entire forest in an unusually profound darkness and silence. Xia Changming kindled a bonfire outside the cave, while Zhou Anning lay peacefully on a grass mat beside him. Langia, sitting nearby, gazed hungrily at the roasted meat over the flames, his eyes wide with anticipation. "Brother, can we eat now?" Langia inquired, pointing at the meat, swallowing hard. The tantalizing aroma of the roasted flesh continuously teased his nostrils, the glistening juices appearing irresistibly delectable. Had Xia Changming not been present, he would have pounced upon it without hesitation. Xia Changming looked at Langia with exasperation. Are all beings of the demon race so gluttonous? Noticing that the meat was thoroughly cooked, he finally permitted, "Go ahead and eat." "Haha, then I shall not hold back." With Xia Changming's consent, Langia eagerly lifted the entire skewer, devouring it whole, including the stick, and began to chew with delight. "Delicious, delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite meat before. Is it truly possible for roasted meat to be this delectable?" Langia savored the flavor, tears of joy streaming down his face. After 100 years, he had never encountered anything so delightful. "Brother, from now on, I shall stick by your side," Langia declared with heartfelt admiration. Casting aside any prior grievances, Xia Changming shot him a disdainful glance, replying, "The one you should follow is not me." "Huh," Lingya responded, puzzled. At that moment, Zhou Anning, resting on the grass mat, began to awaken. "Do you feel better?" Xia Changming inquired with a smile. Zhou Anning blinked in confusion, gradually regaining his senses. To his astonishment, he felt not a shred of fatigue. Instead, he was brimming with energy. Even his wounds had completely healed. What thrilled him further was the realization that he had broken through. He had successfully entered the postnatal realm. "Uncle Xia, thank you," Zhou Anning expressed earnestly, bowing in gratitude. Xia Changming shook his head, saying, "This is the result of your own hard work. You need not thank me." Nonetheless, Zhou Anning understood that without Xia Changming, he would never have entered the secret realm, nor would he have advanced his cultivation so swiftly. As he settled down, Zhou Anning noticed another figure seated by the bonfire, besides himself and Xia Changming. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lingya, the one he had sparred with earlier that morning. Xia Changming then introduced, "Anning, allow me to present Lingya. He will henceforth be your protector, following closely by your side." No sooner had Xia Changming finished speaking than Lingya protested vehemently. "What? You want me to be a bodyguard for this little brat? Absolutely not. I refuse. Who do I, Lingya, think I am? The king of the demon beasts in this region, at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, reduced to guarding a mere novice in the celestial spirit realm." He submitted to Xia Changming because he had indeed been genuinely defeated by him, and yielding was not a matter of shame. If this were to serve as a bodyguard for a minor spirit from the realm beyond tomorrow, the mere rumor would be utterly mortifying. How could one possibly navigate the intricacies of the demon clan thereafter? I am not soliciting your opinion. Should you disagree, then face your demise. After adding a log to the crackling flames, Xia Changming spoke with a casual detachment. However, Lingya felt a chill run down his spine, his body instinctively curling in a display of utter indignation. The sheer oppressive force, the blatant display of authority. Zhou Anning scrutinized Lingya with a discerning eye, her brow slightly furrowing in distaste as she remarked, "Uncle Xia, he is rather unattractive. Moreover, he does not seem to possess much more strength than I do." Each of Zhou Anning's words pierced Lingya's heart like daggers. Being called ugly was one thing, but to have his prowess belittled was another. Xia Changming could only chuckle softly in disbelief. It seemed Zhou Anning still regarded Lingya as merely a peculiar beast at the pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm. Do not be deceived by his appearance. He possesses the strength of a peaked celestial being. Within the Tianzhou Dynasty, few could match his power, Xia Changming clarified. Lingya scoffed, his nose lifted in pride. "So it turns out, this esteemed one is indeed quite formidable." Zhou Anning gazed at Lingya in astonishment. To think that she had been sparring with a beast of peak celestial being strength. "Uncle Xia, can Anning truly accept this?" Zhou Anning inquired. A peak celestial being beast is a rare entity, one that numerous sects would envy, yet Xia Changming so readily entrusts it to her. Zhou Anning had initially contemplated a refusal, feeling that she had already received too much from Xia Changming. Although Lingya was rather unappealing, she genuinely required a powerful ally to assist in safeguarding the Tianzhou Dynasty. Xia Changming discerned the glimmer of hope in Zhou Anning's eyes and responded with a gentle smile. "He shall henceforth be your subordinate." Chapter 66. How dare you provoke him? Within the dense forest, two figures swiftly traversed the thicket. They were none other than Xia Changming and Zhou Anning. To better train Zhou Anning, Xia Changming typically maintained a certain pace for him to follow. Rather than carrying him as before, Zhou Anning bore no grievances. On the contrary, he grew ever more earnest in his cultivation, striving to keep pace with Xia Changming. As for Lingya, he was no longer in his half-human, half-demon form, but had transformed into a small, jet-black wolf, perched upon Zhou Anning's shoulder. When Lingya manifested in this charming guise, Zhou Anning's eyes sparkled with delight, as the once ugly werewolf morphed into an adorable little canine. He made an exception, allowing Lingya to rest upon his shoulder. Xia Changming was equally astonished to see Lingya assume such a diminutive form. Perhaps his wife could do the same? He resolved to encourage her to try when they returned home. "Boss, where are we headed?" Lingya yawned lazily from Zhou Anning's shoulder. "To that volcano," Xia Changming replied, his gaze fixed on a distant crimson peak. Fire is one of the purest spirits of heaven and earth, nurturing the flame of life and the essence of rebirth. Typically, volcanic regions abundant in spiritual energy are accompanied by fire-related treasures or spiritual herbs. Upon hearing Xia Changming's destination, Langya's expression turned timid. Boss, there's a fire phoenix residing there. And she's notoriously temperamental. Recently, I don't know what has gotten into her, but as soon as I come close, she tries to incinerate me. All the better. Xia Changming smiled. The fire phoenix's fierce defense against intruders was a clear indication that extraordinary treasures must lie within, prompting her vigilant demeanor. What level is that fire phoenix? Xia Changming inquired. I believe she's at the mid-stage of the celestial realm. Langya scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Xia Changming cast him a disdainful glance. You, on the verge of transformation and at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, are intimidated by a mid-stage fire phoenix? Feeling belittled, Langya hurriedly defended himself. It's just that her flames happen to counter my abilities. Besides, I haven't truly fought her. Just you wait, I'll take her down in 3 rounds. Xia Changming remained silent, quietly listening to his bravado. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He raised his hand to signal Zhou Anning to halt while he approached alone to investigate. On the ground lay 2 corpses, one male and one female, clad in the garb of a certain sect's disciples. In the perilous realm of the secret world, the appearance of casualties was hardly surprising. One could only lament their ill fortune, missing out on celestial opportunities. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that the 2 corpses remain intact, devoid of any bite or claw marks. Instead, they bear a ghastly sword wound across the chest, with one being pierced through the heart by a single strike. Both display expressions of terror, with the woman's eyes still glistening with remnants of tears. It is clear that others have taken action. Xia Changming furrows his brow, uncertain about the fate of the Xia family. What of Su Yueli? She seems to be a lesser concern, as there is likely no one here capable of confronting her aside from himself. Perhaps it is more prudent to worry about the safety of others in her presence without his restraining influence. At that moment, Langya leaped down from Zhou Anning's shoulder, bouncing over to Xia Changming's side. Observing the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground, he remarked with a click of his tongue, "TSK, TSK, TSK. Who are these 2 unfortunate souls? Why not let this lord have a taste while they're still fresh? Don't let it go to waste." Xia Changming shot a cold glance at Langya and, with a wave of his hand, summoned the earth to bury the 2 corpses right where they lay. Langya, suddenly cautious, murmured, "If you're not going to eat them, then so be it. I've merely come to remind you, boss, that someone is approaching. Should I take care of them for you?" "Not necessary. I happen to have some inquiries for them," Xia Changming replied, his gaze fixed ahead. He sensed a considerable number of individuals encroaching upon their position, their murderous intent unmistakably evident. Langya shook his head, silently sympathizing with those approaching. If the boss takes action personally, you are surely doomed. Before long, several cultivators surrounded Xia Changming and Zhou Anning with menacing intent. Each bore weapons, their faces twisted in malice, reeking of bloodshed. Another bunch of fools unaware of their impending doom. Leave behind your treasures and spirit rings, and perhaps I'll grant you a swift end. The leader, his face marred by scars, brandished a large knife towards Xia Changming, issuing his brazen command. He sensed no formidable presence from Xia Changming, but the young boy behind him appeared merely to possess innate potential, which put him at ease. Xia Changming, looking rather youthful, resembled a mere boy, leading the leader to conclude that they were likely comrades, not particularly formidable. Seeing that the adversary did not recognize him, a smile crept upon Xia Changming's lips. "Brother, that man is yours. I'll take the boy behind him." A wiry, rat-faced man emerged from behind the scarred leader, brandishing 2 serrated bone knives, his greedy eyes fixated on Zhou Anning as he licked his tongue. Zhou Anning grimaced, an unpleasant shiver coursing through him, feeling as though he were being thoroughly scrutinized. "Ha ha ha, second brother, you still have a penchant for toying with the small ones. Very well, he is yours. I shall take the larger one." The scarred leader laughed heartily, his gaze glinting with avarice as he cast his eyes upon Xia Changming, greedily licking his lips. It has been quite some time since he has encountered such a handsome young man. "Who are you?" Xia Changming inquired coldly. From the attire of these 2 individuals, he could not discern their affiliation with any sect. The scar-faced man grinned wickedly and declared, "Remember this, kid. We are the notorious evil ghost duo, renowned across the eastern continent. I am Meng Sha. My brother here is Ku Sha. Today, you shall meet your end with clarity." Meng Sha and Ku Sha. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Changming finally recognized the 2. The evil ghost duo was infamous, possessing considerable prowess, yet consistently engaging in acts of arson, murder, and pillaging against smaller sections. Their cruelty knew no bounds, having slaughtered hundreds within a sect, including innocent children. Their heinous deeds inciting the wrath of both gods and men alike. Who sent you to guard this place? Xia Changming's tone grew even colder. The evil ghost duo had always operated independently, and their presence here, accompanied by so many others to ambush, clearly indicated that someone had orchestrated this. Meng Sha furrowed his brow, irked by Xia Changming's interrogative tone and his air of aloof superiority. How dare he act so arrogantly when they were the hunters? Among Meng Sha's crew, one individual stood gaping at Xia Changming, trembling as if he had seen a ghost. He attempted to speak, but found himself too anxious and terrified to utter a word, merely tugging at Meng Sha's sleeve. Meng Sha, visibly irritated, turned and bellowed, "Ding Ritian, what the hell are you doing? Can't you see I'm busy? Be careful, or I'll take you down." This man was none other than Ding Ritian, who had previously crossed paths with Xia Changming outside Tianzhou. Meng Sha and Ku Sha had arrived late and were unaware of Xia Changming's identity, but Ding Ritian certainly was. "How dare you provoke him?" Ding Ritian stammered, pointing at Xia Changming. He is the head of the Xia family, Xia Changming. Chapter 67. What if I am mad? Upon hearing Ding Ritian's words, Meng Sha and the others were momentarily stunned, engulfed in a silence that was almost palpable. This was the notorious Xia Changming, rumored to have ascended to the realm of the heavenly sovereign, who had previously incapacitated the second son of the Kai family with a mere disagreement. A surge of anxiety coursed through Meng Sha, who inwardly cursed Ding Ritian for his lack of foresight. Had he known it was Xia Changming, he would have never ventured to this place. Despite the turmoil within, Meng Sha forced a facade of composure, donning a smile as he addressed the esteemed head of the Xia family. "Ah, it is you, Master Xia. My apologies for the misunderstanding. We are here on the orders of the Kai family and did not recognize you. Please forgive our offense." The abrupt shift in Meng Sha's demeanor was evident. The ferocity that had marked his expression moments ago had vanished entirely. "I must admit, I preferred your earlier rebellious demeanor. It possessed a certain gravitas," Xia Changming remarked with a faint smile. "Ha, I wouldn't dare. That was merely a ruse to intimidate," Meng Sha flattered, fully aware of the underlying mockery in Xia Changming's words. Yet, he could only swallow his indignation, suppressing the fury that bubbled within. The realm of the heavenly sovereign was far beyond what they could contend with. After Xia's departure, he would surely report his whereabouts to the Kai and Wang families, who would undoubtedly send reinforcements to deal with him. "What business does the Kai family have in stationing you here?" Xia Changming continued his inquiry. Meng Sha hesitated, his expression betraying his discomfort. "I cannot disclose that." Xia Changming narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. "If you cannot speak, then you shall die. Would you prefer to die now or after you reveal what you know? Choose." From the very beginning, Xia Changming had never intended to spare Meng Sha and his companions. Meng Sha's face blanched in astonishment. He had not anticipated such unreasonable behavior from Xia Changming. With the pent-up frustration he harbored, he resolved that there was no longer a need to endure. "Xia Changming, I have shown you respect, but do not let it inflate your arrogance." He bellowed. "Humph, what if I am arrogant?" Xia Changming retorted coldly, a murderous intent radiating from him as he unsheathed the Emperor Immortal sword, striking downward with lethal precision. The brilliance of the sword flashed like a shooting star, its silver light descending swiftly. Meng Sha had no time to evade, raising his large blade to parry. In an instant, the sword severed his weapon as if it were made of mere paper, slicing through it before Meng Sha could even comprehend his impending doom. With a swift motion, Meng Sha was cleaved in two, a narrow line of crimson marking his passage. Ku Sha leapt aside just in time, narrowly avoiding the lethal wave of sword energy, his mind reeling with disbelief. He knew Meng Sha's capabilities all too well, yet here he was, a mere initial stage of the celestial realm, felled by a single strike. As Xia Changming's frigid gaze shifted towards him, Ku Sha felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his hands trembling involuntarily. "Xia Changming, you cannot kill me. We have already pledged allegiance to the Kai family. We are now their people. If you kill me, it is tantamount to annihilating the Kai family." In a moment of dire peril, Ku Sha, overwhelmed with urgency, uttered these words without consideration. Xia Changming let out a cold smirk. Wielding the Emperor's sword, Zhu Ming, as he unleashed its blade, transforming it into a silver arrow that pierced through Ku Sha's body. The piercing sword energy swiftly strangled Ku Sha, silencing him before he could utter a single cry, extinguishing his life. It is precisely because you are of the Kai family that I shall show no mercy. Observing the brutal demise of Meng Sha and Ku Sha, the others dared not linger any longer, channeling their life force to flee in every direction. Scatter and escape. Quickly inform the Kai family, Xia Changming is here. Rather than pursuing, Xia Changming addressed Langya behind him. Leave no one behind. Eliminate them all. Understood, boss. Langya replied excitedly, his petite form transforming into a shadow that darted away. He had been eager to act for some time, patiently waiting for Xia Changming's command. You insignificant insects shall perish by my hands. Ha! As Langya's shadow flickered, anguished cries began to echo around them. What is this monstrous creature? Please. Don't come any closer. It's a wolf, a shadowy specter. Ugh. Before the last individual could finish his words, Langya had already torn his throat apart. The entire group of Meng Sha was slain, leaving only one person standing motionless. Langya, appearing like a wraith, materialized behind Ding Ritian, his claws pressing against the latter's crown as he leaned in and whispered, What of this one, boss? Shall we eliminate him too? Upon hearing this, Ding Ritian immediately fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Please, do not kill me. The third young miss of the Kai family ordered Meng Sha to guard this place to monopolize a celestial estate discovered at the blazing flame peak. That is why she commanded the execution of anyone approaching. A celestial estate. Upon hearing this, Xia Changming's interest was piqued. A celestial estate is a remnant of the immortal sovereign, a treasure coveted by countless cultivators. It is likely to contain the legacy of the immortal sovereign. No wonder Kai Ji was so intent on keeping others away. He simply had to go. With this unexpected revelation, a meaningful smile crept across Xia Changming's face as he turned his gaze back to Ding Ritian, contemplating how to handle him. He appeared quite astute. To kill him? This fellow was the first to boldly challenge him back. Then Ding Ritian, aware of the impending threat to his life, wept profusely. Master Xia, spare me. Since entering the secret realm, I have never harmed anyone. I am not familiar with Meng Sha and his group. Just a passerby. If you are not acquainted with them, then why align yourself with the Kai family? Xia Changming questioned. Ding Ritian hurriedly explained, by coincidence, I happened to see the Kai family gathering the loose cultivators. I merely came to pass the time and collect free spirit stones. I have never lifted a finger for the Kai family. I swear by the heavenly Tao that every word I utter is the absolute truth. If I dare utter a single lie, may the heavenly tribulation descend upon me, and may I not meet a good end. As he raised his arm to swear, Xia Changming was taken aback, witnessing someone defend their idleness with such righteous fervor for the first time. Upon scrutinizing Ding Ritian closely, he found that there was indeed no malice in his demeanor. Coupled with his timid and fearful appearance and a low cultivation level, he did not seem to be lying. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Changming ultimately decided to let him go. As for whether Ding Ritian could survive and exit this secret realm, that would depend on his own fortune. I spare your life. Hasten to distance yourself from the Kai family. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I shall take your life. Yes. Ding Ritian eagerly nodded in agreement. But just as he was about to leave, he turned back and tentatively asked Xia Changming, by the way, esteemed head of the Xia family, are you recruiting? Xia Changming's expression darkened, his frustration mounting. He wished he could kick Ding Ritian away for having the audacity to recommend himself to the Xia family. Observing the gloomy countenance of Xia Changming, Ding Ritian dared not press further and prepared to depart weakly. Before leaving, he reminded Xia Changming, Oh, esteemed head of the Xia family, the Kai and Wang families have issued an edict to all, declaring that anyone outside their families shall be eradicated. Understood. If you manage to survive and escape, do come to the Xia family, Xia Changming promised Ding Ritian. He had already anticipated this development. However, Ding Ritian's considerate warning was not without virtue. Staying at the Xia family to lend a hand would not be amiss. Ding Ritian expressed his gratitude with fervent nods and joyfully turned to leave, harboring his own plans. Should Xia Changming emerge alive from the secret realm, he would indeed seek refuge in the Xia family. After Ding Ritian departed, Xia Changming cast a profound gaze towards the blazing mountain peak. Chapter 68. The Egg of the Fire Phoenix on the summit of the blazing flame peaks. A piercing cry of a phoenix echoed across the heavens, as torrents of flames surged and roiled. Fifth elder, sixth elder, swiftly subdue this beast, commanded a stunningly beautiful woman, whose provocative attire clung to her figure as she was forced back by a wave of searing fire. Her countenance was as cold as frost. This enchanting figure was Kai Ji, the third daughter of the Kai family and the betrothed of Wang Tian. While on a mission to hunt others, she had unexpectedly stumbled upon this fiery mountain peak, only to discover a long-lost celestial abode. Ecstatic with joy, she was eager to explore further, but midway, a mid-stage heavenly fire phoenix emerged to block her path to the celestial treasure, preventing her from advancing even an inch. With the chance of obtaining such divine fortune so tantalizingly close, how could Kai Ji possibly relinquish her pursuit? Infuriated, she promptly summoned 2 initial-stage heavenly elders from the Kai family, along with numerous disciples and wandering cultivators allied with her clan, vowing to slay the fire phoenix. To prevent others from discovering the celestial opportunity, Kai Ji even stationed some of her followers outside to eliminate any approaching practitioners. Confident of her impending victory, she anticipated seizing the coveted celestial fortune soon, yet they found themselves delayed for several hours. Though they had not yet entered the celestial abode, their forces had already suffered considerable losses. Soul-binding lock, Kai Ji declared sternly. With a swift motion, she hurled a spectral hook, which lodged firmly into the wing of the fire phoenix. The phoenix, spiraling in the sky, let out a mournful cry, flapping its wings in an attempt to ascend higher. "Vile creature, descend before me," shouted another elder, Kai Li, as he similarly cast a soul-binding lock into the phoenix's other wing. The Kai family's soul-binding shackles could penetrate the physical form, directly ensnaring the spirit. The more the phoenix struggled, the more the locks tormented its essence, inflicting unbearable pain. Gripping the soul hooks tightly, Kai Yin and Kai Li exerted their strength, yanking fiercely. The fire phoenix, overwhelmed by excruciating agony, was forcibly dragged down from the sky. "Well done, esteemed elders," Kai Ji exclaimed, her expression dark and vengeful. "This wretched beast dares to scorch my face and obstruct my quest for celestial fortune. I shall flay its skin and extract its soul, hanging it upon a tree." Yet her demeanor shifted abruptly, transforming into a delicate and alluring appeal as she addressed those surrounding her. "Esteemed guests, whoever can slay this fire phoenix for me shall be generously rewarded by the Kai family. I shall be eternally grateful. At your service, Miss Kai?" Under the allure of lavish rewards and beauty, the crowd surged once more toward the pinned-down fire phoenix. Countless weapons and magical artifacts rained down upon the phoenix, which cried out in sorrow, its lament echoing endlessly, yet it continued to resist fiercely. With a fierce breath of flame, it incinerated several attackers into mere ashes. Kai Ji, observing from a distance, seethed with rage, cursing the ineptitude of her followers. "It's merely a firebird. Why are they so timid, dragging this out for so long?" Further back, 3 figures, including Xia Changming, watched the brutal battle unfold from afar. The fire phoenix was nearing its end, its strength waning rapidly. Only Xia Changming could not comprehend why this fire phoenix, besieged by numerous adversaries, chose not to flee but instead to fight to the death. According to reason, even if a rare spiritual herb were to emerge, once a beast sensed its peril, it would likely opt for retreat. Especially for higher-tiered, more intelligent beasts, the preservation of their lives is of utmost importance. Yet this fire phoenix resolutely refused to abandon its ground, which was indeed perplexing. The desperation displayed by the phoenix suggested a profound connection to the celestial abode it defended. Perhaps it was a cherished guardian pet nurtured by an immortal, or there might be other underlying causes. A new hypothesis began to form in Xia Changming's mind. "Boss, it seems that Firebird is on the verge of collapse. Should we intervene?" Langia inquired eagerly, perched on Zhou Anning's shoulder. He was always thrilled by the prospect of combat, relishing the opportunity to engage in a brawl. Xia Changming shook his head and replied, "No. Let them fight. The celestial abode's fortune is far more significant." With that, Xia Changming, concealing their presence, silently maneuvered around to the other side of the peak, delving into the volcanic entrance. No one, including the fire phoenix, noticed their presence. Upon entering the cave, Xia Changming immediately discerned a nest constructed of blazing crystals. Within the nest lay a small, exquisitely crafted phoenix egg, resting in silence. The egg was a vibrant crimson, its surface rough and matte, adorned with intricate scarlet patterns. creating a strikingly beautiful sight. Now, Xia Changming understood why the fire phoenix was willing to face death rather than depart. It was not merely guarding the celestial abode. It was protecting its offspring, fulfilling the duties of a mother. Regrettably, the single phoenix egg bore a frail vitality, likely struggling to survive until hatching. Such a fate was indeed lamentable. Langya leaned closer to the egg, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he asked Xia Changming, "Boss, can I roast this egg to eat?" Xia Changming, without hesitation, gave Langya a light smack on the head, exasperated by his incessant thoughts of consumption. After all, who would think of roasting a phoenix egg? The egg required to be birthed in a realm rich with fire's spirit energy, absorbing its essence. How could it possibly fear the flames? Even Zhou Anning, standing nearby, cast a fierce glare at Langya, gently caressing the phoenix egg, her eyes sparkling with life. "Anning, let us go. This phoenix egg will not survive," Xia Changming stated. Turning to leave, when Zhou Anning suddenly called out from behind, "Uncle Xia, is it truly doomed?" She gazed sorrowfully at the phoenix egg, as if recalling her own past, finding a poignant resemblance between herself and the egg. Like the phoenix, she too had suffered the loss of her parents, left to navigate a perilous world alone. Seeing the hope in Zhou Anning's eyes, Xia Changming could only offer a resigned smile and said, "Very well, since you are fond of it, take it with you. Remember to take the blazing crystals from the phoenix egg's nest, as they are essential nutrients for the egg's fire essence absorption. They should suffice to sustain her for a while." "Thank you, Uncle Xia. Anning knew you would have a solution," Zhou Anning exclaimed joyfully, promptly placing the phoenix egg and the blazing crystals into her spiritual ring. Xia Changming smiled faintly. "Well, as long as the child is happy." Though an ordinary fire phoenix can only reach the pinnacle of the celestial realm, having it as a pet for Zhou Anning wouldn't be too bad. However, reviving this phoenix egg will not be an easy task. Once they exit the secret realm, he would need to trouble that individual for assistance. It remains uncertain whether they would be willing to help after having plucked a feather from them. "Uncle Xia, have I caused you trouble?" Zhou Anning asked, sensing Xia Changming's contemplative expression filled with guilt. Xia Changming had been exceedingly considerate towards her, but she felt she had been somewhat willful. Habitually, Xia Changming ruffled Zhou Anning's hair with a smile, saying, "It's nothing, just a trivial matter, not troublesome at all. Let us go and take a look at the legendary immortal abode." Zhou Anning nodded obediently. Behind the fire phoenix's nest stood a heavy and ancient stone door, tightly sealed. Beyond it lay the countless opportunities for cultivation that aspirants dream of. Chapter 69, The Legendary Celestial Abode. The phoenix flame fire feather sword Xia Changming slowly approached the entrance of the celestial abode. As he drew near the stone door, he suddenly furrowed his brow, noticing a stark contrast in the scenery on either side of the ground, which appeared rather discordant. On one side lay a landscape strewn with dust and rubble, while the other remained pristine and unblemished, a distinct boundary clearly separating the two. How peculiar! Xia Changming immediately halted, pulling Zhou Anning to a stop. "Uncle Xia, what is wrong?" Zhou Anning inquired, tilting his head in confusion. Xia Changming raised a finger, levitating a floating stone from the ground, and then hurled it towards the stone door. The stone soared through the air, but before it could touch the door, it melted away into nothingness. Before them manifested an almost imperceptible, translucent red barrier. The vibrant crimson barrier pulsated with spiritual energy, and although it exuded no discernible temperature, it possessed the capacity to dissolve anything that came into contact with it, akin to searing lava. Seeing this, Zhou Anning felt a chill of trepidation. Had Xia Changming not restrained him moments ago, he would have likely collided with it head-on. Xia Changming stepped closer, scrutinizing the barrier that enveloped the celestial abode like a furnace, marveling at the formidable power wielded by the ancient celestial beings. In contemporary times, few could replicate such an intricate barrier. Had the celestial being within the abode still been alive, even he would find it challenging to breach this barrier. Fortunately, the ancient power was no longer present, and the barrier had weakened over millennia. Breaking through it was not insurmountable. However, the entrance lay within a volcanic crater, clinging to the cliff's edge. A forceful breach could potentially trigger a collapse of the cave, posing a considerable dilemma. Should the cave collapse, plunging into the molten depths below, the opportunity for celestial fortune would be lost. As Xia Changming pondered how to gently dismantle the barrier, he suddenly recalled the artifact Tyr confiscated from Suyueli. This blade was specifically designed to sever spiritual barriers, If it could slice through the mystical obstacles of the secret realm, it should also be capable of breaching this crimson barrier. With this thought, Xia Changming resolutely drew forth the dagger to experiment. As anticipated, it pierced effortlessly into the barrier. Xia Changming's expression brightened, but he soon realized that as he gradually cut through the barrier, the blade itself began to merge into it. Upon successfully tearing a gap in the barrier, chaotic surges of spiritual energy erupted, causing the entire barrier to dissipate. In his hand, the dagger melted away, leaving only the hilt behind. What a pity! That dagger was quite useful, and he had grown fond of it. Perhaps he would request another from his wife another day. Discarding the hilt, Xia Changming led Zhou Anning to the stone door. With the red barrier gone, they faced no further obstacles. Gently pushing open the stone door, accompanied by a resonant hum, Xia Changming finally beheld the fabled celestial abode. There were no dazzling decorations or mesmerizing elixirs and artifacts. Instead, they encountered 4 rocky walls and a remarkably clean, simple stone chamber. Inside the stone dwelling, a flickering flame cast its gentle light, small yet seemingly everlasting, illuminating the entire space. Before the stone bed lay a pristine celestial remains, elegantly sprawled. Approaching for a closer inspection, one could discern the delicate frame of the skeletal figure, adorned in a flowing crimson robe that hinted at her identity as a celestial maiden. Alas, her ribcage was shattered, and her left arm bore fractures of varying severity, suggesting she had endured grievous injuries before taking refuge here in her final moments. Ultimately, she succumbed to her fate, resting eternally upon this stone bed. In her last moments, it appeared that this celestial maiden had inscribed something upon the stone wall. Were these her final words? Xia Changming leaned in to read, finding elegantly carved characters that proclaimed, "I refuse to accept this." Xia Changming. It seems this esteemed predecessor was indeed a person of strong character. Her last words were a candid expression of her feelings. "Boss, there's nothing here. What are we even doing?" Upon entering the stone chamber, Langya jumped about in search, even utilizing her keen sense of smell, yet found nothing concealed. Zhou Anning also meticulously searched, yielding no results. Xia Changming chuckled softly, pointing to the crimson jade spirit ring adorning the ring finger of the celestial remains, stating, "Stop searching. All the celestial treasures of this abode are right before us. Esteemed predecessor, I apologize for the intrusion." With that, Xia Changming reached out to remove the red jade spirit ring from the skeletal hand, his consciousness delving within. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he leaned back as a torrent of searing flames erupted from the spirit ring, sweeping past his face. Phoenix true fire. The flames burned endlessly, capable of incinerating all, even the soul. Though the spirit ring no longer held any restraint, the celestial maiden had concealed a remnant of Phoenix true fire within. Any who dared to pry would find their souls scorched and extinguished by the flames. Xia Changming was all too familiar with this blaze. This predecessor was indeed cautious. "Uncle Summer, boss, are you all right?" Zhou Anning and Langya rushed forward in concern. "I am fine," Xia Changming assured them with a gesture. Delving his consciousness once more into the spirit ring, he beheld all it contained. One might expect the relic of a celestial being to be brimming with treasures and artifacts. Yet within the vast spirit ring, there lay but a handful of spirit stones and a suspended crimson celestial sword. The sword was slender and exquisite, measuring nearly 3 feet in length, its body a striking blend of red and white, adorned with delicate feathers that shimmered with radiant phoenix fire. This was indeed a celestial artifact. The hilt bore the inscription, "Phoenix Flame Feather Sword." A splendid sword. Xia Changming reached out to touch the celestial sword, which responded with a resonant hum, its phoenix fire erupting as feathers shot forth. The imperial celestial sword seemed to sense something, vibrating in harmony with the spirit ring. A sharp sword intent blossomed, coalescing into form, merging into the crimson jade spirit ring. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Langya, having witnessed the formidable power of the imperial immortal sword, hastily sought refuge behind Zhou Anning. Within the spiritual ring, Xia Changming refrained from intervening. However, when the Phoenix Flame Fire Feather Sword struck at him, the imperial immortal sword, imbued with concentrated sword intent, surged forth to decisively suppress the Phoenix Flame Fire Feather Sword beneath its own blade. It was indeed a sword of fierce temperament. Observing the Phoenix Flame Fire Feather Sword's futile attempts to resist, Xia Changming could not help but commend its tenacity. Few swords possess the capability to withstand the overwhelming pressure exerted by the imperial immortal sword. This celestial sword possessed a spirit of its own, indicating that it would not yield unless it gained the recognition of the Phoenix Flame Fire Feather Sword. To attain such acknowledgement, it was likely that one must inherit the legacy of the immortal sovereign residing within this celestial abode. Typically, the inheritance from an immortal sovereign is intrinsically linked to the sword in possession. Both are indispensable, much like the unparalleled sword technique he had inherited from his master, which was similarly passed down through the imperial immortal sword. Ordinary celestial swords struggle to unleash the formidable might of the unparalleled sword technique. Yet, as Xia Changming meticulously scrutinized every corner of the spiritual ring, he found no texts pertaining to the secret arts of inheritance. Did this immortal sovereign wish to leave no legacy behind, having obliterated everything? Xia Changming pondered in confusion. Boss, this is bad. Suddenly, he heard Langya's alarmed cry from outside his consciousness. Dismissing further contemplation, Xia Changming swiftly withdrew his awareness from the crimson jade spiritual ring. Upon emerging, he beheld Zhou Anning unconscious, sprawled beside the stone bed, her arm firmly grasped by the skeletal remains of the immortal. Chapter 70. The Celestial Sovereign Feng Yin, Song Yinxin Little Ghost. Langya shouted urgently from the side, his icy claws poised to pounce and shatter the remains of the celestial sovereign. Xia Changming swiftly grasped Langya by the nape, pulling him back from the air. Boss, the little ghost has fainted. Langya, suspended in midair, flailed his limbs in a desperate attempt to explain to Xia Changming. I wasn't paying attention. And he wandered over to the skeleton. The moment he touched it, he just collapsed. It's truly not my fault. Fearing reprimand, Langya shrank his neck in submission. Enough. I understand. This is not your doing. Xia Changming cast Langya down to the ground and moved closer to Zhou Anning. He lightly touched Anning's forehead, closed his eyes, and delved into his consciousness. Soon, Xia Changming reopened his eyes. His consciousness could not penetrate, as if obstructed by an unseen force, while Zhou Anning's own consciousness had descended into some profound realm. How is it, boss? Is the little ghost still salvageable? Langya inquired, gazing up at Xia Changming. Without hesitation, Xia Changming gave him a light tap on the head and replied, Anning's breath is stable, and his meridians show no abnormalities. How could there be any issue? In fact, this may even be a fortuitous development. Langya, perplexed, wore a puzzled expression. Xia Changming gazed at Zhou Anning with a serene smile. This was an exceptionally rare opportunity for Zhou Anning to encounter celestial fortunes. It was now a matter of whether he could grasp it. Where's this? Where is Uncle Xia? What about the little black dog? Zhou Anning stood upon the celestial peak, bewildered as she surveyed the unfamiliar realm. Celestial mist swirled around, and the peaks stretched endlessly, with several fire phoenixes soaring majestically in the distant sky, their melodious cries echoing. Do not worry, little girl. This is my realm of consciousness. It is I who have summoned you here. Suddenly, the space before Zhou Anning distorted and shimmered, and a woman clad in resplendent crimson flames gracefully emerged from the void. 3 scarlet fire feathers adorned her brow, and her eyes, shadowed with cherry red, glimmered like flames, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful. As Zhou Anning recalled the voice she had heard in her mind earlier, she instinctively moved towards the stone bed. Upon touching the celestial remains upon the stone bed, she lost consciousness, only to awaken here. It dawned upon her that this enchanting figure was the master of the celestial remains, the former sovereign. Realizing this, Zhou Anning hurriedly clasped her hands in a gesture of reverence and said, I pay my respects to the esteemed sovereign. How did you know I am a female? Zhou Anning asked, her voice transformed into a melodious trill akin to a songbird. With her true identity unveiled, she felt no further need to conceal her voice. She was merely perplexed. Her concealment was so profound that she had even adopted a false voice, donned male attire, and mastered the behaviors of men for several years. Even the man she had spent countless days and nights with, Xia Changming, remained oblivious, yet the woman before her saw through it immediately. Could it be that the celestial being could discern the essence of gender at a glance? The woman smiled gently and explained, Those who can be summoned by my Phoenix Flame Heart technique must be pure maidens who have yet to experience the affairs of the world. Do you not understand why I possess this knowledge? Upon hearing this, Zhou Anning's face involuntarily flushed with embarrassment. So that was the case. May I inquire? Esteemed elder, Why have you summoned me here? Zhou Anning quickly regained her composure and asked once more. The woman adjusted her demeanor and spoke slowly. Ahem, I am. But just as she was about to elaborate, her previously dignified and imposing demeanor suddenly shifted. She became casual and carefree, exclaiming, "Ah, what a bother. I can't keep this up. My name is Song Yinxin. Well, I've lost count of which generation master of the Phoenix Flame sect. In any case, my sect has been annihilated." After what felt like an eternity, she had finally encountered a living soul with whom she could connect. Song Yinxin initially wished to uphold the dignity of her celestial status and leave a good impression. However, having never adopted an air of superiority, the typically willful Song Yinxin was at a loss as to how to embody the guise of a celestial being. Furthermore, she had only recently ascended to this rank, having previously followed in the footsteps of others. Thus, masquerading as a celestial being proved to be an insurmountable challenge. She could only rely on the celestial demeanor she had observed from her seniors, attempting to maintain the facade for a while. Yet, it was evident that she could no longer sustain the pretense. Her sudden shift in demeanor caught Zhou Anning completely off guard, leaving her momentarily stunned. Whatever happened to the elegant and regal older sister who resembled a proud celestial being? Before Zhou Anning could recover from her shock, Song Yinxin lightly raised her slender finger, causing Zhou Anning to float involuntarily before her. With her crimson eyes scrutinizing Zhou Anning from head to toe, Song Yinxin's brows furrowed increasingly. Zhou Anning dared not utter a word, holding her breath in trepidation. After a prolonged silence, Song Yinxin finally sighed deeply, gently returning Zhou Anning to the ground. Alas, it is so rare to meet someone with whom I can resonate, yet your innate talent is so ordinary. Your realm is merely at the early stage of the postnatal realm. Has the quality of cultivators in this world deteriorated to such an extent? Song Yinxin questioned, her expression laden with concern. If the human race's cultivation levels were so low, did that not imply dire straits for humanity? Zhou Anning bowed her head in shame and replied, "Esteemed Celestial, it is not that. It is merely that my talents are lacking." Upon hearing this, Song Yinxin fell into contemplation, her expression shifting between conflicted and agitated as she silently scrutinized Zhou Anning. Finally, she spoke, "Little girl, may I pose a question to you? In a future where chaos reigns and the world is in turmoil, how would you respond?" Song Yinxin's gaze was sharp and unwavering as it fixated on Zhou Anning, awaiting her reply. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Anning proclaimed with unwavering resolve, "In such times, I shall don armor and wield a sword, standing resolutely against the tide of conflict to protect those I hold dear, restoring peace to the world and ensuring the tranquility of nations." What if, in doing so, you were to meet your demise? Song Yinxin inquired sternly, her brows furrowing. Yet, Zhou Anning remained undeterred, asserting boldly, "Then I shall embrace death." "Ha ha, excellent. I admire your spirit, young lady," Song Yinxin exclaimed, her heart warmed by Zhou Anning's impassioned and unhesitating response. It had been far too long since she felt such joy. Though the girl may lack an innate talent, there was a certain resemblance that endeared her to Song Yinxin, and the rarity of encountering someone who resonated with her Fengyan heavenly heart technique was a delightful surprise. Time is of the essence. Perhaps she would be the one. Let me give this young lady a gentle push. With a smile, Song Yinxin turned to Zhou Anning and asked, "Dear girl, would you be willing to assist me as my disciple?" Chapter 71. Refining the essence of roots and marrows to become the disciple of the celestial sovereign? Zhou Anning stood in disbelief, her mind reeling. This was a prospect she had never dared to contemplate. To be accepted as a disciple by the celestial sovereign was an aspiration that eluded countless cultivators throughout their lives. Realizing that this might be her singular celestial fate, she hesitated no longer and resolutely knelt, offering her respects. Disciple pays homage to master. Ha ha ha, splendid. I, Song Yinxin, have a disciple at last. Those fellows claimed I could never take on a disciple. What shall they say now, ha ha? Song Yinxin laughed heartily, disregarding the dignified image of a celestial sovereign. Yet, as the laughter waned, it gradually faded into a whisper, and a shadow of unutterable sorrow crossed her features. "Master," Zhou Anning, sensing the shift in her demeanor, inquired with concern. Song Yinxin waved her hand dismissively, signaling that she was untroubled, then attempted to address her little disciple, but realized she did not even know her name. Was she truly an inadequate master? Little girl, or should I refer to you as disciple? Alas, what a bother. I still don't know your name. Zhou Anning couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Master, I am Zhou Anning. Very well, henceforth I shall call you Anning. Song Yinxin promptly decided. Master may call Anning whatever she wishes. Now, Anning, may I inquire, what year is it in the celestial demon calendar? Song Yinxin pondered for a moment, her brow furrowed in contemplation. After a brief pause, Zhou Anning replied earnestly, Master, the celestial demon calendar is no longer in use. The current year is 775 in the heavenly Zhou calendar. Song Yinxin's expression turned blank. Before she queried further, and how long has it been since the war among the celestial, demon, and fiend races? Over 1,000 years. Over 1,000 years, indeed. I have unknowingly slumbered for such a long time. Song Yinxin sighed, reflecting on the passage of time, and continued to inquire, what is the current state of affairs in the world? The world is now divided into 9 provinces and 10 territories. The eastern continent, where I reside, borders the realm of the demons. Although we have long been embroiled in conflicts with them, peace has now been established, and there are no longer wars or disputes. As for the other regions, I am not privy to any news but have not heard of any turmoil or unrest. Zhou Anning endeavored to relay as much information as she could to Song Yinxin, having spent years in the royal palace and never straying from the eastern continent. She could only share insights regarding the eastern continent's relations with the demons. Song Yinxin appeared contemplative, and upon learning of the reconciliation between humans and demons, her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, What? The human and demon races have made peace? Is this true? You must not deceive your master. Song Yinxin attempted to project an air of authority befitting a celestial sovereign, yet it lacked any semblance of gravitas. Zhou Anning smiled and replied, Disciple would never dare to deceive master. In this present age, the union of the human and demon clans has brought an end to the strife at the borders. This is largely thanks to Uncle Xia, who single-handedly ventured into the Demon Emperor's palace, capturing the heart of the Demon Empress with nothing but his sword. When speaking of Xia Changming, Zhou Anning's eyes were filled with admiration, and an involuntary radiant smile graced her face. Oh, a marriage between humans and demons? How rare. Song Yinxin's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. This was her first encounter with such a union, ingeniously resolving the long-standing grievances between the two clans. Her curiosity was piqued. If given the chance, she would love to hear more about this remarkable tale. However, there were matters of greater concern at hand. What is the current state of the demon clan? Song Yinxin inquired, her brows furrowing as her delicate features darkened, an aura of chilling hostility emanating from her, as if an unbridled torrent of pressure were being unleashed. Though this formidable energy was not directed at Zhou Anning, she still felt its impact, collapsing to the ground. Sweat beading on her forehead, gasping for breath. I apologize. I forgot that your cultivation level is relatively low. Song Yinxin quickly apologized, covering her mouth, as a flicker of flame danced from her fingertips towards Zhou Anning. The flame, a vibrant orange-red, glowed with a light that bore no heat, resembling a vibrant spark of life. Once the flame entered Zhou Anning's body, a wave of gentle comfort enveloped her, restoring her to normalcy. Thank you, Master. Zhou Anning expressed her gratitude before continuing. As for the demon clan you mentioned, I have never encountered them. According to historical records, after the battle among the immortals, demons, and beasts 1,000 years ago, the demon clan vanished from the world and has not been seen since. Vanished? Song Yinxin's initial surprise quickly morphed into a realization, and she suddenly burst into joyous laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. Absolutely splendid. We have finally banished that wretched demon clan. Zhou Anning, who had never witnessed the demons, did not comprehend the source of Song Yinxin's elation, yet she sensed the genuine joy in her laughter. Anning, I have but one request of you. Should the demon clan reappear in the future, eliminate them on sight. Leave not a single one. Once her laughter subsided, Song Yinxin's expression hardened, her voice laced with lethal intent. Zhou Anning, uncertain of the depths of Song Yinxin's disdain for the demons, nonetheless replied earnestly, Yes. Master. Song Yinxin nodded in satisfaction. The passage of a millennium had caused many to forget the existence of the demon clan, but she would never allow herself to forget. Suddenly, her gaze shifted towards the horizon of the spiritual realm, her brow furrowing as she remarked, It seems someone is approaching. Zhou Anning. suddenly aware of how long she had been there, hurriedly asked, "Master, may I return briefly? Uncle Xia will surely be worried if he sees me suddenly faint." "Do not fret. He is aware that you are with me," Song Yinshin replied calmly. Yet, a deep-seated doubt lingered within her heart. She could sense the presence of Xia Changming, yet his realm remained elusive to her perception. It was as if he were enveloped in a haze of sword intent. Indistinct and obscured, any further attempt to discern his essence would risk her consciousness being wounded by that very sword intent. This sensation bore a striking resemblance to someone she had encountered before, though the identity of that formidable individual eluded her memory. Thus, she refrained from acting recklessly. At that moment, as Xia Changming stood guard outside, she seized the opportunity to impart her ancestral secret arts to Zhou Anning. "Anning, come here," Song Yinshin softly beckoned. Zhou Anning, not daring to hesitate, approached her with measured steps. Song Yinshin grasped Zhou Anning's wrist, mirroring the way her celestial form held it in the realm beyond consciousness. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of scorching spiritual energy coursed through Zhou Anning's arm, causing her skin to split, blood to flow profusely, and a searing pain to radiate through her being as if her very marrow were being extracted. Zhou Anning clenched her teeth, determined to stifle any sound. Her body drenched in sweat. Were it not for Song Yinshin enveloping her in the flames of life, she would have likely succumbed to the ordeal. "Anning, endure," she urged. "Your aptitude is rather mediocre. I am refining your foundational essence with my celestial bones, and you must withstand this trial. Otherwise, all efforts shall be in vain." Chapter 72. Transformation within the stone chamber. Xia Changming sat cross-legged, his eyes closed in meditation, his hands gently caressing the hilt of the Emperor's celestial sword resting across his legs. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he abruptly opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards Zhou Anning, who lay on the stone bed. Surrounding her was a glowing aura of vibrant red dust spirit. Her delicate skin flushed a deep crimson, and her arms appeared almost translucent, revealing the ethereal outline of her spiritual bones interwoven with red spiritual threads that slowly ascended, refining the roots and spiritual marrow. Xia Changming's eyes widened in astonishment before a smile crept upon his face. It seemed fortune favored Anning. She had genuinely obtained the inheritance and recognition of this celestial being. The celestial master displayed remarkable generosity, willing to part with the essence of his own celestial bones to enhance Zhou Anning's innate qualities. As he observed the once luminous remains of the celestial bones on the stone bed gradually dimming, Xia Changming felt a profound admiration. Sacrificing the essence of celestial bones could jeopardize one's foundational path, even if there was a chance to reconstruct the physical body in the future. Regaining the status of a celestial master would not be an easy feat. Zhou Anning's arm gripped tightly onto Song Yinshin's celestial remains, her complexion flushed, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, her brow furrowed, teeth clenched as she seemed to endure excruciating pain akin to having her bones extracted. Suddenly, a long gash appeared on her arm, blood flowing freely. "What's happening to this little one? Why is she bleeding so profusely?" Langia inquired curiously, peeking in from the side. Since he sensed that Xia Changming bore no intent to chastise him, he had carelessly sprawled out to nap, only to be drawn back by the scent of blood. With a firm hand, Xia Changming pressed down on Langia's head, gently but firmly returning him to his place. "Be quiet." "Okay," Langia replied, feeling aggrieved as he lay on the ground, his voice barely above a whisper. Xia Changming had no time to attend to Langia. Zhou Anning was at the most critical juncture. If she could not withstand the torment of refining her marrow, her fate would be dire, leading to a violent demise. The essence of the celestial remains would be wasted. As more wounds appeared on Zhou Anning's body, staining her garments with crimson, Xia Changming decisively placed his palm upon her crown. Having discovered such rare celestial fortune and inherited the celestial master's legacy, allow me to assist you. Uncle Xia is not one to be called in vain. In an instant, a stream of piercing sword intent spiraled from his palm, enveloping Zhou Anning and quelling the restless fire spirit marrow within her. A gentle, radiant energy, reminiscent of the warm spring sun, flowed into her body, coursing through her meridians and permeating every inch of her skin and bones, soothing the chaotic essence within. Unbeknownst to her, the furrow in Zhou Anning's brow began to ease. Now, it was merely a matter of time before she completed the purification of her celestial bones, undergoing a profound transformation. After bestowing 2 protective energies upon Zhou Anning, Xia Changming slowly withdrew his hand, shifting his gaze towards the exterior of the stone chamber. At this moment, the vibrant calls of the fire phoenix had faded outside the stone chamber, and dozens of footsteps were hastily approaching. The arrival was slightly swifter than she had anticipated, yet it mattered little. Earlier, within the realm of consciousness, Song Yinxin gazed at the resolute, yet struggling Zhou Anning, her expression heavy with concern. Zhou Anning was drenched in blood, her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably, clearly on the brink of collapse. It was all her fault for being too hasty, recklessly attempting to refine Zhou Anning's roots and essence. A wave of guilt washed over Song Yinxin. She had believed that her phoenix flame heart could safeguard Zhou Anning, yet she had underestimated the potency of her celestial bones and essence. If this continued, within mere moments, Zhou Anning would succumb. Should she let go? Song Yinxin pondered with reluctance. If she chose to release her grasp now, all her previous efforts would be in vain. The remaining essence she possessed was insufficient for a second refinement for Zhou Anning. Even if Zhou Anning inherited her legacy, her future achievements would be bleak. After much contemplation, Song Yinxin could not help but sigh. Alas, enough is enough. Human life is of utmost importance. She did not wish to endanger her hard-won disciple. Just when she was about to loosen her hold, Zhou Anning unexpectedly tightened her grip on Song Yinxin's arm. Master, Anning is fine, Zhou Anning declared, her eyes bloodshot yet defiant. What a resilient child, unafraid of hardship. This was indeed her cherished disciple. Song Yinxin gazed at Zhou Anning with heartfelt appreciation, choosing not to release her hold. She fervently channeled her phoenix flame heart to heal Zhou Anning's wounds, striving to alleviate her pain. After all, the agony felt within the realm of consciousness was real, and outside, Zhou Anning's physical body would surely be bleeding and torn. At that moment, an explosion of spiritual sword energy suddenly enveloped Zhou Anning, quelling the turmoil of her fiery essence. Song Yinxin's eyes widened in disbelief. The purity and sharpness of this spiritual energy were astounding. Before she could recover from her shock, another gentle stream of spiritual essence flowed into Zhou Anning's body, nourishing and repairing her bones and meridians. Where could such a vast and rich source of spiritual energy have come from? Just as one astonishment faded, another arose. Uncle Xia, it's Uncle Xia! Zhou Anning exclaimed joyfully, her body suddenly flooded with comfort and ease as her eyes sparkled with recognition. She immediately identified the familiar warmth emanating from the spiritual energy. No one but Xia Changming could achieve such a feat. Xia Changming, Song Yinxin murmured to herself, etching the name into her memory. With such formidable sword energy and mastery over spiritual manipulation, this individual was certainly no ordinary person. With Xia Changming's 2 streams of spiritual energy enveloping her, Song Yinxin's subsequent refinement process became significantly smoother. Zhou Anning's complexion returned to normal as she quietly savored the gradual warmth within her body. Before long, Zhou Anning's entire being radiated a crimson glow, her red spiritual energy resembling fine threads that enveloped her body and face, her bones gleaming like jade, exuding an ethereal brilliance. She had refined her celestial bones and spiritual marrow, achieving a remarkable transformation. At this moment, Zhou Anning was no longer the unremarkable girl she once was, but a rare talent possessing celestial bones and spiritual marrow. She had truly undergone a rebirth. Although she could not compare to Xia Changming's innate celestial grace, Zhou Anning's talents had already surpassed countless practitioners. Thank you, Master. Zhou Anning gazed in astonishment at her hands, pure as jade, and bowed gratefully to Song Yinxin. Enduring this was no small feat, and it was largely thanks to your Uncle Xia. Without his intervention, you might not have been able to withstand it. Song Yinxin replied with a reassuring smile. He must treat you very well, right? Yes. Uncle Xia is very good to Anning. He is the second most important person in my life. Zhou Anning replied solemnly. That's good to know. Upon learning of Zhou Anning's close relationship with that person, Song Yinxin felt considerably relieved. With him around, she could rest easy. Anning, you have completed the refinement of your marrow and will progress rapidly in your cultivation from now on. I have also imparted the secret techniques of the Phoenix Flame Heart method into your spiritual sea. Remember to practice diligently. I have left my celestial artifacts in my spiritual ring, which I bestow upon you as well. There is a dangerous secret technique of phoenix fire within the ring. But with my phoenix flame heart method inheritance, you will be safe. Song Yinshin earnestly reminded her of many things, reminiscent of her grandfather Zhou Tian's farewell, which made Zhou Anning's heart flutter with unease. Master, are you leaving? Zhou Anning instinctively reached out to grasp Song Yinshin's garment. Song Yinshin paused, then joyfully patted Zhou Anning's head and said, "Who said I was leaving? I am merely a bit weary and need to rest for a while. Do not worry. I will be watching over you every moment." As she pointed her finger at Zhou Anning's forehead, the remnants of her spirit transformed into sparkling starlight, seeping into Zhou Anning's brow, becoming a seed of flame enveloped in phoenix fire. "Master," Zhou Anning murmured in gratitude. She understood that Song Yinshin's deep slumber was due to the toll of refining her marrow and injuring her celestial bones. Her heart swelled with gratitude for Song Yinshin. For her master, she would undoubtedly forge the phoenix flame heavenly gate anew in the future. Chapter 73. The young lady agrees to everything. Damn beast. You have squandered so much of my precious time. Once I obtain the celestial inheritance, I shall return to dismember you and extract your soul. Kai Ji's expression darkened as she swiftly leaped across the volcanic rock cliffs, her mouth spewing curses. Behind her trailed a multitude of disciples from the Kai family, along with numerous rogue cultivators recruited during this period. Elders Kai Yin and Kai Li flanked her on either side, closely following her lead. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the celestial abode perched upon the cliff. "Third miss, the celestial abode is right over there." Kai Yin pointed toward the distant entrance. Upon hearing this, Kai Ji's countenance brightened, her spirits lifted, prompting her to quicken her pace. "Thank you, esteemed elders, for your assistance. Your hard work and contributions are invaluable. Upon our return to the Kai family, I shall certainly commend you to the ancestor." "Thank you, Third Miss." Kai Yin and Kai Li expressed their heartfelt gratitude in unison. Kai Ji was the most favored by Kai Bai. They had no hope of attaining the celestial fortune for themselves. But if they could secure a few kind words from Kai Ji in front of the ancestor, perhaps they could gain some insights and elevate their realms. That would suffice for them. Kai Ji smiled gently, turning to the throng of followers behind her, offering a charming smile. "I also extend my gratitude to all of you for your unwavering support. Upon our return, I shall ensure to reward each of you generously." As she spoke, whether intentional or not, she subtly accentuated her alluring figure. The sight of her graceful curves caused those behind her to stand a little straighter, their hearts racing with excitement. Rumors about the third miss of the Kai family had long circulated in Tianzhou, suggesting that she was exceedingly flirtatious and had ambiguous relationships with many cultivators. It seemed the rumors held some truth. The onlookers were captivated, their hearts brimming with delight. Kai Ji turned around, her smile deepening, though it bore a mocking undertone. "Men are so easily deceived. Once I tire of them, I shall dispose of them." "Third Miss, look. The stone door of the celestial abode has been opened." Just as Kai Ji fantasized about how to toy with and eliminate the group behind her, Kai Yan's anxious voice broke her reverie. Kai Ji, displeased, focused her gaze and was taken aback to find the stone door of the celestial abode ajar. It had been tightly shut when they had previously scouted the area. "Someone beat us here. Hurry. I shall ensure that this shameless thief does not leave alive. How dare they steal my celestial fortune?" Fuming with rage, Kai Ji gritted her teeth and hurriedly signaled for her followers to surround the entrance of the celestial abode. "Shameless scoundrel, come out and face your demise." Kai Ji shouted angrily from outside the cave. A figure accompanied by a beast emerged slowly from the entrance. Upon seeing the newcomer, the crowd gasped in shock. "Surely, the shameless scoundrel you speak of cannot be referring to me, can it?" remarked Xia Changming with a smile. His demeanor relaxed. Kai Ji was left speechless, her expression thoroughly unpleasant. She never anticipated that the visitor would be Xia Changming. What on earth were the guards outside doing? How could they have released someone without a word? "I shall surely skin them alive." Kai Ji cursed inwardly. "Third Miss, it is rumored that Xia Changming is a formidable being of the celestial sovereign realm. We are no match for him." Kai Yin, with a grave expression, approached Kai Ji and whispered, "Indeed, while he remains unaware of our ambush on the Xia family, we should withdraw for now," added Kai Li softly from the side. Kai Ji furrowed her brows, her complexion darkening to an extreme. After much effort in dealing with the fire phoenix guarding the entrance of the celestial abode, to end up as mere fodder for others was utterly unacceptable. Watching the celestial opportunity slip through her fingers was a bitter pill to swallow. After some contemplation, Kai Ji disregarded Kai Yin and Kai Li's advice, turning to Xia Changming with a feigned softness in her voice. I have long heard that the master of the Xia family is strikingly handsome and possesses extraordinary prowess. Today, to behold him is truly the fortune of my 3 lifetimes. With such remarkable cultivation, how could the master of the Xia family fail to find celestial opportunities in this secret realm? I have expended considerable effort to discover this place of celestial fortune, and it has been quite arduous. Might I implore the master of the Xia family to bestow this opportunity upon me? As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, her delicate visage exuding an air of pitiful vulnerability. Oh, are you not going to cry? Do you need my assistance? Xia Changming, hands clasped behind his back, urged her. Feigning impatience, he had waited for her tears for quite some time, yet not a single drop fell. He almost felt compelled to intervene and assist her. His words left all present in a state of shock. Did this man possess no compassion? How could he be so devoid of tenderness? Internally, they all condemned Xia Changming vehemently. It was the first time Kai Ji had been spoken to in such a manner. She stood frozen. The tears she had so painstakingly conjured now stifled. With a slight twitch of her face, she forced a smile and replied, "The master of the Xia family truly has a penchant for jest." Internally, she seethed with a desire to flay Xia Changming alive. Elder Kai Yin, discreetly send out a soul insect to relay our situation to the others nearby. Have them rush here for support. Immediately, Kai Ji commanded softly, her inner resolve unyielding. She would not relinquish this celestial opportunity. Kai Yin hesitated to persuade her further, but upon meeting Kai Ji's fierce gaze, he could only brace himself and comply. With his arms concealed behind him, a small insect resembling a mosquito flitted from his sleeve and silently vanished into the air. Once preparations were made, Kai Ji, feigning innocence, inquired of Xia Changming, "Might I ask what it would take for the master of the Xia family to relinquish this celestial fortune to me?" "You have arrived too late. This celestial fortune already belongs to another," Xia Changming replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Kai Ji's expression shifted dramatically, and she hastily leaned forward to gaze behind Xia Changming. Zhou Anning lay prostrate upon the stone bed, her arms entwined with a celestial corpse, surrounded by a swirl of crimson essence, exuding an aura akin to that of an immortal. Could it be that the celestial sovereign was imparting the sacred teachings of immortality? Kai Ji, struck with astonishment, instinctively sought to intervene and halt Zhou Anning, but an icy glare of murderous intent pierced her heart, restoring her senses and forcing her to retract her step. She sensed that had she dared to advance even a single pace further, it would spell her demise. Yet, the prospect of witnessing her destined opportunity for transcendence being snatched away from her was a bitter pill to swallow. Behind her stood a throng of individuals who, in their daily boasts, proclaimed their prowess, yet in this critical moment, remained utterly silent. If only their prowess in the bedroom were matched by their eloquence, she would not find herself so disdainful of their ineptitude. Ultimately, it seemed she could rely solely on herself. Taking a deep breath, Kai Ji donned a charming smile, swaying her delicate waist and voluptuous form as she made her way towards Xia Changming. Her figure was alluring, her eyes brimming with seduction, and every movement was imbued with enchanting allure. Standing before Xia Changming, her fingertips glided slowly across his chest, exhaling fragrant warmth as she spoke in a soft and beguiling tone. "Master of the Xia family, if you would bestow this celestial opportunity upon me, I shall grant you any favor you desire." Chapter 74. You can do anything, right? While Zhou Anning had yet to fully embrace the inheritance of the celestial fate within, Kai Ji sought to seduce Xia Changming in order to obtain this celestial fortune for herself. Filled with confidence in her beauty and figure, Kai Ji believed that no man could resist her allure if she so desired. Even a decrepit elder like Su could be enticed by her charms. "Xia family head, what do you think?" Kai Ji provocatively circled around Xia Changming, her waist swaying enticingly, before returning to stand before him, her sultry gaze fixed intently upon him. Just as she was about to lean her voluptuous form against him, she stumbled unexpectedly, nearly falling to the ground. Xia Changming sidestepped, looking at her with a teasing smile. "Miss Kai, if I recall correctly, you are currently betrothed to the young master of the Wang family, Wang Tian, are you not? I dare say your brother would be displeased with your actions." With nothing else to occupy her time, Kai Ji decided to toy with the people of the Kai family. A smile graced her lips as she continued to sway her enticing waist closer to Xia Changming, giggling softly. Indeed, I am engaged to Wang Tian. But so what? If neither of us speaks of it, who would ever know? What say you, Xia family head? As she spoke, Kai Ji deliberately bent forward, allowing her ample bosom to cascade down, creating a tantalizing view that was hard to resist. She had heard that Xia Changming was merely 26. In the prime of his youth, she was determined to ensnare him. However, just as she was about to press herself against him once more, Xia Changming deftly evaded her. The implications of such contact were not to be taken lightly. He meant no offense. Rather, he was wary of the overpowering fragrance of her cosmetics. Should he inadvertently become entangled in it, explaining it to his wife would be quite troublesome, as she was prone to jealousy. After 2 unsuccessful advances, Kai Ji found herself perplexed. Did Xia Changming truly harbor no feelings for her? Was he perhaps impotent? Or was he genuinely captivated by that enchanting demoness? Unable to entertain thoughts of any other woman? Such thoughts flitted through Kai Ji's mind as she pondered the peculiar circumstances. Having never encountered failure before, Kai Ji was increasingly resolute in her determination to seduce Xia Changming. She refused to believe she could be outdone by that demoness. Xia family head, why do you reject me? Shall we not ascend to Wushan together and indulge in our passions? Would it not be delightful? Kai Ji lamented, her expression filled with longing. For others, such an invitation would have been met with immediate agreement. Regrettably, while Kai Ji was indeed voluptuous and well-versed in the art of seduction, she happened to embody the very type that Xia Changming found most displeasing. Xia Changming leaned closer to Kai Ji, a playful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Did you not say you would agree to anything I proposed?" Seeing him draw nearer, Kai Ji's face lit up with joy as she sweetly replied, "Of course. As long as the Xia family head is willing, you may indulge in any whim with me." "Excellent." Xia Changming laughed heartily, while Kai Ji inwardly scoffed. She once thought that Xia Changming was a paragon of virtue, yet ultimately, he could not resist her allure. Coincidentally, she had recently learned a technique from her ancestor to absorb a man's vital essence, enhancing her spiritual power and cultivation level. It was the perfect opportunity to test it on Xia Changming. With his celestial lord cultivation, the essence of his vitality must be exceedingly delectable and precious. Celestial Lord's vitality is indeed a rare opportunity. She intended to extract every last drop from Xia Changming, leaving nothing behind. "Now, I shall state my demands. You can do anything, right?" Xia Changming leaned closer, his voice laced with temptation. Kai Ji feigned a blush, coyly responding, "Brother Xia, isn't it inappropriate here? Perhaps we should retreat to that cave instead. Ji will comply with your wishes." Even the notoriously bold Kai Ji felt a tinge of shyness under the gaze of the dozens surrounding them. Xia Changming smiled slightly, asserting, "No, right here. I want everyone to witness." Kai Ji's eyes widened in shock, utterly unprepared for his directness. How could he wish to engage with her in front of everyone? He was a completely different person from the one who had just rejected her. After a brief moment of hesitation, Kai Ji smiled alluringly. If Xia Changming was unafraid, then neither was she. If it came to it, she could always eliminate them all later. Just as Kai Ji was about to disrobe, Xia Changming suddenly interjected, "What are you doing taking off your clothes? I don't recall asking you to do that." Kai Ji was taken aback by his reprimand. Did he prefer her clothed? Very well, it was all the same. She hadn't realized that Brother Xia had such a taste, so she would abide by his preference. Kai Ji leaned closer to Xia Changming, playfully lifting her skirt. How audacious! The onlookers were practically begging to replace Xia Changming. Meanwhile, Langya squatted nearby, watching with curiosity. Why did this woman always lean toward the boss? She wore far less than he did. However, the sight of her fair skin certainly seemed appetizing. Just as Kai Ji awaited Xia Changming's next move, a heavy book was suddenly thrust into her arms. Before she could comprehend the situation, Xia Changming disdainfully pushed her away. Confused, she looked down at the book in her embrace and softly read its title aloud. How to Become an Exemplary Lady, 108 Lessons in Female Etiquette. "This is what I want you to do," Xia Changming finally explained languidly. "Didn't you promise me you would do anything? I want you to recite this book word for word in front of everyone and memorize it proficiently. Compared to celestial opportunities, I believe you might need this more." As she held the weighty tome, comprising thousands of pages, Kai Ji's expression turned bewildered. Only then did she realize she had been completely mocked by Xia Changming. From the very outset, Xia Changming had no intention of passing on the celestial legacy to her. Not only did he mock and humiliate her in front of everyone, but he also prolonged the ordeal for an extended period. Xia Changming. Kai Ji roared in fury, applying force to her hands and utterly destroying the book on women's etiquette. Xia Changming gazed regretfully at the swirling fragments of paper that filled the air. He had originally intended to purchase this book for his beloved wife. She truly showed no appreciation whatsoever. Xia Changming, are you truly intent on offending the Kai family? You shall not regret this, Kai Ji declared with a grim expression. Xia Changming, maintaining a cold demeanor, scoffed. What a joke. Do you think I am unaware of the clandestine dealings between the Kai and Wang families? Coincidentally, I have no intention of sparing the Kai family either. Kai Ji and her companions were taken aback. They had assumed that Xia Changming was oblivious to the Kai family and Wang family's grand purge plan regarding the secret realm, but it turned out he was already aware. The members of the Kai family turned their gazes toward Kai Ji, awaiting her command. Reluctantly, Kai Ji cast a lingering glance at the cave. The soul insects had yet to arrive, and they could not contend with Xia Changming on their own. In a moment of inner turmoil, she finally uttered, "Leave." Xia Changming chuckled, his eyes narrowing. You wish to depart after offending me? Since you have come, you shall all remain. Chapter 75. The infighting of the Kai family suddenly. A chilling and bone-piercing aura of murderous intent enveloped the crowd, plunging their minds into an endless abyss, while their scalps tingled as though a sharp sword was poised to descend upon them. Disperse, Kai Yan bellowed. Everyone hastily employed their respective means of escape, scattering in all directions. Langya, Xia Changming intoned coldly. Understood, boss. Langya responded, joyfully leaping into the air. The delicate, ethereal black shadow in midair split apart, its form swelling into three identical phantasmal gray wolves that charged towards the crowd. This was the divided spirit transformation technique of the phantasmal gray wolf, with each wolf retaining a portion of its consciousness and strength. With Langya's peak celestial realm prowess divided into three, each wolf possessed the initial strength of the celestial realm. Apart from the two elders, Kai Yin and Kai Li, who were also at the initial stage of the celestial realm and could withstand the assault, the others were swiftly hunted down, their anguished cries echoing in the air. It's the phantasmal gray wolf. The initial stage phantasmal gray wolf of the celestial realm. Everyone, do not run. Let us confront this beast together. We cannot outrun it. Listen to me. One rogue cultivator attempted to rally the crowd to resist Langya, but before he could finish, Langya swiftly severed his head with a single bite. Ugh, for everywhere. Langya spat out the severed head in disdain. Nothing beats roasted meat. Meanwhile, Xia Changming was not idle. He conjured dozens of spiritual swords that traversed through the void, targeting those who had fled into the distance. The panicked crowd, focused solely on escape, had no time to defend themselves before the spiritual swords pierced through them, descending from the heavens. The remaining individuals, including Kai Ji, Kai Yan, and Kai Li, were driven into a tight group by the three Langya, their numbers dwindling drastically in mere moments. Xia Changming had yet to truly engage. Yet the scattered cultivators, gripped by fear, trembled and pleaded for mercy. Master Xia, spare us. The Kai family has wronged you. It has nothing to do with us. Indeed, we were merely passing through. They were merely clinging to the Kai family, hoping to benefit from their influence. With monthly stipends barely exceeding 1,000 spiritual stones, they saw no reason to sacrifice their lives for the Kai family. Langya, ever perceptive, turned to Xia Changming, seeking his counsel. Xia Changming slowly approached, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the remaining individuals with a measured voice. Are you merely passing through? Yes, yes. The crowd fervently nodded, as if pecking at grains. Furious, Kai Ji disregarded her image and erupted. You treacherous wretches. How much have you gained from the Kai family and me? Now you wish to distance yourselves? Once I inform the ancestor, none of you will escape. The scattered cultivators fell silent, bowing their heads in trepidation at the mention of the Kai family's ancestor. Ignoring Kai Ji, in this moment of life and death, their survival was paramount, and whether they could escape Xia Changming's grasp remained uncertain. Xia Changming observed with keen interest as the Kai family members turned on one another, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Since none of you have pledged your loyalty to the Kai family, prove it to me. The scattered cultivators exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss regarding Xia's intent. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from behind. A Kai disciple found his chest pierced by a sharp sword, gazing in disbelief at a burly man behind him. Shock rippled through the crowd, and as if a revelation dawned upon them, they exchanged glances filled with cold determination. "What are you doing?" The Kai disciples trembled, casting wary looks at the scattered cultivators who had once allied with them. Those who had arrived jovially now struck, without hesitation, one life for another. The life of a Kai family member for yours. You may leave. Xia Changming, leisurely seated upon Langia, spoke with an air of nonchalance, pointing at the burly man who had acted first, thereby granting him a reprieve from death. The man's face brightened, and he clasped his fists in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Master Xia." Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly departed, vanishing from sight. The remaining onlookers, witnessing Xia's mercy, felt a stir of fear and excitement. His words echoed in their minds like the whispers of a demon. At this moment, aside from Kai Ji and the two others, only 8 Kai disciples remained, opposed by over a dozen scattered cultivators. The odds were dire. One must look after themselves, otherwise, doom awaits. Without further hesitation, the scattered cultivators launched a fierce assault on the Kai disciples. Chaos erupted as Kai Yin and Kai Li sprang into action, protecting Kai Ji while retaliating against the traitorous cultivators. The scene descended into utter turmoil, with multiple individuals vying to eliminate a single Kai disciple. Some scattered cultivators, overconfident in their superior cultivation, opted to eliminate their fellow traitors first. The scattered cultivators recruited by the Kai family were not known for their virtue, some notorious for their malevolence. Thus, the betrayal they faced could be seen as a consequence of their own actions. Xia Changming found himself enjoying the spectacle. "Boss, will you truly let that man go? Should I pursue him and finish him off?" Langia, who was seated beneath him, inquired. He referred to the burly man who had been the first to escape. With his keen intellect, he could not fathom why Xia would spare him. With a mere command from Xia, Langia could have chased him down. Xia Changming shook his head with a smile, saying, "No need, he won't survive. Having killed a member of the Kai family, that man would undoubtedly fear returning, and alone, he might not escape the depths of the secret realm. Moreover, if the Kai family learned that all their members had perished here while he remained alive, they would certainly not spare him. Thus, there was no necessity to pursue him." Langia did not comprehend, but since Xia had spoken, he reluctantly acquiesced. At this juncture, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Aside from Kai Yin, Kai Li, and Kai Ji, all others lay dead. As anticipated, with the combined prowess of the two celestial beings, Kai Yin and Kai Li, these wandering cultivators stood no chance of survival. "Remarkable," praised Xia Changming, lightly applauding. "Do not become too complacent, Xia Changming," Kai Li retorted, trembling with rage as he pointed accusingly at Xia. "I shall fight you to the bitter end. Brother, let us join forces." Aware that escape was futile, Kai Li resolved to make a desperate stand. Unleashing a torrent of malevolent spirits from his sleeves, surging forth like a relentless tide. "Soul Devourer, fear not, I shall handle this." Langia's eyes sparkled with excitement as he lunged towards the multitude of vengeful souls, opening his gaping maw to consume them all in one swift motion. After his feast, he let out a resounding belch. Not very tasty, but quite nourishing. Kai Li was taken aback. The thousands of vengeful spirits he had nurtured for so long had been devoured in an instant. Enraged, he immediately unleashed the Kai family's ultimate technique, the soul-binding lock. "Beast, release your soul." With a sharp cry, a flash of silver sword energy cleaved through the air, severing Kai Li's right arm as he attempted to cast the binding lock. This was merely a casual strike from Xia Changming. Kai Li's face turned pale as he clutched his severed limb, retreating in disarray to Kai Yan's side. Throughout the ordeal, Elder Kai Yin remained a silent observer. Refraining from lending his aid to Kai Li, Elder Kai Yin, "What are you doing? Join us at once," Kai Ji implored, frustration bubbling forth in his voice. Yet, Kai Yin remained unfazed, his expression contemplative as he turned to Xia Changming and inquired, "Might I ask if the words of the Xia family head still hold weight?" Chapter 76. Worthless and unwanted. Kai Yin's remarks left Xia Changming, Kai Ji, and Kai Li momentarily stunned. What did he mean by that? A chill enveloped Kai Ji's heart as he instinctively recoiled a few steps. Kai Li, astonished, hurriedly interjected, "Elder brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Kai Ji is the third miss of the Kai family. If you lay a hand on her, our ancestor will never forgive you." Kai Yan, however, paid no heed to Kai Li, his gaze fixed solely on Xia Changming, awaiting his response. A playful smile graced Xia Changming's lips as he assured, "Of course. Should you slay a member of the Kai family, I shall let you depart. Elder brother, do not be deceived by this wretch. He will not spare us. Let us join forces and confront him." Kai Li bellowed, his eyes filled with malice directed at Xia Changming. If looks could kill, Xia Changming would have perished 100 times over. "Kai Li, I am truly sorry." Kai Yan exhaled deeply, his expression suddenly sharpening. With a swift, claw-like grip, he pierced through Kai Li's heart from behind. Soul-rending claw. "Be brother, you." Kai Li turned. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Kai Yan. It became clear that Kai Yan had never intended to harm Kai Ji, but had aimed at him instead. Kai Li could hardly fathom that his elder brother would unleash such merciless violence upon him. "Do not blame your elder brother for being heartless. Blame yourself for your sluggishness," Kai Yan remarked coldly. With a blood-soaked hand, he grasped, forcibly extracting Kai Li's soul from his body and casting it towards Xia Changming. Kai Li's lifeless form collapsed to the ground. This scene left the onlookers utterly astounded. Even Xia Changming felt a jolt of shock. How ruthless. Kai Li was his own brother, and yet he struck with such unrelenting ferocity. "Head of the Xia family, I have fulfilled my part. May I now take my leave?" Kai Yan respectfully addressed Xia Changming, devoid of any trace of sorrow or indignation. From the very beginning, Kai Yan had contemplated how to survive in the face of Xia Changming's threat. The answer was insurmountable. The only conceivable strategy was to sacrifice one to save oneself. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose to sacrifice his brother, Kai Li. Among the three, only one could survive, and naturally, the greatest threat had to be eliminated. Even if he were to return alone, claiming that his brother Kai Li had tragically perished in battle, surely their ancestor would not be overly enraged with him. Kai Ji, pale with fear, trembled as she pointed at Kai Yan, unable to utter a single word. She feared that Kai Yan, in his bid for survival, might also turn against her. Xia Changming narrowed his eyes and stated coolly, "My word is my bond. You may go. Thank you." Kai Yan's face lit up with joy. Without a glance at Kai Ji, he transformed into a streak of divine light, vanishing into the distance. "Langia." Xia Changming softly called out in the direction Kai Yan had fled. He had indeed promised to let him go, but he had never claimed he would refrain from pursuing him. Only at this moment did Langia and Xia Changming share a mutual understanding, grasping the essence of each other's thoughts. "Hee, boss, you truly are wicked," Langia remarked, flashing a grin that revealed her sharp, pearly teeth. Yet, the smile appeared rather sinister. Xia Changming, both amused and exasperated, gave her a gentle kick on the rear. "Hurry up, they're almost gone." Promptly, Langia retracted her other two avatars, merging the three shadow wolves into one, restoring her strength to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. With her powers surging, Langia darted past Kai Ji like a fleeting shadow. From the distance, a jubilant voice echoed through the sky, "A woo! Here I come." As the crowd dispersed, only Xia Changming and the feeble Kai Ji remained. Noticing Xia Changming's gaze upon her, Kai Ji felt a chill run down her spine and hurriedly knelt, pleading, "Brother Xia, no, Lord Xia, please spare me. If you let me go, I will do anything you desire. If you have reservations, you may place a restriction in my consciousness. I am willing to serve you as a slave for life." Given another chance, she would gladly forsake this opportunity for immortality, avoiding any provocation of Xia Changming. She was utterly oblivious to the vast chasm between the celestial and divine realms. Xia Changming slowly approached Kai Ji, looking down upon her with a cold stare, and asked, "Can you cook?" Kai Ji was taken aback, slowly shaking her head. "No, I can't." "Can you do laundry?" "No." "Can you clean?" "No." "You can't do anything, so why do I need you? You're less useful than my servant. And you're not even as pleasing to the eye as my wife," Xia Changming disdainfully remarked. Kai Ji was momentarily speechless. After all, she was a formidable figure at the early stage of the master realm. What use was there in such tasks? Seeing Xia Changming's gaze becoming increasingly frigid, Kai Ji stammered, "I can learn. I will be very obedient. Didn't you just ask me to chant? I'll do it." With that, she hastily bowed her head, attempting to piece together the fragments of the book she had torn apart moments ago. Yet, Thousands of paper scraps had scattered during the battle, leaving only a few remnants on the ground, many already vanished. Not this. Not this either. Kai Ji, in a frenzy, perspired profusely as she desperately tried to collect and assemble the fragments. At that moment, Langia returned, bouncing with excitement, seemingly clutching something in her mouth. Upon reaching Xia Changming, she promptly spat the object onto the ground beside Kai Ji. Upon closer inspection, Kai Ji's face blanched in shock. The severed head of Kai Yin rolled to her feet, adorned with an expression of fury and terror, its eyes wide open. "Boss, it's done," Langia proudly proclaimed, raising her head with a triumphant smile. "This old fellow has some strength, but not much. Still attempting to escape from my grasp. How naive. Ultimately, you have succumbed to my unparalleled strength. Ha ha ha. By the way, that old fellow mentioned you before his demise." Langia seemed to recall something and suddenly addressed Xia Changming. "What did he say?" Xia Changming inquired with curiosity. "You scoundrel," Langia shouted at Xia Changming. Without hesitation, Xia Changming struck Langia heavily on the head. "You needn't bring such words to me." Langia, wincing in pain and holding his head, plaintively remarked, "Boss, it's not as if I was cursing you, so why hit me? By the way, are we sparing this plump one for me to roast and eat?" Langia's tone shifted as he turned to gaze at Kai Ji, his eyes brimming with primal hunger. However, this hunger was purely a desire for sustenance, not of a carnal nature. Upon hearing Langia's words, Kai Ji froze in fear, her hand clutching the torn paper tightly. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, scattering the pages she had painstakingly assembled. It was a dire moment. This thought echoed in Kai Ji's mind. Xia Changming regarded Kai Ji with indifference, his mind already made up regarding her fate. Just as despair engulfed Kai Ji, a few figures appeared on the horizon, approaching swiftly. As they drew nearer, their faces became discernible. It was the members of the Kai and Wang families, summoned by the guidance of the soul insects. Leading them was Kai Su, along with Wang Yun, the overseer of the Wang family. "Elder Kai, save me," Kai Ji exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she waved excitedly at Kai Su. Upon spotting Kai Ji, Kai Su felt an immediate sense of relief. However, when he turned his gaze to Xia Changming, who stood behind Kai Ji, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted, "Retreat." Chapter 77. A sword seals all. Kai Ji stood in a daze, gazing at the receding figures of Kai Su and his companions. Are they truly just walking away? Aren't they going to attempt to rescue her? After all, she is the third miss of the Kai family. Xia Changming could not help but chuckle. Kai Su fled with remarkable alacrity. Alas, it was too late. Keep an eye on her. Do not let her escape. Guard the cave. Allow no one to enter. Anyone who dares to approach will be killed without exception. After delivering his orders to Langia, Xia Changming darted away, pursuing Kai Su and his group. This left only Langia and Kai Ji together. Langia turned to Kai Ji, flashing a toothy grin that sent shivers down her spine, rendering her immobile with fear. Meanwhile, Kai Su, who was fleeing at full speed, cursed vehemently. How could it be him? That foolish woman, Kai Ji. The ancestor had repeatedly warned against conflict with Xia Changming. Yet she provoked him. Now, she has put my life in jeopardy. Upon receiving a soul insect imbued with a fragment of Kai Yan's spirit, Kai Su realized that Kai Ji must be in a perilous situation. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to summoning a soul insect for help. When the insect suddenly perished, Kai Su sensed impending doom. Kai Yan, at the initial stage of the celestial realm, had actually been killed. Thus, he hastened his pace, only to find himself confronted by Xia Changming. "Where are you all headed?" A chilling voice rang out from ahead, prompting Kai Su and his companions to halt abruptly. They were taken aback to discover that Xia Changming was already waiting for them. "Head of the Xia family, this is a misunderstanding." Kai Su clasped his hands and attempted to explain. However, Xia Changming raised his hand, unleashing several radiant sword blades. Kai Su's gaze sharpened, his memory vivid. He had been struck down from the heavenly treasure pavilion by this very attack. Without hesitation, Kai Su hurled forth a resplendent golden bell, which expanded dramatically to shield him. The bell resonated with a deep hum as the sword blade struck it, deflecting them all. Yet, despite this, fine cracks began to appear on the bell's surface. The disciples of the Kai and Wang families standing beside Kai Su were not so fortunate. They were cut down by the rebounding blades, leaving many casualties in their wake. Kai Su's eyes widened in horror, and he inwardly rejoiced. Fortunately, Since the incident at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, he had spared no expense to acquire this protective artifact, the Golden Bell of Protection. Without it, he would have likely been cleaved in two on the spot. All disciples of the Kai family, heed my command. Form the soul-devouring Great Array. Witnessing the astonishing prowess of Xia Changming, Kai Su maintained a stoic expression as he bellowed at the remaining members. The disciples of the Kai family swiftly rearranged their formations, encircling Xia Changming within their ranks. One by one, they formed hand seals, and wisps of spirit emerged from their bodies, coalescing into a dark canopy that enveloped Xia Changming. Kai Su stood at the heart of the soul-devouring formation, wielding control over the entire array. Brother Wang, I kindly request your assistance for us. Kai Su addressed Wang Yun. Wang Yun nodded and promptly instructed his kin to position themselves behind the Kai family, placing their palms at their backs to provide spiritual support from the periphery. With two initial stage celestial beings stationed and a multitude of transcendent disciples sacrificing their souls to fortify the soul-devouring formation, their assembly was formidable indeed. Xia Changming surveyed the grand formation with disdain, as countless vengeful spirits swirled forth from the shroud of darkness, howling menacingly. Is the formation complete? He inquired of Kai Su, his tone casual yet unsettling. Kai Su was taken aback, a sense of foreboding rising within him. What did he mean? Xia Changming gripped the imperial immortal sword, his thumb gently pressing against the blade's guard, gradually revealing a mere inch of the blade. Even this slight exposure sent a resonating hum through the air, a vast and terrifying sword intent emanating from the scabbard, instilling fear in Kai Su and his companions. As Xia Changming held the hilt, a torrent of astonishing spiritual energy surged into the sword, even the spiritual essence within the secret realm converging into it like a whirlpool. The imperial immortal sword incessantly absorbed this energy, as if it were insatiable. Should he unleash a single strike, the devastation would be unimaginable. Unmatched sword technique, absolute sealing. Upon the ecstatic tremor of the sword, Xia Changming's gaze sharpened, and he drew the sword from its sheath. A piercing sword aura sliced through the air, tracing a flawless silver arc resembling a full moon. The vengeful spirits met their demise upon contact. The sword's force was as unyielding as a bamboo split, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface. The vengeful spirits dissipated, and the soul-devouring formation shattered instantaneously. The disciples of the Kai and Wang families, caught off guard, fell victim to the onslaught. Faced with imminent death, Kai Su made a final desperate effort, forming seals with his hands to envelop himself within a protective golden bell. That bell won't save you, I assure you, Xia Changming declared, standing proudly in the sky with the imperial immortal sword in hand. The absolute sealing technique, the second form of his unmatched sword technique, unleashed a sword aura that severed the very fabric of existence. The sword energy effortlessly sliced through the golden bell, gliding seamlessly through Kai Su's waist, unhindered and smooth. It continued until it had cleaved everything in the surrounding sky, the sword aura extending for dozens of miles before its might began to wane. With terror in his eyes, Kai Su lowered his gaze, staring blankly at his waist. As he moved his foot, his body was instantly severed in two, plummeting from the heavens. Xia Changming did not sheath the imperial immortal sword immediately. Instead, he coldly addressed the distant forest. Listen well. Anyone still serving the Kai and Wang families and harboring intentions against my Xia family should reconsider. However, those who assist my Xia family shall be regarded as friends and will not be treated poorly. If you understand, disperse now. Even earlier, numerous other sects, small factions, and wandering cultivators had heard the commotion and rushed to the vicinity, keeping their distance to witness this astonishing sword strike. Amidst the essence of the sword, they felt an involuntary shudder, yet many sword cultivators reaped profound benefits from it. Had they ascended to the skies moments ago, they might have met the same gruesome fate as the Kai and Wang families, torn asunder on the spot. Is this the might of the celestial sovereign? The people of the Xia family are not to be trifled with. This notion resonated within the hearts of the crowd. Everyone, displaying great discernment, adhered to Xia Changming's words and dispersed accordingly. Consequently, the other members of the Xia family within the secret realm would surely find themselves considerably safer. The power of that singular strike was sufficient to intimidate the majority of those with malevolent intentions. Xia Changming descended gracefully into the forest, his gaze sweeping across the scene, revealing that the disciples of the Kai and Wang families had largely been annihilated. Yet, one individual remained unscathed, Wang Yun, the steward of the Wang family. It was peculiar. He should have been slain alongside the others, yet Xia Changming felt no sense of having struck him, nor did a corpse lie upon the ground. Had he fled? To have silently escaped from under the aegis of his sword, this person appeared to be extraordinary. Xia Changming had previously investigated the members of the Kai and Wang families, and this steward seemed to have materialized out of thin air. Having appeared in the Wang family a year prior, his identity was shrouded in mystery, leaving no trace to be uncovered. Highly suspect. Xia Changming resolved to remain vigilant regarding Wang Yun. Calculating the time, it seemed that Zhou Anning should be awakening shortly. Chapter 78. Remove your unsightly fat. At the entrance of the celestial abode, after Xia Changming departed, Kai Ji, although initially intimidated by Langia, gradually mustered her courage upon realizing that he posed no immediate threat. She then conceived a daring idea focused on Langia. Esteemed demon lord, might you allow this humble girl to depart? If you grant me this favor, the Kai family shall reward you handsomely in the future. Kai Ji attempted to entice Langia with her words. Langia yawned, casting a sidelong glance at Kai Ji before baring his teeth and retorting, "Behave yourself, or I might just devour you whole." Kai Ji, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, persisted in her persuasion. With such prowess, why settle beneath Xia Changming? You would be revered as an esteemed guest within the Kai family. What the Xia family can offer, we shall provide tenfold, no, 100-fold. In a desperate bid for survival, Kai Ji made extravagant promises. Langia, upon hearing her words, fell into contemplation. The leader had promised him a transformation pill, which meant this woman was offering him 100 of them. What would he need that many for? Furthermore, the leader could be terrifying when angered. As his mind raced, Langia decisively shook his head and bellowed at Kai Ji, "Vile woman, do not attempt to sow discord between me and my brother. Remain here quietly until he returns." Kai Ji, unwilling to concede, gritted her teeth. If Xia Changming returned, her fate would be sealed. Langia had shown a moment of hesitation, indicating that she might still have a chance. With renewed determination, Kai Ji donned a seductive demeanor, propping herself against the ground, arching her back, and inching toward Langia. Her ample bosom naturally fell, showcasing her alluring figure to undeniable effect. If allure through persuasion had failed, perhaps seduction could succeed. Though Langia was a beast, he possessed intelligence and the capacity for thought. Moreover, as a man, he was not immune to temptation. Such creatures often struggled to resist their primal urges. Despite her inner revulsion at the thought of indulging with a beast, Kai Ji felt she had no other recourse. Noticing Langia's unwavering gaze fixed upon her chest, nearly drooling, Kai Ji smiled enticingly, her confidence soaring. Indeed, apart from Xia Changming, no man had ever been able to withstand her allure. "Demon Lord, if you take this humble girl away, I vow to serve you for all eternity." With that, Kai Ji leaned against Langia's forelimb, as if wishing to meld her entire being with him. Langia clenched his teeth, his expression torn, seemingly grappling with an exceedingly difficult decision. The leader had yet to return. He could not indulge. "Vile woman, remove those unsightly bulges from before me, or I shall be compelled to tear you apart." Ultimately, reason triumphed over desire, and Langia growled fiercely at Kai Ji. The sight of jagged fangs startled Kai Ji, causing her to collapse onto the ground in a state of shock. What was happening? Shouldn't she have nearly swayed him? Why the ferocity? Little did Kai Ji realize the solitary existence of Langia, having lived in this secluded realm for over a century, had been enveloped in bloodshed, leaving no room for understanding such sentiments. His mind was consumed solely with the primal desires of sustenance and sleep. At that moment, Xia Changming had returned. Langia hurried to greet him, exclaiming, "Boss, I have been keeping a diligent watch over this wretched woman, harboring no thoughts of betrayal." Xia Changming was momentarily at a loss for words, sensing a hint of unconvincing defensiveness in Langia's tone. Upon seeing Xia Changming, Kai Ji quickly crawled to his feet, clinging to his leg in desperation, pleading, "Lord Xia, I implore you, spare me." Xia Changming regarded Kai Ji with indifference, stating, "Very well, I shall grant you a chance. Whether you can seize it depends solely on you." "Really?" Kai Ji's face lit up with astonishment as she eagerly inquired, "What must I do?" Xia Changming merely smiled, and turned his gaze toward the celestial abode. Suddenly, the resplendent crimson spiritual energy surged into the heavens as two ethereal fire phoenixes spiraled around the fiery red pillar, releasing an overwhelming heat. Finally, awakening had occurred. It seemed she had successfully inherited the legacy of the celestial sovereign. Uncle Xia. Before her figure even appeared, the joyous voice of Zhou Anning echoed from within the cavern. A petite and graceful silhouette eagerly burst forth from the dwelling. Having inherited the legacy of the Phoenix Flame Sovereign, Zhou Anning appeared even more exquisite. Her long ponytail cascading down to her waist, and a striking fiery feather mark, identical to Song Yanxin's, gracing her brow. In an instant, her beauty rendered it difficult to discern gender. Just as Zhou Anning, filled with joy, was about to leap into Xia Changming's embrace, she noticed Kai Ji clinging to him. Her brows furrowed in disapproval as she rebuked, "You are indecently attired, bringing disgrace. Quickly remove yourself from Uncle Xia's side. You vile woman." Witnessing Zhou Anning's transformation and newfound grace ignited a fierce jealousy within Kai Ji, nearly driving her to madness. How she loathed the thought. That divine fortune should have belonged to her. Xia Changming then leisurely addressed Kai Ji, saying, "Didn't you inquire how to earn your release? Defeat Anning, and I shall let you go," swearing upon the heavenly path. Defeat this little spirit? Kai Ji's gaze shifted to Zhou Anning, a surge of exhilaration filling her heart as she resolutely responded, "Very well. Even if I were to accidentally kill her, I cannot be blamed, can I?" Previously, outside Tianzhou City, I caught a glimpse of Zhou Anning. She was merely a fledgling in the spirit realm. Even after accepting the divine legacy, she cannot have significantly improved in such a short time, nor is she adept in the secret methods. I possess at least the strength of an early master. There is no reason for me to lose. Kai Ji unsheathed the chain sword secured at her waist, its elongated and razor-sharp segments glimmering ominously. As the sword cascaded to the ground, it carved a deep gash with each of Kai Ji's deliberate steps. "You wretched spirit. Having usurped the destiny that rightfully belongs to me, prepare to meet your demise," Kai Ji declared, her countenance icy and imposing. Zhou Anning remained composed, fully aware that this was a trial orchestrated by Xia Changming. Just as she was about to draw the slender sword at her side, Xia Changming tossed a spirit ring in her direction. Zhou Anning gingerly cradled the ring, perplexed as she gazed at Xia Changming. With a gentle smile, he replied, "This is a gift from your master, it is rightfully yours." A subtle smile graced Zhou Anning's lips as she slipped the spirit ring onto her finger. In an exuberant display, a delicate and exquisite celestial sword, resplendent in red and white, soared forth from the ring, landing gracefully in her hand. The blade shimmered with phoenix flames, vibrant and radiant. Zhou Anning's eyes sparkled with affection as her fingertips brushed against the sword's surface. She could feel the joyous connection between the phoenix fire and her own spirit. With the sword held aloft, Zhou Anning focused her gaze, and in an instant, the blade was enveloped in swirling phoenix flames, interspersed with arcs of dazzling lightning. A chill of dread coursed through Kai Ji as she sensed an unprecedented danger emanating from Zhou Anning's weapon. The tumultuous phoenix fire intertwined with the ferocious lightning, promising an explosive force of unparalleled terror. Moreover, the crimson spiritual energy radiating from Zhou Anning was evidently at the initial stage of a master level. "Phoenix flames and thunder," Zhou Anning cried out, executing a swift downward strike. The sword's energy transformed into a dragon and a phoenix, roaring mightily as they surged directly towards Kai Ji. Kai Ji raised her arms in a futile attempt to shield herself, unleashing a final, begrudging wail before being reduced to mere dust in the tempest of the thunderous dragon and fiery phoenix's sword energy. One stroke to obliterate. Alas, such a waste. Langya lamented. It would have been better to have him devoured instead. Chapter 79. The Phoenix's Sacrifice. Uncle Xia. After resolving matters with Kai Ji, Zhou Anning joyfully leapt into Xia Changming's embrace. A look of satisfaction spread across Xia Changming's face. Having successfully inherited the Celestial Master's legacy and undergone a transformation that refined her essence, Zhou Anning was no longer the same person. Not only had she ascended 2 significant realms, but her future cultivation would undoubtedly surpass even that. However, it was increasingly curious that the more Zhou Anning drew near, the more her demeanor and gestures resembled those of a woman. especially after inheriting the Celestial Master's legacy. Her features and aura exuded a remarkable feminine elegance. Could it be? Xia Changming felt a flicker of doubt within him. Though she appeared somewhat diminished, it did not negate this possibility. Xia Changming gently pushed Zhou Anning away from his embrace, scrutinizing her carefully from head to toe. Zhou Anning felt uncomfortable under Xia Changming's penetrating gaze, her heart racing with anxiety. Yet she maintained her composure and asked, "Is something the matter, Uncle Xia? Have I been discovered?" "Nothing at all," Xia Changming replied. At that moment, a piercing cry of a phoenix echoed through the air. The fire phoenix, which had been guarding the volcano's mouth, was soaring towards them. Seeing that she was still alive, Xia Changming was taken aback. The fire phoenix landed before him, its body collapsing weakly to the ground. Covered in blood and with tattered wings, one almost completely severed, her spirit was nearly extinguished. In her desperation to return, she had sacrificed her own essence to forcibly break free from the soul-binding restraints. Merely holding on until now was already a monumental feat with great effort. The fire phoenix opened her weary eyes to gaze at her empty nest, weakly inquiring, "Where is my child?" Her voice was as warm and gentle as that of a nurturing mother. Xia Changming turned to Zhou Anning, who understood the unspoken cue and approached the fire phoenix. Retrieving the phoenix egg, upon seeing her child still intact, a flicker of solace ignited in the fire phoenix's exhausted gaze. She lifted her head to Zhou Anning and asked, "What do you plan to do with my child? Will you sell her? Or use her as an ingredient for medicine?" The phoenix egg contained pure fire essence, and the phoenix fire was renowned as the fire of life, making it an exceedingly precious component for alchemy. Many cultivators would resort to theft or violence to obtain a phoenix egg. Cradling the egg, Zhou Anning replied earnestly, "Esteemed elder, I assure you, I will neither sell her nor use her as an ingredient. I will nurture her with utmost care." The fire phoenix's gaze bore into Zhou Anning's eyes, seemingly searching for sincerity in her words. "Fear not, great firebird. Though this little one may lack strength, her heart is pure, and she will not neglect your child." Langia interjected, stepping forward to support Zhou Anning. The fire phoenix shifted her gaze to Langia, feigning surprise as she exclaimed, "What? Little black dog, so you are here too? The esteemed figure has stood before you for quite some time. Nevertheless, considering your imminent demise, I shall refrain from holding it against you." Though initially incensed, Langia's fury soon dissipated. He and this fiery phoenix had been adversaries for ages, having clashed on several occasions. Each encounter had been restrained, and the phoenix had once shown him mercy. Witnessing its current plight stirred a pang of compassion within him. The phoenix lifted its gaze, casting a profound look at Xia Changming before softly addressing Zhou Anning. "I hope you will honor your promise today and treat my child with kindness." "Rest assured, Senior, Anning shall do so," Zhou Anning replied earnestly. "Stay here and do not move," the phoenix instructed after a moment of contemplation. Gradually, it mustered its strength, suddenly tearing open the wound on its chest with its sharp claws. Fiery blood gushed forth, drenching Zhou Anning. Each droplet seeped into her skin, signifying a baptism in phoenix blood, a harbinger of rebirth. Aware that its spirit was on the verge of dissipating, the phoenix, in its final moments, poured its essence into Zhou Anning, infusing her with a trace of phoenix lineage. While it paled in comparison to Song Yanxin's ethereal bones and spiritual marrow, it would surely elevate Zhou Anning's innate potential. "Senior you," Zhou Anning stammered in disbelief. "Without this phoenix essence, the creature would swiftly fade away. Accept this. It is the last gift I can offer you. After my passing, should you require anything from my being, take it as well. I only wish for you to genuinely keep your promise," the phoenix said nonchalantly. It hoped that its demise would secure Zhou Anning's true commitment. This was the only means at its disposal. The phoenix contemplated whether to exert its last ounce of strength to reclaim its child. Yet, it understood that with that man present, such a feat was impossible. Moreover, even if it succeeded, its injuries would render it incapable of safeguarding its offspring. It was better to ensure Zhou Anning's success. This secret realm felt far too constricted. Its child deserved to soar in broader skies. Zhou Anning's eyes sparkled with clarity, her being enriched by the legacy of the Phoenix Flame Sovereign, leading her to trust Zhou Anning. Perhaps, in the future, her child would thrive beyond her wildest hopes. "Thank you, Senior." Zhou Anning expressed her gratitude. The phoenix nodded, shifting its gaze to Xia Changming and stating, Esteemed one, you are formidable within this realm. No one poses a challenge to you. Proceed 100 miles north, where lies another site of the human race's mighty sovereigns. The guardians there differ from me, possessing considerable strength, likely of the celestial sovereign rank. However, it should not trouble you. Upon hearing this, Langya's eyes brightened, as if a realization dawned upon him, adding, Indeed. Indeed. Master, there exists a desolate ruin, and each time I pass by, a shiver runs down my spine. Scarcely any beasts dare approach that place. Moreover, there is a figure who stands guard at the entrance, unmoving, only stirring when a person draws near. Upon hearing this, Xia Changming fell into deep contemplation. Another celestial abode. A rare stroke of fortune indeed. He had been preoccupied with guiding Zhou Anning in his cultivation and safeguarding his celestial destiny, causing him to lag behind others. Now, Zhou Anning was sufficiently capable of standing on his own, making the discovery of that celestial abode an opportunity not to be missed. Furthermore, he could already faintly sense a call from afar. Thank you, Xia Changming expressed his gratitude to the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix's aura diminished, and it wearily closed its eyes, its gaze lingering on the phoenix egg in Zhou Anning's hands until the very end. Uncle Xia, may I bury her? Zhou Anning asked, staring blankly at the departed Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix was a treasure in its entirety, exceedingly rare and precious, yet she did not wish to take anything from it. Yes, let her rest. Xia Changming nodded in agreement. Let this mother find eternal peace here. Chapter 80. The Formless Puppet. The sword that tilts the heavens in the depths of the northern secret realm. The landscape that lay before them was nothing but ruins. A desolate panorama of shattered walls and crumbling remnants. Even after countless years, the ruins still emanated an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. The further one ventured inside, the more one felt a subtle tremor in the heart. Xia Changming led Zhou Anning and Langya as they descended from the skies, gazing upon the harrowing scene, struggling to fathom what calamity had befallen this place. It appeared as if every nearby peak had been leveled to the ground, as though some celestial punishment had unleashed devastation upon the land. Xia Changming extended his hand to touch the remnants of the ruins, sensing an astonishing power of nature coursing through them. Over here, boss, Langya called, navigating by memory to lead the way. Shortly thereafter, Langya brought Xia Changming to the entrance of a cave, its mouth obscured by a pile of debris. A figure sat before the cave entrance, head bowed, one arm resting on a knee, exuding an air of nonchalance. Boss, it's her. Incredible. Langya pointed at the figure with indignation. Even now, he dared not provoke her. Xia Changming scrutinized the figure for a moment, discerning that there was no sign of life emanating from her. Not human, yet the spiritual energy contained within her was vast and formidable. Stay here and keep an eye out for others, Xia Changming instructed Zhou Anning and Langya, before advancing towards the figure alone. Nearby, numerous onlookers had taken refuge in the shadows, quietly observing. Most had stumbled upon this place by chance, yet were thwarted from entering by the enigmatic figure, compelling them to linger in anticipation. Some had already slipped away, seeking fortune elsewhere, while others remained, determined to witness if Xia Changming could indeed vanquish her and gain entry into the cave. Xia Changming proceeded at a calm and measured pace, and as he crossed a certain threshold, the figure slowly lifted her head. She was clad in light garments typical of a woman, her appearance indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, save for the absence of facial features. She bore no discernible expressions. A formless puppet. This ancient secret, long lost for millennia, required the most exquisite and rare materials for its creation, an arduous and intricate process. Furthermore, it demanded the refinement through heavenly thunder and fire, culminating in an invulnerable and indomitable form. Each formless puppet, once crafted, boasted a foundation at least at the level of a celestial being. Thereafter, the formless puppet could continually strengthen itself by devouring various precious spiritual stones and minerals. The formless puppet before him had already attained the formidable stature of a heavenly sovereign. Yet, Xia Changming found himself perplexed. A formless puppet, devoid of soul and identity. Why then did this one don feminine attire and sport long hair? Presenting herself as a woman? It must be said that the former master of this faceless puppet possessed exquisite taste and aspirations. The faceless puppet gradually rose, drawing its twin blades from its waist, an aura of spiritual energy surging around it. Xia Changming had no intention of prolonging this encounter with the puppet. He swiftly unsheathed the imperial immortal sword, standing resolute. Within 10 breaths, he aimed to conclude the battle. The faceless puppet's joints twisted as it wielded a blade in each hand, darting forward like a bolt of lightning to confront Xia Changming. Its twin blades slicing through the air with gleaming silver arcs. Xia Changming's imperial immortal sword arched like the moon, meeting the dual blades head-on. As their weapons clashed, spiritual energy erupted, and sword chi surged forth, further ravaging the already desolate battleground. In the blink of an eye, Xia Changming and the faceless puppet had exchanged hundreds of blows. The brilliance of the blades and the flow of sword chi darted back and forth like two divine rainbows colliding, sending shockwaves that prompted gasps from those nearby, who instinctively retreated several miles. In the background, Langia cheered fervently for Xia Changming, urging him on to triumph over his foe. Seizing the moment, Xia Changming unleashed a streak of sword light that cleaved toward the faceless puppet. The puppet braced itself against the strike, being pushed back several dozen steps. Yet it bore no visible wounds. Only a shallow scar marred its surface. How remarkably resilient. This was the first time Xia Changming had encountered an entity that could withstand a blow from his imperial immortal sword unscathed. He couldn't help but regard the faceless puppet with newfound respect. It had undoubtedly endured countless trials by heavenly lightning, achieving such remarkable fortitude. Even more astonishing was the puppet's combat style, which was not merely reckless. It exhibited a high degree of tactical experience and sophistication. It appeared to have integrated various combat techniques, allowing it to adapt and respond with remarkable agility. Its flexible joints enabled it to execute an array of unexpected maneuvers. The thought of dismantling it momentarily stirred a sense of reluctance within Xia Changming. With a resolute spirit, he invoked the unmatched sword technique, skyward, grasping the imperial immortal sword. He pointed its blade towards the heavens. The sword's icy aura coiled and consolidated, manifesting into a colossal blade that thrust upward into the celestial expanse. Enveloping the giant sword was a layer of razor-sharp spiritual energy. This moment of inspiration struck Xia Changming as he recalled how Zhou Anning had combined the Heavenly Palace's myriad thunder sword technique with the Phoenix Flame Heart technique into a singular move. He skillfully directed the long spirit technique's control over spiritual energy to enhance the sword chi of the unmatched sword technique. The great sword surged forth with an overwhelming might, its intent piercing the heavens and shaking the very earth. Onlookers stood transfixed, gripped by trepidation. Langia felt an immense relief, thankful she had not acquiesced to that insufferable woman's demands. Zhou Anning gazed upward, her eyes filled with admiration. Skyward, sever. With a soft incantation, Xia Changming commanded the colossal sword to descend, causing the world to tremble. The faceless puppet, sensing an impending crisis it could not evade, crossed its twin blades in front of itself, bracing to endure the full force of the heavenly strike. As the massive blade fell, its spiritual energy cleaved through the air for 100 miles, splitting a mountain in twain. When the sword chi dissipated and the colossal blade vanished, a long chasm was left etched upon the earth. Fortunately, he did not strike the cave above. Xia Changming slowly descended and approached the formless puppet. Before him lay the formless puppet, its dual blades shattered, its body cleaved in two, the incision remarkably clean, indicating it had ceased all movement. The formless puppet was exceedingly precious, possessing formidable combat prowess. If circumstances allowed, Xia Changming would truly prefer not to see it destroyed. However, lacking the secret technique to control the formless puppet once more, he could only temporarily stow it away. With a flick of his hand, he deposited the damaged puppet into his spiritual ring. Perhaps with some repairs, it could still be of use. Uncle Xia is amazing, Zhou Anning exclaimed, rushing over with Langia. Xia Changming instinctively reached out to pat Zhou Anning's head, but suddenly halted, redirecting his gesture to lightly tap the resting Langia on the shoulder instead. Boss, why did you suddenly hit me again? Langia protested, aggrieved. It's your fault for not taking Anning far away. What if she got hurt accidentally? Xia Changming reasoned casually after a moment's thought. Hey, how can you blame me for that? Langia retorted vigorously. Xia Changming chose to disregard him and turned his gaze towards the cave entrance. With a formless puppet of the celestial lord rank guarding it, he felt a flicker of curiosity about which celestial being might reside within. Chapter 81. the celestial sovereign of all laws. Transmission of divine powers in the depths of the cave. The winding paths lead to tranquility. Aside from the formless sentinels guarding the entrance, there are no further obstacles within. After a period of exploration, Xia Changming and his companions arrived at the innermost part of the cave. As they approached the illuminating light ahead, a breathtaking scene unfolded before their eyes. Lush green grass carpeted the ground, vibrant flowers bloomed in abundance, and gentle streams meandered through the landscape, creating a serene and enchanting atmosphere. The cave's ceiling was unobstructed by rocks, allowing the warm sunlight to pour through the entrance, illuminating the entire cavern. Zhou Anning was taken aback by the vastness and beauty of the cave, her curious little eyes darting around in wonder. To construct a small cottage here would indeed transform it into a veritable paradise. Xia Changming strode directly to the deepest recesses, where he beheld the remains of a celestial sovereign seated upon the grass. The body was tattered and worn, yet remarkably intact. However, the bones were dark and foreboding, exuding an ominous aura, clearly indicating severe erosion. Typically, when a celestial sovereign passes away, their spiritual essence remains, and their bones endure, much like the pristine white jade remains found atop the blazing peaks. Yet, the remains before him possessed not a trace of spiritual energy, nor any essence of celestial marrow. What force could have caused such profound degradation to a celestial body? Xia Changming furrowed his brow as he meticulously examined the remains, noting that there were no spiritual rings adorning the fingers, only an ancient tome resting upon the sovereign's knees. The book radiated an impressive spiritual might, enough to instill awe merely through its presence. "Forgive my intrusion, venerable one," Xia Changming spoke as he reached for the ancient tome. Just as his fingers brushed against the cover, an overwhelming force suddenly drew his consciousness into the book. Without a moment's chance to react, Xia Changming's awareness was absorbed, leaving his physical form frozen in position, still touching the tome. "Uncle Xia," Zhou Anning exclaimed in astonishment, rushing to his side to investigate. Liang Ya leaped onto Zhou Anning's shoulder and calmly remarked, "Do not fret, little one. You experienced a similar fate. The boss is merely off exploring and will return shortly." Zhou Anning, reassured by Liang Ya's words, relaxed, confident that her formidable uncle would be unharmed. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Zhou Anning and Liang Ya exchanged worried glances, fixated on the entrance. "Where am I?" Xia Changming pondered as he floated in the air, surveying the breathtaking scenery of towering mountains and flowing waters interspersed with dense forests. He understood he was in a realm of consciousness. Yet he had never encountered such a vivid and intricate manifestation before. Even in his careful contemplation, he could feel the gentle breeze caressing his face and hear the rushing waters, indistinguishable from the tangible world. Before long, a figure embodying celestial grace, with a handsome and amiable visage, materialized before Xia Changming. Before he could utter a greeting, the figure raised a hand to interrupt him, saying, "I know you are anxious, but please, hold your impatience." Xia Changming remained silent. "I am the celestial sovereign of all laws, Dao Qingming. What remains here is not the remnants of my soul, but merely a trace of my spiritual essence. If you are able to perceive me here, it signifies that my spirit has scattered across the heavens, providing solace to the celestial realm." Dao Qingming spoke with clarity, his demeanor unburdened and tranquil, displaying no trace of regret or resentment over his demise. The ethereal figure before him was but an echo of his spirit, not the full essence of an exalted being, which evoked a sense of regret in Xia Changming. No wonder he felt no pressure emanating from Dao Qingming. With his hands clasped behind him, Dao Qingming continued to elucidate. "I have suffered grievous wounds at the hands of the demonic race, fully aware that my time is limited. Hence, I leave behind my legacy of mystical arts. I hope that a fated individual may inherit my principles of the arcane. Whoever vanquishes the formless puppet I have left behind shall be deemed worthy of my acknowledgement." The principles of the arcane. Upon hearing this, Xia Changming's eyes widened in astonishment. Such abilities are the province of those who have transcended into the realm of mystical arts. The realm of mystical arts signifies more than a mere breakthrough in levels. One must comprehend or master a principle of the arcane to be truly considered as having entered this exalted state. The principles of the arcane are unique to each individual. Nearly every practitioner at this level has their own distinct understanding, often kept as a closely guarded secret, rarely shared with others. To independently comprehend these principles is akin to scaling the heavens. The time required varies greatly, depending on one's innate understanding. As his master once recounted, some practitioners have spent centuries attempting to grasp these principles, only to remain perpetually in a state of pseudo-mysticism, thus sowing the seeds of inner turmoil. Yet, this exalted being appears generous, wishing to impart his principles of the arcane. Behold, I shall demonstrate but once. How much you can comprehend from it shall be your fortune. Tao Changming turned his back, pointing towards the vast expanse of the spiritual realm, proclaiming with pride, "This is my realm of spiritual awareness, the domain where my principles of the arcane manifest. My principle is known as One Realm, the essence of all mystical arts. In this expanse of existence, I am the master of all laws." Each word from Tao Changming resonated in Xia Changming's ears, stirring his spirit and creating ripples within his ethereal sea. Simply listening to Tao Changming's exposition caused a tremor in his consciousness. Tao Changming pointed towards the heavens, gently gesturing downward, intoning heavenly thunder. Descend. In an instant, beneath the clear sky, a bolt of violet lightning struck with ferocious intensity. The sound of thunder was deafening. A towering peak was instantaneously leveled, reduced to rubble. And it did not end there. With a deft motion, Tao Changming raised his hand once more. Mountains arise. The ground quaked as a majestic peak suddenly erupted from the earth, replacing the pit left by the earlier destruction. As his words manifested, all laws of nature obeyed his command. What an extraordinary principle of the arcane. Tao Changming's arms surged with a vigorous motion, causing the majestic mountain range to rise abruptly. In the blink of an eye, the earth shattered, and molten lava erupted forth. With a frown, the heavens and the earth transformed dramatically. Dark clouds gathered, casting a pall over the world. In this realm, he reigned supreme. With but a mere thought, he could overturn mountains and rivers, rendering the sun and moon devoid of light. Xia Changming felt a profound shock, as if enlightenment was dawning within him. In the depths of his spiritual sea, a tome entitled One Realm materialized before him. Once Tao Changming concluded his demonstration of divine techniques, Xia Changming's heart remained tumultuous for an extended period. This is the essence of my divine techniques, the One Realm. Wherever my consciousness extends, there lies the domain of the One Realm, capable of commanding the myriad laws of the universe. However, heed this warning. Though this divine ability possesses extraordinary might, commanding the laws of heaven and earth demands immense spiritual energy and should not be wielded frivolously. Tao Changming cautioned earnestly. Xia Changming responded with a faint smile. Spiritual energy? Forgive me, for it is the one thing I possess in abundance. Ultimately, I shall also impart to you the method of refining and controlling the formless puppets. I hope you will inherit my divine techniques and eradicate the vile minions of the demon clan. With a flick of his fingertip, Tao Changming sent a ray of spiritual light into Xia Changming's forehead, and once more, a glowing ancient book appeared in his spiritual sea. The secret transmission of the formless puppet. Having completed these actions, Tao Changming's figure gradually faded away. Xia Changming clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your teachings." Chapter 82. The collision of true men. As Xia Changming's consciousness immersed itself in another realm, his protectors, Zhou Anning and Langia, encountered an unwelcome guest. Wang Tian, leading a host of disciples from the Wang family, arrived late and entered the cave. Drawn from afar by Xia Changming's formidable swordplay, he fortuitously stumbled upon the scene of Xia in a meditative state, likely receiving the inheritance of an immortal. With Xia Changming already possessing such extraordinary strength, the prospect of him acquiring further power through this inheritance was alarming. At this critical juncture for the Kai and Wang families' plans, no mistakes could be afforded. Seizing the opportunity while Xia Changming was defenseless, it was imperative to thwart him. Wang Tian's expression grew grave as he addressed Zhou Anning, who stood in his path. "I recognize you. You are the son of the third prince of Tianzhou, His Highness Zhou Anning. It would be wise for you to step aside. I have no desire to take your life." "Humph. Spare me your feigned concern. I am already aware of the collusion between the Kai and Wang families to harm other sects with nefarious intentions. Once I emerge, I will certainly report your treasonous plots to my grandfather," Zhou Anning declared coldly, brandishing her phoenix flame fire feather sword at Wang Tian. Wang Tian gazed at the celestial sword in Zhou Anning's grasp, immediately recognizing its remarkable nature. Upon further examination, he noted her ethereal demeanor, imbued with an aura of the divine, and realized her cultivation had significantly advanced. She had indeed attained an immortal inheritance within this secret realm. A flicker of envy crossed Wang Tian's eyes, followed by a deep sigh. He had no intention of killing Zhou Anning, for he detested the needless slaughter of the innocent. Despite his opposition to the alliance between the Wang and Kai families, which sought to bind him in marriage to Kai Ji, he was compelled to comply due to his father's resolute will for the family's future. Upon entering the secret realm, he too had been striving to seek opportunities for immortal enlightenment. However, now that Zhou Anning had secured such an inheritance, allowing her to leave the secret realm alive would pose a significant threat to the Wang family upon her discovery of the changes in the world. He had to act swiftly before she fully matured in power. My apologies for the offense. Wang Tian's gaze sharpened as he formed a claw with his hand, his figure flashing forward to strike at Zhou Anning's throat. With his peak strength in the celestial realm, dealing with Zhou Anning, who was merely at the master realm, was well within his capabilities. Zhou Anning's brows furrowed tightly as she held her sword before her. Even in death, she vowed to stand guard until Xia Changming returned. Suddenly, a shadow darted swiftly past Wang Tian, leaving behind a deep, dark shadow. Wang Tian immediately sensed a threat and decisively withdrew, yet a shallow cut marred his throat nonetheless. Young master, the Wang family disciples behind him rushed to his side. Wang Tian raised a hand to signal that he was unharmed, frowning as he turned to confront the shadow that had attacked him. A peak celestial realm shadow wolf. Quite a rarity. It seems you possess some knowledge to recognize my true form. I grant you an opportunity. Hasten to depart, lest you find it impossible to leave. Langia stood atop the stone pillar like a small dog, licking the sharp claws, his piercing gaze fixed upon Wang Tian and his companions. Wang Tian, no longer hesitating, felt a surge of dark golden spiritual energy erupt within him. His form expanded dramatically, his limbs growing robust and powerful, transforming him from a handsome youth into a towering figure of masculinity. Awakened by the bloodline power of the golden tiger beast, Wang Tian, with his brown eyes and hair, bore a coat of fur on his skin, resembling an upright, fierce tiger. Langia, still licking his claws, was momentarily stunned, his paws frozen in midair. Wait, are you also a beast? A kindred spirit? He asked curiously. To Wang Tian, he appeared to be a beast revealing its true form. No, even more beast-like than himself. Wang Tian's gaze locked onto Langia, his clawed fingers pointed towards Zhou Anning, instructing the others behind him, leave this shadow wolf to me. You handle Zhou Anning. Understood. The Wang family disciples promptly drew their weapons and leaped towards Zhou Anning. Langia attempted to intervene, but in the next moment, Wang Tian suddenly appeared before him. Grasping his neck, he hurled him against the rocky wall. The wall crumbled instantly, dust and debris swirling through the air, revealing two imposing figures entangled in a fierce struggle. At this moment, Langia had also regained his werewolf form, and the wolf and tiger clashed head-on, their foreheads colliding, eyes ablaze with fury, baring their teeth at one another. They left deep craters beneath their feet. Their strengths were evenly matched, and neither could gain the upper hand. Come on, let us engage in a passionate clash of true men. Langia roared with excitement, even as the veins on his hands bulged. He couldn't resist taunting Wang Tian. What's wrong, little kitty? Is this all the strength you possess? I haven't even used 30% of my power yet. Wang Tian furrowed his brow. He had hoped for a swift resolution, only to find that this shadow wolf not only possessed incredible speed, but also matched his strength. Moreover, this shadow wolf was excessively talkative. With a furious roar, Wang Tian unleashed his spiritual energy once more, channeling the power of his bloodline to gradually push Langia backward. Seeing the situation worsening, Langia's face flushed, his fangs clenched tightly as he summoned all his strength to resist. Meanwhile, Zhou Anning, while protecting Xia Changming, had already dispatched two adversaries, her celestial sword dancing like a phoenix in the air, dazzling and radiant. Several masters could do nothing against her. Stealing a glance at Langia, who was struggling, Zhou Anning shouted to him, "Little black dog, hold on a moment longer. Once I deal with them, I will come to your aid." Nonsense. Do I need your help? How many times must I tell you? I am a wolf. As I subdue this little cat, it will be almost time for me to assist you. I am your bodyguard, and you, a mere child, should await your turn. Langia retorted angrily. Aside from Xia Changming, he would not permit anyone else to look down upon him. Langia flashed a grin, suddenly tightening his grip, causing Wang Tian to lean forward due to the excessive force. At that moment, shadows emerged from both sides of Langia, transforming into his likeness, and they playfully struck 2 heavy punches to Wang Tian's chest. With Wang Tian's hands still ensnared by Langia, he was caught off guard as he was forcefully slammed against the rocky wall behind him. Langia instantly retracted his illusory clones and charged into the wall, unleashing a flurry of powerful punches upon Wang Tian. The combat between the two was particularly fierce, with them constantly entangled, exchanging blows that landed heavily on each other's faces, at times smashing into the ground, and at others switching roles, embedding one another into the rock. The entire peak trembled in response. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. After delivering another punch to Wang Tian's face, the bruised Langia exclaimed in excitement. Battling with Xia Changming was merely a one-sided beating, devoid of any thrill. This was the battle between men that he had longed for. Fengyan Huiyu. Zhou Anning wielded her celestial sword, which cleaved through the air, unleashing hundreds of fiery feather blades that pierced through the remaining disciples of the Wang family, who fell to the ground in disbelief. After a fierce battle against dozens of adversaries of equal standing, Zhou Anning was utterly exhausted, breathlessly leaning on her celestial sword for support. Were it not for the sword in her hand, she would have truly found it impossible to prevail. As she took a moment to rest and was about to assist Langia, a hand unexpectedly landed on her shoulder. Xia Changming had awoken and stood behind her, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Uncle Xia. Chapter 83. You can kill me before leaving. Zhou Anning turned her gaze back, joyfully looking at Xia Changming. Xia Changming smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Anning." Zhou Anning beamed with delight, intentionally stretching her delicate neck, hoping to receive the same affectionate pat on her head from Xia Changming as before. However, after waiting with her eyes closed for a while, she realized that Xia Changming had already moved past her. Pouting slightly, Zhou Anning approached Xia Changming's side, and, glancing at the fierce clash between Langia and Wang Tian, she asked with a hint of concern, "Uncle Xia, shall we not help Little Black?" Xia Changming chuckled and shook his head, replying, "There's no need. Can't you see he seems to be enjoying himself? Let him endure a little longer." Just as he finished speaking, Langia was sent flying, crashing through several stone pillars before sliding to a halt at Xia Changming's feet. Langia looked up and, upon seeing Xia Changming gazing down at him, could only force a smile and say, "Boss, you're awake. TSK, weren't you always boasting about how strong you are? How did you end up in such a sorry state?" Observing Langia, who was covered in injuries and bruises, Xia Changming taunted him. This is merely me letting him have his way. Just wait, I'll tear him apart." Langia, indeed, became furious, immediately leaping up, determined to prove himself. His form transformed into a shadow, darting around Wang Tian like a wraith. He finally recalled his proud speed advantage. Wang Tian's gaze darted back and forth, yet he was unable to capture Langia's elusive figure. In a moment of inattention, he found himself with multiple bloody wounds appearing on his body, bruised and battered. He bore numerous cuts and scratches, his injuries mounting. Even if he managed to strike Langia by chance, the latter would swiftly vanish into shadows and reappear, as if unscathed. To launch another attack, Wang Tian had never anticipated that Langia's body would be so resilient, even more so than his own beastly transformation. The speed was astonishing. He could not afford to delay any longer. With Xia Changming awakened, the opportunity was fleeting. He needed to defeat Langia and find a way to escape. Suddenly, Wang Tian closed his eyes, relying on his spiritual awareness to sense and lock onto Langia's presence. This shadowy wolf, though powerful, appeared rather dim-witted. He still had a chance to overcome him. "What's wrong, little cat? Afraid to look?" Langia teased, darting about like a ghost. In the next moment, he lunged directly toward Wang Tian. "Humph! Foolish! To launch a frontal ambush, you underestimate me, Wang Tian." Wang Tian abruptly opened his eyes, gathering his power in his right arm, forming a formidable force. With a roar, he struck fiercely at Langia's head. Langia was driven deep into the ground from the impact. Yet Wang Tian's expression showed no signs of joy. Instead, his brows furrowed tightly. Just moments ago, the sensation of his punch felt peculiar, as though it had not struck a solid object. Soon, Wang Tian recalled the illusionary clone technique previously employed by Langia, his expression shifting dramatically as he internally lamented his misfortune. However, it was too late. A chilling gust swept across his back as Wang Tian turned. Langia grinned wickedly at him, baring his teeth. The wolf's claw embedded itself into Wang Tian's chest, forcefully pinning him to the ground, dragging him along at breakneck speed before ultimately casting him down at Xia Changming's feet. "Boss, did you see that? I handled it with ease," Langia exclaimed triumphantly as he leapt back to stand before Xia Changming. Xia Changming, astonished by Langia's unexpected triumph over Wang Tian and his strategic thinking, offered a rare compliment. "Well done. Hey, does this one need to be devoured?" Langia beamed, pointing at the fallen Wang Tian. Blood gushed from Wang Tian's chest as he struggled to rise, casting a resigned glance at Xia Changming, a faint smile gracing his lips as he accepted his fate. "I admit defeat. Go ahead, kill me." His downfall stemmed from underestimating Langia's strength and intellect. He had not anticipated that Langia had conjured a clone while racing through the shadows, while his true self remained concealed. It was a loss he could not begrudge. Xia Changming fixed his gaze upon Wang Tian and inquired, "You did not unleash your full power, did you?" Wang Tian paused, then chuckled lightly. "You see right through me. At this critical juncture, why would I still hold back? Are you suggesting I prepare to confront you?" Xia Changming smirked, gesturing to himself in jest. To his surprise, Wang Tian nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I intended to conserve my strength for you. However, upon seeing you, I abandoned that notion. Besides, even if I unleashed my full potential, I might not prevail against him." Wang Tian glanced at Langia, who stood obediently beside Xia Changming, and self-deprecatingly remarked, "People often envy my ancestors from the Wang family for having consumed the blood and flesh of the black dragon and golden tiger beasts, which unlocked boundless potential and bestowed upon them the power of beasts. Yet few realize that the more one activates the beastly power within, the more one's body and mind are gradually assimilated and eroded by the beast's bloodline. Should one forcibly awaken the beastly traits within, there may be no returning to humanity." Wang Tian gazed at his own tiger-like paw, a wry smile on his face. "Rather than perish as a beast, I would prefer to die as a man. At least, before my end, I am still Wang Tian." To his astonishment, he discovered that the Wang family still harbored someone worthy of his respect. Xia Changming regarded Wang Tian intently for a moment before casually addressing Langia and Zhou Anning. "Let us depart." With that, he strode past Wang Tian without a second glance. Langia, perplexed, inquired, "Boss, aren't we going to kill him? I worked hard for this." Even Wang Tian, lying on the ground, wore a look of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why Xia Changming would let him go. Had he not heard that Xia Changming was notorious for holding grudges and eliminating his enemies without mercy? "Why do you not kill me?" Wang Tian turned around, puzzled. Xia Changming halted his steps, pondering for a moment before replying, "I am in a hurry to find my wife. I have no time to bother with you." "Is that truly the reason?" Wang Tian's expression grew even more bewildered and complex as he continued, "You could simply kill me and then leave." A slight twitch crossed Xia Changming's face. He had thought Wang Tian to be quite clever, yet now he found him rather foolish, unable to seize the opportunity presented. Beside them, Zhou Anning, already aware of Xia Changming's intention to spare Wang Tian, could not help but stifle a laugh at the scene. Xia Changming, growing impatient, pointed to a nearby stone pillar and declared, "I can't be bothered to kill you. If you wish to die, go ahead and throw yourself against that stone pillar." Wang Tian stared blankly at the stone pillar, finally grasping that Xia Changming had no intention of ending his life. After a moment of contemplation, as Xia Changming was about to depart, Wang Tian called out to him, "Kai Jie is indeed the ancestor of the Kai family. I cannot ascertain his exact strength, but he must hold a position akin to that of a celestial sovereign. Furthermore, it seems there are other matters at play regarding Kai Jie. This is all I know." Xia Changming paused, tilting his head slightly. He contemplated whether to inform Wang Tian about Kai Jie, considering their betrothal. However, upon reflection, he decided it best to refrain from revealing the distressing truth, fearing it might push Wang Tian into despair, leading him to dash headlong into the stone pillar. With a light step, Xia Changming soared away like a shooting star. His priority remained to seek out his wife. It had been several days since he last saw her, and he wondered what she might be up to. Chapter 84. The Xia family will not abandon anyone quick. Faster. Xiaoming, keep up. In the dense forest, Xia Ruobing led Xiaoming and 3 other elder disciples through the thickets with urgency and alarm, frequently glancing back over her shoulder. Ruobing, I can't go on anymore. Please, don't worry about me, just escape. Xiaoming gasped, halting in his tracks, exhaustion evident on his face. After 2 relentless days of fleeing without rest, he was utterly drained of spiritual energy and physically spent. No, how can I leave you behind here? I will carry you. Xia Ruobing furrowed her brow, turning her back to indicate that he should climb on. Xiaoming resolutely shook his head. Ruobing, you won't be able to run with me on your back. You all go ahead. I'll stay behind to buy you time. We either leave together or not at all. The Xia family will not abandon any one of us. A fair-skinned young man turned back with a determined gaze, and a sturdy man beside him echoed, How Ran is right. We'll fight that scoundrel Wang Tung to the death. I refuse to believe I can't take a piece of him before I go. But I'm so scared. The last, petite girl said timidly. Jiaoer, don't be afraid. We will be fine. Xia Ruobing comforted the small girl. Yet, her expression betrayed her own unease, her brow furrowed tightly. Initially, their quintet had traversed the secret realm with remarkable ease, combining their strengths to slay several extraordinary beasts, even orchestrating a coordinated strike against a transcendent creature. Their time in the secret realm had been immensely beneficial to their cultivation, deepening their bond through shared life and death experiences. However, 2 days prior, they had fortuitously crossed paths with members of the Wang family, led by the notorious psychopath Wang Tung. In a bid to survive, the 5 had been fleeing desperately for 2 full days and nights, completely exhausted. Ruobing, listen to me. Let us confront Wang Tung together. Xia Changming exclaimed with fiery indignation. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Ruobing rejected Xia Changming's proposal. They stood no chance against Wang Tung. Staying behind would only lead to needless casualties. You all go. I will stay. My cultivation is the highest. I should be able to hold Wang Tung off for a moment. After careful consideration, Xia Ruobing spoke resolutely to the group. No. They all protested in unison. Xia Ruobing was about to persuade them further when an icy chill ran down her spine as Wang Tung's voice echoed from behind them. I suggest you all stop arguing, for you must all stay. Wang Tung stood atop a branch, looming over them with a disdainful gaze. His gleaming tiger-headed golden knife at his waist caught the light. Behind him trailed dozens of Wang family disciples, encircling Xia Ruobing and her companions. I'm looking for Xia Changming. Do you know where he is? Whoever speaks first, I can ensure his death is swift and painless. Wang Tung coldly addressed the crowd. Ever since entering the secret realm, he had been searching for the figure of Xia Changming, and he had accumulated a long-standing murderous intent that had yet to be unleashed. Having finally encountered a few members of the Xia family, he was certainly inclined to toy with them and relish the thrill of the hunt. Xia Ruobing raised her brows and coldly declared, We do not know where the family head has gone. Even if we did, we would never divulge that information to you. Wang Tung furrowed his brow as he gazed at Xia Ruobing, his murderous aura evident. Yet suddenly he broke into a grin, leaving others bewildered, unable to fathom his thoughts. Indeed, very few dare to speak to me in such a manner. Are all members of the Xia family this intriguing? What is your name? He inquired of Xia Ruobing. Xia Ruobing. She replied, unafraid. Excellent, I quite fancy you. Before I see Xia Hualing, let us have some fun. You must be able to withstand the game, otherwise, I shall be sorely disappointed. Wang Tung's face twisted into a cruel smile as his spiritual power surged violently, an ethereal shadow of a black dragon flickering behind him. Closing his eyes, when he opened them again, his gaze had transformed into a pair of gray vertical pupils. The rumors were indeed true. The Wang family possessed the bloodline power of the dragon and tiger beasts. Xia Ruobing's expression grew solemn as she signaled for everyone to prepare for resistance. Wang Tung grinned, revealing his sharp fangs, and scoffed at Xia Ruobing and her companions. They are all mine. None of you are permitted to interfere. Should anyone dare to act recklessly, I shall slay them. He threatened the disciples of the Wang family who stood behind him. Yes, the Wang family disciples dared not contradict him and retreated to the periphery. Now then, who shall be first? Wang Tang's gaze swept over Xia Ruobing and her companions before finally resting on Xiaoming, the pinnacle of the master realm. I abhor witnessing feeble insects before me. The weak do not deserve to exist. With that, Wang Tang's figure vanished from the branch in an instant. Before Xiaoming could react, a claw-like hand lunged toward his face. Xiaoming. In a moment of crisis, Xia Ruobing swiftly pushed Xiaoming aside. But Wang Teng's claw deeply embedded itself in her shoulder, crushing her shoulder bone. Ruobing. Sister Ruobing. The others shouted in alarm, promptly unleashing their most potent techniques against Wang Teng. A sword, as swift as a shooting star, hurtled toward Wang Teng's brow, while Xia Changming charged forward like a powerful bull, gathering strength for a strike aimed at Wang Teng's chest. In the air, myriad petals shimmered like silver, each one as sharp as a blade, swirling rapidly. Dozens of resilient celestial vines shot up from beneath Wang Teng, firmly ensnaring him. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Ruobing withdrew. Her hands coalescing as a sword of ice, enveloped in frost, hovered above her. The temperature around them plummeted several degrees, and frost quietly formed on the ground. The five of them exhibited remarkable synergy in their coordination. Wang Teng's lips curled slightly, a disdainful smile gracing his face. He opened his mouth and unleashed a dragon's roar, its might reverberating in all directions, directly sending the flying sword hurtling away, scattering silver flowers and shattering the celestial vines beneath his feet. The closest to him, Xia Changming, felt a surge of blood erupting from his ears, flung back several dozen meters, and collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. The extreme ice divine sword. Xia Ruobing's gaze sharpened as she commanded the extreme ice divine sword to whirl and soar forth. Wang Teng remained steadfast, and as the icy blade approached, he seized it with both hands, grasping the bone-chilling sword firmly. With a tremendous effort, he crushed the sword into fragments. Xia Ruobing's expression turned to one of shock. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Teng advanced upon her, delivering a powerful punch to her chest. Puff! Xia Ruobing spat blood, her body soaring backward before crashing to the ground. Sister Ruobing. Xiaoming rushed to her side, supporting her. We must leave, Xia Ruobing murmured, her consciousness fading. Sensing her diminishing vitality, Xiaoming was overwhelmed with grief and fury. Brother Howren, Brother Zhengqing, Sister Jiaer, come quickly, he called out urgently to the others. As everyone gathered around, Xiaoming hastily retrieved a talisman from his spirit ring, infused it with spiritual energy, and pressed it against the ground. In an instant, a cerulean barrier of spiritual energy surged upward, enveloping them all within. Humph, you don't truly believe that this trinket can protect you, do you? Wang Teng sneered contemptuously, his hand forming a dragon's claw that came crashing down upon the spiritual barrier. The collision of spiritual energies between Wang Teng's claw and the barrier unleashed a fierce backlash, causing him to stagger back. The members of the Wang family surrounding him were left in stunned silence. Wang Teng had failed to shatter this spiritual barrier with a single blow. Even Wang Teng himself was momentarily taken aback. Instead of anger, he laughed. Ha ha. It seems I underestimated this flimsy shield. Now this is interesting. Let me enjoy a bit more fun. Chapter 85. Speak. How would you prefer to die? Wang Teng's dark, gray spiritual energy surged forth from within, causing his body to expand. Layers of pitch-black scales sprouted from his skin, while his face became adorned with a few dragon scales, rendering it difficult to discern his humanity. Nether Dragon, shatter. With a powerful leap, Wang Teng coalesced his claws, and his sharp, obsidian dragon talons descended from the heavens, crashing heavily against the spiritual barrier. The razor-sharp claws embedded themselves into the barrier, and upon clenching his fist, the entire barrier shattered instantly. Whoa, are we destined to perish here? As the spiritual barrier neared its demise, Xia Jiaer whimpered in fear. Beside her, Xia Howren offered words of comfort. Jiaer, do not be afraid. We are all here with you. Indeed, it's merely death. It is nothing of great consequence. Xia Changming, lying on the ground, mustered the strength to sit up and forced a smile. Xiaoming gazed at the group and at the unconscious Xia Ruobing resting on his lap, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. If it weren't for his inferior cultivation level, perhaps they could have fled by now, and Ruobing would not have been gravely injured while attempting to save him. If only the family head were here, he would surely teach Wang Teng a severe lesson and avenge Ruobing. With that thought, Xiaoming could not help but cry out to the heavens in desperation. Family head, where are you? I miss you. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his ears, accompanied by the arrival of a spiritual sword that precisely pierced Wang Teng's chest, moving with the speed of a divine rainbow. Wang Teng was taken aback and instinctively grasped the spiritual sword, which propelled him backward for several miles, demolishing everything in his path. The onlookers were astonished by this unforeseen turn of events. Before long, a striking figure emerged from the forest, accompanied by a remarkably handsome young boy who had a small, pitch-black beast resting on his shoulder. It was none other than Xia Changming and Zhou Anning, fortuitously passing by. Previously, when Xia Changming gifted Su Yueli the hairpin, he had inscribed a spiritual mark with extra care. He had been following the direction of the mark to find Su Yueli when he sensed the familiar spiritual energy fluctuations nearby and decided to investigate. To his surprise, he found Xia Changming and the others besieged by Wang Teng, and without hesitation, he intervened to repel him. By the way, didn't Wang Teng say he wanted to kill him? Upon seeing Xia Changming, the Xia family members' eyes brightened, and they called out in unison, "Family head." With Xia Changming's appearance, the group felt an immense sense of relief wash over them, as if they had consumed a tranquilizing elixir. Xia Ming, with tears in his eyes and snot running down his face, looked at Xia Changming with a heart-wrenching expression. Xia Changming chuckled helplessly, distributing healing elixirs to everyone before crouching down to examine Xia Changming's injuries. Upon witnessing her sunken chest and shattered ribs, barely clinging to life, his gaze turned icy, filled with a chilling intent for vengeance. The healing elixir can only mend internal and external injuries, yet Xia Changming's sternum is likely fractured, with the bone possibly piercing into her body, endangering her vital organs. Her life hangs by a thread. Beside her, Zhou Anning eagerly offered, "Uncle Xia, allow me to give it a try." "Very well, I entrust it to you." Xia Changming believed Zhou Anning might possess some solution and stepped aside to make way for her. After a thorough examination, Zhou Anning gently placed her hands upon Xia Changming's chest, enveloping her in a warm and comforting flame. The onlookers, including Xia Ming and others, were taken aback. They felt no searing heat from the flame. Instead, a mysterious warmth enveloped them, instilling a sense of tranquility. Astonishingly, Xia Changming's injuries began to heal rapidly. Such divine fire exists in this world. In mere moments, the furrowed brow of Xia Changming gradually relaxed, and she slowly opened her eyes. "Head of the family," she murmured as she gazed at Xia Changming. Just as she attempted to rise, Xia Changming gently pressed her back down. "Anning is healing you. Please remain still for now. You all stay here. I shall handle the rest. Langia, ensure their safety." Xia Changming arose, his gaze fixed with icy determination towards the direction where Wang Teng had been sent flying, an invisible aura of murderous intent enveloping the atmosphere. The chilling aura, combined with an overwhelming spiritual pressure, sent shivers down the spines of the Wang family members, rendering them unable to move even a step. This was the first time Langia had witnessed Xia Changming in such a furious state. Fearfully, he nodded, refraining from uttering a single word. Xia Changming stepped forward, and the Emperor Immortal's sword unsheathed itself, floating beside him. "Go." As he uttered this command, the Emperor Immortal's sword soared like a magnificent celestial rainbow through the trees, decapitating several Wang family disciples without a single cry of anguish. "Flee." The remaining Wang family disciples desperately urged their bodies to retreat, all rushing backwards. The elite accompanying Wang Teng were all at the pinnacle of extraordinary realms, desperately channeling their spiritual energy to escape, their speed formidable. Yet Xia Changming would not allow any to escape. He summoned back the Emperor Immortal sword, his gaze freezing, and with a swift motion, unleashed the severing sword technique. The fierce sword chi arced through the air, severing tree trunks within a radius of several miles, and the fleeing Wang family members met the same fate, collapsing to the ground in two halves. Having attacked the Xia family, they could forget about leaving unscathed. Wang Teng observed from a distance, his gaze growing more fervent. He was indifferent to the deaths of the Wang family disciples. Rather, he became increasingly exhilarated. His sole focus was on Xia Changming. Witnessing Xia Changming effortlessly slay dozens with a single sword stroke, he could no longer contain his desire for battle. He yearned to confront Xia Changming. "You've finally arrived. I've been searching for you with great difficulty. I have long wished to test just how formidable the celestial sovereign realm truly is." Wang Teng was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of battle and murderous intent, his physique expanding once more as his body became gradually cloaked in scales. Horns akin to those of a dragon sprouted from his head, while his hands morphed into claw-like appendages. Even a tail, resembling that of a dragon, emerged from behind him. He had undeniably transformed into a formidable half-dragon figure. The pressure and spiritual energy radiating from him surpassed that of Wang Tian. Unlike Wang Tian, who sought to restrain his primal urges, Wang Tong was consumed by an insatiable thirst for slaughter, indifferent to whether he was human or beast. Defeating Xia Changming was his sole ambition. Becoming a dragon man mattered little to him. Xia Changming observed the nearly complete beastly transformation of Wang Tong and began to surmise the reason for this drastic change. The Wang family's black dragon and golden tiger bloodlines had awakened. Wang Tian's awakening was that of the golden tiger, while Wang Tong's was that of the black dragon. A creature of inherently malevolent nature, reveling in lust and bloodshed. Wang Tian exerted immense effort to suppress his instincts, maintaining his bloodline's awakening at a level of absolute clarity and reason, preventing the beastly lineage from corrupting his will. In stark contrast, Wang Tong was unrestrained, allowing the black dragon bloodline to erode his psyche gradually. This time, he had forcibly activated the black dragon bloodline, irrevocably transforming into a half-dragon state. No longer recognizable as human, Wang Tong wielded a golden knife adorned with a tiger's head, his dragon-like visage fierce and terrifying. With an exuberant expression, he proclaimed, "A being of the celestial sovereign realm should surely be able to satisfy me." Xia Changming maintained an indifferent demeanor, dismissing Wang Tong entirely, and replied coolly, "Of course, I am always inclined to assist others. Now, tell me, how would you prefer to meet your demise?" Chapter 86. Spiritual Power? How amusing. If you can manage it, then by all means, give it a try. Wang Tong laughed heartily, his foot crashing down onto the ground, propelling his figure forward and leaving a deep crater in his wake. Since his opponent had issued the challenge, Xia Changming felt compelled to oblige. He initiated the confrontation with the unparalleled sword technique, absolute resonance. Grasping the imperial immortal sword, he became one with the blade, its resonance causing the winds to tremble, akin to a shooting star streaking through the night. "Come on." Wang Tong's expression was frenzied. Instead of retreating, he advanced, positioning the tiger head golden blade defensively before him. The edge of the imperial immortal sword struck the blade with a resounding clash. An invisible spiritual force, a gray-black energy, two immense powers clashed and converged, each colliding with fervor. The colorless spiritual energy surged forth like invisible blades slicing through Wang Tong's entire being. In that fleeting moment of contact, Wang Tong was instantly covered in wounds, blood gushing from his body. Xia Changming held the sword in one hand, the other resting behind him. His expression slightly astonished as he glanced at Wang Tong. He was surprised that Wang Ting managed to withstand a strike from him. It was indeed unexpected. The tiger head golden blade in Wang Teng's grasp had withstood the blow of absolute resonance without shattering, indicating it was also a divine weapon. Wang Ming was willing to let Wang Tong wield this ancestral artifact. However, even with this divine protection, Wang Tong was still destined to perish. At that moment, Wang Tong's face was filled with fervor, both hands gripping the blade, his arms trembling slightly. This was the first time he felt such exertion, yet instead of despair, he felt exhilaration. This only confirmed that his choice of opponent was indeed worthwhile. With a crack, a small fissure suddenly appeared on the surface of the tiger head golden blade. Wang Tong realized he could no longer continue the standoff with Xia Changming. If this persisted, the golden blade would soon succumb to destruction. Roaring like a dragon, Wang Tong's fierce cry momentarily disrupted Xia Changming, and he abruptly retreated, creating distance between them. Is this the realm of the celestial sovereign? Truly formidable. Delightful. Ha ha. Wang Tong, surveying the myriad sword-inflicted wounds adorning his body, laughed boisterously. There is even greater power yet to be unleashed. Xia Changming responded coolly, raising the imperial immortal sword towards the heavens, concentrating his spiritual energy into the blade, causing the silhouette of an immense sword to materialize in the celestial expanse. A piercing sword aura traversed the heavens and the earth. Wang Tong, no longer holding back his spiritual force, summoned the full might of his black dragon bloodline, channeling his energy into the golden blade. Brilliant golden light erupted, resonating with the roar of tigers in the mountains. As Wang Tong reveled in the power, the dragon's roar echoing through the skies. This was the true legacy of the Wang family's tiger-dragon beast bloodline. The combined roar of the tiger and dragon, both beastly bloodlines, ignited simultaneously, unleashing their utmost strength. The tiger and dragon would devour together. Wang Teng leaped into the air, a shadowy black dragon faintly appearing behind him, its gaping maw wide open. As he swung the golden blade downwards, resembling a fierce golden tiger pouncing through the void, Xia Changming narrowed his eyes slightly, raising 2 fingers to the sky, gently sweeping his arm downward. The unparalleled sword technique, Heaven's Descent. The colossal sword descended with great force, its blade cleaving through the heavens, leaving the sky seemingly tilted in its wake, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The ethereal forms of a golden tiger and a black dragon attempted to unite their strengths to withstand this overwhelming strike. Yet, upon their mere contact, the golden tiger was torn asunder, and the black dragon was severed at the waist. Wang Teng let out a maniacal laugh, still raising his golden blade in defiance. The giant sword struck down upon Wang Teng with tremendous might, carving a deep chasm into the ground below. From a distance, Xia Ruobing and the others were left trembling in fear. Had Xia Changming unleashed such a move during the clan competition, they would surely have been obliterated on the spot. Suspended in midair, Xia Changming did not retract his sword, but instead gazed at the thick cloud of dust rising from the ground. As the dust began to settle, Wang Teng's figure slowly emerged. Xia Ruobing and the others gasped in disbelief. Wang Teng had survived this. Though he had narrowly escaped fatal injury, his left arm was gone, his garments in tatters, and the tiger-headed golden blade had shattered into 2 pieces, leaving him in a pitiful state. The only constant was the triumphant smile adorning Wang Teng's face. Ha! A splendid sword. What a magnificent sword strike. Wang Teng praised Xia Changming, then raised the broken blade once more, pointing it at him as he continued, even in the realm of celestials. Surely such a breathtaking strike cannot be executed a second time in quick succession? Xia Changming said nothing, instead revealing a knowing smile as he raised his fingers skyward once again. Under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, another sword, identical to the previous one, began to coalesce in the heavens above. Strike! The second titanic sword fell with devastating force. Wang Teng, alarmed, swiftly hurled 3 black dragon shields to protect himself. Each shield was a top-tier artifact. Nevertheless, as the giant sword descended, it shattered one shield after another until Wang Teng's figure was engulfed within the chaos. This time, before the dust could settle, Wang Teng's laughter resonated from within. Ha ha, you still have not killed me. Wang Teng was partially kneeling, his remaining right arm crushed, blood trickling down his face and pooling on the ground. Yet his expression remained defiant. Your spiritual energy must be depleted by now. Without it, what good is your sword technique? Wang Teng was certain that Xia Changming lacked the power to unleash the unparalleled sword technique once more. Moreover, his robust dragon-like physique was undoubtedly superior to Xia Changming's. Xia Changming smiled slightly and responded, "Spiritual energy? Is it not abundant in this secret realm?" With that, the spiritual energy of the realm suddenly converged around him, streams of ethereal energy flowing through the sky, ceaselessly pouring into his body from the eye of the spiritual spring, painting a scene of extraordinary spectacle. In a mere moment, spiritual energy swirled around Xia Changming, and the imperial immortal sword once again coalesced into a colossal blade, piercing the heavens. Strike! The giant sword fell for the 3rd time. This time, Wang Teng had no means of escape. He gazed up at the descending sword, feeling the blade's energy capable of tearing him to shreds, and with arms wide open, he laughed heartily, embracing his impending demise. Ha ha! What a thrill! The weak are unworthy of existence. Even in death, Wang Teng remained steadfastly devoted to his twisted beliefs. As the colossal sword descended, Wang Teng's figure was engulfed by the sword's aura. Xia Changming sheathed the Emperor Immortal sword and swiftly returned to the side of Xia Ruobing and the others. The family head is truly formidable. Wang Teng stood no chance at all. The others, whose injuries were nearly healed, gathered around Xia Changming, their faces alight with admiration and excitement. "Ruobing, how is your condition?" Xia Changming inquired first of Xia Ruobing. At this moment, Xia Ruobing appeared to have fully regained her vitality and replied respectfully, "Thank you, family head. Thanks to Ning's assistance, I am now well." "Good, that's a relief." Xia Changming responded, feeling reassured. Xia Ruobing hastily shared her recent discoveries with him. Family head. The Kai family and the Wang family have already begun to clash within the secret realm. I also witnessed Kai Jia heading in the direction of the lady. I understand. You all go and contact the others. Should you encounter anyone from the Wang or Kai families, eliminate them if possible. If not, retreat, Xia Changming instructed coldly. Xia Ruobing and her companions swiftly took their leave to communicate with others scattered throughout the secret realm. Meanwhile, Xia Changming pressed onward towards Su Yueli's location. Kai Jia was likely planning to strike at Su Yueli first. After Xia Changming and the others departed, Wang Tian slowly approached the spot where Wang Teng had been obliterated by the sword's aura. 3 deep crevices marred the ground. Remnants of the sword's might lingering in the air. There was not even a trace of Wang Teng's remains. Wang Tian had long anticipated that such a day would come for Wang Teng, yet he couldn't help but sigh toward the heavens. The Wang family is finished. Chapter 87. To aid or not to aid. Amidst the dense forest, Su Yueli stood gracefully, her delicate figure poised as her fox tail swayed gently behind her. She held the neck of a demon beast aloft with her slender, jade-like arm. The creature writhed desperately, yet it remained ensnared. With her eyes narrowing slightly, Su Yueli clenched her hand, and in an instant, the beast's neck snapped, blood splattering onto her exquisite, cold visage, adding an alluring charm to her expression. After parting ways with Xia Changming, Su Yueli hastened towards the voice that echoed in her mind. Along her journey, she encountered numerous assailants, like the demon beast, and several practitioners who sought to confront her. In her benevolence, she granted them a sleep akin to that of an infant, while also tending to their cervical spines. Now, she was nearing the source of the voice that beckoned her spirit. The ability to attract her consciousness suggested that this secret realm harbored the remnants of ancient, formidable beings from the demon clan. Should she acquire the legacy left behind, she would certainly seek retribution against Xia Changming for his recent transgressions against her. She recalled each instance of familial punishment and the number of strikes received, all etched vividly in her memory. The thought of soon confronting Xia Changming caused the corners of Su Yueli's mouth to involuntarily lift, revealing an enchanting smile that could mesmerize the world. Those fortunate enough to witness it would undoubtedly exclaim, a visage of unparalleled beauty. As Su Yueli reveled in her fantasies of vengeance, a melodious sound of guqin and shao drifted into her ears. The music, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated like an enchanting melody that pierced the soul, while also bearing an underlying intent of slaughter. Intrigued, she decided to investigate further. Having spent considerable time honing her musical skills with Chu Qingwan, she had developed a refined appreciation for the art. As she approached the source of the melody, she beheld Xie Yi and Xia Hualing in a standoff against the Kai family. Scattered across the ground lay numerous disciples of the Xia family, clad in emerald garments, alongside several from the Kai family, clearly indicative of a fierce and bloody confrontation. Only Xie Yi and Xia Hualing remained on the Xia family's side. Hualing sat cross-legged, her hands gracefully dancing over the strings of her guqin, while Yi stood beside her, gripping a long shao. Both wearing expressions of deep concern and hatred directed at the assembly of Kai family members before them. Kai Huai, how dare your family lay hands on the Xia clan? Are you intent on igniting a war among the noble families? Xia Yi declared angrily, his voice laced with indignation. Upon entering the secret realm, everything had initially unfolded smoothly. He had cautioned all members of the Xia family to remain vigilant against the Kai and Wang families. However, the moment they encountered members of the Kai family, they were met with a merciless ambush, and other sects and minor factions fell victim to the slaughter as well. Many rogue cultivators had aligned themselves with the Kai family, pursuing the Xia clan relentlessly. As they were chased deeper into the secret realm, besieged by demon beasts and hunted by the Kai family, the Xia clan had suffered catastrophic losses, with most members either dead or missing. In response to Xie Ye's furious rebuke, a withered, short, and stooped elder leaned on his cane and chuckled ominously. A war among noble families? Long before entering the secret realm, the scheme had already commenced, Master Xia. It is not only your Xia family that will face annihilation. The Xia family, the Wang family, and my Kai family will all be dealt with simultaneously. The 4 great families of Tianzhou shall cease to exist from this moment forth. Xie Yi was struck with terror. Suddenly realizing that the Kai family had long been plotting this scheme, intending to eradicate all other families during their entry into the secret realm, including the Wang family. The death of my father, Xia Changming, was orchestrated by your Kai family, wasn't it? Xia Yi clenched his fists, striving to restrain the fury rising within him as he questioned. Just moments ago, Kai Hu had addressed him as Master Xia, clearly indicating that he was already aware of Xia Changming's demise. At this juncture, Kai Hu deemed it unnecessary to conceal the truth any longer. With a grotesque smile, he proclaimed, "Your father was bound by his own obstinacy, unwilling to ally with my Kai family, which led him to his tragic end. I happened to be present at that time. The essence of your father's soul was quite delightful. Ha ha ha. You." The usually gentle Xia Yi could no longer contain his rage. He raised his flute, transforming his fury into a haunting melody. The notes surged forth, urgent and fervent, weaving a sinister enchantment. The members of the Kai family clutched their heads in agony, struggling in torment. Those whose minds were unstable collapsed to the ground, bleeding from their orifices. Recognizing that Kai Hu was indeed one of the murderers of her father, Xia Hualing's eyes blazed with fury. With a delicate finger, she plucked the strings of her zither, and the sound became a lethal blade. Kai Hu raised his hands, summoning a shield of vengeful spirits to protect himself. The sound blade struck the soul shield, creating no ripple in the air. However, the Kai family disciples nearby, affected by the sinister melody, were not so fortunate. Several were slain on the spot, unable to evade their fate. The magic of the Xia family is indeed formidable. Their melodies can cleanse the spirit, while their most intense notes can wreak havoc and destruction. Kai Hu observed the fallen Kai family disciples and complimented Xia Yi. Together, Xia Yi and Xia Hualing demonstrated their prowess. One harnessed the dark melody to invade the body and attack the mind, while the other transformed sound into a blade, allowing it to strike with precision. In their seamless collaboration, it seemed no adversary of the same realm could withstand them. "Steady your minds. Strike alongside me." Kai Hu commanded the remaining members of the Kai family, then leaped into action, sleeves billowing. The Feast of 100 Ghosts. The other disciples of the Kai family joined forces, employing their vengeful spirit techniques to assist Kai Hu in summoning a tide of vengeful souls. Countless spirits surged towards Xia Yi and Xia Hualing, wailing and shrieking in despair. "Younger sister," Xia Yi said to Xia Hualing. She nodded, her hands once more caressing the strings of her zither, producing an even more intense and soaring melody, as if she were amidst a battlefield. Xia Yi played his flute, harmonizing with Xia Hualing's zither. The flute's sound formed a barrier of dark melody before them, while the zither's notes transformed into a volley of arrows. The rain of arrows engulfed the tide of spirits, but soon, the vengeful souls surged forth once more, seemingly endless. Xia Hualing poured her heart into playing the guqin. Her fingers already bloodied, yet she did not cease. If she were to stop now, the Xia family would face utter destruction. However, the strings of the zither could no longer withstand the infusion of Xia Hualing's spiritual power. With a resounding snap, the strings broke, and the torrential rain of arrows abruptly dissipated, leaving countless malevolent souls pressing against the barrier of demonic sound. Xia Yi continued to play the flute, striving to maintain the support of the barrier, but it was not long before the barrier was violently shattered. He spat out a mouthful of blood, falling to the ground as a result of the backlash from the demonic sound. "Brother," Xia Hualing hurriedly assisted Xia Yi to his feet. Though Xia Yi possessed the strength of an early celestial realm practitioner, Xia Hualing was merely at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm and could not withstand the assault of Kai Jia's grand elder, Kai Huai, who was in the mid-celestial realm. Moreover, there were numerous disciples of the Kai family behind him, ready to join the fray. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Without the barrier of demonic sound, the 100 malevolent souls had enveloped Xia Yi and Xia Hualing completely. Kai Huai laughed maniacally, proclaiming, "From this day forth, the Xia family shall be erased from the annals of Tianzhou." Su Yueli, resting her delicate chin on her hand, floated gracefully in the air, contemplating whether to intervene. Her beautiful eyes turned towards Xia Hualing, her brows slightly furrowing. If her memory served her right, this woman had been the one spreading rumors in the drunken immortal pavilion that Xia Changming was her beloved. She chose not to assist. What concern was it of hers if the human race turned against itself? Su Yueli silently turned to leave. Chapter 88. The Emperor sees you as an eyesore. Therefore you must perish. The Xia family. Vanish. With a swift wave of Kai Huai's sleeve, a multitude of vengeful spirits surged forth, eager to engulf both Xie Yi and Xia Hualing. The siblings clasped each other's hands, their expressions serene as they prepared to face their demise with dignity. Xie Yi understood that the ambitions of the Kai family would ultimately come to naught. His only regret was that he would not witness the moment of the Kai family's downfall with his own eyes. At that moment, an exquisite silhouette descended before them, her jade-like arm raised, and with a single motion, she tore apart the vengeful spirits, reducing them to mere fragments. Madame Xia. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xia Yi's expression brightened, exclaiming in astonishment. Su Yueli's countenance turned icy at his words, as she turned slightly, her gaze piercing with lethal intent as she inquired of Xia Yi. What did you just call me? Your Majesty. Feeling the invisible aura of menace emanating from Su Yueli, Xia Yi quickly adjusted his address. He could not help but fearfully ponder. This Demon Empress is truly terrifying. Why did she suddenly appear displeased? Was it an offense to call her Madame Xia? Kai Huai's expression shifted to one of alarm upon witnessing Su Yueli's arrival. It was rumored that this newly ascended Demon Empress possessed formidable strength and talent, likely on par with a supreme being. The ancestor had once stated that both Xia Changming and Su Yueli were to be handled personally by him. For the time being, it would be wise to avoid confrontation until the ancestor arrived. Having encountered the Empress, Kai Huai respectfully inquired, "Might I ask why the Demon Empress has chosen to intervene in matters concerning my human kin?" Su Yueli cast a cold glance at him, her reasoning both simple and reasonable. The Kai family has previously provoked me. Furthermore, I find you distasteful. Hence, you must perish. Initially, Su Yueli intended to depart without further ado, but recalling the grievances the Kai family had caused her, she chose to return. It was certainly not out of any allegiance to the Xia family or in consideration of Xia Changming that she had come to their aid. Kai Huai, upon hearing her words, was struck dumb, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Internally, he cursed Kai Kun vehemently, hurriedly offering apologies. The Kai family has deeply offended you in the past. I implore the Empress to forgive us. I, as a representative of the Kai family, wish to offer my sincerest apologies. Apologies? Acceptable, but you must pay with your life. Su Yueli's cold gaze hardened, and without further ado, her foxtail descended with great force. As the Demon Empress, was it not reasonable for her to take a life? Kai Huai's eyes widened in shock. Caught off guard by Su Yueli's unreasonable nature, he quickly raised his cane to block the colossal strike, which was akin to a mountain crashing down. The ground beneath him instantly collapsed and cracked, his feet nearly sinking into the newly formed pit, while his cane began to show signs of fracture. Empress, if you were to slay me, the ancestor of the Kai family would surely not let you go unpunished. Kai Huai hastily invoked the name of the Kai family's ancestor, hoping to instill fear in Su Yueli. That seemingly casual blow had nearly cost him his life. Should she strike again, he would surely be reduced to mere dust. However, the words of Kai Hu did not cause Su Yueli to relent. Instead, they deepened the furrows of her brow and chilled her expression further. She despised threats above all. A mere ant dared to threaten her. The Empress? Disappear from my sight. Su Yueli coldly pronounced Kai Hu's death sentence. Wait a moment. Kai Hu exclaimed in terror. Yet, Su Yueli paid him no heed. A second tail swept through with a fierce whoosh. Kai Hu was struck midsection, his bones shattering upon impact. Lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, he looked up only to face the heavy descent of a fox tail. When Su Yueli retracted her tail, all that remained in the deep pit was a puddle of indistinct flesh and blood. With a flick of her tail, the blood and remnants scattered upon the ground, and her tail returned to its pristine, untainted state. Throughout the encounter, Su Yueli maintained an elegant poise, propped her chin upon her hand, and did not move an inch. It was only after Kai Hu's demise that she delicately extended her hand, casting forth a wisp of ethereal green flame. Aya! Kai Hu's soul emitted a tremorous wail as it was gradually consumed by the ghostly fire. The other disciples of the Kai family only regained their senses after Kai Hu's soul had dissipated, their faces pale with fear as they gazed at Su Yueli. Without further hesitation, they turned to flee. Su Yueli's expression remained impassive as her slender fingers swept through the air, 5 razor-sharp claws slicing through the sky, swiftly dispatching the fleeing crowd. In an instant, the air was filled with a blossoming crimson spray. Xie Yi and Xia Hualing, witnessing from behind, felt their hearts tremble with dread. The elite members of the Kai family, including the elder Kai who at mid-stage of the celestial realm, had been effortlessly slain. When Su Yueli turned to face Xia Yi and Xia Hualing, her cold, alluring gaze bore into them, making Xia Yi nearly believe their end was nigh. Would Su Yueli not take the opportunity to eliminate them as well? With the absence of Xia Changming by Su Yueli's side, he felt she was far more perilous and frigid than during their previous encounters. At this moment, she embodied the rumored ruthless and bloodthirsty empress of the demon race. Fortunately for Xia Yi, his fears were unfounded. Su Yueli had no intention of striking at them and simply walked past. As he exhaled in relief, he turned to Su Yueli, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving my life." This time, he dared not address her as Lady Xia. Su Yueli cast a cold glance over her shoulder, preparing to depart when a figure emerged slowly from behind a tree. The newcomer appeared remarkably youthful, with an extremely pale and sinister visage, exuding an aura that was profoundly unsettling. Su Yueli recognized him from a prior encounter in the palace, the eldest son of the Kai family, Kai Jia. She had paid him no heed then, but now, she sensed that this individual was far from ordinary. His aura and spiritual energy were concealed with utmost stealth, and at this distance, she had not even perceived his presence. Kai Jia regarded Su Yueli with a sly grin, his gaze filled with greedy fervor. What he coveted was not her corporeal form, but rather her soul. The nine-tailed fox soul of a being at the early stage of the celestial realm was a rarity in this world. Should I manage to absorb and refine your divine soul, transcending the shackles of this celestial sovereign realm would no longer be a mere fantasy. Perhaps I could even forge an exquisite nine-tailed demon soul for my command. After entering the secret realm, Kai Bai did not hasten to seek out Xia Changming. Rather, he sensed the presence of Su Yueli's actions and stealthily followed her trail. Observing that Su Yueli and Xia Changming did not act in concert was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. If I can first refine Su Yueli's divine soul, I would face Xia Changming without a shred of fear. Su Yueli's gaze was fixed upon Kai Bai, her expression gradually growing grave. The fact that she could not perceive him indicated that he was at least a formidable adversary of the same celestial sovereign realm. "You too. If you wish to avoid death, I advise you to leave at once," Su Yueli warned, not turning her head as she addressed Xia Yi and Xia Hualing. Xia Yi understood that the ensuing battle was beyond their capacity to intervene. Even the slightest involvement could spell their doom, and he swiftly withdrew with a respectful gesture. "Thank you, Your Excellency. I shall inform Brother Xia immediately." With that, Xia Yi and Xia Hualing vanished into the thicket. Su Yueli's brows quivered slightly. Why did he feel the need to inform Xia Changming of her situation? Did he doubt her strength? She was certainly not so weak as to require Xia Changming's protection. At this moment, Su Yueli's lovely face was set in icy resolve, her murderous intent palpable. She vowed to unleash all her pent-up fury upon Kai Bai. Chapter 89. The Battle of the Dual Celestials. With a swift motion, a figure streaked across the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily into the mountain peak. Su Yueli, her half-demon form fully revealed, floated gracefully in the air, her delicate figure radiant and her cold gaze proud. Behind her, 9 tails swayed freely, and she gently caressed one with her slender hand. Before long, Kai Bai's figure emerged once more from the mountain, his expression dark as he glared at Su Yueli. The conflict between Celestials required no words. Both parties would undoubtedly unleash their full power. Yet, he still underestimated Su Yueli's initial strength in the Celestial realm. Her seemingly delicate tails were as heavy as mountains, extending with the agility of tentacles, delivering a ferocious assault. One moment of inattention could result in being ruthlessly smashed into the mountainside, as had just occurred. Humph, the Empress of the demon race is indeed formidable. But if this is all you possess, you shall not be my match. Kai Bai declared, "I shall claim your 9-tailed spirit." Extending his arm, a soul-calling banner materialized in his grasp. The banner, a deep purple-black, exuded a chilling malevolence, teeming with countless vengeful spirits and wailing souls that echoed with sorrowful howls. "Humph, that will suffice to end you," Su Yueli proclaimed proudly, though a deeper gravity settled in her gaze. From the soul-calling banner, she sensed not only the eerie aura, but also a subtle intent to draw upon her soul as power. A celestial artifact, forged from innumerable vengeful spirits, the 10,000 Souls Ghost Banner. Kai Bai gently waved the banner, unleashing a torrent of malevolent souls that surged forth like a flood. Su Yueli stood resolutely, her foxtails sweeping across in a swift, slicing motion, as quick as an afterimage. Each tail, resembling an infinitely elongated sword, shattered every approaching spirit into fragments. In mere moments, she decimated countless souls, with two of her tails seizing the opportunity to pierce through the tide of spirits, lunging toward the concealed Kai Bai behind the veil of souls. The soul-restraining bone. Quick-witted, Kai Bai raised his other hand defensively. A grotesque skull, adorned with two prominent fangs, erupted forth, absorbing Su Yueli's tail strike with fierce tenacity. Exorcise the evil. Su Yueli countered immediately, reaching behind her to draw forth a slender silver blade intricately etched with demonic runes. The blade swung forth, its end adorned with a jingling copper bell, the silver light flashing in harmony with the sound. The soul bone shielding Kai Bai shattered instantaneously. This was a device specifically designed to dispel malevolent forces. Kai Bai's expression darkened, becoming increasingly grim. These vengeful spirits were the culmination of his life's work, and the soul-restraining bone was forged from countless human and demon bones, as well as malevolent souls. To have it so easily shattered by Su Yueli's single strike was unfathomable. Moreover, with the exorcising blade in her grasp, she effortlessly severed through his innumerable vengeful spirits. Although merely an artifact, it posed a significant threat to someone specializing in soul cultivation. I must first shatter her exorcising blade, Kai Bai intoned, reciting incantations as several soul-binding chains erupted from his palm. The soul-binding chains pierced through countless vengeful spirits, firmly ensnaring the nine-tailed fox that Su Yueli was mercilessly slaughtering. The nine tails were entirely ensnared by the soul lock, rendering them immobile. Su Yueli was momentarily startled and swung her blade, the evil-breaking slash, at the soul-binding chains. Having finally captured the nine tails, Kai Bai would not allow her to have her way. He personally manipulated the soul-binding chains, driving the vengeful spirits towards Su Yueli. Su Yueli had no choice but to sever the spirits before her with the evil-breaking slash. A grotesque head, forged from the souls of various demonic beasts, lurked behind the spirits, opening its gaping maw to launch a direct attack. Su Yueli positioned the evil-breaking slash before her, blocking the beast's jaws, which clamped down with vicious fangs. Seeing this, Kai Bai's lips curled into a triumphant smirk as he channeled his spiritual energy through the soul-binding chains into the demonic beast's soul. The beast's eyes widened with a more ferocious glare, exerting tremendous force to clamp its jaws shut. With a resounding crack, the evil-breaking slash shattered into two pieces. Devour her. Kai Bai, invigorated, urged the demonic beast's soul to pounce upon Su Yueli once more. Without the blade of evil breaking, Su Yueli posed little threat to him. Undaunted, Su Yueli brought her delicate hands together, transforming them into a sharp sword that pierced the beast's brow. She clenched her fist and exclaimed, "Phantom fire, burn." Instantly, a ghostly flame ignited in her palm, incinerating the demonic beast's soul to ashes. Truly, she is the empress of the demon clan, so decisive. Kai Bai praised in astonishment. In the moment her weapon shattered, risking her arm being devoured, she was the first to incinerate the demonic beast's soul with her ghostly flames. But what of it? He had countless vengeful spirits at his disposal, a legion of souls to consume. Kai Bai shook the soul-calling banner in his hand, and multitudes of vengeful spirits swirled in the air, relentlessly surging towards Su Yueli. Su Yueli gently clasped her palms together, and when she spread them apart, a vibrant purple and green flame flickered in her palm. The flame danced elegantly, radiating brilliance. "Foxfire, incinerate all," Su Yueli murmured, exhaling softly. The flames swirled towards the oncoming vengeful spirits. As the spirits came into contact with the flames, they were instantaneously consumed by the foxfire, emitting terrified shrieks. Every spirit that made contact was engulfed without exception. Even the slightest spark would lead to immediate annihilation. Countless vengeful spirits crowded together, and in an instant, they burst forth in the sky like a magnificent, dazzling firework. The foxfire swiftly spread along the soul-binding chains towards Kai Bai, who was so frightened that he hastily severed the chains himself. "Nine tails, constrict." Su Yueli's gaze sharpened, and with a flick of her tails, she forcefully snapped the soul-binding chains entwined around her. Freed from the shackles of the soul-binding chains, The nine tails soared towards Kai Bai like a razor-sharp sword. With his vengeful spirits severely diminished, Kai Bai could only raise the soul-calling banner as a shield, conjuring a protective formation. The might of Su Yuli's nine tails was astonishing, rampaging towards Kai Bai with wild slashes and strikes. Each strike reverberated through the heavens, causing the earth to tremble beneath its might. As it swept across the landscape, it left behind naught but barren soil where once lush forests stood. After enduring an uncountable number of blows, Kai Bai seized the opportunity to retreat, clumsily distancing himself from Su Yuli, and the two found themselves suspended in midair. He retrieved a whole vial of refined Luo Sha Dan from his spiritual ring and consumed its contents, instantly rejuvenating a significant portion of his spiritual and soul energy. Though he faced a grave loss of soul energy and was at a disadvantage, he remained confident in his ability to subdue Su Yuli. The fox ghost flame, while terrifying, was also exceedingly depleting of spiritual energy. If this continued, her energy would inevitably dwindle. Meanwhile, he could convert the remaining soul energy in his possession into Luo Sha Dan to replenish his own strength. Su Yuli furrowed her brow as she observed Kai Bai regaining his energy. All of her stored spiritual pills had been expended in her confrontation with Xia Changming. At this moment, she could only rely on the spirit-gathering array engraved on her hairpin to gradually restore her energy. Kai Bai, being in the mid-stage of the celestial sovereign realm and with the aid of the pills, had the advantage as time passed. Just as Su Yuli found herself in a predicament, a voice, one she recognized all too well, suddenly resonated in the air. "My dear, what are you doing? May I join you?" Xia Changming descended from the sky with the swiftness of divine light, positioning himself between Su Yuli and Kai Bai, a gentle smile adorning his face. In an instant, the sky bore witness to a triumvirate standoff. Chapter 90. My lady, was it intentional or accidental? How infuriating that this wretched fellow has arrived. Upon seeing Xia Changming, Su Yuli's brows knitted in displeasure. He was the last person she wished to encounter. "My lady, why does your expression not reflect joy upon seeing your husband? Surely you must have missed me. Come now, do not be shy," Xia Changming declared with a radiant smile, arms wide open towards Su Yuli. Having not exchanged banter with anyone for the past few days, he found himself genuinely missing her. He had rushed ahead, fortuitously encountering Xie Yi and Xie Hualing along the way. Upon hearing that Su Yuli was engaged in a duel with Kai Jie, he hastened to her side. Only after confirming her safety did he feel a sense of relief. Su Yuli's cheeks flushed with indignation, her anger palpable. "Do you truly not comprehend why I am displeased?" she retorted coldly, clenching her delicate fists. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Changming's eyes widened in understanding as he turned to glare at Kai Bai, his voice laced with ice. "You are the ancestral figure of the Kai family, aren't you? It is you who has caused my lady's discontent. Su Yuli. Kai Bai, you have angered my lady and dared to strike against my Xia family. I shall claim your life," Xia Changming proclaimed, his fingers flicking as the imperial celestial sword was drawn, transforming into a divine rainbow as it aimed for Kai Bai's head with breathtaking speed. Kai Bai, taken aback, hastily raised the soul-summoning banner to shield himself. The blade met the banner with a resounding clash, unleashing a tempest of spiritual power and sword energy that ravaged the surroundings. Xia Changming advanced, gripping the imperial celestial sword, channeling his spiritual energy into it with a gentle yet firm push. Kai Bai found himself unable to withstand the force, staggering back several paces, his garments marred by deep gashes. What astonishing sword energy! Kai Bai gazed in shock at the torn fabric adorning him. His soul power barrier proved as fragile as parchment before Xia Changming's onslaught. In that fleeting moment of astonishment, Xia Changming surged forward once more, wielding his sword with an intensity that sent waves of energy cascading around him. To his astonishment, the blade of the imperial celestial sword was enveloped in a layer of spiritual energy, rendering each strike even more formidable. One misstep, and one would find themselves with multiple wounds. Under the relentless assault of Xia Changming's swordsmanship, Kai Bai could only defend himself in a state of disarray. "I alone am sufficient. Your assistance is unnecessary," Su Yuli declared as she leapt into the fray. The power of the nine tails erupted, a magnificent force sweeping through the sky, the chaotic tails striking with abandon. Allowing Xia Changming to dispose of Kai Bai would imply her own inadequacy in handling him, a notion that greatly displeased Su Yuli. With ferocity, the nine tails not only sent Kai Bai flying, but also aimed towards Xia Changming. "My lady, you seem to have misidentified your target," Xia Changming remarked, evading a downward slashing tail with a hint of exasperation. "Humph." Su Yueli let out a soft huff. Her expression serene as she said, "I truly apologize, but I did not notice." Xia Changming cast a knowing glance at Su Yueli, observing her calm demeanor, which filled him with suspicion. He then charged at Kai Bai once more. Just as Xia Changming swung his sword toward Kai Bai, a sudden strike came hurtling toward him from behind. Forewarned, Xia Changming sidestepped deftly, and the foxtail struck Kai Bai squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling several miles away, a spray of blood erupting into the air. Xia Changming did not rush to pursue. Instead, he turned around, a faint smile gracing his lips as he addressed Su Yueli. "My dear, was that intentional or merely an accident?" Now he was convinced. This young lady had devised a plan to eliminate both him and Kai Bai in one fell swoop. Seeing her ambush thwarted, Su Yueli turned her head away, avoiding eye contact with Xia Changming. With an innocent look, she raised her hand and said, "I aimed to strike at him. You were simply in my way. It is not my fault." Xia Changming gazed intently at Su Yueli, remaining silent. His unwavering stare made her feel a hint of unease. Kai Bai, clutching his chest, glared at both Xia Changming and Su Yueli with a malicious expression. The two revered beings coordinated seamlessly, rendering him utterly outmatched. Xia Changming had yet to reveal his true strength, leaving Kai Bai unaware of his actual capabilities. Su Yueli's nine tails relentlessly attacked him from various angles. Having taken advantage of the moment when Xia Changming engaged him, he was struck unexpectedly and with great force. Their synergy was becoming second nature. He could no longer afford to hold back. In a deep, echoing tone, he intoned, "With my blood, I invoke the spirits, summon the demonic shroud, let the heavens descend." Kai Bai slashed open his wrists, eyes closed tight, murmuring incantations. A dark, grayish spiritual energy surged upward, and blood pooled on the ground, forming a bloodbath as a soul-retrieving banner unfurled, ascending into the clouds above. In an instant, a vortex appeared in the sky, transforming the entire expanse into an ominous shade of black, while the blood pool bubbled violently. Under the shadowy vortex, countless vengeful souls surged forth, their anguished howls echoing across the heavens, creating a scene both terrifying and surreal. From beneath the ground, influenced by the blood pool, numerous remnants of demonic beasts clawed their way up, their eyes gleaming with a ferocious thirst for blood. Su Yueli frowned, her expression grave. The secret realm was already a burial ground for countless fallen souls, and now, with Kai Bai's soul-summoning technique, they were being awakened. Moreover, these remnants were far more formidable than the vengeful spirits he had conjured himself. Glancing surreptitiously at Xia Changming, Su Yueli noted his nonchalant demeanor and felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Did this man never experience anxiety? Xia Changming caught her scrutiny and, noticing her furrowed brow, chuckled. "My dear, do not fear. I am here. I am not afraid," Su Yueli retorted, her tone a mix of indignation and defiance. Xia Changming smiled, soaring into the air, leaving behind the words, "Stay put for a moment, my dear. I shall return shortly." Su Yueli watched his retreating figure, contemplating whether she should intervene to assist him. The ghostly curtain summons an overwhelming number of souls, and facing them alone may prove to be quite formidable. No, why should I concern myself with him? He chose to confront this alone. It is not my fault. Dying would be just. Su Yueli withdrew to the side to recuperate her spiritual energy. Her hands clasped behind her back, already gathering a sphere of foxfire. In the heavens above, Xia Changming stood poised in the air, locking eyes with Kai Bipin. Kai Bai gazed at Xia Changming, his expression maliciously triumphant, and chuckled. What a pity, the youngest heavenly sovereign is about to meet his demise here. I shall seize your divine soul and subject you to the torment of eternal refinement. Xia Changming scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "You know, I find your name quite fitting. You are nothing but a mere fool. You. Very well. I shall see what makes you so arrogant." Kai Bai's countenance darkened, his overwhelming rage contorting his features. Awaken myriad souls. With a powerful thrust of his arms, countless vengeful and malevolent spirits surged forth, ready to be commanded. The secret realm served as a natural soul vessel for him. Entombed within were innumerable powerful remnants of souls at his disposal, granting him a significant advantage. With his mid-stage heavenly sovereign strength, he felt no fear even when facing a peak heavenly sovereign. Chapter 91. The might of 10,000 swords. Xia Changming stood proudly amidst the clouds, his hands clasped behind him, his robes billowing in the wind. An expression of serene composure gracing his face as he softly intoned, "Unparalleled sword technique, 10,000 swords." In an instant, the imperial immortal sword, suspended beside him, emanated an astonishingly sharp sword aura. The swirling sword energy did not dissipate, but instead coalesced into form, each blade of sword energy transforming into a transparent, gleaming sword. Within moments, countless sword energy blades hovered behind Xia Changming, each enveloped in a layer of spiritual power, faintly radiating a soft glow, their edges keen and their might unparalleled. Xia Changming stood before the multitude of swords, embodying the imposing presence of a sword immortal, gazing down upon the world and towering above the heavens. Suyueli, observing from below, was entranced, her beautiful eyes wide with awe, her lips parting slightly in surprise. This was the first time she had witnessed Xia Changming unleash this sword technique. As she beheld the formidable blades of sword energy that obscured the sky, a tremor of realization coursed through her. Had he truly held back when he had faced her before? If it were her instead, could she withstand this onslaught of 10,000 blades? Kai Bai stood before the sea of swords, his heart gripped by terror. He could acutely feel the oppressive aura of the countless sword intents aimed directly at him, as if each blade of sword energy were poised over his heart, causing him to tremble and beads of cold sweat to trickle down his brow. Was the legacy of the Sword Immortal truly this fearsome? This individual must not be allowed to remain. Kai Bai's resolve to eliminate Xia Changming solidified. He had already expended his vitality to summon the ghostly veil, and the powerful spirits he had crafted were nearly all consumed by Suyueli's flames. If he chose to retreat now, he would not only gain nothing, but also suffer significant depletion of his strength, making it exceedingly difficult to find another opportunity to strike at Xia Changming and Suyueli in the future. Now, with the arrow knocked, he had no choice but to release it. Moreover, his ghostly veil was bolstered by countless formidable lingering souls, the number of which was virtually limitless. His multitude of souls could very well rival Xia Changming's 10,000 swords. As he observed the ever-increasing number of swords coalescing behind Xia Changming, Kai Bai no longer hesitated. With a sweep of his arm, endless malevolent spirits surged forth towards Xia Changming. Ghostly veil, Rakshasa's grasp. Kai Bai's arm plunged into the clouds, and a colossal hand, formed from a myriad of malevolent spirits, erupted from the dark vortex that obscured the sky, reaching out towards Xia Changming in unison with the multitude of souls. Xia Changming, without the slightest movement of his hands, gazed coldly at the Rakshasa's grasp and the surging tide of souls, calmly declaring, 10,000 swords, swift, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The myriad blades of sword energy behind Xia Changming surged forth, transforming into streaks of radiant light. Tens of thousands of crimson beams streaked across the sky, resembling dazzling meteors beneath the night, creating a spectacle that was breathtakingly resplendent, illuminating the darkened sky. The luminous sword energy blades clashed with the grotesque malevolent spirits, a cacophony of anguished wails erupting from the heavens. Each blade of sword energy swept through the tide of spirits with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Where the light of the swords passed, the spirits were pierced and obliterated. Only dozens of malevolent spirits could barely expend the might of a single blade of sword energy, their numbers swiftly devoured by the onslaught of swords, leaving Kai Bai trembling in fear. The mere blade of condensed sword energy possesses such formidable power. Fortunately, he has an ample supply of fierce souls, giving him an advantage. If this exhausting contest continues, victory shall be his. This was the thought of Kai Bai. However, when he cast a triumphant glance at Xia Changming, he was left astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. He beheld the celestial energies of heaven and earth converging incessantly upon Xia Changming, whose body appeared as an insatiable black tree, greedily absorbing the spiritual forces of the universe. Behind him, a continuous stream of sword energy blades coalesced once more. Each blade rapidly joined the onslaught against the fierce souls. What arcane technique is this? He had never witnessed a method so ruthlessly capable of siphoning the essence of the world. As long as the celestial energies remain unexhausted, Xia Changming would possess an inexhaustible reservoir of power at his disposal. Such a secret transmission, could it have been acquired within this mystical realm? Kai Bai's eyes widened in shock, both terrified and covetous of this unparalleled secret art. If he were to possess this method of drawing on the world's spirit, combined with his soul exchange technique, how could he not break through to the realm of the celestial sovereign and ascend to the divine ranks? No, given time, even the divine realm would not restrain him. Kai Bai manipulated a colossal ghostly hand towards Xia Changming, his gaze fervent. Xia Changming scoffed disdainfully, raising the imperial immortal sword, which instantaneously took shape into a massive blade, descending with overwhelming force. Now, he wielded the imperial immortal sword with an increasing finesse, effortlessly executing its might. The ghostly hand attempted to seize the descending sword, but to its dismay, the enormous blade pierced through the palm, cleaving the arm asunder. Ah! Kai Bai screamed in agony, hastily retracting his arm from the clouds. The ghostly hand was intricately linked to his arm, and this strike from the imperial immortal sword had indeed landed with devastating impact. His arm spasmed uncontrollably, blood gushing forth. Xia Changming gripped the imperial immortal sword tightly, casting it forcefully towards the center of the dark vortex above. The sword sliced through the heavens, plunging directly into the abyss, cutting through the shroud of darkness as if clearing the clouds to reveal the sun. Illuminating the sky once more, the soul-summoning banner, hidden amongst the clouds as the focal point of the formation, was also severed by the sword. How could this be? My soul-summoning banner. Kai Bai gasped in horror. That was a celestial artifact, and it was cleaved in a single stroke. What immense power this sword possesses. With the ghostly veil dissipated, the fierce souls returned to the sealed dust, and with his only celestial artifact shattered, Kai Bai recognized his defeat and decisively retreated. Fleeing? Xia Changming's gaze sharpened, and the myriad swords in the sky transformed into streaks of light, hurtling towards him. Kai Bai turned, hastily erecting a barrier of soul force to defend himself. Several blades of sword energy struck the barrier, and as more swords embedded themselves within, it soon became unable to withstand the onslaught and shattered. The remaining blades of sword energy pierced through Kai Bai's body, leaving him riddled with wounds. Xia Changming, I shall not let this matter rest. As his body was destroyed, Kai Bai's soul swiftly detached, fleeing into the distance. Generally speaking, after death, the soul either dissipates into the universe or lingers in place. Only those who have reached a certain level of enlightenment and have practiced the art of the soul can separate it from the body and escape autonomously. Xia Changming furrowed his brow, grasping the imperial immortal sword, transforming into a divine rainbow as he pursued. Should Kai Bai's soul manage to flee this time, it would be uncertain whose body it might inhabit next. If he chose to conceal himself, locating him again would prove exceedingly difficult. Before departing, he left a message for Su Yueli. My dear, I entrust you with ensuring peace. Just as Su Yueli opened her lips to respond, Xia Changming vanished into the horizon, leaving her fuming with frustration at his increasing propensity to command her. At that moment, the arriving Zhou Anning caught sight of Xia Changming's retreating figure and heard his parting words. Hesitantly, she called out to Su Yueli, Sister Su. For some reason, in the presence of Su Yueli, Zhou Anning always felt an overwhelming pressure. Even after having received the inheritance of the immortal sovereign, she still experienced such feelings. Chapter 92. The teachings of Su Yueli. As night enveloped the surroundings in profound silence, the flickering campfire cast a gentle glow. Su Yueli sat cross-legged upon her tail, her eyes firmly shut as she engaged in meditation, gradually restoring her spiritual energy. The hairpin adorned with mystical runes atop her head glimmered faintly, allowing spiritual power to flow into her being at an astonishingly accelerated pace. Zhou Anning, feeling somewhat apprehensive, sat opposite Su Yueli, casting furtive glances in her direction. Meanwhile, Langya dozed off, resting his head on Zhou Anning's shoulder. After the departure of Xia Changming, the trio had settled in a nearby location to await further developments. Initially, Su Yueli had intended to leave Zhou Anning behind as she ventured forth to seek the place that called to her heart. However, given that they were deep within a secret realm teeming with celestial beasts, it was deemed unsafe to leave Zhou Anning alone. Reluctantly, she agreed to keep a watchful eye on her for the time being. Once Su Yueli felt sufficiently rejuvenated, she slowly opened her eyes, locking gazes with Zhou Anning. Sister Su, you're feeling better now. I roasted some meat. Would you like to have some? Zhou Anning stammered, a hint of panic in her expression as she offered the skewered meat that sizzled over the flames. Su Yueli did not accept the offering. Her violet eyes narrowed coolly, exuding an air of icy elegance. Zhou Anning's heart raced with unease. Each time she found herself alone with Su Yueli, an inexplicable sense of pressure enveloped her. She felt that Su Yueli's deep, graceful gaze seemed capable of piercing through to her very soul. Indeed, Su Yueli was scrutinizing Zhou Anning. In just a few short days, Zhou Anning's demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her ethereal aura hinted at a celestial presence, transcending 2 major realms. Even her innate talents appeared extraordinary. There was no doubt that Zhou Anning had acquired a legacy left behind by some celestial being within this secret realm. Such an astonishing change was simply unfathomable without external assistance. Given Zhou Anning's current strength at the heavenly spirit realm, it was inconceivable that she had attained celestial fortune on her own. Hence, it must have been Xia Changming who had intervened on her behalf. How generous of him to relinquish the celestial legacy to this young girl, even teaching her the art of roasting meat. At that moment, Su Yueli's countenance grew increasingly frosty. When she had encountered Zhou Anning in the palace, she had sensed her extraordinary aura, imbued with the imperial essence of the ZY. Yet, she had not paid it much heed at the time, considering Zhou Anning's inadequate cultivation. Even if she were to ascend to the throne in the future, she posed little threat. However, the situation had drastically changed. With Zhou Anning's newfound celestial fortune and her ascension in realm, she now possessed the potential to become a significant threat to the demon race if allowed to continue her growth unchecked. Should she take advantage of Xia Changming's absence to eliminate her? A murderous intent welled up within Su Yueli's heart. Zhou Anning, frozen in midair with her arm outstretched, felt a surge of terror. Was it merely her imagination, or did she perceive a glint of lethal intent in Su Yueli's eyes? Sister Su intends to kill her. It is inconceivable that Sister Su would have any motive to kill her. For a moment, Zhou Anning found herself at a loss. Lengia, who had been roused from slumber by the enticing aroma of roasted meat, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine upon sensing the murderous intent emanating from Su Yueli, revealing a grimace of fear. Su Yueli merely cast a cold glance at Lengia, causing her to shrink back and hide behind Zhou Anning. How terrifying! The woman of the leader is truly formidable. A peak celestial realm shadow wolf is indeed a rarity. Noticing Lengia's presence, Su Yueli remarked nonchalantly, "Why do you not take your true form and remain in this beastly state?" The elder replied, "It is not that I do not wish to, but transforming is arduous, and I have failed." The leader promised that once we are outside, he would concoct a transformation pill to assist me. Lengia peeked out from behind Zhou Anning. Considering their shared heritage as demons and the challenges of cultivation, Su Yueli gently advised Lengia, "Transformation pills can indeed facilitate your metamorphosis, but they may hinder your future cultivation. Should you succeed in transforming through your own understanding, it would greatly benefit your progress in the long run. Your failure to transform stems from years spent in secluded realms with little exposure to the world. Once you are outside, the sights and experiences of a new realm will naturally aid your transformation." "Really?" Langia's eyes widened, her spirit ignited with hope. Confidence surged within her. "I am merely offering you advice. Whether to rely on the transformation pill or to depend on your own abilities is your choice," Su Yueli stated calmly. Lengia expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance." Unbeknownst to her, this venerable demoness of the celestial realm was, in fact, not much older than Xia Changming, being a little over 100 years her junior. After a slight nod, Su Yueli shifted her attention back to Zhou Anning, who timidly called out, "Sister Su." Lengia felt she had been swayed, genuinely fearful of whether Su Yueli would turn her wrath upon her. Observing Zhou Anning's unease, Su Yueli's lips curled into an enchanting smile as she retracted her killing intent. Enough of this, she mused. As a dignified demoness, could she truly fear a mere child? To strike at a 14-year-old girl would reflect poorly on her stature. "Little one, if I am not mistaken, you must be of the feminine persuasion?" Su Yueli inquired of Zhou Anning. Perhaps it was instinct, but from the very first glance in the palace, she had suspected Zhou Anning's true identity. With the aura of menace dissipated, Zhou Anning felt considerably more at ease. Though still somewhat astonished, she candidly replied, "I knew I couldn't hide it from Sister Su. I am indeed not a male." Concealing my identity is my father's instruction. Since childhood, my father has raised me as a boy, harboring great expectations for me, insisting that only males can inherit the throne, hoping I would forsake my female form. In the future, should the day come when her father is no longer present, and Ning shall ascend to the throne, continuing to bring prosperity and tranquility to the Tianzhou. At this juncture, Zhou and Ning's expression turned somber, her countenance tinged with sorrow. It was uncertain whether she was reminiscing about her father or contemplating the reality of having concealed her true self since birth, living as a man for 14 long years. Upon hearing this, Su Yuli furrowed her brows, a profound disdain and pride evident on her face as she remarked, "Humph, what a farce. Who says a woman cannot ascend to the throne as an emperor? Look at me. Have I not become the sovereign of countless demon tribes? What does it matter that I am a woman? Within the demon realm, wherever I tread, all bow in submission." Zhou and Ning gazed at Su Yuli with admiration and reverence. Not only was Su Yuli breathtakingly beautiful, but her strength was formidable enough to command and unite myriad demon tribes, earning her the title of an era's demon emperor. For the former Zhou and Ning, such aspirations had never crossed her mind. She had even hesitated to contest the throne with Zhou Zhigo. Yet, at this moment, her perspective had begun to shift. This change was ignited by Su Yuli's words. "Little one, remember this. Opportunity is never something that is bestowed upon you by others. If there is something you desire, seize it for yourself, fight for it." Chapter 93. This emperor does not favor him, but you cannot either. Zhou Anning understood. "Thank you, Sister Su." Zhou Anning rose, bowing deeply to Su Yuli with heartfelt gratitude. In that moment, her conviction was resolutely fortified. Once she emerged from the secret realm, she would reclaim all that rightfully belonged to her. Su Yuli nodded indifferently. Yet soon, regret seeped into her heart. Why did she bother to enlighten Zhou Anning? What if she truly became the new empress of the Tianzhou Dynasty? Would she not be digging her own grave? After this exchange, and her gratitude towards Su Yuli, Zhou Anning no longer felt fear when facing her. Instead, she felt a growing intimacy. Uncle Xia had once told her, "Do not fear her. She is merely sharp-tongued and cold-hearted, quite proud." 3. Uncle Xia spoke the truth. "Sister Su," Zhou Anning affectionately called out. Su Yuli slightly furrowed her delicate brows. Zhou Anning's tone had suddenly transformed into one of intimacy, leaving her feeling somewhat disconcerted, yet she chose not to voice her discomfort. "Sister Su, may I ask you a question?" Zhou Anning inquired cautiously. "Go ahead," Su Yuli replied coolly. "How did you come to know Uncle Xia? Is it true that he captured you with a single strike?" Zhou Anning's expression was filled with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. She was genuinely fascinated. During her time in the palace, she had heard enchanting tales reminiscent of fairy tales. What was the true nature of the encounter between Xia Changming and Su Yuli? Was it as the legends suggested, with him storming the demon clan's imperial palace, conquering her with sheer strength? Or was it another narrative altogether? That they had long been acquainted but were hindered by the taboo of their love, resulting in a union under the guise of human-demon marriage to quell the strife? Either scenario would be a tale worthy of eternal remembrance. Su Yuli. She was at a loss for words. This was the very topic she wished to avoid. Her current predicament stemmed from that fateful sword thrust by Xia Changming. Every time she reflected upon it, her teeth ground in frustration. Gazing at Zhou Anning's expectant and curious eyes, Su Yuli coldly replied, "This emperor was not swayed by him. I am merely compelled to remain by his side for the time being. It is not my desire." Zhou Anning pondered this before continuing. Then, "Sister Su, do you like Uncle Xia?" "Huh." Su Yuli widened her beautiful eyes, retorting indignantly, "This emperor does not harbor any affection for that detestable fellow. What gave you the impression that I like him? If anything, I would rather personally eliminate him." Zhou Anning stared dumbfounded at Su Yuli's slightly flustered and agitated defense. She had not anticipated that Su Yuli held such disdain for Xia Changming. Yet, based on her observations, it seemed that their relationship was quite affectionate and intimate. They always engage in playful banter, standing together like a pair of celestial lovers, evoking envy in those who observe them. Sister Su and Uncle Xia frequently spend time together. Inseparable, and Ning believed that Sister Su harbored fond feelings for Uncle Xia. Su Yuli scoffed, clarifying, "It is merely that shameless fellow who insists on being close." Then, does Sister Su truly not like Uncle Xia? "Not at all," Su Yuli replied without hesitation. To hesitate for even a moment would be a sacrilege against her status as a Demon Empress. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning's eyes sparkled with delight, her small face breaking into a smile as she pointed to herself and asked, "Then Canon Ning?" "Absolutely not." Su Yuli abruptly interrupted her in a cold tone. Zhou Ning was momentarily taken aback. Su Yuli, too, wore a look of astonishment. Realizing her lapse in composure, she quickly regained her demeanor and asked, puzzled, "You like that fellow?" At Su Yuli's question, Zhou Ning's face flushed crimson as she clenched her fists. The implications were clear. Xia Changming was powerful, and their interactions held no barriers. He always protected her, devotedly guiding her in her cultivation with gentleness and consideration. His striking figure was indelibly etched in Zhou Ning's mind. Even the enviable celestial legacy she possessed had been generously bestowed upon her by Xia Changming. Moreover, he was quite handsome. Seeing through Zhou Ning's subtle feelings, Su Yuli coldly declared, "No, you cannot have feelings for him." At this moment, she had to extinguish Zhou Ning's thoughts before they could take root. "Why? Does Sister Su actually like Uncle Xia?" Zhou Ning asked, bewildered. Su Yuli maintained a frosty expression, her brows furrowing as she explained, "This Empress does not like him. I say this solely for your benefit." "For my benefit?" Zhou Ning inquired, even more confused. "Indeed, you do not truly understand that man. He is far from as good as he appears on the surface," Su Yuli urged with a serious demeanor. Zhou Ning felt a mix of curiosity and anxiety, straining to listen intently. Could Xia Changming have a side unknown to others? With a tone full of resentment, Su Yuli continued, "That fellow has a terrible sleeping posture at night and is quite restless. Despite the ample space on the bed, he insists on crowding closer. I have never encountered such audacity. Sometimes he is extremely overbearing and unreasonable. I advise you to keep your distance from him." "Overbearing? In what way?" Zhou Ning inquired. Intrigued, He even forbids me from eating sweets. He knows full well my fondness for sweet treats, yet insists that too much is bad for my teeth." Su Yuli's delicate face was a picture of frost, as if Xia Changming had committed some unforgivable act against her. Zhou Anning stood in a daze, striving to recollect Su Yuli's words, and found no apparent issues. Wasn't it rather commendable? How thoughtful of her. Zhou Anning promptly replied, "It matters not to Anning. Even if Uncle Xia were to act inappropriately at night, Anning could endure." As she uttered the latter part, her voice dwindled to a mere whisper, her cheeks ablaze with embarrassment. Su Yuli's delicate features contorted in frustration. After such earnest entreaties, how could this little imp remain obstinate? Perhaps it would be best to bury her instead. For reasons unknown, a flicker of murderous intent resurfaced in Su Yuli's gaze as she looked at Zhou Anning. Just as she hesitated on whether to take action, a distant rumble echoed through the air. The sound emanated from the very direction she felt an inexplicable pull toward. Someone had entered the ancient tomb associated with the demon clan before her. Su Yuli immediately sprang to her feet, coiling her tail around Zhou Anning, and soared toward the source of the noise. She could not afford to wait for Xia Changming's return. She had to venture into the ruins of the demon clan with Zhou Anning. If they were a moment too late, the celestial fortune left behind by the demon clan might be seized by others. Chapter 94. The Demon God Devourer with a swift motion. Two radiant arcs of light streaked across the heavens. The remnants of Kai Bai's soul, in a desperate flight, were relentlessly pursued by Xia Changming, sword in hand. As Xia drew ever closer, Kai Bai, in a moment of mortal peril, frantically shouted into the void, "How long must you wait? Come forth and assist me." In response to Kai Bai's desperate call, a shadowy figure suddenly emerged from the woods, lunging towards Xia Changming. Xia immediately steadied himself, his expression sharpening as he swung the imperial immortal sword in a decisive arc clang. The imperial immortal sword clashed with a pitch-black longsword, producing a resonant chime. The longsword, entirely shrouded in darkness, exuded a murky and ominous aura, pulsating with a life of its own. As the imperial immortal sword met its blade, the ethereal energy enveloping it was swiftly tainted by the corrupting black force, draining its essence at an alarming rate. "Begone!" Xia Changming furrowed his brow, unleashing a surge of sword energy that forcibly repelled the shadowy figure. "Ha ha ha!" The shadow emitted a chilling laughter, retreating to stand beside Kai Bai. "No wonder you are the disciple of that renowned Sword Immortal. The essence of your energy is quite exquisite. As the murky aura surrounding the figure dissipated, a familiar visage came into view, none other than Wang Yun, the steward of the Wang family, whom Xia had encountered only twice before, the last time escaping from his grasp. So, you are the mastermind behind this all. Should I address you as Steward Wang or as a member of the demon clan? Xia Changming coldly directed the tip of the imperial immortal sword towards Wang Yun. Wang Yun smirked ominously, extending a polite and grand introduction. I am one of the 7 demon generals of the demon clan, known by the title Gluttony. It is indeed a privilege to meet the disciple of the unparalleled Sword Immortal. Gluttony, Xia Changming murmured, contemplating. His understanding of the demon clan was limited, as his master seldom spoke of them. He was only aware that they were the instigators of the conflict among the immortals, demons, and beasts a millennium prior. Born from the abyss of chaos, their nature was one of pure malevolence, intent on sowing discord and spreading seeds of sin and chaos across the world, transforming the realm into a hellish abyss. After their defeat 1,000 years ago, they had seemingly vanished from existence, but now it appeared that the demon clan had never truly departed from the lands of Jiuzhou, instead lying in wait in the shadows. You incited the Kai and Wang families, didn't you? You are the one who planted the taint of corrupting spirits in Xia Ruobing and Zhou Tian, seeking to incite chaos in Tianzhou. Xia Changming narrowed his eyes, interrogating Gluttony. Gluttony, unreserved, replied candidly. The Kai family and I share merely a cooperative relationship. How could one speak of incitement? As for the Wang family, they are driven by their own greed, eager to attain the pinnacle of power, and willingly allied with Zhou Zhiga, which has nothing to do with me. Regarding Zhou Zhiga, I merely nudged him awake, and he hastily turned on his own brothers, now raising rebellion. How utterly absurd. Indeed, those 2 you mentioned bear the taint of the malevolent spirit sown by this demon god. Throughout, this demon god has merely assisted from the sidelines. All of this is the result of your own kin's entrapment. Upon finishing, the spirit of Gluttony cast a mocking glance at Xia Changming, her expression radiating pride. Beside her, Kai Bai expressed his dissatisfaction, vehemently chastising the spirit. You commanded me to confront Xia Changming, yet now I find myself in such a predicament due to your delay in action. Was it not promised that the Kai family would assist your demonic kin in seizing the Tianzhou and aiding me in attaining divine prowess? The spirit of Gluttony, wearing an impatient countenance, turned her gaze toward Kai Bai and replied slowly. This demon god lent you the soul-summoning banner for the purpose of forging vengeful souls to face Xia Changming. Yet, you have foolishly coveted the 9-tailed divine soul to strike against that demoness, resulting in your current plight. Do not cast blame upon anyone else. You. Fine. I concede my defeat. I have lured Xia Changming here as you requested, and together we shall seize him. Kai Bai, furious, contemplated retorting against the spirit, but, recognizing his dire situation and the necessity of the demonic kin's aid, swallowed his indignation. The immediate concern was to eliminate the formidable threat posed by Xia Changming. Now, deprived of a corporeal form, Kai Bai desperately sought a vessel to house his spirit, and Xia Changming presented an impeccable choice. At such a young age, already at the celestial sovereign level, and his realm even surpassing Kai Bai's, it was evident he possessed exceptional talent. A physique such as this is a rare find in a millennium. Should he manage to usurp this body, he could inherit the sword techniques and mystical arts learned from Xia Changming's spiritual sea. In due time, that demoness would also become a mere plaything, to be toyed with before having her soul refined. Contemplating this, Kai Bai's eyes glistened with insatiable greed and longing as he beheld Xia Changming. He was fervently eager to possess Xia Changming's form. Xia Changming, upon encountering Kai Bai's chilling and repugnant gaze, furrowed his brows, poised to cleave him with his sword, when unexpectedly, someone acted before him. The spirit of Gluttony, taken by surprise, suddenly seized Kai Bai's face, her fingers embedding themselves into his very soul. Ah! The agony of a wounded spirit far surpassed that of the flesh, and Kai Bai cried out in torment. Accustomed to refining countless vengeful souls and relishing their cries of anguish, he could hardly fathom that the day would come when he would be the one to suffer. What are you doing? You, wretched child of the demon kin, dare to lay a hand upon me? Kai Bai bellowed at the spirit of Gluttony, with an uncaring gaze. She regarded him and replied coolly, You are of no use to me now. This demon god has endured long enough. I am quite famished. With merely a wisp of your soul remaining, you shall serve to satiate my hunger. With that, the spirit of gluttony bared her fangs wide, devouring Kai Bai's soul in ravenous bites, finally licking her lips in satisfaction. Kai Bai's soul, having emitted a single scream, was extinguished as his head was consumed, leaving no trace of life. The erstwhile allies had turned upon each other, one devoured by the other. Wasn't the Kai family in collaboration with you? How could you so brazenly consume him? Are you not planning to join forces against me before taking action? Xia Changming inquired coldly. Shu Ling waved his hand and responded with a smile. The purpose of this demon god has already been fulfilled. The celestial fire has ignited, and the Kai family is of no further use. Once Zhou Zhiga ascends to the throne, the Tianzhou Dynasty will incite chaos across the 9 provinces and 10 lands. As for dealing with you, this demon god is more than sufficient. Shu Ling's expression radiated confidence. In the next moment, Xia Changming had already flashed to his front, a silver light descending, cleaving Shu Ling's body in twain. You are quite confident, Xia Changming remarked coldly. The severed Shu Ling transformed into a wisp of black mist, dissipating into the air, leaving behind but a single phrase. Once this demon god has dealt with that Demon Empress, I shall take my time to entertain you. As Xia Changming gazed at Shu Ling's vanishing form, he finally comprehended that this Wang Yun was merely a fragment of Shu Ling's essence, intended solely to draw him away from Su Yueli. Is Su Yueli in danger? Xia Changming hurriedly soared back towards his original direction. Chapter 95. The Corruption of the Demon Blade. The fall of the Xia family spirit on the other side. Upon hearing an unusual sound, Su Yueli hurriedly led Zhou Anning to a burial chamber. The chamber was exceedingly dark and deep, its interior remarkably spacious. With a wave of her sleeve, dozens of foxfire orbs floated above the chamber walls, illuminating the entire space with their brilliant purple glow. Pillars of stone rose majestically, and the passageways on either side were adorned with intricate stone carvings that filled entire walls. Though referred to as a burial chamber, it resembled a palace entombed beneath the earth. The carvings depicted legendary figures from ancient times, showcasing great demon clans gathered together. While on the opposite side stood the towering figures of humanity, both sides poised in a tense standoff. In another corner of the artwork, a swirling mass of black mist, with a single eye gazing intently, loomed over both humans and demons. What could this black mist signify? Might it represent the demonic clan? Su Yueli stood before the carvings, scrutinizing them closely. The figures of both humans and demons were easily identifiable, leaving only the possibility of the demonic clan for the black mist. Her knowledge of the demonic clan was scarce. She only knew of its existence in ancient times, yet she had never encountered them. But wait, she felt as though she had seen something similar before. As she gazed at the bizarre depiction of the demonic clan, memories long forgotten began to resurface. When she had just ascended to the position of Empress of the Demon Clan, a mysterious black mist had appeared in her palace, claiming it could assist her in annihilating the human race. She recalled feeling a strong aversion to this uninvited presence, leading her to disperse the mist without hesitation. Could it be that the entity seeking her then was from the demonic clan? Sister Su, there is a door here. Zhou Anning's voice interrupted Su Yueli's thoughts. Snapping back to reality, Su Yueli turned towards Zhou Anning. Before her stood a magnificent and towering door, intricately inscribed with a plethora of demonic runes, forming an unyielding array. Those unfamiliar with the runes who dared to touch the door would likely face dire consequences. Fortunately, Zhou Anning refrained from acting impulsively. Please step back for a moment. Su Yueli instructed Zhou Anning. Once Zhou Anning obediently retreated, Su Yueli placed her hand upon the door. Instantly, all the demonic runes glowed brightly and became animated. With deft precision, Su Yueli employed her spiritual power to rearrange each rune, reforming them into an ancient oath of the demon clan. May the demon god protect us. And may the demon clan prosper for eternity. As she softly chanted, her fingertip traced a path across her palm before pressing down upon the massive door, causing the blood of the demon clan to merge with her spiritual energy and seep into the door. The eyes of the two beastly heads on the doorknob ignited, and the great door began to shift slowly. This burial chamber of the demon clan bore no mechanisms to impede entry, yet only those of pure demon lineage could unlock it. Even with knowledge of the runes, a pure lineage and a substantial infusion of spiritual energy were indispensable. As the door creaked open, Su Yueli felt the call of her heart echoing ever more clearly. Strangely, ever since entering the tomb, Su Yueli had not encountered any other souls. Upon her arrival with Zhou Anning, she discovered that the entrance had been damaged by an unknown force. Yet no other figures were in sight. Could it be that some had, in their own wisdom, abandoned the endeavor upon realizing they could not breach this threshold? Su Yueli speculated. After all, those who eluded her senses, even with her celestial prowess, must be of equal standing, leaving only Xia Changming and Kai by as possibilities. With both of them having departed, it seemed improbable that anyone else remained. Without further hesitation, Su Yueli stepped inside. Before her, a humanoid demon skeleton sat majestically upon an iron throne, its skull adorned with sharp dual horns, draped in tattered battle armor, its head held high, and its posture regal, as if surveying those who dared to enter the tomb. A demon. In an instant, Su Yueli recognized the true form of the being seated atop the throne. It belonged to the nearly extinct demon race from ancient times. Though part of the demon kin, they were vastly different. Typically, upon death, ordinary demons could no longer maintain their human forms and would revert to their original shapes. However, the demon race was inherently humanoid and remained unchanged upon death. Aside from the prominent horns and sharp fangs, demons bore an uncanny resemblance to humans. It was unexpected to find remnants of the fallen demon race within this secret realm. Judging by the armor's adornments, this individual had once been a demon king. Before the demon king, a long blade, approximately 6 feet in length, was embedded in the ground, its elongated blade radiating a chilling, spectral glow. Intricate demon patterns were etched upon the blade, one side inscribed with Seal the Demon and the other with Slay the Immortal. Su Yueli found herself inexplicably drawn to the blade. Approaching it with a sense of urgency, feeling its formidable presence and the call it emitted. It was not the skeletal figure that beckoned her, but this very blade. This weapon was undoubtedly a transcendent artifact. A gleam of joy illuminated Su Yueli's eyes. What she needed most at this moment was a formidable instrument of power. With this demon blade in hand, Kaibai would surely stand no chance against her. Even in the face of such an adversary, she felt a surge of confidence, ready to seek her vengeance. Without a moment's delay, Su Yueli reached for the hilt, and in an instant, an overwhelming intent to kill surged forth. The fierce malice coursing through the blade flooded into her being. Zhou Anning and Langya suddenly sensed the terrifying chill, a shiver running down their spines as they rushed towards Su Yueli. "Sister Su, do not come any closer." Su Yueli turned, her voice a fierce roar directed at Zhou Anning. Upon witnessing Su Yueli in her current state, Zhou Anning's steps faltered in fear. Su Yueli was enveloped in a shroud of malevolence, her violet irises now overshadowed by a crimson hue, fangs bared, and demonic patterns surfacing upon her cheeks. The blade had undoubtedly claimed the lives of countless immortals and demons, and the bloodlust it harbored was overwhelmingly potent. Su Yueli's spirit was deeply compromised, her mind plagued by visions of the celestial beings and demonic entities that had fallen to the blade, their anguished cries echoing incessantly in her consciousness. The long-dormant demonic sword, steeped in malevolence and bloodlust, seemed to awaken with a consciousness of its own, intent on devouring her very essence. A mere demonic blade. Do not presume to take advantage of me. Su Yueli steadfastly guarded her mind, resolutely resisting the encroaching malice of the sword. The demonic form increasingly manifested. The 9 tails agitatedly swayed, and twin ears emerged atop its head, while a veil of pristine white fox fur gradually obscured its visage. How infuriating! I can scarcely hold on. Su Yueli bit down fiercely on her silver teeth. The malevolent energy emanating from the sword surpassed her expectations, her mental defenses faltering. Just at this critical juncture, the pendant hanging from her neck suddenly radiated a brilliant azure light, enveloping her in a soothing and refreshing aura. This was the very pendant that Chu Qingwan had personally bestowed upon her return to the Xia family. A spiritual pendant passed down through generations for the daughters-in-law of the Xia clan. Could it truly possess the ability to withstand the encroachment of a celestial artifact on her mind? Within this cocoon of spiritual light, the discordant voices in her mind dissipated, and the malevolent energy that coiled around her began to wane, purifying both her and the demonic sword in her grasp. This pendant was not merely a relic, but indeed a celestial artifact. Chapter 96. The husband arrives late Su Yueli incredulously caressed the Xia family's spiritual pendant resting against her chest. It was indeed a rare artifact capable of resisting spiritual erosion and preserving one's consciousness. Did Chu Qingwan and that fellow not realize its significance? They had so carelessly bestowed this pendant upon her. A whirlwind of emotions surged within Su Yueli. Were it not for this pendant, she would likely have succumbed to the corruption of the demon blade, transforming into a mere puppet driven by the thirst for slaughter. This pendant had been acquired through her status as a daughter-in-law of the Xia family. The Heavenly Spirit Pendant. Who would have imagined that such a divine protective artifact resided with the Demon Empress? A sudden, unfamiliar voice echoed from the dimly lit hall. Who was it? Su Yueli cautiously turned her head. A dark mist, concealed in the shadows, surged forth with astonishing speed, aimed directly at her. Su Yueli's brows furrowed, and she immediately struck out with a palm. The two hands collided, unleashing a tremendous wave of spiritual energy, causing Su Yueli to stagger back several steps. Her complexion turned pale, and her delicate features grew serious. Just that one exchange of blows revealed that this individual was of a higher realm than she. The pinnacle of the celestial venerable realm. When had such a formidable presence emerged within the secret realm? While Su Yueli was still in shock, she suddenly realized that her spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. Upon closer inspection, a murky, ominous black energy began to seep into her palm, invading her body. Su Yueli swiftly attempted to suppress the tainted energy and reach for the demon blade to strike at her assailant, but she was a moment too late. The entity known as Shou Ling advanced, delivering a powerful blow to Su Yueli's abdomen, sending her crashing down from the dais. Using her tail to brace herself, she avoided collapsing onto the ground, but her hand clutched her abdomen as she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her beautiful face paling significantly. Sister Su. Zhou Anning and Langya hurried to her side, offering support. The events had unfolded too suddenly for them to react. Sister Su, are you all right? Zhou Anning asked anxiously. Su Yueli slowly shook her head, her gaze icy as she fixated on the figure enveloped in black mist, her voice cold as she inquired. Are you of the demon clan? As the black mist dissipated, Shou Ling revealed his true appearance, a strikingly handsome man with piercing black eyes and short hair. This was the true visage of Shou Ling previously. The identity of Wang Yun, the steward, had merely been an improvised role, a guise he adopted while lurking among mortals. Shou Ling greedily licked his lips, his gaze fervently fixed on Su Yueli as he proclaimed, Indeed, I am Shou Ling, one of the 7 demon gods of the demon clan. The spiritual energy of the Demon Empress is quite exquisite. It has been ages since I have savored such delicious energy. How thrilling! As he spoke, Shou Ling embraced himself, a look of intoxicated excitement gracing his features. Su Yueli furrowed her brow deeply and asked, You were the one who destroyed the tomb entrance to lure me in? The spirit of the gluttonous demon readily admitted, Indeed. It is I, the dark deity. I express my gratitude for your assistance in opening this grand portal. Otherwise, I would have found it quite impossible to enter. Luring Su Yueli into the tomb of the demon clan and unlocking the sealed entrance was all part of his meticulous scheme. Even prior to entering the secret realm, he had sensed a subtle, lurking threat aimed at the demon race. Thus, he conjured 2 avatars, one to continue masquerading as Wang Yun to observe the unfolding situation, while the other stealthily trailed Su Yueli to this demon tomb, seeking the fabled demon blade, the blade of sealing and extermination. Drawing the demon's sword from its pedestal, the gluttonous spirit's playful demeanor faded, replaced by a grave expression. This blade, forged from the blood and bones of countless demon lords, exuded a fierce aura. Its blade steeped in the essence of countless celestial and demonic bloodshed. It had instilled fear in innumerable beings of the celestial realm. The title sealing and extermination was not merely for show. To his surprise, this formidable blade lay concealed in this very place. As he scrutinized the sword, a twinge of regret welled within him. He had initially intended for Su Yueli to wield this blade, allowing its malevolent energy to corrupt her spirit, ultimately enabling her to eliminate Xia Changming. Such a scenario would have been captivating to witness. However, Su Yueli bore the celestial pendant, which not only shielded her from the sword's corrupting influence, but also purified its dark essence. Left with no alternative, he was compelled to seize the blade. Su Yueli regarded the gluttonous spirit, her mind racing to devise an escape. Though reluctant to relinquish the sword, She recognized her disadvantage in the current predicament. The considerable expenditure of her spiritual energy to open the door, coupled with a sudden ambush, left her facing a peaked celestial sovereign who wielded the sword. She stood no chance. Had she been alone, she would have been confident in her ability to flee. Yet with Zhou Anning beside her, she felt uncertain about ensuring his safety during their escape. Cursing that insufferable individual for burdening her with such a troublesome task, she lamented his absence. Suddenly, the gluttonous spirit's expression shifted, muttering to himself. They have arrived sooner than expected. I must act quickly. Without hesitation, he swung the demon's sword, cleaving through the tomb with a single stroke. The blade's radiance instantly sliced the entire burial chamber in half, a terrifying sword energy slicing through the air with the swiftness of the wind. Su Yueli swiftly coiled her tail around Zhou Anning, evading the lethal strike. Langia, gripping Zhou Anning's shoulders tightly, was swept along by Su Yueli, narrowly escaping this harrowing blow. When they looked back, the ground bore a gaping chasm, with everything along its path reduced to dust. Even Su Yueli felt a shudder of trepidation at the sight. The power of that strike rivaled Xia Changming's mightiest attack, the celestial sword of annihilation. You must leave at once. I will find a way to delay him for a moment. Su Yueli solemnly instructed Zhou Anning. Sister Su. Zhou Anning called out softly, reluctant to part ways. She longed to stay and lend her assistance, yet deep down she understood her inability to contribute, feeling she would merely become a burden. Reluctantly, after a moment of hesitation, Zhou Anning chose to distance herself from this place. There was no need for farewells, for none of you can leave. The spirit of the devourer flickered and transformed into a divine rainbow, pursuing Zhou Anning from behind, the demon blade gleaming coldly, striking down with lethal intent. In this perilous moment, Su Yueli swiftly positioned herself before Zhou Anning, her palms and claws fiercely intercepting the blade's energy. However, the ferocity of the demon blade's strike was overwhelming. Su Yueli's hands struggled to bear the force, and the blade's energy cut into her shoulder, saturating her garment with crimson. Get away from my emperor. Su Yueli's delicate features hardened as she unleashed her 9 tails, sending the devourer flying backward. Truly, she was a formidable empress of the demon clan. Even after sustaining a grievous blow from this malevolent being, her spirit remained unyielding despite her dwindling energy. The devourer slowly rose, a mocking glint in her eyes as she regarded Su Yueli. Su Yueli met her gaze with a cold stare, remaining silent. Fatigue weighed heavily upon her. The tainted energy in her hands and abdomen incessantly eroded her body, devouring the spiritual power she had painstakingly regained. This ability to consume spiritual energy seemed innately designed to counter all. The devourer recognized that Su Yueli was merely holding herself together, and with a grin, she poised her demon blade, her form darting forward to stand before Su Yueli in an instant. Su Yueli gasped in shock by the time she reacted. The demon blade was already descending upon her. Was she truly destined to perish here? Why had she heeded that being's words to protect Zhou Anning? What did the fate of a mere human matter to her? A sense of resentment brewed within Su Yueli. The grand ambitions of the demon clan remained unfulfilled. She had yet to exact her vengeance on that being. In hindsight, perhaps it would have been preferable to perish at that being's hands. Suddenly, a familiar figure materialized before her, deftly wrapping an arm around her waist and pulling her into an embrace. An inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over her. My dear, I apologize for my tardiness. Chapter 97. Arrogant capital Xia Changming held Su Yueli's slender waist with one arm, while wielding the emperor's sword to parry the demonic blade with the other. His gaze was fixed upon Su Yueli's delicate face, entirely disregarding the presence of the devourer. The arrival was swifter than this demon god had anticipated. The devourer looked at Xia Changming, slightly taken aback, stating that had he arrived just a second later, he could have dealt with the demoness. However, it mattered little. Xia Changming cast a cold sidelong glance at the devourer, the blade vibrating in his grip, forcing the adversary back. He then retrieved a pill from his spiritual ring and presented it to Su Yueli. She parted her crimson lips slightly, taking the pill into her mouth. Her eyes filled with a hint of grievance as they met his. Were it not for him, she would not be in such a wretched state. Nor would he have witnessed her vulnerability. Xia Changming found her expression both amusing and remorseful. He took her darkening hand and gently removed the taint of malevolent energy that had begun to infect her. Had he returned sooner, Su Yueli would not have sustained injuries. The ghastly scar on her shoulder and the vivid crimson stain upon her chest filled him with anguish and fury. He could never bear to harm her so. "My dear, you should retreat to tend to your wounds. Leave the rest to me." He spoke softly after cleansing her hand of the corruption. Su Yueli huffed defiantly, retorting, "This empress was merely caught off guard by a sneak attack. Otherwise, I alone would suffice." "Indeed, my dear, I am well aware of your prowess." Xia Changming replied with a beaming smile, his expression brimming with affection. Through their time together, he had come to understand her well. His wife was soft all over, yet her tongue was the only hard part about her. It was wise to indulge her words. Observing Xia Changming's inexplicable indulgence and doting demeanor, Su Yueli felt an unaccountable irritation. No matter how many times she saw his infuriatingly smug expression, it never failed to vex her. "Be good and tend to your wounds," he murmured, gently stroking her head. Though his words were gentle, they carried an undeniable authority. "Humph, I have made it clear before. Do not mistake me for an ignorant little girl." Su Yueli turned her head away, evading his hand to conceal her current expression, yet she obediently descended. At that moment, her spiritual power had yet to be restored, and with her injuries, she indeed lacked the strength to continue battling the devourer. As her feet touched the ground lightly, Zhou Anning, who had been lurking nearby, hurried to her side, channeling the phoenix flame heartfire to heal her wounds. "Sister Su, Uncle Xia has arrived. You can rest easy now." Seeing Xia Changming's arrival, Zhou Anning breathed a sigh of relief. Langia leaped onto Zhou Anning's shoulder, emphatically agreeing, "Indeed. As long as our leader is here, that fellow is doomed. I've already prepared his grave. Just moments ago, the devourer's strike had nearly frightened him to death." Su Yueli nodded gently as Zhou Anning circulated her spiritual energy to cleanse the residual malevolent energy from her abdomen, though she was reluctant to admit it. In the moment when Xia Changming wrapped his arms around her waist, a sense of reassurance indeed washed over her. As he watched Su Yueli descend, Xia Changming's gaze shifted toward the demon spirit, his eyes icy and piercing, a palpable sword intent rising within him. "So it is the demon clan, is it? I shall remember this. For the offense against my beloved, your entire clan shall pay the price." Xia Changming directed the tip of the emperor's immortal sword at the demon spirit, speaking coldly. The demon spirit was taken aback by his words, but soon erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha! This is the first time I have heard someone dare to speak thus to the demon clan. Even in the ancient times, none would have the audacity to utter such brazen words." As laughter filled the air, the demon spirit's expression turned frosty, casting a mocking glance at Xia Changming. "If it were your master, I might have regarded him with some trepidation. You, however, you are simply too young. Do not blame me for not warning you. Arrogance requires a foundation." "Foundation, you say?" Xia Changming smiled lightly, his figure vanishing in an instant as he swung his sword down upon the demon spirit. Reacting swiftly, the demon spirit countered with a wicked blade. The clash of sword and blade resonated, both being exquisite treasures among immortal artifacts. As if drawn to one another, the battle intent palpable, each releasing a tremulous song of steel. Two divine rainbows danced across the heavens, their blades intertwining in a dazzling display, shaking the earth and sky, as if the very fabric of the heavens would be torn asunder by their ferocious might. Within the secret realm, countless beasts surged forth, and the world trembled. Observers scattered in all directions, fleeing from the terrifying pressure that threatened to engulf them. Truly, as expected of a disciple of that esteemed figure. Such youthful prowess and sword intent. After effortlessly parrying Xia Changming's strike, the demon spirit leaned closer to him, offering praise. Yet, their expression shifted swiftly, revealing a murderous glint. "Should you continue to grow unchecked, you may one day become a second Sword Immortal, a dire threat to my demon clan. I shall end your life today. Then let us see, shall we?" Xia Changming raised the emperor's immortal sword high, unleashing a downward strike that cleaved the heavens. Just in time. The demon spirit did not flinch or evade, laughing maniacally as it swung its wicked blade to meet the oncoming strike. As the colossal sword descended and clashed with the wicked blade, dark mist enveloped the demon spirit's arm, gradually encasing both the blade and itself. The black mist clung to the wicked blade, astonishingly beginning to devour the spiritual energy from the colossal sword, rendering its residual sword intent powerless against the demon spirit. In mere moments, The colossal sword was nearly consumed by the dark mist. The demon spirits savored the moment, their excitement growing. Ah, Swordmaster, your spiritual energy is exquisite. I find it quite delightful. Xia Changming felt a jolt of shock. The eerie black mist surrounding the demon spirit was akin to its mouth, wantonly consuming spiritual energy. Any contact with it would result in a rapid drain of power. It seems you have realized the disparity between us, the demon spirit mocked, pointing at Xia Changming. You cannot touch me. Defeat is your destined end. From the very outset, he possessed ample confidence in vanquishing both Xia Changming and Su Yueli. Even were they to join forces, they would stand no chance against him. Do you understand? The arrival in this secret realm is indeed timely. I, the demon god, was initially troubled by how to eliminate you. Should I engage outside the confines of this realm, your master would likely sense my presence, which is why I have patiently awaited this moment. Additionally, I have had the pleasure of witnessing a rather entertaining spectacle of human conflict, perhaps feeling assured of victory. The devourer of spirits exhibited an exceptionally jovial demeanor as he sheathed his demonic blade and spoke with confidence. Kai Bai was merely a pawn in his game, a sacrificial piece to gauge the true strength of Xia Changming. Once he dispatches both Xia Changming and Su Yueli, he would proceed to eliminate the others within the secret realm. He awaited the day when the fires of the celestial capital would engulf the 9 provinces, plunging the world into chaos once more. Such tiresome prattle. Your tainted spirit is indeed formidable, but as long as I do not engage with you directly, it should suffice. Correct? Xia Changming scoffed disdainfully, sheathing the imperial immortal sword while under the watchful gaze of the puzzled devourer. He stood proudly above, hands clasped in a seal, his consciousness extending outward, his eyes shimmering with ethereal light. Divine Technique, One Realm. Chapter 98, Divine Powers. A Realm of One. As Xia Changming intoned the incantation of divine powers, a subtle surge of spiritual energy radiated from him, expanding the domain and enveloping a radius of several dozen miles with his consciousness. This is the essence of the divine power laws. How is it possible? Kuei Ling's expression was one of astonishment, gazing at Xia Changming in disbelief. Has he truly comprehended the laws of divine powers and entered the realm of the divine? No. The aura of the divine power laws is faint. It is far from that. He is forcibly invoking divine powers in a state just short of the divine realm. He has truly accomplished this. At this moment, Kuei Ling finally sensed the impending danger. Xia Changming stood proudly in the heavens, his demeanor disdainful, pointing a finger at Kuei Ling and gently waving it downward, coldly uttering, "Heavenly thunder, descend." Boom, boom, boom. Several bolts of purple heavenly thunder descended without warning, shaking the heavens with a majestic force, as if intent on obliterating everything. Kuei Ling hastily raised his demonic blade to block several strikes of thunder. However, the thunder rolled relentlessly, striking him down to the ground in a series of violent blasts. Only when the ferocity of the thunder subsided did Kuei Ling, tattered and disheveled, crawl from the deep pit, his body charred in numerous places, faint sparks of purple electricity flickering around him. These bolts of thunder, emanating from the might of heaven and earth, were driven by spiritual energy, but were not manifestations of that energy, rendering him unable to devour and wield them as his own. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such a disarrayed state. Kuei Ling glared resentfully at Xia Changming high in the sky. It had been a long time since anyone had made him feel so defeated. Xia Changming met his gaze coldly, raising his palms once more, and intoned, "Mountains rise." The ground beneath Kuei Ling's feet suddenly cracked, splitting into 2 parts that ascended, as if 2 colossal mountains were enclosing him in their midst. This is bad. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kuei Ling hurriedly attempted to flee from the encroaching mountains. However, Xia Changming would not grant him such a reprieve. He raised his arms, and the mountains surged upward relentlessly, trapping Kuei Ling within. No matter how he flew, escape was impossible. Merge. Xia Changming's palms came together, and the mountains collided forcefully, uniting into one. In an instant, the secret realm trembled with the impact. Su Yueli, standing at a distance, stared wide-eyed, seemingly in disbelief. Xia Changming had always been at the threshold of the divine realm. Now, he could even wield the laws of divine powers. The disparity between the two left Su Yueli feeling utterly powerless. Before long, the immense mountains began to fracture. As several beams of sword light cleaved through the entirety of the mountain. Xia Changming understood that mere force would not suffice to vanquish Kuei Ling. At the moment he severed the mountain, he once again recited the incantation. Typhoon. Whoosh. 3 towering typhoons arose as if summoned by an unseen force, sweeping through the heavens. Trees in the forest were uprooted in an instant, and the mountain that Kuei Ling had shattered was caught within the tempest, finally divided into countless fragments, forming a natural whirlwind of rubble and deadly winds. Debris and sharp winds periodically sliced through Kuei Ling, leaving trails of wounds upon his body. His expression turned grave, and a flicker of trepidation emerged within him. The words he spoke manifested as laws, unleashing the might of heaven and earth with reckless abandon. What a terrifying manifestation of the divine laws! Is he not the disciple of that legendary swordsman? How could he possibly comprehend such formidable celestial principles? Ri could not fathom how a swordsman suddenly delved into the arts of the immortals. Regardless, without the ability to confront Xia Changming directly, he was utterly powerless. Retreat. Ri immediately brandished his demon-slaying sword, cleaving a path through the whirlwind that surrounded him, darting toward the outer edges of the tempest. Yet, the fissure he had created was swiftly sealed by the gale, and he found himself ensnared once more within its grasp. Countless tiny stones pierced his body. Some even embedded themselves deep within him. Despite his relentless attempts to sever the encroaching winds with his sword, the tempest would quickly reassemble itself. Even the protective black mist surrounding him was riddled with holes from the relentless barrage of stones, leaving his body as battered as a sieve, with no part unscathed. Squeeze. Xia Changming observed Ri's struggles within the cyclone with an icy gaze, uttering coldly, "Squeeze." The 3 gales converged, and myriad blades of wind coalesced, simultaneously tugging at Ri's form while slicing at his very being. Were it not for the resilience of the demon-slaying sword before him, he would have been finely shredded by the razor winds long ago. Aya! Ri howled in agony, abandoning all defenses, channeling every ounce of strength. He raised the demon-slaying sword high and cleaved through the tempest. No longer hesitating, he carved a path through the heavens, decisively fleeing beyond Xia Changming's domain of divine powers. As long as he escaped the confines of that realm, Xia Changming would no longer be able to impede him. Of course, this was contingent upon his ability to flee successfully. Xia Changming's gaze sharpened. He clenched his hand, and the scattered stones in the air began to coalesce once more, forming a colossal meteorite. Descend. At his command, the meteorite plummeted from the heavens like a celestial body obscuring the sun. Realizing he could not evade the meteor's reach, Ri pivoted, striking the meteorite with his sword once more. The meteor pressed down upon him, descending ever more swiftly, its surface igniting in searing flames. Having been nearly obliterated within the cyclone, Ri was now powerless to resist the meteor's descent. His body became engulfed in flames, crashing heavily to the ground with a deafening roar. Boom! The moment the meteor struck the earth, it felt as though the very ground of the secret realm trembled in response. Xia Changming slowly moved aside the meteorite, stepping before the barely alive Ri, his cold gaze fixed upon him. With a mocking smile, Ri remarked, "It seems this demon god underestimated you. Who would have thought that one at the half-step of divine power could wield celestial laws? I have misjudged you. However, it is regrettable that even if you defeat me this time, the heavens are already engulfed in infernal flames, and your most cherished Xia family shall be utterly destroyed by the Kai family. As for me, I have merely lost the corporeal form of my divine essence. We shall meet again in the future, ha?" Ri laughed maniacally. Xia Changming, uninterested in further discourse, brought down the imperial immortal sword, obliterating his demon form. The sword's aura extended, cleaving the earth for miles. This is a sword wielded in vengeance for his beloved, imbued with profound fury against the devourer. The devourer's demonic incarnation was instantaneously engulfed by the sword's aura, obliterating the heavens and the earth. Following this act, Xia Changming's visage displayed a hint of weariness. Given his half-step into the realm of divine transcendence, forcibly invoking the laws of divinity and summoning such formidable celestial powers took a toll. Had it not been for the continuous influx of spiritual energy provided by the Changling technique, he might not have retained the devourer. With the demise of the devourer, the demon-slaying blade once again became an unclaimed artifact. Xia Changming gently retrieved the demon blade from the ground, examining it meticulously. The blade was elongated and adorned with intricate demonic patterns, exuding an alluring and resplendent charm. Unlike ordinary celestial instruments, which might fracture upon contact with the imperial celestial sword, this demon blade gleamed as if new, utterly unscathed. It truly deserved to be ranked alongside the imperial celestial sword as an unparalleled celestial artifact. No wonder the devourers sought to possess this blade. Just as Xia Changming was admiring the demon blade, a striking figure hastily approached. After the battle's conclusion, Su Yueli rushed over without delay. Upon witnessing the demon blade once again in Xia Changming's grasp, her delicate brows knitted together. With the demon blade now in Xia Changming's possession, it seemed that it was destined to be beyond her reach. Noticing Su Yueli's gaze fixated on the demon blade in his hand, Xia Changming instantly comprehended her thoughts and waved the blade with a smile, saying, "My dear, do you desire it?" Su Yueli huffed softly, replying, "Even if this empress wishes for it, you would not bestow it upon me, would you?" Xia Changming smiled and beckoned her closer. Su Yueli, with her brows still furrowed, approached him slowly. Having recovered from her injuries, she resumed her usual cold and enchanting demeanor. Xia Changming extended the demon blade towards Su Yueli and, leaning close to her ear, whispered, "Whatever my beloved desires, I shall grant you." Chapter 99, Exhausted Husband. "Allow me to lean." Xia Changming revealed an expression of eager anticipation, awaiting Su Yueli to initiate a conversation. Su Yueli clenched her delicate fists, wishing she could deliver a punch to this insufferable man. She longed to refuse him, yet she was truly reluctant to part with the enchanting demon blade. Deep down, she harbored doubts about whether Xia Changming would genuinely bestow this extraordinary weapon upon her if she spoke up. As Su Yueli remained silent, Xia Changming feigned regret, saying, "It seems my dear wife does not fancy this blade. I suppose I shall find a place to dispose of it." With that, he began to retract the demon blade. Instinctively, Su Yueli exclaimed, "Wait." Xia Changming smiled, turning his gaze towards her. "What is it, my dear? Did you not say you did not want it?" "When did I ever say that?" Su Yueli retorted, her cheeks slightly flushed as she avoided his gaze. "Then, my dear, do you want it or not?" Xia Changming continued to tease, coaxing her gently. Su Yueli bit her lip, her expression torn for a moment before she finally whispered, "I want it." "Pardon? Your voice is too soft. I cannot hear you." "What did you say?" Xia Changming laughed. Seeing Su Yueli's bashful demeanor made him unable to resist teasing her further. For such opportunities were rare. Su Yueli's cheeks flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth, glaring at him. She refused to believe that he hadn't heard her. It was evident he was merely toying with her, having no intention of actually giving her the blade. In a fit of anger, Su Yueli turned on her heel to leave. Xia Changming chuckled softly, stepping closer behind her and naturally wrapping his arm around her waist. Su Yueli furrowed her brow, preparing to unleash her frustration when the dazzling demon blade was presented before her. "What do you mean by this?" she asked, casting a puzzled glance at Xia Changming. "Here, it's yours. Since I damaged the dagger you gave me, consider this a compensation," he said, resting his head on her shoulder with a playful smile. Su Yueli did not immediately take the demon blade. Instead, she spoke with a serious tone. "Are you not afraid I might use the blade against you?" Xia Changming pondered for a moment before whispering in her ear, "I have already stated, my dear, that you need not hold back. I eagerly await your next nocturnal visit." Su Yueli maintained a stern expression, her fists clenched tightly. At that moment, she only wanted to toss this shameless man away. "Humph, you better not regret this." Since Xia Changming dared to offer it, what was stopping her from accepting it? Slowly, she grasped the demon blade, feeling its extraordinary essence and resonating power. Her eyes sparkled with delight, completely enamored, as even the fox tail behind her swayed in approval. It was evident that the child was quite taken with it. Xia Changming's smile softened with indulgence. Su Yueli happened to notice the smile on Xia Changming's face and disdainfully urged him away. "How long do you intend to lean on me?" She had been distracted by the demon's sword and had not realized he was resting against her shoulder, their demeanor appearing quite intimate. Xia Changming had no intention of moving, casually responding, "I am a bit weary and need to borrow my wife's shoulder for support." Seeing Xia Changming close his eyes, his expression slightly weary, the words that had formed on her lips were swallowed back, and she allowed him to rest against her. Was he truly so unafraid of her taking advantage of this moment? Su Yueli quietly observed his serene sleeping face, her mind swirling with thoughts. At that moment, Xia Changming seemed to be in a deep slumber, his spiritual energy significantly diminished and utterly defenseless. She had just regained some of her power and was armed with the demon's sword. If she chose to strike now, her chances of success would be substantial. It was an impeccable opportunity. Su Yueli tightened her grip on the demon's sword, torn between the decision to act. For some inexplicable reason, she hesitated. What if he was merely pretending to sleep? She had already been tricked once before. Yet, he appeared genuinely asleep this time. Should she let this chance slip away? She was uncertain about her own indecision. Her thoughts danced back and forth, as if two distinct voices were whispering in her mind, preventing her from finding peace and making a choice. Ultimately, she released a soft sigh, sheathing the demon's sword within her foxtail and casting a sidelong glance at Xia Changming. Very well, I shall spare him this time. After all, he did save me earlier. Unbeknownst to her, at the moment she concealed the demon's sword, a barely perceptible smile graced Xia Changming's lips as he rested on her shoulder. Neither moved, maintaining their standing posture in a scene that radiated warmth and intimacy. Shortly after, Zhou Anning, who had been searching for them, pushed through the underbrush and was met with the sight of Xia Changming comfortably nestled against Su Yueli, his face serene in slumber. This scene, reminiscent of celestial lovers, caused Zhou Anning's eyes to widen in astonishment, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. Anning isn't doing this on purpose. I'll just leave now, she stammered, covering her blushing face, and turned to depart discreetly. I found the boss. Why am I leaving again? Langia, perched on Zhou Anning's shoulder, questioned in confusion, just as he was about to leap towards Xia Changming. Zhou Anning caught him midair and pulled him back. Little brat, why are you pulling me back? The boss is over there. Langia wriggled in dissatisfaction. Su Yueli, puzzled by Zhou Anning's sudden departure, turned to look at Xia Changming resting against her and realized that she must have been misunderstood. She was merely accommodating Xia Changming for a moment. For reasons unknown, a flicker of panic crossed her heart at the thought of being seen, prompting her to hastily step away. Awakening reluctantly from his slumber, Xia Changming lamented within, "Ah, Anning, you have arrived too soon." The rare moment of warmth had come to an abrupt end. Just then, waves of disturbance began to ripple through the secret realm. Having endured the trials of numerous battles against the celestial sovereigns and the baptism of myriad divine powers, the secret realm had become exceedingly unstable. The air was thin with spiritual energy, chaotic currents surged, and the heavens tilted askew. Soon, the fissure in this secret realm would seal itself, vanishing into oblivion. Should they fail to escape before the rift closed, they would be forever trapped within this celestial tomb, destined to dissolve and become sustenance for the spirits of a new world. Shadows continuously streaked across the horizon, soaring towards the exit of the rift. My dear Anning, let us depart. It is time to return. With that, Xia Changming and Su Yueli ascended, transforming into a radiant streak of light. Zhou Anning followed closely behind. After so many days away, what had become of the world above? Chapter 100. Enough nonsense. Let it be in the capital city of Tianzhou. The flames of war engulfed the city. Smoke billowed ominously as the ferocious sounds of wind and rain intertwined with the clashing of weapons and the cries of the wounded, staining the once pristine blue bricks with blood. At this moment, Tianzhou had long lost its former peace and prosperity. The resounding echoes of iron hooves and swords clashing reverberated throughout the city, leaving the citizens trembling in fear, huddled within their homes. One of Tianzhou's renowned landmarks, the drunken immortal pavilion, now lay in ashes amidst the roaring inferno. My lord, all the defiant members of the Xia family have been slain. Currently, Xia Yun, who oversees the remnants of the Xia clan, has led them to escape to the territory of the Xia family. Shall we pursue? A subordinate respectfully inquired of Wang Ming. Wang Ming gazed upon the drunken immortal pavilion as it succumbed to the flames, and replied indifferently, there is no need. With the destruction of the drunken immortal pavilion, the Xia family has suffered catastrophic losses. They are finished. Even if they flee to the Xia territory, they cannot evade the assault led by Kai Ying from the Kai family. They are doomed. Upon returning to Tianzhou, Wang Ming promptly summoned all remaining disciples of the Wang family to launch a major offensive against the Xia family's territory in the drunken immortal pavilion. Although the Xia family had made preparations, They were ultimately outmatched in strength and cultivation. Under Xia Yun's leadership, they fought valiantly but were ultimately defeated by Wang Ming, who forced the survivors to flee towards the Xia family. Now, with the Xia family's domain destroyed, the drunken immortal pavilion reduced to cinders, and half of the Xia disciples slain, the demise of the Xia family was all but confirmed. Wang Ming, disinterested in expending further effort or time, surmised that with Kai Ying at the Xia family's side, their fate would also be sealed. The only task that remained was to assist Zhou Zhiga in seizing the imperial palace, thus heralding the ascension of a new emperor. With this thought, Wang Ming smiled broadly, his gaze fixed upon the grand and majestic palace. He raised his sword, pointing it towards the heavenly hall of the palace, and declared in a stern voice, "The commander of the palace guards, Yu Zhuotian, intends to stage a rebellion. As one of the four great families, our Wang family has long enjoyed the favor of the Tianzhou Dynasty and shall never allow treachery to prevail. Fellow comrades, follow me into the palace to protect the throne. Let us eliminate the traitor Yu Zhuotian. Kill, kill, kill." Behind Wang Ming, the disciples and soldiers of the Wang family raised their weapons in excitement, chanting in unison. A large force surged towards the palace in a fierce assault. Meanwhile, at the Xia family's territory, Kai Ying stood firm, commanding a multitude of troops from above. "Charge in. Spare none of the Xia family, regardless of age or gender," he ordered, prompting his disciples to launch a coordinated attack on the Xia family's stronghold. However, no matter how many times they attacked, the protective formation of the Xia family remained steadfast, immovable as a mountain. After several days of relentless assaults, they had not even managed to set foot within the Xia family's territory. The protective array stood as an impregnable barrier, its spiritual energy ceaselessly replenishing, showing no signs of wear despite the continuous onslaught, as if an infinite source of power was mending the formation with each strike they made. At first, the entire Xia family would gather in a state of high alert before them. However, they have now dispersed, engaging in playful antics, sipping tea, and playing chess, completely disregarding their presence. Kai Ying was infuriated to the point of near apoplexy, unable to endure any longer. Kai Ying seized Xia Haoyuan by the collar and shouted in anger, "Did you not claim that you had sent Xia Jun back to the Xia family in advance to collaborate from within and shut down the protective formation? Yet, the formation remains intact and shows no signs of weakness as you described. Are you toying with me?" Xia Haoyuan, equally bewildered, found himself at a loss. After sending Xia Jun and a shadow guard back to the Xia family a few days prior, he had lost contact with Xia Jun, and the protective formation had not been deactivated. It seemed as if the Xia family had anticipated their return and prepared accordingly. Faced with Kai Ying's accusations, Xia Haoyan dared not retort, unsure of how to respond, and could only advise, "Please, Master Kai, temper your anger. I am most familiar with the Xia family's protective formation. While it may be robust, it consumes a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Their spiritual stone reserves cannot sustain it for long. I believe it will soon be breached." "Nonsense. You said the very same thing yesterday," Kai Ying retorted, glaring at Xia Haoyuan. "Open your eyes wide and see. There is not a hint of the formation dissipating." He pointed furiously at the protective barrier of the Xia family, unleashing a torrent of insults upon Xia Haoyuan. Xia Haoyuan was left speechless, grappling with his own confusion. Clearly, the Xia family had little in the way of spiritual stones. How could their protective formation endure for so long? Even the spiritual energy within the sacred grounds seemed to have increased significantly. At that moment, Xia Changming strolled out of his quarters, yawning and stretching. Upon spotting Kai Ying and his group outside the formation, he greeted them with a cheeky grin. "Master Kai, still here? Can't bear to leave?" The sight of Xia Changming's brazen demeanor filled Kai Ying with rage, nearly causing him to grind his teeth to dust. "Xia Changming, do not revel in your triumph. Once I breach this formation, I shall eradicate the Xia family completely." All right, enough of this fuss. Let's call it a day," Xia Changming said dismissively, waving his hand as he resumed watering his plants. Kai Ying and Xia Haoyuan were left speechless, their faces darkened with frustration. Were the members of the Xia family nothing more than reclusive wastrels? Hadn't the Xia family once boasted of being the foremost among the four great clans? Why did they not dare to face their challengers? Kai Ying shouted defiantly into the Xia family's sacred grounds, attempting to provoke them. Yet, no one from the Xia family responded. for Xia Changming had previously issued a strict command forbidding anyone from leaving the formation until Xia Changming's return. Two young children approached Xia Changming, curiously pointing at Kai Ying and asking in innocent voices, "Uncle Xia, who is that person?" Xia Changming crouched down, gently caressing the heads of the two young children, and with a smile, said, "That is a very wicked person, indeed. Remember, you must not go outside or speak to him, for he will open his mouth wide and swallow you whole." Xia Changming animatedly portrayed the big bad wolf, baring his teeth and clawing the air to frighten the children. The two little ones turned pale with fear, obediently nodding their heads. "Mother said we must not play with bad people. We want to play with him." "Yes, we want to play with him," they echoed, turning to make silly faces and stick out their tongues at the air where Kai Ying stood. Kai Ying, infuriated, felt the veins in his forehead throb, nearly exploding with rage. How could he be used as a tool to frighten children? Such audacity. Xia Changming, feeling a sense of satisfaction, continued to stroke the children's heads. These two were certainly much easier to manage than Xia Changming had been in his youth, when he had shared stories to frighten Xia Changming. The latter had merely stared at him with a bewildered expression. In retrospect, that child had always been exceptional from a young age. On a mountain peak not far from the Xia family's ancestral grounds, Ling Ling stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing intently at the situation surrounding the Xia family. Behind her were Ling Xian and Chun Lianxiong, leading a group of disciples from the Tiandi Baoga, all clad in white. "Young master, the Xia family has long been on guard. It seems we need not intervene on their behalf," Chun Lianxiong remarked, observing the impenetrable protective formation of the Xia family. However, Ling Ling remained unconvinced, slowly shaking her head and asserting, "It is soon time for us to take action." Chapter 101. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion strikes in the realms above. Kai Ying gritted his teeth, his expression resolute as he retrieved a pitch-black spirit talisman from his bosom. This talisman contained the full might of the Kai family's elder, Kai Bai, an overwhelming force capable of breaching the Grand Formation. However, to activate this talisman with his current strength at the Celestial Realm would not only deplete his entire reservoir of spiritual energy, but also require a significant toll on his soul, severely damaging his foundational essence. If it were possible, he would refrain from using this talisman. Yet, time had dragged on too long. Should the elder return to find the Xia family unbroken, he would surely face severe retribution. Most importantly, he could no longer endure the mockery of the Xia family. With a fierce incantation, Kai Ying cast the talisman into the air, his hands weaving intricate gestures as his spiritual power surged into the talisman. It hovered aloft, radiating a dark, shimmering light, from which a grotesquely large spectral finger emerged. The ghastly digit, sharp as a blade, pressed against the protective barrier of the Xia family, gradually piercing through. The protective formation was breached. Xia Changming's expression grew increasingly grave. The Kai family had indeed kept a hidden strength. Once the protective formation was shattered, a brutal battle was inevitable, and the Xia family risked incalculable losses. Xia Ruoguang and the other elders sensed the extraordinary power of the spectral finger and swiftly flew to the Xia ancestral grounds, bracing for the impending clash. "Elder Ruoguang, I implore you to lead the vulnerable members of our family to safety within the mausoleum," Xia Changming instructed gravely. The protective formation was on the verge of collapse, and the perimeter of the Xia family was no longer secure. Xia Ruoguang, with narrowed eyes, chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, I have made ample preparations. To extinguish the Xia family will not be so easily accomplished." Having lived for so long, he had little left to fear. At that moment, his eyes gleamed with a chilling light, fully prepared to sacrifice himself for the Xia family, determined to take a piece of the Kai family with him in his final moments. Xia Changming nodded in approval. Unfortunately, the protective formation had not endured until Xia Changming's return. With a resounding crack, the spectral finger pierced through the protective barrier. Instantly, the entire formation shattered, disintegrating into countless fragments like shards of broken glass. The protective formation is shattered. Today marks the end of your Xia family. All personnel, attack. Leave none alive. With the protective formation breached, Kai Ying erupted in a wild, triumphant laugh, gesturing for his subordinates to surge into the Xia family estate. After days of fruitless assaults, the Kai family harbored deep resentment, each member eager to charge forth. Xia Changming and the other elders led the Xia disciples, standing resolute, their expressions solemn. vowing to settle the score with the Kai family. As several of the Kai family's vanguards prepared to engage in combat with the Xia family, a chilling voice echoed from the heavens above. 9 Nether, condensed kill. Suddenly, a wall of bone-chilling ice materialized out of thin air, entombing dozens of Kai family members within its frigid grasp. Who dares? Kai Ying was taken aback, hastily glancing around. Ling Ling, accompanied by Ling Xian, Chun Lianxiao, and a group of disciples from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, all clad in white robes and wearing pristine masks, slowly positioned themselves before Kai Ying. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. This revelation left Kai Ying even more astounded. Hadn't he, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, always maintained a stance of non-interference, refusing to assist any faction? Even when the heavens were engulfed in flames and the ground was littered with corpses, they had remained aloof. Why then did they appear here to protect the Xia family? Kai Ying was perplexed. The influence of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion spanned the 9 provinces and 10 lands, their power reaching celestial heights, with numerous sects eager to cultivate amicable relations with them, rendering them highly esteemed. Reluctant to provoke such an esteemed entity, he could only politely clasp his hands and inquire, "May I ask if you are the young Master Ling of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion?" "Indeed," Ling Ling replied, free from the corrosive chill of the 9 Nether. He exuded an air of serene detachment, his entire being radiating a subtle, chilling dignity. With hands clasped behind his back, holding a folding fan, and clad in a flowing white robe, he embodied the demeanor of a cold, noble youth. Daring not to offend, Kai Ying continued, "The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has always refrained from taking sides. What is the meaning of your actions, young Master Ling?" "I owe a debt of gratitude to the head of the Xia family, and I have promised to assist them in times of peril," Ling Ling coldly stated. "You may take your leave." With a mere touch of his fingertip against the icy wall beside him, it shattered instantaneously, along with the Kai family disciples trapped within, reducing them to mere shards of ice. Such audacity! The Xia family members below watched in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was willing to offend the Kai family to aid the Xia family. Even Xia Ruoguang looked to Xia Changming in confusion and shock. Xia Changming could only manage an awkward smile. While he was aware that Xia Changming had fortuitously saved the young master of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, he had never conceived that the pavilion would violate their principles to protect the Xia family. This was an unprecedented occurrence for the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Reflecting on this, he suddenly felt a surge of pride. Kai Ying had not anticipated that the illustrious Heavenly Treasure Pavilion would openly declare their intention to protect the Xia family, even reprimanding them to leave in front of everyone. After finally breaching the Xia family's protective formation, how could he depart in disgrace? "Young Master Ling, I do not know the nature of the favor you owe to Xia Changming. However, he has now entered a secret realm, and my family's ancestor is also within. There is no possibility of him returning alive," Kai Ying implored, half threatening and half respectful. His meaning was clear. The Kai family's ancestor would eliminate Xia Changming within the secret realm, and soon he would return. "Is the Kai family a mere trifling matter, attempting to threaten me?" Ling Ling's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice laced with disdain. It had been a long time since anyone dared to threaten the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion in such a manner. The last individual who attempted this had long since become part of the earth. "I do not intend to threaten. I merely hope that the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion will reconsider," Kai Ying asserted. The Kai family is also a friend of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Taking advantage of his family's ancestral backing, Kai Ying defiantly declared, "Is the Kai family not worthy?" Ling Ling, unyielding, narrowed her icy gaze, wielding her folding fan to unleash a shard of ice that pierced through several members of the Kai family. "Do you truly believe the Kai family fears your Heavenly Treasure Pavilion?" Kai Ying fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Ling Ling. In a swift motion, she eliminated more of the Kai family members, completely disregarding their presence. Ling Ling, unfazed by the banter, called to her companions, Ling Xian, Manager Chun, "Let us obliterate the Kai family." Without hesitation, Ling Xian and Chun Lianxiong leaped into action, leading the disciples of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion in an assault on the Kai family. As Ling Xian descended upon their stronghold, her eyes glinted with cold determination, and with a single stroke of her gleaming sword, cries of anguish erupted throughout the Kai family's domain, leaving devastation in their wake. Those who dared to disrespect her master deserved their fate. Chun Lianxiong wielded his earth-shattering hammer, striking down upon the foes without opposition. Even the seemingly ordinary disciples of the heavenly treasure pavilion, their faces concealed by white masks, possessed strength akin to that of celestial beings. These were Ling Ling's elite guards, the finest of the heavenly treasure pavilion, who surged into the Kai family stronghold like an unstoppable tide. Ling Xian and Chun Lianxiong stood at the pinnacle of celestial strength. And in the blink of an eye, the Kai family suffered catastrophic losses. The disciples of the Xia family, receiving orders, rallied together, determined to avenge their kin, declaring, "The Kai family seeks to annihilate us and harm our people. They shall not escape retribution. Attack!" Xia Changming seized the moment, raising his sword and commanding the Xia family members to swarm towards the Kai family with ferocity. Chapter 102. The Return with a Swift Motion. Dozens of figures emerged from the rift in the secret realm, which then sealed itself quietly, vanishing from sight. The once mighty procession of thousands had diminished to a mere few dozen survivors. Among them, a significant portion belonged to the Xia family, while the Xia family had dwindled to fewer than 10 members, and neither the Wang nor the Kai family had a single member in sight. Numerous smaller sects and factions had also disappeared within the confines of the secret realm. After today, the dynamics of Tianzhou would undoubtedly undergo a monumental transformation. At last, I have escaped that wretched place. This realm shall tremble before me in the future, huh? Upon exiting the secret realm, Langia perched excitedly on Zhou Anning's shoulder, scanning the surroundings with unbridled enthusiasm. Zhou Anning's face radiated joy as well. The experiences endured within the secret realm would be forever etched in her memory. Not only had she honed her skills and elevated her cultivation, but she had also fortuitously acquired a celestial legacy. Now, she possessed the strength to protect Tianzhou. As Zhou Anning's gaze fell upon Tianzhou, her expression abruptly shifted to one of terror. What should have been a serene and prosperous city was now engulfed in flames. A veritable sea of fire. "Brother Xia, Your Majesty, thank you for your assistance. Tianzhou is likely on the brink of upheaval. I must return to the Xia family at once." Xie Yi, upon witnessing the inferno consuming Tianzhou, felt a pang of dread in his heart. He hastily bid farewell to Xia Changming, taking with him Xie Hualing and the remaining disciples of the Xie family as they rushed back. Though he had instructed Xie Yun to prepare for any eventuality, he understood all too well that the Xie family could scarcely withstand any assault from the Kai or Wang families, especially since he had yet to catch sight of Kai Ying or Wang Ming within the secret realm. It was all too clear that they must have taken advantage of their absence to strike. Without time to rest or recuperate, they had to hasten back to the Xie family. After watching Xie Yi and the others depart, Zhou Anning, filled with urgency, turned to Xia Changming and said, "Uncle Xia, I am deeply grateful for your care during this time. I must return to the palace to find my grandfather." Zhou Anning spoke with unwavering determination. No matter what, she needed to reach the palace swiftly to protect her grandfather, Zhou Tian, and reclaim what belonged to her. This was a matter of familial significance, and she intended to resolve it personally. Hence, she did not seek Xia Changming's assistance. Xia Changming nodded gently and replied, "Go, do what you must." With that, he shifted his gaze to Langia resting on Zhou Anning's shoulder. "Langia, safeguard Anning. Rest assured, boss. As long as I am here, no one can harm this little one," Langia declared confidently, thumping his chest. Zhou Anning managed a faint smile, bowed slightly, and, with Langia, transformed into a divine rainbow, soaring directly towards the palace. Xia Changming then turned to Su Yueli beside him and said, "Let us also depart, my dear, and return home. It is high time for the Kai family to vanish from the heavens." With the demise of the ancestral figure Kai Bai and the obliteration of the hidden demonic entity, there is no longer a need to show mercy towards the Kai family. Xia Changming transformed into a radiant streak, soaring through the air, with Su Yueli following closely behind without uttering a word. In the Xia family's ancestral grounds, vibrant spiritual energies and figures raced through the sky amidst the cacophony of battle cries and wails of anguish. As they beheld the Kai family members plummeting from the skies, their forces in disarray, Kai Ying's expression turned as dark as a storm cloud, reflecting his utmost despair. What he had anticipated to be an unchallenged massacre had turned against him, as the heavenly treasure pavilion intervened, rendering him the target of slaughter instead. With Ling Xian, Chun Lianxiong, and Ling Ling stationed at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, the 5 esteemed elders of the Xia family had gathered, leaving no one absent. In contrast, Kai Ying stood alone at the peak of the celestial realm, alongside 2 elders, with only the mid-celestial realm figure Xia Haoyuan remaining of any utility, utterly unable to mount a defense. If this continued, the Kai family would face complete annihilation. With gritted teeth, Kai Ying hesitated, contemplating whether to make a retreat. Under the combined might of Ling Xin and Chun Lianxiong, a Kai family elder was pierced through the heart by a sword, crushed to the ground by a hammer, perishing on the spot. The remaining elder from the Kai family was silenced before a sound could escape his lips, impaled by countless ice shards, encased as a resplendent ice sculpture. After the loss of 2 elders, Kai Ying could no longer contain himself. He resolved to flee immediately. "Old fool, where do you think you're going?" Xia Changming swiftly pursued, delivering a decisive strike. Kai Ying, in a panic, turned to block with his sword, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "Xia Changming, do not celebrate too soon. Once my ancestor returns from the secret realm and eliminates Xia Changming, I shall make you, in the heavenly treasure pavilion, pay dearly." A sinister smile played on Kai Ying's lips as he envisioned the return of his ancestor, confident that the destruction of the Xia family and the heavenly treasure pavilion would be but a mere flick of his fingers. The ultimate victory would belong to the Kai family. He vowed that when the time came, he would ensure that every member of the Xia family would find themselves in a position where they could neither live nor die. However, Kai Ying's malevolent grin froze upon the arrival of a voice. "Oh, is that so? Do you truly believe that your ancestor will emerge?" Accompanying the voice was a striking figure materializing in midair. The sounds of battle ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned in astonishment towards the familiar silhouette. Xia Changming, Patriarch. The members of the Xia family beamed with joy at his appearance. In stark contrast, Kai Ying and his disciples turned pale, their eyes wide with disbelief, as though they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? How could you have emerged alive from the secret realm?" Kai Ying stammered, trembling as he confronted Xia Changming, unable to fathom that the figures before him were indeed Xia Changming and Su Yueli. His ancestor Kai Bai and that demonic entity were both exalted beings. Xia Changming fixed his cold gaze upon Kai Ying, uttering no further words. As he unfurled his domain of consciousness, Kai family ceased to exist. Kai Ying sensed an inexplicable chill emanating from Xia Changming, an instinctive warning of impending death. Suddenly, a crisp snap echoed, and a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens. Kai Ying's eyes widened in horror as he desperately summoned his soul shield to defend against it. Yet he was still engulfed by the celestial fury, reduced to ashes. In the blink of an eye, the head of the Kai family, Kai Ying, was utterly annihilated, body and soul. The arrival of the heavenly thunder jolted the remaining members of the Kai family from their shock, prompting them to scatter in panic. The disciples of the Xia family stood at attention, awaiting orders. Xia Changming stood proudly in the sky, proclaiming now. The Xia disciples responded with a respectful bow, silently awaiting his commands, including Xia Ruobing and others who had endured trials in the secret realm. "All those from the Kai family, and any who dare to invade the Xia family, shall be slain," they cried in unison, their voices resonating throughout the skies above the Xia family estate. One by one, they launched themselves towards the fleeing members of the Kai family, intent on the hunt. Upon witnessing Xia Changming obliterate Kai Ying with a single strike of lightning, Xia Haoyuan swiftly concealed himself and discreetly retreated. However, Xia Changming had already noticed him, a cold smile playing upon his lips. Thinking of escaping? Chapter 103. The Fall of the Kai Family. How could this be? How could this be? Xia Haoyuan frantically fled from the crowd, his expression a portrait of terror, repeatedly muttering to himself. According to his plan, he was supposed to annihilate the Xia family alongside the Kai family, acquire the soul transference secret method, and ascend as the new master of the Xia family, basking in its glory. Why had Xia Changming not perished in the secret realm? Why had the foolproof plan unraveled? Xia Haoyuan was at a loss. He wished to dwell no longer on such thoughts, his sole desire to escape this place as swiftly as possible. Yet, a figure he most dreaded had already manifested before him. "Where do you think you are going?" Xia Changming coldly fixed his gaze upon Xia Haoyuan. Xia Haoyuan turned to find Su Yueli had quietly appeared behind him, with the rest of the Xia family members hastening to join. With the Kai family already vanquished and Su Yueli at his back, Xia Haoyuan recognized the tides had turned against him, and there was no hope of salvation. He bowed his head and pleaded, "Xia Changming, no, master of the Xia family. Might you spare an old man for the years of toil I have rendered to the family?" Xia Changming did not respond to Xia Haoyuan. Instead, he addressed the gathered members of the Xia family, his voice cold and commanding, "My dear kin, what punishment should be meted out to those who betray the Xia family and turn against their own?" Xia Ruoguang, the most esteemed elder of the Xia family, stepped forward and responded with a bow, "Respected master, according to our ancestral teachings, traitors must be subjected to execution without mercy. Those who raise a hand against their kin shall be condemned by heaven and earth. They shall be slain, and their souls obliterated, regardless of one's standing or past achievements within the clan. Do you hear this, Xia Haoyuan? As a former grand elder of the Xia family, surely you do not forget our ancestral decrees." Xia Changming's gaze shifted sharply to Xia Haoyuan, demanding an answer. Xia Haoyuan lowered his head, his eyes trembling with fear, his entire being quaking under an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yet he was not ready to capitulate just yet. "Xia Changming," he bellowed, gripping the sword at his waist, prepared for a final desperate struggle. Before he could draw his blade, a silver flash swept across his neck. Xia Changming leisurely sheathed the imperial immortal sword. It could only be said that he had overthought his predicament. Xia Haoyuan's eyes widened in shock as, under the watchful gaze of the Xia family, his body helplessly plummeted to the ground. "My dear wife," Xia Changming called out to Su Yueli. With a slight furrow of her brow, Su Yueli exhaled a wisp of smoke towards the descending corpse of Xia Haoyuan. Instantly, his body ignited in a blazing emerald ghostly flame, his soul emitting a heart-wrenching wail. As the twisted essence of his being was gradually consumed by the spectral fire, until nothing but ash remained. Xia Changming could have summoned heavenly thunder to completely obliterate Xia Haoyuan's soul, yet he opted to allow Su Yueli to scorch him with ghostly flames, forcing him to endure the torment of his own soul being seared. To let him perish by heavenly thunder would be too merciful. With Kai Ying and Xia Haoyuan dead, the remaining members of the Kai family were likewise dispatched, restoring tranquility to the ancestral grounds of the Xia family. Xia Changming led the members of the Xia family to gather around, recounting the events that had transpired within the realm of heaven these past few days. The situation in Tianzhou has descended into chaos. The crown prince, Zhou Zhiga, has already taken up arms in rebellion, and the circumstances within the palace remain uncertain. The Xia family has apprehended Xia Jun and the dark guard associated with Xia Haoyuan, while members of the Xia family, including Xia Yun, are gravely injured and temporarily seeking refuge within the Xia residence. Tomorrow, Xia Jun and the dark guard who allied with Xia Haoyuan will be detained. "What shall we do with them?" inquired Xia Changlan. The reason for the delay until now was to await the decision of Xia Changming. "Let us dispose of them in accordance with the ancestral teachings of the Xia clan," Xia Changming replied coolly. He has always harbored no mercy for traitors. Xia Changlan nodded and continued. "The Xia family has suffered a sudden assault from the Wang family, resulting in heavy casualties. Xia Yun has led the remaining clan members to take refuge in the Xia residence. I have sheltered them in the back mountain." "How many members remain in the Xia family?" asked Xia Changming. Xia Changlin wasted no time in contemplation and answered, "Fewer than 100. Despite being one of the 4 great families of the Tianzhou Dynasty, the Xia clan, once boasting thousands of disciples, now finds itself reduced to fewer than 100. Once the upheaval in Tianzhou concludes, the Xia family will find it exceedingly difficult to regain its former glory. Please, Father, arrange for someone to look after the Xia family members, and send word to Xie Yi to inform him that his kin are here," Xia Changlin requested. "Very well," Xia Changming agreed, hastening to make arrangements. He then turned to Xia Ruoguang and said, "Elder Ruoguang, I would appreciate your leadership in organizing the clan members to restore the ancestral grounds and repair the protective formation." Obeying the clan leader's command, Xia Ruoguang replied respectfully, bowing. Xia Changming not only anticipated the conspiracy of the Kai family and the rebellion of Xia Haoyuan, enabling them to prepare the protective formation in advance, but he also led the majority of the Xia clan's disciples back safely from the secret realm. Moreover, he even garnered the assistance of the impartial Tiandi Treasure Pavilion to act against the traitors, returning with formidable authority. Now, he had earned Xia Changming's utmost admiration. holding no dissent against his commands. Ruobing, Xiaming, you two should assist Elder Ruoguang in restoring the Xia family. Xia Changming instructed Xia Ruobing and Xiaming. Yes. They responded in unison, joining the efforts to restore the family. Especially Xia Ruobing, who organized the clan members with methodical precision, allocating tasks efficiently. Standing beside Xia Changming, Su Yueli cast a furtive glance at him. This fellow certainly seems to embody the demeanor of a clan leader more each day. It appears he has grown increasingly casual in his dealings with her. At that moment, Xia Changming was overlooking the bustling scene of restoration within the Xia ancestral grounds, entirely unaware of Su Yueli's subtle musings. Ling Ling, accompanied by members of the Tiandi Treasure Pavilion, approached Xia Changming. Greetings, clan leader Xia, Ling Ling said politely, bowing to him. The formality felt somewhat out of place to Xia Changming. Although he had stepped in to rescue Ling Ling, it hardly warranted such excessive courtesy from the young master of the Tiandi Treasure Pavilion. Although there were lingering doubts, it was undeniable that Tiandi Treasure Pavilion had indeed honored its promise and extended assistance to the Xia family. Xia Changming expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Tiandi Treasure Pavilion, for your aid." "Not at all. I owe the head of the Xia family a life. I promised to assist the Xia family, and I shall certainly fulfill that promise." Tiandi Treasure Pavilion has been engaged in commerce for generations, placing the utmost importance on promises. A word is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. And we always act upon our words, Ling Ling remarked with a smile. Such adherence to commitments and emphasis on principles deepened Xia Changming's admiration for Tiandi Treasure Pavilion. The influence of Tiandi Treasure Pavilion spanned across the 9 provinces, boasting formidable power, far beyond what the diminutive Kai family could contend with. However, they had no intention of seizing control or dominating the realm, focusing solely on trade. It was said they were even seeking opportunities to expand their market into the demon realm. If the chance arose, it would indeed be worthwhile to cultivate a deeper relationship. While the affairs of the Xia family had concluded, the flames of turmoil in Tianzhou still raged fiercely. Xia Changming's gaze turned towards the distant palace, where flames soared into the sky. The remaining task was to quell the rebellion within the palace. Following Xia Changming's gaze, Ling Ling also looked towards the palace and casually inquired, "Head of the Xia family, do you require the assistance of Tiandi Treasure Pavilion?" Xia Changming scrutinized Ling Ling closely. Although Tiandi Treasure Pavilion had seemingly no intention of intervening in the affairs of Tianzhou, it appeared that there was a change in their disposition since his arrival. The assistance of young Master Ling to the Xia family stems from a sense of gratitude. There should be no need for you to intervene on behalf of Tianzhou, correct? Xia Changming held firm conviction that if he merely voiced his concerns, Tiandi Treasure Pavilion would indeed take action to rectify the rebellion in Tianzhou. Ling Ling was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, smiling as he explained, "My involvement is indeed to repay a favor. If the Tianzhou Dynasty were to change hands, it would pose a dilemma for the Xia family, would it not?" "Haha, not at all. Young Master Ling, would you accompany me to witness the ascension of the new emperor?" Xia Changming inquired with a confident smile. Ling Ling felt a jolt within, his eyes reflecting surprise. Could it be that? Chapter 104. The chaos of Tianzhou. Outside the city of Tianzhou, a formidable army surged forth like a dark cloud, advancing towards the city walls. Soldiers, gripping their long halberds, charged with a thunderous cry, while siege ladders ascended skyward, reaching for the battlements. Upon the towering walls, stones tumbled and timber rolled, arrows rained down like a tempest, and fiery projectiles fell from the heavens like meteors, igniting the sky with flames of war. In that moment, the drums of battle roared, and the cacophony of slaughter echoed through the land. Upon receiving the royal summons from Zhou Tian, commanders from the 5 nearby districts and beyond rallied their forces in response. However, the city defense was firmly in the hands of Zhou Zhiga's loyalists, who would not permit reinforcements to enter. Thus, a fierce and bloody confrontation ensued. Prince Zhou Zhiga conspires with the Kai and Wang clans to betray his kin, seeking to usurp the throne. He is indeed a rebel. An elderly man, his face adorned with a mane of white hair, bellowed at his subordinates from atop a fiery steed. Despite his advanced age, he exuded a robust presence, clad in dark armor, his imposing aura eclipsing that of younger generals. This man was Yu Zhantian, the supreme commander of the Tianzhou military, a trusted subordinate of Zhou Tian who had valiantly defended against the demon race on multiple occasions. He was also the father of Yu Zhuotian, the commander of the palace guards. Upon receiving the secret edict from Zhou Tian, he hastily led tens of thousands of troops toward Tianzhou. Forces from various districts soon converged, forming an army of several 100,000. It would not be long before they breached the city gates and annihilated the traitors. Yet, before that could happen, the palace must not fall. If Zhou Zhiga succeeded in assassinating his father and usurping power with the aid of the Kai and Wang families, other commanders within the Tianzhou realm would inevitably yield to his command. In that case, it would be they who became the rebels. Within the Tianzhou palace, flames consumed the city, and corpses lay strewn across the ground, blood mingling with the rain as it cascaded down the steps. A row of armored palace guards, armed with swords and shields, stood resolutely at the steps leading to the main hall, their expressions grim and their gazes piercing. Yu Zhuotian, wielding a formidable spear, stood before the guards and declared with a commanding voice, "By command of His Majesty, any armed intruders who dare enter the palace shall be executed without mercy. Kill! Kill! Kill!" The chorus of furious roars from the guards reverberated throughout the palace, and the sight of their bloodied forms was enough to instill fear and trepidation in the rebel forces before them. Zhou Zhiga cast a dark glance at Yu Zhuotian. For days on end, the relentless assaults had been staunchly repelled by the palace guards under Yu Zhuotian's command, thwarting all his attempts at coercion and persuasion. He had even come perilously close to being slain on several occasions. "Your Highness, urgent news from the city gates. General Yu Zhuotian's forces are about to breach the walls." A soldier, his face pale with anxiety, hurried to Zhou Zhiga's side and whispered urgently. The old man had evidently been prepared for this all along. His intention was clearly to eliminate me at this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhiga's expression darkened further. If this stalemate continued, the city gates would surely fall, rendering all his efforts futile. Why had the Kai and Wang families not yet arrived? Zhou Zhiga's heart raced with anxiety. Yu Zhuotian gazed towards the blazing city gates, listening to the cacophony of battle, and gradually began to see a glimmer of hope. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Wang Ming led the Wang family disciples as they descended from the skies, charging into the fray. "Your Highness, the Wang family has come to your aid." With a sweeping strike, Wang Ming severed several members of the Imperial Guard, who fell to the ground lifelessly. Zhou Zhiga, elated by Wang Ming's arrival, immediately rallied the others to rush forward. The Wang family head had arrived just in time. Quickly, apprehend and eliminate Yu Zhuotian. With the peak of the celestial realm, Wang Ming, and numerous elite disciples of the Wang family joining the fray, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, resulting in heavy casualties among the Imperial Guard. Wang Ming had not entered the secret realm, but had first annihilated the Xia family before heading to the palace, indicating a premeditated strategy. Yu Zhuotian, feeling the gravity of the situation, resolutely held his spear, blocking the stairs and preventing anyone from advancing, embodying the spirit of a lone warrior against a myriad. As Zhou Zhiga realized that he could not defeat Yu Zhuotian in the short term, he led several subordinates to bypass the chaos and sprint directly toward the palace hall. Seeing this, Yu Zhuotian swiftly dispatched the traitors obstructing his path, ready to pursue Zhou Zhiga when Wang Ming struck from behind with a powerful blow. "I have long heard of your exceptional prowess, Commander Yu. It is time for me to gauge your strength." Sensing the impending danger, Yu Zhuotian pivoted, bracing the long spear behind him to withstand Wang Ming's strike. Though both Yu Zhuotian and Wang Ming stood at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, the former, having battled incessantly for several days, found his spiritual and physical strength waning compared to Wang Ming. The blade of Wang Ming's great sword descended inch by inch, its cold gleam drawing ever closer to Yu Zhuotian's face. Kneeling on one knee, Yu Zhuotian gritted his teeth, gripping the spear tightly in a desperate effort to hold firm. His mind still preoccupied with Zhou Zhiga, who had already infiltrated the ascending heaven hall. "Does Commander Yu still concern himself with others?" Wang Ming taunted. Noticing Yu Zhuotian's gaze straying towards the hall, Yu Zhuotian raised his spear and retorted angrily. "His Majesty has treated the Kai and Wang families favorably, granting them privileges alongside the four great clans. Yet you remain ungrateful, engaging in treasonous acts. The righteous shall prosper, while the wicked shall perish. With the Kai family's ancestor emerging, the heavens shall also fall into the hands of the crown prince." and the Wang family merely chooses to align with the prevailing tide. Wang Meng glared fiercely, exerting even more force into his sword, the blade now perilously close to Yu Zhuotian's face. Just as it seemed Yu Zhuotian was on the verge of defeat, a sudden, commanding voice rang out from above, "Stop." Everyone paused in confusion, instinctively lowering their weapons and looking up at the newcomer. Zhou Anning, holding the phoenix flame sword, stood in the air with an ethereal grace. Her expression filled with indignation as she gazed down at the crowd below. She could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before her. Merely a few days had passed since her departure from Tianzhou, yet an army had besieged the city, leaving the streets littered with corpses and stained with blood, which had sullied the once pristine green bricks and blue tiles. Everywhere she looked, the air was thick with the smoke of devastation and flames of despair. In her frantic haste, she raced towards the imperial palace, only to witness the horrific carnage within, where death and injury abounded. Seeing the fierce melee below, Zhou Anning could not help but shout in anger to halt the fighting. Yu Zhuotian, upon spotting Zhou Anning, was filled with joy, a glimmer of relief crossing his features. But he quickly grew anxious and cried out, "Your Highness, this place is perilous. You must leave at once." Wang Meng stared in shock at the sudden appearance of Zhou Anning, his pupils trembling as if shaken by an earthquake. Disbelief etched across his face. "How is this possible? You actually emerged alive from the secret realm," he stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Zhou Anning. Her presence was an indication that the plans within the secret realm had failed. What in the world was the Kai family's ancestor plotting? Wasn't it supposed to be foolproof? Zhou Anning's cold gaze fixed upon Wang Meng, her celestial sword aimed directly at him as she declared in a chilling tone, "The Wang family conspires against the throne. Their treachery must be punished." "Humph, you think you can threaten me, you mere child?" Wang Meng retorted. "Since you are here, do not even think of leaving." Despite his confusion regarding Zhou Anning's survival from the secret realm, as a royal descendant, she was not to be let off easily. Wang Meng's spiritual energy surged forth, his form expanding as his clothes tore apart, transforming him into a fearsome, muscular beast resembling a brown-furred tiger. His formidable presence was accompanied by sharp fangs and an intimidating demeanor. Yet, Zhou Anning stood undaunted, her voice ringing out fiercely, "You little black dog." Chapter 105. He shall be killed by me. Within the grand hall of the palace, Zhou Tian reclined quietly upon the throne, eyes closed in contemplation, awaiting the final moment's arrival. The palace's servants, concubines, and many ministers had long since fled, leaving only Lu Wen standing steadfastly by his side. "Lu Xiong, do you not intend to depart?" Zhou Tian inquired, still with his eyes shut. Lu Wen offered a faint smile and replied, "The old minister has grown weary and can no longer run. I shall remain here to accompany your majesty. Furthermore, what meaning is there in my continued existence if your majesty is no longer with us?" Zhou Tian opened his aged eyes to gaze at Lu Wen, a smile of appreciation gracing his lips. In this final hour, the presence of an old friend was not altogether lamentable. Yet, comparing the prospect of sharing death with a man already resigned to his fate seemed rather unjustifiable. "Lu Xiong, what do you think of my grandson and Ning?" Zhou Tian asked casually. Without hesitation, Lu Wen responded, "The young prince has demonstrated remarkable intelligence, a keen mind, and an admirable diligence, surpassing even the third prince." Hearing this, Zhou Tian nodded in satisfaction, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon recalling the brocade box entrusted to Yu Zhuotian, Lu Wen suddenly grasped Zhou Tian's underlying intention and, with a hint of surprise, asked, "Does your majesty intend to establish the young prince as the heir? Is there not a potential issue? If I am not mistaken, the young prince is a girl." "Never in the history of Tianzhou has a woman ascended the throne," Lu Wen remarked. Zhou Tian dismissed the concern with a calm demeanor, stating, "And what of it? If the previous monarchs did not, then I shall be the first to do so. Is it not true that the demon realm is ruled by a woman? I believe in Ning is capable of inheriting my position and restoring the prosperity of Tianzhou." Initially, Zhou Tian had hesitated over whether to designate Zhou Ning as the heir, whether to compel her to assume the weighty throne that bore the fate of all Tianzhou. After meeting the Demon Empress Su Yuli, he had finally resolved his doubts. If the Demon Empress could rise amidst the chaos of her realm, uniting the multitude, he was confident that Zhou Ning could also emerge as an exceptional empress, ruling over Tianzhou. Lu Wen nodded in agreement. harboring his own approval of Zhou Tian's decision. With the demise of Zhou Min and Zhou Ziji's brazen rebellion, seeking to usurp the throne with ruthless ambition, the future of Tianzhou could not be entrusted to him. Thus, only the young Zhou and Ning remained capable of shouldering such a monumental responsibility and inheriting the imperial mantle. With earnest gravity, Zhou Tian entrusted Lu Wan, saying, "Lu Xiang, I have secretly declared you the father of the nation. Assist Ning in governing Tianzhou. She is still but a child. Should she ever stray from the path of the sovereign, I implore you to correct her promptly and nurture her into a remarkable ruler." The old minister understands. Your Majesty need not worry. I shall not disappoint you. Lu Wan knelt beside Zhou Tian, his forehead touching the ground, tears streaming down his aged face. In this moment, Zhou Tian had already resigned himself to his fate with a sense of acceptance. Very well. Before that ungrateful son arrives, Lu Xiang should take his leave swiftly, Zhou Tian said with a sense of relief. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the great doors were forcefully thrust open, and a boisterous voice echoed within the hall. None of you shall escape. Zhou Zhiga, wielding a sharp blade, led several subordinates into the grand hall. Upon witnessing this, Lu Wan pointed an accusatory finger at Zhou Zhiga, exclaiming, "Parricide and usurpation. Such deeds are intolerable. You are unworthy to be the monarch of Tianzhou." Zhou Zhiga responded with a cold smile. "Whether I am worthy or not is not for you, Lu Xiang, to determine. Guards, ensure Lu Xiang's safety. He may yet serve as an advisor for my reign." A number of subordinates surged forward, pressing their blades against Lu Wan's neck, forcibly dragging him aside. Lu Wan continued to curse vehemently, "Traitor! Even in death, I shall never serve you." Zhou Zhiga cast a disdainful glance at Lu Wan, dismissing him as he approached Zhou Tian, seated upon the dragon throne, raising his blade towards the center of his brow. "You wretched old man, your actions have led me to this day. Do not think I am unaware of your intentions to pass the throne to Zhou Taiping. Thus, I had him slain. I had believed you would subsequently grant me the throne, yet you now wish to name Zhou Anning as your heir. I understand now. As long as there are others, you will never recognize me as the emperor. Therefore, I shall eliminate them all. At this juncture, you have no other options left. Immediately surrender the imperial seal and issue an edict to abdicate in my favor. For the sake of our past father-son bond, I will ensure you live out your remaining years in peace." Zhou Tian maintained a tranquil demeanor, yet his gaze held an indescribable sorrow. Throughout the history of the Tianzhou Dynasty, no wise ruler had ever resorted to fratricide. How could I have birthed such a wretched creature as you? What you desire, I shall not grant, nor can I, for you are unworthy to be the monarch of Tianzhou, Zhou Tian declared with resounding conviction. Every word he uttered undeniably struck a nerve in Zhou Zhiga. "Very well. You have chosen your own demise." In a fit of rage, Zhou Zhiga plunged his blade into Zhou Tian's chest. The long knife pierced through Zhou Tian's body, emerging behind the dragon throne. Zhou Tian blissfully closed his eyes, believing that Xia Changming would protect Zhou Anning, and that Zhou Anning would surely return unharmed to restore peace to Tianzhou. "Your Majesty," Lu Wan cried out in anguish. Yet Zhou Zhiga remained indifferent. He withdrew the blade from Zhou Tian's body, feeling a sense of elation at having finally achieved his goal. With Zhou Tian's death, Tianzhou would rightfully belong to him. Just as Zhou Zhiga reveled in his triumph, preparing to declare himself the new emperor of Tianzhou, a soft voice shattered his illusion. "Grandfather." Zhou Anning rushed into the grand hall, her eyes immediately falling upon Zhou Zhiga, who stood resolutely before Zhou Tian, his blade stained with fresh blood. Zhou Tian had already closed his eyes, silenced forever. Tears brimmed in Zhou Anning's eyes as she cast a look of hatred at Zhou Zhiga, oblivious to the pain of her fingers digging into her palm. Zhou Zhiga turned in astonishment to gaze at Zhou Anning. How had she returned alive from the secret realm? What were Wang Ming and the others doing, allowing her to come back unscathed? Confusion filled Zhou Zhiga's heart as his gaze remained fixed on Zhou Anning. In the next moment, two figures burst into the hall, crashing heavily onto the ground. As the dust settled, a pitch-black werewolf stood upright beside Zhou Anning, its face twisted with ferocity, one hand gripping Wang Ming's head as it dragged his lifeless body. Casually, it discarded Wang Ming's corpse at Zhou Anning's feet. The calm demeanor Zhou Zhiga had possessed moments before shattered, his heart gripped by shock. Wang Ming was dead. What manner of beast was this werewolf? Langia observed Zhou Zhiga, sensing the overwhelming hatred and murderous intent radiating from Zhou Anning beside him, and tenderly inquired, "Little one, would you like me to eliminate him for you, to add some excitement?" Zhou Anning, grasping her celestial sword, replied with a cold and resolute tone, "You shall not intervene. I will be the one to kill him." Chapter 106. The first Empress of Tianzhou. Outside the Grand Palace Hall, the sounds of battle gradually faded. Yu Zhuotian led the imperial guards in a fervent rush, dozens of bloodied long spears glinting ominously as they pointed at Zhou Zhiga. With Wang Ming's death, the morale of the rebel forces plummeted, and many soldiers discarded their armor and fled in disarray. The tide of battle had turned dramatically. Zhou Zhiga, in disbelief and unwilling to accept such a fate, bellowed defiantly at the crowd. "The former emperor is dead. I hereby declare myself the new emperor of Tianzhou. Bow down before me." Upon realizing the former emperor had truly perished in the dragon throne, the imperial guards exchanged glances, momentarily uncertain of how to proceed. Stepping forward, Yu Zhuotian aimed his spear directly at Zhou Zhiga, sternly rebuking him. "Your Highness, no, traitor. You have slain the former emperor and schemed for power. Your rebellious allies have been vanquished, the city gates are breached, and the loyalist forces have entered Tianzhou. Surrender now." "No, I have not lost yet. I have not lost." Zhou Zhiga, in a fit of desperation, wildly swung his sword, nearly deranged as he shouted, "Wang Ming is dead, but I still have the Kai family. The Kai family's elder pledged support to me. Upon my return, it will be your demise. Bow down and submit." The Kai family was Zhou Zhiga's last remaining hope. However, that flicker of hope was extinguished by Zhou Anning's chilling words. "The elder of the Kai family is dead. The Kai family is finished. You shall meet your end." Zhou Anning pointed his sword at Zhou Zhiga, a murderous intent surging within him like never before. "It can't be. It can't be," Zhou Zhiga mumbled, his expression gradually losing sanity. He refused to believe Zhou Anning's claims, yet his very presence spoke volumes. The Kai family's assault on the Xia family had yielded no news, and the outcome was painfully evident. In an instant, Zhou Zhiga appeared aged, his hands tangled in his disheveled hair, still struggling to accept the grim reality. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward Zhou Anning, muttering frantically, "I have not lost yet. Yes, as long as I kill you, I will be the sole heir to the Tianzhou throne." Zhou Zhiga, gripping his long blade, lunged crazily at Zhou Anning. With a cold gaze, Zhou Anning effortlessly dodged Zhou Zhiga's erratic strikes. The frenzied attacks lacked any form, and thus could not harm Zhou Anning, who had reached the same realm of mastery. With a swift motion, Zhou Anning unleashed a flash of sword light, severing Zhou Zhiga's right arm. "Ah, my hand! My hand! Guards! Guards!" Zhou Zhiga clutched the wound where his arm had been, his face contorted in pain, screaming in agony. "This strike is for my father," Zhou Anning declared coldly. Before Zhou Zhiga could fully grasp the horror of his situation, Zhou Anning struck again, cleaving off his remaining arm. Having lost his arms, Zhou Zhiga lost his balance and fell to the ground, blood gushing from his wounds. He could only wail in agony while dragging himself forward with great difficulty. This sword was struck for the sake of the grand estate. Zhou Anning followed closely behind Zhou Zhiga, delivering another blow that severed one of his thighs. Zhou Zhiga's anguished cries echoed, leaving a long trail of blood beneath him. This strike was for the common folk of Tianzhou. Zhou Anning stood expressionless, her demeanor icy as she delivered the final blow, severing his remaining leg. Now, Zhou Zhiga was left a mere husk, a human puppet without arms or legs. The guards and Yu Zhuotian behind him were filled with dread. Was this truly the same refined and composed young prince they once knew? In just a few days, after returning from the secret realm, he had undergone such a profound transformation. Gazing at the dying Zhou Zhiga sprawled on the ground, Zhou Anning slowly raised her celestial sword, bidding him farewell on his final journey. One swift strike to sever his head. This sword was struck for her grandfather. Though she had avenged her grievances and vanquished her foe, Zhou Anning felt no joy, only a deepening sense of sorrow and emptiness. Her arms hung limply at her sides, her tear-filled gaze resting on Zhou Tian, who leaned against the dragon throne, never to open his eyes again. Zhou Anning knelt gently before Zhou Tian, softly grasping his hand as she murmured, "Grandfather, Anning has returned." With those words, silent tears streamed down her cheeks. With Zhou Zhiga's death, the rebellion had ended in failure. The subordinates of Lu Wan, having lost their will to resist, lowered their weapons and were taken into custody by the guards. Lu Wan approached Zhou Anning and softly said, "Your Highness, this is not the time for sorrow. Everyone outside is waiting for you." Heeding Lu Wan's words, Zhou Anning wiped away her tears, gently released Zhou Tian's hand, and stepped resolutely out of the Great Hall. Commander Yu Zhuotian stood to her left, while Prime Minister Lu Wan accompanied her on the right. As they stepped outside, the dark clouds above Tianzhou dispersed, revealing a clear sky. From the heavenly hall of the palace, one could overlook Tianzhou in its entirety, with smoke wafting and ashes lingering. Hundreds of thousands of troops surged into the city, filling every street and alley, all gazing towards the palace. Within the palace, the military stood in solemn ranks. Numerous commanders who had entered the palace to support the kingdom quietly observing Zhou Anning, this exceedingly rare prince of the royal lineage. Xia Changming, Su Yueli, and the members of the Tiandi Treasure Pavilion, including Ling Ling, stood silently beside her, watching intently. Zhou Anning turned to glance at Xia Changming, who nodded gently in encouragement. With a forced smile, she resolved to move forward, gripping her celestial sword, and severed the braid that bound her hair behind her. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back, her striking visage and graceful figure revealing her noble identity. The royal prince was a woman. The late emperor has passed away, and it is heard that the second prince has also met his demise. The eldest prince has plotted treachery to usurp the throne and has been duly punished. So, who shall ascend to the throne of the Tianzhou Dynasty now? Many generals were astonished, engaging in fervent discussions, and the atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. Lu Wan turned to General Yu Zhuotian and said, "General Yu, it is time to unveil what the late emperor entrusted to you." Without hesitation, Yu Zhuotian retrieved the brocade box entrusted to him by Zhou Tian and knelt, presenting it with both hands beside Zhou Anning. "Your Highness, this is a token left to you by the late emperor." Zhou Anning gazed at the brocade box, bewildered. "Your Highness, please open it," Lu Wan urged. As Zhou Anning slowly opened the box, he beheld a crystalline jade seal alongside a secret edict nestled within. Gently lifting the jade seal, he cradled it in his palm and raised it high above his head, allowing all present to behold it. This is the imperial seal of the nation." Both Yu Zhantian and the other commanders instantly recognized the object in Zhou Anning's hand. It symbolized the legacy of succession for the Tianzhou Dynasty. The assembled generals and soldiers bowed their heads and knelt upon the ground. Lu Wan took the secret edict from Zhou Anning's grasp, rising to read aloud, "I hereby establish my final decree, proclaiming to the world the designation of my grandson, Zhou Anning, as the crown prince. Should I pass away, Zhou Anning shall become the new emperor of Tianzhou. I appoint Lu Xiang to act as the father of the nation, assisting Zhou Anning in governing state affairs. Long live your majesty." Upon the conclusion of Lu Wan's proclamation, tens of thousands of soldiers within the palace knelt in reverence, their resounding voices echoing throughout every corner of the capital. The throngs of soldiers submitting in homage extended from the palace to the outskirts of the city, with none failing to kneel in veneration of the new emperor. The Tianzhou Dynasty welcomed its first empress in history. Chapter 107. The celestial fire phoenix emerges, auspiciously descending upon the heavenly capital, all kneeling in reverence as the new emperor ascends. From this moment forth, Zhou Anning becomes the new sovereign of the Tianzhou Dynasty. Cradling the jade seal, she gazes upon the ravaged heavenly capital, her youthful visage replaced by a regal presence, her aura undergoing a profound transformation. She is determined to restore Tianzhou to its former glory of prosperity and joy. Su Yueli observes Zhou Anning's petite figure, which now bears the weight of an entire dynasty. Her emotions a tumultuous blend, although it was she who encouraged Zhou Anning to vie for the throne. The reality of her becoming the new emperor leaves Su Yueli feeling as if she may have inadvertently invited trouble upon herself. She wonders whether the decision made in the secret realm was indeed right or wrong. As the chaos in the heavenly capital comes to an end and the new emperor ascends the throne, remnants of war still linger, leaving the populace in a state of fear, their doors and windows barred against the outside world. In such times, a miracle is needed to soothe the hearts of the people. Xia Changming slowly approaches Zhou Anning, producing a phoenix talisman adorned in fiery red and golden threads. Channeling his spiritual energy, he ignites it, casting it into the sky. The talisman hovers aloft, its flames a mesmerizing blend of gold and red, releasing a warm, gentle smoke that envelopes the entire heavenly capital. What is this? How comforting. Look, the sun has appeared above the palace. The gentle smoke wafts into every household, and the citizens of the heavenly capital cautiously open their doors, stepping outside to gaze at the resplendent light above the royal palace, radiant like the sun. Unbeknownst to them, an unexpected sense of ease washes over their bodies, their fears dissipating entirely. As the phoenix talisman burns away, a beautiful and ethereal figure gracefully emerges from it. Clad in a resplendent robe of fiery red, her hair flows like flames behind her, her countenance strikingly cold, yet breathtakingly beautiful. With delicate bare feet, she stands poised in the air, surrounded by swirling phoenix flames, resembling a divine being descending to the mortal realm. The thousands gathered within the palace stare in awe, their mouths agape in shock. The woman does not regard the crowd. Her crimson eyes fixate on Xia Changming below, her voice laced with discontent. I told you. This phoenix talisman is to be used in times of peril to summon me. It is not meant to be used in this manner. Xia Changming, equally astonished, gazes at the woman, momentarily at a loss for words. During his 10 years of cultivation on the Celestial Mountain, he had only interacted with his master and a chicken and a fish from home. In his idle moments, he would often converse with them, engaging in friendly sparring. Yet he had never witnessed their transformation into human forms. This marks the first time in a decade that he sees the chicken by his master's side reveal her true appearance, prompting him to exclaim in surprise, "So it was you, Aunt Qilian." Before he could finish, Qilian suddenly materializes before Xia Changming, gripping his face with a gaze that could pierce through steel, her voice icy. "What did you just say? I believe I didn't quite catch that. Did you mean to say Sister Qilian, correct?" Xia Changming hastily corrected himself. "Yes, Sister Qilian." "Humph, now that is more like it." Upon hearing Xia Changming's change of address, Qilian finally felt satisfied and released her grip, regaining her divine demeanor and ethereal grace. Xia Changming couldn't help but feel a pang of embarrassment. Despite being several millennia old, he still cared so much about titles. "Speak, what was the purpose of summoning me?" Qilian inquired with an elegant posture. Xia Changming leaned closer to Qilian, whispering something in her ear. Qilian frowned slightly, clearly displeased, and remarked, "Do you have any idea how precious this phoenix divine talisman is? It can only summon me once, and you have called me for this? I beg you." "Dear Sister Qilian," Xia Changming pleaded, clasping his hands in request. "Very well, but let this be the last time." Qilian sighed, and with a gentle leap, she revealed her true form in midair, transforming into a resplendent phoenix enveloped in golden flames. Soaring above the celestial city, wherever Qilian spread her crimson wings, vibrant rays of color enveloped the heavens. With a melodious cry, the phoenix summoned countless birds to gather in the sky. Tens of thousands of creatures soared and chirped in harmonious symphony. As Qilian flapped her wings, sparks akin to stardust descended upon the earth. Where the starlit embers landed, the ground rejuvenated, and life blossomed anew. Tender green shoots emerged from the soil, gradually shrouding the remnants of devastation with lush greenery. The horrors of war were entirely concealed beneath the verdant carpet. Even the gravely wounded soldiers, on the brink of death, were healed by the embrace of the starlit embers, bewilderedly rising from the ground. "This is the heavenly fire phoenix," someone exclaimed, recognizing the magnificent creature. The heavenly fire phoenix had vanished from the world since ancient times, nearly becoming a myth. To behold its true form in the celestial city was a rare fortune. The Empress has ascended the throne, and the heavenly fire phoenix has graced us with its presence, a sign of auspiciousness, a sign of blessing. Heaven bless our Zhou. An elder, witnessing this divine phenomenon, trembled with devotion as he knelt and bowed. Others, witnessing this spectacle, followed suit, kneeling and chanting praises for the Empress. Millions of citizens in the celestial city echoed the fervent cries, their voices reaching the imperial palace and entering Zhou Anning's ears. The other soldiers joined in the uproar, as if the celestial Zhou were being reborn in this moment. Zhou Anning gazed at Xia Changming with moist eyes, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Xia." The emergence of the heavenly fire phoenix symbolized national prosperity and peace, heralding a time of harmony and fortune. The hearts of the people in the celestial city were at ease. For Zhou Anning, the newly ascended empress, the citizens would wholeheartedly accept her. The significance was monumental. Xia Changming smiled faintly, indicating that she need not be so formal. After all, it seemed he had no immediate need for the Phoenix Divine Talisman. The descent of the heavenly fire phoenix, accompanied by auspicious signs, served as a gift from Xia Changming to Zhou Anning for her coronation. After soaring and surveying the expanse of the celestial city, Qi Luan transformed back into her human form, landing beside Xia Changming. Her eyes betraying a hint of dissatisfaction as she remarked, "Are you satisfied now?" She, the illustrious phoenix of heavenly fire, was unexpectedly summoned for such a trivial task. A sheer squandering of the divine talisman she graciously bestowed. What a waste. Utterly satisfying, indeed. Sister Qi Luan, your efforts are greatly appreciated. In this era, only Sister Qi Luan possesses the ability to perform such miraculous feats. Xia Changming lavished her with flattery, and while Qi Luan appeared unfazed, her head inclined slightly in pride as she feigned indifference, saying, "Spare me the compliments. Even your praise is futile. There shall be no next time." "Well, actually, I have another favor to ask of you, Sister Qi Luan." Xia Changming seized the moment as she seemed to relish the attention. "Speak your mind, since I'm here." "A moment more is of no consequence," Qi Luan replied casually. "I seek a single drop of your phoenix blood." What?" Qi Luan's eyes widened in surprise, and she questioned, "What do you require my blood for? The last time, you plucked my feathers while I slumbered, and I have yet to settle that score." Her words plunged the atmosphere into an eerie silence, with countless gazes fixated on Xia Changming, some filled with admiration, others with astonishment, and a few sending chills down his spine. Beside him, Zhou Anning gaped in shock, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. It turned out that Sister Su's words were indeed true. Uncle Xia harbors an undisclosed side. Sister Qi Luan, one may indulge in gluttony, but words must be spoken with caution. Lives are at stake. Sensing the chilling aura behind him, Xia Changming hastily defended himself. For the matter at hand determined whether he would rest upon a bed or on the cold floor that night. Chapter 108. The Gift of Qi Luan. Sister Qi Luan, it was Master who instructed me to pluck your feathers. Do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon Master herself. Xia Changming waved his hand dismissively, absolving himself of any responsibility. As for your fiery feather, Sister Qi Luan, I have already utilized it in concocting elixirs. As he spoke, Xia Changming cast a slightly amused glance towards Ling Ling, who immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Hastily, he cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "I am Ling Ling from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder. I am deeply grateful for your generous assistance with your fiery feather." Qi Luan narrowed her eyes, observing Ling Ling with a cool demeanor. "The 9 nether cold veins. No wonder my fiery feather is required for suppression. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. I believe I have heard of it. It is indeed a great fortune for the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to have reached your ears, esteemed elder. You are always welcome to visit us at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion." Ling Ling seized the opportunity to extend an invitation. Quite the clever little rascal, Qi Luan thought. "Very well, since it is the Master's intention, I shall not pursue the matter further. Now, what do you require my blood for?" She turned her gaze back to Xia Changming. Ling Ling breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Qi Luan, in a fit of anger, might retract the fiery feather that had merged with his own essence. Fortunately, Qi Luan displayed an unexpected willingness to accommodate Xia Changming. Moreover, it was astonishing that Xia Changming was acquainted with the legendary and long-extinct Heavenly Fire Phoenix. It was no wonder he possessed a feather from such a divine creature. Ling Ling regarded Xia Changming with newfound respect. Xia Changming turned to Zhou Anning and said, "Anning, please retrieve that phoenix egg." Zhou Anning nodded eagerly and carefully cradled the phoenix egg in her arms. Qi Luan stepped forward, frowning as she observed it. Instantly, she discerned the weak aura emanating from the egg. It was unlikely to hatch successfully and was at risk of perishing within. She quickly understood that Xia Changming wished for her to lend the essence of the Heavenly Fire Phoenix to assist this Fire Phoenix's emergence. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Luan shifted her gaze to Zhou Anning, scrutinizing her closely. Langia, perched on Zhou Anning's shoulder, felt an overwhelming urge to bury its head in its body, scarcely daring to meet Qi Luan's gaze. Zhou Anning, holding the phoenix egg, appeared particularly cautious and timid. The aura Qi Luan exuded was undeniably oppressive. Unlike the gentle presence of Su Yu Li, She radiated an unspoken authority akin to that of a celestial being. The Feng Yin fire feather sword at her waist did not dare to stir, behaving as obediently as a child. You, young girl, seem to possess considerable celestial fortune and opportunities. Who might that Song Yinxin be to you? Qi Luan inquired. Zhou Anning, not daring to be remiss, replied respectfully, esteemed elder. Song Yinxin is my master. Your master. No wonder, Qi Luan remarked with a hint of surprise, quickly grasping the entirety of the situation. It was apparent that Song Yinxin had imparted her secret teachings to Zhou Anning. Is she still present? Qi Luan asked. My master has passed, but her spirit remains. Slumbering within my consciousness, Zhou Anning responded. Zhou Anning pointed to her forehead and said, Is that so? Well then, Qi Luan remarked. Since Song Yinxin and I share a bit of a connection, and you are her disciple, it seems we are fated. With that, she extended her fingers to the phoenix egg, delicately pinching her fingertip, allowing a drop of pure and rich celestial fire phoenix blood to fall onto the egg. In an instant, the egg absorbed the blood, gradually becoming intensely hot, with crimson patterns shimmering upon its surface. With a crack, the shell shattered, revealing a petite fire phoenix. Entirely crimson, emerging from within. Its bright, inquisitive eyes curiously regarded Zhou Anning. Filled with joy, Zhou Anning gazed at the tiny fire phoenix, both of them exchanging wide-eyed stares. As Zhou Anning cautiously reached out her hands, the little phoenix did not hesitate, joyfully flapping its wings and leaping into her palms, exhibiting an affectionate demeanor and evident delight. Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you, Uncle Xia. Zhou Anning expressed her heartfelt gratitude once more. Unbeknownst to her, she had already incurred a significant debt to Xia Changming. She had nothing to offer in return, but she silently vowed to grow to a point where she could assist Uncle Xia in the future. Xia Changming smiled warmly. His assistance to Zhou Anning was not merely due to the past connections between the Xia family and Tianzhou, but because he believed she could become a capable emperor, leading Tianzhou to prosperity. After successfully facilitating the hatching of the fire phoenix, Qi Luan slowly approached Su Yueli, scrutinizing her closely. With the ancient identity of the celestial fire phoenix, even the nine-tailed fox, Su Yueli, couldn't help but respectfully bow and greet her, saying, I have met the esteemed elder. Perhaps influenced by her innate nine-tailed bloodline, despite Qi Luan emitting no spiritual power or pressure, Su Yueli could distinctly feel her blood surging with warmth. Qi Luan, too, was astonished. She had sensed Su Yueli's extraordinary bloodline from the outset. To witness the awakening of a pure nine-tailed fox bloodline was unexpected. So enchanting, so beguiling. It appeared that the demon clan was not entirely in decline. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elder. Su Yueli replied politely. Qi Luan extended her finger to Su Yueli's forehead, her delicate form igniting with golden red flames, which flowed from her fingertip into Su Yueli's brow. The sudden action startled Su Yueli, causing Xia Changming to display a moment of panic and step forward. What are you so flustered about? Do you fear I might harm your wife? Qi Luan said with a playful smile directed at Xia Changming. Seeing that Su Yueli was unharmed, Xia Changming finally exhaled in relief, reproaching, Sister Qi Luan, if you plan to present a gift next time, please give me a heads up. I am fine. But do not frighten my wife. Rest assured, she will be unharmed. Qi Luan replied calmly, her expression serious, with golden red phoenix flames shimmering at her fingertips. A gift? Su Yueli did not dare to resist in the slightest, allowing waves of golden red celestial energy to flow into her brow, swirling in her spiritual sea, ultimately coalescing into a resplendent crimson golden lotus. Since you are wed to my young master, as an elder, it is only fitting that I present you with a token of our acquaintance. I came in haste and could not prepare adequately, so I bestow upon you this heavenly fire heart lotus as a wedding gift for you and that lad, said Qi Luan, withdrawing her palm, her tone serene. Thank you, esteemed elder. Su Yueli expressed her gratitude. Despite having received an extraordinary opportunity for celestial fortune, she found it difficult to feel joy within her heart. Your cultivation level is still too low. This heavenly fire heart lotus can protect your soul when necessary. With your nine-tailed aptitude, once you fully refine it, stepping into the realm of divine abilities should pose no challenge, Qi Luan explained calmly. This heavenly fire heart lotus is something that a heavenly fire phoenix can only condense within its body after a millennium. Its effects remain unknown. It is said that if one plants the heavenly fire heart lotus in their spiritual sea and refines it gradually, their cultivation will progress like a flying arrow. Upon hearing that it could aid in her breakthrough to divine abilities, Su Yueli finally understood the immense value of the heavenly fire heart lotus and expressed her gratitude once more. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Qi Luan nodded, as if recalling something, and added, "By the way, the heavenly fire heart lotus also possesses remarkable effects in aiding childbirth and ensuring a safe pregnancy. It will prove invaluable to you in the future, so it is best not to rush its complete refinement." Su Yueli. Xia Changming. Both Su Yueli and Xia Changming were momentarily taken aback. Regaining their senses, Xia Changming hastily responded with earnest gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Qi Luan. This is incredibly useful." Xia Changming received a fierce glare from Su Yueli, as if she were ready to devour him. "The matters concerning the demon clan are already known to the Lord. If you have the time, return to the Immortal Mountain." Qi Luan leapt into the air, meeting the gazes of the crowd, and transformed once more into a heavenly fire phoenix, soaring into the sky as a golden-red divine rainbow, leaving behind a long trail of colorful radiance illuminating the heavens. Chapter 109. The ascension of the new empress. A few days later, in the dead of night, the capital had undergone a remarkable transformation. The scars of war long vanished. The streets were ablaze with lights, festooned with colorful decorations, bustling with vibrant crowds, with a cacophony of voices and the clatter of carriages. Firecrackers echoed through every alley, and brilliant fireworks painted the night sky. The resplendent hues of the sky lingered above the capital, a spectacle that filled the hearts of the people with hope and wishes. This night would be one of sleepless anticipation for all the citizens of Tianzhou. At the hour of the rooster's crow on the morrow, as dawn broke and the sun began to rise, the coronation ceremony of Tianzhou's first female emperor would commence. The people of the capital rejoiced, eagerly awaiting the ascension of their empress. Everyone firmly believed that Tianzhou was on the brink of a new era of prosperity. Within the palace, Zhou Anning, adorned with a phoenix crown and draped in a vibrant red gown embroidered with golden phoenixes, stood gracefully before a mirror, allowing dozens of maidservants to meticulously prepare her. This was her first experience of standing before the mirror as a woman, engaging in the art of adornment. Some maidservants applied rouge and powder to her face. Others shaped her brows and painted her lips, while still others dressed her with great care. Unused hairpins, necklaces, and exquisite jewelry were lavishly adorned upon her, all in the name of opulence. Once her transformation was complete, Zhou Anning gazed in astonishment at the reflection of a remarkably beautiful young woman staring back. With her raven hair and phoenix-like eyes, she resembled a stunning maiden captured in a portrait. Zhou Anning could hardly believe her eyes. On the floor, Langya lay sprawled, wearing an expression of utter indifference. He cared not whether Zhou Anning was male or female. It made no difference to him. His only concerns were whether there was meat to eat, the prospect of a brawl, and the possibility of dispatching that insufferable little bird. At that moment, the tiny fire phoenix was energetically hopping atop his head, chirping incessantly and pecking at him. Had it not been for Zhou Anning's admonition, he would have long since prepared it as a roast chicken. Just then, a maid entered the room respectfully, announcing, "Your Majesty, the head of the Xia family and his wife have arrived." Zhou Anning and Langya's eyes brightened with anticipation, and she eagerly commanded, "Quickly, let Uncle Xia and Sister Su come in." "Yes," the maid replied before withdrawing. Shortly thereafter, Xia Changming and Su Yueli entered the room. Today marked Zhou Anning's most significant day, and she had specially invited them to witness this momentous occasion. As soon as they entered, Langya dashed into Xia Changming's embrace. "Big brother." Xia Changming effortlessly lifted him by the neck, tossing him to Su Yueli as if he were a mere featherweight. Su Yueli held him with the ease of carrying refuse, gripping his head. Langya curled his neck, too intimidated to move. Zhou Anning gradually approached Xia Changming and Su Yueli, her demeanor slightly shy as she asked, "Uncle Xia, Sister Su, do you think I look beautiful like this?" Only in the presence of Xia Changming and Su Yueli did Zhou Anning reveal her youthful side. To Zhou Anning, both Xia Changming and Su Yueli are irreplaceable individuals in her life. Xia Changming nodded and complimented, "It looks wonderful." Zhou Anning smiled gently, a rare moment of joy illuminating her features. However, the smile quickly faded, and her expression became gravely serious. Her hands clenched tightly, as if grappling with an internal conflict. After a brief pause, Zhou Anning finally resolved her thoughts, fixing her earnest gaze upon Xia Changming, and spoke. Uncle Xia, someone once told me that opportunities are never merely bestowed upon us. If one desires something, one must strive for it oneself. Xia Changming was taken aback, while Su Yueli looked at Zhou Anning with a hint of astonishment. Why did those words sound so familiar? Hadn't she imparted this very lesson to Zhou Anning in the secret realm? What did she mean by saying this now? Sorry, Sister Su. Zhou Anning first bowed in apology to Su Yueli, then mustered her courage to address Xia Changming once more, declaring, Uncle Xia, I have feelings for you. Xia Changming. Su Yueli. Xia Changming was bewildered. Su Yueli was stunned. She began to regret not having buried Zhou Anning in the secret realm that day, and she certainly should not have taught her those words. Now, not only had she become an empress, but she also dared to openly declare war against her. Su Yueli inadvertently tightened her grip on Langya's head, narrowing her eyes slightly. Perhaps it would be best to find an opportunity to eliminate this little imp, to prevent future troubles. Lady Empress, my head feels like it's about to split open, Langya exclaimed, sensing the pressure on his head. Zhou Anning's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Xia Changming, which only intensified the pressure Xia Changming felt. Did Anning not sense the growing aura of menace beside her? Xia Changming sighed deeply, shaking his head gently as he replied, I'm sorry, Anning, but I already have someone I cherish. I regard you as a younger sister, nothing more. Upon hearing Xia Changming's sincere response, Zhou Anning did not exhibit any sorrow or surprise. Instead, she smiled with a sense of relief, saying, I understand. Thank you, Uncle Xia. In truth, Zhou Anning had known the outcome from the very beginning. She could see that Xia Changming's heart belonged solely to Su Yueli. And Su Yueli did not harbor the hatred she often professed towards him. She simply had not yet recognized it herself, or perhaps was unwilling to admit it. The moment Zhou Anning confessed, she had sensed Su Yueli's murderous intent. From the moment they entered the room, Xia Changming and Su Yueli had not let go of each other's hands. The reason she had asked for a verbal confirmation was merely to find solace in her heart. This way, she could dedicate herself to ruling the nation with peace of mind. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Zhou Anning's expression swiftly returned to normal, and she smiled as if nothing had happened, inquiring, Uncle Xia, did you guess my identity when I received my master's legacy? Indeed, Xia Changming admitted. No wonder Uncle Xia stopped patting my head since that time. Zhou Anning continued, May I ask for one last indulgence? To let me feel your hand on my head, just once more, as a brother? Zhou Anning looked at Xia Changming with a final plea. Of course. Xia Changming was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and gently stroked Zhou Anning's head, feeling the familiar and reassuring hand on her head. Zhou Anning's face broke into a contented smile, until the voice of Yu Zhuotian echoed from outside the door. Your Majesty, the time has come. The grand ceremony is about to commence. Lu Xiang has sent me to summon you. Understood, Zhou Anning replied softly, gradually moving away from Xia Changming's hand, her expression shifting to one of calm composure. From this moment forth, she was the new emperor of Tianzhou. Uncle Xia, Sister Su, let us proceed together. Xia Changming and Su Yueli accompanied Zhou Anning as they slowly approached the front of the ascending heaven palace. This was the very place where Zhou Anning had once held the imperial seal, bringing an end to the turmoil, and it offered a view that encompassed the entire heavenly capital. The civil and military officials, led by Lu Wan, had already gathered there. Countless armored soldiers stood erect on the steps leading to the grand hall, their heads held high, their postures proud, welcoming their new emperor. Zhou Anning strode alone to the forefront, drawing her sword and pointing it towards the heavens, proclaiming in a resonant voice, I, Zhou Anning, ascend the imperial throne, wielding the sword of the Son of Heaven to guard Tianzhou and ensure the peace and prosperity of our realm. As her words resonated, the Fengyan Hyujian in her hand emitted a series of tremors, and the fire phoenix soared into the sky with a magnificent cry. All the citizens and soldiers of the heavenly capital knelt in reverence, exclaiming loudly, Long live your majesty. The end of Volume 1. Chapter 110, My confident and charming wife on Mount Changming, beneath a vast azure sky. A gentle breeze caressed the air. Xia Changming reclined comfortably in a rocking chair in the courtyard, savoring the rare moments of tranquility and leisure. It had been 3 days since the new emperor of the Tianzhou Dynasty ascended the throne, coinciding perfectly with the joyous occasion of welcoming the spring festival. The palace was abuzz with activity, and the marketplaces thrived with exuberance. The recovery and reconstruction following the war were proceeding in an orderly manner, and everything gradually returned to a state of normalcy, with the flourishing scenes even surpassing those of the previous emperor's reign. The Xia family had suffered little damage. Their ancestral estate had been restored to its former glory, and the protective formations were fully repaired. All the tedious matters were left to his father, Xia Changming, while he blissfully sought solace on Changming Peak, humorously labeling his absence as a leave of several months. The only regret was the absence of a beautiful companion by his side. Upon acquiring the Qi Luan Tianhua Heart Lotus, Su Yu had immediately secluded herself in the peak upon returning to the Xia family. He wondered when she would emerge. As he gazed towards another mountain not far from Changming Peak, he observed a formidable barrier surrounding it, with spiritual energy swirling within like a vortex, exuding an overwhelming pressure. It appeared she was nearing her exit in the next instant. A surge of spiritual energy shattered the barrier, soaring into the sky, its colossal force reverberating throughout the Xia family estate. A delicate figure swiftly approached Changming Peak. This young lady seemed eager to reunite with her husband. A smile of gratification spread across Xia Changming's face. She had finally comprehended his feelings. As Su Yueli hovered above him, he congratulated her. "Congratulations, my dear," on advancing to the mid-stage of the celestial sovereign realm. Su Yueli responded with a cold smile, brandishing the demon-sealing sword of immortality towards Xia Changming with an air of arrogance. "Xia Changming, prepare to meet your demise." Xia Changming, well? She truly could not wait to see him, or rather, to kill him. Sigh. It seemed that a few days without a proper scolding had emboldened her. Having ascended to the mid-stage of the celestial sovereign realm, she had inexplicably become quite inflated in her self-importance. He had yet to settle the score with her for her sneak attack in the secret realm. It was time to re-establish the marital hierarchy. Slowly rising to his feet, Xia Changming regarded Su Yueli with a casual smile. "My dear, do you truly wish to spar with me?" Seeing his nonchalant demeanor ignited an inexplicable fury within Su Yueli. She had endured this long enough. However, Xia Changming was on the verge of entering the divine ability realm, possessing the laws of divine powers. Having witnessed their might firsthand in the secret realm, she realized that in a real fight, she stood no chance. Thus, Su Yueli boldly challenged him. "Do you dare to refrain from using divine powers and face me in a fair duel?" "Whatever you wish," Xia Changming replied without hesitation. Surprised by his prompt agreement, she pressed further. "Dare to suppress your realm to match mine?" "Whatever you wish." "And no use of the imperial immortal sword?" "Whatever you wish." "And no elixirs?" "Whatever you wish." "Do not." After expressing an uncountable number of demands, Xia Changming found himself both amused and exasperated. He simply extended his hands and chuckled. "My dear, perhaps I should let you bind me and beat me instead. Use the whip and candles as you please. I shall not resist." Su Yueli's charming face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. She realized that her requests might have been a tad excessive, almost as if she wanted Xia Changming to obediently stand there to be punished. Yet, she could not entirely blame herself, after all. Xia Changming's adoring demeanor and willingness to indulge her only fueled her frustration further. "It is you who agreed to this. Do not blame me," she thought. "If you are afraid, just concede. Out of my immense mercy, I may spare you." Xia Changming could not help but chuckle, unable to stifle his laughter. She remained so confident, a confidence that was almost endearing. Seeing this, Su Yueli felt mocked and insulted, her charming face turning a shade of pale fury as she ground her teeth in anger. "Go to hell." With her demonic blade raised, she unleashed a gleaming arc of light. The sword energy sliced through the peak of Changming Mountain, instantaneously cleaving the entire mountain in two. "My dear, do not strike here. You will dismantle our home." Xia Changming lamented as he gazed at the divided courtyard, his heart aching. "It was just recently constructed. I shall strike here," Su Yueli retorted, fury igniting within her as she recklessly swung her demonic blade, relentlessly pursuing Xia Changming while her 9 tails swept wildly. 2 divine rainbows soared above Changming Mountain as the two engaged in a playful chase, cutting down several steep peaks in their wake. The mountains crumbled, sending tremors through the Xia family ancestral grounds. Within the ancestral grounds, many disciples curiously gazed into the sky, perplexed. Is another enemy attacking? That direction leads to the Master S. Changming Mountain. Is it collapsing? Should we assist? Some enforcement disciples inquired. Xia Ming arrived at the scene and, upon witnessing the chaos, waved his hand dismissively. Remain calm. Remain calm. No need to concern yourselves. You may not have returned long enough to know, but the master is merely enhancing his bond with the lady. It shall be resolved shortly. Disperse, disperse. The crowd looked on in bewilderment at the two still locked in their fierce contest, their hearts filled with confusion. Is this truly a way to enhance their relationship? Surely this is not domestic abuse. Whoosh. Xia Changming zipped through the sky, occasionally glancing back at the relentless Su Yueli, a smile gracing his lips. So this is what it feels like to be pursued by one's beloved. It is rather delightful. Fuming and biting her silver teeth, Su Yueli indignantly exclaimed, Is running all you can do? After finally acquiring the celestial artifact and enhancing my realm, I still cannot seem to best you. No matter how desperately she chased, she could not land a blow on Xia Changming. In response to Su Yueli's reprimand, Xia Changming smiled lightly and said, My dear, if you do not permit me to wield my sword, nor allow me to invoke my powers, then I have no choice but to flee. Should I halt, you would be burdened with the grave accusation of husband slaying. You would find yourself destined for widowhood. Humph, I would rather embrace widowhood than spare your life. Su Yueli retorted angrily, once more raising her blade to strike at Xia Changming. Typically, she would not exhibit such fury. Yet each time Xia Changming provoked her with his words, she could not help but feel an overwhelming urge to cleave him in two. Unbeknownst to Su Yueli, her actions had ensnared her within Xia Changming's cunning trap. After evading several of her slashing strikes, he continued to dart into the distance, with Su Yueli relentlessly in pursuit. This chase persisted for a full day and night, leaving countless shattered peaks in its wake, as mountains crumbled and the earth convulsed, laying waste to all in their path. Even the heavens trembled at the tumult. It ultimately came to an end only when Su Yueli's spiritual energy was utterly depleted. Breathless, she gripped her enchanted blade, her chest rising and falling with exertion, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at Xia Changming, who stood before her with a smile. Gradually approaching her, Xia Changming asked with a chuckle, My dear, are you not going to pursue me any longer? Humph. Su Yueli huffed, a sound that conveyed her lingering resentment. Xia Changming, unfazed, leaned closer to her ear and whispered, That means you have lost, my dear. It is now my turn. Su Yueli, taken aback, replied, What? My dear, do you not remember? When you lose, you will be subjected to the family rules. Observing the dawning realization in Su Yueli's eyes, Xia Changming beamed with delight as she began to comprehend her oversight. I forgot. Chapter 111. Su Yueli cooks personally on the battered Changming Peak. The mountain split apart like a chasm, its walls crumbling into disarray. This marked the second time Changming Peak had endured such devastation. Each time Su Yueli took action, destruction was inevitable. After the chase, Xia Changming reclined once more in the rocking chair amidst the ruins. Su Yueli stood beside him, her delicate face a portrait of frustration and turmoil. What awaited her next was Xia Changming's impending punishment, a process she was all too familiar with. Darling, are you prepared for your punishment? Xia Changming gently swayed the rocking chair, a smile adorning his face. Su Yueli bit her silver teeth, slowly pacing to stand before him, turning her back towards him and slightly bending her body. Her fragrant form arched subtly, the exquisite curves of her silhouette enough to ignite the imagination. Xia Changming found amusement in observing Su Yueli's demeanor. Before he could speak, she had already taken the initiative with remarkable familiarity. This made it awkward for him not to act. He lightly tapped her jade-like form. Though it was a tap, it felt more like a gentle caress. In an instant, Su Yueli's body reacted as if electrified, straightening in surprise, and she turned to glare at Xia Changming in indignation. What are you doing? If you wish to strike, do so with conviction. What do you mean by this? Xia Changming did not respond, instead beckoning her closer with a smile. Su Yueli furrowed her brows and approached his face, suspicion brewing within her. What scheme was he concocting this time? Xia Changming leaned towards her ear and whispered softly. This time, I wish to indulge in something different. Something different? Su Yueli's expression shifted to one of astonishment, her heart racing with trepidation as she cautiously inquired. What do you want me to do? Xia Changming's smile deepened, each word deliberate as he replied, I desire to savor the meal you prepare. No. Su Yueli interrupted hastily, her face flushed with panic. You promised to wait for me to take the initiative. At that moment, an inexplicable anxiety gripped her. Her emotions a tumultuous blend. On the night of their grand wedding, she had been ready to offer herself, yet now she felt more nervous than ever. Why was this so? Su Yueli could not articulate her confusion. Xia Changming regarded her fluctuating expression with curiosity. My dear, what troubles you? I merely wish to enjoy a meal prepared by your own hands. Is that too much to ask? Food, a meal? Su Yueli queried, dazed. Of course. Otherwise, what do you think I wish to indulge in? Haven't you learned quite a bit from my mother during this time? Aside from the arts and music, you must have acquired some culinary skills as well. I long to taste your craftsmanship, Xia Changming replied with a grin. As Su Yueli gazed upon his enigmatic smile, she realized she had fallen for his ruse once more. This fellow was undoubtedly being deliberate. The infuriated Su Yueli, her face flushed with anger, clenched her delicate fists and, without uttering a word, turned and retreated into the sanctuary of the kitchen within the estate. This young lady did not even bother to inquire about his culinary preferences. Observing her graceful silhouette as she entered the kitchen, Xia Changming shook his head in resignation. It was indeed a rare occasion for Su Yueli, the esteemed empress of the demon race, to personally engage in cooking. Thus, he should not hold excessively high expectations. He reclined in his rocking chair, filled with anticipation for the culinary creations she would conjure. Casting a glance toward the kitchen, he was met with a sight of flames leaping high and smoke billowing ominously, an unsettling premonition stirring within him. Before long, Su Yueli emerged, presenting 3 plates of delicacies upon the stone table in the courtyard. As Xia Changming approached for a closer inspection, his expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment. The table was adorned with several dishes that were as black as night, resembling sinister offerings from some dark ritual. His immediate thought was, my lady, have you poisoned me again? Such a grotesque creation was beyond comprehension. This empress would never stoop to such treachery, Su Yueli retorted. Her irritation palpable, yet her words lacked persuasiveness. Xia Changming, in a daze, pointed at a charred, lifeless form on the table and asked, my lady, what is this? Roast chicken, she replied nonchalantly. Xia Changming's eyes widened in disbelief as he gently prodded the surface of the roast chicken, his finger easily piercing through. Its texture as fragile as parchment. Even the interior was entirely blackened, crumbling to ash at the slightest pressure. It was truly burnt to a crisp, devoid of any flesh. Merely carbon. He turned to Su Yueli, his gaze filled with skepticism, perhaps feeling the weight of his scrutiny. She offered a languid explanation. Your mother mentioned you enjoy your skin crispy, so this empress used spiritual energy to char it. Xia Changming was taken aback, exclaiming, who cooks with spiritual energy? Yet, he couldn't help but admire her control over the cooking process. Given her exalted status, it was indeed impressive that she had not reduced the entire chicken to ashes. And what of this dish? He inquired, pointing to another bubbling, viscous concoction. Can't you tell? It's fresh fish porridge, Su Yueli replied, casting a glance at the fish head protruding from the mixture. Xia Changming stared at the nearly raw fish head within the porridge, his heart racing at the thought of its eyes suddenly rolling. She had simply tossed the fish in without a second thought. My lady, at least cut the fish and prepare it properly. He couldn't help but critique. Unfazed, Su Yueli shot back. Aren't humans fond of freshness? Besides, fish can be eaten unprocessed. Can't it? Why must your kind be so troublesome? Xia Changming found himself at a loss for words, his gaze drifting to the final dish. A peculiar amalgamation of unknown ingredients, exuding dark vapors, lay before them. What could this possibly be, my beloved wife? Su Yueli lowered her gaze, scrutinizing the dish she had just prepared, falling into a contemplative silence. Xia Changming wore an expression of disbelief as he regarded Su Yueli. True to form, she boldly declared, I have forgotten. Xia Changming could only respond with exasperation. There are merely 3 dishes, and you could forget them all. He found himself at a loss for words, gingerly picking up his chopsticks to grasp the peculiar concoction. Not even in a confrontation with a celestial sovereign had he ever approached a situation with such trepidation. Yet, he clung to a flicker of hope regarding Su Yueli's culinary skills. Perhaps, despite its ominous appearance, the flavor might be surprisingly delightful. After mentally preparing himself, Xia Changming resolved to take a tentative bite. After all, it was a rare occasion to savor a meal prepared by his wife. Such opportunities were few and far between. How many could claim to have tasted the culinary prowess of the Demon Empress? To indulge in it was surely a stroke of fortune. Xia Changming placed the dish in his mouth, chewing slowly and savoring each morsel. Su Yueli's eyes darted sideways, secretly observing the shifts in his expression. After what seemed an eternity of chewing, Xia Changming finally swallowed, his demeanor grave. "So what do you think?" Unable to decipher the changes in his countenance, Su Yueli inquired with curiosity, her heart tinged with anticipation as it was her inaugural attempt at cooking alone. Chapter 112. I still hold affection for that chef. After a brief moment, a smile emerged on Xia Changming's face as he addressed Su Yueli. "My dear, your cooking is truly delightful." "Really?" Su Yueli's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed, but perhaps refrain from making it again next time." Xia Changming's smile transformed into a bittersweet expression. He could no longer suppress his feelings. The moment that concoction touched his palate, he was filled with regret. The sticky, thick texture, accompanied by a medley of sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty flavors erupted on his tongue, each bite presenting an entirely different gustatory experience. A mouthful of sweetness, followed by a hint of saltiness. What flavor would come next was utterly unpredictable. It was nothing short of astonishing. Xia Changming began to question whether Su Yueli had emptied every spice and seasoning she could find into the dish. He had initially intended to spit it out, yet he persevered and swallowed it instead. At that moment, his stomach convulsed in rebellion, a visceral rejection of the meal. He would have preferred if Su Yueli had simply poisoned him. That would have been less distressing for his stomach. Receiving such high praise from Xia Changming, Su Yueli could not help but gloat, saying, "Serves you right. It was your insistence that compelled me to cook." "My dear, did I not recall that you learned culinary skills from my mother?" Xia Changming inquired, perplexed. His mother, Chu Qingwan, although a princess of the Sword Immortal dynasty, was exceptionally proficient in cooking as well as in the arts of music, chess, and literature. She was impeccable in manners and etiquette. Surely, one could not produce such a dish as this. Su Yueli had no defense for her culinary failure and turned her head away, bashfully admitting, "Cooking is a task for women and children. I have little fondness for it." "So what does that imply? Did you take the easy route and not learn diligently?" Xia Changming scrutinized her with a discerning gaze. Su Yueli fell silent, evidently conceding to his observation. With a gentle sigh, Xia Changming lamented his decision. Had he known, he would have opted for a more traditional approach. Now, these 3 dishes, prepared with such effort, posed a dilemma. To eat was to suffer. Yet to discard felt wasteful. At that moment, Xia Ming approached Changming Peak, bowing respectfully. "Master, the Xia family head has requested an audience with you." Stealing a glance at Xia Changming and Su Yueli, who were amiably seated at the stone table enjoying their meal, he wore an expression of as expected. Every time the master and his wife quarreled, their bond seemed to strengthen considerably. Indeed, they had even taken to cooking together. "Very well. I understand." Xia Changming gestured dismissively. Then, as if struck by inspiration, his eyes lit up, and he called out to Xia Ming, instructing, "Have them come directly here." "Understood," Xia Ming replied before taking his leave. Before long, the figure of Xia Yi appeared atop Changming Peak, flanked by Xia Hualing and Xia Yun. Upon their arrival, the disarray surrounding them nearly led Xia Yi and the others to believe they had ventured into the wrong place. Was this mountain not on the verge of collapse? Fortunately, they soon spotted Xia Changming in the distance, warmly waving to them. "Greetings, Master Xia." Xia Yi and his companions approached Xia Changming, greeting him courteously with clasped hands. "It has only been a few days since we last met, and Brother Xia has become so distant and formal." Xia Changming chuckled. Xia Yi, with a wry smile that bore a hint of delight, quickly corrected himself. "Brother Xia, I have been remiss. Come, come, do not stand on ceremony. Guests are always welcome. You have arrived at the perfect time. Please, sit and join me for a meal." Xia Changming warmly beckoned Xia Yi and the others. "Thank you for your hospitality. Then I shall not be polite," Xia Yi replied as he and Xia Hualing took their seats at the stone table, while Xia Yun stood behind them. After settling down, they gazed at 3 peculiar dishes before them, confusion etched on their faces. "What is this?" Xia Yi inquired, puzzled. "This is a delicacy, something the average person cannot obtain," Xia Changming responded earnestly. "The average person cannot obtain." Xia Yi mulled over Xia Changming's words, scrutinizing the strange dishes once more. Though the appearance of the 3 dishes was quite bizarre and their aroma unappealing, Xia Changming's assertion led him to believe they must be some rare delicacy. Perhaps they possessed unique benefits. In that case, I shall indulge, Xia Yi declared eagerly, picking up his chopsticks. Do not hesitate, do not hesitate. Xia Changming laughed generously. Xia Yi lifted a piece of tender fish and placed it in his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, his expression shifted dramatically, alternating between shades of green and white. Just as he was about to retch, he quickly covered his mouth. Regardless of the situation, it would be exceedingly rude to spit out food when a guest was being entertained. Even if he had to swallow it, he would endure. Stretching his neck, he reluctantly forced the fish down, then silently set his chopsticks on the table. How is it, Brother Xia? Is the fish fresh? Does it suit your palate? Xia Changming inquired with a beaming smile. Xia Yi managed a strained smile as he replied, It is, exceedingly fresh. Since you enjoy it, why not have some more? Xia Changming suggested. No, no, I appreciate Brother Xia's kindness. Xia Yi hastily shook his head in refusal. Observing her brother's strange demeanor, Xia Hualing picked up her chopsticks to give it a try. Xia Yi quickly pressed down on her hand, his eyes seemingly warning her. Do not eat. It's poisonous. Ha ha ha. Xia Changming erupted into hearty laughter at this scene. Su Yueli, sitting nearby, wore an increasingly displeased expression. Confounded, Xia Yi turned to Xia Changming and asked, Brother Xia, did you prepare these dishes? Xia Yi was well aware that the dishes posed no poison and that Xia Changming would never resort to such treachery. Given Xia Changming's prowess, there was no need for such elaborate schemes. Yet, the experience of consuming these dishes was akin to ingesting poison. Xia Changming shook his head with a smile. When Xia Changming denied it, Xia Yi presumed it was the culinary skills of a certain chef from the Xia family. And thus, he spoke frankly. Forgive my bluntness, Brother Xia, but this dish scarcely qualifies as cuisine. It is plainly a poison. It is unfathomable that anyone could create such a thing. It is a sheer waste of resources. Xia Yi's words were fervent, brimming with scorn for the individual responsible for these dishes. Xia Changming could hardly contain his laughter, covering his mouth in amusement. Meanwhile, Su Yueli's expression had darkened to an extreme. Brother Xia, my family possesses several chefs of remarkable skill. Perhaps we should replace the one responsible for this dish at another time, Xia Yi continued. Xia Changming chuckled and shook his head. I appreciate your kindness, my friend, but I have a fondness for that chef, so I shall not replace him. A chef who could earn Xia Changming's affection? Xia Yi wore a look of confusion. At that moment, Xia Hualing tugged at Xia Yi's sleeve, signaling him to cease his remarks. Only then did Xia Yi notice Su Yueli, seated beside Xia Changming. Her delicate face clouded with frost as she gazed at him, her eyes devoid of emotion. Xia Yi lowered his gaze to the 3 dishes on the table, and with Xia Changming's words echoing in his mind, the realization struck him. It was hopeless. Xia Yi looked at Xia Changming with a mournful expression. Brother Xia, you are being rather unkind. Chapter 113. The Submission of the Xia Family. Unity of the 4 families. Rest assured, Brother Xia, Xia Changming said with a comforting smile. My wife possesses great magnanimity and will not hold you accountable. Then I must express my gratitude to Her Majesty for her generous disposition, Xia Yi quickly responded. However, upon observing the cold visage of Su Yueli, Xia Yi couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Would he, upon leaving the Xia residence, meet an untimely end in some obscure corner? By the way, Brother Xia, what brings you here? Surely the Xia family has many pressing matters to attend to? After the jest, Xia Changming turned to Xia Yi with a serious inquiry. In the wake of the inferno that engulfed Tianzhou, the Xia family found themselves in dire straits. Within the secret realm, the elite disciples of the Xia family suffered catastrophic losses, and those who remained in Tianzhou faced the brutal onslaught of the Wang family, resulting in near-total annihilation. The Xia family's territory lay in ruins, with the last bastion, the drunken immortal pavilion, reduced to ashes. The path to recovery would be long and arduous. Xia Yi exchanged glances with Xia Hualing and Xia Yun before speaking. To be candid, Brother Xia, I have come primarily to address matters concerning the Xia family. First and foremost, Hualing and I wish to express our heartfelt gratitude to Her Majesty for her timely intervention in the secret realm. Furthermore, I am here to convey the Xia family's appreciation. As Xia Yi and Xia Hualing rose from the stone bench and took a step back, they bowed in gratitude. Xia Yun also moved forward to express her thanks, saying, were it not for the hospitality of the Xia family, the Xia family would have surely perished. You're too kind. The alliance we forged between our families was established precisely for such circumstances. Xia Changming waved his hand dismissively. The Xia family holds a respectable reputation in Tianzhou and harbors no ambitions. They are primarily refined individuals devoted to the study of music. It would be a pity for them to vanish. Brother Xia. Xia Yi felt deeply touched, yet simultaneously ashamed. In the past, he had meticulously schemed to align with the Xia family, seeking to eliminate Wang Teng and the Kai family through Xia Changming's influence, only to find the Xia family on the brink of annihilation. Were it not for Xia Changming, the Xia family would have long ceased to exist. He felt fortunate to have invited Xia Changming to collaborate that day. Brother Xia, my visit today is not solely to express gratitude. I also have an earnest request, Xia Yi said with solemnity. Noticing the gravity of Xia Yi's demeanor, Xia Changming adopted a serious expression. Speak, Brother Xia. What is it? You are undoubtedly aware that the Xia family is, for all intents and purposes, defunct. Therefore, I wish to lead the remaining members of the Xia family to affiliate ourselves with the Xia family, to serve and support you, Xia Yi declared, with Xia Hualing and Xia Yun bowing in agreement behind him. This decision was reached collectively by Xia Yi, Xia Hualing, and Xia Yun. Aligning with the Xia family served two purposes: to repay the Xia family's kindness and to contribute to their endeavors. Moreover, the Xia family, now weakened, consisted mostly of the elderly, frail, and women, lacking any potential for revival. In the celestial realm of Tianzhou, the once illustrious four great clans have dwindled to a singular dominance of the Xia family, while the Xia family's existence is but a mere shadow. The new emperor of Tianzhou has formally recognized the Xia family as the guardian clan of the nation, eternally blessed by the grace of the Tianzhou. Regardless of the circumstances, the Xia family can no longer claim parity with the Xia family. It would be more prudent for them to openly pledge their loyalty, ensuring peace for their descendants. Upon hearing this, Xia Changming fell into contemplation. Observing his hesitation, Xia Hualing stepped forward and remarked, though my Xia family is renowned for our musical prowess, we also possess considerable expertise in the cultivation of spiritual herbs, which could prove advantageous to the Xia family. This reminded Xia Changming of Xia Hualing's fondness for nurturing spiritual plants, particularly the exceptional spiritual tea he had tasted at the drunken Immortal Pavilion. With this in mind, he realized how best to accommodate the Xia family. Coincidentally, he required someone to manage his new medicinal garden. Very well, I have a suitable place for the Xia family. If you do not mind, please follow me, Xia Changming said as he rose. Xia Yi and the others displayed expressions of delight and quickly expressed their gratitude. Thank you. My lady, shall we explore together? Xia Changming inquired of the still sullen Su Yueli beside him. Su Yueli replied coldly, this empress still has cultivation to attend to. I shall not go. Then I shall depart and return with some delicacies for you, Xia Changming said, patting Su Yueli's head. Xia Yi and the others looked on in trepidation. Strangely, Su Yueli did not appear particularly angered. Her demeanor remained unchanged, and she did not resist, fostering further admiration for Xia Changming in her heart. In this era, only Xia Changming would dare to pat the head of the Demon Emperor. After Xia Changming and Xia Ye's party had departed, Su Yueli furrowed her brows as she gazed at the exquisite dishes she had prepared. Slowly, she picked up her chopsticks and tentatively sampled a morsel of the food Xia Changming had enjoyed, only to silently set her chopsticks down again. Perhaps it would be best to wait for him to return with something to eat. Days later, atop the southwestern peak, Xia Yi and the others returned to this place. The mountain still brimmed with spiritual energy, lush and vibrant. Xia Yi was astonished. Although the rift in the secret realm had vanished, the spiritual energy within the peak showed no signs of waning. Instead, it seemed even more abundant than days prior. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xia Yi approached and found himself passing through a transparent barrier of spiritual energy. This barrier did not obstruct, but rather contained the spiritual energy within the mountain, while simultaneously attracting energy from the heavens beyond. It was evidently a spiritual gathering formation. He had experienced such a formation on his journey to the Xia family, yet he was taken aback to discover another equally grand assembly of spiritual energy had been established here. Xia brother, this. Xia Yi exclaimed in astonishment. I have used the spirit gathering flag to construct this formation. The spiritual energy of this mountain shall not dissipate. Would it be suitable for the Xia family to reside here and cultivate spiritual herbs? Xia Changming spoke, his palm outstretched, revealing a generous handful of exquisite, luminous medicinal herb seeds. This spirit-gathering array was constructed from the remaining 12 spirit-gathering flags, perfectly suited for creating a natural medicinal herb garden in this location. Xia Hualing, who had a particular fondness for cultivating such herbs, eagerly approached to closely examine the seeds in Xia Changming's hand. Daffodil orchid, revitalizing fruit, illusory heart grass. As she beheld the numerous rare and precious herbal seeds, joy illuminated Xia Hualing's expression, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Rest assured, Master Xia, the Xia family will diligently cultivate these invaluable medicinal herbs. Xia Hualing exclaimed, fervently grasping Xia Changming's hand. Ahem, little sister, Xia Yi reminded from behind. It was only then that Xia Hualing realized her behavior was inappropriate, promptly releasing his hand and apologizing. I apologize for my overly enthusiastic display. Not at all. Witnessing Miss Hualing's delight in these herbs brings me great comfort, Xia Changming replied with a smile, placing all the medicinal herb seeds into the palm of Xia Hualing's hand. This garden shall be entrusted to the Xia family. Rest easy, brother Xia. The Xia family shall dedicate themselves wholeheartedly. Xia Yi and Xia Hualing expressed their sincere gratitude. The Xia family had always cherished tranquil and secluded places, and this locale, tucked away from the bustling city of Tianzhou and abundant in spiritual energy, served as an exceptional retreat for cultivation and a natural herb garden. For the Xia family, there was no place more ideal than this. They felt a profound gratitude towards Xia Changming. Perhaps choosing to serve the Xia family was indeed a wise decision. Chapter 114. The secret tradition of the formless puppet. As dusk fell upon the estate of Changming Peak, it had transformed into a panoramic open-air residence. All thanks to Su Yueli. Xia Changming sat cross-legged upon his bed, his eyes tightly shut, journeying through the sea of his spirit. Within the secret realm, he had encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities. Aside from inheriting the teachings of the 10,000 methods celestial sovereign and gaining insights into the laws of divine powers, what occupied Xia Changming's thoughts most was the formless puppet he had cleaved in two with a single sword strike. In recent days, he had become so preoccupied with leisure that he almost forgot about the formless puppet. If he could manage to repair it, he would acquire a relentless enforcer of the celestial sovereign level. As his consciousness drifted through the vast sea of his spirit, he discovered an ancient tome floating within. The title read The Secret Tradition of the Formless Puppet. As he gently laid his hand upon the tome, it shimmered with ethereal light and began to turn its pages autonomously. The vast ancient knowledge surged into Xia Changming's mind with each turning page, including the origins of the formless puppet. The formless puppet was crafted by the hand of the formless celestial sovereign. Legend has it that in ancient times, there existed a peculiar celestial sovereign who perpetually wore a mask, concealing his true visage, never to be seen by anyone. Thus, he was known to the world as the formless celestial sovereign. This sovereign did not practice celestial arts nor sword techniques. Instead, he devoted his efforts to the craft of puppetry and mechanisms. Initially, the public scoffed at him, deeming him a man lacking in skills and destined for mediocrity. However, when the great war between the celestial, demonic, and monstrous races erupted, this formless celestial sovereign single-handedly vanquished several demon sovereigns. He even commanded tens of thousands of puppets to withstand countless demonic assaults without defeat. From that moment on, his reputation soared, and no one dared to underestimate him again. Regrettably, even a being as formidable as the formless celestial sovereign ultimately perished on the battlefield of the celestial demonic conflict. The secret tradition he had devoted his life to writing also fell into obscurity. It now appeared that the 10,000 methods celestial sovereign had stumbled upon it. And according to the ancient records, he had successfully forged a formless puppet of his own. Xia Changming endeavored to search through the vast tome of ancient knowledge for the methods of crafting a formless puppet. Unsurprisingly, detailed instructions were indeed recorded. However, upon seeing the materials required, Xia Changming could only smile wryly. The materials included the teeth of the Qiongqi beast, the shell of the Xuanwu, and dragon tendons from beings of transcendent realms. Just the sight of these requirements made it abundantly clear to Xia Changming that it was utterly impossible to forge a new formless puppet in the present day. Many of the mythical and divine beasts had long since gone extinct, leaving no trace behind. Even if they could be found, they would be ancient sovereign beasts, at the very least possessing transcendent powers. Since forging was out of the question, could restoration be possible? Xia Changming once again delved into the knowledge within his mind and, to his delight, found the answer. The formless puppet is devoid of gender and soul, rendering it eternal. It relies not only on absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth like ordinary practitioners, but primarily on extracting and transforming spiritual herbs, celestial medicines, and spiritual stone mines, further refined by the divine thunder and sacred fire. Regardless of the extent of physical damage endured, as long as the body remains intact, it can be restored through the infusion of spiritual herbs and elixirs, as well as the cleansing by heavenly lightning. The more spiritual herbs and elixirs are absorbed, the higher the realm of the formless puppet will ascend. In other words, as long as one continues to nourish the formless puppet with spiritual herbs and elixirs, its cultivation will know no bounds. Not only can it be repaired through the absorption of these mystical resources, but it can also perpetually enhance its own cultivation. What an extraordinary phenomenon! Xia Changming was profoundly astonished. The secret of the formless puppet possessed such an astonishing capability. It is no wonder that the formless immortal could effortlessly contend against thousands. In an attempt to verify whether the formless puppet truly possessed such extraordinary powers as described in the secret teachings, Xia Changming endeavored to summon the formless puppet that he had cleaved in twain. At this moment, the severed puppet lay in a state of complete stillness, its cuts clean and precise, seemingly incapable of further movement. In the case of ordinary puppets, such a state would indicate certain demise. Xia Changming momentarily reassembled the formless puppet, placing a spiritual herb upon its body. Before long, a miraculous scene unfolded. The herb placed upon the puppet's form actually vanished into its body, disappearing without a trace. Upon closer inspection, he observed that the severed body of the puppet had indeed begun to heal. However, the rate of healing was exceedingly slow, and it soon came to a halt. Xia Changming surmised that the efficacy of a single herb was limited, thus halting the restoration process. Subsequently, he cast numerous spiritual herbs upon the formless puppet's body. He possessed an abundance of these mystical herbs. As anticipated, all the herbs, like the first, were absorbed into the puppet's form, continuing the repair process at the incision. Yet, it was not long before the healing once again ceased. Regardless of how many spiritual herbs Xia Changming cast upon it, the formless puppet absorbed them all but did not restore itself. Left with no alternative, Xia Changming was compelled to revisit the ancient texts documenting the secret arts. It was then that he uncovered the truth. The formless puppet required both spiritual herbs to nourish its meridians and crystal minerals to fortify its structure. Both were indispensable. While spiritual herbs were readily available to Xia Changming, the crystal minerals posed a significant challenge. The Tianzhou region was not known for its production of crystal minerals, and the Xia family was not affluent in them. Based on the quantity of spiritual herbs previously expended, it seemed that to fully restore the formless puppet would likely deplete the Xia family's resources entirely. At that moment, Xia Changming felt a pang of regret for having cleaved the formless puppet in two. Had the damage been less severe, the materials required for restoration could have been significantly reduced. Now, with no other recourse, he could only seek out crystal minerals in the future to continue the restoration of this formless puppet. With a heavy heart, Xia Changming reluctantly returned the puppet to his spatial ring. Just then, the door creaked open, and Su Yueli, freshly bathed, entered the room. Perhaps it was the aftermath of her recent bath, but a delicate flush adorned her exquisite cheeks. Her damp, silken silver hair shimmered under the radiant moonlight, enhancing its ethereal brilliance. The pristine, gossamer nightgown clung to her graceful form, revealing Su Yuli's enchanting silhouette. Xia Changming was utterly captivated, unable to tear his gaze away, no matter how many times he beheld her beauty. With a sidelong glance at Xia Changming, Su Yuli approached the dressing mirror, delicately picking up a comb to tend to her tail. She was not adept at cosmetics. Indeed, it was Xia Changming who assisted her with her hair each day. Yet, every evening, she took great care in grooming her tail, treating it with utmost affection. Xia Changming, observing the fluffy, pristine tail in Su Yuli's hands, warm and smooth to the eye, couldn't help but inquire, "My dear, may I touch your tail?" "Absolutely not," Su Yuli replied without a moment's hesitation. The tail was a taboo of the Fox Demon clan, strictly off-limits to outsiders. "But did I not touch it last time?" Xia Changming countered, standing firm in his argument. At the mention of the previous encounter, Su Yuli's beautiful face flushed with indignation as she retorted, That was merely an accident. You caught it by mistake, thus it does not count. Yet, Xia Changming remained undeterred, his eyes suddenly lighting up with inspiration. My dear, how about we strike a bargain? Chapter 115. Caressing the foxtail, a transaction? Su Yueli expressed her confusion. Indeed, a transaction. Allow me to stroke your tail. Absolutely not. Xia Changming's words were abruptly cut off by Su Yueli. There was no room for negotiation. I have made it clear. The tails of the Fox Demon clan are forbidden to touch, and such an act must not be taken lightly. Do not even think about it. Is it truly impossible? Impossible. Just once. Not even a single time. Even if I offer you a method to continuously absorb the essence of heaven and earth, manipulating spiritual power at will in exchange? Xia Changming tempted her. No. Huh. What did you say? As Su Yueli prepared to refuse, her words faltered, and she turned in astonishment to Xia Changming. A knowing smile graced Xia Changming's lips. At the moment she hesitated to reject him, he knew he had triumphed. Gently raising his arm, the surrounding spiritual energy converged towards his palm, forming a vividly lifelike little fox. The small spirit fox leaped from his hand and landed gracefully in Su Yueli's embrace, appearing no different from an ordinary fox. That's it. Su Yueli's beautiful eyes sparkled. She had witnessed Xia Changming's astonishing ability to condense spiritual energy at the family gathering long ago, and had been secretly amazed then. To manipulate spiritual power with such ease, shaping it into form, Xia Changming was the first and only person she had encountered capable of such a feat, so there exists a secret technique passed down. Xia Changming had also mentioned that his ability to freely absorb the essence of heaven and earth largely stemmed from this secret art. Su Yueli understood better than anyone the immense value of this technique that allowed the absorption of spiritual energy at will. Xia Changming had triumphed over her multiple times, relying on the inexhaustible spiritual power. In the secret realm, he had often depended on absorbing spiritual energy to swiftly restore his own, enabling him to wield divine abilities and unparalleled sword techniques at will. To think that such a rare technique would be offered to her in exchange for merely allowing him to touch her tail. Su Yueli gazed at her tail, lost in contemplation. Should she truly permit that man to caress her tail? Yet, the tails of the Fox Demon clan are reserved exclusively for. But if merely touching her tail could grant her the legacy of the spiritual absorption technique. Su Yueli's heart was in turmoil, indecisive. She glanced at her tail, then at Xia Changming, and finally, with a firm resolve, she gritted her teeth and asked him, "If I allow you to touch my tail just once, will you truly impart that secret technique to me?" Su Yueli questioned with suspicion. Xia Changming smiled nonchalantly, stepping down from the bed to stand before her, his fingertip lightly brushing against her forehead. The legacy of the Long Ling Ju and the knowledge of the secret art surged into Su Yueli's spiritual sea. As she emerged from her reverie, Su Yueli's delicate face was filled with astonishment as she gazed incredulously at Xia Changming. I have not yet agreed. She had not even consented. Yet Xia Changming had unhesitatingly imparted the secret art to her. It appears that my lady harbors doubts about my sincerity. Thus, I shall impart this secret technique to you as a demonstration of my earnestness. Xia Changming remarked nonchalantly, entirely unconcerned about Su Yueli's potential change of heart. In truth, he had intended from the very beginning to bestow this Chongling art upon her, merely seizing this opportunity to frame it as a transaction. After a moment of inner conflict, Su Yueli slowly turned her back, leaving behind a silhouette that ignited the imagination. I am not one to break my word. Since you have shared your secret with me, I shall allow you to touch my tail. Remember, only a single touch. These are merely the antiquated customs of the Demon clan. Having already partaken in the blood oath with Xia Changming, permitting him to touch my tail now is of little consequence. This was the thought that lingered in Su Yueli's mind. Well then, my lady, I shall proceed. Xia Changming extended his hand, aiming to grasp the fluffy, pristine tail. Just as he was about to seize it, the tail suddenly swayed, evading his grasp. After several unsuccessful attempts, Xia Changming could not help but voice his suspicion. My lady, do refrain from moving your tail. It is not I, but the tail itself that moves. Su Yueli softly elucidated, revealing to him that within her tail resides a fox spirit, sharing her soul and bloodline. The only other person privy to this secret was her personal maid, making Xia Changming the second to know. Intrigued by her revelation, Xia Changming attempted to elicit a response from the tail, by making playful sounds akin to calling a kitten or puppy. Su Yueli scoffed, thinking it absurd to believe such antics would compel her tail to obey. Yet, to her astonishment, her tail obediently reached out towards Xia Changming's palm. What? Su Yueli gasped in shock. The fact that the foxtail shared her soul and bloodline implied her willingness, did it not? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Reluctant to accept this, she hurriedly attempted to retract her tail. Yet, how could a tail, once grasped, simply flee? Xia Changming firmly held onto the tail that sought to escape. As he tightened his grip, Su Yueli's entire body tensed, her teeth clenched, and she trembled with a mixture of sensations. No, not so tightly, she exclaimed, turning her head with a flushed face, akin to an irate kitten, and chastising Xia Changming. Xia Changming was taken aback by her intense reaction to merely holding her tail. Usually, she wielded considerable strength when striking him, so he found it perplexing. Nevertheless, he cautiously relaxed his grip, shifting to a gentle caress. The foxtail, resting in his palm, felt smooth and silky, gliding effortlessly to its tip. The warmth and delicate texture emanating from it made it utterly irresistible. How delightful it would be to wrap it around my neck in winter. It would surely provide warmth. Hey, just one touch is sufficient, isn't it? Su Yueli playfully chided, still facing away from him. At this moment, her complexion was flushed a deep crimson, her delicate lips pursed tightly, and her body was tense. The fox demon's tail was not to be touched by anyone, not only for reasons shrouded in profound significance, but also because the tail and ears were the most sensitive parts of a fox demon. With each caress from Xia Changming, Su Yueli could distinctly feel a tingling sensation coursing through her entire being, causing her complexion to glow with a radiant blush, delicate and alluring. If Xia Changming were to witness this, it would surely become a source of amusement. How amusing it would be for the esteemed empress of the demon realm to be caught blushing from such frivolity. Thus, Su Yueli opted to turn her back to him. Just one more touch, just once more. Xia Changming could not bear to release his hold. He toyed with the foxtail, even bringing it to his cheek to rub against it. The foxtail seemed to reciprocate his affection, eagerly pressing against his face. Su Yueli could no longer remain seated. She swiftly rose to forcibly retract her tail, simultaneously launching a dual attack with her other tails towards Xia Changming, exclaiming in a delicate huff, "Humph! You are becoming too bold." Xia Changming adeptly blocked the assault of the fox tails with his hands, chuckling, "My dear, you have already torn off the roof of the house. If you strike again, we shall have nowhere to sleep tonight. Besides, it was your tail that came to me willingly. You cannot blame your husband for that." Su Yueli, filled with a mix of anger and embarrassment, shot an indignant glare at her own tail. How could the fox spirit, sharing her soul and essence, engage in such intimate behavior with this man? The tail, appearing dejected, curled up behind her like a child caught in wrongdoing. With no choice left, Su Yueli reluctantly withdrew her tail into her body, clearly deciding against further confrontation with Xia Changming. Instead, her expression turned serious as she addressed him. "This empress has a question for you." Chapter 116. "My husband truly likes you. What do you wish to inquire about, my lady?" Xia Changming asked with a smile, his mood buoyant after gently stroking her tail. Su Yueli gazed at him, who always wore a gentle smile in her presence, and after a moment of contemplation, she asked softly, "Why do you treat me this way?" This question had lingered in Su Yueli's mind for quite some time. She had always assumed that Xia Changming married her merely to maintain the peace between the human and demon realms. However, upon arriving at the Xia household, she had never encountered any form of insult or unfair treatment. The members of the Xia family treated her with great respect, and Chu Qingwan, in particular, treated her with the tenderness of a daughter, patiently teaching her many things and providing her with feelings she had never experienced before. Even when she had attempted to harm Xia Changming on multiple occasions, he never scolded her. Instead, he indulged her whims, allowing her to act as she pleased. The so-called punishments of her family were trivial and ineffective. He generously bestowed upon her many precious gifts, including her first-ever hairpin, and even casually tossed her a magical blade simply because she expressed a desire for it. Did he not realize that she sought the blade to confront him? Now, he merely requested to stroke her tail, and in return, he imparted the Longling technique to her. Su Yueli's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, her heart a tumult of emotions. As a member of the demon clan, she valued straightforwardness, prompting her to ask directly. Xia Changming smiled lightly, having anticipated her inquiry. This is a question I can answer without hesitation, because you are my wife. Is it not expected for a husband to treat his wife well, my foolish lady? But you married me not only to keep me among the humans, thereby maintaining peace between our two races, did you not? I cannot have been mistaken, Su Yueli questioned, perplexed. At her words, Xia Changming stepped closer to her, extending his hand towards her forehead. Under her bewildered gaze, he playfully flicked her forehead. Su Yueli covered her slightly reddened forehead in disbelief, her expression shifting from shock to anger, only to be silenced by his finger gently pressing against her lips. My dear, it is true that I married you for the peace between our races, but there is an even more significant reason. An even more significant reason? Su Yueli replied. Her curiosity piqued, completely forgetting the playful flick she had just received. Xia Changming leaned closer to her cheek, their eyes locking. He spoke softly, that is, I truly like you. Su Yueli was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment, as if a string within her heart had been plucked, leaving her in a state of profound stillness. She had once pondered whether Xia Changming might truly harbor feelings for her, but she had quickly dismissed the notion. After all, the demon and human clans were sworn enemies, and it was rare for anyone to harbor affection for a demon. Many regarded the demon clan as heretical, expressing disdain for their beastly ears, tails, scales, and feathers. Regarding Xia Changming's desire to touch her tail, she found it quite astonishing. I am a demon. Do you humans not despise demons the most? My parents, however, hold you in high regard, and Xia Ming and the others also respect you greatly. Xia Changming shook her head and spoke. Moreover, it is precisely because you are a fox demon that I find you even more endearing. Why? Su Yueli inquired with curiosity. Because your tail is incredibly warm, your ears are exceedingly adorable, and you can transform into a fox. Your utility is vast. I have long wished to raise a fox demon. Xia Changming spoke with excitement. I am not a pet. Su Yueli felt a wave of frustration. She shouldn't have asked that question. Her heart raced. There are indeed people who appreciate fox demons for their beastly ears and tails. Typically, those who fancy fox demons are merely captivated by their innate allure. Xia Changming was the most extraordinary individual she had ever encountered. From his words, Su Yueli could sense that he genuinely cherished her fox tail and ears. Despite her inner turmoil, she felt an unexpected lightness, and a charming smile subtly graced her lips. Xia Changming couldn't help but gaze at her, exclaiming, My dear, you are truly beautiful. Su Yueli concealed her smile, scoffed softly, and resumed her usual demeanor. Xia Changming returned to the bed, noticing that Su Yueli seemed unusually gentle tonight, far more so than usual. He felt a surge of joy and ventured to ask, Is it that you have come to a realization and are finally willing to abandon your attempts on my life? Humph, in your dreams. I still remember all you have done. Once my cultivation catches up to yours, I will certainly settle the score, Su Yueli haughtily declared. Yet, her words lacked the previous malice and rage, infused instead with a hint of playfulness, devoid of any threat. Xia Changming smiled brightly, unfazed, and silently lay back on the bed. This young lady had only her bravado left. Let her be. Gazing at Su Yueli's graceful silhouette illuminated by the flickering candlelight, he turned onto his side and patted the space beside him, saying, My dear, it is getting late. We should retire. Upon reflection, it seemed he had not shared a bed with Su Yueli for quite some time. As the saying goes, long separation breeds new intimacy. It was time to rekindle their marital affection. Su Yueli frowned slightly, rising with her hands and slowly approaching the bed. Perhaps due to the candlelight, her cheeks appeared slightly flushed. Gently lying down, she turned away from Xia Changming. Yet she did not forget to issue a warning. I caution you, behave yourself, and do not get any ideas. My dear, how have I ever been anything but honest? Xia Changming replied innocently. Su Yueli retorted playfully, When have you ever been honest? Having shared so many nights with Xia Changming, she had long ceased to believe that he would peacefully slumber. Indeed, Su Yueli's suspicions were confirmed. Moments later, an arm encircled her waist, pressing against her back. Su Yueli raised an eyebrow, inhaled deeply, and turned to confront him. Yet, to her astonishment, she discovered that Xia Changming had fallen asleep, embracing her as though she were a mere pillow. His sleeping posture remained as abysmal as ever. Nevertheless, considering the past, this was a marked improvement, as he was merely holding her waist this time. Resigned, Su Yueli lay on the bed, silently observing the peaceful countenance of Xia Changming. Her expression contemplative. Unbeknownst to her, she too closed her eyes, succumbing to slumber. In their dreams, their foreheads gently touched, both faces serene. Meanwhile, several miles from Tianzhou, a figure with the head of an eagle and the body of a man streaked through the sky, his form stained with blood and his expression one of urgency. He needed to swiftly inform the Empress. The demon tribe was in peril. Whoosh! A sharp sword sliced through the air from behind the eagle-headed man, piercing directly into his body. He spat blood, helplessly plummeting to the ground. With great reluctance, he crawled on his hands. For just ahead lay the ancestral grounds of the Xia family. So close. A shadow emerged slowly from the darkness behind him, wielding a long knife. Placing a foot upon his back and stabbing into his chest. You dare betray the Empress. The Empress will not spare you. The eagle-headed man turned to glare at the shadow with fury. The shadow offered no further words, swiftly delivering another blow that severed his neck. Its gaze shifted towards the Xia family ancestral grounds. Next would be the Empress. Chapter 117. Chu Qingwan longs for a grandchild on the following dawn. As the first light of day gently illuminated the world, Su Yueli slowly awakened, realizing she was alone in the bed, with her silvery hair cascading over her shoulders. She blinked her drowsy eyes and surveyed her surroundings. "My dear, you are awake," greeted Xia Changming, seated at the table, a warm smile gracing his face. Su Yueli chose silence, quietly dragging her half-asleep body to the mirror. Last night had been a rare moment of peaceful slumber. Xia Changming instinctively moved behind her, skillfully beginning to style her hair. Su Yueli sat obediently before the mirror, allowing him to tend to her silver locks. Their actions spoke of an intimacy that required no words. Once he had elegantly arranged her hair and secured it with a hairpin, Xia Changming finally spoke. "My dear, my mother mentioned that it has been a while since we all shared a meal together. With the new year approaching, let us dine together for a reunion." "Then let us go," replied Su Yueli nonchalantly. While she privately thought that such a gentle woman as Chu Qingwan was somewhat naive, she felt an unexpected fondness for her. Drawn to the warmth she exuded, Xia Changming smiled with relief. After finishing her hair, he took her hand and led her to the residence atop Changsha Peak. Upon opening the door, they found Chu Qingwan and Xia Changlin already waiting at the table. "Father, mother," Su Yueli awkwardly addressed them, her voice a mixture of shyness and formality. This was her first time initiating such a greeting, leaving Xia Changlin momentarily stunned. It felt strange to be addressed as father by the Empress of the demon race. Chu Qingwan, however, was blissfully unaware of his thoughts. To her, Su Yueli was simply her daughter-in-law. Overjoyed by the greeting, she exclaimed, "Wonderful. Yueli, come here. I've prepared many delicious dishes, all your favorites." With a beaming smile, she walked over to Su Yueli, taking her hand and leading her to the dining table, leaving Xia Changming to follow behind with a resigned chuckle. The table was adorned with an array of culinary delights. Yet upon seeing the spread, Xia Changming felt somewhat overwhelmed. Most of the dishes appeared to be rich and nourishing, alongside vibrant red jujube cakes. He glanced curiously at Xia Changlin, who simply shrugged, indicating he had no part in this. As they settled down, Chu Qingwan immediately served Su Yueli a bowl of chicken soup. "Yueli, this is made from the old hen I slaughtered this morning. Please enjoy it while it's hot," she encouraged. Thank you, mother," Su Yueli replied, feeling a bit flustered. For some reason, Chu Qingwan's warmth today felt even more overwhelming than usual, making her all the more uneasy. Before she could take a sip of the soup, Chu Qingwan continued to present her with various sweet treats. "Yueli, here are the red date cakes you love. And this, peanut brittle, is delightful too. These longan fruits, freshly harvested, are truly sweet. Mother has also prepared a lotus seed soup for you. Do drink more of it later." "All right," Su Yueli replied softly. Although she was unsure of why Chu Qingwan was so enthusiastic today, the abundance of her favorite sweets compelled her to lower her head and indulge. After all, it is difficult to refuse such heartfelt hospitality. Upon witnessing this, Xia Changming quickly grasped Chu Qingwan's intentions and, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, remarked, "Mother, are you perhaps yearning for grandchildren?" The presence of red dates, peanuts, longan, and lotus seeds left little room for misinterpretation. Caught in her thoughts, Chu Qingwan boldly affirmed, "Of course, it is time for our Yuli to have a chubby little boy." Uft, cough, cough. Su Yueli, who had been quietly sipping the lotus seed soup, suddenly sputtered and choked, her eyes wide with alarm. Sitting beside her, Xia Changming gently patted her back, fully expecting such a reaction. You and Yuli have been married for some time now, and with the world finally at peace, it is indeed time to consider having a child, Chu Qing once said earnestly. Xia Changming, at a loss for words, could only respond helplessly. Mother, the matter of pregnancy is not as simple as merely discussing it. In this world, the higher one's cultivation, the lower the probability of producing offspring. There have been cases of powerful beings with numerous wives yet remaining childless for centuries. This is why many high-level cultivators continue to take wives. It is not out of selfish desire, but rather to propagate their lineage. Many powerful clans treat their hard-earned heirs as treasures. Ultimately, bloodline and cultivation are profoundly intertwined, making the quest for offspring a challenging endeavor dictated by fate. Moreover, his and Su Yuli's situation is exceedingly unique. A union between human and demon is unprecedented across the continent. In ancient times, there were rumors asserting that humans and demons could never truly merge, evidenced by the impossibility of their offspring. Allegedly, experiments had been conducted that lent credence to this belief, though such claims are now difficult to verify after so long. Whether a child can be conceived between humans and demons remains an enigma that he must explore in the future. Chu Qing likely harbors concerns about this very issue, hence her eagerness for grandparenthood. Mother understands that pregnancy cannot be rushed. It is not as if we expect Yuli to conceive immediately. We merely encourage you to put in more effort. Xia Changming, Su Yuli. Both Xia Changming and Su Yuli found themselves at a loss for words. This was an endeavor currently beyond their reach, as they had yet to consummate their marriage, making the notion of offspring a distant fantasy. They chose to remain silent. Su Yuli could no longer bring herself to sip the lotus seed soup in her hands. Xia Changming cast a pleading glance towards Xia Changlin. Understanding his unspoken concern, Xia Changlin turned to the lady beside him, Chu Qingwan, and remarked, "My dear, you are being overly anxious. These matters are best left to the younger generation. Besides, with the close bond between Changming and Yueli, what is there to worry about? I am only thinking of Changming and Yueli," Chu Qingwan replied, resignedly returning to her seat. It was evident that she genuinely yearned for a grandchild. With her head bowed and her cheeks flushed, Su Yueli felt an inexplicable weight pressing upon her. As she dared to envision a future where she and Xia Changming had children, terror gripped her heart, prompting her to vehemently shake her head to dispel the thought. No, no, how could she possibly have a child with this man? Absolutely inconceivable. "My dear, what troubles you?" Xia Changming inquired, noticing her peculiar behavior and crimson complexion. His concern palpable. Even Chu Qingwan and Xia Changlin exchanged worried glances. "It's nothing. I merely recalled something quite dreadful," Su Yueli hastily replied. Once she composed herself, her expression suddenly shifted, her senses heightened. The faint scent of the demon clan, this ethereal fragrance, colorless and odorless, could waft for miles when ignited, stirring one's spirit. It was a means of communication exclusive to the demon race, rarely employed unless there was an urgent matter at hand. Could it be that the demon clan was in peril? Chapter 118. The turmoil of the demon clan and the peril of Su Yueli. Father, Mother, I am full now. I shall take my leave for the time being, Su Yueli said with a flustered expression, rising swiftly to exit the room. Xia Changlin couldn't help but cast a reproachful glance at Chu Qingwan. "Madam, look at what you've done. You've frightened Yueli. She barely took a few bites before refusing to eat. It is my fault for being too hasty." Chu Qingwan felt a twinge of guilt, believing that Su Yueli had been startled by her. She turned to Xia Changming and urged, "Quickly, go fetch Yueli back. I am not in a rush for grandchildren." "Yes," Xia Changming responded, rising to chase after Su Yueli, his brow furrowed in concern. Given his understanding of her character, she was not someone to leave simply because of a few words. Observing her panicked demeanor and the way she vanished as soon as she stepped out, he sensed that something was amiss. With a sudden leap, Xia Changming transformed into a streak of divine light, darting towards the direction marked by the spiritual sigil. Outside the Xia family's ancestral grounds lay a dense forest. Su Yueli's figure descended slowly among the trees, her delicate brows knitted, her beautiful eyes scanning her surroundings. Following the faint scent, she concluded this must be the place. "Show yourself," Su Yueli called out coldly into the shadows. A man gradually emerged from behind a tree, his dark hair disheveled, his visage marred with injuries. Quanchuan, Su Yueli frowned in astonishment. The man was none other than her left guardian from the demon clan, Quanchuan. When she departed the demon clan, she had intentionally left both guardians behind to ensure the stability of the clan in her absence. Seeing Quanchuan in such a disheveled state caused her heart to lurch with apprehension. Could it be that calamity had truly befallen the demon clan? As expected, upon seeing Su Yueli, Quanchuan knelt on one knee and clasped his fists in apology. Your Majesty, it is my incompetence. The demon clan is in chaos. How could this happen? Did I not instruct you to maintain order until my return? Su Yueli questioned frostily. Just days ago, you reported everything was as it should be. Quanchuan lowered his head, sorrow evident in his voice. Everything was indeed normal until a few days ago when we lost contact with you. Suddenly, the Tiger Demon clan launched an assault on the demon capital. Various demon kings raised their banners in rebellion. Despite our desperate resistance, the capital has fallen. I intended to fight to the death, but I escaped to convey the news to your Majesty. I rushed here through the night. Days prior, was that not when she had just entered the secret realm? In her pursuit of celestial opportunities, she had forgotten the affairs of the demon clan entirely. A wave of guilt washed over Su Yueli, and the coldness in her expression softened somewhat. This matter is her fault. Having lingered too long in the Xia household, she became overly indulgent in the fleeting tranquility, gradually forgetting the lurking peril of the demon clan. Quickly tell me, what is the current situation of the demon clan? Which demon kings have risen in rebellion? Su Yueli inquired urgently. The loyal hound replied respectfully, when I escaped. The imperial demon city had already fallen. The right protector, Tengu, and Lord Baiyu, the affairs official, are still leading the resistance. The first to raise the banner of rebellion was the Tiger Demon clan, followed by the Serpent Demon, Bear Demon, Leopard Demon, and other regional demon kings who responded in kind. Upon hearing this, Su Yueli's initially relaxed expression turned icy once more as she pressed her delicate hand against her chest, striving to quell the fury within her. So, the moment I am not stationed in the demon clan, these kings can no longer restrain themselves. Your Majesty, please return swiftly. The demon clan cannot do without you. The hound implored. Su Yueli furrowed her brow, her expression revealing her inner conflict. She yearned to return, but she was uncertain whether Xia Changming would permit her to rejoin the demon clan. After all, she was effectively a hostage remaining in the Xia household. Seeing Su Yueli's hesitation, the hound grew anxious. Your Majesty, what are you hesitating for? If you do not return soon, the demon clan will be doomed. Su Yueli's expression hardened, and she declared resolutely, all right, I shall return at once. The demon clan held immense significance in Su Yueli's heart, as the empress of the demons. How could she stand idly by while chaos reigned? After painstakingly quelling the turmoil among thousands of demons and achieving unity, she could not allow the demon clan to regress to a state of bloodshed and carnage. Su Yueli took out her brush and ink, deliberately leaving a letter for Xia Changming in this place. When Xia Changming discovered her departure, he would inevitably find it. Let us go. Su Yueli walked past the hound, her heart already aflame with urgency. A smirk curled upon the hound's lips as he softly remarked, Your Majesty, travel well. In the next instant, a sharp sword pierced through Su Yueli's chest from behind, penetrating her heart. Su Yueli's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the sword embedded in her chest. Reacting swiftly, she struck the hound away. Uffed. Su Yueli spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling instantly, and with blood at the corner of her mouth. She coldly questioned the hound, Why? You have betrayed me. The hound had been her steadfast companion, accompanying her in suppressing other demon kings. Due to her trust in him, Su Yueli had let her guard down. Moreover, her anxious thoughts about the demon clan had blinded her to the hound's treachery. Truly worthy of being your Majesty, even after sustaining such grievous injuries, you still possess the strength to resist. The hound rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he stated, Your Majesty, you have misunderstood. It is not I who has betrayed you, but rather you who has betrayed the demon clan. Su Yueli gazed at the mad hound with a look of bewilderment. The mad hound continued coldly, You have become too comfortable among the human race, to the point that you have forgotten the demon clan. Once, it was promised to lead the demon clan to trample the human race and conquer all realms. Yet here you are, willingly marrying into the human race, becoming a mere human wife. How laughable! I ask you, Do you still possess the ambition to annihilate the human race? Each word of the mad hound pierced Su Yueli's heart like a dagger. She found herself at a loss for words in rebuttal. Noticing her silence, the mad hound understood the outcome and slowly drew his long knife, speaking coldly. I shall respectfully send off the Empress. Su Yueli retrieved the demon blade from her fox tail, but as she summoned her spiritual power, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Lowering her head, she discovered that the long sword in her chest was entirely black, infused with demonic energy, which had already begun to erode her insides. Corrupted spirit? Demon clan. You have betrayed the demon clan. Su Yueli spoke icily. Had it been moments earlier, she might have hesitated to strike the mad hound, but now, she could not allow him to succeed. If the demon clan fell under the control of the demon race, it would spell doom for them all. The mad hound ceased his idle chatter, a murderous glint igniting in his eyes as he wielded his long knife against Su Yueli. Under normal circumstances, she could easily dispatch him with a mere flick of her hand. Yet now, with her life force compromised and the corruption encroaching, she was left hanging by a thread, powerless to resist. Chapter 119. A moment of urgency. Su Yueli, weary and half-collapsed, found her vision blurred as she leaned against the ground with the demon blade embedded before her, helplessly watching the ferocious blade of the rabid dog rushing towards her. To her surprise, the first figure that surfaced in her mind was that of Xia Changming, accompanied by the countless times his smile had vexed her. In a previous life-threatening moment within the secret realm, it was he who had come to her rescue, and now, as she recalled him, a sense of reluctance washed over her. Fortunately, he would not witness her current state of disarray. It was truly frustrating. She had never once triumphed over that fellow. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she felt a sudden ripple of energy stirring within her. This sensation was all too familiar. It was the aura of Xia Changming's divine power manifesting. Just as the rabid dog prepared to strike her down, an invisible gale swept him away, propelling him several miles into the distance. Xia Changming's silhouette silently descended beside Su Yueli, his expression colder than ever. Last time, she had merely sustained a shoulder injury. Now, a blade had pierced her heart, placing her life in peril. Su Yueli's complexion was as pale as parchment, her voice a mere whisper. Yet, upon seeing Xia Changming, she feigned indifference and remarked, "Why are you here?" Xia Changming, his face stern and his gaze tinged with irritation, replied, "Do not speak. Healing is paramount." Was he truly angry? Su Yueli regarded him in astonishment. This was the first time she had witnessed such a display of emotion from him. Instinctively, she fell silent, channeling her energy to suppress her injuries. With a cold glance directed at the rabid dog that had been cast aside, Xia Changming summoned the imperial immortal sword, poised in the air. The rabid dog, recovering from its unexpected flight, was stricken with fear upon spotting Xia Changming and hastily soared towards the sky. Having previously witnessed the might of the imperial immortal sword during Xia Changming's assault on the demon clan's imperial palace, the creature knew well the danger it faced. In a desperate attempt to evade him, it had sought to use the hidden fragrance to contact Su Yueli, but never anticipated his arrival. Taking on its true form, the rabid dog morphed into a slender, menacing white hound that darted towards the horizon. Die! Xia Changming's gaze turned icy as the imperial immortal sword, like a shooting star, pierced through the rabid dog's body. The sword then returned to Xia Changming's hand of its own accord. With a howl, the rabid dog plummeted from the sky. Xia Changming gripped the imperial immortal sword, his figure moving with blinding speed to stand before the rabid dog. Startled, the creature crossed its arms in a futile attempt to defend itself. The blade, gleaming with silver light, sliced through with merciless precision. In an instant, the rabid dog was cleaved in two along with its arms, its eyes wide open in horror even in its final moments. Having dealt with the rabid dog, Xia Changming rushed back to Su Yueli's side. At that moment, her breath was faint, her body swaying precariously. Just as she was about to collapse, he caught her in his embrace. Gazing at his anxious expression, Su Yueli nestled against him, offering a rare, delicate smile. Her pale visage radiated a fragile beauty, enchanting and pitiful, evoking sympathy from the heavens themselves. The detestable fellow finally finds himself in a moment of tension. Before Xia Changming could utter a word, Su Yueli gently closed her eyes. Yueli. Xia Changming attempted to call her softly. Seeing no response, he gripped her pulse. channeling his spiritual energy to protect her meridians and soul. Yet, her breath remained faint, and her pulse gradually waned, showing no signs of awakening. Furrowing his brow, Xia Changming hastily cradled Su Yueli and soared towards the imperial palace. Perhaps Zhou Anning's phoenix fire could save Su Yueli. Within the palace, Zhou Anning, adorned in her phoenix robe, sat at her desk, reviewing documents, accompanied by a small phoenix perched on her shoulder. Meanwhile, Langia lay beneath the table, lazily napping as usual. With no one to spar with and prohibited from making noise, he had no choice but to sleep. Suddenly, Xia Changming burst into the room through the window, holding Su Yueli, drenched in blood. "Uncle Xia?" Zhou Anning's eyes lit up at the sight of him. But her joy quickly turned to horror upon seeing Su Yueli's limp form in his arms. "Sister Su, what has happened?" Zhou Anning rushed forward to examine her. Langia, startled by the commotion, also approached. "Boss, what has happened to her?" Xia Changming, displaying an unprecedented urgency, quickly instructed Zhou Anning. "Anning, you must try to use your phoenix fire to heal Yueli." "All right, I'll give it a try." Zhou Anning swiftly placed her palm over Su Yueli's chest, wrapping her in warm, orange flames. The bleeding from Su Yueli's chest ceased, and the wounds began to heal gradually. Just as everyone felt a glimmer of hope, a surge of malevolent energy erupted, causing the wounds to reopen. "Uncle Xia, I can't heal Sister Su." Zhou Anning's voice trembled with despair after numerous failed attempts. To her, Su Yueli was as dear as a sister, one of the most important people in her life. Now, witnessing Su Yueli's peril without the means to assist her, Zhou Anning felt a surge of anxiety. Xia Changming's brow was tightly knitted. He hesitated, contemplating whether to take Su Yueli to the Immortal Mountain. There, perhaps his master could offer a solution. Yet, he feared that Su Yueli might not endure the journey. In the midst of his indecision, a flame suddenly ignited on Su Yueli's forehead, and a fire lotus quietly blossomed. The celestial fire heart lotus, the gift left for Su Yueli by Qi Luan upon their parting. In his panic, he had forgotten all about it. With the celestial fire heart lotus, Su Yueli was indeed saved. This lotus was the essence cultivated by the celestial fire phoenix over a millennium, pure and sacred, capable of dispelling all malevolence, containing all the powers and efficacy of the celestial fire phoenix. The phoenix fire was merely a weakened version of the celestial fire heart lotus, its healing effects far inferior. The celestial fire heart lotus released scintillating sparks that gracefully descended upon Su Yueli's delicate form. In an instant, the lingering malevolent energy on her chest was incinerated and entirely dispelled, and her wounds healed at an astonishing rate. Su Yueli's pale face gradually regained a hint of color, her spiritual veins revitalizing, her breath stabilizing. Once her injuries were fully healed, the heavenly fire heart lotus on her forehead slowly retracted, merging once again into her brow. Observing this, Xia Changming finally relaxed the tension in his heart and gently caressed Su Yueli's cheek. Zhou Anning, standing by, smiled warmly at the scene and inquired, "Uncle Xia, this is wonderful. Sister Su is all right. But why hasn't she awakened yet?" The heavenly fire heart lotus nourishes both body and soul at this moment. She should be receiving its warmth in the spiritual sea. "It may take a few days before she regains consciousness," Xia Changming replied softly. "Then Uncle Xia and Sister Su should stay in the palace for a few days," Zhou Anning suggested. This arrangement would spare Xia Changming the trouble of traveling with Su Yueli, allowing her to rest properly. Additionally, it would provide her with the opportunity to spend more time with both Xia Changming and Su Yueli. Ever since her ascension to the throne, she had been preoccupied with state affairs, and Lu Wen's strict tutelage left her with little chance to see them. Very well, that would be a favor. Xia Changming pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Upon hearing Xia Changming's consent, Zhou Anning's face lit up with joy, and she immediately declared, "I will send someone to prepare the rooms right away." Chapter 120. The tenderness of Su Yueli in a room adorned with delicate gauze curtains. Su Yueli lay upon her bed, her eyelashes fluttering gently as her eyes languidly opened, meeting the gaze of a pair of deep, dark eyes. Blinking in a daze, she found Xia Changming nearly leaning over her delicate face, beaming as he inquired, "My dear, you have finally awakened." With a hint of annoyance, Su Yueli shot him a glance and retorted, "Why are you so close to me?" "Because I wanted to be the first person you saw upon waking," Xia Changming replied earnestly. Su Yueli fell silent, attempting to prop herself up, only to discover her body felt exceptionally weak and feeble. Xia Changming placed his hand gently on her forehead, firmly guiding her back to the bed. My dear, the Tianzhou Xinlian has refined your entire being, permeating your meridians. But it has yet to fully integrate. While your injuries are no longer a concern, you remain in a state of weakness and recovery. You must refrain from any sudden movements. Perhaps it was a twist of fate. The Tianzhou Xinlian that had originally been planted within Su Yueli's spiritual sea had now completely dissolved, seeping gradually into her bodily roots and meridians, eliminating the need for tedious future refinement. Once Su Yueli absorbed all the essence of the Tianzhou Xinlian within her, her cultivation and demeanor would undergo a transformative change. Realizing that the Tianzhou Xinlian, gifted by Qi Luan, had saved her life, Su Yueli lay quietly on the bed and asked Xia Changming, "How long was I unconscious?" 2 days, he replied. What? 2 days? Upon hearing that she had been in a deep slumber for a full 2 days, Su Yueli could no longer remain still and hastily propped herself up. She had thought her unconsciousness was merely brief. Yes, your father and mother have even visited you, Xia Changming added. Disregarding any need for rest, Su Yueli sprang from the bed, her expression fraught with urgency. I must return to the demon clan at once. At the mention of this, a slight displeasure crossed Xia Changming's face as he grasped her delicate arm and pressed her back down onto the bed, his body hovering over hers as he scrutinized her intently. What are you doing? Su Yueli stammered, alarmed. My dear, your body has yet to fully recover. What can you accomplish by rushing back to the demon clan? I am aware of the turmoil within the clan. I have inquired through reliable contacts at the border, and the situation remains relatively stable. You need not worry, Xia Changming reassured her. Upon hearing this, Su Yueli felt a measure of relief, yet curiosity lingered. How do you know of the chaos in the demon clan? With a gentle smile, Xia Changming rose and retrieved a letter from his breast pocket. Someone left me a letter. He proceeded to unfold the letter and read aloud before Su Yueli. Rebellions among the demon kings have erupted, causing great disorder in the demon clan. I shall temporarily return to the clan and will return shortly. Do not disturb me. Upon hearing this, Su Yueli recognized that it was the very letter she had hastily prepared for Xia Changming during her moment of desperation. After reading the letter, Xia Changming lightly tapped Su Yueli's forehead with it, expressing his discontent. In the end, it should be do not think of rather than do not disturb. Am I truly such a disturbance to you? With a soft huff, Su Yueli turned her head away, feigning annoyance. If I hadn't come, would you have truly hidden your intention to return to the demon clan from me? Xia Changming reproached her, his frustration evident. His anger stemmed from her decision to conceal her plans, which nearly cost her life and filled him with worry. Had he not arrived in time, she might have met her demise. Faced with Xia Changming's inquiry, Su Yueli revealed a rare vulnerability, softly responding, "It is indeed my fault. But if I were to say I wish to return to the demon clan, would you agree? Why would I oppose such a wish?" Xia Changming replied without hesitation. Su Yueli was taken aback. Really? She had not anticipated his unequivocal acquiescence to her return. Indeed, if your family is in trouble, how could you not go back? Xia Changming smiled warmly. What if I return and choose never to come back? Su Yueli countered. Unfazed, Xia Changming chuckled lightly, leaning closer to her, whispering, "Then I shall venture to the demon clan once more and bring you back myself." Su Yueli was left speechless, her eyes narrowing in playful reproach. Watching her gradually revert to her usual feisty demeanor, Xia Changming felt relieved. He rose and approached the table, pouring a bowl of herbal medicine. The pungent aroma of the concoction was something Su Yueli had detected long before, causing her delicate brows to furrow slightly. Xia Changming settled beside her on the bed, supporting her gently against his shoulder. "Come, my dear, it's time for your medicine." "I am perfectly fine and don't require any medicine," Su Yueli replied reluctantly, her gaze fixed on the dark, unappetizing brew, her pretty face betraying her distaste. "No tantrums allowed. This concoction is made from numerous celestial herbs and will hasten your recovery. If you wish to return to the demon clan sooner, you must drink it obediently." Xia Changming scooped a spoonful of the potion, cooling it slightly before bringing it to her lips. "I can drink it myself," Su Yueli insisted. "No, my dear, you cannot. It must be fed to you. Come on." Seizing the rare moment of her weakness, Xia Changming devotedly tended to her. Reluctantly, in her desire to return to the demon clan swiftly, Su Yueli parted her lips just enough to sip the medicine, taking it in small gulps. Seeing her compliance, Xia Changming smiled with satisfaction. continuing to feed her spoonful by spoonful. They nestled together, repeating this mundane ritual. Su Yueli gazed quietly at Xia Changming, who was gently blowing on the medicine for her, and found herself lost in thought. For reasons unknown, she felt he grew increasingly handsome with each glance. How peculiar. Xia Changming glanced back and saw Su Yueli staring at him in a daze, prompting him to ask, "What is it, my dear?" "No, it's nothing," Su Yueli responded, trying to mask her feelings. Xia Changming found this curious and continued feeding her the medicinal soup. The pungent taste was bitter, yet for some reason, Su Yueli gradually began to accept it. Her delicate brows relaxed, and an almost imperceptible smile graced her lips. It seemed that after swallowing the bitter concoction, there was a hint of sweetness lingering. Xia Changming was aware that Su Yueli disliked bitter flavors, so he inquired, "How is it, my dear? Is it bitter?" "Not at all, quite sweet actually," Su Yueli replied softly. This left Xia Changming perplexed. The medicinal soup was crafted from rare spiritual herbs and could not be altered with any external substances, so he had added no sugar whatsoever. How could Su Yueli perceive it as sweet? Could it be that her recovering body was affecting her sense of taste? "My dear, once you finish, rest for a while longer. When you have recovered, I shall accompany you back to the demon tribe," Xia Changming stated after he finished feeding her the soup. "You wish to return to the demon tribe with me?" Su Yueli asked. "Of course, your matters are my matters as well. I will seek justice for you," Xia Changming declared with a smile. Su Yueli's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she nodded gently, replying softly, In that moment, Xia Changming felt an inexplicable stirring within him as he gazed at Su Yueli. He had expected her to engage in playful banter as she had before, but to his surprise, she nodded in agreement with a gentle demeanor. This rare display of feminine tenderness was uniquely captivating, causing his heart to flutter with delight. Perhaps under the influence of the medicine, Su Yueli lay back down, closed her eyes, and drifted into a peaceful slumber, a hint of tranquility gracing her lovely face. Beneath the covers, her slender hands gently intertwined. Xia Changming leaned down and softly kissed her forehead, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, quietly observing her serene expression. "Uncle Xia, has Sister Su awoken yet?" Zhou Anning entered while speaking. Xia Changming merely nodded lightly and gestured for silence. Upon seeing the sleeping Su Yueli and their clasped hands, Zhou Anning smiled and nodded before quietly exiting the room and gently closing the door behind her. Chapter 121. Farewell and departure to the demon clan. On the following morning, outside the city of Tianzhou, Xia Changming and Su Yueli stood hand in hand at the city gate. After a brief period of recuperation, Su Yueli had fully regained her strength and was eager to embark on their journey to the realm of demons. Naturally, Xia Changming was determined to accompany her on this return. At the city gate, a multitude had gathered to bid them farewell. "Yueli, you have only just recovered. Please be extra cautious," urged Chu Qingwan, grasping Su Yueli's hand, her expression a blend of concern and reluctance. After the recent turmoil in Tianzhou had subsided, and with the joyous arrival of spring, their family had finally come together, only to face another separation so soon. Su Yueli nodded, slightly bowing her head in response. "I understand, mother." Chu Qingwan then turned to Xia Changming, admonishing, "Ming'er, remember to protect Yueli well." "Rest assured, mother. I will not allow Yueli to come to harm again," Xia Changming replied, casting a warm smile towards Su Yueli. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and with a playful huff, she turned her head away, feeling as though he implied she was always in need of his protection. Now fully recovered, Su Yueli had reverted to her usual enchanting yet slightly spoiled demeanor. While this was undeniably charming, Xia Changming found himself reminiscing about her gentle and docile nature from the previous day. He wondered when he might once again witness such a delicate and sweet side of his beloved. "Ming'er, you and Yueli may depart with peace of mind. The Tianzhou is stable now, and the Xia family is in good hands with us old folks here. There is no need for concern," interjected Xia Chonglin, standing beside Chu Qingwan. "Indeed, the head of the family and the lady can rest assured," Xia Ming echoed from behind. Xia Ruobing also clasped his hands together, assuring, "Do not worry, head of the family. I will diligently manage everything in the Xia household." In recent days, significant changes had unfolded within the Xia family. Most notably, the esteemed second elder, Xia Roguang, had voluntarily stepped down from his position, retreating to the back mountains to enjoy a peaceful life. Following an election among the clan, Xia Changming was unanimously chosen to succeed him as the new second elder. By a fortunate turn of events, Xia Ming had also ascended to the position of sixth elder. Replacing the disposed Xia Jun, Xia Changming felt assured by their capabilities, nodding in approval at them. He could now have confidence in the Xia family, even in his absence. After bidding farewell to Xia Changming, the crowd retreated to the rear. Zhou Anning, the Empress of Tianzhou, gracefully approached the couple, her phoenix robe trailing behind her. Accompanying her were officials of both civil and military standing, including Lu Xianyue and Zhuo Tian, who had come to silently send them off. The Xia family's contributions to Tianzhou merited their presence on this occasion. Zhou Anning halted before Xia Changming and Su Yueli, momentarily at a loss for words. Xia Changming, with a gentle smile, was the first to break the silence, saying, "Anning, I entrust Tianzhou to you. You must strive to become an emperor as remarkable as your grandfather." Anning was resolute, determined not to disappoint Uncle Xia. Upon Uncle Xia's return to Tiandu, Anning vowed to showcase the flourishing prosperity of the realm. With a serious demeanor, Zhou Anning earnestly promised Xia Changming, her words brimming with confidence and determination. Xia Changming's face lit up with satisfaction. He believed that under Zhou Anning's governance, Tiandu would undoubtedly thrive even more. Zhou Anning paused, her gaze clear as she looked towards Su Yueli, softly calling out, "Sister Su." Su Yueli replied, puzzled. Zhou Anning smiled radiantly, exuding a hint of regal authority, and said, "Sister Su, Anning has not yet given up." Su Yueli was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the meaning behind Zhou Anning's words. Her eyes narrowed, and she displayed the demeanor of an empress, standing tall and proudly declaring, "Humph, little brat, do feel free to give it a try." As if to affirm something, Su Yueli grasped the hand of Xia Changming, their gazes exchanging sparks of unspoken energy. Xia Changming, watching from the side, was utterly bewildered. What were these two discussing? His wife seemed to be competing with Zhou Anning like a child. He tugged at Su Yueli's hand, prompting her to reluctantly return her focus. Zhou Anning smiled softly, already aware that victory was beyond her grasp. Her words were merely intended to provoke Su Yueli, reminding her to cherish Xia Changming. "Sister Su, Uncle Xia, may you have a safe journey," Zhou Anning said cheerfully. Suddenly, Langia, who had been resting on Zhou Anning's shoulder, could no longer contain himself. He jumped down, clutching Xia Changming's leg, and lamented with tears, "Boss, take me away. This life of endless eating and sleeping is too hard. There's not even anyone to spar with. It's so boring." To keep the lively, talkative Langia cooped up in the palace all day was a torment indeed. At this rate, his abdominal muscles would fade into oblivion. Xia Changming lifted Langia effortlessly and advised, "If you're bored, go unify all the nearby demon beasts. Otherwise, within 10 years, Anning's cultivation will surpass yours. You'd best train diligently." Langia's round eyes were filled with disbelief. "What? This little brat will surpass me in less than 10 years? Indeed," Xia Changming replied. Having obtained the legacy of Feng Yin Xinzuan, undergone the cleansing of the immortal spirit, and bathed in phoenix blood, Zhou Anning's talents already far exceed those of most prodigies. Within 10 years, attaining the status of a celestial lord is not out of reach. Here, this is the transformation pill I promised to refine for you. Xia Changming produced a translucent pill, exuding spiritual energy, and handed it to Langia. He had crafted this pill during Su Yueli's 3-day seclusion, and as they were about to depart from Tiandu, it was the perfect moment to present it to Langia. Langia stared blankly at the transformation pill, and after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head in refusal, declaring, "I shall rely on my own strength to undergo transformation." Xia Changming was somewhat taken aback. Langia possessed such discernment. This was indeed commendable. To comprehend transformation independently would greatly benefit him in the future. Consequently, the transformation pill became redundant. Xia Changming crushed the pill in his hand, allowing its remnants to scatter with the wind. Langia could not bear to witness this. He covered his eyes, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. Regret began to seep in. It could have served as a contingency. What if he failed to transform successfully? Xia Changming returned Langia to Zhou Anning's care and bid farewell to the crowd, saying, "Thank you all for seeing us off. Yu Li and I shall take our leave now. Travel safely and return soon." The crowd waved their farewells. Xia Changming and Su Yuli transformed into a divine rainbow, soaring across the sky, swiftly vanishing from sight. Chapter 122. The promise of the heavenly treasure pavilion in the vast expanse above, two divine rainbows swiftly traversed the skies. It was none other than Xia Changming and Su Yueli, who had embarked on their journey after bidding farewell to their companions. After a brief period, they beheld several figures standing ahead, seemingly awaiting their arrival. A closer inspection revealed that the individuals were none other than Ling Ling and Ling Xian from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Master Xia, what a coincidence. We were just about to return to the main pavilion. Ling Ling greeted with a smile and a respectful gesture. Xia Changming responded with an air of indifference. Indeed, what a coincidence. I recall that the main pavilion of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is located on Pengying Island in the southern continent, correct? Precisely, Ling Ling affirmed. Then, has young Master Ling lost his way? This path leads to the territory of the demon race in the western regions. The southern continent lies in the opposite direction. Xia Changming indicated with a gesture. Upon hearing this, Ling Ling's expression shifted to one of realization, and he gratefully replied, "No wonder I felt something was amiss." "Thank you for the reminder, Master Xia." Xia Changming thought to himself, the esteemed Heavenly Treasure Pavilion would not stray from its path. I would never believe such a thing. He had already noticed Ling Ling and the others waiting from afar, clearly anticipating their arrival. If young Master Ling has something to convey, please feel free to speak candidly. Xia Changming stated plainly. Ling Ling was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Xia Changming harbored suspicions of him. He quickly apologized. "My sincerest apologies for the misunderstanding, Master Xia. I was merely waiting here to bid you farewell, with no ulterior motives." Waiting here specifically to say goodbye? Xia Changming could not help but remain skeptical. He believed that the bond between himself and the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was not sufficiently deep to warrant such an effort. The debts owed by the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to the Xia family had already been settled. "Since we have met, I shall take my leave," Ling Ling said as he clasped his hands in farewell. Beside him, Ling Xian, concealed behind her mask, let out a sharp whistle. 6 magnificent white steeds with wings emerged from the clouds, gracefully descending to a halt beside Ling Ling. These 6 celestial steeds, each at the initial stage of the celestial realm, were indeed a testament to the opulence of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Ling Ling slowly stepped onto the carriage but paused just before entering, turning to Xia Changming to inquire, "By the way, Master Xia, may I ask if you have the black card entrusted to you by Chief Qin?" "Yes," Xia Changming replied, revealing a sleek, obsidian card in the palm of his hand. "This item is a highly valuable token from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. I hope you will keep it safe and not give it to others. As long as you present this card, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion will certainly offer its unwavering support, no matter the time or place," Ling Ling stated earnestly. Xia Changming gazed at the dark gold card in his palm, feeling a sense of incredulity. He had presumed it was merely a VIP card for discounts at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, yet it turned out to be such a precious token. Was the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion truly willing to bestow such a rare item upon him? Ling Ling boarded the celestial steed palanquin, and as the palanquin gradually receded into the distance, he did not forget to leave behind a parting remark. "Master Xia, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion shall forever be your ally. You are always welcome to visit Pengying Island." As he gazed at the retreating figures of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Xia Changming could not help but feel puzzled. The attentiveness of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was indeed excessive, prompting Xia Changming to harbor doubts. "Let us depart, my dear." With that, Xia Changming and Su Yueli continued their journey towards the realm of the Demon Clan. Several hours later, in Tianzhou City, they found themselves at an inn. Xia Changming and Su Yueli sat by the window on the second floor of the establishment. At this moment, the streets of Tianzhou City were sparsely populated, with hardly a vendor in sight. Occasionally, families could be seen hurriedly making their way out of the city, burdened with their belongings. Soldiers within the city dashed back and forth along the city walls, their expressions filled with anxiety. "Esteemed guests, may I take your order?" inquired a waiter as he approached Xia Changming. "A pot of fine wine, and some sweet delicacies to accompany it," replied Xia Changming, placing a gold ingot on the table. The waiter, having never encountered such a generous patron, lit up with excitement. His weary face instantly transformed into one beaming with joy. "Certainly. Please wait a moment. I shall attend to it right away. There's no rush. I have a few inquiries to make," Xia Changming said, tapping the table and placing another gold ingot down. "Please, feel free to ask. I am well versed in the affairs of Tianzhou City. There is little that eludes my knowledge," the waiter eagerly proclaimed. From the timing of a SOS pharaohing to the romantic escapades of the nobility, I am aware of it all. Those matters are unnecessary. I wish to know why the citizens of Tianzhou City are fleeing in such haste, Xia Changming inquired. You must be a visitor from afar, then? Indeed. I have visited once before. Now, I return to this familiar place, bringing my wife along for a journey. Xia Changming replied with a smile. Oh dear, you have arrived at a rather inopportune time. Pray tell, why is that? Have you not heard? There has been unrest within the demon clan. Various demon lords are raising their armies against one another, plunging the demon realm into chaos. The waiter's expression was one of dread. With the turmoil among the demons and the flight of the townsfolk, Tianzhou City is in a state of desolation, and it is only natural that the inn's business suffers. One cannot rule out the possibility of the chaos affecting Tianzhou City, perhaps even endangering lives. Xia Changming glanced at Su Yueli, observing her composed demeanor beneath her veil. Before continuing with his inquiry, why must the citizens of Tianzhou City flee in such panic amidst the turmoil in the demon realm? What you may not know, esteemed guest, is that whenever there is unrest among the demon clans and war seems imminent, there will inevitably be demon tribes seizing the opportunity to invade our human borders. Tianzhou City, positioned precisely at the boundary between humans and demons, often bears the brunt of such conflicts, causing everyone to flee in dread. Such occurrences have become exceedingly commonplace in Tianzhou City, and the locals have grown accustomed to them, opting instead for a hasty retreat, as the innkeeper's assistant explained. Then why haven't you and the establishment fled? Inquired Xia Changming, filled with curiosity. The assistant, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, I am taken in by the innkeeper, who is reluctant to leave. Thus, I too remain. Beyond this place, I have nowhere else to go. As if recalling a memory, the assistant continued. If only you had arrived earlier, for Tianzhou City was once bustling with life, rivaling that of Tianzhou. It is said that a legendary Sword Immortal once wed the Empress of the demon race here. That tale is truly remarkable. Never before had Tianzhou City witnessed such vibrancy. Since then, the border between humans and demons has known no strife. Alas, such bliss was not destined to last. Reflecting on the resurgence of conflict between humans and demons, the assistant's expression dimmed. In the future, there shall be no more discord at the human-demon border, spoke Su Yueli, who had been silently observing from the side. The assistant looked at her in surprise, then chuckled. Hee, may the words of the celestial maiden bring good fortune. Xia Changming smiled slightly and placed a gold ingot on the table. Kindly bring forth the wine and dishes swiftly. In light of the assistant's earlier remarks, Xia Changming rewarded him with an additional gold ingot. The assistant beamed, nearly unable to contain his joy, and hurriedly accepted the gold ingot, instructing the kitchen to prepare the meal. By the way, do you happen to know which demon king is currently invading Tianzhou City? Xia Changming suddenly inquired from behind. The assistant paused, pondered briefly, and replied, It seems that the minions of the Bull Demon King from Bull Demon Mountain have been frequently harassing the border lately. Chapter 123. The Pure Love Warrior. Within the realm of the demon tribe, atop the towering Bull Demon Mountain, two sharp peaks converge, appearing as though they have been cleaved open by some celestial force, leaving behind a vast chasm. The sides of the mountains form two protruding horns, resembling the horns of a bull. Thus, the Bull Demon clan, who dwells in this area, has deemed it their sacred ground, naming it Bull Demon Mountain. In the heart of the mountain stronghold, a robust figure with striking red horns and golden hair sits firmly upon the throne in the grand hall. Beside him stands a colossal serrated axe, stained with the remnants of battles, exuding an aura of intimidation. This man is none other than the formidable Bull Demon King, Niodali. Gazing down at his subordinates, Niodali gradually rises, seizing the axe embedded in the ground, raising it high as he proclaims, The Empress is dead. It is time for the Bull Demons to rise. The demon tribe is currently embroiled in a fierce contest for the position of the Demon Emperor. We, the Bull Demons, are the most valiant of warriors. How can we languish in obscurity? I shall lead you all into this grand contest to seize the title of Demon Emperor. Seize the title of Demon Emperor. Seize the title of Demon Emperor. The subordinates below raise their weapons in unison, responding fervently. The bull-headed people are the strongest in the world, unmatched in prowess. Niodali nods in satisfaction, witnessing the fervor of his subordinates, who have memorized the rallying cry he imparted. Excellent. My king, who shall we vanquish first? An eager subordinate steps forward to inquire. Another subordinate seizes the opportunity to interject. If it were up to me, we should first eradicate those arrogant leopards. The leopard demons have slaughtered the rabbit demons, seized their territory, and now they repeatedly invade our bull demon lands. Their audacity knows no bounds. I disagree. The leopard demons possess great strength and are formidable foes. Even if we were to eliminate them, our bull demon clan would suffer significant losses and become vulnerable to other factions, another bull demon counters. Dali strokes his chin, deep in thought, struggling to make a decision. He turns to the man beside him, clad in a simple robe, and inquires, "Brother, what is your perspective?" The man, adorned with horns and possessing a somewhat leaner physique compared to the other bull demons, is none other than Dali's only advisor and brother, Daji. After a moment of contemplation, Daji speaks slowly. The leopard demon King Linya is immensely powerful. Now is not the time to confront him. An impulsive attack could result in grave losses. What then? Shall we simply remain idle in the stronghold? Dali's brow furrows in frustration. The bull demons are known for their combative spirit, and with the demon tribe engaged in fierce rivalry, his axe yearns for action. Since the departure of the Empress to the human realm and the cessation of hostilities between demons and humans, the bull demons, situated at the border, have languished in inactivity. If matters are not resolved soon, the axe may rust from disuse. Daji offers a slight smile, his words laden with significance. The leopard demons may be best left undisturbed for now, but is there not another clan that is quite close to us bull demons? Hiss, are you suggesting the human tribe? Dali contemplates thoughtfully. Daji nodded and said, "Indeed, it is the human race. The humans are feeble, far inferior to my Yao clan. Recently, I have observed unusual movements among the human armies at the borders. They are retreating in droves. This is a heavenly opportunity. If we seize the city of Tianzhou from the humans and fortify our position, we can secretly expand our influence. When the disputes among the demon clans reach their climax, we shall strike. We will claim the title of the Demon Emperor and then crush the human race." Excellent. Dali could not help but applaud, exclaiming, "As expected of my brother, your intellect surpasses all. We shall conquer both the demon and human races." Laughter erupted. "Tonight we shall commence the celebration feast in advance. To toast our Yao clan's ascension to the rank of Demon Emperor. We wish our king success in becoming the Demon Emperor." The other subordinates echoed in agreement, clapping in enthusiasm, creating a lively atmosphere that suggested the Yao clan was on the verge of unifying the world. However, this jubilant moment was soon interrupted by a voice. "But my king, I have heard that among the humans, there exists a formidable Sword Immortal who once repelled our demon army of hundreds of thousands with a single strike. Will it not be unwise for us to attack the humans?" A timid general spoke. At this joyous juncture, being suddenly interrupted caused Dali to furrow his brow and rebuke. "What is there to fear? Last time, I happened to be absent. Otherwise, where would that Sword Immortal find the chance to show off? I would have cleaved him in half with one swing of my axe. My king is indeed mighty." The subordinates cheered in admiration. Dali, clearly pleased, raised his head high and continued, "Let the music play on, and the dancing continue. Whoever dares to sow discord among the ranks shall be executed on the spot." The hall soon regained its festive atmosphere, with even two demons holding hands and dancing. Xia Changming and Su Yueli stood atop the mountain stronghold, quietly observing this scene. "My dear, are all your demon kin so astute?" Xia Changming couldn't help but ask Su Yueli beside him. This Yao clan does not seem particularly clever, yet they have devised a plan to attack the humans and seize their cities. He pondered whether they had considered that the humans might return with vengeance, and other demon clans could also turn against them, leading to a situation of being besieged from both sides. Su Yueli appeared visibly embarrassed, reflecting on how such talent could emerge from the demon race. She could only weakly defend, "Not all demons are like this. Allow me to engage this Yao king." Xia Changming took a step forward, his figure gracefully descending into the hall. The reveling demons were momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Xia Changming, who had suddenly arrived from above. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. Dali widened his eyes and, with a hostile glare, inquired, "Who are you to dare intrude upon my Yao stronghold?" With a radiant smile, Xia Changming replied, "I am the pure love warrior." "Pure love warrior?" The neo-demons collectively exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in unison, indicating that they had never heard of such a name. Seeing the bewildered demons, Xia Changming thoughtfully explained, "Pure love warriors are specifically tasked with hunting down the minotaurs." At this revelation, the minotaurs immediately reacted, their expressions transforming into fierce glares as they gripped their weapons tightly. Bull Dali slammed his fist on the table, bellowing with indignation, "What audacity! Who grants you such courage? Bring him to me. I shall have him minced into a meaty paste for my drink tonight." The minotaurs brandished their weapons, advancing like formidable giants. Xia Changming stood resolutely, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. The air around him suddenly thickened, an invisible force crashing down upon them. All the minotaurs fell prostrate to the ground, rendered immobile. They were utterly astonished, their faces etched with fear. Though they had not witnessed Xia Changming strike, they felt a weight upon them akin to that of a mountain. This was the result of Xia Changming's profound study of this realm. Since he could command the laws of heaven and earth within the domain of his consciousness, it was only natural that he could manipulate gravity as well. After several attempts, he gradually mastered the control over this force. Now, the divine powers of this realm flowed through him with greater ease. Bull Dali, wielding a massive axe, strained with all his might to lift his body, inching upward with great effort. "Do not underestimate me," he exclaimed defiantly. Xia Changming, impressed, decided to reward him by amplifying his force several-fold. The gravity intensified abruptly, and Bull Dali's entire form was instantly embedded face-first into the ground. "Who are you?" Bull Dali inquired, his voice laden with unwillingness. "You may not recognize me, but surely you are aware of your Empress, my lady?" Chapter 124. The astute Neo Dali, "Your Majesty, the Empress?" Neo Dali exclaimed, raising his head to behold a familiar yet chilling figure standing before him. It was none other than the Empress of the Demon Clan, Su Yueli. The sight of her instilled a paralyzing fear in Neo Dali, akin to encountering a specter. At that moment, Su Yueli loomed above him, wielding her demonic blade, her gaze icy and penetrating. "Neo Dali, if I were absent, would you still conspire against me?" she inquired, her voice dripping with menace as the blade sparkled ominously. Neo Dali hastily stammered, "Your Majesty, it's a misunderstanding. My loyalty is unwavering. I would never entertain thoughts of rebellion." "Oh, I just heard you mention your desire to usurp the throne of the Demon Emperor. Would you prefer that I relinquish this position to you?" Su Yueli leaned closer, her voice a chilling whisper that sent shivers down Neo Dali's spine. Neo Dali, nearly in tears, replied, "I only wish to alleviate your Majesty's burdens." "Oh, pray tell," Su Yueli prompted, the demonic blade now resting against Neo Dali's throat. "I endeavor to eliminate those traitors and welcome your Majesty back with open arms," he cried, desperation evident in his tone. With a disdainful snort, Su Yueli sheathed her blade and turned her gaze to Xia Changming, who promptly retracted his powers. Freed from the weight of gravity, Neo Dali and his companions collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, too fearful to rise again. Su Yueli gracefully seated herself upon the throne in the hall's center, crossing her delicate, fair legs as she fixed her gaze upon Neo Dali and the others. Xia Changming stood beside her, akin to a loyal bodyguard. Neo Dali and his companions lay prostrate, their foreheads touching the ground, silent as shadows. "Neo Dali, do you still wish to pledge your loyalty to me?" Su Yueli asked coldly. Without hesitation, he fervently nodded. "Yes, yes. Your Majesty shall reign for eternity, unmatched in this realm. My Neo clan shall forever support you." "Very well, rise. I shall pretend I did not hear your earlier remarks. Remember, there will be no second chance." With that, Su Yueli's formidable celestial aura surged forth, nearly forcing Neo Dali and his companions back to their knees. Cold sweat beading on their foreheads as they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. The Neo clan shall serve you devotedly, with all our strength." "Conveniently, I have some inquiries for you," Su Yueli stated. "You mentioned that the Empress is dead. What does that entail? Who spread such rumors among the Demon Clan?" Neo Dali, drenched in perspiration and visibly alarmed, realized with dread that Su Yueli had been eavesdropping on their conversation all along. However, when the Empress spoke, there was naturally no room for concealment. Trembling, she responded, "Your Excellency, it was merely 2 days prior that rumors began circulating within the demon realm, claiming that you have perished in the celestial capital of the human realm." The origin of these whispers remains unknown. Upon hearing this, Su Yuli furrowed her brows. It was evident that someone sought to instigate further turmoil within the demon race. Having witnessed the chaos wrought by the demon tribe firsthand, with the cursed sword of the mad dog infused with demonic energy, Su Yuli and Xia Changming exchanged glances, both immediately suspecting the demon tribe's involvement. Su Yuli swiftly inquired, "Nyodali, I ask you, have any suspicious individuals approached you?" Nyodali scratched his horns, pondering earnestly before responding with a naive smile, "None at all." Su Yuli, Xia Changming. Both Su Yuli and Xia Changming were profoundly disappointed. It was likely they could surmise the reason the demon tribe had not sought out the bull demon clan. Now, how is the situation within the demon realm? Speak in detail to this Empress, Su Yuli insisted, as this was her utmost concern at present. With a multitude of demon clans, should all demon kings rise amidst the chaos, the entire demon race would once again be left fractured as it had been in the past. Nyodali pondered for a moment, but struggled to articulate his thoughts, ultimately turning to Nyodaji for assistance. "Brother, what was it you told me about the current situation in the demon realm?" Su Yuli, Xia Changming. Su Yuli was on the verge of slaying Nyodali in frustration. Nyodaji, equally speechless, glanced at his elder brother Nyodali and stepped forward to respectfully reply, "Your Excellency, the situation within the demon realm is dire. Ever since news of your demise spread, the demon kings across various regions have either proclaimed themselves sovereign or engaged in slaughter and pillaging under the guise of claiming the imperial title. Indeed, I, Nyodali, detest those who seek to usurp the throne in your absence." The bull demon interjected, his indignation palpable. "Your Excellency, at your command, I shall eradicate them." Nyodali's fervent declaration echoed with the spirit of a loyal minister from ancient times. Yet, Su Yuli cast a cold glare at him, causing Nyodali to obediently lower his head and retreat to the side, refraining from further interruptions. "How many demon kings are involved in this rebellion?" Su Yuli's voice dripped with frost as she addressed Nyodaji. After a moment of careful consideration, Nyodaji cautiously replied, "As far as I know, there are at least several thousand demon kings embroiled in the conflict." As the words left his lips, a chilling aura enveloped the entire hall. Su Yuli's expression turned frigid. With a swift squeeze, she shattered the armrest of her chair. Several thousand. Did this not imply that nearly the entire demon race was engulfed in warfare? Truly, in her absence, they had all become restless. "Is it true what you just said about the leopard demon clan slaughtering the rabbit demon clan?" Su Yuli pressed on, her voice stern. The very reason she sought to unify the demon race was to prevent further fratricide among their kind. Regarding the slaughter of her kin, she has never shown leniency. Seizing the opportunity, Nyodaji lamented to Su Yuli, "Indeed, Your Majesty, the leopard king Linya of the leopard demon clan has nearly annihilated all the males of the rabbit demon clan and abducted all the females as slaves." The leopard demon clan. "I shall remember this." "Nyodali," Su Yuli commanded. "At your service." He replied promptly, "I hereby decree that you shall lead the bull demon clan in a campaign against the leopard demon clan." "Yes." Nyodali's eyes brightened, and he responded with fervor. He then turned to his subordinates behind him, barking, "Did you not hear the command of Her Majesty? Why do you stand there dazed? Can you not be a bit more astute like I am? Hurry and gather every able-bodied member of our clan." "Yes." The group hastily exited the hall to prepare their troops. Nyodali assured Su Yuli with a smile, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall eradicate those little leopards for you." Su Yuli nodded indifferently and then turned her gaze towards Nyodaji, coldly stating, "Without my command, you are henceforth forbidden from making any moves against the human race." Though Nyodaji was perplexed as to why Su Yuli forbade them from acting against humans, he nevertheless replied with trepidation, "I shall comply with Your Majesty's command." Nyodali, glancing apprehensively at Xia Changming beside Su Yuli, timidly inquired, "Your Majesty, is this individual your new subordinate among the humans?" Su Yuli looked towards Xia Changming, momentarily uncertain of how to respond. Xia Changming, however, smiled slightly and confidently affirmed, "Indeed, I am Your Majesty's personal bodyguard." "Oh, I knew it. Truly, Your Majesty, even a powerful human like you is willing to bow to her." Nyodali exclaimed, patting Xia Changming's back enthusiastically. "I am Nyodali. Since you are under the service of Her Majesty, you are one of us now. Your strength is formidable, rivaling mine. From this day forth, you shall be my brother. Xia Changming. Chapter 125. I am willing to alleviate the worries of the Empress. Come out and face your demise, you dead leopard. Before the city of Yaoshu, tens of thousands of armored bull demons surged with ferocity, surrounding the city gates. Each one brandished a weapon, predominantly heavy war axes and colossal hammers. The thunderous sound of iron hooves resonated with each step, leaving distinct imprints on the ground. Niodali, nostrils flaring with hot breath, brandished his massive axe before the city gates and shouted, "If you do not emerge, I shall raze your pathetic city to the ground." Shortly thereafter, a gaunt figure with a sullen complexion appeared atop the city gates. Linya, gazing at the horde of bull demons and the raucous Niodali, spoke with a sinister expression. "Foolish bull, I had yet to seek you out, yet here you are, delivering yourself to death. Today, I shall annihilate your bull demon clan and use your horns to sharpen my teeth. Then let us see." Niodali retorted, "I shall knock out all your teeth." In an instant, Niodali's form swelled several times, his robust physique towering majestically. Even his axe appeared to grow in size. With both hands gripping the colossal axe high above, he swung it down mercilessly upon the city gates. Boom! The gates shattered, creating a gaping hole, claiming countless lives of the leopard demons upon the city walls. Linya, agile as the wind, swiftly ascended into the air, glaring malevolently at Niodali. "You ignorant beast! You dare to attack my leopard kin? Today, I shall erase your clan from the annals of demonkind." Linya darted towards Niodali, moving with the swiftness of a divine comet. His claws, sharp and swift, tore through Niodali's tough hide, leaving behind a series of bloody wounds. Niodali belonged to the ancient Kuei Nio lineage, possessing immense strength and the innate ability to manipulate his size, akin to a formidable avatar standing between heaven and earth. However, his colossal form, despite its boundless power, was hindered by sluggishness, rendering him far slower than other demon races. Not to mention, his opponent was the fleet-footed Crimson Leopard. With eyes as red as a blood moon and speed like a divine rainbow, Linya could strike with lethal precision in the blink of an eye. Niodali, brimming with brute force yet unable to unleash it, swung his axe in frustration, cleaving at the air. Crimson Blood Claw. Seizing the moment, Linya darted beneath Niodali, executing a ferocious blood claw strike that pierced into Niodali's chest. With armor shattered and blood pouring forth, Niodali's massive form toppled backward, creating a tremor that shook the ground beneath him. "Humph! The Kuei Nio clan is nothing but this." Linya hovered in the air, looking down at Niodali with derision. "Curse you!" Niodali bellowed in defiance. He was only at the mid-stage of the celestial realm, while Linya had already ascended to the late stage, and with his speed being countered, Niodali felt increasingly stifled. At that moment, four burly bull demons approached, carrying a palanquin draped with curtains, which came to a halt beside Niodali. Behind the veil, a silhouette of enchanting grace was discernible, accompanied by a tall figure standing beside her. Needless to say, they were Su Yueli and Xia Changming. In order to showcase the esteemed status of the Empress and prevent her noble figure from being tainted by the dust of the earth, Niodali has brought forth the finest palanquin from the village. As the curtains slowly parted, Xia Changming emerged and, upon seeing Niodali, who had previously suffered a setback in battle, inquired with a smile, "Brother Nio, do you require my assistance?" "Nay, Brother Xia, you are too kind. To defeat him, Niodali, am more than sufficient." Niodali replied with a grin as he regained his footing. Upon learning that Xia Changming was the personal bodyguard of Su Yueli, and being impressed by his prowess, Niodali's enthusiasm grew, and they began to refer to each other as brothers. "Brother Xia, wait here, I shall strike him down." With that proclamation, Niodali raised his colossal axe once more and leaped towards Linya. Restored to his original size, he moved with remarkable speed, finding Linya's assault considerably less daunting. However, his triumph was short-lived, as he was soon knocked from the sky, nearly crashing onto the palanquin occupied by Su Yueli. Fortunately, Xia Changming swiftly supported Niodali from behind, preventing a calamity. "My sincerest apologies, Brother Xia." Niodali sheepishly scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed after boasting only to be bested again. Yet, his thick skin concealed any hint of blush. "Brother Nio, allow me to step in," Xia Changming suggested after setting Niodali down. Reluctant, Niodali yearned to display his valor before Su Yueli, But the Empress's voice soon resonated from within the palanquin. "Niodali, you may withdraw for now." "Yes, Your Majesty." With Su Yueli's command, Niodali dared not defy her wishes and obediently stepped aside. Xia Changming respectfully addressed the Empress. "Your Majesty, I wish to alleviate your concerns." "Very well. I grant you permission," Su Yueli replied, a smile gracing her lips, her beauty radiating joy. At last, she exhibited a semblance of the imperial demeanor she was meant to embody before Xia Changming. He captured her enchanting smile in his gaze, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he turned to face the lofty Linya. Before Xia Changming could utter a word, Niodali could not contain himself and shouted first, "You wretched leopard, your doom is at hand. The Empress has summoned Brother Xia to act. Prepare to meet your end." "The Empress?" Linya muttered, glancing at the indistinct figure within the palanquin, a growing panic evident in his eyes. He had overheard Niodali and Xia Changming's exchange, and, considering Niodali's audacity to lead the Bull Demon clan against him, unease swelled within him. Could it be that the Empress truly resided within that palanquin? No, it cannot be. The Empress is dead. Moreover, she would never appoint a human as her personal guard. He nearly fell for this foolish bull's trick. It is clear he has merely summoned a human to put on a show and deceive me. Foolish bull, how dare you ally yourself with humans? I suspect you conspire with the human race and have betrayed our demon clan. You shall be hunted by countless demons. Linya threatened Niodali. Niodali immediately retorted, "Nonsense. I detest those pristine humans the most." As he spoke, Niodali suddenly glanced at Xia Changming and realized he had misspoken, promptly adding with a smile, "Except for Brother Xia. As the protector of the Empress, you are a friend of our demon clan. I support you." "Thank you." Xia Changming replied with a wry smile. Niodali truly was quite amusing. "Humph. Once I slay this human and capture you, we shall see who dares impersonate the Empress." Linya glared at Xia Changming, his body slightly bent, as if preparing to unleash his utmost speed to strike. Xia Changming looked at Linya with disdain and said coolly, "I loathe being looked down upon. Get down here." Chapter 126. The bloodthirsty Empress Su Yueli. As Xia Changming's words echoed, Linya, suspended high in the air, was suddenly struck by an overwhelming force. Before he could even react, he was violently hurled from a height of 100 meters into the ground. What kind of celestial technique is this? Linya lay on the ground, struggling to raise his body, his face filled with astonishment. He had not even witnessed Xia Changming make a move before he was abruptly smashed into the earth. "Did I permit you to rise?" Xia Changming slowly approached Linya, gazing down at him with a frigid demeanor. Just as Linya managed to prop himself up halfway, an intensified pressure bore down on his back, forcing him once again into the depths of the ground. A celestial realm powerhouse. Linya finally comprehended the source of the profound, yet sharp spiritual energy emanating from the figure before him. This was indeed a formidable celestial realm expert. Yet, he could not fathom why such a being would interfere with the demon clan or assist Niodali. "Spare me, esteemed elder. I am Linya, the chieftain of the leopard demon clan, willing to lead my clan to serve you. I am far more familiar with the demon realm than Niodali and can guide you." Recognizing the vast disparity in strength, Linya pleaded from the ground. He surmised that Xia Changming's assistance to Niodali likely required Niodali's cooperation. In that case, his voluntary surrender might afford him a chance at survival. However, this very declaration sealed his fate. Su Yueli emerged from her palanquin, gracefully striding towards Linya, her voice icy as she spoke. "Is this truly the valiant champion of my demon kin? Such unwavering loyalty to the demon race." Hearing the familiar voice, Linya trembled uncontrollably, struggling to lift his head to behold the frost-bitten beauty before him, his eyes filled with terror. "Lady Empress, you are still alive?" Linya stammered, unable to believe that Su Yueli stood before him. Niodali's words had indeed been true. Su Yueli's cold voice pierced through the air. "What? Are you disappointed to see me return?" "And no, I am elated to witness your return to the demon race. I have long awaited your arrival. I pledge to lead the leopard demon clan to assist you in quelling the insurrection within our ranks." In a desperate bid for survival, Linya hurriedly swore his allegiance. Su Yueli's piercing gaze lingered as she slowly withdrew a demonic blade from her foxtail. The dazzling silver blade glimmered menacingly before Linya, its cold light reflecting in his eyes. "Linya, as I unified the demon clan, I declared that all within the demon race are my subjects. From this day forth, There shall be no more slaughter among kin. Do you remember this? Lady Empress, spare me. I beg for your mercy. I shall never dare to repeat my transgressions. I am willing to accept punishment, only imploring you to spare my life. Linya fervently bowed, pleading for forgiveness. Slaughtering one's own kin is an unforgivable crime. A glint of silver flashed in Su Yuli's cold eyes as her demonic blade swept across Lin Ya's neck. His head rolled away, blood splattering several feet. Su Yuli, gripping the demonic blade, stood coldly before the lifeless body, her emotionless purple eyes surveying the remaining members of the leopard demon clan. Despite the absence of any discernible killing intent emanating from her, the leopard demons trembled as if plunged into an icy abyss, discarding their weapons and kneeling in supplication, exclaiming, "Great Empress, spare us. We were merely following orders. It has nothing to do with us." Without uttering a word, Su Yuli turned and returned to her palanquin. As she passed by Niodali, she merely instructed, "Do not harm the citizens of the city. The rest, let them be slaughtered. As you command." "Great Empress," Niodali replied, raising his arm high and shouting, "Kill." With a roar, tens of thousands of bull demons surged into the city of Yaoshu, brandishing their weapons with the ferocity of a tempest. With Linya gone, the leopard demons scattered in panic. Those who dared resist met their demise beneath the iron hooves of the bull demons. In that moment, the city echoed with wails of agony, as the bull demons rampaged through, delivering merciless blows to anyone clad in armor or bearing a blade. Standing silently outside the city, Su Yuli observed the carnage. This was a sight she had long since grown accustomed to. In her quest to unify the myriad demon clans, she had ordered the slaughter of countless demons, employing even more ruthless methods. Thus, she had earned the moniker of the Bloody Empress. Within the demon realm, power was paramount. Only through unwavering ruthlessness could one establish their dominance and quell the restless multitude of demons. Xia Changming stood beside Su Yuli, silently admiring her strikingly beautiful yet frigid profile. As the cries of despair within Yaoshu gradually faded, Niodali, bloodied and battered, knelt before Su Yuli, reporting, "Great Empress, all traitors in the city have been dispatched." Su Yuli replied softly, taking measured steps into the city. "We welcome your return, Great Empress." Niodali proclaimed loudly to the city. His subordinates promptly dragged away the bodies littering the streets, piling them into small mountains, clearing a path for Su Yuli. While the bodies were easily removed, the lingering bloodstains remained. The streets flowed with blood, the scent of carnage permeating the entire city. Clad in her trailing gown, Su Yuli walked slowly across the crimson tiles. Rows of bloodied bull demons stood resolutely on either side of the street, their imposing figures radiating an aura of lethality, welcoming their empress into the city. The citizens, initially cowering indoors in fear of the violence outside, found themselves curious enough to slightly crack their doors open upon hearing of the empress's arrival. Seeing the true return of their empress, the citizens' faces lit up with surprise and joy as they hurriedly opened their windows and doors to greet her. "Great Empress, it is truly you. You have finally returned. We have missed you dearly." A multitude of citizens surrounded Su Yuli, chattering animatedly, their expressions brimming with uncontainable joy. Su Yuli, her delicate visage adorned with a gentle smile, exuded warmth as she comforted the townsfolk, completely shedding the icy demeanor she had previously displayed. Even a child with animal ears and a tail danced at her feet, clamoring for a hug, which Su Yuli graciously granted. In this heartwarming and approachable scene, who could have imagined that this was the fearsome Bloody Empress who instilled terror in the hearts of countless souls? Xia Changming stood nearby, a faint smile gracing his lips. She remained so tender. "Big brother, you have no ears and no tail. How peculiar." Several children exclaimed as they gathered around his feet, curiosity evident in their voices. Xia Changming noticed a small girl with an injured arm and, with a smile, lifted her up, retrieving ointment to tend to her wound. Su Yuli discreetly observed this tender exchange from the corner of her eye, an enchanting smile unconsciously curling at the corners of her lips. The two of them, each cradling a child, stood closely together, encircled by a multitude of children, their laughter and joy filling the air. "Esteemed citizens, this emperor has returned," Su Yuli proclaimed with regal pride, announcing, "Let the news of my return be spread across the lands. Inform all that this emperor has indeed returned." Chapter 127, My Lady. You seem to be a bit overconfident as night enveloped the city of Yaoshu, Su Yueli stood before a long table. Her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the sprawling map of the demon realm laid out before her. The territory of the demon race was far more extensive than that of the Tianzhou Dynasty, encompassing vast expanses that were multiple times greater, reminiscent of the entirety of the 9 provinces and 10 lands. Within this realm thrived a multitude of races, each demon king claiming their dominion, resulting in a fragmented power structure. Although she had vanquished the leopard demon today, it was impractical to execute every rebellious demon king along the way. Such actions would not only delay her journey, but also inflict significant harm upon the demon race. The current strength of the demons was nowhere near that of ancient times. If she were to eliminate every rebellious king en route to the imperial palace, the demon race would suffer considerable weakening. Furthermore, the common folk would endure prolonged strife due to warfare, a scenario Su Yueli wished to avoid. A series of knocks echoed from the door. Without lifting her gaze, Su Yueli instructed, "Come in." Niu Dali entered, bowing respectfully, "Your Majesty. How have the matters I instructed been handled?" "Rest assured, Your Majesty. Upon your command, I dispatched my brother to disseminate the news of your return across the demon realm. Additionally, we made known the fate of the leopard demon clan. The horse demon king, elephant demon king, and cat demon king have all expressed their eagerness to welcome Your Majesty back and are prepared to heed your summons." Niu Dali reported with great enthusiasm. Once the news of the Empress's return spread, demon kings within 100 miles rushed to pledge their allegiance. His own bovine clan was among the first to rally around the Empress, and inquiries from his kin regarding her return filled him with pride. Listening to the report, Su Yueli nodded, her expression softening slightly. As long as the news of her return was conveyed, many demon kings who had previously sworn allegiance to her would return to her side. Even those who harbored ulterior motives would likely think twice after witnessing the fate of the leopard demon clan. This was precisely why Su Yueli had nearly annihilated the leopard demons, not merely because Linya had crossed her bottom line, but to use their demise as a deterrent against the remaining demon kings. "You have worked hard, General Niu. Once I stabilize the demon realm, you shall be richly rewarded," Su Yueli promised. "Hehe, Your Majesty, I seek no reward, only the opportunity to serve as a grand general and assist you," Niu Dali ventured to request. Having previously angered the last empress, the bovine clan had been exiled to the distant border of the human demon realm, spending years stationed at the bull demon mountain, far from the imperial palace and denied significant roles. Niu Dali hoped to seize this opportunity to regain his rightful place within the imperial court. "Very well, I grant you this request." Su Yueli readily acquiesced to such a straightforward demand. The bull demon clan is inherently loyal and remarkably courageous. Yet their confinement within the confines of the modest bull demon mountain is indeed a misallocation of their talents. Su Yueli had long contemplated promoting the bull demon clan. Upon receiving her promise, Niu Dali was overwhelmed with joy and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xia Changming, leaning against the wall with an air of indifference, observed Niu Dali's request for reward and, half-jokingly, approached Su Yueli's side, saying, "Your Majesty, what about me?" Niu Dali, genuinely impressed by Xia Changming's prowess, defended him, saying, "Indeed, Your Majesty, today Brother Xia was nothing short of magnificent. He single-handedly subdued that fierce leopard without lifting a finger, thus earning the highest accolades." Su Yueli shot Xia Changming a glance filled with exasperation, her eyes conveying a sentiment akin to "Why are you meddling in matters that do not concern you?" With the treasures within Xia Changming's spatial ring rivaling those of the demon clan's treasury, there was no need for her to grant him any reward. She was incapable of offering him anything. Absurd. Raising her head, Su Yueli assumed an imperial demeanor and admonished Xia Changming. "All rewards are at the discretion of this empress. You are my personal guard. Such deeds are expected of you." Xia Changming stood speechless, caught between amusement and disbelief, a cryptic smile gracing his face. Give this young lady a little sunshine, and she becomes invigorated. Very well. Upon seeing the smile on Xia Changming's face, Su Yueli immediately felt a pang of regret. However, in order to maintain her imperial image, she forced herself to remain composed. "Brother Niu, could you step outside for a moment?" Xia Changming addressed Niu Dali. "No," Su Yueli promptly interjected. Niu Dali, uncertain and glancing around, hesitated, ultimately deciding to remain in the room, for the command of the Empress held greater weight. Your Majesty, do you truly wish to keep Brother Niu here? I do not mind what transpires next, but I fear you might. Xia Changming smirked slyly, his narrowed eyes glinting with meaning. Su Yueli hesitated briefly before instructing Niu Dali. You may leave now. Understood. Niu Dali, bewildered and confused, misinterpreted the situation, thinking Xia Changming was about to quarrel with Su Yueli. Before departing, he leaned in to advise softly. Brother Xia, please do not provoke the Empress. Just heed her words. I trust she will not be too harsh on you. Rest assured, Brother Niu, I merely wish to have a private conversation with Her Majesty. Xia Changming replied with a gentle smile. Having heard this, Niu Dali nodded in relief and exited the chamber. Once the outsider departed, it was time for matters of a more personal nature. Xia Changming strode confidently towards Su Yueli, wearing a warm smile. What are you doing? Stop. Do not move. I command you to halt. The Empress ordered. Su Yueli gradually retreated until her back pressed against the wall. Xia Changming seized her wrist with one hand while the other hand pressed against the wall beside her cheek, leaning closer to her exquisite face. My lady, you seem to be a bit aloof. Humph, this Empress has always been this way. Despite her heart racing wildly, Su Yueli responded with a delicate haughtiness. Is that so? I am curious to see just how proud my lady can be. Xia Changming gently wrapped his arm around Su Yueli's waist, inching closer to her rosy lips. Su Yueli's face flushed crimson, her heart nearly leaping from her chest, but ultimately unable to withstand his advances. She pushed him away with a playful pout, saying, I understand. Once the demon clan is subdued, I shall grant you whatever reward you desire. Faced with Xia Changming's shamelessly intimate behavior, Su Yueli had no choice but to concede reluctantly. If anyone else were to witness this, her image as the empress of the demon clan would be utterly ruined. Upon hearing her surrender, Xia Changming finally released his hold on her waist and chuckled. You should have said so sooner, my lady. Su Yueli could only respond with an indignant glare. That insufferable man. Ignoring her, Xia Changming turned and walked directly to the long table, examining the map of the demon clan. What are you doing? Su Yueli asked in confusion. What am I doing? Of course, it's time to subdue the demon clan. There is no time to lose. Xia Changming picked up a pen and pointed to the demon clan's imperial palace on the map. I have a simple but excellent idea. Reclaim the demon clan's imperial palace and summon all demons to pay their respects. Chapter 128. Xia Changming's proposal and Su Yueli's commitment summoning all the demons to pay their respects. Su Yueli murmured, repeating the words. Indeed, Xia Changming replied with a smile. My dear, are you troubled by how to make the myriad demon kings submit once more? He had been observing her furrowed brow as she gazed at the demon kingdom map, clearly preoccupied with how to swiftly quell the chaos among the demon race. Without hesitation, Su Yueli nodded. She was indeed vexed by this dilemma. How to quickly restore order among the demons without severely damaging their vitality. Xia Changming then inquired, my dear, do you understand why so few demon kings immediately pledged their loyalty upon your grand announcement of return? With your strength, it should not be difficult to instill fear and command their submission. At his words, Su Yueli fell into contemplation. She had not given much thought to this matter. The demon race was inherently belligerent and unruly. Once they possessed strength, their ambitions would swell. Thus, even with many demon kings refusing to yield, choosing instead to resist fiercely, she attributed their defiance to their desires corrupting them. After much deliberation, unable to conceive of other reasons, she shook her head and asked Xia Changming, why is that? Because they fear you too much, he replied with a gentle smile. They ought to fear this emperor, Su Yueli said, lifting her chin with a sense of pride. As if it were only natural, Xia Changming, in a moment of exasperation, playfully tapped her forehead and remarked, I am not praising you. My dear, while you did eradicate the leopard demon clan with a fierce hand, intimidating the other demon kings, have you considered those who committed similar transgressions as the leopard demon clan? What do you think they will feel? Even if their crimes are minor, they still violate the rules you have set. Will you eliminate them all? With turmoil sweeping through the demon realm, nearly every demon king was complicit to some extent, and fratricide was inevitable. Even among humans, sects often clashed, leading to national conflicts. Upon hearing Xia Changming's words, Su Yueli felt as though a sudden clarity had dawned upon her. Are you suggesting that those demon kings who violated the emperor's rules, fearing for their lives, chose to fight against the emperor to the death? Her gaze was serious as she looked at Xia Changming. Precisely. he affirmed with a nod and a smile. Not foolish after all. But how does this relate to reclaiming the demon palace and summoning the multitude to pay their respects? If they fear the emperor, they surely will not approach the palace. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yueli posed her question. Xia Changming shook his head in resignation and took a seat at the desk, while Su Yueli stood by his side, resembling an eager student seeking knowledge. My dear, reclaiming the imperial palace of the demon clan serves two purposes. First, it will showcase your prowess and proclaim your return, instilling fear among the other demon kings. Second, the palace is situated at the heart of the demon territory, connecting all directions and uniting the entire clan. With your presence, peace will be restored among the demons, and the news of your return can be swiftly disseminated to all demon kings. Xia Changming pointed to the map depicting the imperial palace and spoke eloquently. Once the palace is reclaimed, you shall announce to the demon kings your pardon for their transgressions, granting amnesty to all. Are you suggesting that I release them all? Su Yueli inquired, her brows furrowing in concern. Xia Changming gently shook his head, responding, that would not suffice to establish your authority. If you were to pardon everyone without discernment, they would dare to defy you again in your absence. Those whose crimes are minor may be forgiven. Those who were compelled to rise in arms may also be excused. However, the first instigators and those who have committed heinous acts must not be spared. I believe the other demon kings would be eager to redeem themselves by aiding you in restoring order. Su Yueli's eyes sparkled with realization, her previous worries dissipating as a smile graced her delicate features. This strategy would indeed quell the turmoil within the demon clan swiftly, ensuring the safety of the people while preserving the clan's strength, all the while purging the rebellious demon kings. Excellent. Once I have quelled the unrest, whatever reward you desire shall be granted, Su Yueli declared with fervor, her spirits lifted. Anything at all? Xia Changming inquired, narrowing his eyes as he appraised her figure with a playful smile. Feeling a sudden rush of anxiety, Su Yueli turned her gaze away. Her cheeks flushed as she murmured, as long as it is not too excessive, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. That is your promise. My dear, you must not go back on your word, Xia Changming said, rising to his feet and whispering temptingly in her ear. In a flurry, Su Yueli pushed him away, exclaiming, understood. Since I have promised you, I shall certainly keep my word. I have matters to attend to, so please leave for now. In that moment, the regal demeanor of Su Yueli softened, revealing a hint of feminine charm. Xia Changming couldn't help but feel that she had become more bashful and flustered around him lately, a delightful trait that tempted him to tease her further. Must I not stay and accompany you, my dear? No. Should I assist you in grinding ink? No. How about I massage your shoulders? No. With a playful struggle, Su Yueli managed to usher Xia Changming out, slamming the door behind him with a resounding bang. Could it be that this little one is feeling shy? Xia Changming chuckled softly as he made his way outside. Turning a corner, he encountered the ever-patient Niu Dali, who had been waiting for him. Brother Xia, Niu Dali called out, waving enthusiastically upon seeing him. Niu, why are you still here? Xia Changming approached, inquiring curiously. I was merely concerned that you might quarrel with Her Majesty, the Empress, and she might blame you. In the event of any trouble, I could step in to mediate with Her Majesty. What do you think? She hasn't resorted to hitting you, has she? Niu Dali inquired with curiosity. Xia Changming chuckled. No, she wouldn't dream of striking me. I see, Niu Dali responded. It seems that Her Majesty holds quite a fondness for you. Through his observations over the past 2 days, he noted that Su Yueli had never once cast a cold glance at Xia Changming, even when she appeared angry. It felt entirely different from how she expressed her displeasure towards them. When she was upset with them, her face would be like a winter's frost, exuding a murderous aura that struck fear into their hearts. Yet, when she was irritated with Xia Changming, she seemed far less intimidating, which was rather peculiar. After having a private conversation with the Empress, Xia Changming emerged with a smile, an evident contrast to the treatment they received. He patted Niu Dali on the shoulder and said, the hour is late, my friend, you should rest early. With that, Xia Changming walked past Niu Dali, heading towards a particular room. Seeing this, Niu Dali quickly pointed towards the other side, warning, Brother Xia, that is Her Majesty's chamber. Your room is over there. There's no need for that, my friend. I shall be sharing a bed with Her Majesty. Xia Changming waved his hand dismissively, departing with an air of nonchalance. What? Niu Dali stood there, momentarily stunned, scratching his head in confusion. Our personal bodyguards now so intimately close, sharing a bed with Her Majesty? Chapter 129. The origin of the chaos in the demon clan. In the vast expanse of the imperial demon city, the streets lay desolate and devoid of life, enveloped in a profound silence. The walls and the green bricks bore the remnants of glaring, crimson bloodstains, while numerous corpses dangled from the beams, their lifeless forms strewn across the thoroughfares. This was a customary tactic of the demon clan, hanging the dead as a grim warning, a means to instill fear in those who dared to defy. Beneath the beams stood three figures cloaked in robes that concealed their faces, gazing upwards at the harrowing scene. The bodies, marred by countless knife wounds and stained with blood, evidently endured inhumane treatment before their demise. Su Yueli's eyes glinted with icy fury, her hands clenched tightly, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from her, shattering the surrounding walls with sheer pressure. The corpses hanging above were her most trusted subordinates, the loyal members of her retinue. After resolving to reclaim the imperial palace, Su Yueli and Xia Changming swiftly traversed the territories of other demon kings, making their way directly to the imperial demon city. Neo Dali had volunteered to accompany and protect the Empress, thus joining them on their journey. Upon entering the city, they were confronted with the ghastly sight that unfolded before them. At this moment, Su Yueli's heart brimmed with a desire to slay every traitor in the imperial demon city, to vent her wrath. Sensing the tempest of anger from the lady by his side, Xia Changming gently grasped Su Yueli's hand. It was only then that she began to regain her composure. Should she unleash her full strength in a rampage, the imperial demon city would be left in ruins. Having already suffered from rebellion and existing in a state of desolation, the city could not withstand further turmoil. Moreover, millions of demon citizens still resided within its confines. With her rationality restored, Su Yueli turned her gaze towards a white-bearded elder sitting by the roadside, lamenting softly, and approached him with a query. "Elder, may I ask you something?" The old man looked up at Su Yueli and Xia Changming, then glanced at Neo Dali, who loomed behind them like a wall, and frowned in displeasure. "I know nothing. Do not question me." As he spoke, the elder slowly rose, leaning on his cane, preparing to depart. Xia Changming hurriedly stepped forward with a smile, clarifying, "Elder, you misunderstand. We have come to seek refuge in the imperial demon city." "Seek refuge?" The elder scrutinized Xia Changming once more. Noticing his fair complexion and handsome features, he indeed appeared uncharacteristic of the city's inhabitants. Coupled with the recent influx of demons from various regions fleeing the chaos, the elder began to believe Xia Changming's words. "Are you not here to pledge allegiance to the Tiger Demon King?" the elder inquired. Xia Changming shook his head and countered. "What do you mean by allegiance to the Tiger Demon King?" The elder halted, letting out a sigh as he explained. The Tiger Demon clan has occupied the imperial demon city with their forces. After seizing the imperial palace, the Tiger Demon King declared himself the new emperor, proclaiming the death of the Empress. His methods are exceedingly cruel. Anyone who defies him is met with execution and their corpses displayed. Many have taken this opportunity to seek refuge with the Tiger Demon King, and I mistakenly presumed you were among them, for which I sincerely apologize," the white-bearded elder expressed to Xia Changming and the others. He then continued to caution, "The dangers within the imperial demon city far surpass those outside. You should not have come here for sanctuary. It is best that you leave at once." "Thank you, kind elder. Might I inquire as to why the imperial demon city has suddenly fallen under the control of the Tiger Demon clan?" Xia Changming asked with curiosity. "Logically, the imperial demon city boasts a formidable military force, numerous valiant generals, and is significantly stronger than the Tianzhou Imperial Guard. It should not have succumbed so easily." Su Yueli also stepped forward to listen, eager to uncover what had transpired in the imperial demon city during her absence. The elder's expression darkened as he recounted the origins of this calamity besieging the demon clans. In the days immediately following Su Yueli's departure, the demon clans were managed by her most trusted three subordinates. The affairs officer, Bai Yu, oversaw internal matters, handling various issues within the demon clan, while the right protector, Tengu Mo Chi, was responsible for patrolling the demon territories to ensure stability, and the left protector, Mad Dog, maintained the imperial demon city, monitoring the actions of the demon kings and commanding the city's military forces. It was precisely this arrangement that sowed the seeds of disaster. Days ago, the left protector Mad Dog abruptly launched a nocturnal assault on the imperial palace, claiming that Bai Yu and Mo Qi were conspiring to rebel and leading troops to capture them. The Tiger Demon King, with tens of thousands of elite soldiers, assisted as though they had been awaiting this moment from outside the city, only to unleash chaos upon their entry, committing acts of arson, murder, and plunder without restraint. Though Mo Qi and Bai Yu valiantly led a portion of their loyalists in resistance, they were outnumbered and tragically defeated and captured. The remaining loyalists were either imprisoned in dire conditions or hanged in the streets as a public spectacle. The citizens of the imperial demon city, daring to voice dissent or challenge the regime, were summarily executed as traitors. Following the news of Su Yuli's demise, the Tiger Demon King proclaimed himself the new emperor of the demon clan. Other demon kings, either unwilling or discontent, raised their armies, establishing their own territories and declaring themselves sovereign, leading to a rapid spread of chaos throughout the demon realm. With a sigh, the white-bearded elder lamented, "If only Her Majesty the Empress were still here, the demon clan would never have descended into such turmoil again. Those traitors would not dare to be so brazen. Do not worry, elder. The demon clan will soon regain its former tranquility, I assure you," Su Yuli solemnly declared to the elder. The elder gazed vacantly at Su Yuli, inexplicably feeling that this enchanting woman in robes resembled someone he had met before. "Elder, do you know where Bai Yu and Mo Qi are being held?" Su Yuli inquired, her foremost concern being the safety of Bai Yu and Mo Qi, the few remaining individuals she could trust within the demon clan, especially Bai Yu, who has been by her side since childhood, emerging from the chaotic realm of the demon clan to become her devoted maid. Though referred to as a maid, their relationship resembles that of close friends, sharing everything without restraint. Bai Yu's exceptional capability in handling affairs and her formidable strength allowed Su Yuli to entrust the matters of the demon clan to her, as she held command over the Imperial Guard. However, it was unexpected that even the combined might of Bai Yu and Mo Qi ended in defeat. Clearly, their adversaries had long been plotting and had incited the rabid wolves. The elderly man with a white beard expressed his astonishment. It was the first time he had heard anyone dare to address the right protector and the affairs officers so directly. Sighing, he remarked, "The two esteemed ones are about to be executed." "Where?" Su Yuli inquired urgently. The elder pointed towards the central square of the imperial demon city, stating, "Right at the center of the square, the hour is drawing near. If you wish to bid farewell to the two esteemed ones, you must hurry." "Thank you, elder." Su Yuli, along with Xia Changming and Nyodo Li, hastened towards the square. As the elder watched their retreating figures and recalled Su Yuli's visage, a figure of reverence gradually emerged in his mind, his expression shifting to one of mixed surprise and excitement as he murmured, could she be the Empress?" Chapter 130. The might of the Demon Empress in the heart of the demon city, the central square teemed with a throng of people, rendering movement nearly impossible. When Xia Changming and Su Yuli arrived, the crowd was fixated on the execution platform at the center. There, a beautiful woman with white hair, her expression indifferent, knelt above. Beside her knelt a resolute and handsome man, who, unlike the woman, struggled against his bonds, shouting furiously at the assembled demons before him. "Everyone, I, Mo Qi, have never betrayed the Empress. It was that scoundrel, the Mad Dog, who sold her out, conspiring with the Tiger Demon clan to rebel. I fear I may never see the Empress again, but you must not submit so easily. The Empress shall return." Mo Qi's impassioned cries echoed, his voice hoarse from exertion. The crowd, stirred by his fervor, expressed their indignation, surging forward toward the platform, yelling in unison, "Mo Qi and Lord Bai Yu are innocent. Release them. Yes, we believe both of them would never betray the Empress. Who does not know of Mo Qi and Lord Bai Yu in the demon city? This is slander, an unfounded accusation." The recent actions of the Tiger Demon clan in the demon city were fresh in their minds, and the reputation of Mo Qi and Bai Yu was well established. Thus, their faith in Mo Qi remained steadfast. Yet, the demon city had fallen under the control of the Tiger Demon King, and the demon army was entirely at the mercy of the military seals. With the demon army suppressing them and turning a blind eye to the crimes of the Tiger Demons, how could they dare to resist? They could only rally in protest. Dozens of cold spears from the demon army pointed menacingly at them, gleaming with a deadly light. Meanwhile, the Tiger Demon soldiers lounged in a group, their expressions mocking as they watched the suppression of the townsfolk by the demon army. Standing aside was Feng Rao, the commander of the demon army, who clenched the hilt of his sword in frustration, his eyes filled with resentment and anger. He had never anticipated that one day he would have to turn his weapon against the very citizens he had vowed to protect. However, he felt powerless. The Tiger Demon King had long sought an opportunity to eliminate him. If he were gone, the Tiger Demons would run rampant, and the Demon City would be utterly lost to the Tiger King's tyranny. Thus, he must endure, waiting for the Empress's return. At that moment, a burly man clad in heavy armor strode up to the execution platform, looking down disdainfully at the gathered citizens of the Demon City. He sneered, "A bunch of ungrateful scum. General Feng Rao, you must keep them in check. Otherwise, if a riot breaks out, my subordinates will have no choice but to assist your demon army." Hu Chang's words dripped with veiled threats. Feng Rao could only maintain a stoic expression, clenching his fists in silence. The insufferable Hu Chang sauntered over to Mo Qi, bending down to mock him. "Oh, isn't this the right protector, General Mo? How has it come to this for you after just a few days? Hu Chang, do not revel too soon, as we await the return of Her Imperial Majesty. The day of reckoning for your Tiger Demon clan approaches." Mo Qi cast a sidelong glance, his gaze filled with malice as he addressed Hu Chang. Hu Chang scoffed, retorting, "Her Imperial Majesty has long perished. Do not harbor any hopes for her return to rescue you. Is that so? I have heard whispers that Her Imperial Majesty has indeed returned." Mo Qi replied with a smile, his words laced with irony. Hu Chang's brow furrowed, a flicker of unease crossing his countenance. In recent days, he had also caught wind of rumors regarding the appearance of Her Majesty at the border between humans and demons. However, Hu Chang quickly regained his composure, dismissing the notion with disdain. Even if Her Imperial Majesty were to truly return, what of it? Lord Wang Ju has acquired the ancient demon soul of Qiongqi and ascended to the status of heavenly sovereign. He has no need to fear Her Majesty. This confidence was precisely why the Tiger Demon clan dared to openly rebel and seize control of the Imperial Demon City. Wang Ju had obtained the ancient and fearsome demon soul of Qiongqi from an unknown source, merging it to advance to the rank of heavenly sovereign. Even with the combined might of Mo Qi and Bai Yu, they were still overpowered and captured. "Prepare to meet your demise," Hu Chang declared as he rose, slowly drawing the long blade at his waist, ready to execute the sentence in front of the gathered crowd. "You all bear witness. This is the fate that befalls those who defy the Tiger Demon clan." Resigned to his imminent fate, Mo Qi felt no fear, only a lingering regret he wished to leave unburdened. "Bai Yu," he murmured softly, casting a glance at Bai Yu. Her expression remained impassive, yet her eyes were filled with curiosity as they met his. Even in the face of execution, her demeanor betrayed no sign of trepidation. Mo Qi understood that Bai Yu had always been this way. Her expression rarely shifted. Yet this did not denote a lack of emotion. Rather, her heart was rich with feelings, albeit hidden beneath a stoic exterior. With deep affection, Mo Qi gazed at Bai Yu, summoning the courage to voice the sentiments he had harbored for over 2 decades. "Bai Yu, I adore you." "Oh," Bai Yu replied, her tone devoid of any fluctuation. Mo Qi pondered, "I suppose this amounts to a rejection." It was not entirely unexpected. Oh well, at least he had spoken his truth, leaving no regrets in his heart. Mo Qi braced himself for his fate, prepared to meet death with valor. Wind Rao, unable to bear the sight, wrestled with the dilemma of whether to intervene and save Mo Qi. Both he and Bai Yu were of great significance to Her Imperial Majesty and the Imperial Demon City. "Such a poignant confession, Lord Mo Qi," Hu Chang exclaimed, raising his blade high, his eyes glinting with coldness, just as he was about to strike. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out from the back of the crowd, halting him. "Stop!" The assembled demons turned in unison, witnessing 3 figures draped in robes slowly approaching the platform. Su Yuli gently lifted her hood, revealing her stunningly cold and beautiful visage. Is it Her Imperial Majesty?" The crowd of demons gazed in disbelief at the suddenly appearing Su Yuli, their shock giving way to exhilaration. "The Empress has returned. Indeed, the Empress has truly returned. We extend our warmest welcome to Her Majesty's return." The crowd parted in reverence, creating a pathway as they respectfully stood aside. Su Yuli, accompanied by Xia Changming and Niu Li, strode confidently towards the spear that was pointed ahead, gradually drawing nearer. "What? Has this emperor's absence rendered you incapable of recognizing me? Or do the weapons in your hands serve solely to threaten me? Su Yuli's cold gaze fixed upon the imperial demon army, her voice resonating with an icy authority, though she emitted no visible pressure. Her mere presence instilled a tremor of fear in the ranks of the imperial demon army. It was confirmed. This was indeed the empress they had known. Instantly, the soldiers of the imperial demon army sheathed their spears, standing tall with chests outstretched, arms crossed over their hearts, and kneeling on one knee in unison, they proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the empress." Chapter 131. The prestige of Su Yuli. Feng Rao, with a solemn expression, traversed through the soldiers, unsheathing the sword at his waist as he approached Su Yuli. Upon reaching her, he knelt on one knee, holding the sword aloft with both hands, and proclaimed loudly, "General Feng Rao of the demon army pays his respects to your majesty." This was a customary gesture of allegiance within the demon clan, offering one's weapon as a vow of loyalty, pledging to serve as a blade in the hands of the empress. "Will General Feng still pledge his service to me?" Su Yuli inquired with a frosty gaze. Lowering his head, Feng Rao earnestly swore, "I, Feng Rao, am willing to brave fire and water for your majesty, ready to face death without hesitation." "Excellent. General Feng, I pose a question to you. What punishment should be meted out to those who rebel against the crown? Slaughter their kin?" Su Yuli coldly directed her gaze at the traitor Hu Chang on the execution platform, her voice icily demanding. "Death without mercy," Feng Rao replied with chilling resolve. He had awaited this moment for a long time. "All troops, heed my command. The Hu demon clan has rebelled, seeking to usurp the throne. By the decree of Her Majesty, execute them." Feng Rao rose, pointing his sword directly at Hu Chang. Upon seeing Su Yuli, Hu Chang's previous bravado dissipated, his body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, refusing to surrender, he brandished half of the imperial command token, trembling as he pointed it at Su Yuli and Feng Rao, exclaiming, "Feng Rao, are you turning against me? I command you to take down this impostor empress and Feng Rao at once." No sooner had he spoken than a scream pierced the air. A Hu demon soldier was pierced through the chest by a spear. Before the other Hu soldiers could react or draw their weapons, several spears had already skewered their bodies. The demon army ruthlessly dispatched each Hu soldier without mercy. In an instant, the square was filled with cries of agony and pleas for mercy, blood splattering everywhere. Almost all the citizens of the demon city joined in, slaying the once arrogant Hu soldiers. They had suffered under the oppression of the Hu clan for far too long. How could they let this opportunity slip away? Hu Chang, in a panic, hastily pressed his long knife against Mo Chi's neck, shouting in desperation, "Do not move, or I shall kill him. Your Majesty, do not concern yourself with me." Mo Chi, filled with righteous indignation, shouted, "Your Majesty, do not worry about me," as if distancing himself from his own life. Su Yuli slowly drew her enchanted blade, her cold gaze fixed on Hu Chang, and calmly stated, "I am aware. Mo Chi, your Majesty." Just as Hu Chang was about to utter another threat, a silver flash severed his neck. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yuli had already positioned herself behind him, wielding the enchanted blade. With wide eyes, Hu Chang's head rolled away, his headless body collapsing slowly. Su Yuli once again wielded her sword to cut the binding ropes constraining Mo Chi and Bai Yu, liberating them. Mo Chi, overwhelmed with gratitude, wept profusely and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Bai Yu then approached Su Yuli, slightly bowing in respect and softly calling out, "Your Majesty." Given the bond between her and Su Yuli, there was no need for her to bow so deeply. When Su Yuli was absent, she served as the second in command of the demon clan. Upon seeing that the injuries on the two individuals were not severe, Su Yuli felt a sense of relief in her heart. At this moment, the fierce fighting in the square began to subside. Neo Dali approached Su Yuli, holding a tiger demon soldier in one hand, and declared, "Your Majesty, I have cleared the area." Su Yuli nodded gently, her gaze shifting to the imperial demon army and the citizens of the imperial demon city standing before her. She proclaimed, "Now that I have returned, I shall not allow my people to suffer." She then asked, "Will you accompany me to the imperial palace?" "We are willing to serve your Majesty," resounded the voices of tens of thousands of demons in the square. Each face was alight with fervor and joy. "And you? My personal bodyguard?" Su Yuli smiled as she surveyed the crowd, her gaze landing on Xia Changming beside her. Xia Changming smiled slightly, placing a hand on his chest, and replied, "I am willing to serve your majesty." "Humph," Su Yueli chuckled softly, her expression bright and her mood evidently joyous as she gracefully made her way toward the imperial palace. Along the way, numerous tiger demon soldiers rushed to the scene, only to be mercilessly slain by the imperial demon army led by Niu Dali and Feng Rao. The citizens of the imperial demon city erupted in cheers upon seeing Su Yueli, eagerly joining the procession to escort their empress to the palace. In no time, the news of the empress's return spread throughout the imperial demon city. Every street and alley buzzed with excitement. The demon clan had long suffered under the tyranny of the tiger demons, and now they surged forth to eliminate the tiger soldiers lurking within the city. With the empress present, they no longer trembled in fear. The strength of the demon clan lay in their innate combat prowess and abilities, young and old. Every individual was a warrior. An elderly man, frail and limping, could swiftly reveal a scorpion tail from behind to pierce a tiger soldier's chest. A seemingly innocent little girl could, in the next moment, open her gaping maw to snap a tiger soldier's neck. By the time Su Yueli reached the gates of the imperial palace, she was followed by hundreds of thousands of imperial soldiers and millions of citizens from the imperial demon city. Even Xia Changming had never witnessed such a magnificent spectacle. It was evident how elevated Su Yueli's status was among the demon clan and the adoration she received. This was a privilege that no demon king of past generations had ever experienced. At her command, a million-strong army could flatten the imperial palace. Tens of thousands of palace guards, armed with swords and shields, stood ready at the palace gates. Meanwhile, the army of the tiger demons had retreated within the palace, sending forth only a general to command the guards with their military insignia. Mo Qi, standing to Su Yueli's left, stepped forward and bellowed, boldly, "Before you stands Her Majesty. As the Empress's personal guards, are you truly to assist the traitors in rebellion?" Tens of thousands of royal guards exchanged glances, their expressions fraught with indecision, their weapons inadvertently loosening in their grasp. A burly man, towering at 7 feet, emerged slowly from the ranks of the guards. Upon seeing Su Yueli, he first offered a respectful salute. "I have the honor of meeting Her Majesty the Empress." Before Su Yueli could respond, Mo Qi interjected, accusingly stating, "Xiong Tai, as the commander of the royal guards and the Empress's personal protector, how dare you obstruct Her Majesty? Have you conspired with Wang Ju and betrayed Her Majesty?" Xiong Tai furrowed his thick brows and replied calmly, "Right, Protector, I am merely following orders. Since the time of the first Demon Emperor, it has been decreed that the royal guards act solely in accordance with the military tokens." You, Mo Qi, rendered speechless by anger, pointed at Xiong Tai but could find no words. For what Xiong Tai asserted was indeed the truth. Since ancient times, the previous Demon Emperor established the royal guards, ostensibly as the personal protectors of the Demon Emperor, yet in reality, they were to act under the commands of the royal military tokens. In principle, the military token was an object that the Demon Emperor could never part with. However, due to her trust, Su Yueli had entrusted the token to Bai Yu. Yet, after Bai Yu fell victim to the treachery of the Mad Dog, the token had yet to be utilized before it was stolen. Chapter 132. Paving the Way for the Empress. Empress, if you wish to enter the imperial palace, you must first eliminate your own imperial guards. Do you have the heart to do so? Tauntingly declared Hu Ju, clutching the emblem of the imperial guards. Although Su Yueli bore the fearsome title of bloodthirsty empress among the demon clan, it was only directed towards her enemies. She was compassionate towards her own people. Thus, Hu Ju was certain that Su Yueli would not raise her hand against the imperial guards. Unable to contain his frustration, Mo Qi stepped forward and respectfully requested, "Empress, allow me to lead the imperial demon army to crush the imperial guards." "Withdraw," Su Yueli replied indifferently. "Empress." Mo Qi attempted to protest, but upon meeting Su Yueli's icy gaze, he obediently retreated behind her. Su Yueli slowly advanced, standing alone between the two armies. With a calm demeanor, she addressed Xiong Tai. "Xiong Tai, I ask you this. When you offered your weapon to me, did you pledge your loyalty to me, or to the so-called emblem of the imperial guards?" Her words rendered Xiong Tai speechless, furrowing his brow in contemplation. "I demand an answer. You all are my personal guards, sworn to lay down your lives for me. You are my most trusted subordinates. Do you still pledge your undying loyalty to me?" Su Yueli's voice resonated like thunder, instilling awe among the imperial guards. They stood, momentarily entranced, gazing at their weapons, their expressions shifting. Hu Ju, however, was far from calm. He bellowed, "What are you all doing? Do you not see the emblem of the imperial guards in my hand? Xiong Tai, I command you to swiftly lead the imperial guards to quell the rebellion in the imperial demon city." Hu Ju shouted angrily at Xiong Tai, brandishing the emblem. Xiong Tai flashed a grin, revealing his sharp, white teeth, and coldly replied, "As you command." Hu Ju's face brightened with satisfaction. Yet, in the next moment, without warning, Xiong Tai transformed his right arm into that of a bear, his powerful and sharp hand effortlessly crushing Hu Ju's skull. Hu Ju barely had time to react. "According to your words, this is how one quells a rebellion," Xiong Tai coldly stated, gazing at the shattered remains in his grasp before casually discarding the body aside. This sudden turn of events startled many. Holding the emblem of the Imperial Guards, Xiong Tai slowly approached Su Yueli, kneeling on one knee, presenting the emblem while proclaiming, "Commander of the Imperial Guards, Xiong Tai, welcomes the Empress back." Su Yueli's heartfelt words deeply moved Xiong Tai. As a Titan Bear, he had served as the commander of the Imperial Guards for generations. Never before had an empress spoken to them with such sincerity. More importantly, during Su Yueli's reign as the Demon Empress, she had treated them with utmost kindness. In Xiong Tai's heart, he believed that only an empress like Su Yueli was worthy of his loyalty. Su Yueli's delicate face revealed a subtle smile as she casually picked up the Imperial Guard insignia from Xiong Tai's hand, glancing at it before crushing it effortlessly in her grip, scattering the remnants onto the ground. This trinket was no longer of any necessity. With a cold tone, she directed her slender finger towards the towering Imperial Demon Palace. "General Xiong, clear the way for this empress." "Yes," Xiong Tai replied, his expression fervent and bloodthirsty, excitement radiating from him as he turned to the tens of thousands of Imperial Guards behind him, bellowing, "Clear the way for the empress! Clear the way for the empress!" In unison, the multitude of Imperial Guards shouted back, their expressions brimming with enthusiasm and determination, no longer harboring even a hint of hesitation. With a swift and powerful surge, they broke through the gates leading to the Imperial Demon Palace. Inside, over 100,000 tiger demons had long been poised for battle, and in an instant, chaos erupted as they clashed with the Imperial Guards. The sound of clashing blades and the spattering of blood filled the air. However, the tide of battle overwhelmingly favored one side. The thousands of Imperial Guards, armed with swords and shields, relentlessly pursued the Tiger Demon army, hacking away at them. When faced with a rain of arrows, the guards quickly regrouped, raising their shields to defend themselves, gradually pushing deeper into the palace. One by one, they rallied with fervor, shouting, "Clear the way for the Empress! Kill!" Su Yueli observed this scene quietly and turned to Feng Rao beside her, saying softly, "General Feng, if you do not make your move soon, all the credit will belong to General Xiong." Feng Rao, suddenly enlightened, raised his long sword and shouted to the Imperial Demon Army behind him, "Imperial Demon Army, heed my command. Charge into the palace and eliminate the traitors. Let the Empress witness that we are no inferior to the Imperial Guards." With an unwavering spirit, tens of thousands of Imperial demons surged into the Imperial Demon Palace. "Leave a few heads for me. I, Neo Dali, am here. Leave the heads." In the midst of the chaos, Neo Dali eagerly leaped into the fray, targeting formidable generals for his kills. Despite the cacophony of battle within the palace, the clash of swords, and the rivers of blood, Su Yueli walked forward as if traversing an uninhabited realm, making her way towards the upper levels of the palace. Xia Changming closely accompanied her, while Mo Qi and Baiyu flanked her like vigilant guardians. Should any misguided souls attempt to approach and assassinate her, they would be swiftly dispatched by Mo Qi and Baiyu. Mo Qi, the ancient celestial dog, unfurled his ebony wings, wielding his ink blade with swiftness akin to the wind. Baiyu, a member of the ancient feathered race, lived up to his name, his wings as pure as snow, exuding an angelic sanctity as they spread wide. With a gentle tremor, his wings produced melodious sounds. Several feathers shot forth like silver streaks, piercing the foreheads of approaching traitors, who fell lifelessly to the ground. With Mo Qi and Baiyu guarding her, none could draw near to Su Yueli. "How fare my Imperial Guards and subordinates?" Su Yueli inquired of Xia Changming at her side, her expression radiating pride. Xia Changming did not hold back his praise, sincerely exclaiming, They are exceptionally loyal and immensely powerful. Indeed, the Imperial Guard of the Demon Clan far surpassed that of the Heavenly Zhou, each warrior exuding the aura of being able to take on 100 foes single-handedly. The Tiger Demon Clan had virtually no capacity to retaliate. Only a few generals with slightly higher cultivation levels might meet their demise amidst the fray, falling victim to the ruthless blades of Niu Dali, Xiong Tai, and Feng Rao, who sought to claim glory for themselves. Upon hearing Xia Changming's commendation, Su Yueli's expression swelled with pride as she lifted her delicate nose and proclaimed, "The Imperial Guard is my personal retinue. They are ever ready to lay down their lives for me." Xia Changming, understanding her sentiment, leaned closer to Su Yueli and playfully whispered in her ear, "I too would willingly offer my life for you, should the day ever arise." Su Yueli's heart fluttered at his words, leaving her momentarily flustered. After casting a glance at Xia Changming, she huffed, playfully retorting, "Umph, I have no need for you to sacrifice yourself." Uncertain of why she had spoken thus, she reflected that her former self would have unhesitatingly wished for Xia Changming's demise. Meanwhile, the two figures trailing behind, Emochi and Bai Yu, regarded Xia Changming's back with expressions of curiosity and intrigue. From the very beginning, they had been keenly interested in this individual. Who exactly is he? Why does he always linger so closely beside the Empress? Chapter 133. This emperor has tamed him with her jade-like feet. Su Yueli gracefully approached the imperial palace. As she neared her destination, a man with a striking mix of black and white hair and piercing eyes emerged from the palace, blocking her path. Gazing at this simultaneously familiar, yet unfamiliar figure, Su Yueli furrowed her delicate brows. This man was none other than Wang Ju, the current demon king of the Tiger Demon Clan. However, his appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation, rendering him even more youthful than she remembered. The ferocious and savage aura he exuded was palpable. Wang Ju cast a sinister glance at Su Yueli and coldly declared, "Your Majesty, the Empress, you have finally returned. Do you have any idea how delighted I was to learn that you were still alive and had appeared among the demon race? I have remained here solely to await your arrival, to personally avenge my son, Wang Hu." On that fateful day, when Wang Hu had come to the imperial palace to coerce the Empress into an alliance, he was slain by a human swordsman within the palace. Subsequently, the Empress was compelled to marry that very swordsman. This tale had spread widely within the demon race. Yet, Wang Ju refused to accept it. His son had merely chanced upon the palace and fortuitously encountered the human swordsman who, by sheer coincidence, had killed him with a single strike. Such coincidences were implausible. Su Yueli had long harbored discontent toward the Tiger Demon Clan and had sought to suppress and subdue them. In Wang Ju's eyes, Su Yueli must have forged some clandestine pact with that human swordsman, seizing the opportunity to eliminate his only offspring. He perpetually awaited a chance to overthrow Su Yueli and ascend as the Demon Emperor to exact revenge for his son, Wang Hu. Finally, on a certain night, he received assistance from a benefactor, merging with the ancient ferocious beast spirit, Qiongqi, enabling him to advance to the status of celestial sovereign and regain his youth. Today, he would personally exact his revenge by slaying the demon race's empress, Su Yueli. Su Yueli coldly regarded Wang Ju and stated, "Your son, Wang Hu, was not slain by my hand. Your subordinates have all been vanquished. If you surrender immediately, I shall grant you a complete corpse, allowing you to be buried in the Demon King's tomb according to clan customs. Otherwise, you shall vanish from this world." As she uttered the final words, Su Yueli narrowed her eyes, her murderous intent palpable. Wang Ju scoffed derisively, slowly drawing the long blade from his waist. The blade measured over 3 feet, its serrated edge and demonic patterns emanating a fierce aura. Clearly, it was also a celestial artifact. Having advanced to the celestial sovereign level and wielding the artifact, Wang Ju believed he would not be outmatched by Su Yueli. "Once I have dealt with you, my empress, and inherited the throne to unite the demon race, I shall confront the human swordsman who killed my son," Wang Ju proclaimed, gripping the celestial artifact with pride as he gazed at Su Yueli. No matter that Su Yueli commanded an army of 1,000,000, before a celestial sovereign, they were mere ants. Once Su Yueli fell, they would have no choice but to bow before him and recognize him as the Demon Emperor. As Su Yueli raised her brow, preparing to draw her demonic blade, she was halted by Xia Changming's hand. Such a minor character need not trouble the Empress herself. "Allow me to take charge," Summer Changming remarked with a subtle smile beneath his robe. Su Yueli returned the gesture with a faint, enchanting smile, slowly releasing her demonic blade, and somewhat reluctantly said, "Very well, if you wish to alleviate my burdens, I shall reluctantly grant you this opportunity." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Summer Changming replied, advancing steadily. Emochi, observing this, expressed his concern beside Su Yueli, saying, "Your Majesty, Wang Ju has already ascended to the rank of Heavenly Sovereign. His strength is formidable. It may not be wise to let him confront the foe alone. We should join forces." In Emochi's eyes, Summer Changming appeared to be a reckless individual seeking to impress the Empress. Su Yueli, with a serene smile, replied, "No need for concern. You may simply observe." Seeing Su Yueli's confident demeanor, Emochi felt a wave of astonishment. The Empress harbored such confidence in this man's abilities. Niu Dali approached, clapping Emochi on the back with a hearty laugh. "Right, Guardian, you underestimate my brother Xia. He is a man I hold in high regard." Emochi nearly gasped from Niu Dali's exuberance, but the words only deepened his curiosity about the figure before him. The silhouette seemed vaguely familiar. Both Wang Ju and Emochi shared a similar intrigue regarding the robed figure's identity. When had such a person appeared beside the Empress? He was shrouded in an aura of power so elusive that they could not discern his true strength. An almost imperceptible sword intent lingered in the air, without a doubt. This individual was at least a heavenly sovereign. "Pray tell, who are you? You seem not to be of my demon clan, yet you meddle in our affairs." Wang Ju inquired cautiously. Though he was confident in his ability to confront Su Yueli, he did not possess the same assurance against two heavenly sovereigns simultaneously. Summer Changming's lips curled into a smile as he removed his hood, revealing his true visage. Instantly, the atmosphere thickened, and millions of eyes fixated on him. It was unmistakable. Even in ashes, he would be recognized. The man who had stormed the Demon Emperor's palace and attempted to wed their empress, the human Sword Immortal. Emochi instinctively drew his twin blades, while Baiyu unfurled his wings, positioning themselves protectively before Su Yueli, their gazes filled with hostility towards Summer Changming. As the Imperial Guard, Xiong Tai was acutely aware of Summer Changming's prowess, standing resolutely beside Su Yueli. Feng Rao, the commander of the demon army, also advanced to shield her. Only Niu Dali remained bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. What had transpired? Su Yueli had long anticipated that Summer Changming's identity would cause a considerable uproar, which is why she had insisted he don the robe to conceal his appearance. In the city of demonic beasts, there was scarcely anyone unfamiliar with him. "There is no need for concern, everyone. I have successfully tamed him. He is now my personal guardian." Su Yueli addressed the anxious crowd surrounding her. Upon hearing this, the assembly was initially taken aback, but their expressions soon transformed into smiles of admiration. Truly, the Empress is formidable. She has effortlessly subdued the Sword Immortal of the human race. I always knew our Empress would not be outdone by that Sword Immortal. As the crowd lavished her with praise and accolades, Su Yueli maintained her composure, feigning tranquility. In truth, she was deeply apprehensive that Xia Changming might suddenly turn and exhibit some affectionate gesture towards her. Such an act would irrevocably tarnish her image as the Empress in the eyes of the myriad beasts. While the multitude extolled the Empress's might, only her devoted maid, Baiyu, regarded Su Yueli with a contemplative gaze, listening to the cheers of the countless demons behind him. Xia Changming could not help but smile wryly, yet he chose not to expose Su Yueli's deception. If she were to blush in front of 100,000 demons, she would surely seek refuge in a crevice. Chapter 134, with the Emperor present. The demon clan thrives. Is it you who has slain my son? Unlike others, upon realizing that Xia Changming was the true culprit behind Wang, whose death, Wang Ju could no longer suppress the murderous intent surging within him. A fierce aura of violence enveloped him, his visage twisted in a terrifying snarl, revealing his beastly form, with fangs bared and eyes glaring like bronze bells. "Yes, and what of it?" Xia Changming replied indifferently. No sooner had the words left his lips than Wang Ju, gripping his jagged fang, erupted into motion, instantly appearing before Xia Changming. The serrated blade glimmered with a chilling light as it swept toward him with lethal intent. Xia Changming remained unmoved, calmly uttering a single word: "Get lost." Whoosh! An invisible force struck Wang Ju, propelling him like a cannonball into the imperial palace hall. Before the dust could settle, Wang Ju leaped forth once more. His body hunched low, expanding in size, sharp bristles sprouting forth, and elongated fangs protruding menacingly. He resembled a fearsome tiger. Having merged with the ancient beast soul of Qiangqi, he not only inherited a portion of its power, but also began to undergo a transformation in both spirit and appearance, acquiring a hint of Qiangqi's terrifying ferocity. "You have killed my son. Prepare to pay with your life." Wang Ju's malevolence and spiritual energy erupted, casting a terrifying pressure that rendered a million demons drenched in cold sweat, their bodies weak and nearly collapsing to the ground. Even the likes of Niodali and others had to bend at the waist, gritting their teeth to endure. Only Su Yueli and Xia Changming, both at the celestial sovereign level, stood firm, unaffected by the oppressive aura. Xia Changming pointed a finger at Wang Ju, softly incanting, "Press." Boom. An invisible weight suddenly descended, shattering the imperial palace into ruins. The ground beneath Wang Ju's feet instantly caved in, as if he bore the weight of a mountain upon his back. Wang Ju clenched his fangs, resolutely withstanding the intangible pressure to straighten his posture, wielding his jagged fang to slash through the air. Remarkably, he managed to tear apart the invisible gravitational force. The ancient beast Qiangqi's soul indeed possessed extraordinary might. Xia Changming was taken aback. In the demon realm, spiritual energy was sparse, making it difficult to unleash the true power of a divine technique. In a secret domain, the gravitational pressure just now would have been magnified several-fold, rendering Wang Ju incapable of maintaining his stance, let alone wielding his jagged fang to shred through that invisible weight. However, this did not pose any significant obstacle. It would not alter Wang Ju's ultimate fate. "I initially intended to engage in celestial arts with you, but since you refuse, let us duel with swords instead." Xia Changming slowly drew the imperial celestial sword, its blade quivering with a resonant hum, an overwhelming sword intent soaring into the heavens. With myriad swords coalescing behind him in the void, everyone within the palace felt a shiver run down their spines, as if the sword's brilliance pierced their very hearts. Wang Ju was taken aback, his countenance paling. The fierce sword aura and boundless pressure made even him, a celestial sovereign, feel a sense of trepidation. 10,000 swords, swift. With a gentle flick of his finger, Xia Changming sent the myriad swords racing toward Wang Ju like shooting stars. Wang Ju's face contorted in rage as he desperately swung his jagged fang to fend off the onslaught of rapidly approaching blades. Alas, the multitude of swords was boundless, surging forth like an unending flood, swiftly piercing Wang Ju with several blades. Fully aware of the futility in confronting them head-on, he leapt into the air, propelling himself forward. The myriad sword blades, wielded with finesse by Xia Changming, danced gracefully, akin to serpents, relentlessly pursuing Wang Ju from behind. After numerous evasions, Wang Ju altered his trajectory, charging towards Xia Changming. To thwart the relentless pursuit of the myriad swords, he realized that he must first eliminate the spellcaster. Xia Changming, with a disdainful smile, remained rooted in place, hands clasped behind him, quietly observing the oncoming Wang Ju. Just as Wang Ju was about to strike with his weapon, a towering pillar erupted from the ground below, crashing into his abdomen. Preoccupied with evading the pursuing swords, Wang Ju found himself unable to respond, his body ascending alongside the column. As he swung his blade to sever the stone pillar, he discovered himself ensnared in a vortex of countless swords. Above this whirlpool stood Xia Changming, poised elegantly in midair, his presence ethereal like that of an immortal. With an incantation of the unparalleled sword technique, Heaven's Descent, Xia Changming descended from the heavens, transforming into a meteor-like streak of light. The aura of the imperial immortal sword coalesced into a colossal blade, enveloping him entirely, its sword energy cleaving through clouds and sky, plummeting downwards. To the onlookers, it appeared as though a massive sword of several spans had cleaved through the clouds, descending towards the imperial demon palace. Wang Ju braced himself with his weapon, vowing to withstand this cataclysmic strike. "Break from me." The colossal sword's edge met his weapon, unleashing a torrent of sword intent akin to a flood breaching a dam. The overwhelming pressure forced Wang Ju's knees to bend, rendering him breathless. With a resounding crack, Wang Ju's weapon shattered in his trembling grasp, and before his astonished gaze, it was completely obliterated, as the imperial immortal sword cleaved down his shoulder, nearly bisecting him. The blade plunged deep into the imperial demon palace, as if mirroring the day he ascended to its heights, cleaving it in twain. In an instant, Wang Ju was drenched in blood, the crimson spray bursting forth like blossoms in bloom, as he fell to his knees, his body unable to withstand the assault, relying solely on one hand to support himself. How? How is this possible? His eyes widened in disbelief. As a figure at the early stage of the celestial sovereign realm, he found himself utterly powerless against this mere human. Observing Xia Changming's effortless demeanor, he suspected that he had yet to unleash his full strength. Indeed, as Wang Ju surmised, Xia Changming had not exerted his utmost power. He refrained from directly ending Wang Ju's life because he had inquiries to make. Speak, from whence does your Qiongqi demon soul originate? Xia Changming, sword in hand, pointed coldly at Wang Ju. Wang Ju scoffed haughtily, retorting, "Humph. Even if you kill me, I shall not divulge anything. Even if you remain silent, I can deduce the truth. If my conjecture holds, your Qiongqi demon soul and this shattered weapon were bestowed upon you by the demon clan, correct?" A flicker of surprise crossed Wang Ju's eyes. Upon witnessing his reaction, Xia Changming knew he had hit the mark. Not only the Tianzhou Dynasty, but even within the demon realm, the demon clan had begun to meddle. Indeed, one cannot rest until the world is thrown into chaos. At this moment, Su Yueli slowly approached Wang Ju, her voice icy as she inquired, "Do you not perceive the machinations of the demon clan, seeking to incite discord within our demon race, to weaken our power and plunge us into irreversible ruin?" "Humph. The demon race has long been a land of turmoil. We were both born from this chaos. You should understand better than anyone that only through bloodshed and conflict can our kind grow stronger," Wang Ju retorted sharply, showing no remorse for leading the Tiger Demon clan in rebellion. Since time immemorial, the demon race has adhered to the principle that the victor claims the throne. And such upheavals are countless. He instead blamed Su Yueli for uniting the demon race, which had rendered them weaker than in ages past. He merely sought to restore the demon race to its former glory. Su Yueli narrowed her eyes, and upon reopening them, they shone with an unprecedented resolve and conviction. She declared with unwavering clarity, "As long as I am here, the demon race shall never again succumb to chaos. With my presence, the demon race shall flourish." With that, Su Yueli drew the demon blade from her tail, executing a swift horizontal slash, severing Wang Ju's head from his shoulders in a public execution. Turning to gaze upon the million demons behind her, she commanded in a melodic yet authoritative tone, "Convey my decree. Summon the demon kings from all corners to the imperial demon palace for an audience. Those who defy this order shall be deemed traitors and executed." Chapter 135. The Empress's man is my man. The Tiger Demon clan has been subdued, and the edict summoning all demons has been issued. The turmoil within the demon realm has ceased, and the imperial demon city once again enjoys a fleeting tranquility. In recent days, various demon kings have gathered from all directions, preparing for tomorrow's grand assembly of demons to pay homage to the returning empress of the demon clan, Su Yueli. The grand assembly holds immense significance for the demon race, being an event summoned exclusively by the empress to convene all demons for discussions that often pertain to the future of their kin. The last grand assembly took place a millennium ago, coinciding with the onset of the war between the celestial, demon, and beast races. To disregard the empress's call would be regarded as treachery, inciting a collective pursuit for punishment. Thus, despite many demon kings harboring reluctance or fear, they nonetheless arrived at the imperial demon city as promised. Currently, the city is brimming with thousands of demon kings. Some come with joy, eager to welcome the empress, while others arrive with trepidation, their hearts laden with anxiety. Were it not for the news of the empress's intention to grant a general amnesty, many would have hesitated to make the journey. In the days leading up to the grand assembly, Su Yueli has been preoccupied with preparations, seemingly engrossed in some elaborate scheme, leaving her little time to spare. In light of this, she has unceremoniously sent Xia Changming from her study, claiming that his mere presence unsettles her thoughts, rendering her unable to concentrate. Despite his passive demeanor, merely observing her in silence, Xia Changming found himself wandering aimlessly through the imperial demon city. Accompanying him is only Nyodali. Ever since his identity was revealed in the city, following his dramatic breach of the imperial palace, The demon populace regards him with the same fear as one would a specter, avoiding him at all costs. As Xia Changming strolled down the bustling streets, the sight of him sent shockwaves through the crowd. Demons, faces marked with terror, hurriedly packed up their stalls and retreated, slamming shut their doors and windows. Some even abandoned their goods, frantically seeking refuge by burrowing into the ground. The absurdity of it all. Whispers echoed from the shadows, rife with speculation. Look, there he is, the man who stormed the imperial palace and forced the empress into a marriage. He looks terrifying. He has no ears or horns. Rumors circulated that he had an insatiable appetite for the flesh and blood of demonkind. How frightful. Yet another voice reassured. Fear not, the empress has tamed him. A demon mother clutched her child tightly, instructing, You must behave, do you understand? Otherwise, I shall cast you out for him to feast upon. The little girl, frightened, nodded obediently. As Xia Changming traversed the thoroughfare, he could discern every whispered remark, eliciting an exasperated smile. It seems he has now become a specter to frighten children. Before long, tales of his exploits would likely be published as folklore. In this entire imperial demon city, the only being unperturbed by his presence, aside from Su Yueli, may indeed be Niodali. Hearing the disparaging comments directed at Xia Changming, Niodali's patience wore thin, and he bellowed, What nonsense are you all spouting? My brother Xia is indeed the favored man of the empress. The empress's man is my man. Moreover, you can believe it or not, but Grandpa Nio will cleave you with an axe. Xia Changming. Upon discovering that Xia Changming's true identity is not just Su Yueli's personal guard, but rather her husband, Niodali was not the least bit intimidated. Instead, he became even more enthusiastic towards Xia Changming. This unexpected declaration caught Xia Changming off guard. The sudden emergence of someone proclaiming themselves as his man was rather unsettling. Brother Nio, that's enough, enough, Xia Changming exclaimed, covering his ears, nearly deafened by Niodali's boisterous voice. If he continued, his reputation in the imperial demon city would surely be tarnished. Numerous astonished gazes were already fixated upon him. Brother Xia, you are simply too accommodating. If it were me, I would have already dealt with them. In the demon clan, the fist is the ultimate truth. Niodali clenched his fist, indignantly expressing his thoughts. Xia Changming smiled faintly, unperturbed. Brother Nio, what interesting places are there in the imperial demon city? Last time I visited in haste, and this time I intended to leisurely explore the city and savor the demon culture, yet it seems I am only met with retreating stalls. Even the patrolling imperial demon army turns and hastily flees upon seeing him. It appears that only shopping remains. Aside from the streets, there is nothing else. After pondering for a moment, Niodali's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands, exclaiming, I know a great place. The people there will not care about your identity, Brother Xia, though the expenses are a bit steep. No matter, let us go. Xia Changming replied grandly, whether it's money or spirit stones. He is not particularly in need. If it runs low, he can simply report back to his wife. This is her territory, and the demon realm is rich in spirit stone crystal mines. What is there to fear about not having enough to spend? Seeing Xia Changming's agreement, Niodali's expression brightened, and he hurriedly led the way. Moments later, they stood before an exquisite and magnificent building. The signboard prominently displayed the colorful spirit stone carved characters spelling Demon Moon Tower. Numerous enchanting women, adorned in vibrant attire, stood at the entrance, playfully engaging with passers-by. There were beast girls with various animal ears and tails, as well as octopus maidens draped in tentacles, and snake women flicking their tongues. Upon the appearance of Xia Changming and Niodali, the women were momentarily taken aback. Usually, they would have already beckoned and sweetly invited them to join in the fun, but now they found themselves at a loss for words. Xia Changming, equally bewildered, hadn't he anticipated that the fun place Niodali referred to was, in fact, a den of pleasure in the demon realm. Brother Nio, is this truly the fun place you mentioned? Indeed it is. I have been here once, and it was delightful. As long as you have money, there is a service for everyone. Absolutely no discrimination. Niodali pounded his chest, assuring with unwavering conviction. It was evident that he genuinely cherished this place. Brother Nio, are you aware? If Yuli discovers my presence here, one of us may not survive. This statement was far from mere hyperbole. Xia Changming spoke gravely to Niodali. Niodali felt a sudden rush of anxiety, weakly responding, Is it truly that serious? Our demon clan is rather open-minded. Having multiple wives is quite normal. Surely, the Empress would not mind. Xia Changming slowly shook his head. It could only be said that Niu Dali still did not grasp the true nature of their Empress. Upon hearing Xia Changming's words, Niu Dali's heart began to waver. What if the Empress discovered this? Would she not skin him alive to fashion a pair of leather shoes? Perhaps we should explore elsewhere, Niu Dali suggested, changing his tune. No sooner had he spoken than he realized Xia Changming had already vanished from his side. Looking up, he saw Xia Changming had boldly stepped into the Demon Moon Tower alone. Brother Niu, hurry. Brother Xia, did you not say? Niu Dali stammered in confusion. How could you have just entered like that? Without turning back, Xia Changming replied, since we are already here, we might as well make the most of this opportunity for a tour. Niu Dali exclaimed, Chapter 136. I ordered a vegetarian dish within the enchanting confines of the Demon Moon Pavilion. Silken drapes fluttered gracefully, while vermilion railings and curtains shrouded the space in mystery. Upon entering, one was enveloped in an intoxicating aroma that penetrated the very soul. Numerous exquisite figures leaned against the balustrade, casting curious and timid glances at Xia Changming. As the sole representative of the human race in the Demon City, and the husband of the esteemed Empress, Xia Changming was a name known to all. His presence in the Demon Moon Pavilion was indeed unexpected. Brother Xia, is this truly appropriate? What if the Empress finds out? Niu Dali fretted, trailing close behind Xia Changming, genuinely apprehensive about Su Yueli discovering their whereabouts. However, Xia Changming offered reassurance. Fear not, Brother Niu. I am merely here to observe. My intentions are pure. Besides, if you do not speak of it, and I remain silent, they too shall not indiscriminately spread the word. With that, he waved to several enchanting demon maidens on the upper level. The ladies were momentarily taken aback, but the bolder among them responded with a shy smile and a wave. Seeing Xia Changming's demeanor, Niu Dali felt emboldened. Gazing at the lovely figures before him, their melodious laughter ringing in his ears, he could no longer suppress his fervent desires and nodded resolutely. Good, then I shall be at ease. With his heart racing, Niu Dali's eyes widened as he scanned the gathering of women. Perhaps due to Xia Changming's presence, none dared approach for some time. Eventually, a voluptuous maiden stepped forth and addressed them. Honorable sirs, it is a rare pleasure to have you here. I am Bai Hua, the steward of the Demon Moon Pavilion. May I inquire if you prefer meat or vegetarian dishes? Meat? Vegetarian? Xia Changming pondered aloud. Niu Dali leaned in to explain, chuckling with understanding. Suddenly enlightened, Xia Changming declared, then I shall have a vegetarian dish, please. Bai Hua smiled gently and turned to Niu Dali. And you, Sir Niu? With a bashful grin. Niu Dali scratched his head and inquired, Steward Bai, is Xiao Chui still here? Naturally, she is. Please, someone, escort Sir Niu to Xiao Chui's room. Bai Hua replied with a giggle, signaling an attendant to lead Niu Dali down another corridor. Niu Dali's face lit up with joy as he resembled a shy youth. Turning to Xia Changming, he said, Brother Xia, I shall be off now. Go on, go on. Xia Changming waved him off, recognizing that this fellow had clearly planned his visit to the Demon Moon Pavilion in advance. After Niu Dali's departure, Bai Hua personally guided Xia Changming, saying, Please, allow me to lead you this way. Moments later, she brought him to a spacious private room, leaving him with the words, Kindly wait here a moment. I shall fetch someone for you, before closing the door behind her as she exited. Only Xia Changming remained indoors. After leaving his side, Bai Hua swiftly approached another room, gently knocking on the door before entering. A detached voice resonated from within. Bai Hua stepped inside and respectfully bowed to the person before her, saying, Master Baiyu, the human Sword Immortal has arrived at Yayue Tower and is currently waiting inside. Upon hearing this, Baiyu's cold visage was shrouded in frost, her brows knitting slightly. Although Yayue Tower appeared to be an ordinary establishment for entertainment, Baiyu was, in fact, its true owner. The tower served as one of her many covert outposts in the Imperial Demon City, specifically designed for information gathering. Since Su Yueli had been abducted to the human realm, she had been tirelessly collecting intelligence regarding Xia Changming. However, aside from knowing he was the eldest son of the Xia family in the Tianzhou Dynasty, she had discovered little else. The 10 years of his disappearance yielded no clues, yet his astonishing strength was widely acknowledged, compelling her to scrutinize him closely. Now learning that Xia Changming had ventured to Yayue Tower, Baiyu felt a surge of indignation. After all, he was ostensibly the consort of the Empress and dared to come here. She resolved to test him on behalf of the Empress. Bai Yu spoke to Bai Hua in a measured tone. Send Qinglian to probe him. Additionally, notify the Empress. Yes. Bai Hua responded and took her leave. In the elegant chamber, Xia Changming was idly surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, with a creak, a woman of enchanting beauty, her waist sinuous like a serpent, gracefully entered the room. My lord, I am Lu Qinglian, here to serve you. Oh, let the performance begin, Xia Changming remarked, feeling bored and gesturing for Lu Qinglian to start. Lu Qinglian smiled gently and began to loosen her garments. Wait, what are you doing? Xia Changming interjected hastily. The dance I perform requires removal of clothing, Lu Qinglian explained. Very well. Xia Changming relented, realizing he had little choice in the matter. After discarding her already minimal attire, Lu Qinglian revealed expanse of skin, her slender waist swaying enticingly as she circled around Xia Changming. Occasionally, she would deliberately bend, showcasing a glimpse of her bosom. Xia Changming watched intently, his gaze appreciative. Slightly smaller than my wife, he mused. As Lu Qinglian danced vigorously, she covertly observed Xia Changming. Noticing his lack of reaction, she decided to escalate her allure. When her form twirled before him, she feigned a stumble, propelling herself towards him. Xia Changming, ever the gentleman, sidestepped. Lu Qinglian, caught off guard, fell face first onto the ground, leaving a vivid red lip print upon the floor, a sharp pain coursing through her face. No matter how she pondered, Xia Changming should at least have extended a hand to embrace her. To her astonishment, he outright evaded her. Was he even a man? Is the young lady all right? Xia Changming inquired, though he had no intention of offering assistance. Lu Qinglian, incensed, rose to her feet. With a flick of her gaze, she feigned delicacy and leaned once more towards Xia Changming, her hand purposefully lowering the thin fabric of her attire, revealing a silhouette that would set one's pulse racing. Hiss. I distinctly ordered a vegetarian dish, didn't I? Xia Changming could not overlook the seductive intent behind Lu Qinglian's every move. Yet he had indeed chosen a vegetarian meal. If the vegetarian fare was so tantalizing, what would the meat dishes be like? Xia Changming swiftly dodged Lu Qinglian's affectionate advances once again. Lu Qinglian furrowed her brow, irritation boiling within her as she silently challenged Xia Changming. Once more, she lunged at him, abandoning any pretense. I refused to be thwarted. After several evasions, Xia Changming finally could not bear it any longer and seized Lu Qinglian's arms, asking, Miss Qinglian, do you intend to forcefully pursue this? Does the gentleman not enjoy it? Lu Qinglian cooed alluringly. I do. I relish the notion of taking charge. Xia Changming replied with a sly smile, his eyes narrowing. Then, dear sir, you may indulge in whatever you desire with me, Lu Qinglian replied sweetly. Those are your words. Do not blame me afterward, Xia Changming chuckled. In the next moment, Lu Qinglian, along with her garments, found herself hoisted into the air and unceremoniously tossed out of the room by Xia Changming. Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving Lu Qinglian sitting on the ground, her expression one of bewilderment. Chapter 137. A desire for meat after casting Lu Qinglian out. Xia Changming closed the door, harboring little fondness for the Demon Moon Pavilion. His visit was merely to discern the differences between the Demon Moon Pavilion and the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. He had explicitly requested vegetarian dishes, yet the steward had served him meat dishes instead. It was a blatant attempt to misrepresent the menu. Such deceitful practices are far below the hospitality standards of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion in Tianzhou. With a sudden rustle, the door swung open again. Bai Hua entered with an expression of contrition, saying, My lord, please do not be angered. I have been informed of the situation. It was the young lady Qinglian who mistakenly entered the wrong room. I offer my sincerest apologies on her behalf. This lady here is indeed meant for you. Bai Hua stepped aside respectfully. A graceful figure, draped in a veil, slowly glided into the room. Her resplendent silver hair cascaded down to her waist like a shimmering galaxy. I shall leave you to converse at your leisure, Bai Hua said with a polite smile, bowing as she exited and gently closed the door behind her. Xia Changming regarded the woman with curiosity, astonished by her beauty. Among the demon kin, he had not expected to encounter someone with hair as radiant as his own wife's. Furthermore, the woman before him, with her elegant stature and the veiled visage that bore a striking resemblance to his wife, was captivating. Yet, her eyes were a vibrant crimson, unlike Su Yueli's delicate lavender hue. Perhaps it was his imagination, but the woman seemed to deliberately evade his gaze. Could she be shy? It was indeed a rarity to find a bashful woman in such an establishment. Xia Changming couldn't help but chuckle and asked, "What is your name, fair maiden?" Standing tall, she responded coldly, "I am called Liyue." Liyue, Xia Changming murmured, captivated by her presence. The grace and poise she exhibited far surpassed those of the women at the Demon Moon Pavilion, and she radiated an air of aloofness and pride. "One does not perceive you as a regular at the Demon Moon Pavilion. Are you new here?" he inquired with genuine interest. "Yes," Liyue replied softly, remaining still like a statue, confirming her newness. Not wishing to make her anxious, Xia Changming asked, "What skills do you possess, Miss Liyue?" After a moment of contemplation, Liyue spoke, "I possess a modicum of skill in guqin, chess, calligraphy, painting, singing, and dancing." "How delightful! Might I trouble you to play a piece for me? Choose any song you prefer, perhaps one you are most proficient in," he suggested, gesturing towards the guqin on the table. After a brief hesitation, Liyue took the guqin into her lap, settling in a cross-legged position, and gently plucked the strings. A melodious and lively tune flowed from her delicate fingers, filling Xia Changming's heart with a deep sense of tranquility. Upon hearing the music, he recognized it as the very piece his mother, Chu Qingwan, cherished most. To his astonishment, he had found such a nostalgic melody amidst the demon kin. Although the melody produced by the zither is enchanting, the piece itself is rather simplistic. If it were to be considered as one's signature performance, it would indeed require much more diligent practice. Were it anyone else, they might be displeased at having spent a considerable sum only to hear such a rudimentary tune. Yet, for Xia Changming, it mattered little. After all, he was a newcomer and ought to exhibit a measure of tolerance. If his wife could perform a piece of this nature, it would bring him immense joy. As the music concluded, Xia Changming presented a handful of high-quality spirit stones to Liyue, expressing, "Miss Liyue, thank you for your efforts. You may take your leave." Liyue gazed at the spirit stones in his hand, seemingly lost in thought, when she suddenly proposed, "Young master, may Liyue dance for you?" Was it the generous tip that prompted her to wish for an encore, or did she find herself in dire need of spirit stones? Xia Changming was puzzled. Since she was willing to perform voluntarily, it must be a reflection of her confidence, so he decided to indulge her. Very well, he acquiesced. Liyue gracefully rose, her delicate bare feet barely touching the ground, her exquisite form swaying to the music echoing from outside. Her ethereal dress fluttered, silken fabric billowing around her, her movements reminiscent of a celestial being. So beautiful, she appeared to float between realms. Xia Changming found himself entranced. Her dance was, without a doubt, a flawless spectacle, eclipsing even her zither performance. It was no wonder her musical skills were somewhat lacking. Her true talent lay in dance. Inwardly, he applauded her, nearly unable to contain his delight. Beneath the sheer veil, a subtle smile graced Liyue's lips as her captivating gaze locked onto Xia Changming. Her bare, ivory feet glided closer, purposefully brushing against him. "Dance beautifully, but why must you tempt?" he thought, furrowing his brow in displeasure. Such breathtaking grace should not be marred by unnecessary gestures. Just as he was about to admonish her, his attention was drawn to the sky-blue spirit pendant swaying at her chest. This was the Tianling pendant from the Xia family. Upon glancing at her hair, he recognized the ornate hairpin atop her head as the celestial fox hairpin he had gifted to Su Yueli. Realization dawned upon him. Liyue was, in fact, Su Yueli in disguise. Xia Changming was taken aback. It made sense. How could such a naive and clumsy girl possibly be found in Yaiwa Tower? His wife possessed such a flair for the dramatic. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. Su Yueli, observing his reaction, furrowed her brows in curiosity. What could this insufferable man be smiling about? Upon hearing from Baiyu that Xia Changming had arrived at Yaiwa Tower, she had hastily set aside her writing and stormed over, intending for him to explore freely, but not to frequent such establishments. Upon entering, she had fortuitously witnessed Lu Qinglian being cast out by Xia Changming, which eased her mind while simultaneously igniting her desire to investigate further, leading to Liyue's zither and dance performance. At present, Xia Changming indeed has not committed any indiscretions. Just as Su Yueli felt a sense of relief, Xia Changming's hand suddenly grasped her arm, drawing her into his embrace. "What?" Su Yueli was taken aback, her face paling, and she exclaimed, "A master. Was it not you, Lady Liyue, who first provoked me?" "And master, you misunderstand. Li Yue was merely performing a dance." Su Yueli stammered, anxiously twisting in Xia Changming's hold, yet refraining from revealing her true abilities. She lay in his arms like an ordinary delicate maiden, seemingly powerless. "Master, please release me." "Should I not? I find myself quite inclined towards indulgence at this moment." Xia Changming tightened his embrace. Savoring the warmth of her enchanting form and the familiar softness of her skin, a wicked smile gracing his features. "Indeed, this is the sensation I yearn for. There can be no mistake." A swell of anger and disappointment surged within Su Yueli. This detestable scoundrel had indeed revealed his true nature. "Release me," she declared coldly. "And what if I refuse?" Xia Changming retorted, his grip unwavering. In an instant, Su Yueli's eyes glinted with lethal intent, her spiritual energy surging forth. An overwhelming pressure enveloping the entire Yayue Tower. Many men engaged in their affairs felt a chilling shiver run down their spines, their bodies succumbing to weakness. Xia Changming quickly flipped over, pinning Su Yueli beneath him, seizing her wrists and leaning closer, whispering, "My dear, should you choose to strike, you would bring this Yayue Tower to ruin." "Who is your dear?" Su Yueli, believing Xia Changming had not recognized her and was merely addressing any woman as dear, was further incensed, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Xia Changming gently caressed the pendant on Su Yueli's chest, his fingers tracing the celestial fox hairpin adorning her head. And he chuckled softly. "Only my beloved would wear this pendant daily and adorn herself with the hairpin gifted by her husband." Chapter 138. The Emperor of Japan will swallow you whole. "Do you recognize me, Your Majesty?" Su Yueli exclaimed, her previously suppressed anger and disappointment vanishing in an instant. Xia Changming gently brushed a few strands of silver hair from Su Yueli's face, inhaling the delicate fragrance that wafted towards him, captivating his senses. "Who else but my wife could possess such exquisite silver locks?" "Humph, get away from me," Su Yueli pouted, glaring at him as she exerted herself to push Xia Changming away. Their actions, viewed through the gauzy window, appeared rather indecorous. Xia Changming thought to himself, "She is still far too easily embarrassed." Once Su Yueli had composed her attire, she furrowed her brows and regarded Xia Changming with a cold, accusatory gaze. "I instructed you to wander about, and this is the kind of place you choose to frequent?" Xia Changming replied with righteous indignation. "I merely came here to enjoy some leisure and listen to music." "Yet, pray tell, why are you here?" To navigate this predicament successfully, he needed to turn the tables and leave her speechless. "Why, Your Majesty?" Su Yueli stammered, unable to articulate a response to his inquiry. Indeed, what was she doing here? She couldn't possibly admit to being here to catch him in the act, as that would imply she cared deeply about him. Absolutely not. She could not concede. Noticing Su Yueli's flustered silence, Xia Changming recognized he had seized the upper hand. "My dear, did you not mention that affairs of the imperial court are quite demanding? Could it be that you were worried I might stray, and thus came to supervise me?" "That is not the case. I merely happened to pass by." Su Yueli countered vehemently, her thoughts laid bare. "Wherever you go is of no concern to me. Just remember, the women of the demon race are known to devour men without leaving a bone behind. Do not say I did not warn you." "And what about you, my dear?" Xia Changming inquired with a knowing smile. "Your Majesty?" Su Yueli questioned, perplexed. Xia Changming leaned closer to her, whispering softly, "When have you ever dined upon me? Go to hell. I shall swallow you whole." Su Yueli retorted, her face a delightful mix of anger and embarrassment as she forcefully pushed him away and stormed out of the room. Outside, Bai Yu had been waiting patiently. Observing Su Yueli's flustered departure, a trace of surprise flickered in her calm eyes. Having grown up together, they had fought their way from the squalor of blood-stained alleys to the esteemed position of Empress. Their bond was akin to that of sisters, with no secrets between them. Yet recently, since Su Yueli's return, she had sensed a striking change. Her friend displayed countless expressions and smiles that had previously remained hidden. Her Empress had transformed. This time, the intention behind notifying Su Yuli about Xia Changming was twofold. Not only did she wish for Su Yuli to witness Xia Changming's true nature firsthand, but she also aimed to observe Su Yuli's reaction. Every nuance of Su Yuli's demeanor was keenly noted by Bai Yu, who lurked in the shadows. Watching Su Yuli's departing figure, Bai Yu's eyes reflected a whirlpool of contemplation. After bowing slightly to Xia Changming, she hastily followed after Su Yuli. Xia Changming, too, regarded Bai Yu's retreat with a measure of thoughtfulness. When he had encountered Su Yuli, he sensed not only her murderous intent, but also another wave of hostility, presumably from Bai Yu, who was spying from outside. It was evident that Bai Yu had informed Su Yuli. After Xia Changming exited the room, he waited for a considerable time without seeing Niu Dali's figure. Thus, he inquired of Bai Hua, who was waiting outside. Might I ask, Bai Guanshi, has brother Niu yet to emerge? It has been several hours. Could this fellow possibly be so enduring? Bai Hua respectfully replied, Lord Xia, Lord Niu had already leapt from the window and fled some time ago. As for his share of the expenses, what shall we do? Xia Changming pondered. It seems Niu Dali must have sensed Su Yuli's murderous intent, prompting his panicked escape. Am I the one being taken advantage of, or is it that little Chui who has been exploited? Xia Changming found himself momentarily at a loss. As he departed from the Yao Yu building, dusk had settled in. A few lanterns illuminated the streets, casting a dim glow upon the darkened thoroughfare. As Xia Changming strolled toward the imperial palace, he observed an elderly man, stooped and shuffling forward. His movements akin to that of a tortoise, exceedingly slow. It was rather late for an old man to be out wandering. One might think the security among the demon folk was quite commendable. Approaching the elder, Xia Changming inquired with a smile, Old sir, where are you headed? I am on my way to the Yi family courtyard. Young man, do you know where it is? It has been a long time since I last visited, and I seem to have lost my way, the old man replied cheerfully, his white hair framing a kindly face that beamed with warmth. Knowing the location of the Yi family courtyard, Xia Changming kindly offered, Allow me to escort you there. Ah, splendid. What a fine young lad. The youth are quite formidable these days. The elder's smile was infectious. This was the first time Xia Changming had encountered someone from the demon race who did not fear him, prompting his curiosity. Old sir, do you not fear me? What is there to fear? The elder responded with a puzzled expression. My identity as a human in the imperial demon city causes many to regard me with trepidation. Ha. Will you harm this old man? The elder continued to inquire. Xia Changming promptly replied, Of course not. Then there is nothing to fear. Once everyone knows you mean them no harm, they will naturally come to accept you. Xia Changming was taken aback for a moment and then chuckled. I have learned much from you. The old man nodded slightly and continued with a smile. Moreover, you are the consort of the Empress. Thus you are also a member of our demon clan. After a millennium of separation between humans and demons, we have finally ushered in an era of peace. Ha. As the old man spoke with joy, he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. The lifespan of the demon race generally exceeds that of humans. And observing the old man's frail and decrepit form, Xia Changming could sense that this elder had endured much throughout his life. His words brimmed with hope for the harmony between the two races. Before long, Xia Changming led the elder to the entrance of a secluded, dilapidated courtyard. Although the courtyard was aged and worn, it remained clean and tidy. The elder first pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard, then turned to Xia Changming and inquired, Thank you, young man. Would you like to come in and sit for a while? No. My wife is still waiting for my return, so I shall not impose any longer, Xia Changming politely declined. The elder did not press the issue and nodded with a smile. Ha. That is quite all right. If I were to delay the Empress's important matters, I would indeed be at fault. You are too kind, elder. I shall take my leave now, Xia Changming replied with a smile before turning to depart. The elder made no further attempts to retain him, waving his hand in farewell as he gently closed the gate of the courtyard. After walking a distance away, Xia Changming glanced back at the small courtyard. He sensed no trace of spiritual power or cultivation from the elder. If he were not concealing it very deeply, he must be an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. Chapter 139. Deterrence and Usurpation. The following day, at the Grand Assembly of Demons, tens of thousands of demon kings gathered before the Imperial Demon Palace, bowing their heads and anxiously awaiting the arrival of the Empress. Soon, Su Yuli gracefully ascended the palace. Adorned in a striking red and black robe, her silver hair crowned with the imperial diadem, her cold violet eyes surveying the multitude of demon kings below. We have witnessed the Empress. The assembly of demons proclaimed in unison, bowing deeply. With her frosty gaze sweeping over the crowd, Su Yuli coldly uttered, Surely, you all understand the purpose of this assembly? Beneath the palace, the demons lowered their heads in silence, not daring to respond. Do you not wish to answer? Then allow me to declare. She continued. During my absence from the demon realm, you have carved out your own domains, declaring yourselves kings. Some have even dared to vie for my throne, claiming the title of Demon Emperor. Do you truly believe me to be dead?" Her final admonition sent a wave of fear through many demon kings, prompting them to kneel and plead, "Empress, please temper your wrath. In light of my return, and my desire to prevent further discord among the demon kin, I am inclined to pardon those present today. No inquiries shall be made regarding your transgressions. However, those who did not attend shall be deemed traitors. A grand hunt shall be declared against them." With a sweeping gesture, Su Yueli enveloped the assembly in an overwhelming aura of authority. The demon lords felt both trepidation and a sense of relief. Grateful for their compliance that spared them dire consequences, they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Empress, for your clemency." Yet, as Su Yueli's gaze sharpened, her tone shifted abruptly. "However, my mercy extends only to those who have not crossed my fundamental boundaries." At this pronouncement, several demon kings raised their heads, their eyes filled with terror, their hearts racing. The joy they had just felt evaporated, replaced by an icy dread that enveloped them. Their gazes locked with Su Yueli's frigid stare, which was fixated upon them. "Vulture King, you have repeatedly tormented your kin, feasting upon the flesh and blood of your brethren. During my absence, you razed 3 cities and slaughtered tens of thousands of demon citizens, displaying their hearts as trophies." Su Yueli's chilling gaze was fixed upon a gaunt man, her eyes radiating a deadly intent. The Vulture King bowed his head, trembling uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat dripping to the ground. As he attempted to explain, a glint of cold steel suddenly descended upon him. With a swift motion, the demon blade cleaved the Vulture King in two, blood splattering onto the other demon lords surrounding him. Su Yueli, clutching the demon blade, exuded an aura of frost, her visage smeared with blood, embodying a chilling beauty intertwined with cruelty. All the demon kings stood in stunned silence, paralyzed by the abruptness of the scene, too frightened to utter a single word. What had promised to be an amnesty turned into a swift execution, denying even the chance for explanation. With the Vulture King slain before her, Su Yueli gripped the blood-stained demon blade, her gaze shifting to a corpulent figure nearby. "Pig Demon King, you have allowed your subordinates to ravage and pillage at will, committing heinous acts against women and children. Are you not aware of your crimes? Your Majesty, please spare me. I truly had no knowledge of this. It has nothing to do with me. I will conduct a thorough investigation and provide you with an explanation." The Pig Demon King, pale with fear, fell to his knees, frantically pleading for mercy. What awaited him was a swift strike that pierced his brow, severing his head from his body. A second Demon King fell lifeless to the ground. Su Yueli had no need to listen to their justifications. She had already conducted a covert investigation, amassing evidence of the misdeeds committed by these demon kings. These individuals were beyond her mercy. As her gaze turned to another, the figure, terrified, unfurled his wings and soared into the sky without hesitation. To explain was to court death, and to remain was to meet the same fate. Su Yueli had no intention of sparing those who had committed such grave offenses. It would be better for him to return to his territory and prepare for a desperate battle. Just as the Demon King took flight, before Su Yueli could utter a word, Xia Changming glided forward silently, transforming into a divine rainbow that vanished into the horizon. In an instant, Xia Changming landed beside Su Yueli, holding the head of the fleeing Demon King. The severed head was tossed to the ground, sending shivers of fear through the remaining Demon Kings. Even in flight, escape from this human Sword Immortal was impossible. Boom, boom. The resounding clang of armor echoed as countless elite guards, armed with swords and shields, surged around the Imperial Demon Palace. Archers bearing quivers filled with arrows drew their silver bows, poised and ready. It dawned upon the Demon Kings that this gathering of myriad demons was nothing less than a blatant trap. As many of them hesitated, contemplating whether to fight to the death, Su Yueli unexpectedly sheathed her demon blade and began to walk back to the Imperial Demon Palace. The Vulture King, the Pig Demon King, and the White Eagle King have committed unforgivable acts and have been put to death. For the remaining, I shall no longer pursue your culpability. However, should anyone dare to defy the laws of our kind, I shall show no mercy. Su Yueli warned coldly. We shall heed the will of your Majesty. The Demon Kings responded, relieved to find that the Empress had only sought to punish those who had committed the most severe transgressions, sparing the rest from annihilation. Having established her authority, Su Yueli could finally commence her long-prepared plan. Esteemed ones, the traitors have been executed. In addition to absolving your offenses at this assembly of myriad demons, I wish to discuss another matter. The demon kings regarded Su Yueli with curiosity, awaiting her continuation. In pursuit of the unification and prosperity of our demon race, to foster harmony among the myriad clans and prevent such tragedies from recurring, I intend to implement the strategy of integration of the myriad demons. Integration of the myriad demons? The demon kings exchanged glances, their faces revealing a mix of confusion and intrigue. Su Yueli explained to the crowd in a measured tone. The so-called amalgamation of the myriad demons signifies that from this moment forth, there shall be no distinction of territories among the various demon kings and clans. Different demon tribes shall be permitted to interact freely, and the realm of the demon tribes shall revert to a singular entity, governed by this emperor. This emperor shall promulgate a unified code for the demon tribes. Regardless of the former territorial regulations of each esteemed clan, they shall henceforth be rendered null and void. All shall adhere to the statutes established by this emperor. Violators shall be deemed in defiance of the demon clan regulations and shall face due punishment. The regulations among different demon clans vary significantly, often leading to conflicts and disputes. In the past, Su Yueli harbored this ambition but faced vehement opposition from numerous demon kings. This time, she aimed to eliminate those unruly demon kings and unify the entire realm of demons, establishing a singular code for the demon tribes. Behind her, tens of thousands of elite guards brandished their gleaming blades, their silver bows and sharp swords poised ominously. The expressions of the demon kings wavered, none daring to voice further dissent. Moreover, the dissolution of territorial divisions and the standardization of clan regulations is merely a facet of the grand amalgamation of the myriad demons. What follows is of paramount importance. Furthermore, this emperor intends to strip each of you of your titles as demon kings and instead confer honors and positions based on merit. All of your respective armies shall be incorporated into the imperial demon army, reorganized under a unified command, with this emperor personally overseeing the appointments. Chapter 140. The subjugation of all beasts. What? To strip the title of Beast King and consolidate the army. This is clearly an attempt to diminish the authority of the Beast Kings. The assembly of Beast Kings was taken aback. The position of Beast King was not bestowed upon them due to their formidable strength, but rather it was a venerable title passed down through the generations by the ancestors of the Beast clan. It symbolizes an esteemed status within the clan, second only to that of the Emperor of Beasts. Now, demanding they relinquish their titles, abolish territorial divisions, and assimilate their subordinates, they were naturally averse to such a decree. However, despite their reluctance, having just witnessed Su Yueli's decisive methods of slaughter, the Beast Kings who had narrowly escaped with their lives dared not voice any opposition. Su Yueli silently observed the assembly of Beast Kings, awaiting their responses. She had long harbored the intention to implement this policy of unification among the beasts, yet had been unable to find a suitable opportunity or justification. The current turmoil among the Beast Kings provided the perfect pretext to strip them of their powers and fully unify the realm of the Beast clan. The silence in the imperial palace of beasts was abruptly shattered by a resounding voice. Our Bull Demon clan is willing to pledge allegiance to your majesty the Empress. I believe in your majesty, declared Niu, stepping forward with fervor. The proclamation resonated throughout the imperial palace, reaching the ears of countless beasts. Su Yueli bestowed a rare approving glance upon Niu. The matter concerning Niu bringing Xia Changming to the moonlit pavilion could be postponed for later reckoning. She had already listened to Xia Changming's explanation the previous night, which confirmed that it was indeed Niu who had taken him there, a fact corroborated by the steward Bai Hua of the moonlit pavilion. And what of the rest? Do any of you dissent against my policy of unification among the beasts? With one individual having declared support, it seemed that even those opposed would be compelled to acquiesce given the current circumstances. Many Beast Kings, already aligned with the Empress's faction, knelt on one knee, offering their weapons as a pledge of loyalty. Even those who were initially reluctant had no choice but to submit to the overwhelming tide, kneeling to present their arms. The Deer Spirit clan is willing to pledge allegiance to your majesty the Empress. The Lion Clan is willing to pledge allegiance to Your Majesty the Empress. The Barbarian Bear Clan is willing to pledge allegiance to Your Majesty the Empress. As more and more beast kings swore their fealty, a scene unfolded within the imperial palace where thousands of beast kings humbly bowed in reverence to their empress. A radiant smile graced Su Yuli's delicate features. With the beasts subjugated, there would no longer be any beast kings within the clan. She firmly believed that under her governance, the beast clan would flourish and prosper, free from the ravages of war and familial strife. Just as Su Yuli reveled in her triumph, an unwelcome voice suddenly interjected. "I have a dissenting opinion." Su Yuli raised an eyebrow, turning her gaze to a robust man with rugged, resilient skin who stood in opposition. The other beast kings cast curious looks in the direction of the voice. To openly defy the empress in such a scenario was tantamount to courting death. "Is it you, the crocodile overlord of the sky-eating crocodile clan? What is your objection?" Su Yuli inquired, her displeasure evident. "I naturally place my trust in the decisions of the empress and am willing to offer her my unwavering support. However, I harbor no faith in him." The fierce crocodile overlord pointed an accusatory finger at Xia Changming, who stood beside Su Yuli, exclaiming, "This man once invaded our demon imperial palace, coercing the empress. Now, he dares to align himself with her in the demon realm. Pray tell, by what right does he accompany the empress and meddle in our affairs? Surely he cannot be the empress's consort, the sovereign of the demons." Crocodile overlord's words awakened the crowd. The demon kings scrutinized Xia Changming with a piercing gaze. Indeed, what authority does this human Sword Immortal possess to interfere in their matters? By what right does he stand beside the empress? Before departing the demon realm, the empress had vowed to seize an opportunity to slay this human Sword Immortal upon her return. Now she has returned, yet he accompanies her. The empress did not eliminate him. This easily gave rise to speculation. Could it be that the empress has fallen under the control of this human Sword Immortal, intent on usurping the entire demon race? With this thought, the demons' hearts grew wary. Even Mo Chi and Bai Yu, who stood nearby, silently observed Su Yuli, awaiting her response. Noticing the hesitation and turmoil on Su Yuli's face, Mo Chi could not help but feel perplexed. Why did the empress not clarify directly, as she had on that day, stating that she had tamed this human Sword Immortal? At this moment, Xia Changming was merely her guardian, or perhaps even her servant. Such an assertion would not only dispel the doubts of the demon kings, but also bolster her authority. Why the hesitation? Seeing Su Yuli's troubled expression, Xia Changming smiled gently, preparing to step forward and assert that he was accompanying her in the capacity of a guardian. For he understood that, should Su Yuli acknowledge him as her husband, it would undoubtedly provoke dissatisfaction and suspicion among the demon kings. Their allegiance to Su Yuli was not solely based on sheer martial prowess. It was also entwined with a measure of admiration and recognition. The demon realm was their ultimate sanctuary. The enmity between humans and demons was ancient. Should they come to distrust Su Yuli, believing she betrayed the demon race and surrendered to the humans, they might well prefer death to acquiescence. The strategy for the unification of the myriad demons could very well be rendered moot. In this precarious situation, simply stating that he was but a guardian would suffice. Yet Su Yuli still hesitated, indicating her concern for him. Xia Changming felt a sense of relief within. As he stepped forward, ready to speak, he noticed a familiar figure advancing towards the demon palace. As the figure drew closer, Xia Changming recognized it as the elderly man he had escorted home the previous night. Upon the old man's arrival, both the Imperial Demon Army and the Imperial Guards, as well as the Demon Kings, displayed expressions of astonishment. Parting to create a path and respectfully addressing him as Elder Goe, Su Yuli, upon seeing this individual, also descended from the demon palace and approached the elder with courtesy. Greeting him, "Elder Goe, have you not already withdrawn from the world? What brings you here?" The elder chuckled. "Ah, when the Empress summons the myriad of demons. As a member of the demon clan, it is only fitting that I present myself. However, my mobility is somewhat limited, which has caused a delay. I hope the Empress will pardon me. How could I be displeased? Your presence brings me great joy," Su Yuli remarked, supporting the elder with a smile. Before them stood the most esteemed figure of the demon race, Guan Yin. This individual had survived since ancient times, living for over a millennium. Having witnessed the great war among the immortals, demons, and beasts, along with the succession of generations of demon emperors, Within the demon clan, no one failed to show respect and courtesy when addressing him as Elder Gui. In a sense, his prestige far surpassed that of the demon emperor, Su Yueli. Even she would treat him with utmost reverence. With a warm smile gracing his face, the elder waved at Xia Changming, who stood beside Su Yueli, saying, "Young man, what a delightful coincidence it is to meet you again so soon." "Indeed, what a coincidence, old sir," Xia Changming replied, a mix of bemusement and amusement in his tone. The elder was clearly aware of his identity and had likely anticipated this reunion. Su Yueli observed the exchange with curiosity, her gaze shifting between Xia Changming and Gui Nian. Could it be that they were acquainted? Gui Nian enthusiastically grasped Xia Changming's hand, while Su Yueli supported him from the other side, and together they slowly made their way towards the Demon Emperor's palace. This scene left the gathered demon kings in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? Why did it appear as though they were as close as family? Chapter 141. A simple beating will suffice. Gui Nian guided Su Yueli and Xia Changming into the Imperial Demon Palace, then turned to address the myriad demons below with a grave tone. "I have just overheard your doubts regarding the identity of our young friend, and the hostility expressed towards him is unwarranted. Since the Empress has chosen him, he is undoubtedly her consort and our king among the demon race." Upon hearing this, the demon kings exchanged perplexed glances and murmured amongst themselves. The notion of a human becoming their sovereign was difficult for them to accept. Su Yuli's delicate face revealed a flicker of anxiety as she averted her gaze and quietly retorted, "I did not choose him." Gui Nian merely smiled, offering no rebuttal. Shortly thereafter, Crocodile Tyrant stepped forward to voice his opposition. "Gui Lao, he is but a human. How can we trust he harbors no ill intentions towards our kind? Indeed, we are willing to serve the Empress, but we shall never bow to a human," echoed the other demon kings, making their stance clear. "My friends, as far as I am aware, our young friend has never harmed any innocent demon. The ones he has slain were all traitors, acting to stabilize our kind and alleviate the Empress's burdens. His deeds far surpass those of anyone present." Gui Nian's eyes narrowed slightly as he struck his cane upon the ground, producing a resonant sound. The demon kings were momentarily shaken, lowering their heads in shame. "Though I may be advanced in years, my vision remains sharp. I am willing to vouch for our young friend. He shall not commit any acts against our race. The Empress's choice is a testament to this belief." With that, Gui Nian interlaced the hands of Su Yueli and Xia Changming, as if bearing witness before the assembly of demon kings. Su Yueli maintained her usual aloof expression, yet her cheeks betrayed a hint of embarrassment as she deliberately avoided meeting Xia Changming's gaze. Before the multitude of demons, she had to uphold the Empress's dignity, suppressing any trace of shyness. With Gui Nian's declaration, the other demon kings hesitated to voice further dissent. Only Crocodile Tyrant clung to his opposition, insisting, "Gui Lao, there has never been a case of a human ascending to the throne of demons. To ask me to submit to him is beyond my capacity. Why must you be so obstinate?" Before Gui Nian could respond, Niodali interjected, unable to contain himself. "My brother Xia and the Empress are a match made in heaven. How can you, a mere beast, oppose this? I wholeheartedly endorse Brother Xia. You may accept him, but that does not mean we must." Crocodile Tyrant shot back. The atmosphere grew increasingly charged, and it seemed a brawl was imminent, but Gui Nian, with a smile, sought to mediate the escalating conflict. "Perhaps we should consider a different approach. According to the ancient customs of the demon race, it is determined whether to acknowledge the identity of the young friend. Are you referring to the trial of 10,000 demons?" Su Yueli was the first to grasp the implication of Gui Nian's words. The demon race venerates the strong, and a tradition has persisted since ancient times. Should an individual of unknown origin wish to gain the recognition of the entire demon race and be regarded as one of their own, that person must challenge the multitude of demons single-handedly. Success in this challenge would grant them acceptance among the demon kin, with no further dissent allowed. Conversely, failure would result in their burial among the demons, treated with the respect befitting one of their own. Listening to Su Yuli's explanation, Xia Changming's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed with a grin, "My dear, why didn't you mention such a straightforward matter earlier? A good beating will suffice. It's too simple." With that, Xia Changming swaggered forward, looking down upon the assembled demon kings, boldly declaring, "I accept the trial of 10,000 demons. Bring it on, all of you." Such arrogance, Unbelievably audacious. The demon kings were infuriated, their faces flushed with anger. Never before had anyone dared to be so brazen among the demon race. While they feared Xia Changming's prowess, their bloodline demanded that they uphold the honor of the demon race. One by one, the demon kings leaped into the air, locking gazes with Xia Changming. Those who ascended were regarded as accepting the challenge of the trial. In moments, the multitude of demons was assembled. Nearly 10,000 demon kings rose to challenge Xia Changming. Su Yuli, at a loss for words, held her forehead. Why provoke all the demon kings? Many among them possessed peak celestial strength. This emperor shall not intervene. Should this fellow perish due to his arrogance, it would be of no consequence to anyone. After some contemplation, Su Yuli resolved to proceed with the trial of 10,000 demons. Should Xia Changming triumph over this multitude, he would be formally recognized as a member of the demon race, greatly enhancing his reputation among them. Thus, he would indeed be considered one of their own. Su Yuli harbored a yearning for Xia Changming's victory. To date, no individual had ever succeeded in the trial of 10,000 demons, but if anyone could, it might be him. Witnessing this spectacle, Guan Yin could not contain his laughter. Floating in midair as he proclaimed, "Young friend, you are truly accomplished at such a young age," brimming with confidence. "Excellent. Allow me to serve as a witness and commence the trial of 10,000 demons." Within an empty valley surrounded by towering mountains that formed a natural barrier, this space became an expansive arena. Upon hearing of the initiation of the trial of 10,000 demons, nearly the entire population of the demon imperial city flocked to the mountains, eager to witness a challenge not seen in a millennium. Xia Changming stood composed in the valley, facing the multitude of demons, each exuding a murderous aura, ready for battle. Guan Yin floated above, raising his hands high as a verdant barrier enveloped the valley, shielding all within. Once the barrier was fully sealed, Guan Yin announced loudly, "The trial of 10,000 demons begins." With the command of the return year, the myriad of demons surged ferociously towards Xia Changming. A multitude of divine rainbows streaking past like a cascade of colorful light. Slay him. How dare this insignificant human tribe utter such bold words? Let him comprehend the consequences of belittling the demon race. We vow to defend the honor of our kin with our lives. The demon kings roared in fury, their faces twisted in rage. Xia Changming smiled faintly, remaining unperturbed even in the face of 1,000 demons charging at him. Divine ability, one realm. His consciousness enveloped the entire valley in an instant, creating ripples in the air. There are simply too many humans. Let us eliminate a few first. With a focused gaze, Xia Changming uttered a spell, and an immense, invisible force descended with tremendous might. Those who reacted a moment too late or possessed lesser strength were mercilessly crushed into the ground. But that was not the end. Before the astonished eyes of the demon kings, several mountains rose abruptly and collided violently. Many demon kings found themselves trapped between the mountains, unable to move. Xia Changming raised his arm, summoning a whirlwind that gathered power, lifting numerous demon kings along with the earth into its tempestuous embrace. Before they could even approach him, the majority of the demon kings either lost their will to fight or were overtaken by fear. What unparalleled celestial magic was this? They had never witnessed such a spectacle. Was he not merely a Sword Immortal? Chapter 142. Show some respect to the elder Heavenly Thunder. Heavenly Fire. Xia Changming spread his arms wide. With one hand, he summoned Heavenly Thunder as ominous clouds converged, dimming the surroundings, while violet celestial might coalesced in his palm. With the other hand, he conjured Heavenly Fire, crimson flames leaping from his grasp, instantly raising the temperature in the valley to unbearable levels. As the chaotic and ferocious Heavenly Thunder and Fire raged in Xia Changming's hands, the demon kings were utterly intimidated. With a mere command, mountains would bow, hurricanes would arise from stillness. Now, he summoned Heavenly Thunder and ignited Heavenly Fire. How could they possibly contend with such power? It was manifestly unfair. Xia Changming stood aloft, the violet thunder crackling in his grasp, arcs of electricity dancing wildly. The overwhelming divine authority swirling uncontrollably. The sight sent shivers of terror through the assembled demon kings. He hurled the Heavenly Thunder, which dispersed like a tempest, sweeping past the demon kings with the force of 5 thunders, causing mountains to crumble and leaving no trace of life in its wake. The demon kings, struck by fear, fled in haste. Their earlier bravado utterly vanished. As the onslaught of heavenly thunder subsided, Xia Changming cast the gathered heavenly fire into the sky. The fire scattered across the heavens, resembling a cascade of meteors plummeting into the valley, a breathtaking spectacle akin to fireworks. Of course, this was the perspective of the watching demons amidst the mountains. Within the valley, the demon kings, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fright. Many of them cried out in desperation, "Wait, wait. We concede. We surrender. Let us go home." Facing the descending meteor shower, they finally comprehended that from the very beginning. This trial held no suspense. Xia Changming showed no signs of relenting. It was not that he wished to continue, but the falling heavenly fire left no room for retreat. It was time to impart a lesson. Xia Changming understood that Su Yueli had refrained from executing these demon kings to promote the policy of uniting all demons. Hence he had deliberately restrained his strikes, sparing their lives. Nevertheless, a period of incapacitation was unavoidable. Under the baptism of heavenly fire and thunder, the entire valley lay in ruins, a sight too ghastly to behold. Thousands of demon kings lay sprawled upon the ground, moaning in agony. Crocodile King, in a state of disarray, knelt half-heartedly, gazing at the residual spiritual energy of the heavenly fire and thunder, still trembling with fear. Miraculously, the strikes had narrowly missed them. Had they struck true, it was likely that half of the thousands of demon kings would have perished. At that moment, a figure slowly approached Crocodile King. Looking up at the shadow, he found a gleaming silver sword poised against his brow. Xia Changming, wielding the Emperor's immortal sword, coldly inquired, "Do you yield?" "I yield." Crocodile King gritted his teeth, bowing his head in acknowledgement. Before the million demon clan of the Imperial Demon City, Xia Changming had defeated their 10,000, leaving him no choice but to concede. Moreover, Xia Changming had shown mercy, sparing their lives. For this alone, Crocodile King found himself without further argument. Seeing Crocodile King's sincere surrender, Xia Changming smiled gently and sheathed the Emperor's immortal sword. Above the horizon, Su Yueli and Gui Nian gradually descended beside Xia Changming. Indeed, my judgment was not mistaken. At such a young age, he has already grasped the essence of divine principles. His future holds immense promise. With your presence, esteemed Empress, I am greatly reassured. Gui Nian exclaimed with a hearty laugh, akin to a delighted father-in-law admiring his son-in-law. Gui Lao, Su Yueli said, slightly exasperated. To utter such words before a multitude of 1,000,000 demon clans left her feeling somewhat embarrassed, as if she had already accepted Xia Changming. Thank you for your praise. Gui Lao, have I successfully completed the challenge of the myriad demons? Xia Changming inquired with a smile. To his surprise, Gui Nian shook his head slowly and replied, "Not yet." "Why?" Xia Changming asked in confusion. Gui Nian chuckled and explained, "Because there is still one more person you must defeat." "One more person?" Xia Changming echoed, chuckling. "Ah, that would be me," Gui Nian declared, pointing to himself. "As a member of the myriad demons, my young friend must first overcome me." Gui Lao, this seems inappropriate, Su Yueli interjected, concerned. Gui Nian, being over 1,000 years old and holding a revered position among the demon race, could not afford any mishaps. Waving his hand, Gui Nian laughed. "No worries, my constitution can withstand a few blows. I shall not perish." "Very well." Seeing Gui Nian's insistence, Su Yueli refrained from further objections and approached Xia Changming, whispering playfully in his ear, "Gui Lao is advanced in years and in poor health. You must be gentle with the old man, lest you harm him." Xia Changming, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "My dear wife, I believe you should be more concerned about me rather than him." In his heart, he was certain that this seemingly frail elder was indeed a formidable practitioner of divine principles. His concealed spiritual energy was abundant, and his seemingly decrepit body belied a vibrant source of power, with his clear eyes sparkling with brilliance. If the old man were to live another 1,000 years, Xia Changming would not doubt it. There was no need for him to hold back. However, Su Yueli was unaware of this, perceiving Gui Nian merely as an elderly man nearing the end of his days. Before parting, she reiterated her warning, "You need not concern yourself with the Empress. Remember, do not harm Gui Lao. Otherwise, I shall not forgive you." "Yes, yes, I shall heed the Empress's command." Faced with her threat, Xia Changming could only acquiesce helplessly. With that, Su Yueli soared into the sky, leaving only Gui Nian and Xia Changming standing in mutual regard. The myriad demons among the mountains buzzed with speculation. Gui Lao is actually going to personally enter the fray? Is that wise? What if the old man injures his back? If this human Sword Immortal dares to harm Gui Lao, there will be consequences. In the valley, the venerable Gui stood steadfast, gesturing lightly to the young man, Xia Changming, with a smile. My young friend, do not concern yourself with the whispers of others. Unleash your full potential. Then I shall offend you. Xia Changming floated aloft, an aura of formidable spiritual energy emanating from him as he coldly raised his hand, declaring, Heavens fall. From the heavens, a colossal meteor, large enough to fill the entire valley, burst through the clouds and descended. The sight and the overwhelming pressure of spiritual energy left all the demon creatures utterly astonished, standing in rapt attention. Su Yueli widened her beautiful eyes, biting her nails in frustration, her heart racing with anxiety. That insufferable fellow. They had agreed to show restraint, yet he commenced with such a formidable celestial technique. Even she might not withstand it. And it was not yet over. Xia Changming hovered in the air, the imperial immortal sword poised above him. As myriad swords coalesced behind him, the unmatched sword technique, myriad swords. Su Yueli was nearly terrified to death by Xia Changming's display, secretly preparing to intervene. It seemed as though he intended to annihilate Gui Nian. Gui Nian narrowed his eyes slightly, unable to refrain from praising, I have underestimated you, my young friend. Such divine power and fierce sword intent are likely unmatched in this world. It appears I must take this seriously. With a flick of his cane, Gui Nian summoned forth the vast spiritual energy from within, coalescing it in the valley into a magnificent tortoiseshell of the Xuanwu. Chapter 143, The Duel of Divine Powers. Gaining recognition what? Gui Lao turns out to be a formidable being of the divine power realm. All these years, they were utterly oblivious. The members of the demon clan gazed in astonishment at the two opposing figures in the valley. Xia Changming was also a half-step divine power expert, capable of wielding the laws of divine abilities. Thus, the valley became the arena for a confrontation between two divine power practitioners. Such a spectacle had not been witnessed since the ancient war of the three clans, immortal, demon, and monster, over a millennium ago. Each observer held their breath, fixated on the clash between these divine titans. Merely witnessing this moment would provide profound insights for their future ascension to divine power and comprehension of its laws. Su Yueli silently retracted her earlier impulse to intervene. The battle between two divine powers was beyond the reach of a mere heavenly sovereign like herself. At this moment, her concerns had shifted from Gui Nian to Xia Changming. Surely, he would not come to harm, would he? Heavenly meteor, fall. Xia Changming intoned the incantation, summoning a cascade of meteoric stones that rained down upon the valley. The emerald barrier shattered upon impact, crashing thunderously against the Xuanwu tortoise shell. The tortoise shell trembled violently, the ground sinking deeply, causing the earth and mountains to quake. The colossal shockwave and turbulent air currents sent nearby mountains and forests flying, leaving chaos in their wake. The demon clan members had no choice but to deploy their artifacts to maintain their footing. Su Yueli positioned herself before the million demon clansmen of Diao City, harnessing the power of her 9 tails to shield them, shattering the debris of boulders and trees that flew wildly around them. Her heart was greatly shaken. If the heavenly meteor were to strike Diao City, the entire city would be reduced to rubble in an instant. Seeing the heavenly meteor descend and the Xuanwu shell remain unscathed, Xia Changming was not particularly surprised. The Xuanwu shell was inherently resilient. If a defense-focused divine ability were so easily shattered, he would have found it odd instead. 10,000 swords, swiftly. With a commanding shout, the myriad swords behind Xia Changming surged forth like a tempest, unleashing a torrential downpour of meteoric sword rain. Gui Nian stood firm within the Xuanwu shell, acutely sensing the piercing sword aura emanating from the shell, akin to raindrops pattering against it, producing a resonant clang. Seeing that even the might of 10,000 swords could not breach the Xuanwu shell, Xia Changming promptly altered his strategy, drawing upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his being, condensing the swords once more in the blink of an eye. Gui Nian, witnessing this, could not help but display a look of astonishment. Once again, the 10,000 swords surged toward him, unlike the previous rain-like assault. This time they converged into a singular line, transforming into a formidable sword stream that violently cascaded toward a specific point on the tortoise shell. Crack! In an instant, a fissure appeared on the portion of the Xuanwu shell that had been ravaged by the 10,000 swords. Gui Nian was taken aback, his expression finally shifting ever so slightly. After so many years, he had nearly forgotten the last time the Xuanwu shell had been compromised. Although he was aware of Xia Changming's impressive strength, he initially did not believe that Xia Changming could truly breach his divine tortoise shell. He had thought to let him have a semblance of victory, as if to spare some grace. To his astonishment, the young human lad, merely 26 years of age, truly possessed the ability to breach the defenses of his mystical tortoise shell. Remarkable indeed. Gui Nian raised his palm, poised to employ his spiritual energy to mend the shell. However, Xia Changming would not allow the shell to be repaired without contest, for that would render his earlier efforts utterly futile. Unparalleled sword technique. Skyward. The sword energy coalesced into a colossal sword aimed skyward, as Xia Changming plummeted swiftly downward, his grip firm upon the imperial immortal sword. The massive sword's tip was directed straight at the fissure in the mystical tortoise shell. In the past, when executing the skyward strike, he would remain stationary, allowing the great sword to descend upon his foes. Yet this time, Xia Changming personally wielded the skyward strike, thrusting it directly into the shell. The magnitude of his power was, naturally, incomparable. A torrent of sword energy instantly penetrated the mystical tortoise shell. The cracks on the shell rapidly spread, swiftly enveloping its entire surface. With a resounding crash, the mystical tortoise shell shattered into countless fragments under the astonished gaze of the myriad demons. Gui Nian stared wide-eyed in shock, then broke into a hearty laugh, conceding without reservation, Well, I underestimated you, young friend. I willingly admit defeat." Xia Changming had far surpassed his expectations, proving to be even more formidable than he had imagined. His character remarkably noble, clear in his grievances and favors, and considerate of the Empress. There was no longer any need for further testing. The assembly of demons gasped in disbelief at Gui Nian's concession. The elder of the divine transformation realm had indeed admitted defeat. That human Sword Immortal was truly powerful. Could it be that he is well matched with Our Lady Empress? Indeed, that seems plausible. Xia Changming sheathed his sword and, with a polite gesture, smiled. "Thank you, Elder Gui, for your gracious concession." Though others might be unaware, he understood all too well. Gui Nian had refrained from engaging in battle or reinforcing the mystical tortoise shell with spiritual energy until it was on the verge of destruction, clearly demonstrating his humility. Confronting a genuine powerhouse of the divine transformation realm had proven to be somewhat taxing. The spiritual energy within him, along with the essence of the surrounding world, was nearly exhausted. It seemed the time had come for him to seek advancement to the divine transformation realm. Xia Changming pondered. At that moment, Su Yueli gracefully descended beside him, taking his hand and apologizing to Gui Nian. "Elder Gui, my sincerest apologies. On behalf of my lord, I express regret for any offense caused earlier." No offense taken, no offense taken. It has been long since I have felt such joy. Young friend, you are truly remarkable. Our Lady Empress must cherish you well." Gui Nian exclaimed, laughing heartily. "Indeed," Su Yueli replied softly. Gui Nian then took Xia Changming and Su Yueli by the hands, slowly advancing before the assembly of demons, proclaiming loudly, "I hereby declare that henceforth, this young friend shall be a member of our demon clan." At this announcement, the myriad demons erupted in jubilant cheers, the sound echoing like thunder through the mountains. Petals danced through the air in celebration. The demon clan had spoken, and they delivered on their promise. Xia Changming had successfully challenged the myriad demons and earned Gui Nian's recognition, thus becoming one of their own. As he is the consort of the Empress, he shall henceforth be the sovereign of the demon race. Given the circumstances, the assembled demon kings could only resign themselves to their fate, acquiescing with expressions of reluctant submission as they extended a warm welcome to Xia Changming. Niu Dali was particularly elated, while Ao Ba displayed a countenance of evident discontent. Applaud. Let us welcome my brother Xia. From this moment forth, he is a member of our demon clan. Let us see who dares to speak out of turn." Niu Dali exclaimed, throwing an arm around Ao Ba and shouting into his ear. Despite his evident disdain, Ao Ba begrudgingly joined in the applause. Meanwhile, Bai Yu observed Su Yueli and Xia Changming with a gentle clapping of her hands, her expression remaining inscrutable as ever. Beside her, Emochi nervously gnawed at his clothing, glaring fiercely at Xia Changming while muttering incessantly, "Do not be anxious, do not be anxious." The Empress could never harbor feelings for a human. She is merely using him. Emochi steadfastly believed that his beloved Empress had not changed, and the apparent intimacy with Xia Changming was merely a facade to tame him. Chapter 144. The Alliance of 10,000 Demons. The Alliance of 10,000 Demons has been formed, and the flames of war within the demon realm have finally been extinguished. Xia Changming's identity has been acknowledged within the demon clan, officially making him a member of their ranks. Only one final step remains to complete the integration of the 10,000 demons and bring an end to this turmoil among the demon race. The eradication of the last rebellious demon king. The Serpent Demon Clan. The summons for the gathering of the 10,000 demons has been issued, yet only the Serpent Demon Clan has failed to appear. According to the customs of the Demon Clan, the Serpent Demon Clan is to be included in the campaign against the rebels. Outside the city of Yaoming, a formidable army composed of various clans has appeared majestically upon the hillside, a dense swarm resembling a multitude of marching ants from afar. Above, countless winged demons and demon beasts soar, enough to obscure the entire sky. In a lavish palanquin, Su Yueli sits gracefully, her eyes closed in tranquil meditation. Xia Changming stands faithfully by her side, while Bai Yu gently massages her shoulders from behind. As for Mo-Chi, the right protector, he can only ride alongside the palanquin, trailing behind. It is evident that he once held the privilege of being by the Empress's side, but since Xia Changming's arrival, she has consistently chosen to have him near. Your Majesty, leave the campaign against the Serpent Demon Clan to Bai Yu and me. There is no need for you to lead a million-strong army yourself, Mo-Chi inquired, perplexed from outside the palanquin. Once the challenge of the 10,000 demons had concluded, Su Yueli had promptly organized the various demon kings to form an expeditionary force to confront the rebellious Serpent Demon Clan. Mo-Chi felt that with the 10,000 demons having submitted, Su Yueli need not intervene personally. She could simply command him or other demon kings to carry out the campaign. With a gradual opening of her eyes, Su Yueli explained solemnly, the Serpent Demon Clan ranks just below the Tiger Demon Clan among the great clans. This recent turmoil within the demon race is likely instigated by the dark forces of the demon clan, whose presence is already felt among us. I cannot place the responsibility solely in your hands. I simply do not trust it. The Tiger Demon King, Wang Ju, has absorbed the soul of the Qiongqi and ascended to the status of celestial sovereign, obtaining the divine artifact, Duanya. It is evident that he has received clandestine support from the demon clan. Now that the 10,000 demons have submitted, yet the demon clan remains elusive. Su Yueli cannot help but feel uneasy. The absence of the Serpent Demon Clan from the audience signifies a significant likelihood that the demon clan is hiding within their ranks. Therefore, she cannot afford to let these demons, who have caused chaos among her people, escape her wrath. Your Majesty, seeing Su Yueli's deep concern for the lives of her subordinates, Mo-Chi felt profoundly moved and quickly placed his hand on his chest, pledging, I am willing to be the vanguard and seize Yaoming City for your Majesty. This also presents an opportunity for him to redeem himself and make a favorable impression before the Empress. Very well, go forth. Inform the other demon kings. I anticipate their performance, Su Yueli replied coolly from behind the curtain. With a countenance of joy, Mo-Chi mounted his steed, soaring into the sky. By the decree of the Empress, we shall capture Yaoming City. Mo-Chi unfurled his dark wings, leading the charge toward the fortress of the Serpent Demon Clan. Behind him, tens of thousands of winged demons and beasts plunged downward in a grand descent. The other demon kings, unwilling to be outdone, surged forth, leading their armies straight towards the demon realm city. Having just pledged their loyalty, they were now eager to make their mark before the esteemed Empress. Each vowed to seize the initiative in this conquest, striving for the honor of first achievement. The million-strong demon army, in concert with the beasts, surged forth like a relentless tide, with tigers, leopards, and wolves sprinting with astonishing speed, while the mighty bulls and colossal elephants stomped with thunderous footsteps, causing the very earth of the demon realm to tremble. In the palace of Demon Realm City, the Serpent Demon King, Ming Shi, sat despondently upon his throne. his hands covering his head, his expression filled with dread. The tremors from outside the city were so palpable that even from his seat in the palace, he could feel them clearly. I should never have heeded your counsel and conspired with that tiger demon king, Wang Ju. They spoke of the Empress's demise, claiming the imperial seat was within reach. Look at this. Now a million-strong coalition of demons is here to besiege me. Mingxi lamented angrily towards the two ominous shadows before him. Had I known, I should have sought an audience with the Empress yesterday, pleading for her forgiveness. One of the shadows, unfazed, derided him, saying, "Humph, do you not know what you have done? I have heard that some demon kings were slain before the Empress herself. Do you think you would return alive if you went?" Mingxi was at a loss for words. Indeed, given the atrocities he had committed during this time, Su Yuli would never spare him. If he were to venture into the imperial palace, his fate would surely be worse than those three. What should I do now? If I perish, the demon race will have no one left to assist your dark kin in their assault on the human realm. Mingxi spoke, half in desperation, half in threat. His current position was entirely due to the support of the Dark Clan. Without their instigation, he would never have embarked on the treacherous path of rebellion, vying for the imperial seat. The dark deity replied, "Your serpent demon soul has already been granted to elevate you to the level of celestial sovereign. You need only find a way to trap the Empress for a moment. At that time, I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate the Demon Empress, and the demon army will surely falter. You may boldly step forth to battle." The shadow spoke with an air of disdainful arrogance, seeing the dark deity's unwavering confidence. Mingxi pondered for a moment, then resolutely responded, "Very well. I shall make a show of resistance for a moment. I trust that the Dark Sovereign will fulfill your promise. Mere ants, no matter how many, remain but ants. Even as a mere avatar, I could crush them all with ease." With that, Mingxi struck his thigh, his eyes narrowing with determination, as he seized his weapon and strode towards the palace exit. If the Dark Clan is willing to assist, then things will proceed smoothly. Once the Dark Sovereign eliminates Su Yuli, the demon race will surely descend into chaos, and he can once again vie for the imperial throne. After Mingxi departed, only the two ominous shadows remained within the palace. Another shadow, which had never before interrupted the conversation, gradually shed its malevolent aura, revealing its true visage. Had Xia Changming been present, he would undoubtedly have recognized him as the devouring spirit, the very entity that had been vanquished by Xia Changming in the Tianzhou secret realm. The devouring spirit, perplexed, inquired, "Are you intent on aiding that worthless one in eliminating Su Yuli?" "Naturally. I shall not retreat in disgrace as you did in Tianzhou," the demon lord retorted with disdain. "Not only did you fail to eliminate that demoness empress, plunging Tianzhou into chaos, but you also thoroughly disrupted my grand design." The demon lord reproached the devouring spirit, lamenting that the latter's failed plans had led to the ruin of his own schemes to incite turmoil among the demon race. The devouring spirit had no retort, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. "I merely caution you not to underestimate her. That disciple of the Sword Immortal has exceeded my expectations, and it's no wonder. Moreover, this place is not the secret realm. She has already begun to take notice of us. The plan to incite chaos among the demons has already faltered, and I advise you to abandon the notion of the demon race." Unmoved by the devouring spirit's counsel, the demon lord rebuked him. "Humph! What Sword Immortal? Your cowardice is what plagues you. With such timidity, how dare you stand alongside me as one of the 7 demon gods, serving the demon lord? You fear her, but I do not. Is that so? Very well, do as you wish. I shall return to the demon race for now, awaiting your good news." The devouring spirit offered no further persuasion, waving his hand as his form melded into a pitch-black rift, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 145. The Battle of the Dual Demon Beasts. Outside the city of demon spirits, the myriad demon clans surged forward like a relentless tide, effortlessly breaching the gates of the Serpent Demon Clan, which offered little resistance and was swiftly engulfed in the overwhelming onslaught of the demon horde. Ming Sha positioned himself before the advancing army, wielding his serpent sword with precision. It danced through the gaps in the ranks like a sinuous serpent, spraying the crimson lifeblood of several demon generals. Though a celestial lord stood firm, even a million-strong army found it arduous to breach his defenses. Observing this, Mochi descended from the heavens with his dual blades, crossing them in a fierce slash. "Humph! A mere celestial being dares to overestimate his capabilities. With a chilling glare, Ming Sha unleashed another strike with his serpent sword, its movements as swift and agile as a silver flash of lightning. Mo-Chi raised his twin blades in defense, yet the silver light struck with such force that it deflected and veered towards his forehead. Startled, Mo-Chi hastily turned his head to evade the serpent sword's gleaming arc. Yet a prominent gash marked his face. Had he hesitated for even a moment longer, it would have been not his visage that was marred, but his very life. Still shaken, Mo-Chi barely regained his composure when Ming Sha appeared before him in a blink, delivering a forceful strike to his chest. A spray of crimson blood erupted into the air as Mo-Chi fell in an elegant arc from the sky. Baiyu swiftly unfurled his wings, transforming into a streak of white light that caught the injured Mo-Chi midair. With fury etched upon his face, Baiyu glared at the hovering Ming Sha. "Baiyu, take Mo-Chi and retreat," commanded Su Yuli, stepping gracefully from her palanquin, her gaze icy as it fixed upon Ming Sha. "Yes, Your Majesty," Baiyu replied, escorting Mo-Chi away from the battlefield. The prowess of a celestial lord was beyond the aid of either her or Mo-Chi. Avoiding further complications for Su Yuli was the wisest course of action. "Your Majesty, I never anticipated your return," Ming Sha remarked, his eyes cold as he regarded Su Yuli. "Indeed, I have returned, to dispense justice upon the traitorous demon clan," Su Yuli declared. "Ming Sha, if my suspicions are correct, you have allied with the demonic clan, have you not?" Ming Sha's lips curled into a chilling smile, offering no reply, instead raising his sword to point directly at Su Yuli, exclaiming, "If you wish to learn the truth, first defeat me. I hereby challenge you, Su Yuli, in the contest for the title of Demon Emperor, with all demons as witnesses." Upon these words, the previously tumultuous demon army fell into an instant silence, halting their weapons and looking up at Ming Sha in astonishment. The contest for the title of Demon Emperor was a revered tradition among the demon clans. As the current Demon Emperor, Su Yuli was bound to accept the challenge initiated by the Demon King, and no one was permitted to intervene until one of them lay dead. "Do not interfere. I shall handle this personally," Su Yuli declared, drawing the demon blade from her waist, addressing her companion, Xia Changming. She was resolute in her desire to bring an end to this chaos within the demon realm. Xia Changming nodded and advised, "Be cautious, my dear." With Su Yuli's mid-stage strength in the heavenly sovereign realm, coupled with the enhancement of the demonic blade, she was more than capable of dealing with the recently ascended Ming Shi in the initial stage of the heavenly sovereign realm. He felt no particular concern. Yet, he was puzzled as to the source of Ming Shi's confidence in challenging Su Yuli. Su Yuli gently inclined her head and soared into the air, confronting Ming Shi, her demonic blade radiating a chilling brilliance. Ming Shi took the initiative, channeling his azure spiritual energy into the serpent blade, which he hurled forth. In an instant, it transformed into several sinuous silver streaks, hurtling towards Su Yuli from various directions. Serpent strike. Su Yuli's brow furrowed in concentration as she swung her demonic blade downward. Several streams of sword energy cleaved through the air, shattering the silver streaks with precision. The most formidable blade energy severed the true form of the serpent blade hidden among the silver streaks in a single strike. Ming Shi was taken aback as his prized creation, a personal artifact of immense power comparable to a low-grade celestial weapon, was effortlessly cleaved by Su Yuli. Suddenly, a pristine white fox tail rushed forth, the winds howling like a mountain gale, bearing an overwhelming force. Before Ming Shi could react, the foxtail struck fiercely against his chest. In an instant, he was sent hurtling through the air like a shooting star, crashing into a mountain. When Ming Shi emerged from the rubble, a trace of blood adorned the corner of his mouth. "Empress!" Ming Shi bellowed, his form shifting dramatically as he transformed into a fearsome serpent over 100 feet long. His massive body could obscure the sun with glossy black scales, and even a portion of his tail could wrap around an entire mountain, shattering it to pieces. This was the true form revealed after Ming Shi fused with the ancient ferocious beast, the Ba Shi. The demon clan beneath him hastily fled. Even without Ming Shi's intent to harm, his mere presence was enough to crush countless demons. Observing Ming Shi's transformation, Su Yuli retracted her demonic blade, her demonic and spiritual energies surging simultaneously. Her exquisite visage gradually morphed, and behind her, 9 tails unfurled, transforming her into a colossal nine-tailed fox demon reminiscent of a mountain. Xia Changming below gazed in astonishment. So this is the true size of my wife. Ming, she hissed, his venomous gaze fixated on Su Yueli. And then he lunged forward, his massive jaws agape. With a resonant roar, Su Yueli opened her fanged maw and sank her teeth into Ming Shi's vital point. Ming Shi thrashed in desperation, his immense body sweeping across a mountain peak. Ultimately, his serpentine form coiled tightly around Su Yueli, exerting all his might to constrict her. Su Yueli clung to Ming Shi's vital point with unyielding tenacity, while her 9 tails ensnared his serpentine body. The tails constricted relentlessly, twisting Ming Shi's form into a tangled mass, scales shedding, blood dripping incessantly, staining the pristine white of her 9-tailed fox form. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking, as 2 sovereign demon beasts engaged in a primal struggle for survival. The outcome was already evident. The body of Ming Shi was riddled with fractures, and the vital point at his 7-inch mark had been pierced by Su Yuli's bite, his serpent-like eyes gradually dimming. You have endured much. Your mission has been fulfilled. At that moment, the voice of the demon lord echoed in Ming Shi's mind. In the next instant, Ming Shi's form suddenly swelled, akin to an inflated balloon, as his inner spiritual energy surged to a terrifying level. Xia Changming instantly sensed something amiss and swiftly positioned himself above Su Yuli, exclaiming, "My dear, release your grip." Su Yuli, recognizing the impending danger, promptly freed her true form and escaped from Ming Shi's entanglement. Stone barrier. Xia Changming's hands converged, causing several stone walls to rise from the ground, forming a semicircular barricade that ensnared Ming Shi within. Demon Lord, you have deceived me. Ming Shi's anguished roar resonated from within the stone barrier, and then his body erupted like a bomb. The immense force shattered Xia Changming's reinforced stone barriers into dust. The violent shockwave and impact overturned 1,000,000 demon clansmen. Chapter 146. Collision of Celestial Arts. Divine weapons descend. Su Yueli leaned against Xia Changming's embrace, her heart racing as she gazed at the sudden turn of events. Had she not managed to evade in time, she would have been shattered in the explosion. Indeed, it was remarkable to perceive the trap set by this demon god. Following a massive explosion of spiritual energy, a shadow slowly hovered in the air. As the shadow dissipated, a man with an arrogant and sinister countenance, adorned with long hair and dangling earrings, emerged before the crowd. Sensing the ominous aura emanating from the man, Xia Changming and Su Yueli instantly recognized his identity. Demon Clan. Having concealed themselves for so long, they could no longer remain hidden. Demon Clan, I ask you, is this chaos instigated by the demon race? Su Yueli inquired coldly, her brows furrowed. The demon lord showed no hesitation, calmly admitting, "Indeed, I am one of the 7 demon gods, known for my arrogance. Everything concerning the demon race has been orchestrated by me. Alas, the incompetent Sholing failed to eliminate you in Tianzhou, and the useless Quan Chuan seems to have also failed in his assassination. Otherwise, my plan would have been realized long ago. The demon race is now under my control. Humph, not while I am here. The demon clan shall not lay a finger on the demon race." Su Yueli retorted angrily, drawing her demon blade to strike at the demon lord, only to find herself firmly held by Xia Changming, unable to move. "Release me," she demanded. "My dear, do not be angry. For now, restore your spiritual energy. I shall handle him," Xia Changming stated seriously, still holding her tightly. It was rare for Su Yueli to see Xia Changming so earnest. Even during their last encounter with that demon god's incarnation in the Tianzhou secret realm, he had not appeared this serious. She couldn't help but regard the unknown demon god before her with newfound gravity. From his chilling aura, she could not discern his cultivation level. This implied that his realm might well exceed hers, possibly reaching the level of divine prowess. "I shall confront him alongside you." Considering the opponent's strength, Su Yueli chose to ally with Xia Changming. Xia Changming offered a gentle smile, lowering himself to place Su Yueli on the ground. "My dear, you shall wait here obediently." With that, he soared into the air, leaving Su Yueli fuming in place, grinding her teeth and stomping her feet. It was always like this. This man truly underestimated her. After her frustration subsided, a feeling of helplessness and disappointment rose within Su Yueli. Indeed, her strength paled in comparison to Xia Changming's. She was of no help. "Humph, have you made arrangements for your demise?" In the sky, the demon lord stood with arms crossed, calmly observing Xia Changming's actions. His expression remarkably composed. I am arranging for your burial. I have already decided where you shall rest, so this shall suffice, Xia Changming declared. Both individuals wore expressions of pride, their words clashing like swords. The demon lord scoffed derisively, extending an arm and softly intoning, Demon Spirit, 1,000 blades. As his words fell, dark blades materialized from the void behind him, swiftly forming a forest of countless demonic daggers. Unmatched sword technique, myriad swords. Xia Changming echoed softly. Behind him, a multitude of swords shimmered in the air, their brilliance radiant. I have long heard that you are the disciple of the unmatched Sword Immortal. Allow this demon god to experience your prowess. But do not perish too quickly. With a flick of his arm, the demon spirit 1,000 blades surged forward with alarming speed. Xia Changming remained steadfast, uttering a spell as the myriad swords transformed into shooting stars. The sword energy coalesced into countless blades, colliding with the demonic energy of the 1,000 blades in the sky. In an instant, the heavens above bore witness to an ethereal spectacle of colorless and dark meteor showers, continuously clashing and erupting. The astonishing might of the swords and the explosive energy from their collisions distorted the entire sky, tearing open minute fissures. You are worthy of my attention, but that is all. As the demon spirit 1,000 blades and the myriad swords matched in intensity, the demon lord raised his arm once more and declared, demonic flame. A colossal, blazing fireball coalesced in his palm, its intense heat warping the surrounding space. Raging waves. Xia Changming unleashed a divine power, pointing to the ground. Instantly, the earth shattered and geysers erupted, forming a towering wave before him. The massive fireball collided with the 100-foot wave, releasing scalding mist that swept across a 100-mile radius. Suyueli and others were compelled to hastily retreat beyond 100 miles. Those who lingered for even a moment were instantly reduced to bones within the mist. The residual force from such a clash of divine powers was lethal. Your divine arts bear a striking resemblance to someone I once gravely wounded. The demon lord gazed at Xia Changming in astonishment. He had sensed a familiar aura from him earlier. After a moment of contemplation, the demon lord recalled, he was called Dao Qingming, one of the few capable of contesting with my true form. Your divine power is indeed inherited from him, isn't it? Very well. I shall accept this incarnation of the demon god, realizing that he stood before the enemy responsible for the death of the 10,000 laws immortal. Xia Changming's gaze turned solemn, a murderous intent surging forth. He pointed skyward and intoned, heavenly fall. Ignite. A colossal meteor descended slowly from the heavens. Unlike before, Xia Changming showed no restraint this time. The meteor was even more immense. The surface of the enormous meteor was enveloped in crimson flames, resembling a genuine falling star. Is that all? This incarnation of the demon god alone is sufficient to claim your life. Fallen star. The demon lord's demonic energy surged upwards, forming a pitch-black rift in the void. From within a crack, a colossal jet-black stone, no smaller than a meteor from the heavens, slowly emerged, plummeting toward the ground. Two immense meteors collided midair. Boom. The earth trembled, and the sun and moon tilted. Fragments of rock scattered in all directions, and the tremendous shockwave cracked the very ground beneath. When the two meteors crashed to the earth, the entire city of Yaoming vanished without a trace, leaving only the towering stones standing in the realm of the demon race. The two combatants engaged in a fierce duel of celestial magic, each evenly matched. The demon lord furrowed his brow deeply, for with his formidable power, to be on par with a mere junior of the human race was akin to admitting defeat. This was an absolute humiliation he could not bear. As the demon lord raised his hand once more, preparing to unleash his celestial arts, a blade of light piercing enough to shake his very soul suddenly erupted from the horizon. Sensing the impending crisis, the demon lord hastily shielded his head with both hands. A dark barrier materialized above him. In an instant, a graceful wooden sword pierced the heavens, descending like a divine weapon aimed directly at the demon lord's crown. Despite the demon lord's swift reflexes and all-out defense, the wooden sword effortlessly penetrated his crown, pinning him to the ground. How could this be possible? The terrifying might of that blade. It was her. The demon lord roared in anguish. only to be reduced to mere dust by the savage sword energy surging within him. Chapter 147. A sword opens the mirror. The lost land of the demon tribe, everyone was astounded by the sudden appearance of the sword. It was almost unimaginable that such a feat could be accomplished by a mere wooden sword. With a single strike, it effortlessly vanquished the demonic deity at the level of divine powers. Who could wield such might? The crowd was filled with trepidation, and even Su Yuli was no exception. She recognized that this sword was not the work of Xia Changming. Yet he was the most formidable swordsman she had ever encountered. This sword's essence surpassed even his. This astonishing strike not only dispatched the demon lord, but also cleaved the heavens, creating fissures that led to another realm. From the shattered cracks, a mysterious void emerged, hinting at a pathway to another world, a secret realm. A single sword strike had opened a passage to the cosmos. What a terrifying and sharp sword intent. Only Xia Changming understood the origins of the seemingly ordinary wooden sword. In this world, there was only one person capable of such formidable sword intent, his master. The unparalleled Sword Immortal. The sword bore an inscription. Upon seeing the sword, matters resolved. Return to the mountains. The last time Qi Luan urged him to return, he had completely disregarded it. It seemed that his master had sensed the presence of the demon lord from the celestial mountains and had cast this wooden sword to subdue him here. Perhaps it was also a message for him. But whether this secret realm was intentionally created by his master or merely a coincidence was uncertain. Su Yuli gazed at the suddenly opened fissure of the secret realm, her brow furrowed in contemplation. The act of cleaving a fissure in this place indicated that it had once sealed a realm from ancient times. Historically, this had always been the heartland of the demon tribe. If so, this secret realm was likely connected to the demon tribe of ancient times. Yet, strangely, the spiritual energy emanating from this secret realm was remarkably thin, unlike that of a realm rich with celestial opportunities. Nevertheless, since the secret realm had appeared within the demon territory, she felt compelled to explore it, concerned for the safety within the secret realm and to maintain the overall stability. Su Yuli decided that only she and Xia Changming would enter. Mo Qi, by you two remain here to manage the demon tribe. I shall enter the secret realm with him to investigate. Your Majesty, allow me to accompany you, Mo Qi implored. He had always complied without hesitation to Su Yuli's commands, yet this time he unusually defied her order. This was due to a faint yet familiar presence mingling within the spiritual energy emanating from the secret realm. Why you stepped forward as well. Though she spoke not a word, the look in her eyes conveyed her desire to join the expedition. Su Yuli pondered deeply. If she left alongside Mo Qi and Bai Yu, who would remain to oversee the demon tribe? At that moment, Gui Nian approached slowly, leaning on his cane. Your Majesty, you may go with them. I shall remain here to oversee the demon tribe. All will be well, he said with a warm smile. Originally, he was seated in the city of demons, awaiting the triumphant return of Su Yueling and her companions, when suddenly, he sensed the piercing sword aura from afar, which struck terror into his heart. Even with his utmost efforts to unleash the power of the Xuanwu turtle shell, he found himself unable to withstand the brilliance of the sword. Concerned, Gui Nian hurried over. Upon arrival, he witnessed the divine sword descending from the heavens, slaying the demon lord and unveiling the secret realm of the demon race. His heart was filled with astonishment, and he felt fortunate to have avoided enmity with Xia Changming. His master was indeed formidable. It seems the responsibility now falls upon Gui Lao. With Gui Nian safeguarding the demon race, Su Yueling felt a sense of relief. Firstly, Gui Nian's prowess in the realm of divine powers rendered him nearly unmatched among the demon race. Secondly, his esteemed reputation commanded deep respect from all. If she were absent, Gui Nian was undoubtedly the most suitable to oversee the demon race. Without further ado, Su Yueling and Xia Changming entered the secret realm together. Upon entering the secret realm, Su Yueling and the others were utterly astonished by the scene that unfolded before them. Phoenixes and kingluans soared through the skies, while colossal tortoises crawled slowly, supporting several mountain peaks. Armored dragon men and demon spirits, the Tengu clan adorned with ink-black feathers, and the angelic feathered folk were all present, with many water-dwelling demons peeking out from the rivers. These were ancient demon races that had vanished a millennium ago. Su Yueling's lips parted in shock. The sight before her was truly beyond belief. Many demon races and beasts, long thought extinct, materialized within this secret realm. She recalled having heard a rumor within the demon race. During the cataclysmic war between the celestial, demonic, and demon races 1,000 years prior, a formidable being from the demon race feared their potential annihilation. To ensure the survival of their kind, a hidden sanctuary was established where some young demons were sent. This sanctuary became known as the lost domain of the demon race. Sui Welling had once sought this lost domain, but had scoured the entire demon race to no avail. It turned out that they had been transported to this secret realm. The reason for the thin spiritual energy in this place was the passage of a millennium. The demon races here had flourished and drained the energy of the land. At that moment, tens of thousands of demons filled the skies, mountains, and rivers. Surrounding the four of them, their gazes filled with both curiosity and wariness. They had not encountered others for an indeterminate time. Suddenly, they felt the earth tremble as a rift in the secret realm tore open, causing all nearby demons to converge. They dared not approach recklessly, for they were utterly ignorant of the events that had transpired over the past millennium. No one could guarantee whether these individuals before them were foes. Finally, a woman with pristine white wings stepped forward to greet Sui Welling and her companions. "Who are you? Please do not be alarmed. I am the current empress of the demon race." Upon witnessing such a multitude of ancient demons, Sui Welling's heart brimmed with joy, and her words were exceedingly cordial. To demonstrate to everyone, she deliberately revealed her half-demon form, exposing her ears atop her head and the 9 tails behind her. "A 9-tailed fox. She is one of us. How wonderful. Are you here to lead us back to the demon clan?" Upon witnessing Sui Li's true form, the other demons immediately lowered their guard, their expressions filled with ecstatic joy. Throughout the millennium spent in this secret realm, the greatest concern of their ancestors had been whether the demon clan beyond the realm had faced defeat. Otherwise, why had no one come to retrieve them after such a long time? Each time they pondered this, their hearts were heavy with worry and sorrow. For 1,000 years, their ancestors had yearned to return to the demon clan. However, the spiritual energy here was scarce, and with so many demons, their cultivation progress was slow. Until now, no one had the capability to tear open this secret realm. Now, seeing Sui Li, who claimed to be the empress of the demon clan, arrive, how could they not be thrilled? Likewise, Sui Li was overjoyed to see so many ancient remnants of the demon clan present. Recovering the lost members of her kin was also one of her long-held wishes. Gazing into the expectant eyes of the gathered demons, Sui Li softly proclaimed, "I shall lead you back to the demon clan." Chapter 148. He is the emperor's consort. How splendid. At last, we can return. Quickly, inform the clan leader, notify everyone. The myriad of demons erupted in jubilant cheers, their exuberance resonating through the heavens and the earth. However, a thunderous roar abruptly shattered this festive atmosphere. A man clad in battle armor, adorned with several demon bones upon his chest, strode forth from the throng of demons. "Who are you?" Sui Li inquired. "I am Long Ming of the Dragon Clan," he replied sternly, his gaze imbued with vigilance. "I am responsible for the guardianship and safety of this sacred realm." "What counsel does General Long Ming offer?" Sui Li asked. "Certainly." Long Ming pointed an accusatory finger at Sui Li, questioning, "I suspect you are not the Demon Empress. Your strength does not exceed the realm of divine art. If you were truly the Demon Empress, your cultivation would be far too low." At this proclamation, the other demons scrutinized Sui Li anew, their joy momentarily eclipsed by contemplation. Throughout history, every imperial demon has stood among the ranks of celestial beings. Within this sacred realm, there were at least a dozen beings of the celestial sovereign level or higher. Thus, Sui Li's cultivation appeared woefully inadequate. Moreover, possessing merely the strength of a celestial sovereign renders one utterly incapable of tearing through this sacred domain. Sui Li found herself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Despite having endured bullying from Xia Changming, her prowess was nonetheless considerable across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. Beneath the realm of divine art, she could contend with anyone. Yet here, she was deemed insufficiently powerful, a notion she had never anticipated. Following the conclusion of the war between the celestial, demon, and beast races, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had waned. Thus, only a handful could ascend to the level of celestial sovereign, which explained why her cultivation had stagnated. After a moment of reflection, Sui Li offered a simple explanation. Furthermore, she had not disclosed that her age was scarcely greater than Xia Changming's. Her ascension to the status of Demon Empress had only occurred in the past year or two. Standing beside her, Emochi stepped forward to vouch for Su Yuli, declaring, "I assure you, before you stands the current Demon Empress." To bolster his credibility, Emochi unfurled his obsidian wings. "The Tengu clan. I cannot believe that remnants of our lineage still exist," exclaimed a strikingly similar man, with dark hair, from the assembly of demons adorned with ebony wings. Emochi, equally elated, turned his gaze toward the gathering of his kin. Having never encountered his kindred before, he had long harbored hopes of discovering surviving relatives, and now, that desire had finally been fulfilled. Although it was their first meeting, the deep-seated bond of kinship surged forth, evoking a sense of familiarity within his heart. Bayu proactively approached the most graceful woman among them, revealing her pristine white wings. "The Winged Clan," the woman exclaimed joyfully. She stepped forward, grasping Bayu's hand and scrutinizing her from head to toe. "Indeed, she is unmistakably a descendant of our Winged Clan." She, the Empress, spoke with an expressionless demeanor. Bai Yuan immediately comprehended Bayu's intent and leaned forward to gaze at Su Yueli, attempting to extend her trust. Lord Longming and the Baiyu clan firmly believed her to be the Empress of the demon race. Considering Su Yueli's imperial attire and her noble bearing, Bai Yuan was inclined to trust her own judgment. Surely, the Tengu clan shared a similar sentiment? Bai Yuan then shifted her gaze to Mo Yi of the Tengu clan. Mo Yi hesitated, his words caught in his throat, still wavering in his beliefs. Observing this, Bai Yuan furrowed her brows, her expression turning stern. Mo Yi hastily nodded, asserting, "Indeed, my Tengu clan also believes she is the Empress of the demon race." With the Baiyu and Tengu clans voicing their support, more and more demons rallied to endorse Su Yueli's identity as the Empress. Longming frowned, soon casting forth a second point of doubt. Even if she were the Empress of the demon race, what was the reason for her association with the human race? His piercing gaze shifted from Su Yueli to the figure of Xia Changming behind her, sharp and cold. He had noted Xia Changming from the very beginning. Though his aura was deeply restrained, rendering his cultivation indiscernible, the essence of a demon, shaped by years of living, was unmistakably unique, something others could never replicate. From Xia Changming, he felt no trace of the expected demonic essence. The gathered demons followed Longming's gaze towards Xia Changming, their eyes glinting with coldness, as if harboring murderous intent. While Su Yueli's identity as the Empress could be debated, the presence of this human was exceedingly suspicious and difficult to justify. Having dwelled in the secret realm for so long, the demons remained entrenched in the age-old enmity between demons and humans. Yet here was the Empress of the demons accompanied by a human. This easily incited doubts among the demon kin. Su Yueli had not anticipated that having Xia Changming by her side would prove counterproductive. Just as Xia Changming was about to step forward to explain in a manner befitting the demon race, Su Yueli raised her hand to halt him. "This Empress shall address them." After such a long pursuit of the ancient demon kin, she did not wish for the relationship to sour. Surveying the assembly of demons, her figure stood tall against the heavens as she declared with resolute authority, "He is the husband of this Empress." Astonishment rippled through the crowd of demons at her proclamation. Emochi and Baiyu exchanged incredulous glances at Su Yueli. Their Empress had boldly affirmed Xia Changming's status as her consort in public. Even Xia Changming himself had not anticipated this. The last time Su Yueli had acknowledged his status as her husband was when she sought to ensnare him in the treasure pavilion. Hearing it again now, however, brought forth an entirely different sentiment. The expressions of the demons gradually morphed from shock to hostility. As an Empress of the demon race, marrying a human was an affront of the highest order, a grievous betrayal of their kind. Kill him. Eliminate them. She is unworthy of being the Empress of the demon race. Perhaps the demon clan has already been sold by her, now toiling for the human race, seeking to deceive us and eradicate our kind. The demons were filled with righteous indignation. Su Yueli anticipated their reaction, yet calmly continued to elucidate. Though he is of human descent, he has never harmed the demon clan. Furthermore, he has successfully passed the 10,000 demon trials, and is now one of us. I have never harbored any intention to harm you. Upon hearing that Xia Changming had triumphed in the 10,000 demon challenge, the outcries and accusations significantly diminished. Indeed, according to the age-old customs of the demon race, Successfully passing the 10,000 demon trials grants him the status of one among them, regardless of his human lineage. Thus, becoming the consort of the Demon Empress is indeed a matter of little consequence. However, a substantial portion of the demon clan remains skeptical of Su Yueli's words. How about this? The esteemed Empress shall temporarily reside with my feather clan, and we will deliberate on the remaining matters after returning to our respective clans. Seeing the difficulty in reaching a decision, Bai Yuan, as the leader of the feather clan, stepped forward to propose. The various demon clans expressed their agreement. The tearing open of the rift beyond the secret realm is undoubtedly the most pressing issue. They all need to report back and deliberate promptly. Su Yueli nodded gently in acknowledgement of this consensus. Chapter 149. The feathered clan between the canyons. Atop the precipices stood wooden houses and thatched cottages, rising majestically against the cliffs, intricately connected by slender threads, resembling a vast spiderweb spanning the entire gorge. Beneath this delicate web lay a pitch-black abyss, unfathomably deep. This was the dwelling of the feathered clan. Su Yueli and Xia Changming, accompanied by Bai Yuan, arrived at the most magnificent wooden house. By this time, news of their arrival from the outside world had spread throughout the secret realm. Men, women, and children of the feathered clan gathered outside the wooden house, standing on the fine threads in the canyon, curiously observing the unexpected visitors. As the curtain was drawn aside, an elderly woman with flowing white hair reclined in a chair within, her eyes half closed and squinting. The feathered clan operated under a matriarchal system, where women wielded power and excelled in hunting, while men managed household affairs. The woman before them was the true matriarch of the feathered clan, the revered Bai Zhu. Honored Bai Zhu, I have brought the guests, Bai Yuan respectfully announced to the elderly woman. Despite having retired from leadership, her influence within the clan remained unparalleled. Thank you for your efforts. Please have a seat. Bai Zhu's aged voice greeted Su Yueli and the others. After they settled in, Bai Zhu did not hasten to inquire about their journey, but instead beckoned to Bai Yu, who stood behind Su Yueli. Upon receiving Su Yueli's consent, Bai Yu slowly approached Bai Zhu. Bai Zhu grasped Bai Yu's wrist, a flicker of brilliance igniting within her dim eyes. Bai Yu's bloodline surged in response, resonating with a powerful connection. Indeed, you are a child of our feathered clan, lost to us, Bai Zhu remarked with a gentle pat on Bai Yu's hand, a warm smile gracing her lips. Bloodline resonance, a unique ability among the demon kin, occurs solely between those of pure blood relations. Undoubtedly, Bai Yu was one of their own, a descendant of the feathered clan. Confirming Bai Yu's lineage, Bai Zhu turned her gaze towards Su Yueli and inquired, I presume this is the esteemed Empress of the demon kin? Yes, I am the junior, Su Yueli. Su Yueli introduced herself with courtesy. Bai Zhu nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, though your cultivation may be somewhat lacking, your youth is commendable. To possess mid-stage celestial sovereign strength at such an age is remarkable indeed. Even a millennium ago, you would have been hailed as a prodigy. Truly, the legacy of the nine-tailed fox clan is extraordinary. Thank you for your kind words, Su Yueli replied, taken aback. This elderly woman not only discerned her cultivation level at a glance, but even gauged her age. She was undoubtedly a formidable figure, at least a master of transcendent abilities. Bai Zhu then shifted her gaze to Xia Changming, seated beside Su Yueli, regarding him with a calm demeanor devoid of the hostility often displayed by other demon kin. This must be the Empress's consort? It has been a millennium since I have seen the human race, and yet they continue to produce remarkable heroes. With the sword's radiance enveloping him, even the aged could not discern the young man's cultivation level. Curious, Bai Zhu inquired about the youth's master. Few in this world could elude her perception. The resolute sword intent emanating from Xia Changming felt hauntingly familiar to her. Simply sitting there instilled a sense of unease and trepidation within her heart. My master is the unparalleled Sword Immortal of our time, known to the world as Wamingzi. Xia Changming replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart struck as if by a thunderbolt, displaying a face of sheer astonishment. Bai Zhu, what troubles you? Bai Yuan asked with concern. Bai Zhu's expression of fear gradually subsided as she regained her composure, waving her hand dismissively. It is nothing. Nothing. I never imagined that this esteemed individual still lives. It is not surprising that you are his disciple. In an instant, Bai Zhu's expression shifted to one of understanding. Initially skeptical of Xia Changming's achievement in the myriad demon trials and his subsequent marriage to the current empress, her doubts evaporated upon realizing he was a disciple of Wumingzi. Every explanation suddenly made sense. Has the demon race completely submitted to humankind? Baizu sighed softly, inquiring with a hint of melancholy. With Wumingzi still among the living, she had implicitly accepted the notion that the demon race had been defeated. Su Yueli, taken aback, clarified. Not at all. The demon and human races remain divided, coexisting without encroachment upon one another. Is that so? She did not exterminate my demon kin. Baizu was astonished that the demon race could maintain a balance with humanity. Surely, if that esteemed individual intervened, annihilating the demon race would be a simple matter of but a few strikes. Senior, the demon race is currently stable, and I wish to welcome you all back to our kin. Please, accompany me, Su Yueli earnestly requested. She had heard on the journey that the Yu people were among the most powerful factions within the secret realm, and Baizu held considerable prestige there. If she were to agree, persuading the rest of the demon race to return would be a trivial endeavor. Baizu fell into contemplation. She realized Su Yueli aimed to enlist her help in bringing the local demons back to their kind. She trusted in the identity of the Empress and acknowledged Xia Changming as one of their own, especially upon learning of his lineage. After a moment of reflection, Baizu finally spoke. The Yu people are willing to trust the Empress. I, too, am ready to lead the Yu people in returning alongside you, Empress. Bai Yuan can persuade the Tengu tribe as well. However, if you wish for all the demons here to accompany you, it may not be so simple. Why is that? Within this secret realm, aside from the Yu and Tengu tribes, there are two other factions of considerable strength: the Demon Clan and the Dragon Clan. Each occupies its own territory, possessing not only formidable power, but also a demeanor that is difficult to approach. If Her Majesty the Empress wishes to gain the allegiance of all demonkind, she must first earn the recognition of both the Demon Clan and the Dragon Clan. Bai Yuan elucidated on behalf of Baizu. Even if the Feathered Clan and the Tengu Clan acknowledge Su Yueli, without the support of the Demon Clan and the Dragon Clan, a significant portion of demonkind will remain skeptical of her. Having gained the approval of the Feathered Clan, Su Yueli felt a sense of fulfillment. The remainder she would address herself. Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall personally visit the Demon Clan and the Dragon Clan. Su Yueli expressed her gratitude, rising to embark on her journey to the domains of the Demon Clan and the Dragon Clan. Unwavering in her resolve to bring all demonkind back with her, Baizu nodded in approval, perceiving the determination and concern for demonkind in Su Yueli's heart. This alone was sufficient for her endorsement. Bai Yuan promptly informed that rascal Mo Yi to persuade the other demon clans under his command. We are preparing to return home. Yes, Bai Yuan replied with cheerful compliance. Those of their youthful generation often yearned to return to the demon clans spoken of so fondly by the elders. At last, their wishes would be fulfilled. By the way, the Demon Clan and the Dragon Clan are rather stubborn and proud. Young man, should the Dragon Clan give you trouble, you may appropriately invoke the name of your master. I trust those old fellows would be inclined to offer some favor. Just as Xia Changming was about to depart with Su Yueli, Baizu advised him from behind, her azure eyes gleaming with amusement. Xia Changming smiled knowingly, understanding the implication. Chapter 150. The hostility of the Demon Clan after departing from the territory of the Feather Clan. Su Yueli and Xia Changming hurried towards the domain of the Demon Clan. Baiyu remained temporarily within the Feather Clan, while Mo Qi accompanied Bai Yuan to the Tengu Clan to persuade them. Upon traversing the mist-laden valley, a refreshing new landscape greeted the eyes of Su Yueli and Xia Changming. Nestled upon the verdant plains were numerous small cottages, accompanied by mountains and rivers, with curling smoke rising gently into the air, painting a serene and vibrant scene. Several children frolicked on the grass, while women, clad in simple attire, squatted by the stream, washing their clothes. Some even carrying infants swaddled on their backs. Without exception, all bore a pair of short, sharp horns upon their foreheads, marking their identity as members of the Demon Clan. At the village entrance stood a stone tablet, prominently inscribed with the words Ghost Hidden Village. The sharp aura emanating from the tablet indicated that the artisan responsible for its engraving was no ordinary figure. As Su Yueli and Xia Changming approached the village, several demon guards, clad in rough cloth and bearing unfriendly expressions, obstructed their path, their hands resting on the hilts of their knives. Stop! Guests must be treated with respect. A steady voice resonated from behind the guards. A man with long braided hair and a stern countenance stepped forward. Lord Xia. Upon seeing the man, the guards respectfully parted to the sides. Xia approached Su Yueli and Xia Changming, calmly stating, "I am Xia, the leader of the demon clan. I have been informed of the situation. Please follow me." With that, Xia turned and made his way towards an inconspicuous courtyard within the village. Su Yueli and Xia Changming followed him inside. The courtyard was divided into two sides, one adorned with blooming flowers, while the other cultivated with thriving crops, clearly receiving diligent care. The interior of the dwelling was exceedingly simple, aside from a desk, a stool, and a bed. There were merely a few farming tools scattered in the corner, virtually devoid of any other possessions. It was hard to fathom that the renowned demon clan, known for their might, lived such a pastoral existence. "Please, have a seat." After sitting down, Xia gestured for Su Yueli and Xia Changming to take their places. Once they were seated, Xia candidly addressed them. "The demon clan will not leave the secret realm with you." "Why? Do you doubt my identity?" Su Yueli inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "No, it has nothing to do with your identity. Regardless of whether you are the current empress of the demon clan, it is irrelevant to the demon clan." "Why is that?" Su Yueli's confusion deepened. She could not comprehend why the demon clan would be unwilling to accompany her out of the secret realm and return to the lands of the demon clan. After pouring tea for Su Yueli and Xia Changming, Xia slowly elucidated. "If you are indeed the current empress of the demon clan, you should be aware of how much the demon clan has sacrificed for the sake of the demon race. In the end, what did they receive in return?" Xia's gaze became vacant as he shattered the teapot in his grasp, an aura of piercing sword intent emanating from his being. Within him, dissatisfaction and resentment towards the demon race surged forth. Su Yueli was at a loss for words, her expression dimmed. She possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the plight of the demon clan. The demon race was inherently gifted, endowed with extraordinary talents and combat instincts from the moment of their inception, making them natural warriors. Once, the demon clan thrived in strength, boasting over 100 formidable beings above the divine realm, a coalition far surpassing that of several other powerful clans. The successive demon emperors recognized the innate abilities of the demon race and thus devoted themselves to nurturing and training them. However, in reality, this so-called dedication merely served to exploit the demon clan, dispatching them to various battlefields as vanguards, leading to grievous casualties. During the war among the celestial, demonic, and demon races, the demon clan nearly faced total annihilation, with all their strong warriors perishing. It was only in the end that the demon clan realized their loyalty held no value in the eyes of the demon emperors. Each successive demon emperor harbored fears of the demon clan's resurgence, seizing the opportunity to weaken their power, leading to the current near extinction of their lineage. "You may leave now. I have spoken my piece," he declared. "I shall notify the other demon races under the demon clan. If they wish to depart, they are free to leave the secret realm with you. The demon clan will remain in the secret realm, living a secluded and tranquil existence, no longer serving the demon emperors. Even if I were to consent, the others of the demon clan would not." With this, Xia found no further words to exchange with Su Yueli. She wished to persuade him, yet found herself at a loss for words. Judging by the actions of the past demon emperors, the demon clan's choice was entirely justifiable. The demon race owed too much to the demon clan. After leaving Xia's chamber, Su Yueli appeared profoundly dejected, for she truly could not fathom a way to convince him. Even should she resort to force, the demon clan would be unwilling to return to the demon race. "My dear, sometimes the decisions of a clan leader are not made solely by personal will, but rather by the consensus of all within the clan, just as you have made decisions for the demon race." Since persuading Xia seemed futile, perhaps she could attempt to sway the other members of the demon clan. Although Xia appeared resolute, his words subtly indicated a direction. Xia Changming speculated that as long as the other members of the demon clan were willing to return to the demon race, Xia would likewise be inclined to do so, for his choices reflected the will of the entire demon clan. Upon hearing this, Su Yueli contemplated deeply, gradually grasping Xia Changming's intent, her eyes sparkling with hope. Arriving at the center of Guane village, she took a moment to compose herself before exclaiming with a melodious voice, "People of the demon clan, hear me, as the emperor of the demon race. I shall never leave any of you behind. In this tranquil era for the demon clan, where strife and conflict have vanished from their lands, I implore you to accompany me back. Su Yueli's melodious voice resonated through the corners of ghostly hidden village, carried by her spiritual energy. In a mere moment, the villagers gathered curiously around her. The majority of the demon and ghost clan members frowned, their expressions unwelcoming. They were resolute in their refusal to leave this place. Indeed, do not think to deceive us into serving the demon clan once more. Your Majesty, it would be prudent for you to return. This humble locale is unworthy of your presence, and we fear it may cause you distress. In the face of their scornful remarks, Su Yueli remained unperturbed, bowing her head in remorse as she addressed them. I acknowledge that the demon clan has much to atone for to the demon and ghost clan. I am willing to make amends to the best of my abilities. I kindly ask everyone to return with me. Chapter 151, The Dream of the Emperor. Guardian of the demon clan, to everyone's astonishment, Su Yueli, the empress of the demon clan, bowed and offered an apology to them. The members of the demon ghost clan were rendered speechless. Historically, every emperor of the demon clan had been arrogant, tyrannical, and reckless. Yet here was Su Yueli, treating them with such respect and courtesy. This was an unprecedented act in the history of the demon emperors and a treatment never before afforded to the demon ghost clan. For a moment, the members of the demon ghost clan were at a loss for words. At that moment, a slight figure squeezed through the crowd of demons and threw a bright red fruit, the zhugua, towards Su Yueli. As Xia Changming attempted to raise his arm to block it, Su Yueli grasped his arm, allowing the fruit to strike her head. The thick, red pulp burst forth, staining Su Yueli's silver hair. The demons gasped in horror and hurried to restrain the youth. Young Master Emoshio, this is unacceptable, they exclaimed. No matter how one viewed it, Su Yueli was still the empress of the demon clan, and Emoshio's actions could easily be construed as an assault against her. According to the laws of the demon clan, such behavior was an unforgivable crime punishable by death. Given the force with which Emoshio hurled the zhugua, it was impossible for it to have touched Su Yueli had she chosen to evade it. Yet, remarkably, she did not flinch or shy away, leaving everyone bewildered. Ignoring the protests, Emoshio pointed an accusatory finger at Su Yueli, indignantly declaring, "My father has said that you so-called emperors of the demon clan have never cared for our well-being. You must leave Guane village at once. You are not welcome here." Since childhood, Emoshio had listened to Emoshia recount the mistreatment the demon ghost clan had endured from the past emperors of the demon clan and how other clans within the demon race had harbored enmity towards them. Thus, upon encountering Su Yueli, who claimed to be an emperor, Emoshio felt nothing but disdain and hostility. As he spoke, he retrieved several more zhugua from his sleeve and hurled them at Su Yueli. One of the fruits struck her delicate face, causing the pulp to cascade down her cheek. The members of the demon ghost clan quickly grabbed Emoshio's arm in alarm. Xia Changming glared at Emoshio with displeasure. This little brat, how audacious! Were it not for Su Yueli holding my arm, I would have certainly dealt with him. From the back of the crowd, Emoshia observed the unfolding scene, a subordinate approaching him and bowing slightly to inquire, "Lord Emoshia, shall we bring young Master Emoshio back?" "There's no need." Emoshia replied coolly, his gaze fixed on Su Yueli without uttering another word. With a grave expression, Su Yueli addressed the members of the demon ghost clan, placing her hand over her heart as she earnestly declared, "The demon ghost clan has been a part of the demon race since time immemorial, and thus, they are my subjects. I shall wholeheartedly make amends for the grievances the past emperors have inflicted upon the demon ghost clan. I promise that they may return with me to the demon clan without any coercion to do so. Upon returning, the demon ghost clan will still have the option to choose a peaceful refuge for their secluded lives. I shall never impose." As they listened to Su Yueli's heartfelt words, the members of the demon ghost clan felt a tremor of emotion within their hearts. Su Yueli's demeanor was strikingly different from the imperial demon described by their elders. They could sense that she genuinely cared for them and wished to lead them away from this place, back to the realm of the demon clan. Slowly, Su Yueli approached Emoshio, crouching before him with a gentle smile, inquiring, "Your name is Emoshio, is it not? So what of it?" As their gazes met, Emoshio, perhaps feeling the allure of Su Yueli's presence, averted his eyes in a flustered manner, maintaining a defiant tone. "Could you enlighten me about your dreams?" Su Yueli asked with a radiant smile, her warmth akin to the gentle embrace of spring. She exuded the familiarity of a kind neighbor. Why should I tell you? Emoshio retorted, fists clenched, his expression resolute. Su Yueli did not press further, simply observing him in silence. Eventually, unable to withstand her unwavering gaze, Emoshio reluctantly confessed, "My dream is to become a formidable guardian like my father, to protect Guane village." "Ah, that is indeed a remarkable aspiration," Su Yueli replied, her approval causing Emoshio's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. This was the first time anyone had praised his dream so sincerely. Others in the village had merely dismissed it with a laugh. Su Yueli was the first to acknowledge and validate his ambition. "I share a similar dream," she continued. "Do you aspire to protect your village as well?" Emoshio inquired, his tone softened considerably. With a gentle smile, Su Yueli stood and said, "Indeed. However, the village I seek to protect is known as the Demon Clan. As long as one belongs to the Demon Clan, I shall devote myself entirely to its defense, Guine village included." Her words deeply resonated with the gathered Demon Clan members, even causing Emoshio to gaze at her in awe. Compared to his own dreams, Su Yueli's aspirations appeared far grander and profoundly moving. It seemed the imperial demon was not as detestable as his father had suggested. Noticing the lingering hesitation among the demons, Su Yueli slowly drew a demon blade from her foxtail, lightly gliding it across her delicate, jade-like arm. Vivid blood instantly flowed from the slender wound, staining half of her arm. "If there remains any doubt, I am willing to swear an oath with my blood. I shall honor the will of the Demon Clan, regarding them as my subjects, and demand nothing of them." As droplets of blood fell from the blade, the assembled demons stared in astonishment at the weapon in Su Yueli's grasp. This is the demon's sealing and exterminating blade, the one lost alongside our ancestors," they exclaimed, recognition dawning upon them. "It cannot be mistaken, just as described in the texts. Quickly, summon Lord Moyi." The revelation of the demon blade in Su Yueli's hand caused an uproar among the Demon Clan. Su Yueli, perplexed, was unaware of the significance of the blade, which she had indeed acquired from a certain demon general. As for the origins related to the Demon Clan, that remains a mystery to her. Emoshio had been gazing from a distance, and, upon noticing the demonic blade in Su Yueli's hand, approached her directly, his eyes fixated on the weapon. "Your Majesty, may I have a look at the demonic blade you hold?" Su Yueli extended the blade towards Emoshio. He cradled it with both hands, entranced by its formidable presence, feeling a subtle resonance within his bloodline. The demon-slaying blade had undoubtedly absorbed the essence of the Demon Clan's ancestral bloodline. There was no doubt that this was indeed the legacy of their forebears. Could it be the will of the heavens? "Thank you." Emoshio respectfully returned the blade to Su Yueli. The ancestors of the Demon Clan had left behind a prophecy that whoever gains the recognition of the demon-slaying blade shall become the leader of our clan. Su Yueli gazed in astonishment at the blade, which seemed to quiver in her grasp. She had not anticipated that the blade held such significance within the Demon Clan. After a moment of contemplation, Emoshio turned to the gathered demons and inquired, "My friends, according to our ancestors' words, she is destined to be the leader of our clan. You all heard her pledge to the Demon Clan. Do you trust her, this esteemed Empress?" Chapter 152. The submission of the Demon Clan once again. The assembly of demons fell into silence. Emoshio was seeking the opinions of all members of the Demon Clan. After a brief pause, Emoshio raised his hand and inquired, "If I follow you, will I become stronger?" Su Yueli smiled gently and assured him, "Certainly. The spiritual energy outside is far more abundant than here, and there are many formidable warriors among the demon race with whom you can train. Are there any delicious foods out there?" A chubby little demon child, with tears streaming from his nose, raised his hand to ask. "Of course. There are countless delicacies you have never encountered before." Su Yueli approached him, her palm gently closing, and when she opened it again, a handful of candies appeared in her hand. Instantly, a swarm of children gathered around her, excitedly clamoring for the sweets. Only Emoshio stood at a distance, his eyes filled with longing yet hesitating to step forward. Observing this, Su Yueli smiled and extended her hand, leaving a piece of candy for him. "Humph, I am not like them. As a powerful being, how could I possibly indulge in such candies?" Emoshio swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the candy in Su Yueli's hand, his thoughts plainly etched on his face. Su Yueli took his hand and directly placed the candy into it. "I said I don't want it. If you insist on giving it, Then I have no choice. Xiao, blushing, clutched the candy defiantly. Witnessing this scene, more members of the demon clan were moved. A woman with a baby on her back stepped forward and asked, "Your Majesty, if we return with you, will you force our children to go to battle?" Many turned their eyes towards Su Yueli, awaiting her response. This was their foremost concern. The demon clan had historically been exploited as tools for war due to their prowess, leading to their dwindling numbers. Many had suffered the tragedies of losing their families. Su Yueli looked at the gathered demons and answered solemnly, "If any among you are willing to serve me, I will dedicate myself to nurturing your children. If not, I shall respect your choice and will never compel you to do anything against your will. Your children may remain by your side forever and choose to pursue any path they desire." Upon hearing Su Yueli's sincere reply, the eyes of the demons brightened with joy. After a flurry of whispered discussions, they conveyed their final decision to Xia. Upon hearing this, Xia nodded, his expression grave as he looked at Su Yueli and declared, "Your Majesty, the demon clan's convictions remain unchanged. We shall never serve the imperial demon." Upon hearing this response, a hint of sorrow inevitably flickered in Su Yueli's eyes. Even after such assurances, was she still unable to persuade the demon clan? Just then, Xia shifted his tone and knelt on one knee. "The demon clan will not serve the imperial demon, but they are willing to pledge their loyalty to you." To the clan leader, as Xia knelt down to swear his allegiance, the surrounding demons followed suit, kneeling and vowing their fealty. The dim light in Su Yuli's eyes suddenly reignited, illuminating her face with joy. The demon clan had finally recognized her. Xia Changming also felt a surge of happiness for Su Yuli. Approaching her side, he gently bandaged her wounds and took out a handkerchief to wipe the remnants of jam from her face. "My dear, you must not do this again," he chided softly while tending to her injuries. Su Yuli responded in a pleasant tone, her countenance adorned with a rare gentle smile. The members of the demon clan encircled Su Yuli, fervently inquiring about a myriad of matters beyond the secret realm. Having been born within the confines of the secret realm, their understanding of the outside world was solely based on the oral traditions passed down by their ancestors. They were filled with curiosity about the true nature of the demon race beyond these boundaries. Su Yuli was more than willing to elucidate their questions, recounting tales of the current state of the demon race. Xia Changming found himself gently pushed aside by the throng of demons and silently moved to Xia's side. Both men gazed contentedly at the warm scene before them. "You intend to lead the demon clan out of the secret realm, do you not?" Xia Changming inquired, his gaze fixed ahead. Since entering the ghost-hidden village, he had kept a close watch on Xia. On one hand, he sensed a blade-like aura emanating from Xia that rivaled his own, while on the other, he found his behavior perplexing. The demon clan of Ghost-Hidden Village generally harbored hostility towards Su Yuli and him, yet Xia exhibited no such animosity. He explicitly stated that the demon clan would not serve the imperial demon, yet he had invited them into his home. His words carried a hidden implication. When Su Yuli called upon the demons, he merely observed from a distance, showing no intention of intervening. After Su Yuli revealed the demon sword, he further facilitated her acknowledgement as the leader of the demon clan. If Xia was truly disinterested in leaving the secret realm, he could have easily turned them away from the outset. In response to Xia Changming's inquiry, Xia replied nonchalantly, "As you can see, the spiritual energy within this secret realm is nearly depleted. If the demon clan continues to linger here, their cultivation will stagnate, and within a millennium, they will perish in this place. Even if I wished to lead the demon clan away with the Lady Empress, others would not consent." Xia did not directly affirm his intentions, but his meaning was clear. He was testing the waters, gauging Su Yuli's genuine concern for the demon clan. If her words held true, then she would undoubtedly refuse to abandon them, allowing him to confidently lead the demon clan to align with the demon race and return with Su Yuli. If Su Yuli's words were mere deceit, he would prefer to perish alongside the demon clan within the confines of the secret realm. Fortunately, Su Yuli did not disappoint him. She had garnered the recognition of every member of the demon clan, proving herself a worthy sovereign to entrust them to. Xia Changming had seen through Xia's intentions and smirked derisively. Pointing at Xia, he inquired, "Is that little imp your child?" "Indeed," Xia replied softly, somewhat perplexed by Xia Changming's question. "May I take the liberty of disciplining him for you?" Xia. Now Xia understood. Xia Changming harbored a grudge against Mo Xiu for hurling the red fruit at Su Yueli. How could a formidable being on the brink of transcending into the divine realm be so petty towards a mere child? With a sigh, Mo Xiu resignedly stated, "My son has indeed been disrespectful to the Empress. Upon our return, I shall personally ensure he receives a proper lesson." "That would be most commendable." Xia Changming casually retrieved a vine whip from his spatial ring and handed it to Mo Xiu. "Here, do not be too harsh, just make do with this." Accepting the whip, Mo Xiu's stern visage displayed a hint of wry amusement. "Very well." Chapter 153. Bathing under the moonlight in the stillness of the night. Beneath a radiant full moon, the silvery light reflected upon the gentle stream, where the water danced and sparkled. A delicate and enchanting figure emerged from the water, her exquisite form appearing ethereal in the moonlight, a vision of beauty that seemed to float like the Milky Way upon the surface of the stream. With 3,000 strands of silver hair cascading gracefully, Su Yueli, immersed in the stream, tenderly caressed her slender, jade-like arms. Her gaze drawn to the bandage wound upon her skin. She hummed a sweet melody, her captivating visage adorned with a serene smile, her heart brimming with joy. Having gained the recognition of the demon clan, she seized the opportunity of the night, when no one was around, to shed her garments and step into the water, cleansing herself of the remnants of the crimson fruit paste. Xia Changming stood hidden among the trees, his back turned to the stream, draped with Su Yuli's clothing, motionless like a clothes hanger. "My dear, you have been soaking for half an hour." He could not help but complain. "You want tea, let me see. Yet here I am, waiting for you for so long." The sound of the rippling water further fueled his imagination. "I have only just begun," Su Yuli replied softly, her fingers gliding through her silvery hair, completely disregarding Xia Changming's lamentations. "I warn you, do not steal a glance. Otherwise, I shall not let you off lightly." Her words, rather than dissuading him, only served to irritate Xia Changming. Standing there, immobile for half an hour without any reward, he felt it was unjust to endure warnings and threats. Since he could not sneak a peek, he decided to observe openly. As her husband, it was only natural to be concerned for his wife's safety, was it not? With determination, he stepped out from the thicket, holding Su Yuli's garments. Boldly approaching the water's edge. Startled, Su Yuli quickly submerged herself, exposing only her head, indignantly scolding, "What are you doing? Didn't you say I shouldn't sneak a glance? Therefore, I have come out," Xia Changming replied, crouching by the stream. Gazing at Su Yuli with a smile, Su Yuli was at a loss for words. It was the first time she had encountered someone who articulated their peeping so justifiably. Did this man not feel the slightest embarrassment? "Have you seen enough?" she retorted, biting her silver teeth in playful annoyance. "Not at all, my dear. I can never see enough of you," he responded with a grin, adhering to his shameless principles, showing no intention of leaving. Frustrated, Su Yuli swam away to maintain some distance, but when she turned back, she found Xia Changming had discarded all but a pair of pristine white shorts. His robust and graceful physique stood bare to the air, skin as fair and unblemished as a woman's, with long, dark hair cascading behind him. Just then, clouds drifted away from the silver moon, casting its pure light upon him, transforming him into a striking figure beneath the moonlight. Su Yuli could not help but gaze, her lips slightly parted, lost in the moment. It was only after Xia Changming gracefully spun in the air and plunged into the water with a perfect arc that Su Yueli finally reacted, exclaiming in a delicate voice, "Ah, why did you suddenly take off your clothes?" "Because I intend to bathe," Xia Changming replied with righteous indignation while submerged in the water. "Then why must you bathe?" she retorted. "I seem to have gotten a bit dirty as well. Thus it is only natural to cleanse myself," he explained. "Why you? Did you not see that I am still bathing?" Su Yueli pouted, her arms crossed over her chest in a flustered manner. Fortunately, the night was late, and the water below was cloaked in darkness, ensuring that nothing could be seen. "I am aware of that," he reassured her. "Therefore, I shall join you in the water. If you were not here, I would not have come down at all. This is a rare opportunity. Let me assist you in washing your back." With that, Xia Changming swam towards Su Yueli. Her complexion paled in an instant, and she admonished him repeatedly, "You are not permitted to come closer. I have finished bathing. Turn around, and I shall leave at once." At that moment, she was completely unclothed in the water. Should Xia Changming approach, her modesty would be utterly compromised. The mere thought of this made her cheeks flush crimson, and she desperately attempted to prevent him from advancing. As Xia Changming drew ever nearer, Su Yueli could no longer restrain herself. She unleashed her spiritual power and struck at him with her fox tail. I said, "Do not come any closer." With a resounding crash, the entire stream seemed to shatter under the force of her blow, sending splashes of water flying and causing the ground to tremble. Seizing the moment, Su Yueli intended to don her clothes and flee the stream, but her ankle was suddenly grasped by a hand, and she was dragged beneath the surface. "Ah!" she cried out in alarm, her eyes wide with terror as she was pulled into the depths. The next instant, Xia Changming emerged from the water, cradling a petite, irresistibly adorable little white fox in his arms. The creature's eyes were filled with sorrow, seemingly resigned to her fate, as she allowed him to stroke her silky fur gently from behind. Indeed, this was Su Yueli. In that fleeting moment when Xia Changming seized her and pulled her into the water, she had swiftly transformed into her true beast form, thereby avoiding the embarrassment of being seen in her vulnerable state. Yet, in this form, she was as defenseless as a lamb at his mercy. "My dear, why have you transformed in this manner?" Xia Changming inquired, gently grooming her fur. This was the first time he beheld Su Yueli in her diminutive fox form. Compared to the colossal nine-tailed fox she had been that day, her current petite appearance was even more endearing, as she exuded an exquisite softness that was utterly irresistible. Though he had changed the method of assisting her in washing her back, he found this way quite delightful. With only half of her small head above the surface, she bubbled out water and retorted, "Umph, as if it is any of your business. Your adorable little form is equally beloved by me," he responded with a smile. Xia Changming gently patted Su Yueli's small head and remarked that ever since he had seen Langia transform into a little black dog resting on Zhou Anning's shoulder, he had long wished for Su Yueli to take on the form of a little fox. Tonight, he finally seized the opportunity, holding her with a fondness that was hard to relinquish. A blush of embarrassment colored Su Yueli's fox-like visage, causing her to bury her head deeper into the water. When Xia Changming traced down her petite form, Su Yueli abruptly widened her delicate eyes and bit down on his palm. "Your hand. Do not touch recklessly. I have warned you countless times. If you persist, I shall bite off your hand." Have I touched somewhere inappropriate?" Xia Changming replied innocently. He was not feigning ignorance. He genuinely did not know where his hand had wandered. Was it not merely a gentle caress upon her belly? Su Yueli, flustered and indignant, began to struggle fiercely in his embrace. The sounds of their playful scuffle echoed along the banks of the silver moon stream, casting two joyful silhouettes beneath the moonlight. In Guane village, within Mo Xie's dwelling, Emoshio concentrated intently on his cultivation, undistracted by the tumultuous noises emanating from the riverbank. Unable to resist, he opened his eyes, only to be met with a whip of vines striking his backside. "Ah!" Emoshio yelped in pain. Emosia, wielding the vine whip with a stern expression, stood nearby, ensuring discipline. Any moment of distraction during Emoshio's training was met with a merciless lash. It was unclear how it had come to this, but upon returning home, Emosia had suddenly imposed strict training regimens upon him, with a whip seemingly procured from nowhere. He constantly found excuses to chastise Emoshio. "Father, it seems something is happening over by the river. Shouldn't you go take a look?" Emoshio inquired curiously. Had it not been for the commotion from the river, he would not have endured such a strike. Emosia merely replied with indifference, "That is an affair for adults. It does not concern you, a mere child. Focus on your cultivation. You are to train with the sword for an additional hour." Chapter 154, The Unrivaled Sword Immortal. Wamingzi the following morning, outside Guane village, upon learning that Su Yueli and Xia Changming were about to embark towards the territory of the dragon tribe, Mo Xie led the members of the demon clan to bid them farewell. Initially, Mo Xie intended to accompany them. The dragon tribe was known for its rebellious and arrogant nature. Should a conflict arise, he believed he could offer assistance. However, Su Yueli graciously declined his offer to join. This journey was one of persuasion, not subjugation, and she preferred Mo Xie to focus on convincing the other demon clans to return with her. Respecting her wishes, Mo Xie ceased to insist. "Your Majesty, the dragon tribe is exceptionally powerful. They may not treat you kindly. Please exercise caution during your journey," he advised. "Indeed, I am aware," Su Yueli responded with a nod. As she turned to leave, She cast a fierce glare at Xia Changming beside her, quickening her pace. "My dear, wait for me," Xia Changming called out, a smile gracing his face as he approached her side. Naturally, he was met with Su Yueli's annoyed dismissal as she pushed him away. "Do not come so close to me." It was clear that she still harbored anger from the previous night. The two walked side by side, their shoulders brushing against one another, engaged in playful pushing and teasing, their bickering ringing out as they moved. Behind them, the members of the demon clan exchanged bewildered glances at this rather incongruous scene. The empress of the demon tribe was playfully bickering with a mere human. Many women and children couldn't help but stifle giggles, enviously watching as Xia Changming and Su Yueli transformed into streaks of divine light, vanishing from sight. The empress and her husband truly shared a deep affection. Within the secret realm, a vast island covered in dense forests floated upon the sea. Dozens of colossal dragons soared above the island, while numerous dragon riders, armed with sharp blades and adorned with dragon horns, patrolled the area on their winged dragons. This was the territory of the dragon tribe, Dragon Island. The dragon tribe occupied the entire island, with countless demon clans under their command, and even a variety of water demons surrounding the island were under their control. They were the most formidable demon king clan within the secret realm. As Su Yueli and Xia Changming's figures appeared above the island, many dragons, commanding their winged dragons, positioned themselves in front of the pair, their expressions rife with mockery and disdain. "Who are you? How dare you trespass on Dragon Island?" One of them sneered. They seemed to be outsiders from the secret realm. It is said that the woman among them is the current empress of the demon clan. "What? This little girl? The empress? What a joke. Ha ha ha. It's only because our dragon tribe is absent. Otherwise, how could a woman ever become an empress?" Listening to the unrestrained ridicule and disrespect from the dragon tribe, Su Yueli's delicate face turned frosty. In an instant, a flash of silver light appeared in her hand as her claws swept through the air. The two most arrogant dragons at the forefront were instantly severed, their heads falling from the sky. The laughter of the dragons ceased abruptly, replaced by expressions of shock and horror. Accustomed to arrogance in the secret realms, they were utterly unprepared for Su Yueli's audacity in openly executing their kin on Dragon Island. "How dare you lay hands on the Dragon Clan? You shall not leave Dragon Island alive today. Seize them." As the dragons were about to act, a commanding voice rang out from behind. "Halt!" Longming soared forth from behind the assembly of dragons. "Lord Longming." The dragons respectfully parted to the sides. "Lord Ao Tian has long advised you to temper your behavior. Do you treat his words as mere whispers in the wind?" Upon his arrival, Longming cast a dispassionate glance at the slain, mercilessly reprimanding the others. The dragons stood trembling, unable to utter a single word. Once he finished his admonition, Longming turned his gaze towards Su Yueli and spoke. "The elders have awaited you for some time. Please follow me." With that, he pivoted and flew towards the enormous stone dragon head that loomed at the heart of Dragon Island. Su Yueli and Xia Changming followed closely, entering the maw of the dragon without obstruction. Navigating through the dimly lit corridor, they emerged into a grand hall reminiscent of a courtroom. Standing at the hall's center, Su Yueli and Xia Changming were surrounded by elevated platforms, with four figures seated on the foremost dais. Enveloped in shadows, the features of the four were obscured. However, from their indistinct forms and formidable auras, it was apparent that they were all venerable elders, each a powerhouse beyond the realm of divine abilities. Upon sighting Su Yueli, one of the aged figures, with a voice steeped in contempt, bluntly inquired, "Are you the current empress of the demon clan from outside the secret realms?" The inquisitorial tone of the question caused Su Yueli to furrow her brows deeply. The rumors held true. The dragon clan, in comparison to other demon clans, was indeed excessively proud and dismissive. Just as she was about to respond, her arm was suddenly grasped by Xia Changming. Ignoring Su Yueli's puzzled gaze, he stepped forward with a haughty demeanor and declared, "Shouldn't you first introduce yourselves before inquiring about others?" He could not tolerate anyone bullying his wife. If anyone were to do so, it would be him. After a brief silence, one of the figures slowly remarked, "Such a proud young human. It has been ages since anyone from your kind dared to address us with such insolence." Another voice, that of an elderly woman, interjected, "We have heard the news. The current empress of the demon clan marrying a mere human is utterly laughable." A deep voice then scoffed, "Her strength is only at the mid-stage of the heavenly sovereign realm." Without our dragon clan, the demon clan is truly in decline. In our opinion, you are unworthy of being the empress of the demons. This position should belong to our dragon clan. As the words fell, a terrifying spiritual pressure descended upon Su Yueli. Gritting her silver teeth and clenching her fists, she glared fiercely, her form resolute and unyielding. She was aware of the dragon clan's haughty nature, yet she never anticipated it to such an extent. With 4 elders of the divine passage realm presiding over them, the dragon clan indeed possessed the grounds for their arrogance. It is noteworthy that outside the current secret realm, there exists only one formidable being of the divine passage realm among the demon race. Under the immense pressure, beads of sweat began to form on Su Yueli's forehead. Xia Changming took her delicate, jade-like hand, and with a surge of piercing sword energy alongside his spiritual power, he swiftly dispelled the oppressive force enveloping Su Yueli. This sword intent, the 4 dragon elders gasped in unison. Even from the shadows, the shock in their voices was unmistakable. To their astonishment, they could vaguely discern the silhouette of that individual emanating from Xia Changming. You, who are you? The head of the Xia family from the Tianzhou Dynasty, Xia Changming. Xia Changming declared with an air of pride. The Xia family, the Longling Xia family. You are the descendant of the legendary Xia family's twin stars. The 4 elders murmured softly, their expressions increasingly astonished. They never expected to encounter a descendant of the once mighty Xia family's twin stars in this era. However, the chilling sword energy emanating from Xia Changming was vastly different from the secret arts passed down within the Xia family. It bore a striking resemblance to another person from their memories, yet the sword intent was remarkably similar to hers, and they were convinced they could not be mistaken. Only her figure lingered in their minds, indelibly etched. Young man, who is your master? My master is the unparalleled Sword Immortal of the present day, Wamingzi. Chapter 155. Su Yueli's confession. The 4 elders in the darkness could not help but break into a cold sweat. Not only did they retract their oppressive aura, but their attitude also underwent a complete transformation, becoming markedly more amiable. Ahem, since you are her disciple, it seems that there was a misunderstanding earlier. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our dragon clan? To his astonishment, the name of his master proved to be exceedingly effective. Xia Changming was taken aback. No wonder Baizu specifically advised him to invoke his master's name when appropriate. It was evident that these 4 old fellows were familiar with his master. It appeared that a significant impression had been left. He had come for 2 matters. Xia Changming fixed his gaze upon the 4 elders and raised one finger, stating, "Firstly, the dragon clan seeks to rejoin the demon race. Indeed, this realm is depleted of spiritual energy, and our dragon clan intends to leave this secret realm and return to the demon race. This poses no issue," replied the most arrogant elder after a moment of contemplation. Long before Xia Changming and Su Yueli arrived, they had already received reports from Longming. After a millennium, the fissure to the outside world had finally opened. Even if Su Yueli did not seek them out, they intended to seize this opportunity to depart. Otherwise, if they remained until the spiritual energy was entirely exhausted, the fissure would close, and the dragon clan would inevitably become mere nourishment for the world's energy. Seeing the dragon clan agree to leave the secret realm without hesitation brought a glimmer of joy to Su Yueli's eyes. After witnessing the haughty demeanor of the dragon clan, she had anticipated a challenging endeavor, yet it turned out to be surprisingly effortless. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, Xia Changming raised his arm to halt her. Raising a second finger, he spoke calmly. "Secondly, the dragon clan must honor Yueli as the demon emperor and pledge their allegiance." While Su Yueli merely wished to take all the demons in the secret realm back, Xia Changming had a different perspective. They would certainly return, but it was imperative to swear loyalty. The dragon clan's arrogance suggested that they held his wife in contempt if they did not temper their pride first. Even upon returning to the demon race, they would likely remain unruly. As expected, no sooner had he spoken than one of the dragon elders bellowed, "That is impossible. You expect the proud dragon clan to heed this girl? Absolutely not. Indeed, a mere celestial being dares to command the dragon clan," echoed the other elders in agreement. Xia Changming's gaze sharpened, and he declared firmly, "If that is the case, then the dragon clan shall remain eternally within this secret realm." Presumptuous. One elder could no longer contain his fury, stepping out from the shadows to point an accusatory finger at Xia Changming. He appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged man, yet his eyes were piercingly sharp. If the Dragon Clan wishes to leave the secret realm, you are in no position to stop us. Do not think I am unaware. Your master is not currently within the secret realm. Should anything occur, others will know. Are you threatening me? Xia Changming's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness as he summoned the imperial immortal sword, positioning it before him. He stood tall, exuding an air of formidable authority. Elders, do feel free to test me. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to confront you? Long Huang gathered his energy, clearly poised to strike. Xia Changming deftly pinched a divine talisman between his fingers, fixing his gaze upon the four dragon kin, the talisman radiating an overwhelming sword intent. This terrifying aura of the sword sent chills down the spines of the four, who were themselves of divine power. Long Huang, who was about to act, found his steps faltering, a sense of trepidation overtaking him. He regarded the talisman in Xia Changming's hand with wary eyes. The 10,000 Swords Talisman. This talisman contained the formidable sword might of his master, whose name was unknown. Should Xia Changming activate the talisman, the sheer force of the myriad swords could effortlessly raze Dragon Island to the ground. This astonishing sword power was indeed sufficient to intimidate the proud dragonkin. Your talisman is indeed powerful, but it cannot simultaneously slay all four of us. Once your spiritual energy is depleted, you will be left with no means of resistance. Long Huang retorted defiantly. Xia Changming merely chuckled, it matters not. When Dragon Island sinks, you may find a way to escape, but the dragon kin upon the island shall not be spared. You. Long Huang glared in fury, clenching his fists. Indeed, the sword might emanating from Xia Changming's talisman was such that even the four of them could not claim absolute certainty of escape, let alone the other inhabitants of the island. At that moment, Xia Changming provided them with an even more compelling reason to refrain from action. By the way, this secret realm was cleaved open by my master with a wooden sword. She is aware of my presence here and is urging my return to the mountain. If I do not return. As he trailed off, a meaningful smile graced his lips. The four elders fell into a contemplative silence. No wonder the rift in the secret realm had been torn open. It was her doing. If they truly dared to act against Xia Changming, even if they miraculously escaped the talisman, when that esteemed figure arrived, the dragon kin would likely face utter annihilation. Enough. Everything thus far has been a misunderstanding. I, on behalf of the dragon kin, extend our apologies for Long Huang's rudeness. At this moment, the elder who had remained silent until now finally spoke. He emerged slowly from the shadows, his complexion slightly aged but still vibrant. I am Long Yan, the foremost elder of the dragon kin. My words represent the will of our clan. It is only natural for the dragon kin to submit to the imperial demon. However, the younger generation may be reluctant to accept this. Long Yan continued. Xia Changming furrowed his brow slightly and inquired. Does the elder mean to suggest that the recognition of the dragon kin depends on the approval of the others? Precisely. We are merely the elder generation in the background. It is my son who holds sway over all affairs within the clan. He commands the greatest respect among the tribe. If this empress can defeat him, the dragon kin will undoubtedly acknowledge her as the imperial demon. Long Yan fixed his gaze on Su Yuli, seemingly inquiring about her resolve. Stepping forward with determination, Su Yuli replied, I accept. Good. Long Ming, summon Ao Tian and inform everyone in the clan. Long Yan instructed Long Ming, who promptly responded and departed. A mocking expression appeared on Long Huang's face. With Ao Tian's prowess, Su Yuli stood no chance of victory. It was sheer arrogance. Before long, a strikingly handsome young man with disheveled hair strode into the hall. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the breathtaking Su Yuli, his eyes captivated. Unable to tear his gaze away, Ao Tian. Long Yan called out from the elevated platform. Yet, Ao Tian seemed oblivious, walking straight to Su Yuli. Under Su Yuli's puzzled frown, Ao Tian knelt on one knee, took her hand, and declared with fervor, My lady, I am smitten at first sight. Please marry me. The four elders were left speechless. Xia Changming could only respond with a silent expression of disbelief. Chapter 156. The Ancient Dragon of the Void. Long Outyin Su Yuli was caught completely off guard by the sudden confession, her expression one of confusion, momentarily unsure of what had transpired. Standing beside her, Xia Changming coldly retracted Su Yuli's hand from Long Outyin's grasp, his gaze piercing with hostility directed at the interloper. This scoundrel dared to confess in front of another man's wife. How utterly outrageous. Surely, he must be a reincarnated demon. It would be unreasonable not to teach him a lesson. Su Yueli, glancing at the grim-faced Xia Changming and feeling the warmth of his tightly held hand, inadvertently revealed a hint of a smile. At that moment, Long Outyin was utterly mesmerized. In the secret realm for over a century, he had never encountered such breathtaking beauty. The female dragons of his clan were all fierce and robust, far more imposing than he, lacking the delicate grace of Su Yueli's slender form. Long Outyin felt his heart stir. At that instant, he was certain he had fallen in love once more, and this feeling was more intense than ever before. Yet, Long Outyin was also acutely aware of the intimate relationship between Su Yueli and Xia Changming. Frowning, he stood up, his eyes filled with animosity. Long Yin rebuked him sharply. Outyin, do not be disrespectful. The reason I summoned you is to challenge the Demon Clan's Empress before everyone in our clan. Long Outyin was exceptional in every regard, his talents among the dragon kin unparalleled. Even within this realm, where spiritual energy was scarce, he had reached the pinnacle of the Celestial Master realm in less than a century, becoming the highest ranked among the younger generation. After ascending to clan leader, he managed clan affairs with remarkable efficiency. However, he had a penchant for romance, often courting women from other clans. In this secret realm, there was scarcely a beautiful woman who had not received his confession, regardless of their marital status, which truly vexed Long Yin. Upon hearing he was to duel Su Yueli, Long Outyin immediately objected vehemently. Father, I cannot bring myself to harm such a beautiful and enchanting woman. She is destined to be my wife, your daughter-in-law. The four elders, Xia Changming, Su Yueli. Long Outyin's declaration rendered everyone present speechless. Xia Changming was left utterly astounded, his fists clenched in disbelief. How could there exist a person so shameless? Never had he encountered such audacity. Long Yin coughed furiously, rebuking him. Nonsense. That woman is the current empress of the Demon Clan, and the man beside her is her husband. Given this, you must choose to battle him. Long Outyin pointed at Xia Changming, seeking his agreement. Xia Changming smiled, eager for the challenge. The other three elders behind Long Yin grew anxious, hastily interjecting, "This cannot be allowed. Let us not delve into the fact that Xia Changming is the disciple of that renowned Sword Immortal. Even in his presence, one can faintly perceive the aura of divine laws. He has undoubtedly come into direct contact with formidable beings of divine law, possessing at least the prowess of a half-step divine realm. Is it not akin to provoking fate for a peak celestial sovereign to challenge someone of half-step divine realm? By the decree of the Grand Elder, I command you to engage in battle with the Demon Clan's imperial demon. You must not defy this order." Long Yin exerted pressure by invoking the name of the Grand Elder. Long Outyin furrowed his brow, reluctantly replying, "Understood." Xia Changming was greatly disappointed, having hoped to take the opportunity to deal with Long Outyin. "My dear, be cautious and do not overestimate your strength. With Long Outyin's peak celestial sovereign prowess, Su Yueli may indeed prove a formidable opponent." In order to gain the recognition of the Dragon Clan regarding Su Yueli's identity as an imperial demon, he truly could not intervene. Su Yueli smiled softly, her voice playful. "Do not underestimate me, imperial demon. I am more than capable of handling a mere peak celestial sovereign." On Dragon Island, within the dueling arena, the vast ground was strewn with shattered rubble and bones, the earth littered with the remains of the fallen. The Demon Clan's inherent combative nature was especially pronounced within the Dragon Clan. To showcase their might and pride, they frequently captured various beasts and cast them into the arena for a life-and-death struggle. At times, internal clan conflicts would also culminate here in mortal combat. The multitude of bones scattered across the ground stood as testament to the brutal history of this arena. At this moment, countless members of the Dragon Clan gathered around the arena, cheering and shouting in anticipation of the unprecedented duel about to commence. After exchanging a knowing glance with Xia Changming, Su Yueli leapt into the arena. Following Long Yan's cue, Long Outyin ascended to the dueling ground as well. As both opponents took their positions, the atmosphere surged to a fever pitch, with cheers echoing ceaselessly. Long Outyin gazed at Su Yueli, earnestly advising, "Miss, I suggest you concede. I truly do not wish to harm you." Unbeknownst to him, such words only served to inflame Su Yueli's ire further. No one aside from that detestable individual had ever spoken to her in such a manner. Without hesitation, Su Yueli unleashed her foxtails, which whipped through the air with terrifying force, generating fierce gales. Bang! The strike of her foxtails appeared to have landed squarely on Long Outyin, yet upon closer inspection, it was revealed otherwise. Long Outyin raised his arm, absorbing the full brunt of Su Yueli's attack with mere muscle. The physical prowess of the dragon clan was unparalleled among the demon races. Even the strike of the foxtails could not breach the faint dragon scales that adorned Long Outyin's body. Su Yueli's brow furrowed in concern, her expression growing increasingly serious. Long Outyin sighed softly, genuinely reluctant to engage in combat. With Su Yueli's direct assault, the duel was officially declared to have begun. According to the customs of the dragon clan, he was obliged to respond, affording his opponent the respect she deserved. Roar! Long Outyin unleashed a thunderous dragon roar. His body instantly cloaked in dark green dragon scales, his dragon horns manifesting upon his brow, while his dragon tail lashed against the ground, sending tremors through the air. His hands had transformed into sharp dragon claws, and his golden eyes exuded an aura of brutality. This was the true dragon-human form. Xia Changming, spectating from the side, could not help but begin to worry for Su Yueli. Long Outyin was an unequivocally pure dragon-human. He was in a league entirely separate from Long Tongue, who merely relied on bloodline awakening to attain his half-dragon form. In his complete dragon-human state, Long Outyin's strength was nearly unmatched at the pinnacle of the celestial sovereign realm. With a swift step, Long Outyin's presence caused the dueling arena beneath him to instantly cave in, his figure transforming into an ethereal shadow, reappearing before Su Yueli in the blink of an eye. Su Yueli furrowed her brow, several fox tails intertwining to shield her. When Long Outyin's dragon fist struck the fox tails, Su Yueli was involuntarily propelled backward 100 meters before she could barely regain her footing. What astonishing power! Su Yueli swiftly adjusted her stance, maintaining her distance from Long Outyin, while her foxtails continued to lash out. Though Long Outyin's movements appeared slow, he was elusive, and the foxtails could not land a hit. Instead, he quietly materialized beside Su Yueli. Before she could discern the secret technique employed by Long Outyin, he struck her with a powerful fist to her ribs. Her body was instantly sent flying, and it was only by embedding her 9 tails into the ground that she managed to steady herself. The ground beneath her had already been marred by several cracks. The Ancient Void Dragon. Chapter 157. The Subjugation of the Dragonfolk. Su Yueli finally discerned the true form of Long Outyin. The Dragonfolk lineage is vast, comprising numerous dragon breeds and subdragons, and Long Outyin's essence is that of the exceedingly rare primordial void dragon from ancient times. The ethereal and elusive movements he displayed were one of the innate secret arts bestowed upon the primordial void dragon. What appeared to be a mere flicker was, in fact, a series of instantaneous relocations. Now that you have uncovered my true form, do you still refuse to concede? Long Outyin urged Su Yueli once more. In his perspective, there was no conceivable way for her to triumph over him. It was undoubtedly a futile endeavor. Engaging in combat with a woman was contrary to his principles. Unfazed, Su Yueli slowly drew the demon blade from her tail. The moment the blade, glimmering with a fierce edge, emerged, Long Outyin's brow furrowed, and his expression grew grave. An immortal artifact, and indeed, an extraordinary one. Before Long Outyin could properly scrutinize the demon blade in Su Yueli's grasp, she vanished in a flash. Swinging the blade towards him, Long Outyin remained steadfast, seizing the blade's body with his dragon claw. Astonishingly, he managed to catch the demon blade with a single hand. Su Yueli's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She was acutely aware of the razor sharpness of the demon slayer immortal blade. It was a feat for ordinary artifacts to withstand a single strike. Yet, Long Outyin had caught this blade with nothing but his flesh. The astonishment was mutual. Long Outyin was equally taken aback. He knew the strength of his own body, reinforced by dragon scales and claws, rendering most immortal artifacts incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. However, this demon blade had deeply severed his formidable dragon claw and sliced open his palm. Blood streamed down the blade's body, and the demon blade vibrated joyfully in response. This was a sentient demon blade. Long Outyin could no longer afford to underestimate her. He swiftly retreated, creating distance before drawing the long blade from his waist. a slender 4-foot blade, adorned with intricate dragon scale patterns, with the dragon's head as its hilt. The dragon scale void blade, his life-bound artifact, forged from various dragon bones and scales. Although merely classified as an artifact, its sharpness and durability were on par with immortal weapons. Long Outyin wielded the dragon scale blade, vanishing into the void and appearing before Su Yueli, unleashing a devastating strike. Su Yueli met the attack with her own blade, and the two swords clashed, their lights flashing with intensity. The fierce sword aura threatening to tear the entire duel arena asunder. The two combatants exchanged blows, each equally matched. In a fleeting moment, Su Yueli actively maneuvered her foxtail to ensnare a stone pillar as she retreated, simultaneously hurling the demon blade towards Long Outyin's chest. Long Outyin deflected the incoming blade with a swift motion, seizing the opportunity to close the distance to Su Yueli. It was a grave mistake to relinquish her weapon. Without the demon blade, Su Yueli would be left defenseless. Long Outyin was resolute. As long as he approached her, victory would be inevitable. At that very moment, a sudden twist of fate occurred. The cursed blade, which should have been deflected by him, unexpectedly twisted back to strike again, entwined by the fox's tail, resembling a tentacle. Long Outyin halted abruptly, positioning the dragon scale blade before him. The malevolent sword sliced through the dragon scale blade, sparks igniting as the blade scraped against it, leaving a deep gash on Long Outyin's arm. The onlookers from the dragon clan gasped in astonishment. Their most formidable youth, Long Outyin, had been wounded yet again. Su Yueli stood poised, receiving the enchanted sword handed to her by the fox's tail, gently caressing her own tail. Her fox tail harbored the fox spirit that shared her soul and life. Even without her command, it moved as if it had a will of its own. It was my first encounter with a nine-tailed fox, and it was indeed as formidable as the legends foretold, Long Outyin praised sincerely. In this secret realm, few could inflict harm upon him, save for the elders. Long Outyin realized it was time to unleash his true prowess. Raising the dragon scale blade high, a dark green spiritual energy surged into the blade, causing the dragon scales to unfurl. Void break. The dragon scale blade swung down, unleashing a transparent, ethereal sword aura. Su Yueli hastily evaded, the void sword aura suddenly exploding at her former position, devouring everything around it like a shattered rift in the void. Such extraordinary sword energy was utterly insurmountable. Su Yueli quickly comprehended that Long Outyin's sword aura was extraordinary and could only counter it with her own sword energy before it detonated. As Long Outyin executed Void Break once more, a faint purple spiritual energy membrane enveloped the enchanted sword in Su Yueli's grasp. The sword energy she wielded merged with the Void Sword aura, its power surprisingly rivaling that of the Void Break. Long Outyin was once again taken aback. Void Break was one of his ultimate techniques, yet Su Yueli not only discerned its counter in an instant, but also unleashed sword energy that matched his strength. The spiritual energy surrounding the enchanted sword was a mystery unto itself, amplifying its potency manifold. Even the four elders of the dragon clan, observing from a distance, couldn't help but marvel. Only Xia Changming displayed a look of satisfaction. After imparting the long spirit technique to his wife that night, she had secretly mastered it to this extent. Such a rapid comprehension of the technique rivaled his own. Having neutralized Long Outyin's Void Break, Su Yueli pressed the advantage. Wielding the enchanted sword with the swiftness of a tempest, the blade flashing so rapidly that her figure became indistinct. With a crack, Long Outyin's dragon scale blade suddenly shattered. It was only then that he realized the blade had sustained numerous chips from the recent fierce clashes. Meanwhile, Su Yueli's enchanted sword remained completely unscathed due to the enhancement of spiritual energy. Another strike descended, and the dragon scale blade could no longer endure, snapping completely in two. With his life's artifact damaged, Long Outyin could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "You have lost. Surrender," Su Yueli declared. Her enchanted sword pointed at Long Outyin. "I admit that I underestimated you. However, to say I have lost is not necessarily true." Long Outyin discarded the broken sword in his hand, gathering the last remnants of his spiritual energy. From his mouth emerged a brilliant silver light. As all his immense spiritual power coalesced within him, Su Yueli furrowed her brows, employing the long Ling Ju to draw upon the celestial energies around her. her palm gliding over the demonic blade. A vibrant purple and emerald foxfire clung to the blade, igniting with fervor. The foxfire slash, the fierce sword aura, infused with the ethereal flames, swept before the onlookers like a dazzling arc of color. From his mouth, Long Outyin conjured a dragon breath, unleashing it with all his might in a thunderous roar, void dragon flash. The foxfire collided with the breath of the ancient dragon, unleashing a breathtaking spectacle that illuminated the entire battleground like a blooming firework. In that moment, visibility vanished, and all present held their breath, fixated on the clash within the arena. As the mystical flames dissipated, it became evident that Su Yueli stood with the demonic blade poised delicately against Long Outyin's throat. He had lost. The members of the dragon clan stared in astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. "I have lost. Go ahead," Long Outyin declared resolutely. "If I must perish at the hands of such a beautiful maiden, I, Long Outyin, shall accept it." Su Yueli's expression darkened. She had no intention of slaying Long Outyin. Yet the urge to swiftly end his life now surged within her. "I do not seek your life, but rather the loyalty of your dragon clan. I ask you once more, will the dragon clan pledge allegiance to me?" As she sheathed the demonic blade, her gaze shifted from Long Outyin to the four elders of the dragon clan behind him, pressing for an answer. Long Outyin, accepting his defeat with grace, knelt on one knee, placing his hand over his heart, and swore, "From this moment forth, the dragon clan shall serve the Empress." The four elders exchanged glances, rendered speechless, and under Long Yan's lead, they too knelt. Witnessing this, all members of the dragon clan followed suit, kneeling in unison to pledge their loyalty. "We pledge our service to the Empress," they proclaimed in unison. Chapter 158. The petulant Xia Changming. As dusk fell, within an ancient chamber, flickering candlelight illuminated the entire room. On the bed, sheer curtains swayed gently, and through the delicate veil, two figures could be discerned, entangled in a dance of coyness and vexation, their soft voices punctuating the air. "I can manage this myself." "No, you must let your husband attend to it." "You, do not move. I shall undress myself." "Ah, that hurts." "Does it? Then I shall be gentler." "My dear, bear with it a little longer. The pain will soon subside." Su Yueli reclined on the soft couch, her enchanting form clad in not but intimate garments. Her skin, as smooth as fine jade, blushed delicately. A captivating fragrance wafted from her body. Xia Changming, holding a medicinal ointment, meticulously applied it to the various wounds on Su Yueli's body. His hands glided over her skin, silky and tender. With her back turned to him, Su Yueli's face flushed crimson, her teeth clenched tightly. It was not merely the pain that caused her discomfort, but the sheer embarrassment of her vulnerability, her flawless back exposed almost entirely to Xia Changming's gaze. Each gentle stroke of his hand sent shivers through her body, and had she not bitten down on her teeth, she might have released a soft moan. Xia Changming assumed Su Yueli's tremors were a reaction to the potency of the ointment, and thus softened his touch. Upon seeing the sizable bruise, a deep ache welled within him, and he tenderly covered the injury with his hand, encircling her smooth waist and pulling her into his embrace. Su Yueli immediately stiffened. Resembling a ruffled kitten, her expression one of indignation. How could he be so unruly while administering to her wounds? Before she could voice her frustration, a gentle voice caressed her ear. "My dear, do not overexert yourself next time." Su Yueli paused, the anger that had burned within her dissipating, and she replied softly, Once the ointment was fully applied, and after tidying up, Xia Changming rose from the couch. "Where are you going?" Su Yueli inquired, watching him prepare to leave. What could he possibly want to do at this hour? Xia Changming smiled slightly, a knowing expression gracing his features, and simply replied, "My dear, rest for now. I shall step outside to stretch a bit." Stretch? Su Yueli's brow furrowed in confusion. Why would he wish to practice at such an hour? He had never displayed such diligence before. Meanwhile, at the edge of a cliff on Dragon Island, Long Outyin sat in meditative repose, suddenly opening his eyes and furrowing his brow as he called out towards the woods behind him. "Who goes there? If you have come, then show yourself." Xia Changming emerged slowly from the trees, hands clasped behind his back, a broad smile adorning his face. "It is you. What brings you here?" Long Outyin's brow knitted further. His unexpected arrival at such a late hour could not bode well. In truth, Long Outyin was correct. Xia Changming's intentions were far from benign. I have heard that you are known as Long Outyin. It is indeed a pity that we could not engage in a friendly duel today. I have come this evening to seek your guidance. Xia Changming's eyes narrowed slightly, his intentions unmistakable. After injuring my beloved, how could I possibly let this wretched boy off so easily? Moreover, he had the audacity to confess his feelings to her in front of me, treating me as if I were invisible, digging a pit beneath me. How outrageous. I shall account for both new grievances and old. Long Outyin sensed the unwavering battle intent emanating from Xia Changming, a grin spreading across his lips as he slowly rose to his feet. Excellent. He had the same intention. As his primary rival, he was eager to see what merit this human possessed to be worthy of his demon clan's empress. Come forth. Long Outyin roared with fury. In an instant, the Dragon Island was engulfed in violent tremors, the night sky illuminated by falling meteors of celestial fire and the rumble of thunder. It was as if the apocalypse had descended. The entire Dragon Island shook with unrest, and everyone hurried to close their windows and doors, sealing themselves within their homes, trembling in fear. Su Yueli, thoroughly familiar with these celestial arts, stood by the window draped in her robe, gazing at the torn night sky. Her brows furrowed. This fellow is practicing, yet why must he create such a commotion? Is there no consideration for our sleep? The following morning, the Dragon Clan, trembling with trepidation, stepped outside to behold a scene that left them utterly astounded. Overnight, nearly a third of Dragon Island had been ravaged. Remnants of celestial fire and the aftermath of thunder scattered everywhere, presenting a sight of utter ruin. It was hard to fathom what had transpired the previous night. Su Yueli, brimming with fury, was prepared to confront Xia Changming, incensed by the escalating turmoil and the devastation wrought upon Dragon Island. Yet, upon seeing Xia Changming and Long Outyin approaching, she was momentarily taken aback. Xia Changming approached her with a smile, his demeanor composed, while Long Outyin beside him bore the marks of battle, his face bruised and battered, nearly unrecognizable. Good morning, my dear, Xia Changming greeted as he reached Su Yueli's side. She shot him a fierce glare, finally grasping what he had been up to the previous night. This man truly possesses no restraint. Yet, she could not bring herself to dislike him. Today marked the day when the Dragon Clan, alongside other demon clans, would return with Su Yueli to their realm. All the dragons had gathered, preparing for their journey. Upon witnessing Long Outyin's disheveled state, several female dragons rushed forward, concern etched upon their faces. Lord Outyin, what has happened to you? Who has caused you such harm? Was it the calamity from last night? Long Outyin cleared his throat awkwardly, his expression shifting to one of deep emotion. Indeed, last night, as the calamity descended, I, as the leader of the Dragon Clan, felt it my duty to protect you from the onslaught of thunder and fire. Oh, Lord Outyin. The dragonesses gasped in astonishment, their hearts moved to tears. Xia Changming stood by, his expression darkened with regret. He lamented having gone easy on him the previous night. Had he known, he would have had him carried here lying down, and perhaps even sewn his mouth shut. The 4 grand elders of the Dragon Clan could no longer remain silent, while others might be oblivious. They were acutely aware of the truth. It was a reckless challenge that had resulted in a disfigured defeat. Even they were taken aback by the celestial thunder and fire of the previous night. Your Majesty, the Dragon Clan is fully prepared. As the entirety of the Dragon Clan gathered, Long Yin approached Su Yueli to report. Thank you, Grand Elder. Please wait a moment longer. Su Yueli replied with a gentle nod, her gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. Soon, a vast flock of pure white-winged beings appeared on the horizon, their wings fluttering gracefully. Following them were the dark-winged Tengu clan, accompanied by countless phoenixes and azure birds, their melodious cries resonating through the sky like a symphony of 100 birds greeting the phoenix. The Demon Clan, too, led a multitude of affiliated demon tribes from the opposite side, with colossal tortoises lumbering forward amidst the grand spectacle of the surging demon throng. Bai Yu of the White Feather Clan, along with his leader Bai Yuan, and Mo Chi of the Tengu clan approached Su Yueli. Bowing respectfully, we pay our respects to your majesty. The White Feather Clan has answered your summons, they declared. Mo Yi also knelt before Su Yueli, proclaiming, the Demon Clan awaits your command. The Dragon Clan on Dragon Island, the Water Clan beneath the island, and all demon tribes within the secret realms are gathered. As the Empress of the Demon Tribes, Su Yueli stood before thousands of demons, raising her arm in a powerful call. Everyone, follow me back to the Demon Clan. Chapter 159. The Return of the Demon Clan. Beyond the secret realm, two colossal meteors towered in the clouds, taking the place of the former demon city, transforming into a splendid and breathtaking spectacle for the demon clan. A wooden sword, radiating a fierce sword light, stood resolutely before the meteors, while a million demons gathered nearby. Resting, yet none dared to approach. They lingered here with a singular purpose: to await the return of their empress. Several days had elapsed since Xia entered the secret realm. In this span of time, the absence of news had inevitably stirred concern among the demons left outside. Old Gui, should we not venture in to take a look? Niu Dali paced restlessly, unable to contain himself, and turned to Gui Nian, who sat with closed eyes, resting in contemplation. Gui Nian opened his eyes, his expression thoughtful. To be candid, he too harbored worries about the safety of Su Yueli and Xia Changming within the secret realm. The demon clan had only recently found a semblance of peace, and the tensions with the human race had begun to ease. All of this hinged upon Su Yueli and Xia Changming. No mishaps could occur. In just a few days, the laws of heaven and earth would naturally mend the rifts in the secret realm. Once that happened, returning from the secret realm would become exceedingly difficult. Just as Gui Nian hesitated on whether to lead the others into the secret realm, a sudden and intense surge of spiritual energy erupted from the rift in the sky. All the demons present sensed this disturbance and looked up to behold the rift that tore through the heavens, resembling a void of chaos. Accompanied by a resounding cry of a phoenix, a fiery phoenix emerged first from the rift, its majestic form capturing the attention of the gathered demons. "It's the fire phoenix," someone exclaimed in astonishment. It had been an eternity since the demon clan had witnessed the presence of a fire phoenix. But the astonishment did not end there. Ancient and nearly extinct avian beasts began to pour forth from the rift one after another. The Qingwan bird, the griffin, the two-headed dragon. The demons gazed in awe at this rare spectacle of ancient beasts, seldom seen in a millennium. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently as a gigantic turtle claw emerged from the rift, slowly revealing its massive form, which bore several mountain peaks upon its back, resembling a moving island in its grandeur. "It is the giant peak turtle." Gui Nian stared in amazement at this colossal creature. Even a millennium ago, such a creature had been a rarity among the demon clan. Uncertain and wary, the demons brandished their weapons, but Gui Nian swiftly intervened, preventing any rash actions. He continued to gaze upward at the rift, his astonishment deepening. After thousands of beasts surged forth, what followed was the return of the long-lost clans of the ancient demon race. Members of the feathered race and the Tengu race emerged like a swarm of bees from the secret realm, while the Yao Gui clan moved gracefully, stepping through the air. The dragon clan cheered, releasing resounding roars as they soared freely through the skies. The myriad of demons emerging from the secret realm gazed curiously at their fellow demon kin, whom they had never encountered before. Likewise, those demons awaiting below regarded these companions, who had previously only existed in tales, with equal intrigue. Their mutual curiosity fostered a moment of silent recognition. Gui Nian instinctively felt his eyes moisten. A millennium had passed. It had been 1,000 years since he last beheld such a vibrant assembly of the demon race. He had long since relinquished any hope of witnessing this scene again in his lifetime. To witness it once more was enough to fill his heart with contentment. Unable to contain his excitement, Gui Nian soared into the sky. The first figure he spotted was an old acquaintance he had not seen in a millennium. "Is that Baizu?" Gui Nian gazed in disbelief at Baizu, who was gracefully emerging amidst the crowd of the feathered people. They had known each other since childhood, akin to childhood sweethearts. 1,000 years ago, as the impending war loomed and the demons faced despair, Baizu was taken to a lost realm, while Gui Nian chose to remain with the demon race. No one anticipated that this parting would last for a millennium. Upon seeing Gui Nian, Baizu's eyes widened in astonishment. Ignoring the support of the feathered people beside him, he hurried to stand before Gui Nian, his voice trembling. "Little turtle? You are still alive?" "Huh. I am no longer the little turtle of yore. I have become the old turtle now," Gui Nian replied, half jokingly, with a hint of self-deprecation. He sighed internally, lamenting how time spares no one. Yet, the joy of reuniting with an old friend filled his heart with elation. Whether little turtle or old turtle, as long as we are alive, that is enough, Baizu said with a comforting smile. Never had he experienced such happiness in a millennium. Not only had he fulfilled his wish to return to the demon race, but he had also reunited with an old friend. Nothing could surpass this joy. Indeed, as long as we are alive, Guanyin nodded in agreement. During this millennium, have you all lived within that secret realm? Yes. It was thanks to the Lady Empress persuading everyone that we were brought out, Baizu replied, casting his gaze at Guanyin and the multitude of demons standing below. At that moment, he felt no doubt towards Su Yuli, his heart brimming with gratitude. Only a revered imperial demon could command such loyalty and honor from millions of demons. And where is the Lady Empress? Guanyin inquired, a note of concern in his voice. As he had yet to see Su Yuli and Xia Changming, Baizu turned and pointed towards the crack in the secret realm, smiling. Do not worry. The Lady Empress is right behind us. Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than Su Yuli and Xia Changming emerged slowly from the rift, instantly becoming the center of attention among all the demons present. Lady Empress. Welcome back, Lady Empress. I could hardly wait to enter and find you. The millions of demons awaiting below, as well as the tens of thousands returning from the secret realm, erupted in cheers for Su Yuli. Even the previously discontented alligators now sincerely admired her, bowing respectfully before Su Yuli. Throughout the millennia, countless generations of emperors and demons have come and gone. Yet only Su Yuli possesses the ability to locate the lost ancient demon clans and reunite the demon lineage. As Su Yuli gazed upon the bustling scene, where myriad clans of demons congregated, she could scarcely contain her excitement. With arms wide open, she proclaimed, "Esteemed ones, your empress has returned. The demon race has returned." In response, tens of thousands of distinct clans greeted Su Yuli with their unique howls of reverence. A cacophony of wolf howls erupted, phoenixes cried out to the heavens, and dragons roared across the vast expanse. The waves of cheers surged higher and higher, a spectacle the demon race had not witnessed in a millennium. Thus, the true amalgamation of the myriad demons was finally realized. The demon race had returned. Chapter 160, Reward, Su Yuli's kiss within the confines of the Imperial Demon Palace. The study was inundated with a mountain of documents, enveloping Su Yuli, who sat diligently before her desk. The ancient demon clans had returned, and the myriad of demons had united in a genuine sense of cohesion. Over the past few days, Su Yuli had devoted herself wholeheartedly to matters concerning the demon race, relishing in her efforts. However, this joyous period was short-lived. Soon, the smile faded from her face, leaving her gaunt and weary. While the integration of the myriad demons had been smoothly executed and relations among them remained amicable, the aftermath presented an overwhelming burden. The documents on her desk had not diminished, but rather multiplied exponentially. Now that the chaos among the demons had subsided, the remnants of warfare were evident, necessitating urgent reconstruction and the restoration of daily life for the populace. A monumental task lay ahead. Building and repairing were manageable, as the demon race boasted abundant mineral resources and mountainous terrains conducive to construction. The more pressing issue was ensuring the sustenance and daily needs of the demon populace. Despite their vast territories, the land was often barren, with harsh climates leading to a severe scarcity of food. Moreover, the demons were neither adept at nor inclined toward agriculture, typically relying on the breeding of various beasts for sustenance. The aftermath of chaos had decimated their reserves, leaving them woefully inadequate to support the daily expenses of millions of demons. The specter of cannibalism had haunted their past, and Su Yuli would not allow such a tragic fate to befall her kin again. At this moment, overwhelmed and despondent, she rested her head on the desk, clutching a strand of her silvery hair, racking her brains for solutions. With a soft creak, the study door opened gently. Xia Changming entered, balancing a plate of fruits, chewing on a spirit fruit as he approached Su Yuli. In stark contrast to her labors, he appeared quite at ease. With a weary glance, Su Yuli shot Xia Changming a look of exasperation and weakly inquired, "What brings you here?" "I am quite busy at the moment." "Ah, my dear. You have not returned to your chambers to sleep for 4 consecutive nights. I am simply concerned for you, coming to check on your well-being," he replied, offering a piece of spirit fruit toward her lips. Without moving, Su Yuli remained with her head resting on the desk, opening her mouth to accept the fruit he offered. The sight of her cheeks puffed as she chewed was rather endearing. Taking advantage of the moment, Xia Changming glanced at the pile of documents on the table. most of which pertained to the critical shortage of resources and food. He asked, "My dear, are you troubled by the food scarcity among the demon race?" Was Su Yuli's muffled response as she chewed the fruit. Though she had contemplated seeking Xia Changming's assistance, she felt that no matter how capable he was, conjuring food from thin air was beyond his powers. Thus she refrained from asking. After casually perusing several documents, Xia Changming wore a sly smile. "My dear, this matter is not insurmountable." Really? Su Yuli's interest was piqued. Upon hearing that Xia Changming possessed a solution, Su Yuli's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she promptly straightened her posture and inquired eagerly, "Do you truly have a means to resolve the food crisis of the demon race? You are not merely trying to amuse this empress, are you?" "Rest assured, my dear, I not only have a method to alleviate the food scarcity faced by the demon race, but I can also address their other deficiencies. In the future, the demon race shall want for nothing." "Pray tell, what is this method?" Upon learning that Xia Changming could guarantee an end to hunger for the demon race and usher in an era of abundance, Su Yuli could no longer contain her excitement. She stood, leaning closer to Xia Changming with an expression of insatiable curiosity. It should be noted that she had once waged a war to invade the Tianzhou Dynasty, all in pursuit of greater resources and sustenance to sustain her people. If ample food were available, what need would there be for her subjects to engage in ruthless battles and plunders? The solution is quite simple, but Xia Changming wore a mysterious smile, teasingly withholding the details from her. This provoked Su Yuli, who was on the brink of exasperation, practically longing to bite into him in frustration. "Speak. What is it? However, my dear, you must first fulfill the promise made on that day." "The promise made that day?" Su Yuli queried, her brow furrowing in confusion. Yet, she soon recalled the commitment she had made regarding his reward once the chaos of the demon race had subsided. She had nearly forgotten. "What do you desire? As long as it is not too excessive, this empress shall comply." Su Yuli asked softly, her heart racing with trepidation. Given her understanding of Xia Changming, she remained uncertain about what unreasonable request he might propose. Xia Changming beamed with a radiant smile. He had long contemplated his reward. "Might my dear wife grant me a kiss?" "What? You wish for this empress to kiss you?" Su Yuli's face flushed in alarm, a rosy hue spreading across her cheeks. Surely, this was not an outrageous request for a wife. "After all, we are married," Xia Changming chuckled lightly, tilting his head and puckering his lips in eager anticipation. Su Yuli's cheeks burned, her heart in turmoil. Should she comply? After all, she was the empress of the demon race. How could she engage in such an embarrassing act? Yet, if she did not acquiesce, Xia Changming would withhold the crucial solution. Reluctantly, for the sake of her people's future, she resolved to make this small sacrifice. Steeling herself, Su Yuli leaned in slowly, her lips brushing against Xia Changming's cheek, leaving a faint imprint akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. "Ah, my dear wife. Was that merely a kiss on the cheek?" Feeling the lingering warmth and fragrance on his skin, Xia Changming appeared unsatisfied. Su Yuli replied with playful indignation. "What else would you have me do? Of course, it is the intimate contact akin to that between a married couple." As soon as the words escaped her lips, Su Yuli seemed to recall something. Her charming face instantly flushed, and her expression turned to one of feigned anger. "You, shameless, indecent." "Huh?" Xia Changming appeared completely bewildered. What had he done to provoke such an inexplicable rebuke? "My dear, why are you suddenly angry? I merely wished for a kiss." "Is that truly worthy of such ire? Just a kiss?" Su Yuli stammered, her countenance growing more embarrassed. As if to mask her feelings, she exclaimed in a delicate voice, "A kiss is out of the question." "Very well." Observing Su Yuli's staunch refusal, Xia Changming resigned himself to accept the reward of a kiss on the cheek instead. At least this marked the first instance where the young lady had taken the initiative to kiss him. "Now, please tell me, Your Majesty, what plans do you have to resolve the issues with the demon clan?" Setting aside their playful banter, Su Yuli inquired earnestly, her urgency palpable as she sought a solution to the pressing crisis faced by her people. Xia Changming smiled gently, moving towards the door of the study while beckoning Su Yuli to follow. "Come, my dear. Where are we going?" Su Yuli asked, her curiosity piqued as she hastened to keep pace with him. Xia Changming took her hand, grinning as he replied, "We are off to witness the most treasured repository of the demon clan." Chapter 161. Selling a mere 100 crystal mines in the realm of the demon clan. Numerous crystal mines rise majestically, their dazzling gems scattered across the mountains, glimmering vividly within the rocky walls. This is the most abundant and least scarce resource in the demon territory. Su Yueli gazed at these familiar treasures, puzzled as to why Xia Changming had brought her here. "Why have you brought me to this place?" she inquired. "My dear, these are invaluable treasures of the demon clan," Xia Changming replied, casually plucking a purple crystal from the stone wall and waving it before her. Su Yueli frowned, perplexed. "What does this have to do with solving our food crisis? These items are merely decorative. They cannot be consumed. They may not be edible, but they can be sold." Xia Changming chuckled. Su Yueli had hoped for a clever solution from him, but disappointment washed over her as she sighed, explaining. "Crystal mines like these are ubiquitous among the demon clan and hold little value. No one desires them. Even if sold, they fetch a meager price and do little to alleviate our food shortages. The demon clan is replete with these crystal mines. Nearly every household has several beneath their hills. They are often toys for children, and in our society, if one were to throw them on the ground, no one would spare a second glance, let alone consider selling them. Only spirit stones serve as currency for the demon clan. These crystals and jewels are utterly worthless." Xia Changming stepped back in front of Su Yueli and gently tapped her on the head. "My foolish wife, when have I suggested selling them among the demon clan?" Under Su Yueli's curious gaze, he toyed with the purple crystal and continued, "These items may lack value among the demons, but they are quite precious to the human race." "You mean, we should sell these to the humans?" Su Yueli quickly grasped his intent, her expression deep in contemplation. This implied initiating trade relations with the human beings. "My dear, if you truly wish for the revival and prosperity of the demon clan, ensuring that everyone leads a stable life, engaging in trade with the humans is indispensable. The humans possess many goods that the demons lack. Without cooperation, even 100 years from now, the situation will remain unchanged. Do you not long for a time when the two races coexist peacefully, transforming conflict into harmony, and when strife is no more?" Xia Changming gazed deeply into her elegant, beautiful eyes, akin to the purple crystal in his hand. Su Yueli looked back at Xia Changming, his words resonating in her mind, gently stirring the depths of her heart. A vivid image of harmony between humans and demons filled her thoughts, bustling streets and joyous exchanges akin to those among close friends. This was the vision she had always yearned to witness for her clan, a populace living in peace and prosperity, laughter echoing through the city, and the demon realm free from chaos and bloodshed. "Very well, I promise you, we shall trade with the humans," Su Yueli responded solemnly, seizing this opportunity to alleviate the centuries-old animosity between the human and demon races. Suddenly, a look of concern crossed her face as she inquired, "Even if the demon clan is willing to trade with the human race, will there be humans willing to accept?" Reflecting on the recent conflict between the two factions and the widespread disdain humans held for demons, Su Yueli couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Would there truly be humans eager to engage in commerce with demons? Xia Changming gently placed his hand atop Su Yueli's head and reassuringly said, "My dear, you need not worry about this. Leave it to me." Su Yueli pouted, feeling quite dissatisfied. Why did he always speak in riddles? Yet, amidst her discontent, a sense of unrecognized comfort began to blossom within her. "Come, my dear," Xia Changming extended his hand towards Su Yueli. Without a moment's hesitation, she placed her palm in his before asking, "Where are we going this time?" Xia Changming smiled slightly. "Of course, we are going to discuss business." Upon returning to Tianzhou City after several days, the atmosphere had undergone a remarkable transformation. The people who once fled began to trickle back into the city upon hearing that the entire Niuyao clan had retreated. The streets regained their former vibrancy, filled with the lively shouts of vendors and the bustling crowd. Xia Changming and Su Yueli made their way directly to the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion, stepping inside with purposeful strides. As they entered, a smiling maid approached them respectfully, asking, "May I inquire what the guests require?" "Please summon your manager," Xia Changming replied. "Certainly, please hold for a moment." The maid nodded and departed. Shortly thereafter, a somewhat plump man approached, looking puzzled. "I am Fu Donglai, the manager of this Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion. What may I assist you with?" "Nothing much. I simply wish to discuss a business transaction with the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion," Xia Changming stated, producing a black gold card. Upon seeing the black gold card in Xia Changming's hand, Fu Donglai's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to seeing a ghost. Might I take a closer look at that item in your hand? He stammered, pointing at the card. Xia Changming handed it over without hesitation. Fu Donglai cradled the black gold card with both hands, examining it meticulously, his astonishment growing. This is genuine, he exclaimed. Every manager of the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion branches had received directives from the main pavilion regarding the significance of the black gold card. Any bearer of such a card was a valued guest, deserving of utmost respect. In his decades of service, this was the first time he had encountered someone truly holding a black gold card. What is the matter? Is there a problem? Xia Changming inquired after noticing Fu Donglai's prolonged silence. Could it be that you were deceived by that scoundrel Ling Ling? It should not be the case. As the esteemed heir of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, one would not resort to seeking amusement with a counterfeit, would they? My sincerest apologies for my earlier indiscretion. Awakened by Xia Changming's words, Fu Donglai respectfully returned the black gold card with both hands. Upon raising his head once more, he was adorned with a radiant smile that could illuminate the room. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to command. Donglai is at your service. Xia Changming. The contrast in attitude is indeed remarkable. Instantly transformed into a paragon of cordiality. The others within the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion observed this spectacle with astonishment. Who is this individual that can elicit such deference and attentiveness from Fu Donglai? Please, my lord, follow me inside for a detailed discussion. Fu Donglai personally guided the way, his smile unwavering. Once within the room, he instructed the maids to serve tea and personally poured the beverages. There is no need for formality, dear Fu. I have come to negotiate a business transaction with the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Of course. My lord may discuss whatever he wishes. Even life's aspirations are welcome. Fu Donglai replied with a chuckle, setting down the teapot. Xia Changming, no longer concealing his intentions, revealed several dazzling crystal stones that sparkled brilliantly in the light. Fu Donglai's attention was immediately captivated, and he picked up a crystal to examine it closely. As a professional appraiser at the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, he recognized the considerable value of these stones at a glance. Such treasures were rare in the marketplace. Oh, these are crystals from the demon race, aren't they? Such purity is unprecedented for me. Truly a remarkable find. Just this one alone is worth a low-grade spirit stone. My lord intends to sell these crystals? After his appraisal, Fu Donglai returned the crystal to the table and inquired. Upon hearing the astonishing value of the small crystal, Su Yueli's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She had not realized the worth of the demon race's crystals among the human populace. Such seemingly common items could be so valuable. Xia Changming had anticipated this reaction. Indeed, I only wish to part with a few more. Not a problem at all. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion will gladly acquire them. Fu Donglai waved his hand dismissively, smiling. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion spans across 9 provinces and 10 lands, possessing immense financial resources. To say they are as wealthy as a nation would be an understatement. How much will you be selling? Xia Changming turned to Su Yueli with a smile. Su Yueli pondered for a moment before tentatively responding. Approximately 100 mountain ranges? 100 crystal mountain ranges? Fu Donglai, just about to agree, suddenly snapped back to reality, his mouth agape in astonishment. What? 100 crystal mountain ranges. Chapter 162. What he wants. He will give. Su Yueli nodded slightly. This was merely a cautious and tentative assertion on her part, if they were to truly relocate. Describing the vast expanse of crystal mines within the demon realm as thousands of mountains would not be an exaggeration. Fu Donglai repeatedly scrutinized Xia Changming and Su Yueli. Noticing their expressions remained unchanged, devoid of jest, he tentatively inquired, "Are you truly intending to sell over 100 crystal mines?" "Indeed," Xia Changming replied, taking a sip of tea and nodding nonchalantly. Fu Donglai was left in a state of shock, unable to regain his composure. "The crystal mines you speak of are located within the demon realm, correct? Those belong to the demon race, and it is exceedingly perilous within. How do you plan to facilitate the transaction?" Most crystal mines of the demon race are situated deep within their territory, teeming with ferocious beasts, making it impossible for ordinary individuals to reach them, let alone extract any resources. Amused by Fu Donglai's concerns, Xia Changming replied, "There is no need for you to fret about that. Those over 100 crystal mines belong to my wife and can be effortlessly obtained." "Your wife's belongings?" Fu Donglai inquired curiously, turning his gaze towards Su Yueli. suddenly realizing that she bore a striking resemblance to someone he had encountered before. Sword stood tall and composed, introducing herself. "I am the current empress of the demon race." "Eh, an empress?" Fu Donglai exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, nearly rising from his seat. The empress of the demon race had come to negotiate with Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion. This was an unprecedented occurrence. In the past, Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion had exhausted every effort to seek cooperation with the demon race, yet had never succeeded. Now, the empress herself had approached them for collaboration. It was utterly unfathomable. Moreover, the man beside her was clearly of the human race, yet their relationship appeared remarkably intimate. Only then did Fu Donglai connect the dots, recalling Xia Changming's identity. The strikingly handsome man before him was indeed Xia Changming, the head of the Xia family, who was to wed the Demon Empress. Ling Ling had specifically instructed all branches of Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion across the realms to report upon spotting Xia Changming. Given the risks involved in collaborating with the demon race, the significance of this negotiation far exceeded his modest authority as a branch director. Thus, Fu Donglai stood and respectfully stated, "Lord Xia, Your Excellency the Empress, please wait here for a moment. This matter is of great importance. Allow me to report to the main pavilion." "Thank you for your assistance, Fu," Sword replied courteously. Once seated, her expression betrayed her unease. The implications of this collaboration were vital to the stability of the demon realm, and she harbored concerns that Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion might refuse. Xia Changming gently patted her hand, calmly sipping his tea, which eased her worries somewhat. Meanwhile, Fu Donglai entered the dimly lit chamber of Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion and approached a mirror. This mirror, known as the Dual World Mirror, would respond upon the infusion of spiritual energy. When sufficient energy was channeled into both sides of the mirror, it would reflect the interconnected worlds, enabling free communication even across vast distances. In every region, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has established a dual-sided mirror, which is only activated in times of dire urgency or critical moments. Recalling Ling Ling's instructions, Fu Donglai dared not delay. He channeled his spiritual power to connect with the main pavilion of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion situated on Pengying Island. Soon, the image of the main pavilion appeared on the mirror's surface, and a servant responsible for communications stood before the mirror, inquiring, "What is the matter? Please inform young Master Ling Ling that Fu Donglai from Tianzhou City has urgent news to convey. Please hold." Upon hearing that it was a matter of significance regarding Ling Ling, the servant did not hesitate and swiftly vanished from before the mirror. In but a moment, Ling Ling had arrived at the mirror's front. "Greetings, young Master Ling Ling. Do you seek my counsel on an urgent matter?" Ling Ling inquired. Fu Donglai hurriedly informed Ling Ling of the arrival of Xia Changming and Sword, reporting that they wished to discuss commercial cooperation with the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and seek the main pavilion's opinions. "They have come to Tianzhou City?" Ling Ling expressed mild surprise. However, upon reflection, it was somewhat expected, given Tianzhou City's proximity to the demon clan. It was only natural for them to approach the Tianzhou branch of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion for matters concerning the pavilion. Without a moment's hesitation, regarding Sword's proposal to sell demon crystal mines and seek cooperation, Ling Ling waved his hand decisively and replied, "Agree to their terms. Whatever conditions they propose, we shall accept." But, young master, this matter pertains to the relationship between humans and demons. Should we not report this to the pavilion master?" Fu Donglai was momentarily bewildered. Ling Ling had so readily acquiesced and promised to accept all conditions. A misstep could lead the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to be accused of colluding with the demon clan. Ling Ling raised his hand nonchalantly, saying, "There is no need. I am confident that the pavilion master will also agree. Just proceed as I instruct. Grant them whatever they desire." "Understood," Fu Donglai replied, his heart heavy with concern. Given Ling Ling's insistence, he felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. Additionally, exchange their superior crystals for 2 inferior spiritual stones each. All other exchanges should also be doubled. Sensing potential issues, Ling Ling added further instructions. But, young master, if we do that, even if we sell them in the other regions of the 9 provinces, we will not make a profit." Fu Donglai expressed his confusion. He had already offered Xia Changming a price for an inferior spiritual stone that was notably higher than the market acquisition price. If they exchanged 1 crystal for 2 inferior spiritual stones, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion would not only fail to profit, but could potentially incur losses. Since its inception, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion had never engaged in unprofitable transactions. Ling Ling, however, remained unfazed. It matters not. Just do as I say. Remember, whatever they request. You need not report back to me. Simply agree to them. Yes. Fu Donglai was left speechless. A sense of bewilderment enveloped his heart. No matter the circumstances, such treatment was unparalleled, even for formidable beings of the divine realm visiting the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Who, exactly, is this Xia Changming? Not only does he possess the enigmatic black gold card of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, but he also seems to have garnered their utmost favor and attention. One might as well believe he is the illegitimate child of the pavilion. Fu Donglai was beset by confusion and disbelief. Recently, the manager Chun of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion announced his return to the main hall. If you manage this task well, the branch in Dongzhou shall be entrusted to your care, added Ling Ling before the dual realm mirror was closed. Upon hearing this, Fu Donglai cast aside his doubts, his face lighting up with joy as he clasped his hands respectfully, responding earnestly, "Rest assured, young master, I shall undoubtedly see this matter through." Chapter 163. The Trade Between Humans and Demons. The resurrection of the nameless puppet. I sincerely apologize for keeping you both waiting. Upon his return, Fu Donglai wore a radiant smile, even more effusive than before. Where were we in our discussion? This emperor is willing to sell over 100 crystal mines of the demon race to the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion. Absolutely. Before Su Yueli had finished speaking, Fu Donglai promptly agreed. Hearing such a decisive response, Su Yueli could not help but display a joyful expression. To her delight, Fu Donglai further elaborated. Each crystal will be purchased by the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion for 2 low-grade spirit stones. How does that sound? Is that truly the case? This unexpected surprise caused Su Yueli to rise slightly in her seat, overwhelmed with joy. The seemingly worthless items discarded by the demon race could be exchanged for such high value. This far exceeded her expectations. Initially, she thought of wholesale selling these crystals by weight, but now they were being calculated by gram. Even Xia Changming was taken aback. 1 crystal for 2 low-grade spirit stones seemed hardly profitable for the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion. How could this so-called largest and wealthiest sect in the 9 provinces and 10 territories possibly conduct business? Seizing the opportunity, Su Yueli made her request. This emperor does not require spirit stones. Could it be possible for Fu Donglai to exchange all the spirit stones for an equivalent amount of food? Spirit stones hold little significance for the current demon race, which possesses ample spirit stone mines and lacks for nothing. She had no means to purchase food with spirit stones. Otherwise, she would have long ago utilized the demon race's spirit stone resources for that purpose. However, the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion is different, with branches established throughout the 9 provinces and 10 territories, making the conversion of spirit stones into food a trivial matter for them. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Donglai agreed. A trivial matter, not a problem at all. I will dispatch personnel to transport the food to the demon race. The exchange of spirit stones for food is something many sects are eager to engage in, and for the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion, it is even more advantageous. They could then resell the food acquired from those sects and families at a higher price, yielding profit for the pavilion. Fu Donglai's mind was already calculating the potential gains. Seeing the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion's swift agreement, Su Yueli suddenly wondered if she had undersold. She tentatively inquired, "May I sell several more spirit stone mines to the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion?" "Absolutely. Whatever number of spirit stone mines the Empress possesses, the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion will accept." Fu Donglai responded with a smile. Given the current scarcity of spiritual energy, spirit stones, which are essential for cultivation, are a hard currency. With daily prices on the rise and demand everywhere, the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion would naturally take as many as possible. In addition to food, could we procure some clothing and bedding? At the behest of the Empress, would it also be acceptable to acquire some weapons and techniques? All is permissible. As long as the Empress agrees, the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion will promptly establish a branch within the demon race. Regardless of the request, the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion strives to fulfill your every wish. No matter what conditions Su Yueli presented, Fu Donglai readily agreed without hesitation. The corners of Su Yueli's mouth lifted in a perpetual smile, her heart brimming with joy. How had she never realized the excellence of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion before? Previously, the pavilion had proposed multiple times to establish a branch in the demon clan, all of which she had resolutely declined without a second thought. Reflecting on it now, She felt her earlier decisions had been rather hasty. Your Majesty, I have meticulously recorded all the items you require, Fu Donglai informed her. Given the vast quantity, gathering them from various locations may take some time, and it will likely be a month before they reach the demon clan. After discussing all relevant matters, Fu Donglai immediately began preparations. In a rare moment of joy, Su Yueli politely replied, "Then I shall trouble you, Fu." The issue of food and supplies for the demon clan had been so easily resolved. Upon exiting the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Su Yueli still found it hard to believe. From this moment forth, the human and demon clans would officially commence trade relations. This represented a historic turning point for both races. All thanks to the figure standing beside her, Xia Changming. Su Yueli gazed dreamily at Xia Changming's profile, the recent events feeling surreal, as if they were woven from dreams. Xia Changming unfurled his hand, releasing a spiritual magpie into the sky, then turned to Su Yueli with a smile and inquired, "What troubles you, my dear?" "Nothing." Su Yueli averted her gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Why did you release the magpie?" "Just sending a message home," Xia Changming replied with a chuckle, taking her hand as they strolled through the bustling streets of Tianzhou City, appearing like a lovely couple enjoying the lively market. As night fell, Xia Changming, back in the demon clan, did not disturb Su Yueli as he usually would. Instead, he ventured alone into a spiritual stone mine. Recently, he felt an inexplicable urge to break through the bottleneck in his cultivation. Having reached the limits of the half-step divine ability realm, he needed a secluded place to meditate and achieve his breakthrough. However, before embarking on this journey of ascension, he had another task to attend to. With a wave of his arm, he summoned the Wuxiang puppet, which he had previously left in his spiritual ring. Last time, due to a lack of spiritual stones, he had been unable to fully restore the puppet. Now, amidst the abundance of spiritual stone mines in the demon realm, it was the perfect opportunity to repair it. With so many spiritual stone mines available, even if he drained one or two, his beloved would likely not mind. With this thought in mind, Xia Changming began to channel his spiritual power, gathering both spiritual stones and crystals from the veins into the Wuxiang puppet. The puppet's form suddenly radiated a brilliant light, a soft glow enveloping its surface as it absorbed all the spiritual stones into its being. As if still unsatisfied, it instinctively began to draw upon the spiritual stones embedded deep within the surrounding rock walls. In an instant, the entire spirit stone mine trembled violently, and all the spirit stones burst forth from the rock, being greedily absorbed into the body of the formless puppet, akin to an insatiable black hole. In the blink of an eye, the formless puppet had completely assimilated and restored itself, devoid of any trace of injury. Yet, despite its body being fully repaired, the formless puppet showed no intention of ceasing its voracious consumption, having already drained the spirit stone veins in the vicinity. The radiance emanating from its form grew increasingly resplendent, its body becoming almost unnaturally smooth and refined, its skin appearing indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. At this moment, the spiritual pressure radiating from the formless puppet had reached the pinnacle of the celestial lord realm. Xia Changming was alarmed, realizing he could not allow it to continue its boundless intake any longer. Otherwise, it might consume the entire spirit stone veins of the demon clan. His beloved would undoubtedly hold him accountable. Placing one hand upon the formless puppet's celestial crown, he enveloped it with his spiritual energy, isolating it from the surroundings. Only then did the formless puppet cease its frenzied and greedy absorption of the spirit stones, standing dazedly in place. Residual pressure of the ascended celestial lord realm lingering around it. In Xia Changming's spiritual sea, a carved wooden plaque made of ancient wood shimmered into existence, its material identical to that of the formless puppet. Through this ancient wood, Xia Changming could distinctly sense the essence of the formless puppet. If he was not mistaken, this should be the key to controlling the formless puppet. By issuing commands to this ancient wood, the formless puppet would unhesitatingly comply. Fortunately, Su Yueli was preoccupied with handling matters of the demon clan, allowing this formless puppet to serve as his protector. He was determined to ascend to the true realm of divine abilities. Chapter 164. Ascending Divine Powers. Long-awaited affection in the blink of an eye. A month had passed. Su Yueli sat in her study, reviewing documents as she usually did, her delicate face adorned with a subtle frown, her demeanor cool and indifferent. Bai Yu stood respectfully by her side, occasionally stealing glances at Su Yueli. It had been a month since Xia Changming entered seclusion in the mountains. Since his departure, she had seldom seen the radiant smile of their empress. Typically engrossed in her work, she would occasionally drift into a daze during her rare moments of leisure. Lost in thought, Empress, Empress. At that moment, Mo-Chi dashed toward the study, his joyful calls echoing from afar. Unable to contain his excitement, he burst through the door and exclaimed to Su Yueli, "Empress, I bring good news." Su Yueli's beautiful eyes brightened as she rose to inquire, "Has that fellow returned?" Not exactly," Mo-Chi stammered, then continued, "There are matters of even greater significance." "Oh." Upon hearing it was unrelated to Xia Changming, Su Yueli's enthusiasm waned, and she replied absently, returning to her seat. "Speak, what is it?" "Through our relentless efforts, we have successfully cultivated a single rice plant," Mo-Chi proclaimed, brimming with excitement. "This marks a historic moment for our kin. In recent days, I applied for 100 acres of land, choosing suitable terrain for sowing based on human texts. To expedite growth, I even used spiritual energy to nurture this rice field. I expected all would perish as before. Yet unexpectedly, one has thrived. It has even borne fruit." Mo-Chi could hardly contain his exhilaration, hastening to report this miracle to Su Yueli. Upon hearing this, Su Yueli offered a bittersweet smile. One rice plant from 100 acres. Once it matures, it would scarcely suffice for a single bite. Nevertheless, for the demon race, it represented a significant breakthrough. "You've worked hard. Empress, would you accompany me to witness this miracle?" Mo-Chi requested, his heart soaring with joy at Su Yueli's encouragement. If he could gain the Empress's acknowledgement, his efforts would have borne fruit. After pondering for a moment, Su Yueli decided that since she had no pressing matters at hand, it wouldn't hurt to take a look. "Very well," she agreed. In an instant, at a distant spiritual stone mountain range, a formless spiritual light surged into the heavens. The sword intent within the spiritual energy was sharp and domineering. As a pillar of light pierced the sky like a formidable blade, a terrifying spiritual pressure rippled across the entire demon realm. "It's him." Su Yueli eagerly left her study, soaring into the skies, gazing silently at the formidable pillar of spiritual energy in the distance, a smile involuntarily gracing her delicate features. Baiyu stood by her side, observing the change in her expression. Mo-Chi, feeling the overwhelming pressure, trembled and remarked, This is the realm of advanced divine powers. Extraordinary talents typically require years, if not decades, of seclusion to reach the realm of divine power. However, Xia Changming astonishingly ascended to this realm in a mere month. Such a formidable gift. Not only did Mo-Chi feel a sense of trepidation, but the prominent figures within the demon race gazed in awe at the resplendent spiritual pillar. In a newly established village known as Ghost Concealment, Mo-Xia stood outside, gazing up at the pillar with a hint of admiration breaking through her usual indifference. Meanwhile, Long Outyin lay amidst a throng of women, his bare form sprawled out. But upon sensing the overwhelming aura, he quickly donned his attire and moved to the window, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, before exiting the room without a backward glance. To the women, he casually remarked, "My dear ones, please refrain from seeking me during this time. I, Long Outyin, shall devote myself to cultivation from this day forth, solely to surpass that individual. Oh, Lord Outyin is so handsome. Go, Lord Outyin. We believe you can do it." The women behind him, deeply moved, offered their encouragement. At the same time, in the imperial city of the demon race, Gui Yin and Baizu, engaged in a game of chess and reminiscing, glanced at the piercing spiritual pillar and exchanged faint smiles. That youth has now entered the divine realm. Even united, we may no longer match him. He is the consort of our empress and the sovereign of the demon race. We should indeed rejoice, Gui Yin replied, placing a piece on the board with a smile. Baizu nodded in agreement. Neither felt fear regarding Xia Changming's advancement. Rather, they were genuinely pleased, finding their pieces significantly lighter in hand. Their satisfaction with Xia Changming's identity as the empress's consort only grew. With a swift motion, as the spiritual pillar faded, a radiant sword light descended from the heavens, landing gracefully before Su Yueli. "My dear, I have returned. Have you missed me?" Xia Changming floated above, gazing at Su Yueli with a smile. Now in the divine realm, the sword intent emanating from him was nearly impossible to conceal, his deep, dark eyes sharp and his brows radiating brilliance. However, His gentle smile towards her remained unchanged. Instinctively, Su Yueli's lips curled into a breathtaking smile, but realizing her slip, she feigned indifference, saying, "This empress has not thought of you at all." Her cold words betrayed a tinge of long-held resentment from a secluded woman, which only made Xia Changming's smile shine brighter. "Ah, my dear, you may not wish for me, but I have longed for you," he declared, taking a step forward, effortlessly wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Startled, Su Yueli paused. But as Xia Changming's tender voice reached her ears, she momentarily hesitated, lowering her raised arms. Leaning her head on Xia Changming's shoulder, she felt a long-lost sense of security wash over her once more. Unfortunately, the tender moment did not last long. Su Yueli suddenly awakened and realized that beside her stood Bai Yu and Mo Qi, both gazing at her intently. "Get away from me," Su Yueli exclaimed in a mix of embarrassment and anger, pushing Xia Changming away, her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue. Xia Changming felt a pang of regret. After such a long time, he had finally savored the softness and gentleness of the lady in his embrace, inhaling her enchanting fragrance. His wife was still so easily flustered. At that moment, a dragonman guard, mounted on a wyvern, hastened from the distant horizon. Since the return of the Dragonman clan, the surveillance and defense against the demon tribe had primarily been entrusted to them. The guard's expression was frantic, indicating that something significant must have occurred. Upon seeing Su Yueli, the Dragonman guard quickly reported, "Your Majesty, we have detected a large convoy of human merchants advancing at the borders of the demon tribe." Upon hearing this, Su Yueli exchanged glances with Xia Changming, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "They have finally arrived. Inform all demon tribes to refrain from attacking the human convoy." Chapter 165. The Triumvirate comes to aid. Along the border between humans and demons, a myriad of colossal beasts, laden with goods, traversed the road in an unending procession. The caravan seemed to stretch infinitely, flanked on either side by a cadre of mounted guards. Clearly, this was a merchant convoy tasked with transportation. The myriad of demons gathered in the vicinity, armed and alert, regarded the formidable convoy with suspicion and hostility. Had it not been for Su Yueli's command, they would have already seized the human cargo. Most of those in the convoy were hired drivers and attendants, venturing into the demon realm for the first time, each filled with trepidation, fearful of becoming prey for the demons. It is well known that demon attacks on human merchant caravans are commonplace. A stroke of misfortune could cost them their lives. Were it not for the generous rewards from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, they would not have braved this journey at all. Even the prominent figure leading the procession, Fu Donglai, wore a face of concern, frequently dabbing at the cold sweat on his brow. As a mere novice in the celestial realm, his venture into the heart of demon territory was fraught with pressure. With predatory wolves and tigers casting keen glances all around, his anxiety was palpable. Were it not for his aspirations to ascend in the ranks of the heavenly capital and assume leadership within the Eastern Continent's Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, he would have been reluctant to escort the convoy personally. Fortunately, Su Yueli and Xia Changming soon arrived, followed closely by the Imperial Demon Army, led by Feng Rao, marching in disciplined formation to greet them with solemnity. This sight provided Fu Donglai with a modicum of reassurance. Upon the arrival of the Empress and the Emperor, all the gathered demons knelt in deference. Xia Changming's status among the demons had been unequivocally established, and he was genuinely regarded as their sovereign. "There is no need for alarm," Xia Changming addressed the anxious assembly of demons. "These individuals are my friends, come at my behest to assist your kind. Henceforth, the demon and human realms will engage in trade, and I hope we can coexist amicably." Acknowledging the unease among the demons, Xia Changming elaborated, "The estrangement and grievances between our two races cannot be resolved in mere days. However, taking this pivotal step is of utmost importance. The rest shall be left to time, allowing the animosities of a millennium to fade into the annals of history." Upon hearing his words, the demons exchanged glances, rife with skepticism. The prospect of amicable relations between humans and demons seemed almost unfathomable. Their trust in Xia Changming stemmed from his union with their empress and his successful passage through the trial of 10,000 demons, establishing him as their nominal sovereign. Nonetheless, a wariness lingered regarding other humans. Just as the demons remained in contemplative silence, an unexpected figure stepped forward to address Xia Changming. "You are now our king, and while we may not trust others, We are willing to place our faith in you. Xia Changming gazed in astonishment at the speaker. None other than the formidable crocodile overlord, who had vehemently opposed his human identity within the imperial demon palace. Since the day of his defeat, the crocodile overlord, having yielded, has been discreetly observing Xia Changming. He discovered that Xia Changming was unlike any other human. He treated every member of the demon race with kindness and won the affection of their children, embodying the approachable nature of their empress. Indeed, he could be regarded as a true sovereign of the demon race. Presently, the demon race is plagued by hunger and chaos, uncertain of how to proceed. Thus they are inclined to trust the decisions made by Xia Changming and their empress. To put it in a different light, their empress would never betray them. Neo Dali thumped the crocodile overlord's back with vigor, laughing heartily. I feel the same. Yes, we are willing to trust both the empress and Lord Xia. After some contemplation, the other demons echoed his sentiments. Witnessing the joyful reception from the demon populace, Suyuli felt her last shred of worry dissipate. Her greatest fear was that the other demons would be unable to accept cooperation with the humans, yet it seemed her concerns were unfounded. Suyuli approached Fu Donglai, presenting him with a map detailing the locations of the demon race's spirit stone crystal mines. Master Fu, this map marks the positions of over 100 spirit stone crystal mines. I have already instructed the other demons. They will not obstruct the operations of the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion. Thank you, Your Majesty. Fu Donglai received the map without even glancing at it, for he believed that the value of acquiring these mines paled in comparison to establishing the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion among the demons. Moreover, given Ling Ling's attitude towards Xia Changming and Su Yuli, he felt that even if the demons offered nothing, the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion would still extend its benevolence. As the transaction was concluded, a grand caravan gradually appeared on the other side of the plain. At its forefront rode a striking figure on a magnificent steed, wielding a formidable spear, exuding an aura of authority. It was Yu Zhuotian, the commander of the imperial guard of the Tianzhou Dynasty. Behind him was a procession of goods and supplies, escorted by the imperial guard, a sight both impressive and formidable, rivaling that of the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion. Yu Zhuotian reined in his steed before Su Yu Li and Xia Changming, dismounting gracefully and clasping his hands in salute. I am Yu Zhuotian, commander of the Tianzhou Imperial Guard. It is an honor to meet Your Majesty and Lord Xia. Under the orders of His Majesty, I have come to escort 600,000 stones of grain, along with salt and sugar, as aid. Support for the demon race. When did I ever seek assistance from Tianzhou? Su Yuli asked, astonished. Turning to Xia Changming beside her, she recalled how, before departing for the demon realm from the Tianzhou Treasure Pavilion, Xia Changming had sent off a spirit magpie. At the time, she had thought little of it, but now it seemed this was yet another scheme of his. Xia Changming smiled gently, confessing, I merely relayed the matter to Ning. I did not anticipate she would send such a significant amount. Humph, what a needless endeavor. Su Yuli huffed playfully. Do not be deceived by the apparent dissatisfaction on her face. In her heart, she is actually quite pleased. Xia Changming is well aware of this. My dear, this is far from over. Not over yet. Aside from the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and the Tianzhou Dynasty, who else would support the demon race? Xia Changming smiled enigmatically and gestured towards the sky. Su Yuli looked up, her beautiful eyes momentarily stunned. Before her, dozens of colossal celestial ships floated in the heavens, piercing through the clouds and gradually descending. The majestic and magnificent celestial ships bore billowing white sails, with enormous wings akin to those of a bird on either side, gently flapping and stirring up gusts of wind as they glided effortlessly. The bow of the ship prominently displayed a flag emblazoned with the character Chu. The Chu dynasty of immortals. How could they possibly be aiding the demon race? The Chu dynasty is situated quite far from the demon race, separated by the Tianzhou dynasty, and has seldom engaged with them. Su Yuli could not comprehend what motive the Chu dynasty might have to assist the demon race. As the celestial ships slowly descended, a large contingent of soldiers from the Chu dynasty began to unload box after box of goods from the vessel, executing the task in an orderly and methodical manner. An elderly man dressed in resplendent palace attire approached Su Yuli and Xia Changming, bowing respectfully and greeting them. This old minister, Chu Fong, pays his respects to the young master and young mistress. Why young mistress? Su Yuli stammered in astonishment. Observing her bewilderment, Xia Changming chuckled. My dear, have you truly forgotten who my mother is? Chapter 166. The Eternal Prosperity of the Demon Clan. Under the gentle reminder of Xia Changming, Su Yueli suddenly realized the significance of her words. It dawned upon her that Chu Qingwan was none other than the cherished little princess of the current Chu dynasty. However, according to her knowledge, Chu Qingwan had once defied the opposition of the Chu king to marry Xia Changming, resolutely leaving her home to wed into the Xia family. It was rumored that the two had quarreled fiercely, even severing their father-daughter relationship. How could she possibly extend support to the demon clan? Was it my mother who requested the Chu king to assist the demons? Su Yueli inquired with curiosity. Chu Feng, with a lowered brow and a light smile, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it was the little princess who implored His Majesty to lend his support to you. A month prior, the little princess hastily returned to the Celestial Dynasty, successfully persuading the emperor. Being a close aide to the Chu king, Chu Feng had already been aware that the little princess and the Chu king had reconciled. Although Chu Qingwan had married into the Xia family, she frequently sent letters to inquire about his well-being, each one cherished and reread by Chu Haofeng. While he publicly claimed to have burned the letters, in truth, he secretly tucked each one beneath his pillow for safekeeping. The reason he had not welcomed back Chu Qingwan was simply due to his stubborn pride and unwillingness to admit his faults. On the night Chu Qingwan returned to the Chu dynasty, Chu Haofeng was overjoyed, thinking she had come specifically to visit him. However, she immediately requested 80 celestial ships laden with supplies to aid the demon clan, which infuriated Chu Haofeng, leading him to refuse outright. Chu Qingwan then resorted to tears, tantrums, and desperate pleas, prompting Chu Haofeng to relent and promptly order preparations for the escort. It was evident that he regarded this mission with utmost seriousness. Having watched the little princess grow, Chu Feng could not help but smile at the memory of their long-overdue emotional confrontation and compromise. Upon realizing that it was Chu Qingwan who had persuaded the Chu king, Su Yueli felt a deep sense of gratitude. Truly, this is a great kindness. This favor shall be etched in my heart. No need for such formalities, young madam. The Chu dynasty seeks no recompense from the demon clan, for we assist you. The young madam, and not the demons, Chu Feng replied with courtesy. Su Yueli, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, gently amended her words. Then, please convey my thanks to my mother. Upon uttering these words, her face was suffused with a rosy hue, openly declaring her status as the daughter-in-law of the Chu dynasty before all present. I shall certainly convey your message, Chu Feng replied with a smile, turning to gaze at another descending celestial ship. Unlike the others, this vessel bore no cargo. Instead, it disembarked a procession of robust farmers. In addition to grains and some silks, the little princess specifically instructed me to bring along skilled craftsmen to assist you. These individuals are renowned artisans and farmers from our Chu dynasty and should prove beneficial to the demon clan. Chu Feng gestured towards the throng of people behind him. The gathered crowd bowed respectfully towards Su Yueli. We have the honor of meeting the young madam. Su Yueli was filled with immense joy, her crimson lips slightly parting in surprise. Bringing such a multitude of human artisans to the demon clan was akin to imparting the agricultural craftsmanship of humanity to them. If the demon clan could acquire the skills of human craftsmen and their agricultural techniques, they would undoubtedly improve their harsh environment, ensuring a future of self-sufficiency and prosperity. Chu Qingwan had even considered the future of the demon clan. A wave of indescribable warmth flowed through Su Yueli's heart, a sensation she had never experienced before. Reflecting on the meticulous care and guidance Chu Qingwan had provided her during her time with the Xia family, Su Yueli couldn't help but sincerely call out in her heart, Mother. After calming her emotions slightly, Su Yueli surveyed the gathered demon kin and exclaimed with a beaming smile, Ladies and gentlemen, in the times to come, the demon clan shall surely thrive and prosper eternally. The demon clan shall thrive and prosper eternally. As Su Yueli recited the ancient oath of the demon clan, the surrounding assembly erupted in a fervor, their voices hoarse from the enthusiastic shouting. They had never placed such trust in these words as they did today. Thank you all for your arduous journey. Tonight, this emperor shall host a banquet to welcome you. Su Yueli invited Fu Donglai, Yu Zhuotian, and Chu Feng, who were responsible for escorting her. The imposing figures of tens of thousands of imperial demon soldiers lined the path, Their demeanor transformed from hostility and vigilance to one of celebration amidst the showering petals and jubilant cheers. Fu Donglai and the others experienced this warmth from the demon clan for the first time, their previous anxieties dissipating with the vibrant echoes of merriment. That night, the entire demon realm was illuminated, the sounds of revelry uninterrupted, as the demon populace joyfully released the pent-up emotions they had harbored for so long, feeling an unprecedented sense of liberation. At the banquet, the humans and demons sat together, toasting and exchanging pleasantries as if they were old friends. This was a scene once deemed unimaginable, now realized in the present moment. Xiong Tai boldly placed a jar of liquor heavily before Yu Zhuotian, who was drinking alone, and arrogantly declared, "I hear you are the commander of the Imperial Guard of the Tianzhou Dynasty. What a coincidence! I am Xiong Tai, the personal guard commander of the Empress. Dare you to compete with me in drinking? Regrettably, I am occupied with official matters and cannot indulge," Yu Zhuotian replied calmly. Raising his teacup, Xiong Tai frowned in displeasure, reluctantly turning away with diminished enthusiasm. "TSK, I thought the men of Tianzhou were formidable, yet they dare not drink. Stop." Upon hearing Xiong Tai belittle Tianzhou and insult its dignity, Yu Zhuotian could no longer remain seated. He reached back to seize the wine jar from the hands of others and coldly glared at Xiong Tai, demanding, "Speak, how do you wish to drink?" Although aware that Xiong Tai did not intend offense, as the commander of the Tianzhou Imperial Guard, he could not stand idly by. "Humph, now, that's more like a man." Xiong Tai grinned broadly and returned to Yu Zhuotian, the wine jar in hand. The two individuals instantly captivated the attention of all present at the banquet, with the human and demon clans occupying opposite sides, fervently cheering for their respective champions. "General Yu, go for it. Bring him down. Commander Xiong, surely you cannot be outperformed by a mere human." "Surely not. I propose a wager. The loser must spend the night in the latrine." Meanwhile, Niu Dali, seated beside Xia Changming, could no longer remain still and promptly rose to join the fray. "Brother Xia, I'm joining in on the fun. Are you coming along?" Xia Changming chuckled and shook his head. Niu Dali, undeterred, bellowed as he pushed his way into the throng, "Count me in." Observing the lively and boisterous scene, Su Yueli could not help but smile. She raised her goblet and stepped outside the banquet hall, leaning against the railing to gaze down upon the bustling imperial demon city. The city was aglow with myriad lights, teeming with people, and the sounds of jubilation occasionally reached her ears. As the refreshing breeze caressed her cheeks, she felt a wave of contentment. At that moment, the imperial demon city rivaled the splendor of Tiandu. She was confident that soon, the imperial demon city would shine even brighter than heaven and earth combined. Xia Changming also held a goblet and stood beside Su Yueli, sharing in the admiration of the night view of the imperial demon city, perhaps intoxicated by the harmonious and serene atmosphere. Su Yueli leaned her head slightly against Xia Changming's shoulder. The two remained in silence, comfortably nestled against one another. End of Volume 2. Chapter 167. The Great Scheme of Baiyu in the Study of the Demon Palace. Su Yueli reclined comfortably in her chair. Her eyes gently closed as she relished the delicate and soothing massage provided by Baiyu behind her. Several days had passed since the lively feast, and the demon clan had returned to a state of normalcy. Provisions were ample, construction was orderly, and various industries were flourishing with vigor. Nothing brought Su Yueli greater joy than witnessing the revival and prosperity of the demon clan. Her smile had not faded in days. As Baiyu kneaded Su Yueli's fragrant shoulders, he appeared contemplative, leaning closer to her ear and murmuring, "Your Majesty, this morning, Lord Changming and General Niu went out for drinks, yet none of them settled the bill, claiming it should be charged to your account. These rascals." Su Yueli's forehead twitched at the news, her mind a whirl of exasperation. Changming was already a formidable being in the realm of divine powers, and Niu Dali and the others were also distinguished generals of the demon clan. How could such a multitude fail to cover the cost of a meal? One might think she had mistreated them. That man truly ought to have mentioned his lack of spirit stones to her. She would have readily assisted him. During her recent seclusion to break through to the divine realm, she had drained nearly 100 spirit stone veins in the vicinity, yet she had said nothing. "Baiyu, please send someone to pay the tavern, and bring some spirit stones for that fellow as well," she instructed. "Understood," Baiyu replied softly. After a brief silence, he suddenly inquired, Your Majesty, do you wish to assert your influence over Lord Changming? Assert influence over him? Su Yueli opened her beautiful eyes in confusion. Puzzled by Yu's unexpected proposition, Yu simply replied, "Indeed, to manifest your authority as Empress." Upon hearing this, Su Yueli fell into contemplation. It was true that she had always been at the mercy of Changming, never having asserted the regal authority befitting an empress. If he dared to embrace her before the demon clan today, who was to say he wouldn't kiss her in front of them tomorrow? How could she establish her dominance among the demons thereafter? Yet, as she recalled that Changming had already stepped into the realm of divine powers, her fleeting resolve was extinguished. With a gentle sigh, she lamented, "That man has already entered the divine realm. I am powerless against him." At that moment, Emochi, who had been standing silently nearby, brightened with excitement and stepped forward, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, if you wish to take action against him, I have a plan." He had long suspected that their empress was merely utilizing him, and it was impossible for her to genuinely care for that man. Finally, the empress could no longer tolerate him and was ready to take action. Emochi approached and produced a diagram of an array, handing it to Su Yueli. Ever since Su Yueli had been compelled into marriage with the Xia family, Emochi had been seeking a means to eliminate Changming and bring the empress back. This diagram was his ultimate weapon. Su Yueli unfolded the diagram, revealing a complex formation brimming with demonic runes and peculiar shapes. In the formation, it is essential to have several powerful beings stationed at 5 positions, creating a stellar momentum, while thousands must sweep the periphery. The imposing aura is unmistakable. Your Majesty, this is the stellar extermination array. The greater the number of participants in the formation, the more formidable its power becomes. With the might of 1,000,000 demon clans in the demon imperial city, even those at the immortal ascension realm would find it impossible to escape. Emochi eagerly detailed to Su Yueli. This is an ancient and lost array, its might reaching the heavens and the earth. He had stumbled upon it by chance and had devoted considerable time to studying it, eventually grasping how to activate the stellar extermination array. Su Yueli gazed at the array blueprint in her hands and tentatively inquired, "How dangerous is this formation? It could potentially lead to the demise of those powerful in divine arts." "That cannot be permitted," Su Yueli immediately countered. Emochi looked bewildered. Why did Her Majesty oppose it upon hearing of its dangers? "Your Majesty, why?" "Indeed, I find this formation excessively perilous and domineering. If unleashed in the demon imperial city, it would inevitably harm the demon populace, which is unacceptable." Su Yueli spoke with a somber tone, though her beautiful eyes flickered uncertainly. Upon hearing this, Emochi felt relieved, realizing the truth. He had almost thought that Her Majesty was reluctant to harm that individual. Truly, Her Majesty's heart remains with the welfare of the demon people. Your Majesty cares for the lives of the demon populace. I have been foolish. Please punish me. Emochi, moved, wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes and knelt to plead for forgiveness. Very well. Recently, the human race has been assisting the demon clan in cultivating farmland. I entrust this task to you. Su Yueli contemplated briefly before assigning the duty. Yes, I shall not fail in my mission. Emochi nodded earnestly, promptly departing the study. Within the study, only Su Yueli and Yu remained. Yu produced a jade vial from within his robes and placed it on the table. What is this? Su Yueli inquired, puzzled by the vial. Your Majesty, this is poison. Poison? That individual is immune to all toxins. Even the most lethal demon poison has no effect on him. Ordinary poison is out of the question. This is not an ordinary poison. Lord Changming should find it insurmountable, Yu responded calmly. Is this poison truly that formidable? Su Yuli's curiosity was piqued. With Changming's ethereal physique, could this poison even erode his celestial bones? That would be exceedingly dangerous. Yet Yu shook his head. Your Majesty, this poison is not particularly potent, but it can weaken a person's will, rendering them incapable of resistance for a certain period. Even one of celestial constitution would find it challenging to withstand. Such a miraculous effect? Su Yueli had never before encountered a poison with such capabilities. Examining it in her hands with keen interest, is this poison of our demon clan's making? Why have I never heard of it before? It is a new creation. I have yet to inform Your Majesty, Yu explained. Su Yueli refrained from further inquiries. Perhaps the poison developed by the demon clan during her absence was responsible. A concoction that could render a person incapable of resistance without endangering their life was indeed remarkable. If this were administered to Xia Changming, she could seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Binding him and casting him outside would ensure he could not rest peacefully at night. The thought elicited a breathtaking smile from Su Yuli. Excellent. This emperor shall employ this method to discipline him appropriately. Bai Yu's expression remained impassive. Yet the corners of his mouth betrayed a barely perceptible curve as he retrieved a transparent vial, presenting it to Su Yuli. Inside the vial lay crystalline white granules. Your Majesty, this is the antidote. To avoid detection, you may consume the poison alongside the antidote. Understood, Su Yuli acknowledged, taking the transparent vial and examining it. A feeling of familiarity washing over her. Why did this resemble sugar? She recalled seeing something similar while learning to cook with Chu Qingwan at the Xia residence. Bai Yu, is this truly the antidote? Su Yuli asked, curiosity tinging her voice. Bai Yu nodded without hesitation. It is indeed the antidote. Su Yuli dismissed any further doubts. It was likely just a coincidental resemblance. Crafted to mimic the appearance of granulated sugar, it would be difficult to detect. Yet, the matter did not end there. Bai Yu produced a garment from behind him, unfolding it before Su Yuli. Your Majesty, you may wear this to persuade him to drink the poisoned wine. Su Yuli cast a glance at the garment in Bai Yu's hands, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. This, you expect me to wear this? The attire was nearly translucent, with scant fabric. She was the empress of the demon clan. How could she possibly don such indecorous clothing? Your Majesty, according to my research, human males are quite fond of such garments. If you wear it, Lord Changming will surely comply. So, human males have a penchant for this sort of attire. Su Yuli found herself torn, but with a resolute heart, she clenched her teeth and grasped the garment Bai Yu held. It was merely a piece of clothing. Could she truly be intimidated? For the chance to personally reprimand Xia Changming, she would endure. A hint of a smile graced Bai Yu's typically stoic visage. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your successful decision. Chapter 168. My wife is fond of romance on this night. The bright moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by a tapestry of twinkling stars, resembling a canvas adorned with celestial lights. Outside the Empress's chamber in the Imperial Demon Palace, Bai Yu approached the guards of the Imperial Guard who were on duty for the night. Greetings, Lord Bai Yu. The guard saluted respectfully upon seeing her. This night, the Imperial Demon Palace requires no patrols. Everyone is to withdraw, Bai Yu commanded the guards. Lord Bai Yu, is this the will of Her Majesty the Empress? The head guard inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. They had not received any orders indicating that patrols were unnecessary tonight. Bai Yu nodded. This is indeed Her Majesty's directive. Understood. I shall instruct the men to withdraw immediately. The head guard waved his arm, signaling his subordinates to begin their departure. As the personal maid of the Empress, Bai Yu frequently conveyed messages on behalf of Su Yuli, which the guards accepted without question. Before long, the vast Imperial Demon Palace was left desolate and silent. Only then did Bai Yu slip away from the palace. Shortly after, Xia Changming returned. The moment he entered the Imperial Demon Palace, he sensed something was amiss. This is strange. There is not a single soul in the palace tonight. Maintaining his vigilance, he cautiously approached Su Yuli's chamber and gently pushed the door open. Inside, the room was illuminated by candlelight, and the fragrance of incense wafted through the air. Soft curtains adorned the couch, veiling a delicate figure seated at the edge of the bed. With her jade-like fingers, she lifted the gossamer drapes, revealing an enchanting beauty. Her silken hair cascaded over her shoulders, reaching down to her waist. The ethereal gown she wore hinted at her exquisite figure, showcasing her flawless complexion and graceful legs, which were elegantly positioned. In that moment, Xia Changming was entranced, oblivious to the world around him, his gaze fixed solely on her alluring form. You have returned, Su Yuli murmured, her lips slightly parted, her complexion radiant yet tinged with shyness. She fidgeted nervously, regretting her choice of the striking red gown that felt far too revealing. How could such attire exist in the world? Xia Changming was roused from his reverie by Su Yuli's voice, and he instinctively stepped back, closing the door behind him. My apologies. I must have taken a wrong turn. Su Yuli. A moment later, Xia Changming pushed the door open again, looking bewildered. Wait, this is the chamber. I did not err. Who might you be, young lady? It is I, the Empress. Su Yuli exclaimed, her embarrassment turning to anger as she hurled a pillow from the bed at Xia Changming. That wretched man must be doing this on purpose. Xia Changming dodged the pillow with a grin, saying, "Now this is the wife I know. Has my dear wife dressed so alluringly tonight to entice me?" Xia Changming approached Su Yueli, gently lifting the sheer veil, and gazed at her with a teasing demeanor. The two exchanged glances, causing Su Yueli to blush profusely, hastily averting her gaze as she murmured softly, "This empress is not merely pleased today because the demon clan is at peace. One can clearly see that you are quite delighted, having even prepared wine," Xia Changming remarked, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed the room before resting them on the newly placed wine jug on the table. An instinctive feeling told him that his wife was certainly up to something. It was too unusual for her to act this way otherwise. Su Yueli pushed Xia Changming away and gracefully glided to the table. Beneath the sheer fabric of her red dress, her curvaceous form was alluringly visible, her slender waist captivatingly beautiful. Xia Changming's suspicions intensified. Tonight, his wife must have something significant planned. If he had any doubts earlier, they were now entirely dispelled. His wife was undoubtedly scheming something untoward. Otherwise, she would not have gone to such extravagant lengths. There was a plot afoot. Su Yueli picked up the wine jug and poured the liquid into 2 delicate cups, gently handing one to Xia Changming. "To you, for the prosperity of the demon clan. I raise a toast." Long before Xia Changming's arrival, she had already poured the poison given by Yu into the wine jug. Xia Changming glanced at the cup, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. It was reminiscent of their wedding night, where similar circumstances had transpired. Was she employing the same trick again? Though he suspected that the wine might be poisoned, he nonetheless accepted the cup and drank it in one swift motion. What did it matter if it were poisoned? After all, he was of a mortal form, impervious to toxins. Even the deadliest of poisons posed no threat to him. He was eager to uncover what sort of trick Su Yueli was attempting. Su Yueli raised her cup to drink with Xia Changming. Observing his cup now empty, a smile graced her lips as she gently set down her glass and retrieved a bottle of crystalline sugar, consuming it in one go. The antidote melted in her mouth, a sweet flavor flooding her senses. How delightful! It was no surprise that her devoted maid understood her penchant for sweetness, even crafting the antidote to suit her taste. Xia Changming watched with curiosity as Su Yueli consumed the crystalline sugar, picking up the bottle from the table to examine the remaining crystals, his expression turning increasingly puzzled. "My dear, why are you eating sugar? No matter how fond one is of sweet things, one cannot simply consume sugar with wine." "What? Sugar?" Su Yueli's face mirrored his confusion as she hastily snatched the small bottle back from his hand, delicately sniffing it to confirm the sweet aroma. Her expression shifted from confusion to alarm. This was no antidote at all. It was merely sugar. What poison had she just consumed with Xia Changming? Suddenly, Su Yueli felt an overwhelming heat surge through her body, her breathing quickening as she began to perspire profusely, her gaze growing increasingly dazed. No, this couldn't be right. Panic filled her beautiful eyes. She has already discerned what it is. Xia Changming increasingly felt an unbearable heat coursing through his body, a desire stirring within him. How could this be possible? He is impervious to all poisons. What sort of toxin could affect him? No, this is not an ordinary poison. It is an aphrodisiac. Soon, Xia Changming realized that he had fallen victim to an aphrodisiac. Typically, such potions would have no effect on him. But this particular concoction did not assimilate or penetrate his body. Instead, it transformed within his abdomen into an insidious warmth that eroded his desires, merging with his internal energies. It was exceedingly domineering. Even his ethereal, exquisite physique could not resist its influence. "My dear, even if you desire me, must you resort to such potent means? A simple confession would suffice," Xia Changming remarked with a wry smile. His wife had gone to great lengths, administering an aphrodisiac, donning new attire, and deliberately sending away the Imperial Demon Palace's guards. Who would have thought my wife had such a flair for romance? Su Yueli's complexion was flushed, even more so than before, her weak arms propping herself against the table as she feebly protested, "No, that is not true. This empress did not." As Su Yueli attempted to leave, she suddenly collapsed, her body weak and limp, falling directly into Xia Changming's embrace. Thank you." Su Yueli gasped in gratitude. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself swept into Xia Changming's arms, as he strode towards the soft couch within the room. Wait a moment. Chapter 169, Hibiscus. Warm canopy wait. Su Yueli cried weakly in Xia Changming's embrace. Her voice, soft and delicate, ignited a yearning within, compelling one to cherish her. Su Yueli extended her hands in an attempt to push him away, only to discover her entire body was weak and her expression hazy. The effects of the potion had become increasingly pronounced. In her dazed state, she was gently placed upon a soft couch, her delicate form curling up like a shy and startled kitten, utterly enchanting. Xia Changming's arms supported himself beside Su Yueli's face as he leaned closer to her exquisite countenance, gazing deeply into her elegant, beautiful violet eyes. "Yueli," he murmured softly. Su Yueli responded in a faint whisper, her charming face flushed, resembling a ripe and delectable red apple. Yet this time, she did not shy away from meeting Xia Changming's gaze. "Is it all right?" he asked earnestly. Having waited since their wedding night, just as he had promised, he would make her willingly surrender. Su Yueli understood precisely what he was inquiring about. Her heart raced wildly as her smooth, delicate feet rubbed together nervously. Bashfully, she replied, "As you wish, Your Majesty." No sooner had the words left her lips than Xia Changming leaned down to capture her enticing red lips in a kiss. Su Yueli's eyes widened in surprise, her body tensing, utterly rigid. This was her first kiss. A mixture of confusion and reassurance washed over her. As Xia Changming's breath enveloped her senses, Su Yueli gradually relaxed her taut body, wrapping her arms around his neck. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until they reluctantly parted, a glimmering silver thread connecting their lips. Su Yueli's eyes were glazed, her gaze sultry, her brows holding a hint of spring, breathing softly as her ample bosom rose and fell rhythmically. The nine-tailed fox, the epitome of allure and beauty, was universally recognized as the most enchanting of beings. Once stirred by genuine emotion, even the slightest gesture or smile brimmed with temptation. Her skin exuding a fragrant allure, and the sweet aroma on her breath served as a natural aphrodisiac. Perhaps Su Yueli herself was unaware of how captivatingly enchanting she appeared in that moment, utterly mesmerizing. "My dear, you are exquisite." Under the intoxicating influence of her fragrance, Xia Changming could no longer contain himself. He gently slid the garments from her delicate shoulders. A figure nearly perfect, tantalizingly alluring, was revealed before him. "Please, don't look." Su Yueli's cheeks flushed crimson as she pressed her crossed arms against her chest, almost pleading. Her proud, alabaster curves were insufficiently concealed by her slender hands. A vast expanse of porcelain skin lay bare, reminiscent of a tempting white rabbit. As her form slowly descended, the chamber resonated with melodious, plaintive sighs. 2,000 words omitted, Bayu silently stood guard outside the chamber, casting a barrier to envelop the entire space. It appears that the Empress is thriving. From the very beginning, she has been closely observing Su Yueli. As her devoted handmaiden since childhood, how could she not perceive that her Empress has long been deeply enamored with Xia Changming? However, the relationship between the two has merely remained at the level of playful banter and affectionate embraces. Considering Su Yueli's inherently proud yet bashful nature, one wonders when they might transcend that boundary. Perhaps it would be best for her to give a gentle nudge and facilitate the Empress's desires. Yet, both the Empress and Lord Changming should truly be more discreet, as they seem unaware of the necessity to conjure a barrier to muffle their sounds. The following morning, the sun shone brilliantly in the clear sky. The palace chamber was suffused with an enchanting aroma. Su Yueli lay bare upon Xia Changming's chest, her countenance weary, her beautiful eyes tightly shut, lost in deep slumber. Xia Changming awoke first, aside from a slight discomfort in his back and neck. He felt invigorated and refreshed. Gazing at Su Yueli's serene sleeping visage, a smile of pure happiness graced his lips. At last, Su Yueli had become his true wife. He had long awaited this day. Yet, it seemed he had perhaps been a tad too exuberant with the young lady last night. He vaguely recalled that it was not until the first light of dawn that he had finally relented. Throughout the night, he had scarcely paused, demanding her countless times. Upon reflecting on the events, Xia Changming felt a twinge of regret. After all, it was their wedding night. Such relentless fervor might have been excessive. With a tender expression, he extended a finger to gently caress Su Yueli's cheek, only to inadvertently disturb the slumbering beauty in his embrace. Su Yueli's lashes fluttered slightly as she languidly opened her eyes, locking gazes with Xia Changming. recalling the wildness of the previous night and his unrelenting desires. Su Yueli's cheeks flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "You wretched scoundrel. My dear, you were calling out for your husband last night. Why do you deny it upon waking?" Xia Changming feigned sorrow, teasing her. Su Yueli huffed shyly, burying her face once more against his chest, savoring the warmth and the rhythmic thumping of his heart. She had contemplated a future where she might marry another demon king for the sake of her kin or quietly devote herself to guarding the demon race until her last breath. But she had never imagined marrying a human, especially one who had initially pressured her with a sword. Reflecting on their first meeting, Su Yueli's stunning beauty could not help but evoke a radiant smile, her foxtail swaying playfully behind her. "My dear, what brings you such joy?" Xia Changming inquired curiously, observing Su Yueli's blissful expression. With a playful huff, she replied, "This empress shall not divulge." Xia Changming, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist, wore a smile and chose not to press further. "As long as my beloved is happy." After a moment of tender intimacy, they nestled together, when suddenly Xia Changming recalled something and spoke. "By the way, my dear, I plan to return to the Celestial Mountain in a couple of days. Now that the matters concerning the demon clan are settled, my master has conveyed a message through the wooden sword. It is indeed time for me to go back. Yet, each time I think of the trials I endured on the Celestial Mountain, I feel a deep-seated reluctance. This is also why I completely disregarded the last request from Qi Luan to return to the mountain without any reason. However, since my master personally conveyed the message this time, I ultimately cannot evade it." Upon hearing that Xia Changming was to depart, Su Yueli's beautiful eyes dimmed at once, and she merely said, "Must you leave so soon? Well, if I linger any longer, I fear my esteemed master might come down personally to fetch me." Xia Changming replied with a wry smile. Feeling a sudden plunge in her spirits, Su Yueli experienced an unfamiliar sense of reluctance in her heart. She parted her red lips, intending to plead for him to stay, but instead, she amended her words, "Since it is your master's request, then it cannot be helped." Sensing the melancholy of his beloved, Xia Changming gently cupped Su Yueli's face in his hands and smiled. "Though I must leave, I intend to take my dear wife with me. Can I really accompany you to the Celestial Mountain?" Su Yueli's eyes sparkled with joy, her words imbued with excitement. While she held no significant yearning for the Celestial Mountain itself, she simply could not bear the thought of parting from Xia Changming. Last night, Su Yueli had come to a profound realization. She was deeply in love with him. Xia Changming leaned in and pressed a deep kiss against Su Yueli's crimson lips. Upon releasing her, he softly remarked, "You are my wife. Of course you can accompany me back to the Celestial Mountain. It will be a perfect opportunity for me to introduce you to my master." Su Yueli bashfully nodded, wrapping herself in a bedsheet as she rose to speak. "Then I shall first attend to matters concerning the demon clan." Just as Su Yueli was about to leave, the bedsheet was suddenly grasped, and with a startled cry, she was pulled back onto the bed. What do you intend to do?" Su Yueli lay on the bed, curling up like a frightened little kitten, a foreboding feeling already stirring within her. Xia Changming positioned himself above her, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he pulled the bedsheet over them both. "My dear, it is still early. There is no rush. I wish to hold you for a while longer. Just hold me, but do not let your hands wander."